A 3-year-old toddler falls from the sky, only to be met with disdain. To survive, she embarks on a path of mischief. Luo Yingyu has been reborn 3 times, having experienced 2 absurd and short lives. In one, she grew up in an orphanage, developed a chronic illness from a fight at age that prevented her from drawing, endured school bullying at 10, dropped out of high school at 15 due to financial hardship, and died at 18 after being hit by a car and thrown 20 meters. In her second reincarnation, she didn't even reach 3 years old before being crushed by atmospheric pressure, becoming a speck of dust. A system, taking pity on her, decided to give her another chance. However, in this life, she was afflicted with the Dragon Sandstone Peak seal. She wouldn't live past 3 years old unless it was removed. The system decided to help her by generating emotion points. Accumulating 200,000 points would break the seal. Setting fires, causing mischief, she did it all. I started the fire. I'll do it again tomorrow. Brave Yu isn't afraid of difficulties. I'll take the blame for this. I have to collect points, so I had no choice. When I have enough points, I'll definitely repay you all. Yu's cuteness always allowed her to escape danger, until she met a masked man. Who is this person? He looks like a ghost. Although he was a bit of a clean freak and rather fierce, Yu couldn't control her snot bubbles. This caused Yi Si's emotions to fluctuate. Points plus 11. I believe it won't be long before I collect all 200,000 points. Despite this, Yi Si was quite good to Yu, always giving her the best portions. Even though Yu was mischievous, everyone knew she was an orphan and pitied her. This time, I will transform into a little fairy to save you. A girl despised from birth. The swordsman was the most handsome man in the eastern province. He always wore a fish mask when meeting the girl. One day, the man predicted a comet would fall to Earth. He never expected it would be a girl. The girl, named Luo Yingyu, had experienced 2 absurd and short reincarnations. At 15, unable to afford high school, she dropped out and worked. At 18, she was hit by a car while crossing the road and thrown 20 meters to her death. In her second reincarnation, she didn't even reach 3 years old before being crushed by atmospheric pressure, becoming a speck of dust. The system, taking pity on her, decided to give her another life. But unexpectedly, in this life, she was afflicted with the Dragon Sandstone Peak seal. And this world was unique in one way. There were fire turkeys here. Fire turkeys were also known as Phoenix fire turkeys. To compete for aerial territory, they would fight like eagles. If no one came to rescue her, she would fall and be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, 100 meters away, a masked man was sitting. Just as he removed his mask, the comet fell. The comet, also known as a meteorite, could be forged into an indestructible sword. The girl's fall caused an explosion. The explosion gave birth to flames, surging forward like an unstoppable force. The man raised his hand and gently waved, blocking the flames' attack. Snowflakes filled the air. Under the low temperature pressure, the flames were instantly extinguished. This demonstrated the man's cultivation level. Legend has it that masters prefer to cultivate in seclusion in the deep mountains and old forests. This is known as retreating from the Jianghu, and masters rarely reveal their faces. In the modern world, they usually wear masks, because everyone who has seen their face has died. Thanks to the man's power, the girl's life in her third reincarnation was saved. Otherwise, the flames would have burned her alive. Who am I? Where am I? Yu, in her third life, was supposed to die in the explosion, but unexpectedly, she was saved. Host, Luo Yingyu, age 3, status sealed. The man picked up the girl. I was hoping the comet would bring something good. But this is it. Hey, are you dead? Oh my god, who is this person? He looks like a ghost. Where am I? Let me go. Let me go. She accidentally ripped the man's clothes. Now I'm dead for sure. Overcome with fear and being held in the air, she fainted. This little toddler fainted just like that. Looking at his torn clothes, the masked man was angry. How unlucky. But the masked man would never have imagined that Yu would become someone he couldn't bear to leave. Not because of Yu's mischievousness, but because only when Yu was around did he feel the meaning of life. And Yu also developed a closeness to the masked man. Although he was a bit of a clean freak and rather stern, Yu couldn't control her snot bubbles. This caused Yi Si's emotions to fluctuate. Points plus 11. This time, I will transform into little Yu to save you. The girl called everyone daddy, and she did it in a way that was even more awkward than a creepy old man. But every time she acted up, she couldn't escape the torment of a spanking. After fainting from the fall, Luo Yingyu slept soundly until now. Waking up, she found herself tied to a massive dock. It was the first time Yu had seen something so big. Every horse was mounted. They held weapons, wore armor, and had the support of an iron cavalry that left corpses strewn wherever they went. A black military flag fluttered at the front, symbolizing the army. No way. Could it be that right after being reborn, I'm going to be fried alive again? General, this rabbit. The woman's voice was so loud that Yu trembled. The woman on horseback was Yin Futong, the deputy general of the army. Her voice was as loud as a trumpet. It was terrifying. Suddenly, a strikingly beautiful white horse emerged from the cavalry. The man's name was Yi Si, the general of the entire Yi army. He wore a mask, which was frightening, but judging from his appearance, he was definitely handsome. I asked this the general. I remember tearing his clothes. I wonder if he remembers. Besides, this whole army is his. Isn't this a big shot delivered right to my doorstep? Daddy hug. As soon as she said this, Deputy General Yin Futong burst out laughing. It was a good thing Yi Si was wearing a mask. Otherwise, his face would have been a mixture of speechlessness and exasperation. The awkward atmosphere was broken by Futong's laughter. Everyone else was speechless. With just this one move, her points went up. I had to find a way to get more points. The next second, Yin Futong untied Yu's ropes. General, you take your own daughter. Yi Si's face was clouded. It was the first time the general had encountered such a shameless child. Moo. But the next second, another daddy hug came. This child must be a rascal, Yi Si thought. He said sternly, who's your daddy? Suddenly, the system prompted. Yi Si experiencing emotional fluctuation. 11 points added. Unexpectedly, it's so easy to earn points. A sly look appeared on Yu's face. Daddy. Yi Si experiencing emotional fluctuation. 1 point added continuously. As long as I can get points, it's a win. Yi Si threw her onto his horse with a sigh. Futong, you're a woman after all. General, she's still young. Go easy on her. The spank on Yu's bottom nearly made her spit blood. Ouch, that hurts. The rumors are true. The general kills without blinking and eats children. Now I really understand. Is he going to eat his own daughter alive in front of everyone? After the spanking, Yi Si picked Yu up. The pain made her want to curse, but being only 3, she could only express her anger with ba. Just live like a fool. She thought that, oh no, I'm trapped. Am I doomed to only say ba forever? After tormenting her, he handed her back to Futong. Futong wanted to check if Yu was alright. But the next second, she saw the dragon sand seal. This is too cruel. 3 iron nails were driven into the girl's head. The fortune teller said she wouldn't live past 3 years old, but her body is frighteningly resilient. She doesn't die no matter how she falls. After observing, Futong handed Yu back. Lifting her clothes, she saw 7 iron rods driven into her body. These acupuncture points, known as the 7 apertures, were linked together, poisoning the meridians. This child has been sealed. Who could be so cruel? Not only did they abandon their daughter in this war-torn land of Beijing, but they also sealed her vital energy. Wait a minute. It seems like the general drove these nails in. Futong couldn't stand it anymore. General, was it you? How could you torture a 3-year-old child like this? Yu babbled, unable to say anything. The general stepped forward, picked up the child, and lifted her clothes. His expression changed instantly. These are soul suppression nails. They suppress the 7 earthly souls, subjecting them to the suffering of the 7 emotions and severing reincarnation. And there are 3 more in her head. Yu's thoughts raced that I'm finished. There are 3 soul sealing nails in my head. The soul sealing and soul suppression nails, also known as the dragon sand seal, are made of extremely rare materials. The entire Beiyu kingdom can't even afford the materials to make 1 nail, let alone 10. Why would I waste my time dealing with a child? Do I have a grudge against her, or am I that bored? He gently put Yu down. All of you withdraw. We'll rest here. Creating a dragon sand seal requires slaying a dragon at least. Dragon bone for the nail, dragon blood for the inscription, dragon soul for the suppression. Slay a dragon just to seal a little child like this? I can't believe it. What kind of power does this child possess to warrant this? So, the dragon sand seal is either meant for someone with divine healer blood, or this strange child is interesting. I'll see what secrets this little one holds. Because the general kept staring at Yu, it sent chills down her spine. This guy, isn't he going to do something to me again? Better ask the system how to unlock this thing first. The method to remove the dragon sand seal requires 200,000 points. What the heck? What kind of monstrous thing is this dragon sand seal? It actually requires 200,000 points. Is it made of dragon gold or something? 200,000 points. How many irritating things do I have to do to save up that much? There's no other way. I'll just save as much as I can. Yu originally wanted to act cute towards the general, but unexpectedly, with a tug, she ripped his clothes again. A dignified general's clothes are made of such poor material? Looking at Yu's cute expression, he didn't want to lay a hand on her, but he was silently fuming. And his anger towards Yu caused emotional fluctuations. Points plus 11, and they continued to increase, practically flooding the screen. Yu, looking at the points, got so excited she lost control and ripped another big hole. Unable to bear it any longer, with a roar, Yi flung Yu several meters away. If this were an ordinary child, she'd probably be done for. That recoil could obliterate all the trees behind her. Ugh, as long as I can earn points, it's all worth it. Yu probably didn't think much of being thrown like that, shaking her head like a wet dog. But the Deputy General Yin Futong and the soldiers watching were stunned. She's still all right after that? Incredible. This child's physical strength is truly extraordinary. The reason Yi used so much force is because his Qinyuxiani armor is impervious to swords and spears, fire and poison. Yet, she can tear it so easily. This child is no ordinary kid. The man casually helped the girl pull out a dragon nail. The suffering girl's snot bubbles popped out, but with one pulled out, there's still 9 remaining. If I rely on being disgusting and annoying people, who knows when I'll get 200,000 points? It's lunchtime now. Yu sat there thinking for a long time. After all that effort, she only earned 35 points. It's still a long way from 200,000, especially that masked man named Yi Chi. Every time the screen floods with his reactions, it only adds 1 point. The system can't even detect what emotion he's feeling. And that female general beside him, Yin Futong, is a little better, but her emotional fluctuations aren't large either. Hard to exploit. Others, at most, only give 3 points. Seems like this is a well-trained army. However, who is that soldier who contributes the most emotional points? Fierce, constantly adding 5 plus 6 points. I can't find him. He's very likely nearby. At this moment, Yi brought over a container of something unknown and poured it all in. It turned out to be meat. Yu's mouth watered. This stuff smells so good. Real, natural meat. General Yi scoops him into a bowl. The first bowl went to Yu. Yi initially wasn't very interested in this child, but now that he discovered the dragon sand seal on her back, he found her quite intriguing. And what Yu didn't expect was that Yi, the general who just threw her like a rag doll, would actually offer her food. It seems this masked man, although usually fierce, is actually pretty good to me. Well then, I won't be polite. One bite, and instantly something felt wrong. Oh my god, this is awful. This transmigration is so hard. Sob Inging silently finished her food beside her. The army can't waste food. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, she thought 200,000 points is too difficult. Why not ask the masked man? She poked Yi. Then, babbling, she pointed at her mouth. Yi understood immediately. You want me to help you unlock the dragon sand seal? Yu nodded vigorously, babbling. You're so smart. Unlocking it. The conditions for breaking the seal are harsh. Removing 1 soul suppression nail consumes 10 years of lifespan. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Babble, babble. How many 10-year periods does a person have? How could anyone be willing to use their own lifespan to unlock the seal for me? I'm so sad. Both conditions are so difficult. No wonder the system requires 200,000 points. At this moment, Yi extended his left hand, placed it on Yu's back, and with a gentle force, instantly pulled out a dragon nail. Yu's snot bubbles popped out from the pain. Just like that? Didn't it say removing one takes 10 years of lifespan? How could he just pull it out? The masked man, although he doesn't know the meaning of beauty and even scolded and flung me with his sleeve, used 10 years of his life to remove a soul suppression nail for me. Sob's so touching. She wanted to give ECI a big hug, but unexpectedly, she was met with disgust. Suddenly, the system prompted. ECI expressed disgust. Point +2. The system actually broke through the limit of +1 and displayed a clear emotion. At this moment, Yisi's face was full of disgust, but Yu revealed a mischievous grin. I get it. This guy has a cleanliness obsession. The girl, clearly only 3 years old, was pinned to the ground and forcibly implanted with dragon nails. I just managed to pull it out. It hurts so much, I practically blew snot bubbles. And now you're putting it back in. Pulling it hurts. Inserting it hurts. Just kill me already. Seriously, who wouldn't love a big shot who can pull and insert this thing at will? When he pulled it out, I felt relieved and hopeful. This masked guy actually removed a soul suppression nail. Looks like I found a powerful ally. I'd better suck up to him. Haha, when I make some money, I'll definitely buy you some nice clothes. Suddenly, Yisi's emotions fluctuated. +1 point. I didn't think that would work. ECI seriously asked the child her name. I'm baby Yu. Oh yeah, even with the mask, Yu's mischievousness forced an expression onto Yisi's face. He didn't seem to like that answer. Well, then you can also call me Great Emperor Yu. Yisi's patience was wearing thin. I'll give you one last chance. Just kidding. I'm Luoying Yu. How old are you? I'm just a 3-year-old. You're 3? Your attitude and behavior don't seem like a 3-year-old's. Are you lying to me? Yu started acting up again. Then what's your name, Daddy? YCS émotion fluctuated. +1 point. He slapped Yu to the ground. He had finally reached his limit. Once again, he drove a dragon nail into Yu. Yu rolled on the ground in pain, babbling. Ow, abba. Forget it, this masked guy is scary. He gets angry easily, and I can't beat him. A rider on a fast horse galloped through the camp. General, 20,000 enemy troops have suddenly appeared. Yu's ears perked up. 20,000 enemy troops. We're doomed. Being a horse is worse than being a dog. The girl earned more than 10 points just for pulling the white horse's hair. Just then, a report arrived about the enemy's advance. 20,000 enemy soldiers had suddenly appeared. ECI didn't panic. We'll set out immediately to surround them. Yu thought, is he taking me too? Suddenly, ECI picked up Yu, who was still babbling, and pulled out the dragon nail from her back. He then threw her away. You stay here. It seemed ECI no longer considered Yu a 3-year-old. He tossed her onto the horse's back. Only EC's horse could withstand that kind of force. ECI mounted a black warhorse. Let's go. Rows of iron cavalry followed close behind, leaving Yu and Yi-Si's horse behind. What? He just left? Left me here all alone? I'll cry if you don't take me. The nearby horse looked on with an expression of utter horror. Suddenly, Yin Futong ran back. See? I knew he forgot me. He's back for me now. The deputy general held out her left hand. Come on, come here and hold on to me. I knew someone still cared about me. Yin Futong looked past Yu at the sword behind her. She grabbed the sword and ran off. Wait, I wanted to ask, those 20,000 enemy troops, how many people are there exactly? We have 2,000 men, so what? What do you mean, so what? We have 2,000 against 20,000. How are we supposed to fight? Who's surrounding who? Yu patted the white horse. Hey, did you hear that? They can't count. Hurry up and take me to see how they're going to surround 10 people each. The white horse's face was a mixture of vuyu and confusion. If it could talk, it wouldn't miss this chance to retort. The white horse turned and ran towards the town. Hey, you're going the wrong way. Turn around. Slow down, I'm going to fall off. Yu yanked on the white horse's hair, pulling out a clump by the roots. The horse's eyes rolled back in pain, and it stopped abruptly. Yu admired the white hair in her hand. So pretty. Suddenly, a system notification. Biengu's grievance points +10. No way. So the biggest contributor of grievance points, Big Brother Biengu, is a horse. What could make a 3-year-old girl so angry? Even a nearby horse found it a little frightening. Because Yi-Si had left with the iron cavalry, Yu was left alone with the horse. To find Yi-Si, Big Brother Biengu walked for hours in the snowy winter. Yu was so tired, she slept for a long time. Biengu was completely exhausted. Yu Yu's face was flushed, but not from embarrassment, but because it was so cold. Her breath kept puffing out white smoke. Where is this? Biengu, worried about Yu Yu's safety, followed her after she left the building. Suddenly, she bumped into a leg as thick as iron. This person must be one of the 20,000 troops Yi Si went to surround. Where did this refugee come from? You could tell at a glance this person wasn't from the Central Plains. He was too tall. Suddenly, the barbarian kicked out with a force even greater than Yi Si's. With a bang, the kick landed on Biengu, who had followed Yu Yu. Biengu became Yu Yu's meat shield. Oh my god, I knew I should have stayed put and grazed instead of following her. Yu Yu, in pain from the kick, rolled on the ground. Biengu instantly earned grievance points for Yu Yu, making her furious. Grievance points at home. Biengu was going crazy. At home, thanks to Biengu, she'd earned almost 30 points already. The top spot on the leaderboard was hers. Yu Yu coughed twice, spitting up blood. Biengu stood up, shaking his head like a dog paddling. Yu Yu also sat up. She thought, even if Yi Si were to beat me, even if he were to stick nails in me, he wouldn't hit me this hard. This kick was much harder than anything Yi Si had done. This time, I'm really angry. Biengu sensed an aura of death emanating from Yu Yu. Animals have stronger senses than humans. Biengu was frightened. Grievance points sensed fear. Grievance points made his fur stand on end. Yu Yu's face was contorted with rage. I'm going to tear them to shreds. Meanwhile, the top grievance points contributor, Biengu, trembled with fear, his eyes rolling back as he watched the barbarian tribe in the distance. This time, she finally learned not to pull Biengu's fur. She learned to use the rope. Don't be afraid, Biengu. Let's go see them. The girl, though only 3 years old, exuded a creepy, adult-like cunning. To get revenge for the kick, Yu Yu decided to take Biengu with her. Yu Yu gently patted Biengu to don't say a word. Don't let them find us. Biengu's eyes nearly rolled out of his head in exasperation. If I could talk, I wouldn't be bullied by you like this. Come with me now. Biengu knew that was the enemy camp. If they were discovered, they were dead. But Biengu's strength was no match for Yu Yu's. So, with tears in his eyes, Biengu resentfully followed Yu Yu, mentally adding to her grievance points. Yu Yu had already snuck into the camp from behind. There were many guards in front, but they seemed unconcerned about anyone attacking, just chatting amongst themselves. Yu Yu peeked her head out to observe the surroundings and overheard the barbarian general's important message. The general is truly wise. The 2,000 soldiers of the Bio army are fighting a losing battle against our 20,000 troops at the front. Then, we'll seize the opportunity and catch them off guard for a decisive victory. Killing Yi Si would be a great achievement. Oh dear, they want to kill that masked man. Let's ask the system. System, do you know how to take out this army? Eliminating the 5,000 Khitan heavy cavalry requires 50,000 points. You don't even have 500, so don't even think about it. Yu Yu sat there, counting on her fingers. They have 5,000 men, and they're Khitan heavy cavalry. It takes 50,000 points to deal with them, and I don't have nearly enough. Yu Yu didn't know what to do. She couldn't just stand by and watch them kill the masked man. Wait a minute. E.T., they're heavy cavalry. Heavy cavalry needs horses. And Khitan horses, like the ones back home, love to have their manes braided. Yu Yu pulled Biengu, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, forward. There's no harm in comparing. The war horses of other countries were generally 2 meters tall. Biengu once again offered up grievance points. Hello, horsies. But the Khitan horses seemed aloof, ignoring Yu Yu. If gentle persuasion didn't work, she'd resort to force. Yu Yu lunged forward, hugging a horse's leg and performing a backflip. A child less than a meter tall tripped a 2-meter giant. With a thud, the horse collapsed. Biengu watched in stunned silence. It's a good thing I've always listened to Yu Yu. Biengu's shock added 5 grievance points. Yu Yu grabbed a handful of the horse's mane. Biengu, give me a boost. Having witnessed Yu Yu's strength, Biengu obediently lay down so Yu Yu could climb onto his back. Yu Yu stood on tiptoe. She used the horsehair she just pulled to tie up their legs, but it broke immediately. Oh, I think I remember. I remember one horse's hair was very strong. Yu Yu gave a wicked smile. It scared Biengu so much he broke out in a cold sweat. What made a 3-year-old girl have such a sinister expression? This left Biengu, who dared not make a sound, unable to run or cry out. Suddenly, the system also sensed Yu Yu's evil intent. Spend 100 points to experience the joy of one-click completion. High-tech. There's also a one-click American-style completion. Yu Yu jumped up and tapped with with her little hand, decisively choosing the option. Congratulations, host. Executing the task of completing the original plot. Deducting 100 points. Entering Tuagam mode. Yu Yu's mind exploded when she heard automatic mode. Didn't you say one-click completion? Damn it, you tricked me again. Yu Yu seemed to lose control as her hands moved on their own. Sitting on Biengu's back, she frantically pulled at his hair. If Biengu could talk, he would definitely have cursed using the most foul language imaginable. After pulling out the hair, she levitated and tied up the horse's legs, repeating the previous actions. Biengu thought that if he stood up, Yu Yu wouldn't be able to reach him. He didn't expect Yu Yu could fly. She repeated the process, tying up the chitin horses. The other horses didn't neigh, they just stared wide-eyed at Yu Yu. Seeing Biengu's tearful agony, Yu Yu felt helplessness for the first time. One after another, she tied them up like radishes or vegetables. 2 hours later, only one horse remained. Once the system finished its automatic mode, it would end. By this point, Yu Yu was so tired she could barely stand. Finally, only the last horse remained. Yu Yu never imagined the system would be so persistent, refusing to stop until every horse was tied. Just one left. Damn it, I'll tie a bow on this last one. After arranging them in rows, she was finally done. Yu Yu wiped the sweat from her face. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Yu Yu's eyes were heavy with sleep, her dark circles as big as durians. With a thud, she collapsed on the ground. She desperately wanted to get up, because if she slept here, she would definitely be discovered. If the Chitons knew she was the one who tied up their horses, she would be dead for sure. Biengu, nearly bald, looked at the almost dead-tired Yu Yu on the ground and once again offered up emotional grave soil. The reason he was given to her was to protect Yu Yu's safety. At the same time, he also had to protect his own safety, lest he be played to death by Yu Yu. Biengu picked up Yu Yu. As a horse, he had to be her top supporter. He had to collect her corpse again. He stumbled, his back hitting the ground with a thud. Yu Yu once again clutched Biengu's hair. Biengu was undoubtedly the most pitiful character in the whole story. It was now very late. The Liang Kingdom's attention was focused on dealing with Yi Si's 2,000 men. They didn't notice that their kitchen had been completely taken care of by Yu Yu. Biengu silently and safely ran out of the camp. Yu Yu once again made Biengu feel afraid. Don't come near me. The reason Biengu was so afraid of Yu Yu was because last night, Yu Yu pulled out his hair. Sitting and pulling wasn't enough. She had to fly and pull. He finally had a chance to rest, but she wouldn't even let go of his hair while sleeping. Who wouldn't be afraid? Because of being controlled by the system yesterday, Yu Yu was so exhausted she slept until now. Opening her eyes, she found herself in unfamiliar surroundings. She noticed a glass of milk on the table. Hee, this must be for me. I won't be polite. Yu was just guessing, but it really was milk. Finally, something to eat. While drinking the milk, she looked at her points in a way. How did I suddenly accumulate over 100,000 points? Let me see who gave me all these. Biengu feels wronged. Grievance points. Biengu feels wronged. Grievance points. How are they all grievance points? There are also fear points. Little brother Biengu performed well yesterday. But why is it that only Biengu provides points? Don't other animals count? Wait, there are new people. I don't seem to recognize them. Wang Ermao feels shocked. Points. Zhang Xiaoyong feels surprised. Points. How is Yi even on here? I haven't seen him since that time. Yi always wears a mask. His points are always +1. How strange. It's strange how they contributed chicken powder. Yu Yu stifled a laugh while drinking milk. This matter is definitely not simple. Yu Yu finished one cup after another. When she picked up the cup again, it was strange. I poured 2 more bowls, but the milk pitcher didn't empty. Could this small copper pot be bottomless? I don't believe it. I'll drink. When Yu Yu put down the cup again, she had lost count of how many cups she'd drunk. I really can't drink anymore. A loud burp escaped Yu Yu, sounding like a fart. This little iron kettle really is bottomless. So satisfying. Biengu was lying by the bed, sleeping like a dog. Don't horses sleep standing up? Yu Yu found it strange, and he seemed to be sleeping even more comfortably than she was. Yu Yu remembered that if it weren't for Biengu last night, she might not have made it back. Just as she was about to touch Biengu, he jumped up with lightning speed. He looked like he'd seen some ferocious beast, backing away several steps. If he could talk, he'd definitely be saying, "Stay away. Please don't pull my hair out again." Just like that, the dead lamp fell to the ground. Not only did it fall, but it landed on the blanket, the most flammable thing around. Biengu was scared witless, jumping around inside the tent, not knowing what to do. Yu initially tried to stomp out the fire with her foot, but fire isn't so easily extinguished. Now the fire had reached the roof. Yu tug hard on Biengu's mane. Run, you silly horse. Even though you're missing a patch of hair, I won't leave you behind. These words, coupled with having his tail pulled, successfully increased his point from 5 to 17. Help. Help! There's a fire inside. Someone come put it out. It was as if she'd set the fire herself and planned to set more. What would possess a 3-year-old girl to set fire to a mountain on her first day up there? Ruru's being blamed for it was too much even for Yi to bear. He had been serious, but in the next second, he revealed a look of disgust. Drag her out and deal with her. Don't let me see this troublemaker again. Actually, Biengu was the one who knew who started the fire, but Yu's previous actions made Biengu understandably afraid. Yu escaped with a face covered in soot. Luckily, she escaped quickly. Otherwise, she would have been toast. Biengu, following Yu, suffered greatly. First, his hair was pulled, then he was burned by fire. This time, shaving his head was unavoidable. Suddenly, Yu looked at the snowy mountains outside. They were exceptionally magnificent. So beautiful. These mountains and rivers are amazing. Yu's clothes were already worn and tattered, and now, scorched by the fire, they were even more damaged. But Yu didn't seem to care. What girl doesn't love beauty? Yu is so pitiful, but seeing her house on fire, suddenly, Yu didn't seem so pitiful anymore. It was just funny. Oh, so we're in an army camp. No wonder we have such nice housing. Looking down at the rows of buildings and the people specifically tasked with delivering fruit, while other parts of the camp were filled with the Black Iron Cavalry. Just the name, Black Iron Cavalry, suggests their fierceness. As the name suggests, 2,000 can fight too and still have energy to spare. No wonder they're called the Black Iron Cavalry. Although Yu had been reincarnated 3 times, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. It was so magnificent. Suddenly, Yu, her face covered in dust, noticed something. Several imposing men approached. Come with us. Their fierce and menacing appearance made Yu a little scared. Arriving at the army's meeting hall, the bearded man before them was the Deputy General, Wu Ji. He was complaining, I hadn't even brought myself to stay in the little wooden cabin, and now one has been burned down. Another Deputy General, Ming Zhouhong, said with a grin, it burned down all right. And the 2 adjacent cabins' outer walls are blackened too. We finally got Biengu's account settled, and it's almost New Year's. The soldiers are all happily waiting for their leave. Deputy General Li Xingyan, sitting in the back, scratched his head that I promised the soldiers under my command that whoever killed the most enemies would get to stay there. They all complained, one after another. General, you can't raise your daughter in the army camp. We should send her to the capital. Let her cause trouble for them. Finally, Yin Fuwan spoke up. Can you all shut up? Can't you see that Boss Yi is annoyed? I haven't seen General Yi without that ghost mask. How would I know if he's annoyed or not? Yu knelt beside Biengu, watching the system add points one by one. Wu Ji felt he'd lost 8 million. Points added. Wu Ji, heartache, +8. There was also Zhouhong. Watching the show, points added, +5. So this grinning man was Zhouhong. It seemed he was quite happy that she had burned down the house. Just then, Zhouhong seemed to notice Yu staring at him. This little brat is interesting. General, the burnt cabin is a permanent loss. Every time our soldiers pass by before it's rebuilt, it'll pain their hearts. And watching you feel their pain gives me points. Yu, see a business opportunity here. Isn't this a perpetual points machine? Yi seriously asked Yu, Luo Ingyu, did you really set the fire? Actually, Yi asked this to give Yu a chance to explain. But Yu, seeing the points accumulating in her internal management system, declared, I did it. I'll do it again tomorrow. Brave Yu isn't afraid of difficulties. I've memorized the blood vessels. Yu's words made Yi so angry his hand almost trembled. I gave you a chance, and you wasted it. The Deputy General, hearing this, was furious, almost going mad. Zhouhong watched from the side, enjoying the scene. Deputy General Li Xingyan, he said, we should send her to the capital to bother the emperor. Yu, watching her points increase, was practically jumping for joy, especially since the top contributor on the rankings just added 20 points. If you want to farm points, you have to rely on Biengu. Yu giggled at her points, but no one else could see them. Yi sitting above, thought, is Yu an idiot? Someone, take her away and give her a bath. Get this troublemaker out of my sight. Yu finally got to wear her New Year clothes, but she could tell at a glance that the fabric was special. I have to go show everyone, she thought, and dashed off. But nice clothes weren't enough. She also needed a nice, hot bath. These two will be my personal maids from now on. She thought point one is called Dongmei, and the other is called Chushua. Yu had never been pampered like this before. It felt amazing. Then, Chushua casually asked, "Young miss, were you lost in the Han Liao kingdom, and then found by the general?" I fell from the sky. Like plop, smashed right onto the ground. Unexpectedly, this answer earned her 15 points from Dongmei and a whopping 33 from Chushua. These untrained maids are so easy to manipulate. Yu thought, wait, why are you all calling me young miss? It's all over the camp that you're General Ye's daughter. General Yi is the master of the Yi army, so you're naturally the young Mississippi. The young miss must be exceptionally talented, perhaps even the next commander of the Yi army. Come to think of it, we've all served the young Mississippi. Yu thought, that masked man really is treating me like his daughter. By the way, young miss, what's your name? Dongmei quickly urged, giving Chushua a nudge. Chushua, you can't just ask the master's name. It's okay. My name is Luo Yingyu. You can also call me Yu. General Yi is truly remarkable. He has a weight. Why is your surname Luo? Chushua was curious. Could the young miss have taken her mother's surname? Yu was waiting for this S.O. General Yi was cuckolded. This statement shocked the two maids, their jaws almost dropping. All points increased by 88. One of them was worth several of those outside. The maids quickly changed the subject. For the young miss to be taken in by General Yi, you must be exceptionally gifted. Yes, we were refugees before. We were taken in as maids because of our good performance. For the young miss to be immediately recognized as his daughter, you must be extraordinary. Yu, dressed in her new clothes, hopped around adorably. This doesn't seem like fabric for children's clothes, does it? The young miss has a good eye. This is fabric the emperor bestowed upon our general. I really like that masked boy. He's all right. I'm going to run out and show everyone. Why is Biengu here too? He looks quite pleased. Seems like he's also waiting for new clothes. Yu kicked Biengu, reminding him to stop dreaming that you're a horse. What new clothes are you getting? Biengu contributed more points. It's you again, you little rascal. Always bullying me. Hey, I took the blame for you in the meeting hall. Aren't you going to thank me? Thank you? If it weren't for you, would I have been so scared that I bumped into the brazier? Yu could sense the fluctuating points. I don't care. You're taking me out shopping today. Biengu nodded frantically. No problem. Whatever you say. Biengu, after his bath, looked quite different. How many people would Yu torment on this outing? What makes a mischievous child with boundless energy look so amusing? That's right. Today I'm going to attract everyone's attention with this appearance. She had planned a fun day out, but she didn't expect it to be so cold outside. Dongmei and Biengu shivered in the room, afraid to go out. Biengu expressed his frozen state with increased points. There's no helping you, silly horse. She called for Dongmei to bring a piece of cloth. I'll dress you up all pretty. Then you won't be able to move. Biengu didn't expect Yu, who usually only caused trouble, to be so nice to him today. He was so touched. He gave her another point, making her the top contributor. Let's go shopping now and dazzle everyone. Won't our husband be cold sitting at the door? Hey, General Yin, what are you thinking about? Oh, it's Yu. You look especially pretty in your new clothes. But, little general, you can't call me General Yin. You have to call me General Fu. Yu was puzzled. Why? Isn't your last name Yin? General Fu patted Yu's head. The reason isn't something I can explain in a few words. Just call me General Fu. Because of the cold air, the pat generated static electricity. Yu's hair now resembled an afro. Little general, are you looking for General Yi? He should be in his study. If you're going out, tell him first. Suddenly, Biengu felt the urge to laugh. His attempt to suppress his laughter was amusing. But when they looked directly at Yu, they couldn't help but laugh. No wonder Biengu couldn't hold back. Arriving at Yi-Si's study, Yi-Si was studying the terrain layout, but kept muttering Luo Yingyu. When he arrived at the scene, he saw 1,000 horses tied to toilets. He couldn't understand how Yu alone could control 5,000 mounts in the enemy camp. That kid must have a secret. Suddenly, Yu poked her head in, her hair still a frizz. Yi-Si noticed her, but didn't look directly at her. What do you want? They all call me Little General, don't they? You are if you want to be. You're not if you don't want to be. Is this camp safe? This is a military camp. It's the safest place in the entire northern Yu kingdom. Yu rubbed her fingers together. Can I look around? Go on. If you're here to waste my time, leave. Yu Yu immediately understood. Okay, let's go, Biengu. I didn't expect the masked man to be so agreeable. He's not angry and even lets me be the little general. This is the living quarters of the military camp. After the horse-tying incident and the fire, Yu Yu had accumulated over 120,000 points. She was less than 80,000 points away from her goal. If everyone in this camp gave me 1 point, wouldn't that be enough? Hee, so close, everyone. Contribute your emotions. It was the girl's first time out shopping, and she received so many gifts. Having received permission from the general to go out, Yu Yu took Biengu to the market. She had planned to attract attention with her newly styled hair. But before she could even start, Biengu gave her a point, almost choking him in the process due to her tight clothes. Biengu was in pain and cursed internally. Although this town couldn't compare to Jincheng, the wooden furniture and other items were quite nice. As soon as Yu Yu arrived, people crowded around her. Before Yu could even start causing mischief, the villagers were already giving her points. Is that the little general? All the children in the military camp were taken to Lingzhou. Who else could it be but the little general? The little general's hairstyle is so trendy. I've never seen anything like it. Is this the legendary messy beauty? Little general, if you don't mind, I'll roast a sweet potato for you. Hee, this is a bit embarrassing. I actually came here to cause trouble. Before Yu Yu could finish laughing, the person disappeared in a flash, then reappeared in a line within her sight. Within seconds, Yu Yu returned, laden with gifts. Haha, I originally came to cause trouble and earn points, but I didn't expect the villagers' enthusiasm to give me so many. Alright, I'll spare you this time. One's mouth is short when eating others' food, and one's hands are soft when taking others' gifts. It's a bit embarrassing. You can all go back to your work. I'm just looking around, walking down the street. Even though this was the north, the blacksmiths had everything from food to drink. By the way, is that excavator used for making weapons? It makes sense. The water is mostly frozen in winter. They have to put the iron tools in ice to melt them, or bury them in sand to fix them. Men weaving and women farming was the custom here. Making weapons with an excavator at this time. Are they preparing for war? I remember when I passed by the masked man's room earlier, he was looking at a map of the imperial city. It was so detailed that it even marked how many tunnels there were in the palace. Wait, the masked man? Could he be planning a rebellion? At this moment, the masked man put down what he was doing and came to the scene to investigate. It had only been a short while, but the fire had already spread this far. And Biengu's hair is normally fire-resistant, but this time it's completely charred. The milk jug is here too, and the milk inside is completely gone. This is a bit strange. There's enough milk in here to last a lifetime. Wait, why is the eternal flame here? No wonder the cabin burned like this. Last night, after finding Biengu and bringing Yu Yu back, General Liu came over here and said he wanted to make some embers for warmth. I didn't think much of it at the time and just used the eternal flame. This explains everything. I knew it. To prevent anyone from disturbing Yu Yu's sleep, I even set up a barrier to reduce noise by half. But now, she's been burned by the eternal flame until there's not a single hair left. It turns out I'm the culprit behind the burning of the cabin. Then Yi Si's emotions fluctuated. He suddenly increased the sound and quickly extinguished the eternal flame. Otherwise, it could have melted the icebergs here. Yu Yu, having received points, also came over. She thought the system was malfunctioning, but she didn't expect the masked man to actually be here. She immediately ran forward and hugged Yi Si's stomach. Oh, so you really are here. You see, I didn't want to say much, but in the next second, Yu Yu fearlessly shouted, "Daddy." Not only did she shout, but her hands were also charged with static electricity. This time, Yu Yu is done for. Will General Yi throw her upside down like last time? Or nail her with dragon nails again? A girl had 10 iron nails inserted into her waist. Removing one nail reduces her lifespan by 10 years. 10 nails mean 100 years. If they aren't removed, she can live for another 3 years. If all of them are removed, she'll die tomorrow. But the girl remained optimistic about life. She always found different ways to make everyone laugh. Today, she finally got to wear new clothes and planned to surprise everyone. But she didn't expect her hair to have static electricity. The more she touched it, the more static it became. She's a walking generator. The masked man didn't seem to think it was anything special. Bamake was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Even a masked man, as Biengu's owner, had never seen him laugh like this. Laughing at my frizzy hair? You don't even have any hair. These words dealt a critical emotional blow to Biengu. Points plus 99. Now only the masked man is left. Daddy, what about you? Well, I'm not your daddy, You're so unwilling to have me as your dad, so I'll be your daddy instead. At this moment, Yi Si had the urge to kill her. He silently contributed emotional fluctuation points. +1. Now Yu has earned 123,000 points. She'll reach 200,000 soon. Keep up the good work. Suddenly, General Yi stood up. Yu thought General Yi was angry. He reached out and touched her back, startling her. You pervert! What are you doing? Let go of me. Believe it or not, I'll spit you into the atmosphere. He pulled a small dragon nail doll from Yu's pocket. That you're not so simple. You even knew to keep this thing. His gaze frightened Yu, and she quickly covered her back. Yi Si chuckled. Look how scared you are. You're so wary of me. How do I know you won't put them back in me? Undoing one dragon nail costs 10 years of my life. Why would I be so free as to nail you again? Yu's eyes widened as she realized undoing the dragon nails really did cost her lifespan. She started crying. When you're old, I'll take care of you. I'll provide for you in your old age and see you off when you die. What are you talking about? It's not my lifespan that's being consumed. It's yours. Then I cried for nothing. Suddenly, Yi Si grabbed Yu. Come with me. He pulled back the bed covers. Yu was like a toy in Yi Si's hands. Suddenly, he pressed her down and pulled open her back, revealing all the nails. Yu thought Yi Si was going to do something to her. She screamed louder than a pig. You old pervert. What are you doing? Let me go. Believe it or not, I'll spit you into the atmosphere. Hey, are you crazy? Who's interested in a green sea urchin like you? I'm looking at your seal. Upon hearing it was about the seal, Yu's eyes lit up. Okay, Daddy, please hurry up and pull out the rest of the nails. The more he looked, the more dragon sandstone nails he saw. The creation process of these nails was clearly not simple. It's a bit difficult to undo this dragon sandstone seal. After all, it's the most powerful seal in the world. I'm powerless. If the seal isn't undone, you can only live for another 3 years at most. If it's forcibly removed, you'll die tomorrow. This time, Yu is truly terrified that I'm doomed. Either way, it's death. When a girl possesses the Super Saiyan 2 lightning form and combines it with the Dragon Sandstone Seal of Pain, what will happen? The combination of pain and a Super Saiyan created Luo in Yu. Yu was informed again that, having been implanted with dragon suppression nails, she only had 3 years to live. But hadn't Yi Si already removed one of the suppression nails for her before? Is there really no other way? The seal on the one I removed before was already loose. I've checked the remaining 6, and they can't be pulled out at all. After hearing this, Yu's hair drooped, mirroring her despondent mood. Her hair actually changes according to her mood. How'd she do that? It's a pity the seals are still in place. I can't tell what kind of monster she is. Under normal circumstances, implanted suppression nails shouldn't loosen unless something special has happened, like someone enhancing your physique, for example. Yu instantly perked up. I know. My hair stands up, just like a Super Saiyan. This startled Yi Si, who was seeing this for the first time. If I keep getting stronger, like a Super Saiyan, won't the other 6 nails loosen up so I can take them out? Theoretically, yes. But do you remember the 3 soul sealing nails in your head? Those nails suppress your bloodline and aptitude. Cultivating will be thousands, even tens of thousands of times harder for you. That's nothing. Brave Yu isn't afraid of difficulties. Hearing that there was still hope to break the seals, Yu became even more determined. Yi Si stood up and walked towards the milk jug. Dragon sandstone seals only affect gods and demons. They are the most evil and powerful seals in the world. Breaking them is extremely difficult. Yi Si was about to pour Yu some milk and comfort her, but the next second, Uncle, why is the milk in this copper pot never-ending? Yi Si instantly bristled. What did you call me? He suddenly felt that showing pity for her was a mistake. Didn't you tell me not to call you Daddy? Yi Si's masked face darkened with anger. But you shouldn't call me Uncle either. Well, then Uncle Yi Si. That's right. This little girl couldn't be given an inch. He quickly changed the subject. It's a pocket dimension. Basically, another type of seal. This pot can store a fixed amount of liquid indefinitely. Enough for you to drink for 10 years. Though I don't know if you'll live that long. Whether I live that long or not is my business. Here, drink up and go to sleep. I'm going back. Suddenly, Yu grabbed Yi Si as he was about to leave. You haven't given me back my suppression nail. Give it back. The scene froze. The nails sealing me are definitely good stuff. I'm not giving them to anyone. I have to collect them all. This little kid was quite clever, knowing the suppression nail was valuable and wanted to keep it. Since she asked for it, he couldn't refuse. Yu Yu took the nail. Maybe with this, I can buy an apartment in the capital. Looking at Yu Yu's smiling face, Yi Si felt annoyed. The next morning, it wasn't snowing, but the weather was still cold. I'm still 70,000 points short. If only I could go out and deal with some Han and Liao soldiers. Haha, but I still have 3 years. Even if I only get 1 point a day, I'll make it. The masked man alone gives me enough points with his mood swings. Not to mention the occasional critical hit. We should always have hope for the future, right? Haha, are they digging a foundation? It started yesterday. Why isn't it finished yet? Hurry up, or I'll dock your pay. Yu Yu had caused trouble again. How should I put this? You'll forgive me, right? Yu Yu, dressed in new clothes, went out and bumped into a bearded deputy general. The little general is wearing new clothes. Very nice. Haha, just like a big green radish. What? Yu Yu was completely furious. She finally looked nice for once, only to be compared to that. Looking at Biengu's smirking face, they both burst into laughter. Her little fist couldn't be contained any longer. She took 2 steps back. Something bad was about to happen. That you're the ones who look like green radishes. Your whole family looks like green radishes. With a powerful punch, BM. If it had landed on an ordinary person, they would be done for. Because of the force, Yu Yu couldn't stop herself and fell into the wet cement along with the deputy general. The onlookers were stunned. Isn't the little general strong? Even the deputy general was knocked down. Yu Yu didn't care. Bam, bam, bam. She stomped on the deputy general's stomach repeatedly, making him almost cry out in pain. After beating him, Yu Yu wiped her little face. That'll teach you to bully me. Did I bully you? Everyone around was speechless. Who was bullying whom, exactly? Biengu was questioning his life choices, his doubt points increasing by 9. Arriving in the main hall, he complained to Yisi, "Boss, I was just joking with the little general, and look what he did to me. Look at her. She doesn't look like a general at all. Covered in mud, she's ruined her new clothes. What a waste." Biengu got it the worst though, soaking wet and without any dignity. Seeing Yu Yu like this, Yisi sighed in exasperation. I knew she couldn't go a single day without causing trouble. Once again, Yisi silently contributed some points. He teleported in front of Yu Yu, startling her with his speed. Did I s that even humanly possible? She wondered. Both Biengu and Yu Yu were silent, but inwardly they both thought he started it. It's not my fault. Yisi didn't bother asking. He simply grabbed the 2 troublemakers and tossed them out. Biengu, being heavier, landed first. Yu Yu followed with a heavy thud, landing right on top of him. This gave Biengu a whole new kind of impact. Biengu's mental breakdown points increased by 99. His existential dread points also increased by 99. Wow, that's 198 points right there. Add in Yisi's, and that's 200. Hey, I actually made a profit today. Only Yu Yu could manage to infuriate a grown man like this. After causing trouble, she'd planned to act cute and beg Yisi for forgiveness. But all she got was a disgusted, "Get off. You're going to crush Biengu." Suddenly, Yu Yu was also thrown out. She quickly dodged. I can't handle being squashed by that guy. Yu Yu landed on Biengu, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Biengu's deputy general points plummeted by 9. Biengu was truly miserable. Staring up at a 45-degree angle, he felt like death was beckoning. His critical hit points increased by 99. He turned to look at Yu Yu, wanting to say something. But Yu Yu stuck her tongue out at him. Bleg. That's what you get for tattling, she said, acting like a 3-year-old. You're such a tattletale. Biengu, who often enjoyed watching the drama unfold, walked over. Look at you, arguing with a child. No wonder General Yi threw you out like one. Yu Yu returned to her room and started her bath ritual again. Biengu also went to wash up. Being covered in mud is so uncomfortable. I'll catch a cold. That you general is really something. It's not our little general's fault. Exactly. I'm just a 3-year-old. Why are they so serious? Besides, you who started it. That's right. It's all you general's fault. Wendong's host supporting points increased by 9. Chu Shiwe's enthusiastic agreement points also increased by 9. Biengu realized these 2 were his biggest fans. No need to worry about points anymore. Wendong, Chu Shiwe, you're the best, right? Our little general has been through so much today. I'll make you some braised pork. At the mention of braised pork, Yu Yu's eyes lit up and she started drooling. Yu Yu quickly finished bathing and changed into a similar new outfit. Knife and fork in hand, she sat down and waited. Come, little general, this is my first time making braised pork. Try it. It looks delicious. It must be good. Having only been in this world for a few days, Yu Yu was already receiving this kind of treatment. It was heavenly. Well, I won't be polite. Suddenly, Yu Yu's hair drooped. I should have known. This awful place couldn't possibly have decent food. Chu Shue lowered her head. Little general, do you think it's tasty? There's plenty more in the pot. Yu Yu panicked. In a way, there's more? No, I can't spit it out in front of them. That would be rude. She quickly ran outside. Little general, your hair's still wet. It's freezing out there. Come back. Little general, at least have lunch before you go play. Yu Yu, dragging Biengu, said, No, I'm not hungry. I remember the hen is laying eggs today. I need to go comfort her. The man's back was covered in tattoos. The tattoos symbolized his tribe, but these days, identifying oneself through tattoos wasn't common anymore. Yu Yu, having just snuck out, saw this scene. How did I end up at the training grounds? There's nothing fun here. She saw Biengu training the soldiers. Therapy is also a form of training. I know what you're all worried about. No legion has ever accepted refugees. Refugees have always been looked down upon, treated like slaves, or even killed. Hearing this, the refugees became even more afraid. This also made Yu Yu worried from the side. Can these people really join the army? You're not confident, afraid to face life, and have lost the pursuit of strength. You just want to be freeloading vermin. But what about the refugees? Do they deserve to die, be driven away, be slaughtered, and be exiled? Have you forgotten? You once had your own homes and beliefs. I also came from the refugees. Not just me. 80% of the soldiers in the Nightless Army were selected from the refugees. Even the Nightless Army's heavy cavalry, which terrifies the entire capital, has more than half of its members from different refugee tribes. If you don't believe me, go ask those soldiers who are training, those warriors fighting for the entire Northern Right. Does the same blood flow through their veins as yours? They were all once refugees, just like you. But now, each one is a battle-hardened cavalryman, capable of fighting 10 men. Even outside, they would easily be generals. But here, we only accept the strong. Yu Yu, who was playing on the ground, heard these words. So many soldiers were once refugees. What did they go through to become what they are now? No wonder their points are so low. The deputy general took off his clothes. I'll show you something, and you'll all understand. Do you see the totem behind me? I'm sure you all recognize it. It's the totem of a tribe. My tribe was destroyed years ago, but the descendants of the tribe live on. Hearing this, the refugees' hearts finally became firm. Right, the tribe is gone, but the descendants are not. The deputy general's actions moved Yu Yu to tears. This is so thoughtful, so touching. I was taken in by General Yi Ci 5 years ago. I spent 5 years, from a useless nobody, struggling all the way to become the commander of the Nightless Army's mounted archers. One of the 3 fiercest generals of the Nightless Army. I can do it. Why can't you? So everyone, train with peace of mind. The reason these lines were delivered so well was because they had been spoken hundreds of times, but they were still very effective. Yu Yu originally wanted to secretly follow the deputy general and earn some points, but she saw the deputy general drop a piece of paper. Could this be a cheat sheet? She immediately picked it up to see what it was. I guessed right. It's a cheat sheet. It's exactly the same as what General Li just said. At this moment, a small hand tapped the back of Yu Yu, who was lying on the ground. Donc, goi ikjitidli. Point plus wine. Little girl, what's your name? Who are your parents? This person was Dongwa Yi, the one who just gave out points. He was inexplicably excited. 10 iron nails were inserted into the girl's back. She can live for at most 3 more years. However, her body was incredibly strong. Even adults were no match for her. Yu Yu jumped up and hit his knee. The name Dongwa, he just doesn't sound like a good guy. He also deliberately asked Yu Yu's name and who her parents were. Wasn't this a precursor to child trafficking? Little girl, why aren't you talking? What do you want to do by asking these questions? What's my name to you? As soon as she said this, Dongwa Yi was inwardly annoyed. Point plus 20. This was even more than Biengu's points. Little sister, how can you be so rude? You ran here without permission. If these bad uncles catch you, they'll eat you. Bad uncles? Was this person saying the officers of the Nightless Army were bad people? How would he think that? There must be something wrong with this person. Suddenly, he said this place was dangerous. These people around here are not good. Yu Yu wiped her nose. What was this guy up to? He was acting so strange. And he said Yi Ci's troops were bad people. It seemed he wasn't simple. Suddenly, a stream of snot shot out, landing directly on Dong Guiyi's clothes. There's snot on my hand, too. My clothes are too expensive. Use your clothes to wipe it. After wiping her hand, Yu suddenly became very obedient. Oh, you really want to know my name? At this moment, Dong Guiyi's fury soared. Points plus 99. Fei Fei, good job. That's the feeling. Dongwa, he felt like he was about to turn evil. Yes, of course I want to know your name. And I also want to eat. How about you come with me? I'll buy you candy. Tell uncle your name after you get the candy. Okay. Fortunately, Yu had the emotional point system. Now the system had told Yu that Dongwa he intended to kill. Blood points plus 33. Suddenly, black flames erupted from Dong Guiyi's hand. Forget it. I'll just kill you secretly now. No one will find out. Yu was surprised and also sparked with electricity. This was the rhythm of transformation. This person, like the masked man, had cultivation. Dong Guiyi's hand was blocked by Yu's electricity. He was instantly repelled several meters. Since you want to attack me, then taste my super iron fist. There's no way. Yu is only 3 years old. She could barely manage to hit Dong Guiyi. Dong Guiyi's ribs cracked from the pain. He rolled on the ground, crying for his mother. No way. She's just a little kid. How can she have so much strength? Commander, help. She's trying to kill me. Is it no justice? Dong Guiyi's yelling attracted a lot of attention. At this time, the leading officer walked over. What's wrong with you again? Why are you always causing trouble? Dong Guiyi pointed at Yu and started ranting that aren't you knightless army, supposed to be the strictest, the most just legion? But why does the little general beat and scold me, even try to kill me, and you all turn a blind eye? Just because she's the little general, she's superior and can kill anyone she wants. Based on this, Yu could be certain he was doing this on purpose. You want to make other people think Yi Jiang was a bad place. What a hypocrite. He was clearly the one who wanted to kill me first. Dong Guiyi pointed at Yu while ranting. The little general is actually just a stray picked up by Yi Si. Oh my god. This time, Yu was completely enraged. She threw a punch. Your whole family are strays. This made everyone around come to watch the commotion. What's going on? Why are they fighting? And the little general is actually pinning down a grown man. She swung her fists, wildly point 80 points. Another 80 points. Who can stand this? If it were an ordinary person, they'd be dead by now. The onlookers watched as their points increased. They haven't been trained. The points are just added on. Let's get some more while we can. Time to wrap up. Thanks for the support, everyone. Next time, I'll show you a backflip. At this moment, the deputy general rushed over. Little general, stop it. Zhou Hong, what are you doing here? General, Yi asked me to get you. You're always causing trouble. It seems he's really angry this time. Yi is truly angry now. Take this, my international hand gesture of contempt. Right after beating up Dong Yi, she was summoned by the masked man to the main hall for interrogation that I really don't understand. You have to believe me. I'm only 3 years old. How could I have that much strength? He just fell down on his own. But who would believe that? You're 3 years old, yes, but you have the strength to kill a cow. How can we believe he wasn't beaten by you? Little general, why did you hit him for no reason? I'm just a little young, but I'm not stupid. He called me a stray first. Yi Si, who was getting a bit angry, didn't seem so old. What's her name? Why did you verbally attack the little general? My name is Li Xinliang. I'm 20 years old. Zhou Hong was surprised. What did you say your name was? Which Xin and which Liang? Which tribe are you from? The Xin from Eisenjoro, the Liang from Pillar of the State. I lost my family when I was 5. I don't know what tribe I'm from. Then you're lying. The system clearly says his name is Donghua. The system doesn't make mistakes. Haha, quickly go get Li Xin Yuan. His brother has been found. What? He's General Li's brother? But they don't look alike. Zhou Hong nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The name, age, and the details about him being lost all match up. No wonder. Li Xin Yuan had been searching for his brother for years. Now he was finally found. Yu became even more worried, and the imposter was still crying there. Yu secretly glanced at the masked man. Why are you so calm seeing this? Never mind him. I have the system to help me. System, what's Dong Guiyi's real identity? Execute query. Dong Guiyi's identity. Intelligence extraction, 10,000 points. Intelligence overview extraction, 500 points. Please choose. My blue sky. I only have 125,000 points saved up. You're asking for 10,000 points just for some information? That's outrageous. Choose or not. Yu was so angry she wanted to curse. Fine, I'll choose option 2. Knowing the general idea should be enough. Ding 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 ding, conscious system, meaning spy. Oh, now I know the general idea. Now, the more she looked at Donghua Yi, the angrier she got. I should have hit him a few more times. No, I have to suppress my anger. Suppress it. I'm a child. I'm not afraid. He's not General Li's brother at all. His name isn't Li Xinliang either. His real name is Donghua. He's an actor. Donghua Yi's hands started sweating. The deputy general quickly let go of his hand. The deputy general quickly knelt on the ground, his whole body trembling as he looked at Yu. I should have used my full power to kill that little general. Donghua Yi was in disbelief. Points plus 99. Donghua Yi was terrified. Points plus 99. You're slandering me again. You attacked me and tried to kill me, and now you're framing me. You're a demon. Just you wait. My brotherly Xin Yuan will not let you off. I'm a child. I can't handle so much reasoning. Anyway, Uncle Yi Ci, do you believe him or do you believe me? At this moment, Yi Ci's emotional fluctuation score increased by 1. Since you say he's faking it, kill him and show me. It's hard to know what's behind a mask, so this suspicion is understandable. Cultivators can sense each other's presence. Now, use Yu's hand to unveil this masked man. Damn you, masked man. I'm just a 3-year-old child with no strength to tie up a chicken. You want me to do this? Who made Yu cry again? When Zhe Ji suspected the man before him was a spy, he insisted he was an undercover agent. To prove it, the masked man threw a knife at him. He originally thought it was a joke. Unexpectedly, he was pushing Yu to do it step by step. Although Yu is technically 30 years old, she's never even killed a live chicken or duck, let alone a person. You were so righteous when you accused him of faking it, but now you won't prove it to me. Are you lying? Yu clench her fist. I'm not lying. Is that so? Then kill this faker and show me. We, the Night Army, don't tolerate liars. If you lied, you'll pay the price. Yu, wanting to prove herself, had no choice but to take the risk. She picked up the knife from the ground. At this moment, the deputy general standing there felt a little panicked. Donghua Yi also started to feel apprehensive and afraid. General Yi, I'm not faking it. My real name is Li Xinliang. I'm Li Xinyuan's younger brother. I really am his brother. Wait for my brother to come. When he comes and recognizes me, I can prove it. But Yi Ci, sitting above, didn't want to hear his nonsense. Luoyin, why aren't you doing anything yet? Under Yi Ci's order, Yu, holding the knife, turned around with trembling hands. Donghua, he couldn't hold back any longer. You forced me to do this. A ball of flame covered Donghua Yi's hand. Yu was so startled, she almost dropped the knife. Yi Ci, sitting above, was waiting for this very moment. Huazhong swiftly pinned Donghua Yi to the ground. He gently nudged Yu, and she stabbed Donghua Yi. Blood splattered everywhere. Yu froze. She had killed someone. This was the first time she had ever killed anyone. Although the wound wasn't deep, it was enough to be fatal. Yu stood there silently, unable to calm down. Suddenly, she looked at the masked man to see what he would say. But the masked man seemed indifferent. Furthermore, with the mask, he watched the killing as if it were no different than chopping vegetables. Now that you've killed him, give me back the knife. How many outfits are you going to change today? Yu looked at her clothes. Wait, is this the time to be thinking about clothes? I just killed someone. But don't forget, this is a military camp. Killing is commonplace. However, Yu couldn't accept this fact for a while. So, Yu, without being Gu, walked out alone into this cold world. Daddy, I'm just a 3-year-old child. Why are you making me do this? Yu sat there, crying from the injustice of it all for the first time. Just then, she heard strange voices coming from the distance. Where is it? I've been searching for hours and can't find it. I'm doomed. If the boss finds out, I'll be punished for sure. Wait, they don't seem to be from the Night Army. She thought he would be furious about her killing Li Xinyuan's brother. But he said, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't have a brother. Yu, who had been blaming herself, instantly perked up. Isn't that Li Xinyuan? Oh no, he must be here to seek revenge for his brother's death. But Li Xinyuan didn't care about any of that. He only cared about the speech he gave this morning. If someone else found it, his lifelong dignity would vanish. He had to find it. At that moment, Yu took out the note she had picked up that morning and handed it to her father. Are you looking for this? The deputy general looked down. In an instant, he snatched it back. Don't panic. Let me see if it's the one. Yes, this is it. Now I can relax. He immediately burned it. Thank goodness you found it. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. She's only 3. She can't read yet. His demeanor instantly changed, and he started laughing. Little General, have you had dinner yet? Why are you out for a stroll so late? Why didn't you bring Biengu with you? Yu gestured towards where the note had been. The thing from just now, whoosh, it disappeared. Did you see where it went? Hee. What note are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. That was just toilet paper from the outhouse. 3-year-olds are easy to fool. No problem. Oh, it seems General Zhou is looking for me. I wonder what's up. I'll go check. Honestly, they can't seem to do anything without me around. Right? It's probably about your brother. My brother? What brother? I don't have a brother. Your long-lost brother, Li Xinliang. Oh my, you actually have a brother. General Li quickly dashed off towards the camp, laughing. Seems like something's really going on. I gotta go see what the fuss is about. This left 3-year-old Yu feeling utterly embarrassed. What? Li Xingyuan doesn't have a brother. Are they putting on a show for me? Do they think I'm just a 3-year-old? Over at the camp, Zhou Hong was still laughing heartily about the incident. The report, boss, details everything that just happened. Zhou Hong said, picking up something that had fallen on the ground. It really is the Donggong family's bewitching incense. Speaking of which, Little General, how did you know that guy was a spy? And you even knew his real name. You didn't tell him beforehand, did you? I would never reveal military secrets like that. Besides, I think the secrets he's hiding are even more mysterious than my true identity. I suspected this little girl's origins were unclear, but I didn't expect her to have so many strange things about her. Especially that lightning of hers. Is that something a normal person should have? What puzzles me most is how a 3-year-old could beat someone with supernatural abilities to a pulp. After looking over the documents in his hand, Yi Si tossed them into the brazier. Don't ask about her. I don't know any more than you do. Alright, I won't ask about her. But she's so mischievous, and you're so concerned about her. Is it because she reminds you of yourself as a child? Damn it, Zhou Hong, are you a gossip? Who told you that? Zhang the Lame, of course. He said when you were 7, you split a mountain with your bare hands, and at 10, you snuck into the Imperial Palace. How does old Zhang even know about that? We're close, what can I say? Yi Si's face darkened like coal. You should pry less into my affairs. Alright, I was wrong. Don't be angry, old man. Let's talk about the Little General then. Her performance today was truly unexpected. The Deputy General agreed. For a 3-year-old, the Little General has such fierceness and courage. She's truly worthy of being your offspring, boss. What do you mean, my offspring? I've said it 800 times. She fell from the sky. Oh, right. Zhang the Lame also said you fell from the sky. Yi Si gave a death glare, scaring Zhou Hong into waving his hands that I won't say anymore. I won't talk about you anymore. Wherever she came from, she's cute enough to be a child bride, right? Raised in the military camp, causing trouble all day long. She's too much. I don't think so. The Little General is just precocious. Besides, she's only 3. What's wrong with being a little mischievous? You're taking her side? Don't let her sell you out and then help her count the money. That kid is cunning. At this point, Yi Si spoke to in the future, I want her to be the commander of the Nevernight Army. Do you have any objections? What? Since you've already said it, how can we have any objections? We can only look at you with confused faces. Yu, dressed in new green clothes, still looked as adorable as ever. But you're cute, so be cute. Why are you patting my head? I hate it. When Yu learned that Li Xingyuan didn't have a brother, she decided to go home, covered in blood. Upon arriving, she ran into Chu Shue and Dongmei. Little General, why are you covered in blood? Chu Shue worriedly rushed forward to comfort her. Little General, are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? How should I answer this? Actually, I'm not hurt. I just poked a mosquito nest. Upon hearing this, Chu Shue and Dongmei looked at each other. Did you understand that? I didn't understand. Chu Shue and Dongmei once again contributed 33 emotional points. Forget it, no matter what happened. As long as the Little General isn't hurt, it's fine. Come, let's take the Little General for a hot bath. Change into clean clothes and have a good sleep. After her bath, Yu, dressed in fresh clothes, collapsed onto the bed and fell fast asleep. Biengu, who hadn't appeared for several episodes, was also sleeping beside Yu. Biengu dreamt of one day escaping from this place and running freely. Running is an animal's simplest desire. Suddenly, As if awakened by Biengu's pleasant dream, Yu stepped on Biengu's back. The image of running transformed into the expression of being crushed under a mountain, as uncomfortable as if he had eaten something awful. The first thing Yu did upon waking was pour a glass of milk to soothe her throat. She gulped it down. Delicious. Satisfied, she stepped on Biengu's back again to get back into bed. At this moment, Biengu finally woke up. Watching Yu sucking on her little hand, he couldn't bear to disturb her. Biengu secretly wiped away his tears again. Grievance points, plus 11. Anger points, plus 33. The next morning was another sunny day. General Fu came to find Yu early. Where's the little general? The little general is still asleep. General Fu, haven't you slept all night? Is something the matter? Why don't you go back and rest first? We'll let you know when the little general wakes up. The deputy general waved his hand. It's all right, it's all right. I'll just wait here until she wakes up. At this moment, Yu seemed to hear some commotion outside. She immediately opened her eyes. It sounded like General Fu's voice. What was he doing here? Insisting on waiting for her to wake up. Could it be something urgent? She quickly got up and went out to see what they were up to. Once again, she stepped on Biengu's head. Wei, silly horse, stop sleeping. It's time to work. Biengu, in his anger, could only award himself grievance points. He didn't even know what he was supposed to be doing. This is outrageous. As a horse, I have dignity, you know. Yu, with her messy hair, ran to the door. What do you want? Haha, little general, you're awake. General Fu was just about to speak to Yu when Zhou Hong jumped out from behind him and interrupted. Well, isn't this a coincidence? Little general, I just arrived as you woke up. Su Jiang hurriedly chimed in. Yu, little general, let me teach you cultivation today. Before cultivating, you should learn the theory. You need to understand it clearly before you start. Otherwise, what if your meridians become disordered and you succumb to qi deviation? Zhou Hong quickly cut in. That's why, little general, you should come with me today. You're the one who should go away. Everyone's physique is different. Your shady theories definitely won't work on the little general. Even if I die, I won't let you have your way. Your theories are so effective, they've turned you into King Kong Barbie. If the little general follows you, she'll be ruined. Nonsense. That's utter rubbish. This is a symbol of strength. What do you know? The two almost started fighting over Yu, making her feel very awkward standing there. What was going on with these two? Why were they fighting over who got to teach her cultivation? Suddenly, Yi Si walked out from behind them. All of you stand down. I will personally teach Yu. To appear mighty and imposing, Yu had styled her hair into a pineapple-like top knot. But in the masked man's eyes, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. He simply picked her up like a kitten. Go back and fix your hair, then come to my study. I'll teach you how to dance. Wait, what? I'm only 3 years old, and I have to start learning martial arts already. The deputy generals, who had originally wanted to be Yu's first teacher, could only tease each other. Oh ho ho, I heard someone didn't sleep all night. Now look, you've lost your chance. Ha ha ha. Damn it, don't make me draw my sword. You're deliberately here to see me make a fool of myself, aren't you? I'm going to kill you today. Hee hee, you big oaf, you still want to chase me? Light-footed on water? Tired, aren't you? Yu, standing to the side, was bewildered. These two are supposed to be generals? They're acting even more childish than me. After combing her hair, Yu went to the masked man, Yi Si's study. She had been there before, but this time felt different. She couldn't quite put her finger on why. Wait, he's not planning a rebellion, is he? At that moment, Yi Si opened the door. Yu, you're here. Yu meekly greeted the masked man high. With that smile, hairstyle, and the color of her clothes, she looked just like a pineapple. Is that my imagination? Forget it, never mind. He picked Yu up as if she were a kitten. You little thing, always getting into strange things. Yu was treated like a discarded backpack, picked up and put down at will. This entire wall is covered in maps of the Imperial Palace. How impressive. Wait, I haven't decided whether to rebel yet. Let me think about it some more. Who said I'm rebelling? See for yourself. The study is covered with such detailed maps of the Imperial City. Lu Ming is either forging weapons or digging foundations. What else could it be for besides rebellion? You underestimate me. I wouldn't be interested in a human monarch. You're so great, so noble. Staging a rebellion, but not wanting to be emperor. I don't believe it. Believe it or not, now that you're here, you're not getting away so easily. Little one, brace yourself. From now on, I will personally teach you cultivation, military strategy, and assassination. Oh, and your food, clothing, shelter, and everything else will require my approval. Why are you teaching me all this? I'll tell you the reason someday. For you now, cultivation has no downsides, only benefits, right? That seems right. Once she started cultivating and strengthening her body, the seal on her would unravel faster. Although the system was helping, there was no 100% guarantee it would be undone within 3 years. Yu, who had been spacing out, suddenly leaned closer to Yi Si. Your soul isn't just 3 years old, is it? Tell me, how many times have you been reincarnated? I don't want you to think I'm so easily bullied just because I'm 3. I have dignity too. But how could the masked man possibly listen to your teacher? Your soul is how many years old? Yu was momentarily speechless at this question. How could he insist that my soul is older than 3? Could it be because I don't cry or make a fuss and I act too mature? That's a possibility. All right, I'll risk it. A password any modern person would know. Imperial Jade Liquor. 1 cup for you. I didn't expect you to be able to recite poetry at such a young age. But what does that have to do with what I asked you? All right, Imperial Jade Liquor, let's have a drink. He didn't respond to the password. I can confirm he's not from my hometown. Then what could he be? Suddenly, the masked man slowly reached out his hand towards Yu. Yu's body immediately froze. Did you see that? The soul sealing nails are starting to loosen. Even your bloodline aptitude is faintly showing signs of breaking through. I can't be certain of the reason yet, but I can confirm that your soul doesn't match your physical age. You've encountered something almost impossible. So, do you know what my bloodline and aptitude are? The masked man touched Yu's forehead again. Isn't it obvious? Lightning. The lightning within Yu's body made her hair stand on end, so she quickly pressed down her hair. Wait a minute, I still don't understand. If I start cultivating now, will I be able to break my seal within 3 years? 3 years is a hurdle. It might be possible to break it, but I think it's difficult. This seal is called the Dragon Sandstone Seal. As the name suggests, the condition for breaking it is slaying a dragon. Just imagine a dragon pressing down on you. How can you even lift your head to live and cultivate normally? In the next few years, I'll do my best to help you remove the suppressing nails on your back. But I can't say how many I can remove. After all, this is the first time I've encountered this thing. Do you remember the 3 nails on the back of your head? Those are also called Dragon Sandstone Seals, but they're stronger. They're also called soul sealing nails. They're used to seal your soul. I can't help you with that. However, you could try lucid dreaming, meditation, and other methods to strengthen your soul. Maybe it will work, but this is just my speculation. No one has actually tried this. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up Yu again, but we agreed beforehand. I'll help you, and you'll help me. Okay, no problem. Just tell me what you want me to do. Stop picking me up so suddenly. I don't like this flying around feeling. Putting you down, he sighed. My time is running out. I hope you'll be good and cause less trouble, okay? Why does the masked man sound so melancholic? Could he be dying? Maybe he'll die before I do. Suddenly, Yi Si came in from outside carrying a large vat. This thing must weigh at least 100 pounds, if not 1,000. He just carried it in like it was nothing. Yi Si looks so thin. How can he be so strong? Yu, do you have any other questions? Yu shook her head frantically. No, just don't pick me up again. All right, the masked man agreed. That agreement was about Yu's questions, not about not being picked up. Since there are no more questions, let's begin. Crispy body, you're treating me like a cat again. Damn it, didn't you promise not to pick me up? What's a crispy body anyway? This time, Yu is really going to lose her temper. 1 vat wasn't enough, and now there's another one? Are you giving me a free refill? Yu looked at the large vat full of water. At first, she thought it was for bathing and didn't think much of it. But the moment she looked at Yi Si, she saw the angel of death. Damn you, are you really going to do this to me? A 3-year-old child? With these chemicals, you still dare to say you're not a modern person? Maybe you're from the future. Yi Si poured bottle after bottle into the large vat with a glug-glug sound. The originally clear water started bubbling for no reason. Are you trying to poison me? After finally pouring the last bottle of medicinal liquor, he pulled out crystals from somewhere and dumped them in. Finally, he used a fire tool. The flames were thrown directly into the vat. Mixed with the medicinal liquor, the flames turned blue. With this scalding heat, if I go in for a bath, won't I be melted? Hey, Yu, what are you standing there for? Let's begin. Yu stared at the thing in front of her, her face as dark as burnt popcorn. Is masked man trying to trick me? She muttered. She eyed the medicinal liquor while untying her clothes. Suddenly, Yi Si stopped her. Yu, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Isn't crispy body supposed to take a bath? Yu replied. And don't you take off your clothes for a bath? Who said anything about a bath? This is for drinking. Yi exclaimed. Yu instantly bristled. It's disgusting even to wash with. And you want me to drink it? Yu's metaphorical shadow loomed larger than the vat itself. Are you sure I can drink this? It's huge. At least 3 times bigger than me. Yi didn't give Yu time to think. He lifted the vat and made Yu open her mouth, pouring the liquid in. Yu's face puffed up like a balloon. I really can't drink anymore, she thought. But Yi, his face dark as a villain's, seemed determined not to give Yu a chance to explain. This extract strengthens the body. The method is rather forceful, something cultivators typically do in the later stages of their training. But your situation, being sealed, is special. We have to fight fire with fire. This is my latest research. We'll forcibly strengthen your body first, then loosen the seal. Once the seal is loosened, everything will be easier. Later, with some cultivation at home, removing 1 nail shouldn't be a problem. Yu's face was now as round as a dumpling. Whatever you say, whether I die sooner or later, it's all the same. How can you think like that? I would never harm you. An ordinary person's body would explode from this extract. But after repeatedly dropping and hitting you, I've observed you're different from others. So, I think you probably won't explode. Probably won't explode. I get it now. You're experimenting on me. But I'm under your roof, so I have no choice. Yu's belly was now bigger than the vat. Okay, all done. Time to wrap up. Yi put down the vat and turned to the fuming Yu. How do you feel? Yu rubbed her stomach. That I don't feel anything. Just tired. It doesn't seem to have any effect. Oh, I understand, Yi said. The potion probably hasn't taken effect yet. How about another vat? Another vat. Even drinking contests have breaks. How did it feel to be force-fed into a blimp in a single day? Yu was finding out. Yu was already bristling after the first vat, but Yi believed that if her stomach hadn't burst, she could handle more. So he started increasing the dosage, all while saying, "This is all for your own good." That sounded awfully familiar. While the extract is settling, I'll teach you some cultivation basics. Memorize these. They'll be very helpful later. Yu picked up a paper and pen. Okay, go ahead. There are 4 main cultivation realms in this world. Heaven Martial Realm, Earth Martial Realm, Profound Martial Realm, and Yellow Martial Realm. Rank from highest to lowest. This is the basic cultivation and realm classification passed down from our ancestors. Don't underestimate this medicine I'm giving you. You need to reach a certain cultivation level to even handle it. It's very difficult for ordinary people to progress from the martial refining stage to the refining stage. So, even in this age where everyone cultivates, few reach the yellow martial realm. Oh, so it's that difficult? And you're giving this to me right off the bat? You really are trying to kill me, aren't you? She muttered. What are you mumbling about? Can you keep up with what I'm saying? Yu gave a thumbs dash up. No problem. I'm a fast learner. Keep going. The continent is divided into 5 regions. The north is the northern region, where we are. It's perpetually cold and the most impoverished and backward place. The Northern Yu Kingdom and the Han Liao Kingdom are 2 small countries in the northern region. We belong to the Northern Yu Kingdom. The people we're fighting are from the Han Liao Kingdom. They're generally tall and strong, but their population is smaller than ours. We almost repelled them completely. It'll take them several months to recover before they can attack again. We owe our last victory to you. Well, it was mostly thanks to Big Brother Biengu's fur. The ropes wouldn't have been so strong otherwise. Anyway, back to the topic. The north, south, east, and west are divided into 4 regions, and the center is the 5th, the largest commercial empire. You watch too much TV. It's the central region, but it's not a commercial area. People traveling from the east to the west avoid it entirely. They never set foot in the central region, because the central region is just as its name suggests, eerie. It's called the ghost domain. Upon hearing the word ghost, Yu perked up instantly. You mean there are ghosts in the ghost domain? The ghost domain is inhabited by all sorts of ghouls and goblins. It's a gathering place for all kinds of demons and monsters. Your 3-year-old kid hears about ghosts and isn't scared at all. She's even more energetic than I am. Like she just chugged a waha. Impressive, my dude. The inner palace, the king, ghosts, the ghost domain, and all that. So, 666. It was worth coming here after all. You hear about the ghost domain, and you're not scared at all? Haha, what's there to be afraid of? Aren't you here? Oh, so you were waiting for that. Yi silently contributed some emotional points. Right? You should still focus on telling me about our Beiyu Kingdom. After all, we live here. It would be good for me to understand more. Yi Si looked at Degua and was silent for a moment. Beiyu Kingdom is the place where I grew up. Although it's impoverished and the emperor doesn't seem to be much good, I don't want this country to fall. Although this country mostly relies on me to hold back the Han Liao Kingdom, I'll have to leave someday. So, enough reminiscing, let's continue. We were just talking about home. How did the topic change so fast? Stop babbling and open your mouth. Looks like I can't escape this. I can only silently accept my most painful life. Yeah. This time, the medicine drinking technique is much more proficient than last time. Putting down the outline, that should be about it. Tell me how you feel now. You can tell by my expression, it's painful. Are there no other feelings? There seems to be a little. I feel my cells rapidly tearing, dividing, and merging. My body also feels very hot, but I don't feel uncomfortable. It's like medicinal liquor entering my bloodstream, merging, and then accelerating to a boil. That's right, that's the feeling. Remember it. I had the same feeling at the beginning. The rest can only be destroyed. This stuff would kill anyone else who drank it. Suddenly, another bad idea came to mind. Pulling Yi Si's sleeve. Such good stuff. How can we just destroy it? Why don't we give the rest to Biengu? So, you were waiting for this, huh? Biengu quickly ran back. Damn it, I'm not a glutton like you. Biengu silently offered another 99 points. Yu chased Biengu all the way, trying to feed him the rest. Meanwhile, outside, the two deputy generals have been fighting since the last incident. Zhou Hong is a light-footed assassin type, so he relies on ranged attacks and wearing down his opponent. Fu General is a melee tank type and can't get close to Zhou Hong. The soldiers skip training to watch the two deputy generals fight. Everyone knows Zhou Hong is notoriously sharp-tongued. Fu General stayed up all night waiting to teach Xiao Jiang new cultivation, only to have General Yi steal her away. Fu General, already sleep-deprived and annoyed with Zhou Hong, was even more irritated because Zhou Hong was making fun of him. Serve him right. I've always disliked the methods of those in the shadow department. All smiles on the surface, but inwardly cursing. I always feel like they're up to something shady. Fu General swung his blade, nearly hitting Zhou Hong. The onlookers cheered. Well done, Fu General. We support you. Suddenly, someone shouted, come on. Hold on. Want to support Fu General? Cheering isn't enough. You need to show some real action. You too. You seem to really support Fu General. So what are the odds you give him? Besides, General Yi has a heavy cavalry unit entrusted to him. Even General Yi trusts him. So why shouldn't you? I heard their heavy cavalry can besiege 20,000 with just 2,000. Hearing this, the two rich men threw down their silver. Betting on Fu General is definitely a sure win. By now, it was clear that Fu General was getting tired. But Zhou Hong didn't seem to notice any signs of fatigue. He pulled another hidden weapon from his sleeve. Holding it to Fu General's neck, he said, you lose. Did you just use shrinking the earth? That's General Ye's signature move. Didn't General Yi teach you? Haha, he only taught me, not you. So frustrating. Meanwhile, the person in the crowd had made a killing. Thanks for the silver. Mine now. And with a swoosh, they disappeared. Wait a minute, I knew that voice was familiar. It's Xiu Longxian from Zhou Hong's shadow department. Damn it, Zhou Hong's fighting up there, his subordinates running a gambling ring down here, and we've been tricked again. What do you mean tricked? You're a bunch of idiots. Did I have to try very hard? That guy's a beast. Give me back my hard-earned money. Zhou Hong was too busy laughing to notice the whip flying towards him. They collided suddenly. It was like whiplash face-planted right into Biengu. Zhou Hong fell, scattering money everywhere. Zhou Hong, pick up my money. What do you mean your money? Why would your money be on me? Don't tell me you lost at gambling. Have you forgotten what General Yi said? Gambling is forbidden in the barracks. Off with your head if you're caught. Ugh, Zhou Hong got me again. Looking at his smug face, I really want to smack him. Yu ran up from behind. Brother Biengu, you run fast. But I still caught you. Why is there so much money on the ground? Is it all for me? Yu is playing dumb. There's so much money on the ground. Meanwhile, 100 wild horses stampeded through Zhou Hong's mind. Little General is not as simple as she seems. For General Yi to decide she would be the future commander of the Night Army when she was only 3 shows how highly he regards her. This high regard was probably there from the start. Who could refuse a commander who fell from the sky and survived? Or maybe it was after seeing her decisive action against the spies. General Yi is a man of his word. If he says Little General will be the future commander, then he has his reasons. It's not worth offending her over some petty cash. Besides, this money belongs to these two idiots. Yu had almost finished picking up the money. General Yu, General Lee, is this your money? At this point, the two felt like they had swallowed something disgusting. They wanted the money, but didn't dare claim it. Suddenly, Zhou Hong stepped forward. This money has no owner. Better to give it to little General than return it to these two numbskulls. If General Yi finds out they were gambling, it's off with their heads. The two fools were so angry their faces contorted. Zhou Hong, you cur, I'll get you for this. Yu happily collected the money. The three of them felt worse than if they had been killed. Little General is so clever. I'm such a ruthless person. Looks like she's not leaving us any. Yu counted the coins on her horse's back. 32 in total. Here, little General, I have a pouch for you, so you won't drop them like I did. Okay, the money's all picked up. Biengu, it's time to go back. Why are you still sleeping? Playing dead won't work. Yu dragged Biengu towards Yi Si's residence. Biengu was already awake, just pretending to be asleep. Biengu's unwillingness increased his points by 99. Yu, fearing more points, dragged Biengu home. After the door closed, muffled cries came from inside. Biengu's terror increased his points by 99. He struggled desperately, adding another 99 points. The two fools followed Yu for their money. That pig slaughtering coming from General Ye's study? Little General, you're not going to eat Biengu, are you? No way. That's General Ye's pet. I bet even little General wouldn't dare do that. That's right. No matter what, we have to get our money back today. It's hard to get it from that sly fox Zhou Hong, but little General is only 3. She'll be easier to deal with. Just then, Yu burst out of the door, dragging Biengu behind her. Biengu remained silent. Oh my god, Yu really killed Biengu. The two fools broke out in a cold sweat. Maybe we should forget it. Biengu was disobedient and got killed. If we ask her for the money, we might be next. Yu glared at them. General Yu and General Lee. What are you doing here? Oh dear, blue sky above, we've been spotted. Run. I don't want the money anymore. She killed Biengu and General Yi didn't care. I'm not asking her for anything. Yu Ji was terrified, gaining 20 points. Li Xinyuan ran for his life, also gaining 20 points. I didn't even do anything, and they're that scared. Could it be the aura from the medicine? Does that mean I can earn points just by lying around? What scared them so badly? Dong Mei and He Dong Mei were working on versions 2.3 and 2.4 of their braised beef recipe. Hey, you're using me as a guinea pig again. This led to the scene of Yu running with a milk bottle. There was no other way. Yu had already been tricked once. She wouldn't be fooled a second time. Ever since General Yu saw Yu kill Biengu, word spread throughout the town. Did you hear? The little General killed General Yi Si's favorite pony. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu, wearing her little green shoes, hugged her milk jug and ran wildly towards the marketplace. Before she even started her mischief, passers-by were already giving her points. Some were so scared they couldn't move. Another person slammed on their brakes. Are they even afraid of me? Yu's system could detect other people's fear. The closer she got to the marketplace, the more points she received. What a bunch of weirdos. They're actually treating me like the Grim Reaper. I am scared. I am scared. In a few moments, the bustling marketplace was completely deserted. Breaking news. The little general who killed Biengu has appeared in the residential area. The little general is now heading towards stall number 3. You took out some money that I want a sugar painting. The blown kind. If it's not well blown, I'll beat you up right now. The shopkeeper waved his hand. I can't find anyone who's not afraid of you. The sugar painting vendor was troubled. Yu suddenly glared at him. Are you having a hard time? Hurry up and take my money. I'll beat you up if you don't. By this point, the sugar painting vendor was trembling with fear. Is this the kind of tone a 3-year-old should have? Breaking news. The little general has left stall number 3. She is now heading towards stall number 6. The little general has left stall number 6 and is heading towards stall number 8. Two people, standing closer than face to face, are exchanging secret messages using a screw cipher. Zhou Hong walked out from behind them. How could someone as smart as me raise two such idiots? He walked up and tapped the shoulder of one of the figures in black. Me so smart. What are you two doing following the little general? Stop guarding her. It must have been those two fools who sent you. Go back and tell them that little General Liang is eating a sugar painting. What about the rest of her itinerary? Don't worry about that. Just tell them what I said. He flew off with a few swishes. The original message about eating a sugar painting became distorted when it reached the two fools. We've received reliable information that Yu is eating. Quickly inform everyone to drop everything and confiscate all the sweets in the ranks. Yu can't stand sweets. She'll declare war on sugar. Yes, sir. One's a fool, the other's an idiot. Such grown men, tricked by Yu. The small but cunning Yu is here to catch you again. None of you can escape. After pranking the villagers, Yu ran back to her place to find Biengu. She didn't know what had happened today, but she had earned a lot of points. She secured her points while absorbing energy, double the protection, maximum security. She no longer had to worry about the nails in her back. She wondered if she would become beautiful after the seal was broken. Pushing open the door, an evil aura enveloped her. That aura wasn't coming from anyone else, but from Yu herself. In short, death incarnate. Hey Biengu, darling, I'm back. But in Biengu's eyes, it was like seeing the Grim Reaper. Oh my god, she's back. He vanished in a flash. Biengu was once again frightened, his points increasing by 99. He ran and ran until he reached the barracks. The people inside were telling ghost stories. Biengu perked up his ears, wanting to listen to it was a long time, in a faraway marketplace. During the day, there was a little general dressed in orange-yellow clothes, innocently eating snacks. But at night, she would transform. Her neck would twist 180 degrees, her back of the head facing forward, turning into a hopping zombie. Especially on a night of the full moon, she would appear. Cowardly people love to hear ghost stories, the kind that scare them more and more. But the little general loves to catch people who are alone. She catches them and chops them up. I saw with my own eyes. So everyone, please don't go out alone at night. If you're caught, you'll be eaten. Oh my god, that's terrifying. I heard General ECI is also, yes, I've also heard he eats children. They're worthy of being husband and wife. Today happens to be the night of a full moon. Maybe we should stop talking about this. Suddenly, someone jumped up. I need to use the bathroom. What should I do? You have to hold it in. Have you forgotten what I just said? No, I need to go too. I can't hold it anymore. I'm about to explode. Suddenly, a scream came from outside. Ghost. Everyone rushed over. Even the Iron Cavalry, who had killed people, were scared. But this scene in the barracks was indeed a bit frightening. Why is this drum transparent? Everyone hurriedly grabbed their blankets and threw them at him. You're in the wrong place. Little General Yu. Biengu was also a bit panicked at this point. Am I dead? When did I die? How come I didn't know? Biengu jumped up to look at his body. The change is brought about by drinking the concentrated body fluid. Oh my blue sky! Biengu was scared out of his wits. This time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was truly done for. And Yu kept following Big Brother Biengu. Thanks to all my friend for giving me more points. I'll put on an even better show for you. Ever since Yu poisoned Biengu, he's been annoyed by her presence. But Yu is the kind of person who gets happier the more annoyed you are. Now my points have risen to 135,000. With a little more effort, I'll soon reach 200,000. Meanwhile, ECI was also connecting from another location. As the general of the Nevernight Iron Cavalry, his combat power is naturally several times that of his lieutenants. Suddenly, a few footprints appeared behind ECI. He casually swung his weapon, nearly taking off General Zhou Hong's head. General Yi, excellent swordsmanship. If I hadn't reacted in time, I would have been done for. Don't be so modest. Your movement technique is also quite good, but it still needs some refinement. The chi you control isn't pure enough. Your breathing should echo the changing seasons. Feel the essence of snow to better conceal yourself. As an assassin, you must pay attention to every detail to seize the opportunity for a fatal blow. General Yi, what you said is too profound. I still don't understand. Let's look at the intelligence report first. According to reliable sources, the two princesses are already on their way. They should arrive in 2 days, barring any unforeseen circumstances. ECI opened the intelligence report and snorted, find a way to cause them some trouble. In short, don't let them near the military camp. Girls coming to the military camp to command is just adding unnecessary trouble. But isn't Yu a girl too? Yu is different. She is going to become the wife of the Nevernight commander. By the way, is Luo Ingyu still refusing to eat properly? The little general seems unaccustomed to the food in the military camp, running around all day with a milk bottle. That won't do. Children at this age are still growing. Just drinking milk isn't enough. Wen Dong and Shueishu Wei were worried sick about this matter. No matter what they did, she refused to eat properly, running away as soon as it was mealtime. ECI frowned. Leave this to me. Biengu, ever since yesterday's incident, has been overjoyed to discover he's still alive. Yu also woke up. Today was another day for mischief. Silly horse, what are you thinking about? I didn't expect the concentrated body fluid to be so useful for you. Jiu, go away. Don't bother me. I hate you. The more you hate me, the more I like you. Just then, when Dong and Shueishu Wei ran over. Little General, it's time to eat, but I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. Biengu and I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Excuse me. She quickly dashed towards a gate. It's not us. Steward Zhang is here. He's a great cook. Upon hearing that it was Steward Zhang, Biengu stopped in his tracks first. Yu also stopped abruptly. Biengu's mouth was already watering. Judging from the joy he felt from his points, this Steward Zhang's cooking must be extraordinary. At this moment, an old man called out Yu's name in a slow and gentle voice. Old Master Zhang, this child is very mischievous. Please bear with her. Old Master Zhang was delighted to see such a cute little general. Yu, have you had breakfast? This is what this old servant brought from Yangon City. It's delicious. Why don't you try some? Hold it carefully. It's still warm. There are nougat, butter dumplings, juju cakes, all these delicious treats. I brought them all here especially for you. Old Master Zhang stroked Yu's head. The food in the camp isn't good, is it? It's all right. This old servant will cook for you from now on. Through the system points, Yu could sense that old Master Zhang was genuinely happy and truly fond of her. It wasn't the superficial kind of fondness. You like me so much, I'm almost embarrassed. Ruru, ever since she got a grandpa, spoke with more confidence. But this behavior made the masked man feel extremely uncomfortable. Is this still the mischievous Luo Ingyu I know? Grandpa Steward gave all the delicious food to Ruru. Hee, hungry Ruru will take it all, no matter how much. But Yu was still a child and couldn't carry that much. What a pity. It fell on the ground. Grandpa patted his head. Look at me, I'm getting old and muddled. The little general is so small. I was so happy I forgot about that. Grandpa patted his hands. I'll find it for you. I remember something called a storage ring. Little general, you just put things inside, and it won't be heavy to carry. Very convenient. This is ECI. Look, it's like Steward Zhang's. The things I give you, you keep for yourself. I'll prepare his things for him. The underlying meaning was that he didn't want to give him one. But Steward Zhang didn't care. Marquis, I'm using them. I use them to store ingredients. There's so many good things in Yong'an City. I buy them and put them all inside. Wait a minute. I'll empty a pouch for the little general. ECI pointed at the iron wok on Steward Zhang's back. That if you have an extra pouch, then put this wok inside. I get tired just looking at you carrying it around all day. But Steward Zhang wouldn't listen. He just wanted to empty a pouch for Yu. But the meat and vegetables are stored separately. He's already using 2 pouches. If he wanted to free up another one, he'd have to ask the masked man for one. ECI looked at Yu and smirked. He really didn't want to give him one with that mischievous grin. Steward Zhang was, after all, an elder. Fine. ECI sighed and tossed out 2 more. Steward Zhang caught them, 1 red and 1 blue. This red one is beautiful. It'll match our little general's rosy cheeks perfectly. When you dote on someone, any excuse will do. Yu looked meek and pitiful, staring at ECI as if she really wanted one. But ECI, his face hidden behind the mask, glared out. If you dare take one, you'll get extra training. But Steward Zhang interrupted ECI. Marquis, she's just a child. Don't be so harsh. The masked man's expression was a mixture of emotions. Sir, you didn't see her when she set the house on fire. Yu had discovered the code to suppress the masked man. She stretched out her small hand. Steward Grandpa, even if you gave me one, I wouldn't know how to use it. Haha, it's all right. It's very simple. Steward Grandpa will teach you. He then placed it around Yu's neck. From now on, with this, it'll be convenient for you to go anywhere. It's like a portable storage space. It's not heavy to carry, and you can put a lot of things in it. Yu immediately hugged Grandpa's leg, acting cute and coquettish. Steward Zhang once again contributed 33 emotional points. ECI, watching from the side, glared at Yu, his face darkening. You little brat, you're good at pretending, aren't you? Where's that expressionless face from a few days ago when you stabbed that spy to death? Why don't you show that to your Steward Grandpa? Forget it. I won't argue with you. It's getting late. It's time to cook. Yu tugged on Grandpa's hand. Dad, I'll cook with you. All right, with Yu's help, maybe we can get things done twice as fast. It was possible it would indeed be twice as fast. Burning down the house will be much quicker, that is. The masked man watched Yu's retreating back and coughed twice. Luo Ingyu, did I say you could go? Don't you want your body-tempering medicine anymore? Yu stopped abruptly. Steward Grandpa, he's threatening me with the body-tempering medicine again. I need to go take it. Can you finish cooking and wait for me? ECI directly picked up Yu, not wanting to waste any more words. Yu waved goodbye tearfully. Bye, Grandpa. Grandpa called after her. Official business is important. Little general, go quickly. I'll make dinner and wait for you to come back. Yu finally started to talk back to the masked man. Let go. Yi was so angry he almost smashed all the pots and pans. Pouring the body-tempering medicine, Yi glared at Yu's defiant look. You act so well-behaved in front of Steward John. As soon as you get to me, it's like you're a different person. I didn't realize you had two faces. Aren't you also very obedient to Steward Grandpa? I didn't expect someone as heartless as you to actually care about someone. The masked man gritted his teeth. Just you wait. You won't be able to talk after this. The flame, which had always been blue before, was now red. But you didn't seem to notice. Bring it on. Who's afraid? It's just body-tempering medicine. At worst, I'll just have a stomachache. As soon as she finished speaking, the masked man lifted her up. Open your mouth, he said, about to pour it in. What do you mean, open your mouth and pour it in? I'm a person, not a toilet. As soon as she drank it, her stomach hurt so much she felt like she was going to fly. Today's body-tempering medicine feels different. Why is it so much more painful than before? What did you just give me? It hurts. The masked man crossed his arms arrogantly to, it's still body-tempering medicine, just with a different flame. It allows your body to absorb it 20 times faster. I saw that your tolerance was pretty high, so I changed it up a bit. So how about some more? That damn masked man just couldn't stand seeing others happy. I need to write this down. Damn it, I was careless today. Yu's stomach hurt terribly. Seeing Yu in so much pain for the first time, the masked man started to panic a little. Hey, can you still hold on? Suddenly, Yu's waist began to twist and shake. Yi hurried forward to comfort her. After a short while, she farted and felt much better. Yu, as if relieved, opened her arms and enjoyed the air. But after the body tempering, she was covered in sweat, her clothes probably soaked through. Humph, you little pipsqueak, still dare to challenge me next time? Yu was about to say, I was wrong. I won't dare again next time. But Yu, being who she is, and in order to earn emotional points, would say she wasn't afraid, even if she was. First, we can't lose our tea, sure. Let me adjust my posture. Next time, I won't just ignore you after you say something. I'll retort with holy moly, masked man. Hearing that, the masked man's face will explode with anger, thus generating an emotional fluctuation. Point earned. That's right, that's the effect I want. Yu first stood up and wrung the sweat from her clothes. Anyone who saw her would think she'd been caught in a downpour. Look at how dirty you are. Go back and change your clothes before coming back. After body tempering, the body expels stinky waste products. The disgusting smell made the masked man involuntarily react. Emotional fluctuation. Point earned. You didn't expect the masked man to be so obsessed with cleanliness. Yu deliberately flung her sweat-soaked clothes all over the floor, then jumped off the table with a thud. Ignoring Uncle Yi, she said bye-bye. But why did Yu feel like hitting him so much today? After changing into her New Year's clothes, Yu looked even cuter. But her attitude towards Biengu remained unchanged. Grandpa Steward had prepared a table full of dishes. A glistening piece of pork belly was especially appealing. Let me try a piece of meat to see if it's good. Oh my blue sky. This is absolutely delicious. Finally, the mystery is solved. It's not that the food in this world is bad. It's just that Shueishiwe and Dongmei can't cook. It seems they need to learn a lot from Grandpa Steward. Yu ate a large bowl of rice. Grandpa Steward stood by, ready to serve more. Grandpa's cooking delicious? But you should eat slowly. I've specially made it soft, fearing you might have indigestion. After all, Yu has only been drinking milk since eating Shueishiwe's cooking. Suddenly eating solid food like this could easily cause a stomachache. Meanwhile, Biengu outside smelled the aroma and instantly bristled. But Yu, being Yu, did things that benefited no one, not even herself, every day. She quickly shielded the food. Damn brat, eating alone. Biengu, thin and bony, yelled, open the door. I'm gonna fight you. I really want to bite your butt. Just give me a bite. You have so much there. Grandpa Steward stopped Biengu to don't make trouble. This is the little general's meal. I prepared yours in the kitchen. Really? Grandpa Steward nodded. Yes, that's right. With a whoosh, Biengu immediately dashed towards the kitchen. He couldn't help but feel elated. Points earned, too. Unexpectedly, Biengu's happiness points are so low. It seems a critical hit is necessary. But when Biengu arrived at the kitchen, he froze. For soldiers were sprawled there, eating his food like dogs, saying this roast chicken is so delicious. Such delicious food is wasted on Biengu. Biengu wasn't that angry at first. But then Zhou Hong, always cunning and sly, added. A horse still wants to eat good food? Go eat in your dreams. There's everything in your dreams. Biengu was so angry he wanted to cry. Are you all bullying me? The four soldiers, seeing Biengu, dropped the chicken pieces in fright and hurriedly wiped their hands that we didn't steal it. Outside, heavy snow was falling. A group of people and horses were walking through the snow. Zhou Hong had previously informed General Bei Yi that 2 princesses would be arriving, each accompanied by 2 personal maids. The princesses were in carriages. 3 guards were positioned on each side and 2 at the back to protect the princesses. One of the princesses grew impatient. Why are we so slow? At this rate, when will we reach the Beiyu army camp on the border? Princess Yuyang, Lingzhou is in the northernmost part of Beiyu. It snows heavily year-round, so the road to the border is naturally difficult. Moreover, our horses are not suited for snowy roads. Why doesn't your highness stay in Yong'an City in Lingzhou Prefecture? The princess opened the curtain and scoffed. What a desolate place. Fine, we'll go to Yong'an City. Have Marquis Yong'an kneel at the city gate to receive us. It seems this woman isn't anything good either, but it doesn't matter. Let my cute little General Yu teach her a lesson. The precocious Yu is out catching demons again. Little chickens and deer, where do you think you're going? Stop right there. You don't want to listen? Huh? Then don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you'll be short-lived. Is this 3-year-old a demon? How could she be so scary? Lu Miaozi panicked. Points increasing. Ma Hongta felt scared. Points increasing. Hey, caught a ball. Psychological shadow area. Don't be afraid, little monster. The pain will disappear soon. Aren't you good at telling stories to others? I'm someone who takes revenge. With this kick, the soldier is completely OMG. The person I just hit is called Li Fatsai. At this moment, he's sitting in the distance, crying in pain. I'm only 3 years old. Everyone keeps saying I'm a monster. It's gotten to the point where no one wants to play with me. Who else should I hit but you? But the real culprits should be Yu Fugong and his kind. It's those 2 who spread the rumor that Yu eats people. Coupled with her identity as the little general, it's normal for everyone to be scared and jumping around. Because in other people's eyes, Yi Si is also a child-eating monster. Suddenly, Biengu ran over from behind. He grabbed Yu's clothes in his mouth and ran back in the direction he came from. What's going on? What's so urgent? I want to play with them. Biengu trotted back with Yu in his mouth and flung her several meters away with a plop. This more or less carries a bit of personal grievance. It serves you right for always bullying me. Finally, I can bully you back, hee. Suddenly, a hand picked up Yu. Who is so bold as to pick up your Yu? Damn ass man again. Can you please stop picking me up and putting me down? I'm a person. I have dignity. Just put me on the table nicely. Yi Si has already given instructions to those few people. Because of the princess, we have to go to a nearby residence. Steward Zhang, you don't have to go. The journey is tiring, and your legs aren't convenient. This time, we'll take Yu along to see the world. Grandpa Steward is worried about Yu's safety, because if she goes, she'll have to ride a horse alone. What if she falls and hits her head? Whoa, ride a horse. I can really ride a horse? Wait, I've been sitting here for a long time, and I still don't know where they want to take me. The masked man replied to Steward Zhang. You're worried about her? You should be more worried about the horse she's riding. But no matter what, Yu is only a 3-year-old child. Shouldn't you be worried about her? Yi Si smiled slightly and pointed at Yu. You're afraid she'll hit her head? You should be worried that her head will crack the ground. Last time I tossed her like that, the trees behind her were obliterated. Damn it, can you not make me sound so terrifying in front of Grandpa? If you do, Grandpa won't love me anymore. The masked man is definitely doing this on purpose. Yeah. Our little general, can your head smash a mountain? You practice invincible iron head, don't you? Even if you've been cultivating since you were in the womb, it's only been 3 years at most. At this point, General Hu couldn't take it anymore and ran out laughing. Yu clung to Yi Si's arm. What are you laughing at? You're the one with the iron head. You could kill a cow with your head. All right, all of you shut up. You 2 go ahead first. Yu suddenly stood up. You still haven't told me where we're going. We're taking you to Yong'an City. It's a fun place. As the mischievous Yu, she's finally going to start targeting someone new. I didn't expect General Fu's points to be so easy to farm. I can't wait to see how I'll trick him in the future. Having just received Yi Si's orders, the duo immediately galloped towards Yong'an City. Don't underestimate Biengu's small stature. Although Biengu is a divine horse, his speed is very fast. But to keep pace with the 2 horses beside him, he kept slowing down. Biengu yawned as he ran. Yu was even more bored and fell asleep on Biengu's back, muttering, Grandpa Steward, what delicious food are you making for me today? After waking up hungry and tired, Yu started blaming the masked man. He's truly heartless, not giving me a break for even a day. Even on the way to Yongin City, he packed it in advance. Made me drink the crispy body fluid. I'll show him when we get back. I'm going to take off his mask and see if he throws a fit. Bottle after bottle poured into my mouth. This little porcelain bottle is even fancier than the milk bottles. It can also maintain the crispy body fluid's effects perfectly. How does the masked man have so many treasures? Don't tell me he stole them all. You know what? After drinking the crispy body fluid, my energy is completely full. We've finally arrived at Yongin City. It's built with solid stone walls. Compared to the military camp, it's like two different worlds. General Fu was also deeply moved by this site. 5 years ago, this was just wasteland. Now it's so prosperous. Zhou Hong blurted something out, and the Dog Emperor immediately corrected him. I almost let it slip. Our incomparably bright and glorious saint naturally believes in Yi Si's abilities. That's why he gave him this godforsaken place, Lingzhou, to manage. Although Yu is only 3 years old, she still understands these things. Was the emperor really that useless before he was enthroned? And Zhou Hong just called him the Dog Emperor. After the Dog Emperor entered the city, I saw the city walls are over 10 meters high. The city here is also very lively and prosperous. Shops mostly do business on the second floor. The snow in front of the doors has even been built into steps. This is human ingenuity, using the snow and saving a lot of effort. At this moment, Biengu seemed to have seen something. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Wow, it's fragrant roast chicken. It looks so delicious. Yu immediately pulled out silver from her spatial pouch. Clink, clink, clink. I still have 32 pieces of broken silver. I didn't have a chance to use them in the military camp. Finally, I have somewhere to spend it. Zhou Hong, trailing behind, wanted to die. That was clearly mine. How did it become yours? Damn it. General Fu was also drooling. This roast chicken looks incredibly delicious. Yu, having eaten her fill, was being quite amusing. Seeing Yu reach out her hand, Yin Fudong blankly took out a piece of broken silver and placed it in Yu's hand. Biengu also chuckled softly beside them. With that, Yu went to buy roast chicken. The piece of silver Yin Fudong gave her wasn't small. Yu bought 5 roast chickens and got a bunch of copper coins back in change. She gave one to Yin Fudong and one to Biengu. She gnawed on one herself, and then put the remaining 2 into her ring. Zhou Hong pointed at himself jokingly. Yu's reply was, "Did you pay for it?" Yin Fudong, also learning bad habits, held up his roast chicken and echoed, "Yeah, did you pay for it?" Zhou Hong was so angry, he questioned his existence, adding insult to injury. Soon, Zhou Hong pointed to a roast duck shop in the distance. Putting his newly learned skills to use, he asked, "Little General, do you want to eat roast duck?" Yu shook her head and sighed. "Why are you like this? You won't even let a 3-year-old's silver go." Zhou Hong became even more agitated. "That was clearly my silver. When did it become yours?" "It was clearly the silly duo's silver. They're both stupid, completely tricked by you. I'm not that easy to fool." "Well, fine. I'm just asking if you want to eat roast duck or not." Yu retorted, "Do you want to eat it?" At this point, Zhou Hong was completely dumbfounded. How could a 3-year-old be so sharp? Finally, Yin Fudong couldn't stand it anymore. "I'll buy it. I'll buy it, all right? What's wrong with this guy? He loves buying things for other people." Zhou Hong, content as long as there was food, immediately started showering him with praise. "General Fu is so generous. I was going to tease you, but now I won't tease you anymore." Yu joined in the flattery. "Our General Fu is so generous." By now, Yin Fudong was completely caught up in Yu's shopping spree. He couldn't contain his inner joy. Yu couldn't help but laugh. General Fu is so amusing, so silly. Zhou Hong, not wanting to wait for Yin Fudong to pay, decided to take Yu inside for a look around first. Yongin City is very large. While leading the way, Zhou Hong deliberately detoured to a particular place. Before them was a large complex, divided into left and right sides. The bluestone paved roads here were spotlessly clean. Not only was there no snow, but there wasn't even any dust visible. However, at this moment, the roads were deserted. The imposing buildings on both sides were also shielded by high walls. Zhou Hong smiled as he explained, "See that building on the left? That's the Mengshueguan, a place where children under 7 years old gather for basic education. They learn literacy, geography, miscellaneous matters, and foundational cultivation. That building on the right is Yeoman Academy. Students age 7 and above come here to further their studies, specializing in either martial arts or academics. Yu is surprised it's free, isn't she? That's right, it's all free. Boss Yi said, if you want to cultivate, study first. Otherwise, when future high flyers emerge, the country won't deal with them. I will. That kind of thinking is so modern. He's definitely not a time traveler, is he? Yu's finally found someone else with a mischievous child like hers. But Yu is like a cockroach, impossible to kill. Let them wait. I'm going to wander around the school. This place is incredibly impressive. The school is set up just like a modern one. But the masked man, there are a lot of things that don't add up about him. For example, he doesn't know about the 180 yuan, a glass royal nectar wine. This is the place Boss Yi values most. Although he's not here often, being stationed at the military camp, he knows everything that goes on here. Because of Boss Ye's attention, this has become the cleanest and safest area in all of Yong'an City. Both Mengxueguan and Yong'an Academy have experts guarding them at all times. The moment we entered this area, they knew. They're probably even watching our every move. As soon as the words left her mouth, the doors of the buildings on both sides opened from the inside. 2 men in black walked out and politely bowed to Yu and Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong bowed back awkwardly. Actually, we're just passing through. But the 2 men in black stared intently at Yu. After all, the little general's missile incident at the military camp. Anyone who doesn't know about it will definitely regret it. Is this Zhou Hong speaking? She's only 3 years old, still too young. Both General Liu and Yi Ci know that Yu had 10 iron nails driven in her back. Her chances of survival were slim. Although Yi Ci tried everything to keep her alive, she knew the 3 nails at her head were the real problem. But what Yi Ci doesn't know is that Yu is also working hard to earn points to save herself. The men in black were shocked to hear Yu was only 3. Thankfully, she's not here to study. Otherwise, if Yu started causing trouble, no one would dare to stop her. Setting fire to the building would be the least of their worries. Bullying classmates and tormenting teachers would be the real problem. Relieved, the men in black bowed again and retreated inside. Meanwhile, at Mengxueguan, the place for children under 7, a man in black emerged from the gate, looking thoughtful. Damn it, it seems that in my lifetime, I'm destined to follow the little general. She'd better not cause any trouble, or I really won't be able to handle it. He then took a booklet out of his pocket and handed it to Yu. Here, it's good to learn the school rules in advance. By now, Yu was finding these 2 men in black rather amusing, especially since they hadn't said a word before offering her something. Yu finds you amusing? That means your days are numbered, or you'll be joining the point-earning ranks. Biengu, already part of the point-earning ranks, was being bullied so much he missed his mother. Yu politely accepted the school rule booklet. Seeing her take it, the man in black gave a relieved smile. He then retreated back into Mengxueguan and closed the gate. Zhou Hong looked at the little girl and chuckled. You're doomed. You took the school rules, so you have to come here to study next year. Hey. If you're not obedient, the teacher will smack your hand. Yu flipped through the rule book without looking up. I'm a human from the 21st century, you know? Even without studying, I'm smarter than all of you. Maybe the teacher will end up taking me as their student. Just thinking about the teacher becoming my student makes me happy. How many points would that be worth? Oh, stop being so conceited. Never mind Mengxueguan. Do you know how many talented geniuses there are at Yong'an Academy? They'll either be sent to the Nightless Army as officers or go to the capital to compete for positions as ministers. That's what I admire most about Boss Yi. He's even planned out the next 10 years for the entire Beiyu nation. From internal strength to external, he'll crush those fools with superior intellect and ability. Beiyu's rise is just around the corner. Yu stopped and thought for a moment. A person who hates troublesome children, yet has such great love and vision. He turns his ideas into action and executes them perfectly. Seriously, Yu, what are you thinking? We need to go now. If we don't leave, we're going to be in trouble. 2 troublesome nobles from the capital have arrived. What kind of nobles are troublesome anyway? Hey, Biengu, did you hear that? Troublesome nobles. Even Biengu knows they're going to be in trouble. Let's hurry up and get out of here. We're leaving. A huge carriage stopped at the gate of the Marquis of Yeoman's residence. Princess Yu Yang, we've arrived at the Marquis of Yeoman's residence. The princess was the first to step out of the carriage. The moment she appeared, she started spewing insults. Where's the Marquis of Yongin? Tell him to crawl out here on his knees. Then, from another carriage, a girl about the same age as Yu emerged. Looking at the shabby street, she started complaining, what a dreadful place. It's so run down. Yu, watching from a distance, was fuming. What trashy nobles. They're nothing but common bullies. Just watch how I'll deal with them. As the representative of Little Red Riding Hood, she was being ordered to kneel by a little princess who was only 5 years old. Well, you asked for it. You've successfully angered me. You're going on my prank list. Who would want to come to such a dilapidated place anyway? Huang Jie, who had been acting all sly and cunning just a moment ago, now put on a sympathetic face that I kept telling you that Yongin City is a poor and desolate place, but you just wouldn't listen. How can a place like this befit your status as the princess of Bayudi? The little princess then took her older sister's hand. That I've always heard my older brother say that Yongin City is a very prosperous city with excellent law and order. That's why I wanted to meet General Yi and see what kind of person he is. See what he's really like. Do you believe the rumors that General Yi is a ruthless, child-killing monster? These stories are all the rage in the military camps. And the worst part is, they say he likes to incite 3-year-olds to kill. The princess was only 5, the perfect age to be easily misled, because no one had ever seen Yi Si's face. Everyone assumed he was ugly. All that praise was just other people exaggerating. Huang Jie, the one who loved to spew insults, was trying to manipulate the little princess's values, constantly emphasizing that she was the only princess of Bayudi. Yu, standing nearby, was practically exploding with anger. She's just a princess. What's the big deal? I'm General Yi Si's little general. Even if I'm not his biological daughter, and even if he sometimes tries to prank me, I'm still a little general, and you act like all of Bayou belongs to you. You really don't think before you speak. Without us fighting for the country, how could you be here running your mouth? Just you wait and see how I'll deal with you. Maybe I'll set their carriage on fire. With their personalities, they'd probably lose a lot of points, huh? Huang Jie continued to goad the little princess. When you see ECI, just give him a taste of your authority. The little princess, Yu Yang, was definitely buying into the words of someone close to her. As the saying goes, a child's faults are the parent's fault. Follow bees, you find flowers. Follow flies, you find toilets. Follow someone who eats dog poop, and all you'll get is foul language. The little princess nodded in response to her older sister. I'll definitely give him what for. Zhuang Ye smirked inwardly. She was clearly a schemer. This girl would be a total mean girl in the modern world. She thought to herself, mother's praise to destroy tactic is really effective. But then again, that Marquis of Yongin was really gutsy. How dare he make Princess Yuyang wait here for so long? Suddenly, a young soldier ran out. Before he could take more than a few steps, he dropped to his knees that, I'm so sorry, General Yi is already on his way. This gave Princess Yuyang even more ammunition. I came all this way to see him. I'm right at his doorstep, and he's still late? He dares to make me wait today. Does he expect me to go worship him next time? Get him over here to see me immediately. Otherwise, I'll have his head. But Yi Si wasn't coming at all. He was still at the military camp, drinking tea and getting a head massage. The little princess, already thoroughly manipulated, joined in the demands. Meanwhile, Yu, who had been secretly watching everything from afar, hatched a plan that don't panic. I'm not scared. She's just a little princess. No matter how impressive they think they are, they're just fools to me. She pulled a red cotton coat from her space. I never thought Dongmei Chue Shui, who can't cook without causing an explosion, would be so good at making clothes. If I'm going to make an appearance, I need to look good and dignified. I'll overwhelm them with my presence. Hey, stupid system, show me their profiles. Received host request. Checking complete profiles requires 20,000 points. Checking basic profiles requires 20 points. Wow, that's a big difference. Looks like their detailed information isn't simple. I guess I'll deal with the current situation first and survive before spending 20,000 points. I'll just look at the brief. This darn broken system, always trying to extort money. Fang Jie, whose real name is Yin Yuran, is 16 years old and the Princess Yuyang. Her mother is a noble consort, a second-rank official. And this little one is called Yin Chiliang. She's only 5 years old, the esteemed Dishier. Her mother is the Empress, making her status a bit higher. Even hearing it is believable. A flicker of emotion crossed Yu Yu's mind. But what's there to be afraid of? Her backing is just the emperor. Zhou Hong said the current emperor is a pushover, so I have even less to fear. I'll just deal with them. Yu Yu, sitting on Biengu's back, trotted over from behind. The princesses noticed her and turned around, immediately captivated by Biengu's flowing mane. Yu Yu slowly raised her head. Her adorable appearance instantly earned her emotional points from the princesses. Yin Yuan gained 66 extreme adoration points. Yin Qiliang gained 22 malice points. Hee hee. I presume you two are Princess Yu Yang and Princess Shichi, right? This innocently wicked smile immediately irritated Princess Yu Yang. Where did this street urchin come from, daring to address this princess so directly? Your whole family are street urchins. I heard you wanted the Marquis of Yongin to kneel before you, and you want to chop off his head, is that right? At this moment, Yin Yuan felt as if she'd been struck, gaining another 66 points. Is it wrong for us to ask the Marquis of Yongin to come and kneel before us? How baffling. Another 99 points added. This is awesome. Not losing out to Biengu's top contributor at all. Just a little nudge and 99 points added. Right, absolutely right. Watch me unleash a big move to annoy her. Princess Yu Yang is the daughter of the noble consort. Even if His Majesty bestowed a title upon her, she's still only of the second rank, the same as the Marquis of Yongin. And he is, after all, the esteemed first general of Beiyu, responsible for the safety of the entire region. A position General Yi Ci fought tooth and nail to achieve. As the first general of Beiyu, a rank higher than first rank, he outranks you, doesn't he? At this moment, Yin Yuan was burning with rage, just like her name suggests. Critical hit, 99 points. Critical hit, 99 points. Keep it up. Making a first rank general kneel before a second rank. Do you have any idea what kind of crime that is? Yin Yuan was completely ignited. Her points skyrocketed, filling the screen with a barrage of notifications. Yin Qiliang, standing beside her, gritted her teeth in anger. She gained 88 malice points. The two exchanged glances. Damn it, I'll address you as a princess, all right? Why haven't you knelt before this princess yet? You're really looking for trouble, aren't you? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you're a princess. 66 points. Finally, time to unleash some serious damage. You think you're so great because you're a princess? I'm here to take you down, princess. Princesses have always been the emperor's precious treasures. They've always been the ones doing the bullying, not the other way around. But this time, she was being bullied by this sudden appearance of a 3-year-old child. The princess stamped her foot in frustration. Why are you still sitting on your horse while talking to me? Get down and kneel. Yin Yuan, usually so quick to spout nonsense, was speechless for the first time. After all, she was comparing herself to General Ye's character. But this little brat in front of her didn't even seem to have any rank. Even if General Yi is higher ranked than me, what about you? What are you? What am I? Well, listen up. I am a celestial being descended from the heavens, here specifically to deliver salvation to you troublesome pests. Damn it, I've never seen such a shameless person. She then called for her maids to whip Yu Yu. But Yu Yu wasn't afraid of any whipping. Even if Yi Jiang whipped her 180 times, she wouldn't flinch. Besides, she was practicing her dodging skills. You think this is punishment? This is a massage. Yu Yu calmly reached into her pockets with both hands. What's the rush? I haven't even finished talking. Why are you charging at me? Yu Yu cleared her throat. The student handbook given to her by the black-clad guard from Meng Academy finally came in handy. Luckily, she accepted it back then. Otherwise, she'd be at a loss now. Yongin City Alliance Academy Student Regulations Rule 33. Yongin students should possess literary grace and integrity. Dancers should have the pride of a dancer. We kneel to heaven, earth, and parents, but not to injustice, not to tyranny. Yu Yu's voice grew louder and louder. All she needed was a microphone. There's no other way in this society now but to shout. Actually, the reason Yu Yu was reciting all this was to stall for time. No matter how capable or strong she was powerless in the face of absolute authority. So, she was waiting for Zhou Hong. As a citizen of Yongin, one should take the heavens as their greatest responsibility, the earth as their foundation, and the nation as their duty. I've finished speaking. Who agrees and who opposes? Yu Yu's expression changed dramatically, as if she had turned evil. Bien Yuran immediately jumped out. I object. You were just waiting here for this, weren't you? You foul-mouthed brat. You just don't know what's good for you. Now that Yu had finished reciting these grand principles, her small body stood firm as a tree trunk. But Yu's expression was unexpectedly cool and handsome. The two princesses and the 500 people before her, including the pair in front, listened to Yu's cold words as if they were being punished with standing still. The reason for this was that she had recited so many words, and every single one of them correctly. Most importantly, she was still a 3-year-old child, 2 years younger than the little princess. Yu looked at their expressionless faces and knew she must have broken another record. Now I've broken through the 140,000 mark. Soon the nails on my back will be removed. Are you tempted? It's still faster to earn points in the outside world. In the masked man's troops, everyone is just like him. They're monsters who never change their expressions. It makes earning points really slow. I can't keep deducting points from Biengu. After all, Biengu is just a horseman. But bullying Biengu is still quite effective. At least he can't beat me. The feeling of them hating me, but not being able to kill me, is the best feeling for earning points. But if they get used to Yu's tirades, they'll gradually stop giving me points. Still, I got 100,000 points from those Manchu people. I was in General Ye's army for so long and only gained less than tens of thousands of points. So it's better to get out and about. And there are 500 people right here. This whole street is like a point-earning machine. I just need to stand here with my back straight and let them see me. On another road, Zhou Hong was going crazy with impatience. But this horse was as slow as a donkey that Wuya and I is not only more disgusting than Biengu, but also so slow. I'll slaughter you and make you into buns when we get back. Biengu had his own built-in acceleration technique. If he didn't hurry up, he'd be done for. Hey, isn't that General Fu up ahead? Why is he still shopping? Zhou Hong jumped off. Forget it. I'll use shrinking the earth to catch up. Who knows when I'd get there relying on this horse. General Fu was really doting on Yu, having bought a mountain of large and small packages. In a flash, Zhou Hong appeared in front of General Fu, startling him that you're still shopping. The little general is about to be eaten by those two Huang Mei. General Fu instantly exploded, throwing down everything he had just bought. The black horse was so frightened it leaped into the air. The force of its escape made the nearby buildings tremble. Now Zhou Hong was left standing there awkwardly. Sorry, it's all a misunderstanding. I actually don't know him. Do you believe me? Yu was finally ready to unleash her ultimate move. She almost lost her life trying to earn these points. But thankfully, Biengu stepped in to save her from danger. Wow, Biengu, my top supporter, so impressive. That chicken leg wasn't wasted after all. After I earn 200,000 points, I won't be angry anymore. Yin Yuran's anger intensified under Yu's repeated provocations. Yin Yuran's rage was now at 99 and rising. Yu loved provoking Yin Yuran even more when she saw the 99 points. That I enjoy seeing your frustrated face, knowing you can't stand me, but can't touch me. Yin Yuran was silent for a moment, channeling her anger into strength. Then she pulled a whip from her waist. A great battle was about to begin. With a crack, the whip slammed into the ground, leaving a deep fissure. Yu finally realized she had met her match. A 3-meter-long whip combined with the aura emanating from her body. It was the aura of a yellow martial artist. Although Yu had killed a chi-refining yellow martial artist before, but that was only possible in front of the masked man and the deputy generals. Only then did they have the ability to kill him. But right now, Yu was completely alone. Only a group of people who could only roll their eyes and play dead were left. It's no wonder that even though she's the Xian consort's daughter, she was able to stand out among the princesses and receive a second-rank title. Why are you so scared as soon as I take out my whip? I'm going to beat you until you call me mommy. At this moment, Yin Yuran was brimming with murderous intent. The murderous intent transformed into power, channeled through the whip, making it writhe and lash out with a blood-red hue. Although Yu was strong and robust, she was still just an ordinary person. Without any cultivation, facing someone with yellow martial realm cultivation, she was like an ant easily trampled upon. Just as Yu was about to be done for her, Biengu finally decided to act. With a stomp of their hoof, the ground beneath Biengu cracked, splitting into several fissures. The power emanating from Biengu was enough to deflect Yin Yuran's whip, let alone a person. The 200 people standing in front, including the little princess, all collapsed and knelt. Only then did Yu realize how powerful Biengu was. Biengu proudly raised their head. There's nothing I can do. My power is just that strong. Then why couldn't you beat me and let me bully you? Were you doing it on purpose? Actually, when General Yi threw Yu to Biengu, it proved something. Biengu had to protect Yu's life at all times without a single mistake. You're allowed to bully me, but I can't bully you. Besides ECI, no one else could bully Yu either. Simply put, Yu was allowed to set fires, but Biengu wasn't allowed to fan the flames. Yin Yuran had just been struck by Biengu and suffered internal injuries. If Biengu had kicked her, she would have been dead. Only then did she see clearly. The girl in front of her was riding General Ye's horse. Legend has it that General Ye's horse is a divine steed. Others can't ride it. If they try to force it, they'll be trampled to pieces. But this girl could sit on it casually. She's so young. Could she be General Ye's child? But General Yi isn't married, so how could she have a child? Quickly tell me, what is your relationship with General Yi? Otherwise, your 9 clans will be executed. At this moment, Zhou Hong was running incredibly fast, using shrinking the earth. That damn General Fu. I clearly ran ahead of him, and now he's slower than me. Could he be lost? He finally arrived at the yeoman Marquis's residence. Zhou Hong's arrival seemed to still the air. What's going on? Did I miss a good show? It looks like the 2 princesses are safe and sound. Wait, why is Princess Yin Yuran's mouth bleeding? She must have been angered by Yu. After all, Zhou Hong himself had experienced Yu's infuriating nature. But Yu, why are you still sitting on Biengu's back? You're facing 2 princesses. But luckily, you're on horseback. Smart move. Looking at the marks on the ground, coupled with Princess Yin Yuran's condition, there must have been a fight. There are cracks on Biengu's side of the ground too. Biengu must have also made a move. This is a bit tricky. Tricky? Then don't deal with it. Greetings, Princess. I'll come quickly. Please, Princess, let's turn major issues into minor ones, and minor issues into nothing. Yu is finally about to start her tantrum. A child should use a child's most powerful weapon, the art of drool. Blah, blah, blah. Zhou Hong thought for a moment. 17-year-old Princess Shichi was only 5 years old, although she was 2 years older than Yu. In the end, she still seemed a bit easier to fool than Yu. That's right, you can't fool me. But the bleeding Princess Yu Yang was a different story. She had come here with a purpose. Zhou Hong, who spent years in the military camp, had only seen bandits and fools. Although Zhou Hong was scheming, his tricks worked in the army. After all, there was the foolish duo there to play along. If he were to spend years in the imperial court, his intellect wouldn't be enough. He certainly wouldn't use polite language. He just went through the motions, giving a perfunctory greeting. But Yin Yuran was a princess. How could she tolerate being bullied by a 3-year-old brat? Yi, the eldest, had previously suspected Yu's soul, because all of Yu's signs pointed to her not acting like a 3-year-old at all. The now 16-year-old Yin Yuran definitely wouldn't swallow this anger. If word got out that he, a dignified second-rank yellow martial warrior, was bullied by a 3-year-old brat, he'd lose all face. Yin Yuran glared at Zhou Hong. That you're really good at making a fool of this princess, trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Zhou Hong was at his wit's end. He was, after all, just a deputy general. Smoothing things over with the princess was Fu General's job. But that damn Fu General, nobody knew where he was. He still hadn't shown up. Princess, let's go inside and talk. It's cold out here. Let's get you inside while we wait for Fu General. But Yin Yuran just slapped Zhou Hong across the face with her sleeve. Zhou Hong was an agile, assassin type. Even after 380 exchanges with the power-based Fu General, he'd never been hit. Yet Yin Yuran hit him with ease. Zhou Hong now understood the meaning of reading the room. He fell silent after the slap. After all, he defended the princess, whose backing was the emperor's wife. As the saying goes, if a child doesn't understand things, surely an adult does. True words. And then there was Yu. Yu had been holding back for a long time. Finally, it was her turn to cause trouble. How dare you bully my Zhou Hong? Just you wait. Once my magnificent 1.83-meter legs get down there, you're dead. After jumping down, Yu quickly ran to Zhou Hong and spread her arms protectively. You darn wench. I can tell you're no great heavenly dragon. Yin Yuran was shocked, but also a little angry. The points have been racking up nonstop for a while now. Biengu's title of #1 Big Brother was about to be given to Yin Yuran. Honestly, Biengu didn't want to be Yu Yu's #1 fan. Being a top fan was a recipe for an early grave, especially with someone as narrow-minded and intolerant as Princess Yin Yuan. Light injuries lead to bloodshed, serious ones to death. Do you know how severe the consequences of angering this little Yu Yu will be? Yu Yu toddled over to the unimpressive-looking Yu Yu and unleashed a child's most potent weapon, spitting, "Tui, tui, tui." This disgusting display made Yin Yuan furious. Zhou Hong, standing behind her, was deeply embarrassed. Yu Yu was, after all, just a child. A child standing up for an adult could only do so much. It was almost cute, but Yin Yuan didn't see it that way. She exploded, her hair flying a meter high. "You little beast, you just wait. This isn't over." She raised her hand, intending to twist Yu Yu's head off. As the saying goes, if a dog bites you, don't be afraid to bite back. An eye for an eye. At this critical moment, Biengu finally intervened. This was also a way of saying, I could have blocked that slap, but I let you hit me to vent. But if you keep pushing it, I won't hesitate to fight back. Our little general has lived with General Yi at the border for so long that she's picked up some of his temperament. But that doesn't mean we're pushovers. Do you understand? Princess Yin Yuan froze. Did she think they were afraid of General Yi? Just then, Food General finally arrived. Little sister Yin Yuan, stop. That's General Yi Si's daughter. Yi Jun's little general. Thank goodness you're here. I was about to lose control of the situation. But the one truly losing control was Princess Yin Yuan. She was experiencing what it felt like to be struck by lightning. Suddenly, Yin Yuan went weak and trembled. She couldn't understand a word anyone was saying. Finally, she stammered, "He has a daughter." The next second, she coughed up blood and collapsed. This scene calls for a poem. Can you wake up? I need you to give me more points. Biengu thought, frustrated. Yin Yuan screamed in anguish. Judging by the points, it seemed her purpose was to propose to General Yi Si. This was going to be a disaster. After the altercation, Yi was bored. Nobody wanted to play with her. Biengu, seeing Yi was safe, finally relaxed. This black horse was from the cavalry unit, bred for strength and tank-like resilience. Its slow pace was normal. Since the little general was fine, he could report back to Boss Yi. After all, when Boss Yi stomped his foot in Yong'an City, even the emperor trembled. Zhou Hong looked at Fu General like he was a savior. You're finally here. She almost scared our little general to death. Scared her? Don't make me laugh. If it weren't for you being here and hindering me, that damned smoked fish wouldn't just be spitting blood now. Disfigurement, absolute disfigurement. Biengu, standing to the side, glanced at her own calf. I haven't even erupted yet. If I were to really let loose, even I couldn't escape. And who is Yu Yu? An unkillable ultimate sanctions expert, plus a supreme trash talker. A little princess dares to bully Yu Yu? She's simply courting death. Even someone as formidable as me has to pretend to be afraid of Yu Yu. After all, Yu Yu is currently sealed by the Iron Nail. If she weren't sealed, forget about your second-rank princess position. Even that damned emperor would have to obey. Immediately, the princess's people were put to work. One group was responsible for cleaning. A second group was responsible for attending to the princess. The remaining 3 groups were responsible for cleaning the toilets and scrubbing the chamber pots. They didn't dare to resist. Yi Yuan and Yin Qiliang are princesses. Yin Fudong is also a princess of the Beiyu Kingdom. Since following General Yi, her cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. Now she has become the second in command of a knightless army. In the royal court, the uninformed ministers all believe she repelled the 20,000-strong Manchu army with just over 2,000 troops. These stories, especially in the capital, have led to her being hailed as the next god of war of the knightless army. If Zhou Hong alone were to order them, they absolutely wouldn't comply. But ordering them is Yin Fudong, who holds both military power and the title of princess. What is the imperial court most afraid of? They're most afraid of princesses or princes achieving military merit. Look at your damned royal sister, so heavy-handed. My left cheek still stings. But General Fu dismissively replied, you're at the Xuanwu mirror stage. Even if she's incredibly powerful, she's only at the yellow mirror stage. There's a whole 5th mirror stage between them. Don't tell me you're secretly in love with her and deliberately let her injure you, hoping to use this opportunity to offer yourself to her. Get out of here. I'm a dignified man. How could I possibly want her? Such an arrogant princess. She just humiliated me in front of more than 500 people. I'm at least the esteemed commander of the Nightless Army. If our unit weren't classified as covert ops, with my cultivation and abilities, I'd at least be a principal second rank. Forget about her, a mere secondary second rank. But don't forget, she also has the status of a princess. You're a fool. Even if she weren't second rank, she could still slap your face, let alone being a second rank princess. Oh, so you're all ganging up on me because you're family. I'm not. You know, I'm always stationed with you in the Nightless Army. Most of our interactions are. With all of them, I'm just stating a fact. And Yin Fudong, you're also a princess and older than her. Why don't you just confront her directly? You're also at the Xuanwu mirror stage. She's a second-rank princess for a reason. Her mother's backing isn't just the emperor. Her maternal family is the Bei Yu's most prominent. It's one thing for someone to be arrogant, but it's another to be justified. Yu, who had been sitting idly by for a long time, was bored to death. Every time these two got together, it was just back and forth bickering. Not a single point for me to earn. Even the usually sharp-tongued Zhou Hong, in the face of absolute truth, lost to Yin Fudong for the first time. I need to take Yu, the queen of trash talk, as my master when I get back. After a while, Yu finally snapped back to attention. General Fu, your princess? Hee, then why are you suffering here at the border like us? I fell from the sky and am homeless. But you're different. You have a home. General Fu had originally only intended to deceive Yu, using cultivating with her superior as an excuse. Tell me or not. If you don't, I'll have Biengu bite your butt. Biengu interjected, what are you doing? Can you not drag me into this? I just want to be a good horse. However, many people knew General Fu's story. After all, Yu would eventually become the commander of the Nightless Army. Telling her was inevitable. General Fu's mother was the daughter of a convicted criminal. The emperor originally wanted to eliminate all traces, but Yu is a 21st century human. How could she accept such a barbaric act of killing his own daughter? Damn, that emperor really is a scumbag. Fortunately, the benevolent empress pleaded for General Fu. That's why General Fu is here today. But because she's the daughter of a criminal, all her rights were stripped. Like a commoner, she couldn't cultivate, write, paint, or anything. But then I wondered, how did you cultivate to the Xuanwu realm? Well, that's a long story. It starts when I was 15. 5 years ago, the ghost domain frenzy erupted in the south and surged towards the capital. The guards and palace maids were struggling to protect themselves, let alone worry about martial arts. I took advantage of the chaos and escaped from confinement. As a 15-year-old, I was terrified. I had been confined for so long and had never been outside. Once out, I was completely lost. I just ran blindly down any road I could find. I ended up running into a horde of evil spirits. Somehow, I swallowed a blood pearl, and my cultivation instantly shot up to the Xuanwu realm. The ghost domain frenzy eruption in the south was probably related to that thing I ate. But Yu just treated it like a story and forgot everything else. She's definitely the main character. Following General Fu might even land her a supporting role. Kids fighting won't kill anyone. What are you so worried about? Remember my name, Luo Yingyao. Next time you see me, steer clear. Since General Fu's cultivation reached the Xuanwu realm overnight after eating the fruit, further improvement requires solidifying the foundational cultivation base of the Xuanwu realm. But Zhou Hong mocked General Fu. Are you sure you're cultivating your foundation and not your muscles? You've trained yourself into a brute. Your muscles are grotesque and unsightly. Compared to when you were in the palace, it's a world of difference. If you grew a beard now, forget women. Even men would call you Big Brother. General Fu snapped. How dare you? You, a grown man, train yourself to look like a woman. And you have the nerve to criticize me. You couldn't stand it anymore. You two are both equally ridiculous. There's nothing to argue about. General Fu and Zhou Hong contributed their emotional points. That's exactly what I wanted. Otherwise, you two never give me any points when you argue. It's no fun. But what was that ghost domain frenzy you mentioned? If I drank that stuff you mentioned, could I also instantly reach the Xuanwu realm? If I reached the Xuanwu realm, forget the next 10 nails, even another 10 wouldn't scare me. After the nails are pulled out, I don't care about romantic encounters or foreign princesses. Anyone who dares to mess with me, even the emperor, I'll fight them all. But Zhou Hong said, the ghost domain frenzy won't happen again. Bossia's appearance turned the ghost domain upside down, because it's been said that the realms cannot be disrupted. Disruption means breaking the balance. If the balance is broken, the entire continent's tectonic plates will be affected. Hee hee, don't you want another ghost domain frenzy? Finally, General Fu and Zhou Hong were on the same page, that we can't. Seeing them like this, they're definitely hiding something. I don't believe General Yi alone could quell the ghost domain frenzy. If he really did it by himself, then I'm in trouble. I still want to try that liquid. Now I can only drink this darn crispy trotter. She took out a bottle and chugged it down. The taste isn't amazing, but it's invigorating. Princesses are so pampered. I really want to break their axes and make soup. I wonder what it tastes like. If I were reincarnated as a princess, forget 200,000 points. Even 1,000,000 points could be earned in a day. Too bad I just popped down from the sky. I wonder if that annoying Princess Yu Yang is awake yet. She's so petty, even slightly annoying her can get you 99 points. It's better than bothering Biengu. After all, Biengu saved me last time. I may be mischievous, but I know how to be grateful. Mainly, it's just easier to get points from her. If there's no one to farm points from back in the Nightless Army, I'll have to go back to Brother Biengu. Yu Yu stealthily climbed the largest tree in the courtyard. It was leisure time. Yu Yu took a roasted chicken from her ring. Good thing I didn't give it to Zhou Hong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any now. She ate a chicken leg while enjoying the view. What life! She devoured each leg in a single bite. Suddenly, a childish voice came from under the tree. I heard you the bastard YCI keeps outside. You really are quite lowly. What the hell? You little brat. Do you even know how to talk? Who starts a conversation by calling someone a bastard? I have food. Do you, you stinky bitch? That stuff you're eating is for refugees. Even dogs in the capital wouldn't touch it. Ooh, little brat, don't tell me you're 5. Even if you were 50, I could still kill you. If you keep acting up, I'll come down there and spit on you. Yu Yu, wielding her princess status like a shield, wasn't afraid at all. She grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it at Yin Chilling. You little bastard, let's see what you could do to me. Because she threw the stone upwards, and it was too heavy to throw very high. Although the stone didn't hit Yu Yu, Yin Chilling felt quite embarrassed. You might be embarrassed, but you've successfully angered this Yu Yu, you know? Angering a 30-year-old woman isn't scary, but angering a 3-year-old Yu Yu is terrifying. Yu Yu finished the chicken bones and threw them accurately at Yin Chilling's face, covering her in grease and saliva. Yin Chilling was on the verge of a breakdown, 0.99 points added. Hee hee. Cry, little brat. Go home and get your mommy. Tell her to come and sweep up this chicken graveyard. Yin Chilling started stomping her feet. You little bitch. Unwanted bastard. Filthy dog. What are you gonna do, huh? What's there to be afraid of? That's another 99 points. Yu Yu wasn't gonna put up with her nonsense. Since you're so sincerely asking me to come down, I'll give you a right leg, a left hook, and a 5-hit combo. In no time, she had the princess on the ground. Yu Yu put her foot on Yin Chilling. Shut up, you dog. If you say another word, I'll kill her right now. Yu Yu originally wanted to make friends with Princess Yin Chilling, but the princess gave her attitude. A right leg, bam. A left hook, bam. A 5-hit combo. Yu Yu looked like she wanted to kill the little princess that you've been watching this whole time, and all you can do is yell. This old nanny is clearly no good. Yin Chilling reached out to Rong Momo for help, but Rong Momo turned and ran. She's a cultivator, but she just watched Yu Yu beat up the princess. What a dog. Good thing I'm a 21st century kid, or I really would have killed the princess. Her quick steps showed she was eager to get home. She's supposed to be a cultivator, though. Rescuing someone from an ordinary person should be easy, let alone a 3-year-old. Now there was no one else around, just a bewildered Yu Yu and a terrified Yin Chilling. Yin Chilling cried for her mother while begging Yu Yu to let her go. Yu Yu, wanting to earn more points, told Yin Chilling something even more interesting. Did you know your nanny is cultivation? She didn't just not save you, she ran away herself. Yin Chilling broke down even more upon hearing this. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Please, let me go. This was definitely a top-tier nightmare for Princess Yin Chilling. She'd probably wake up screaming from it later. By now, Yin Chilling's points had been completely maxed out. Yu Yu's little foot pressed down on Princess Yin Chilling. It wasn't very painful, but it was terrifying. Yin Chilling's crying wouldn't stop, annoying Yu Yu. After Yu Yu took her foot off, Princess Yin Chilling scrambled to sit up, but she continued to cry. As peers, communication should be easy. Hey, stop crying. Let me ask you something. What realm is that Rong Momo who came with you? She's in the early stages of Yellow Martial Realm. Knowing that Rong Momo also knew martial arts explained things. Yu Yu smiled and held out her hand. "From now on, you have to listen to me. If you don't, I'll beat you up every time I see you, got it?" Yin Chiliang, never having been threatened like this, cried even harder. She could finally say she was scared into obedience. Seeing Yin Chiliang's disobedience, Yu Yu slapped her across the face that "I told you to shake my hand. Don't you understand the rules of the Jangho? All you do is cry. Shut up." Just then, Princess Yuyong woke up. She was still preoccupied with Yu Yu's identity. How could Yi Si already have a daughter? The last time she saw him was 5 years ago. Yi Si rose to fame defending the imperial palace against the Guiyu onslaught. It was at that time, hiding in the distance, that Princess Yuran saw General Yi Si's face after he removed his mask. He looked like a god descending from the heavens, incredibly handsome, clearly not of this mortal world. At that time, Princess Yuran was only an 11-year-old girl, but she had already made a promise to herself. She would marry this man. She desperately wanted to get close to Yi Si. Countless times she begged her father, the emperor, to arrange a marriage. She even used her mother, the empress's influence within the Eastern Palace, but every attempt failed. 5 years had passed, and he already had a child, and she's already 3 years old. Couldn't he have waited 2 more years for me to turn 18? Just then, Rong Momo, the nanny in charge of Princess Jilin, came running back. "Princess Yuyong, the little general, is about to beat Princess Jilin to death." The reason Rong Momo went through such lengths to report this was deliberate. If she truly wanted to save Princess Jilin, she would have intervened on the spot. There was no need for this dramatic return to make a report. However, what she didn't expect was that Princess Jilin's Rong Momo was also on Princess Yuran's side. Now, without lifting a finger or deploying a single soldier, they could eliminate 2 little problems. Princess Yuran immediately feigned distress. "Then why are you looking for me? I'm seriously injured. You should go find General Zhou Hong and the others." Rong Momo and the others believed that the longer they stalled, the greater the chance Yu Yu would kill Princess Jilin. What they didn't know was that Yu Yu had already begun to forcibly brainwash Princess Jilin. If brainwashing didn't work, then she would just have to beat her until it did. The successfully brainwashed Princess Shichi was having a great time playing with Yu Yu. "Princess Shichi is my little follower now. If you want to ask anything, just ask me." Rong Momo, along with several hundred guards, surrounded Zhou Hong and Yen Fu. Pointing fingers, they began to shout insults. "Our Princess Shichi has been beaten to death by your little general." Hearing Rong Momo's words, Zhou Hong and Yen Fu began to feel apprehensive. Yu Yu was indeed mischievous and unruly in the military camp. But even so, she wouldn't kill anyone, would she? The last time she killed that spy, it was only under Yi Si's coercion and inducement, let alone killing a little girl her own age. Seeing Zhou Hong and Yen Fu stunned, Rong Momo continued her relentless verbal assault. "If Princess Shichi is dead, all of you useless good-for-nothings, along with ECI, will have to shave your heads and present yourselves to His Majesty." Zhou Hong exploded with rage. "Hey, yes, Princess Shichi's personal nanny, aren't you at fault? How can you be so certain that our little general killed your Princess Shichi? Were you there?" At this, Rong Momo fell silent. If she had been there and watched the little general beat Princess Shichi without intervening, it would be a dereliction of her duty as a personal attendant. Everyone knew that human life was cheap in ancient times, especially the lives of servants. They could be executed at any moment. Zhou Hong tried to calm himself. No matter what, he couldn't admit in front of so many people that the little general was violent and tyrannical. If he admitted it now, and it turned out Yu hadn't done anything so outrageous, Rong Momo would twist the facts against them. Our little general is gentle and kind. She even cries for half a day if she steps on an ant. How could she possibly hit someone? I don't believe it. But Yen Fu, standing behind him, could barely contain himself. How can you say such outrageously untrue things? He thought, should I tell them Yu Yu can shatter a skull with a single punch? But in the next moment, Yen Fu considered the situation more rationally. Princess Shichi was the Empress's daughter, and the Empress had shown them kindness. They had also witnessed Yu Yu's mischievous and unruly behavior. If this were true, Yu Yu would be in serious trouble. To confirm the news, the group went to the back garden to investigate. There, they found the 2 children sitting together, clapping hands and singing rhymes, dressed in brightly colored clothes, having a wonderful time. Zhou Hong and Yen Fu were stunned into silence. But this was good, since both Yu Yu and Princess Shichi were fine. Then the one in trouble was Rong Momo. D. Oh, you know what the punishment is for lying and spreading rumors, disrupting military affairs in the military camp? Although we're not in the military camp right now, I can, in my personal capacity as a member of the Yi Army's investigation department, execute you. Rong Momo shrunk back, almost to the ground, after hearing Zhou Hong's words. But I just saw it with my own eyes, she insisted, about to rush over and show them the injuries on 17th Princess Jilin. But Yu Yu is still with 17th Princess Jilin. Yu Yu retorted, she's not some stinky thing you can just look at whenever you want. You're just a servant. Are you trying to interrupt my playtime with 17th Princess? Determined to find proof, Rong Momo ignored Yu Yu. You ill-mannered thing. Move aside. How dare you? A mere servant girl. Speak to me like that. I just want to see the truth. How dare you? I am the little general, the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. This land you're standing on belongs to my family. Who gave you the audacity? Rong Momo's tone softened slightly, attempting to call Princess Jilin over. But Yu Yu wasn't having it, stubbornly blocking Jilin. What are you? Princess Jilin wants to play with me here, and you dare to order her around? You're so presumptuous. Yu Yu's words finally made Jilin realize, I'm the princess. Why am I always being bossed around by Rong Momo? Back in the palace, Rong Momo constantly ordered me about. I cried for help earlier, and she just ran away. I don't need someone like that. Rong Momo seemed driven to desperation that you're quite the smooth talker. But what if that sharp tongue of yours were to rot? The Marquis of Yong'an has repeatedly defied the imperial marriage decree and secretly fathered a bastard child outside. You bastard, shouldn't even be alive. Are you starting to speak to me with the tone of a concubine? General Fu, I'm scared. Come quickly and protect me. You steam bun, how dare you threaten me? Rong Momo continued relentlessly. Without the emperor's decree, it's illegitimate. By killing this bastard, I'm avenging Beiyu. Yu Yu retorted, what era are we in? Still talking about imperial decrees. I'm going to overthrow that dog emperor and bring in free love. General Fu, you're a princess too, aren't you? Insulting a princess and defying the imperial decree. Killing her is justified. General Fu hesitated, being a servant of the empress. But Rong Momo revealed herself to be working for the noble consort. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me hesitate and hurt my brain. With a flash, a blade pierced Yu Yu's chest, spilling blood. Now the eyewitness is dead, and Princess Jilin is brainwashed. Then it's all good. But the empress's daughter, the esteemed Dishier, has a servant planted by the noble consort. This is another legend of Zhenhuan. News of Yu Yu beating 17th Princess Jilin reached Yi Ci, who could no longer remain idle. Quickly send Yao to her. Call Ruoying back. Yichi fumed. Since ancient times, the emperor has had thousands of women. A good relationship between the empress and a concubine? Never. Being able to legitimately place Rong Momo by 17th Princess Jilin's side. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. Since ancient times, Emperor Taizong Lishimin killed his own brothers to ascend the throne. Those who come out of the palace are all ruthless monsters, without exception. Especially 5 years ago, she was cold-blooded enough to want to kill her own daughter, Yin Fudong. Remember when we first called her General Yin? She corrected us to General Fu. It makes sense now. It must be that damn dog emperor who forbade her from using Yin outside. That's why Yin Fudong uses the middle character, Fu, as her surname. General Yin Fudong is quite pitiful. Killing Rong Momo is equivalent to declaring war on the noble consort, Yin Yuan's mother. But Yu Yu has the entire Bio-Jun system backing her. No matter how powerful the noble consort's family, the Dongwu clan, is, General Yi Ci of the Bio Army can flatten them. The Marquis of Yong'an's residence in Lingzhou. How dare they cause trouble in Yu Yu's home and order her around? They deserve to die. So what if she's a senior member of the palace staff? Bad people get old too. She's just an old, bad person. Even if she's an old person in the palace, so what? Bad people get old too. So she's an old, bad person. Here in Biojiang, Yi Ci sat in his study, poring over a map of Beiyu. Old Master Zhang Qingshan paced back and forth. Having come from the palace himself, he understood what kind of person Princess Yin Yuan was. The palace was notoriously a monster that devoured people without spitting out the bones. Sending Yu Yu now will definitely cause trouble. If our little general gets bullied by that Yin Yuan, Princess Yu Yang, and hides away crying, how heartbroken I'll be. Old Master Zhang, don't overthink it. Ever since I picked her up, she single-handedly tied up the Lan tribe's horse's legs. I've stopped believing she's just a 3-year-old. I even doubt she's a 3-year-old. Suddenly, several figures in black from the Bio army jumped out. These probably aren't enemy troops. They should be Zhou Hong's Night Shadow troops. But none of the three inherited Zhou Hong's wit. They all inherited the goofy silliness of that idiot duo. Yong'an City Marquee report. The little general made the two princesses' 500-person entourage kneel on the ground. Haha, old Master Zhang, see? I told you. You should have faith in our Yu. That little baldy seems a bit panicked. The little general made Princess Yuyang cough up blood. No way. Just now I was worried she'd be bullied by Princess Yuyang. Now, she's made Princess Yuyang cough up blood again. The way the blood sprayed, it was just like in that Stephen Chow movie. General Yi, doing this again isn't good. After all, Yin Yuran's mother's family is the Dongwu clan. So what about the Dongwu clan? A few days ago, they tried to plant one of their own in the military camp. But Yu shattered his bones with one punch and added some trembling grassroot. It's fine. It's just the Dongwu clan, no big deal. And the next piece of news terrified everyone present. The little general crippled the 17th princess. Wow, each one more shocking than the last. Old Master Zhang couldn't handle the stress of Yu's actions and fainted. The reporting Night Shadow troops felt a sense of impending doom for the first time. They weren't even this scared going to the front lines. At this moment, Yi Ci started to panic a little. But as the leader, how could he lose his composure? Nana, take this to the 17th princess and tell Yu to restrain herself a bit. Don't ruin her reputation out there. Yin Yuran was sulking in her room. So what if Yi Ci has a daughter? I'm a princess. Being his concubine isn't a disgrace. Now, that little bastard has killed the 17th princess. She'll definitely be sentenced to death. Then I'll go to the emperor and plead for Yi Ci's life. Then I can rightfully become his wife. By then, he'll definitely be moved by me and become my Yin Yuran's consort. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. A marquis and a princess. What a perfect match. Just then, a maid ran in. Terrible news, princess. He's about to die. Really? Dying is good. Being able to be saved would be bad. The maid corrected herself, and oh, not dying. He's dead. Are you sure he's dead? That clingy, idiotic, ugly, infatuated idiot is finally dead. No. Princess Shichi is dead. Rong Momo is dead. I told her to kill Princess Shichi. How did she end up killing herself? Ugh, I've successfully labeled myself as the big bad wolf again. Get out of here quickly, all of you. If I'm not happy, I'll start hitting you again. Back in her room, Yu counted her overflowing points. The 500 soldiers brought by the two princesses were perfect point farming fodder. With Yin Yuran's provocation, she broke through the 140,000 mark in one morning. In the afternoon, with Princess Yin Jilin's foolish actions, Yu earned another 3,000 points. Most importantly, the points gained from repeatedly beating Princess Yin Jilin were substantial. For a moment, the points were in critical hit mode. Her total points now exceeded 144,500. 200,000 was just around the corner. She really looked forward to the day the dragon's sand seal disappeared from her body. Then, she would crush the Yin Yuran. Suddenly, Yu received worry from old Master Zhang Qingshan, plus 22 points. This sudden point increase made Yu pause. Was he worried about her? Having never experienced familial affection in her past life, she was actually being cared for in this one. She was truly happy. However, old Master Zhang's concern didn't last long, as he had fainted. From outside came the Yan Lingoibeling's voice. I must return to the palace. I must be revived. It gave Yu a headache. It turned out a female member of the Dark Division was holding the little princess captive and forcing her into addiction. The Bio Army's Dark Division members were all trained in the military camps. Regardless of gender, they were incredibly strong, and they considered Yi Ci's words as divine commands to be followed absolutely. Even if Yi Ci says to apply medicine to the emperor, it must be done immediately. This slap landed on Yin Qiling's delicate leg. Just thinking about it hurts. But Yin Qiling cries every time medicine is applied. This little brat is so annoying. But he's also quite pitiful. Only 5 years old and doesn't understand anything. His worldview isn't fully formed. He has no ability to distinguish right from wrong. Rong Momo is the noble consort's person, so his actions largely represent the noble consort's thoughts. The noble consort planted someone by the little princess's side, not only causing her to become crippled, but now she even wants to kill her. The noble consort's surname is Donghua. The traitor who appeared in the military camp also has the surname Donghua. The Donghua family has ill intentions towards the emperor. As for Princess Yuyong, Yin Yuran, she is the noble consort's daughter. Her coming to Lingzhou can't be for anything good. I killed Donghui, the nanny the noble consort placed beside Yin Chiliang. It's also equivalent to me killing her. So the noble consort must be trying to find every way to kill me. No, I must strike first to gain the advantage. Striking later will only bring disaster. I have to find a way to get rid of the noble consort. For that, I'll need the little princess's help. I have to win her over. Hey, little princess, what are you doing? Now the little princess is scared of Yu. Yin Chiliang's fright points increased by 99. Yu is like a wolf in sheep's clothing, tricking Yin Chiliang, this little Red Riding Hood. Good little princess, don't cry. Let's apply the medicine. Hold her down and don't let her run. At this moment, Yin Chiliang is very unwilling. But if she's unwilling, Yu will give her a round of therapeutic warming. While having the medicine applied, Yin Chiliang cries more miserably than anyone. Everyone outside can hear her. It's like slaughtering a pig. The esteemed Princess Shichi of Bei, Yu hasn't stopped crying since arriving in Lingzhou. Who could have imagined this? And at the main gate, Zhou Hong and General Fu are drinking tea, waiting for Princess Yoyang's arrival. No sooner had they spoken than she appeared. Who gave you the guts to kill mine? The show has finally begun. Hurry, hurry, don't be late. Yin Yuran barks from the doorway as soon as she enters the hall. Who killed mine? For Yin Yuran to say such a thing, she must not be very bright. Claiming Rong Momo as her person is, without exception, planting a spy beside the Empress's daughter. This is provoking the Empress. No matter how powerful the Donghua family is, reaching their hands towards the Empress, the Emperor will definitely be displeased if he finds out. However, seeing Princess Yuyang arrive, Zhou Hong still has to rise and kneel, regardless. Greetings, Your Highness Princess Yuyang. But Yin Fudong doesn't need to kneel to this idiot. Although Yin Fudong is a demoted princess, she is still your older sister, Yin Yuran. Not only do you not kneel to me when you see me, you even want me to kneel to you? Yin Yuran came here this time, originally, to vent her anger on Yin Fudong, because she killed Rong Momo. 5 years ago, Yin Fudong was still a little girl. Yuran was only 11 years old at that time. Such a cute and innocent person. How did she become such a shrew in 5 years? Yin Fudong looks at Yin Yuran with a look of disdain and disgust, successfully pushing Yin Yuran to the edge. What kind of look is that, Yin Fudong? You dare look at me like that? Are you crazy? I'll be damned if I'm crazy. How dare you speak to your older sister like that? Zhou Hong, standing to the side, smiles and pulls out a small piece of paper. I'm not good at torturing people, but I'm a natural at pranks, truly a disciple of Yu. Seeing Yin Fudong not responding for a while, Yin Yuran directly curses, "Are you listening to me when I'm talking to you?" Zhou Hong isn't ready with the prank yet. Okay, everything's ready. Begin your performance. Yin Fudong, as a general, possesses a 1.9 meter tall stature. Walking up to Yin Yuran instantly becomes like a chick looking for its mother. Lost and bewildered that I'll give you one more chance to rephrase that. Repeat what you just said. What do you mean? How dare I look at you like that? And that Rong Momo deserved to die anyway. She not only dared to contradict my little princess, but she also used a commanding tone to order Princess Shichi around. That alone is a crime deserving of death. It's not just because I was there. Even Shabi and Erju would have done the same. Because Shabi and Erju, under Yuyu's influence, would definitely hang all 500 of those people. Seeing Yin Fudong's imposing height, Yin Yuran instantly becomes cowardly. All right. Good kill. At the same time, Yin Yuran's face turns ugly, as if she'd eaten a bowl of dog feces. He didn't expect this. 5 years without seeing second sister Huang. And this is her response? Furious, Yin Yuran could only sputter incoherently behind her. Zhou Hong, standing behind, once again offered Fudong encouraging thumbs-ups. Encouraged by Bu Li's praise, Fudong worked even harder. Right. You keep saying that Rong Momo is your person. How did you arrange for her to be by the princess's side? Did the Empress approve this? And why aren't your people disciplining her? Her provoking me is one thing, but she dared to provoke General Yi Si. General Yi is more than just a general in the eyes of the army. They even revere the general as the Knightless, the army's deity. General Yi Si is the law of the army. Rong Momo dared to speak to General Yi with such disrespect. Should I kill you instead of her? You lot who frequent this place should know better than to let this happen. I'll discipline her for you. Don't think you can come to the Yeoman Marquis residence and run wild in the princess's name. Now get out of here. Zhou Hong clapped encouragingly from behind. As the saying goes, even a cornered dog will bite. Yin Yiran reached out to hit Yin Fudong, but due to the height difference, her movement was slow. Yin Fudong grabbed her hand. I am the Xuanwu Sword, the champion of the Knightless Lord's cavalry regiment of the Northern Yu Kingdom. If you hit me, you're opposing the Knightless Lord. Think carefully. Unable to win with words or fists, Yin Yiran's eyes widened in anger. If Yu Yu were here, she'd definitely get the points for this. But Yu Yu was actually earning points elsewhere, eating snacks while being chased by the wolf granny, all while clutching her points. Based on Yu Yu's Holmesian deductions, at this rate, the 200,000 points would be collected soon. Once the 200,000 points were collected, 5 nails on her back could be removed. Nails removed by the system wouldn't shorten her lifespan. The thought alone brought a little joy. It was a rare happy moment. Kulme, kulme, kulme. Today, Wolf Granny will apply your medicine properly. See, this is how you should apply it. Just like rubbing lard. Very simple. What? You're treating me, a princess, like a pig. Hee what? Are you being naughty again, Your Highness? With that, General Fu grabbed Yin Yuran's wrist, leaving a red mark. The difference in their cultivation levels was vast. His physique alone was enough to kill Yin Yuran. I advise you, since you've come to Lingzhou, to behave yourself. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died here. Yin Yuran felt a flicker of fear. This was Lingzhou, not the capital. Killing her here would be easy, and no one would know. Yin Yuran had to act submissive, whether she wanted to or not. Biting her lip, her mouth trembling slightly, she said, "Second sister is right." But Yin Yuran's real purpose in coming was to see General Yi Si. Zhou Hong had forgotten to write this line in the script. This was a bit tricky. Hoping for Zhou Hong to intercede, Yin Fudong looked to him for help. But Zhou Hong just shrugged. Don't look at me. I didn't expect this. Improvise. If it were Yu Yu, she'd definitely say it's tricky. Then don't do it. But Yin Fudong relented. Let's do it anyway. General Yi is busy and can't spare the time. His hesitant tone gave Yin Yuran an opening. I know he's busy, but there are some things he must see me about personally. Otherwise, his head might not stay attached to his body. Is it that serious? Judging by Yin Yuran's expression, it seemed it really was. Yu Yu, having finished applying the lard, returned. Did I miss something important? Yu Yu had really hit the jackpot this time. Guys, who knew that Jingu and General Yi been together all these years? The two whispered like thieves, straining to hear. Seeing Yin Fudong struggling to answer Yin Yuran's questions, Zhou Hong put away his notes and stepped forward. In recent years, the court has become aware of the Manchu people's growing boldness. General Fudong's battle against 20,000 with only 2,000 men is well known. And with the new year approaching, General Yi is busy distributing military rewards and supplies. To prevent a surprise attack from the Liao Kingdom's Manchu people, he's also been constructing fortifications. To be honest, General Yi has actually been quite idle in the army lately, spending all day drinking tea and getting her hair done with Old Man Zhang. Bien Yuen chuckled. No matter how busy someone is, they always have some spare time. Seems like ECI won't show up unless she's forced. Bien Yuen's tone was firm. They say a twitching eyelid means anxiety on the left, excitement on the right. Could Bien Yuen actually have some dirt on General Yi? Zhou Hong, standing nearby, started to look confused. Yu Yu, eavesdropping from behind, wasn't confused at all. Those who hear the whole story are confused. Those who hear only half aren't. Remember 5 years ago, when a monster broke into the Imperial Palace and Yin Yuran escaped? That's when she saw General Yi Si in the palace. Although captivated by General Ye's beauty, she also remained wary. That was the Queen's bedchamber, after all. Why would General Yi Si be in a place like that? In ancient times, a man entering the Queen's quarters was a death sentence. Now, Yin Yuran wants to use this to force General Yi to appear and explain. Otherwise, she'll tell the world. But Yu Yu listening in was puzzled. They don't have security cameras or phones to take pictures. Can you really just accuse someone of being somewhere and have it stick? If it's that easy, Then I'll tell everyone Yin Yuran hit Princess Shichi and get the queen to punish her. The innocent Yin Fudong and Zhou Hong were shocked by Yu Yu's words. If it got out that General Yi spent the night in the queen's bedchamber, not only would the queen be banished, but General Yi and the entire Nightless Lord's army would suffer. If Yu Yu were there in person, she'd say, "After all that talk, where's your proof? Show me the security footage." "Teacher, you've had your say. Now it's my turn. Why were you in the queen's garden? Were you stealing something?" Stealing from a queen is also a death sentence. Yin Fudong and Zhou Hong, clueless, were completely played by Yin Yuran. Seeing their reactions, she was quite satisfied. If all goes as planned, she'll see General Yi in 3 days. They're bound to report this to General Yi. If he actually shows up, it'll prove her point. And if that's proven, General Yi's authority in the army will be shattered. A god without light becomes dim, losing their original brilliance. Tell ECI, I want to see him within 3 days. Otherwise, on the 4th day, the whole city will know. Hiding behind the scenes, Yu Yu and Bien Yuyuan exclaimed together, "This woman is evil. She'll stop at nothing." But, top fan, we just heard some juicy gossip. Good thing I brought you here, or you'd have missed it. But seriously, Yi Si is amazing. Calling him daddy was the right move. Outside, Yu Yu was gleeful. Inside, Yin Fudong was panicking. Sneaking into the queen's quarters at night? That's a death sentence. This is bad. Yu Yu, however, found it all very exciting. Yin Fudong's voice grew louder with his panic. Zhou Hong, fearing they'd be overheard, rushed to close the window. Walls have ears. Outside, Yu Yu reassured him, "Don't worry, that girl is one of us. It's fine. I've checked the surroundings. We're safe." "That's good, thanks." "Wait, Shorty, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be giving Princess Shichi her medicine?" I just got here. I didn't know Daddy was cheating on the Emperor with the Queen." Zhou Hong did a double take. "Are you sure you just got here?" Zhou Hong delivered his first ever critical hit. Points plus 99. Yu Yu and Bien Yuyuan were dragged inside. Bien Yuyuan was offered a seat, and Yu Yu sat beside him. The air grew still. Is it okay to talk about this in front of Yu Yu? But she'd already heard everything. They could only try to find a solution. Remember what Zhang the Cripple, the old housekeeper, said? General Yi split a mountain barehanded at 7, snuck into the Imperial Palace at 10. Seems it's true. 5 years ago, Yi Si was in the palace, meaning he was only 10 then. He's only 15 now. Yu Yu finally understood why Yi Si's face went dark when she called him daddy. If someone called me mom at 15, it would be more than an insult to my youth. Forget a simple slap. I'd slam dunk them. Absolutely slam dunk them. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong was weighing the pros and cons. Why would 10-year-old boss Yi go to the harem? What did he want to do there? Zhou Hong was practically bouncing off the walls. Yeah, what do I want to do there? My brain can't handle this. And yet, the two dummies thought and thought, but couldn't come up with a reason. What can a 10-year-old do? Probably just play in the sand and mud dye you. Bien Yuyuan's reply made Yin Fudong's mind suddenly clear. Exactly. What can a 10-year-old do? Zhou Hong said, "You girls have such dirty minds. You always think the worst of us boys." At this point, Yin Fudong really wanted to explain, but realized she couldn't. Her darn brain seemed to be failing her again. Bien Yuyuan just spaced out for a while. 5 years ago, that's when the Ghost Valley evil surge erupted. A lot happened that year. The Bat Boy broke through to the Xuanwu realm overnight. Yin Qiling was just born, and I don't think I was around yet, so it shouldn't have anything to do with me. Wait, if I remember correctly, Yi Si was 10 5 years ago. Doesn't that mean I acknowledged a 15-year-old as my dad? Yu Yu came back and immediately beat up Yin Qiling. Be a good boy and don't cry, or I'll hit you again. You have to be obedient, understand? Having just been tricked by Yu Yu, this wolf in sheep's clothing, with a lifetime supply of lard medicine, Yin Qiling's body felt sticky and gross. He was alone in his room, crying, and then waking up, and then crying again. It was quite comical. There's nothing he could do. He was a 5-year-old being threatened and bullied by a 3-year-old. If I were him, I wouldn't be able to accept it either, right? Why is Yin Qiling still crying? Damn it, he cries all day long. Stop crying. If you don't, I'll go in there and rip off all your pig skin. Biengu finally waited for Yu Yu to wake up. Yu Yu, I've been analyzing Yin Yuran's words from yesterday for a long time. I still plan to go find Yin Qiling and ask him directly. Biengu was thrilled to see Yu Yu finally arrive. Judging by Biengu's emotional score, Yin Qiling must have caused quite a bit of trouble. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such lingering resentment. Yu Yu pushed open the door. She walked over to the passed-out Yin Qiling. But I heard crying outside. How did he fall asleep as soon as I came in? Strange. But Yu Yu didn't care. I clearly heard you crying at the door. Are you pretending to be asleep? Yu punched him, instantly waking Yin Chiling. The force of the punch was like a meteor hitting Earth. Yin Chiling immediately cried out, "Mama!" To be honest, Yin Chiling had actually fallen asleep. It's a child's nature to cry until they're tired and then fall asleep. But Yu wrongly accused him. "Hey, Nokurain, I'm hitting you, and you're not allowed to cry. If you cry, I'll hit you again." Yin Chiling's mental breakdown score increased by 99. Now, in Yin Chiling's eyes, Yu was like a demon. He wanted to cry, but held back because he knew Yu would actually do it. She wasn't like his mother, the imperial concubine, who would coax and indulge him. Seeing such an obedient Yin Chiling, Yu nodded in satisfaction. "That's right. Now let's play a game. I ask, you answer. If you answer wrong, I'll hit you. What do you think? What can I say? You already said you'd hit me if I answer wrong. This is clearly a one-sided game. Why bother asking for my opinion?" Yu learned from Bianyan that her father, Yi Si, had gone to the palace, but she didn't know what he did there. She had to ask Yin Chiling and then analyze the situation herself. Could the Empress be my mother? But that doesn't make sense. Didn't I fall from the sky? Forget it. Better to confirm. How old is your mother? Yin Chiling was stunned by the question. How would I know? I haven't even figured out how old I am yet, and now you've completely confused me. Then what does your mother look like? Is she pretty? Well, what is she trying to do? Why is she asking this? Since she asked, he obviously had to say he didn't know. Yu immediately lost her temper. Do I look like someone who's easily fooled by a 5-year-old like you? Now, even answering I don't know would get him a beating. At this moment, Yin Chiling felt so wrong she wanted to die. Points plus 99. You don't even know what your mom looks like. You're clearly lying, and liars get a beating. Want another durian? Yin Chiling sobbed miserably while clutching her fist. Because I'm the 17th princess. That means I have 16 other siblings. Seeing them twice a year is already pretty good. How would I remember what they look like? And even when we do meet, it's at some grand ceremony. Far away, I can't even see clearly. Oh, all right then. I guess I did hit you one too many times. Do you want to make it up to me? I think I'll pass. Let that last punch count for the next one. Not bad. Not bad. Quite the negotiator. So you don't normally see your mother? No. Nanny Rong told me my mother isn't favored. The emperor respects his clan. That shouldn't be the case. Able to surpass the Beiyu's #1 family, Dongwu noble consort, to become empress, yet she's an unfavored woman? Could Nanny Rong and that darn imperial sister be lying to me? Seems they've really fooled you. Who usually teaches you reading, writing, and basic cultivation? Don't tell me it's also that Nanny Rong. Yin Chiling suddenly stood up defiantly. I don't learn those things. I was born to have everything. I don't need to learn those useless things. Little girl, you've been seriously misled. You're making me lose my patience. I have to give you a beating for this. Yin Chiling's emotions crumbled. Points plus 99. Tears streamed down her face as she burst into tears again. Cry all you want. This is my territory. No one's coming to save you. Do you see my fist? Do you know why you're 5 years old and still can't beat me? So from now on, you have to learn to read and write. Even basic cultivation techniques, you can't neglect them. If you don't learn, I'll beat you to death. This Yu keeps her promises. Don't think you can hide in the palace. I'll chase you down and beat you to death there too. This is a world where fists talk. Let me tell you in advance, I'll be living with you for the next few days. No way around it. You're a walking, talking point-generating machine. It's for your own good. After all, you're still young and easily fooled by bad people. When you grow up, you'll thank me. Hearing that she would be eating, drinking, and sleeping with Yu, Yin Chiling instantly broke down. Terror Storm plus 99. Outside, Biengu, the top contributor, was overjoyed. My top contributor title is finally going to someone capable. Yu is finally making a move on Yin Chiling. Hurry up and get to 200,000 points. Sleep with Yin Chiling directly, because Yu also discovered that Yi Si truly cared about this 17 princess. This might have something to do with Yi Si entering the palace. Although Yu and Yi Si have only been together for a couple of months, I can still sense that every action he takes has a purpose. Plus, he specifically arranged for Umbu agents to apply medicine to the little princess. Umbu are like secret agents. They rarely show their faces. But this time, to apply medicine to the 17th princess, he actually sent 2. But you have to admit, the medicine Yi Si sent over is really effective. Applied to the little princess's bottom, it was almost almost healed today after being hit just yesterday. If this stuff were in the modern world, forget Yunnan Bai Yao. Compared to Yi Si's, yours is just snake oil. Even though Yi Si's medicine works fast, who is Yu? How could I let your healing be faster than my punches? So, your medicine is fast? Huh? Hee. I don't believe your medicine can be faster than my fists. Dead yet? No way. Injuries mean continuous point increases. For the sake of points, Yin Chiliang must be sacrificed. Biengu saved me last time. I don't want to bully my Biengu again. Oh, so you'd rather not bully a horse and instead bully a living, breathing person like me? What do you mean a horse? Biengu is my top contributor. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. Forget it, never mind. At the military camp, General Yi Si and Old Master Zhang were both in the main hall, awaiting Yu's return. Finally, she's back. A shadow guard. Old Master Zhang spoke first. Has Yu sent another message? Yi Si rolled her eyes. Yu isn't your granddaughter. Why are you so concerned about her? General, think about it. Yu is still so young, and she has to face those scheming, manipulative people all day. How can I not worry? Yi Si replied, You're worried about Yu? You should be more worried about Yin Yuan. Old Master Zhang doesn't even know that Yu was sealed by the nail. After all, if he knew, he'd be even more heartbroken. Yi Si opened the returned letter. It seems he can't deal with Yu, so he's planning to come after me. Old Master Zhang said, It's fine if they target you. As long as they're not targeting my Yu, anyone is fine. Wow, Old Master, you raised me too, you know. You're a typical example of forgetting the older ones once you have a new favorite. I didn't mean it like that. You're the marquis. Who could possibly hurt you? Besides, you're resourceful and your cultivation is the best in the world. You're super amazing. Yi Si was stunned by Old Master Zhang's flattery. There's no way anyone could resist being praised by an elder. However, Yi Si had also learned Yu's shamelessness. Because I have a mask, I am the Northern Jade Emperor. But this Yang is really courting death. Old Master Zhang thought, if we deal with the Dongwu family now, it might cause chaos. Yi Si first burned the intelligence report. We can't touch the Dongwu family yet. After all, the Dongwu family has a 2,000-year history. They've held positions of power for generations and have deep-rooted connections throughout the Northern Yu Kingdom and even the entire northern continent. Chaos in the Dongwu family will inevitably lead to chaos throughout the land. Speaking of resourcefulness, if it weren't for the mask, who would know she's only 15? Old Master Zhang only hoped that Yu wouldn't get involved. But you see, I wouldn't let her stay out of it so easily that in the future, she will lead the Knightless army and finish what I started. Old Master Zhang knew Yi Si was resolute. All her decisions were carefully calculated. Since you've decided, this old servant will assist the little general with all his might. As for Yu, she needs your protection. She wasn't afraid of those things when she was little, so she won't be afraid now that she's older. It's so nice to wake up naturally without anyone disturbing me. Why is Yin Chiliang still sleeping? That won't do. If she's asleep, no one will give me points. First, I'll deliberately step on her stomach. Critical hit. Points plus 99. Yin Chiliang's mental breakdown. Points plus 99. Not bad, not bad. I managed to get 2 critical hits first thing in the morning. What a cute little point-generating machine. I'm already at 146,000. Yu decided to give the little princess a head pat. After all, Yin Chiliang hadn't slept all night. She'd been grinding points all night. But unexpectedly, Yu's head pat also scared Yin Chiliang into giving her more points. Seriously? Is this kid going to be traumatized? She's still trembling. Forget it. I'll let you sleep. It wouldn't be good if I accidentally broke her or, killed her. My big brother Biengu is much more obedient. No matter what I do to him, he won't get angry. Even if he did, he couldn't do anything about it. What's going on? I smell blood. Big brother Biengu, let's go take a look. You have to protect me, okay? Otherwise, I'll make you my top contributor again. It's strange. I haven't seen anyone for a while. The princess brought 500 people with her. Could they have all run away because they're afraid of me? Isn't that Yin Yuan? Why is she so flustered? She's usually so dignified. Why does she look like a disheveled mess today? This isn't right. Yu didn't feel afraid. After all, this was her home. But Yin Yuan's state puzzled her. Could she be here for revenge? But I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll take them all on. If 2 come, I'll just fight them both. Time for me to unleash my secret weapon. Curiosity killed the cat, but I think a cat without curiosity isn't a good cat. Opening the system panel, she didn't find any point notifications related to Yin Yuan. Usually, anger or anything directed at me generates points. Even old Master Zhang's longing for me from the military camp gives me points. But Yin Yuan's current state, maybe it really has nothing to do with me. That's such a waste. Such a good expression. If it were on Yu Yu, would definitely be another huge critical hit. Just as Yu Yu was thinking about how to annoy Yin Yuan, she discovered that behind Yin Yuan, a member of the Nightless Army was following. That's right, it was the same person who had the idiotic duo running around in circles last time. Although he had a smile on his face, he gave off the vibe of like those invaders entering a village and pillaging women. Hey, princess, run faster. What's up with those legs? Yu Yu, who always thought Yin Yuan was arrogant and conceited, was completely dumbfounded that she didn't react to such an insult. From a distance, Yu Yu was utterly shocked. This situation seemed a bit off. Just then, Zhou Hong appeared out of nowhere. Excuse me, even though we're so close, do you have to shout? Good morning, little general. You look beautiful today. Cut the crap. Does my, Yu Yu's, beauty need your validation? Suddenly, the system notified. Zhou Hong's mood is elated. Points +9. No way. What's gotten into General Zhou today? What's he so happy about? Yin Yuan looked deeply worried, while Zhou Hong was cheerful. Zhou Hong knew what kind of person she was from the beginning. When Yu Yu set fire to the house, everyone else was angry, but Zhou Hong was secretly gloating. Perhaps by analyzing Yin Yuan's expression, Zhou Hong might know something. Zhou Hong swayed her hips while speaking in a strange tone. Oh my, oh my, oh my. The 500-person entourage, this morning, somehow all died suddenly. Yu Yu couldn't believe that 500 people suddenly died. That might work on a 3-year-old, but I, Luo Ing Yu Yu, am not a 3-year-old. Yesterday, Yin Yuan just said those things about Yi Si and trespassing the harem. And this morning, 500 people suddenly died. Who would believe that? Zhou Hong swayed her hips, teasing Yu Yu. Yin Yuan, walking from the silver shop, saw Yu Yu and Zhou Hong and became even paler. She then turned around and left without a second glance. Well, that's good. I was just wondering how to greet her. Qiu Ronghuan followed closely behind, saying, Good morning, little general. Hey, good morning, buddy. Where are you going? Under General Yi Si's orders, I'm escorting Princess Yu Yang to the capital. From this, it's not hard to see who's behind all of this. Yi Si had said that although he wouldn't touch the Donghua family yet, it didn't mean he couldn't scare them. In Yong'an, the only person capable of killing 500 people overnight is the Nightless Lord. Yu Yu's casual remark, be careful on the road, startled Yin Yuan. Points +99. Yin Yuan, in despair, points +99. Yin Yuan took this as a warning from Yu Yu, a reminder of the consequences of bullying her. Luckily, that whip hadn't landed on Yu Yu's face. If it had, Yin Yuan wouldn't even need to run now. She'd be dead on the spot, just like those 500 people. Yin Yuan quickened her pace. If she could fly, she wouldn't be running. If she could run, she wouldn't be walking. She was getting out of there as fast as possible. Qiu Ronghuan followed close behind, seemingly escorting her, but in reality, driving her away and keeping watch. After they left, Yu Yu immediately asked Zhou Hong what happened. That was 500 people. If Yu Yu had been there and awake, imagine how many points she would have gotten. She might have hit 200,000 points that day. You know, yesterday Princess Yin Yuan provoked Boss Yi, right? How could the Nightless Lord's general be threatened by a little girl? Anyone else, and Yin Yuan would be dead already. But she's a princess, so he can only let her live and suffer. As for Princess Lin, Bossy already made arrangements for her medicine, so she's off the list. Last night, Bossy issued a high-level command, dispatching the Nightless Army, that is Zhou Hong's assassins. Overnight, 500 people vanished, like they'd evaporated. Yin Yuan looked completely stunned when she saw it. Even though Yu Yu is mischievous and causes some trouble, hearing about death and murder still makes her a little scared. However, Princess Yu Yang deserves it. Anyone who could drive her to this point probably won't have a happy childhood. Bossia's figure is a work of art. A high-class, 500-person work of art. Hey, who can argue with that? The two girls sat there grinning like onlookers, neither one outdoing the other. At this moment, General Fu walked over. if Chiu Ronghuan escorts her back to the capital now, can he still make it back for New Year's? Don't worry about that. Chiu Ronghuan will probably stay in the capital until he's made absolutely sure Princess Yu Yang is settled before coming back. General Fu was puzzled. Wouldn't it be fine just to send her back? Why does he have to stay there? Yu immediately thought of causing trouble for Princess Yu Yang. Just Chiu Ronghuan's presence there is enough to ensure Princess Yu Yang won't have a pleasant childhood. As a simpleton, General Fu is typically clueless. You have to spell things out for him. Chiu Ronghuan going to the capital as an official not only allows him to keep tabs on the Donghua family's actions, but also to monitor the emperor's movements. Yu added, to make sure Princess Yu Yang lives in fear of Chiu Ronghuan. On the way back to the capital, he has to create even more fear. In short, mess with her until she breaks. Then the two girls both gave a thumbs up. It seems they're birds of feather. Under Yu and Zhou Hong's tutelage, General Fu finally caught on. This tactic of harming others without benefiting oneself is brilliant. Who came up with it? Yu said, don't look at me. It wasn't my diabolical idea. The only one who could come up with such a wicked scheme is Boss Yi. The Empress, whom Yu has been longing to see, finally appears. The capital of the Northern Yu Kingdom is called Jixia, located in the southern part of the northern region. This area is rich in resources and has a beautiful environment. It's a particularly nurturing place. The advantageous geographical location and climate have created the unique character of the Jixia imperial city. Since the founding of Northern Yu, golden nobles and all kinds of talented experts have taken root here, growing stronger day by day. Inside the Northern Yu Imperial Palace, the woman lying in bed sipping tea is the Empress of Northern Yu, Ruan Milan. Such a beautiful woman. It's believable that Yi Si once snuck into the Imperial Palace just to witness her beauty. Ruan Milan has been married to the Emperor of Northern Yu for over 20 years and has never cultivated a complete ordinary person. Logically, an ordinary person like her should be an old woman by now. But not only does she look like a young girl, her skin is also well preserved. Empress, after all these years, are you still unwilling to reveal the secret of your longevity? The Emperor, in order to obtain the Empress's secret of longevity, deliberately had Princess Yu Yang bring Yin Chiling to Yi Si. This was also a form of threat, but you would never guess that this also allowed Yin Chiling to escape Princess Yu Yang's control. Because the reason the Empress's life is controlled by the Emperor is because of Yin Chiling. If Yin Chiling's life is not in danger, then he can rest easy. Ruan Mulan, seeing the Emperor's disgusting expression, felt a deep aversion and disgust. The Emperor, knowing force wouldn't work, decided to play the emotional card. Isn't all this because of you? I just want a longer lifespan. To cultivate to a higher realm, resist the invasion of evil, save the common people, and unify the world. The Empress laughed. Resist invasion? Save the common people. When a knightless army won a great victory, who issued 3 imperial decrees ordering their retreat. Now you talk to me about unifying the world. Besides, noble consort Donghua is more suitable to be Empress. Her family is more useful to you, and she understands you better. Just kill me. I'm no longer of any use. Empress, how can you say that about yourself? Look how special you are. What other woman in this world, without any cultivation, can remain eternally youthful like you, ageless and immortal? If the Empress wasn't constantly worried that after her death, Yin Chiling would have no one to care for him, she would have already ended her life. The Empress smiled faintly. Your Majesty is joking. I won't grow old, but I will die soon. You will never know the secret of longevity. The Emperor raised his hand and slapped her. So, the Emperor doesn't love the Empress at all. He just wants immortality. After hitting her, the Emperor left, leaving the Empress alone in a daze. Meanwhile, Donghua Rong and the 7th Prince were waiting for the eunuch's report. Tell me, what did the Emperor say to the Empress today? Nothing new from the Empress. However, after the Emperor left the Empress's quarters, he and Consort Lin exchanged poems in the garden. These things, in his eyes, are all just diversions. Exchanging poems is certainly nothing new, but the content of the poems is quite interesting. Consort Lin's first half said, left behind in the cold palace, fragrant grasses wither, only plum blossoms remain like weeds. The Emperor's response was, the border knows not of bio, only the ever-vigilant Knightless Marquis. Mother Consort is being way too obvious. Father Emperor is already at his wit's end with Yi Si. We'll go to Lingzhou soon and have him executed. Yu Yu's warning completely unnerved Yin Chiliang. Without my orders, you are not to leave this room. This led to him waking up and sitting there to die, not daring to move. He was afraid that if he moved, Yu Yu would return. She might find some other reason to beat him. A person can only take so much. In the end, Yu Yu had completely broken Yin Chiliang's spirit. With no one to talk to, two little figures appeared in his mind, arguing. He really wanted to go out, but if he did, Yu Yu would catch him. He didn't want to be beaten, so he sat there obediently, snacking. He really wanted to just sit, but his stomach wouldn't cooperate. A child needs to eat 4 or 5 meals a day. And from last night until this morning, he hadn't eaten anything. He couldn't stand it. Having no other choice, he decided to go out and fill his belly first and wait for Yu Yu to finish playing. He could just take another beating. She might find some other reason to hit him anyway when she returned. That's right. A full stomach would give him the strength to endure the beating, making it less painful. Yin Chiliang tremblingly pushed open the door. He originally wanted to ask a palace made for food, but after walking around for a long time, he didn't see a single person. What children fear most is being abandoned. Seeing the empty surroundings, he burst into tears. His cries were even louder than when Yu Yu had hit him last time. He would rather Yu Yu come and beat him than be abandoned. At this time, Zhou Hong and General Fu were already on their way out of the city. They bickered back and forth, neither willing to give an inch. But Yu Yu, riding behind them, was preoccupied and couldn't muster any energy. She quickly asked Zhou Hong, "Didn't we forget something?" General Fu was notoriously scatterbrained. Although large in stature, he was prone to forgetfulness. He reassured Yu Yu, "Don't overthink it. Let's hurry back to the barracks." But Zhou Hong was different. How could he forget something like this? You left Princess Yin Chiliang behind. Yu Yu thought, why didn't this damn Zhou Hong say something sooner? But Zhou Hong was known for his love of a good show. And besides, it wasn't him who had confined Yin Chiliang. Zhou Hong continued, teasing relentlessly poor little Yin Chiliang. First, she was beaten by Yu Yu. Well, the beating is one thing, but now she's been forgotten like trash. Truly pitiful. I wonder who it was that hit her. He deliberately left the abandoner unnamed. Yu Yu's face was red with anger. I know you're talking about me. Stop it. Hey, I never said who it was. You admitted it yourself. The Empress had shown kindness to General Fu. Yin Chiliang was the Empress's only daughter and his imperial sister. General Fu turned his horse around and galloped back. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Dong Wuron was lecturing her son, Yin Wenbin. Dong Wuron was known for her scheming, but her son was rather dull-witted. Our Dongwu family is so powerful now. Why should we fear a Yi Si? Now that my sister, Yin Ran, has arrived at the Knightless Marquis, I'll send him a message. Why not have him give Yi Si a taste of his own medicine? A brain is a good thing to have. Too bad he doesn't. It was Consort Lin who exchanged poems with the Emperor. The Emperor merely used her for his own amusement, but someone still had to be punished. Consort Lin was demoted to the Cold Palace, but the 7th Prince, Yin Wenbin, thought they should have taken down Yi Si earlier. Do you think Dong Wuron doesn't want to take down Yi Si? Do you think Yi Si is so easy to deal with? News just arrived the other day. The men we sent to infiltrate Yi Si's camp have been killed, and the Bio Army's Iron Cavalry can take on 20,000 Manchu soldiers with only 2,000 of their own. Normally, one Manchu soldier could handle 2 of our Dongwu family's men, but the Bio Army can take on 10 to 1, 2,000 against 20,000. As the saying goes, no matter how smart you are, if your own son isn't smart, the story is doomed. The current Dongwu family doesn't want a direct conflict with the Knightless Lord. After all, half of the civil and military officials in the court graduated from the school established by Marquis Yangon. His arranging for Princess Yuyang to probe Yi Si is primarily to see what he's thinking. If Princess Yuyang can use Yi Si's infiltration of the harem as leverage, there's a 60% chance of taking him down. If they could marry, that would be even better. But he would never have imagined that Yi Si could be so easily manipulated by them. If you bring 500 men today, I'll kill 500. If you dare bring 1,000 the day after tomorrow, I'll kill 1,000. The girl had 10 iron nails driven into her waist. Each nail precisely pinned her lumbar bones. Her head also had 3 nails driven into it. Pulling out each one grants a skill attribute, but each one also reduces her lifespan by 10 years. To live longer, but not live a worthless life, she chose to pull one out. She's still young and can't control the lightning power emanating from her body. Three Chunin are rapidly jumping around the military camp, looking like they're running away. Reports from the front say Little General Yu Yu has returned. Although they each possess the abilities of Chunin, they are extremely afraid of Little General Yu Yu. Little General Yu Yu's return means the peaceful days are over. Just like Naruto, she causes trouble every day. If she's unhappy, no one in the camp will have it easy. Before she even returned, the small fry in the army were already scattering and fleeing. Lu Miaozi feels fear, +1 point. Ma Hongtu is terrified, +1 point. Zhang Daoba's ambition persists, +1 point. Two-Face Bengai is extremely scared, +1 point. Yu Yu hasn't even returned yet, but she can already feel the points accumulating. It seems the missiles from the other day weren't wasted. These old-timers know how to rack up points. Seeing Butler Grandpa and Yi Si waiting at the gate, Yu Yu quickly patted the bat's head and ran to crash into them. A sudden burst of speed, and she charged forward. Yu Yu ran, overjoyed, jumping down from the horse and hugging Butler Grandpa. Little Yu Yu was like a toy in Butler Grandpa's hands. But Little General Yu Yu involuntarily releases lightning when excited. This time, seeing Butler Grandpa was no exception. Zap! Butler Grandpa was fine one moment and gone the next. ECI walked over. Butler Grandpa's alright. You just shocked him unconscious. No way. Am I really that strong now? Yu Yu involuntarily releases lightning when excited or in danger. She's still young and can't control her immense power. This time, Yi Si planned to make a major decision. He would pull another iron nail from Yu Yu's body, help old Master Zhang back. I'll take care of Yu Yu. 3-year-old Yu Yu was led back to the room like a toy. But this time, Yu Yu was incredibly arrogant. Before, she would call him daddy, but now she directly addressed Yi Si. You better put me down, and I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, I'll break your bones. Little one, I didn't realize. You've learned some skills after being away for a few days. Your tone has changed. I learned from Princess Yu Yang that Yi Si was only 15 years old. To the time-traveling Yu Yu, he was just a kid. But Yi Si said, I'm already 200 years old. Yeah, right. I may be 3, but I'm not stupid. Even the most skilled in Tianwu Jin are only 150 years old. How can you be 200? As the saying goes, there's always a higher heaven. There are people beyond people. Above Tianwu Jin is Wuru Lin. And above martial arts forest, there are even stronger ones. I've mentioned this before. This area we've set foot in is just a small part. Every territory has its strong individuals. Here in Meiyu, I'm also among the strongest. So, you're 200 years old? Shouldn't I call you Grandma Yi Si? You darn little brat. I just want to smack you. Well, what can I do? You're my heir. If I, Yi Si, don't break through this realm, I'll have to leave this place. Staying here for so long has prevented me from improving my cultivation. She lifted Yu Yu's shirt, revealing the iron nails. Because you drank enough iron essence the other day, the nails are a bit loose now. Just as she was about to pull out one of Yu Yu's nails, Yu Yu quickly covered herself back up. I heard that Yin Yuran saw you 5 years ago. I don't care what you look like, I want to see too. If he can see you, I can see you too. But Yi Si has many ways to deal with a child like this. Disobedience means a shoulder throw and a barrage of attacks. If you're still disobedient, then I'll just have to refine Yu Yu, pull out the rubber band from my pants, make a slingshot, and shoot out your windows. Hey, are you going to let me see or not? If you don't, I'll beat you to death. But how could her little arms twist Yi Si's strong ones? Yu Yu desperately wanted to see what Yi Si looked like. But Yi Si, to maintain an air of mystery, refused to show her. Actually, the reason Yu Yu wanted to see so badly was to earn points. After all, she only had 140,000 points and still needed 60,000 more. So, she deliberately teased Yi Si. Is it because you're too ugly? Afraid I'll laugh if I see you. But Yi Si wasn't a fool. Trying to goad her like that was absolutely impossible. If it weren't for needing the points, Yu Yu wouldn't want to see Yi Si at all. And now, back in the military camp, everyone here was trained. It was hard to get a 99-point critical hit for points. Yi Si first told Yu Yu, the soul-suppressing nails in your head are different from the dragon-binding nail in your spine. That one can be pulled out with just a little loosening. But the ones in your head are different. You need to have sufficient strength and a strong body before they can be moved. After all, those 3 in your head won't loosen just because your body is strong. They have to be forcibly pulled out. So, since they need to be forcibly removed, you must possess extraordinary physical strength. Yi Si also knew that Yu Yu, who could bear the dragon sandstone pine, must be very strong. because each nail inserted is equivalent to the weight of a dragon. Likewise, each one pulled out is like releasing a dragon. A few days ago, when one was pulled out, you were already able to release lightning. Pulling out another one might awaken other abilities. At this point, Yu took out the book Meng Shuiguan had given her last time. Will I have to go study at Meng Shuiguan in the future? Yisi's answer was surprisingly casual. She had previously suspected that Yu's soul was quite old, so learning these things might be too simple for her. After all, in the military, she had already completely outperformed those trained adults. If she went to school and attended classes with those 7-year-olds, wouldn't she just run circles around them? But that's exactly what Yu was thinking. There were 100, maybe 200 students at the school, and little kids had low tolerance. Just messing with them a little would get her 99 points and calls to the authorities. Forget 200,000, even 1,000,000 points would be a matter of days. Almost forgot about the little princess. Why don't we bring Yin Jilin over here to play with me? Yi Si responded. What do you mean bring her over to play with you? It's more like to play with you. I've already had the Shadow Guard take her to Meng Shuiguan. There, they can teach her to read, write, and cultivate. Yu jumped down from the table. Hey, why didn't you tell me earlier? She rushed over and grabbed Yi Si. Then I want to go too. Tomorrow. No, you still need to drink your body-strengthening tonic. We'll talk about it in a few days. Yu knew a few days could mean who knows when. You keep saying you're 200 years old. Then what were you doing in the harem 5 years ago? Yi Si replied, there are some things children shouldn't ask. Yu, in a fit of anger, ripped something. Yi Si, looking at her torn clothes, exploded. Her composure completely shattered. Yi Si's emotional fluctuation score increased by 1. Yu looked at the piece of fabric she had just ripped off. She remembered the last time she ripped something. Yi Si nearly beat her senseless. But this time, couldn't she go easy on her, considering she just got back? Or how about a beating after the tonic? Drink this up. If you don't finish it in 3 seconds, I'll beat you again. Having just finished her body-strengthening tonic, Yu was full of energy. Her mischievousness meter went up. Grabbing her slingshot, she took aim at someone's window. Take this, you idiot duo. General Liu had been pacing outside the study for a while. Is something the matter? Yes. It's because General Liu told everyone Yu eats people. Now everyone runs away when they see her. She can't get any points. Little General, you're here too? I came today with a small request for the boss. He held a roasted chicken. As you can see from this roasted chicken, I wouldn't come empty-handed. And with a roasted chicken, it's even less suspicious. General Liu, I've been learning a bit of face reading lately. I see a dark cloud over your head. Going in there could be disastrous. Besides, Bossy just threw me out. You'll probably end up the same way. Wanting to help you get in there. General Liu, overwhelmed with gratitude, offered Yu points and wine. But Yu was notoriously fond of chicken legs, especially ones offered to her. General Liu immediately bowed and asked Yu to deliver the chicken. But Yu was a notorious prankster. She took a bite right away. General Liu, General, you receive your regards. While you were bowing, I already went in and asked him. He said he doesn't like chicken. Darn it, tricked by that brat again. I'll kill her. Hee. Even if you kill me, it won't help. The chicken leg is already in my belly. New year, new look. The mischievous Yu also put on new clothes. Although they were in the military camp, it was still New Year's Eve. Fireworks were inevitable on this day. While everyone else was having fun, General Liu was worried. He had planned to use the chicken leg as a gift, but that little rascal Yu ate it. Now, without the roasted chicken as a lead-in, it was even harder for him to broach the subject. At this time, Yi Si, having finished her work and not having eaten all day, decided to get something to eat. But upon leaving, she saw General Liu waiting at the door. Just say what you want. You've been pacing around my door for days. Aren't you tired? Hearing this, he suddenly became shy, like a child meeting a parent. He hugged Yi Si's leg and started crying. She remembered the last time someone did this was Yu. Now, it was General Liu's turn. I'm almost 30 years old. I've worked tirelessly in the army, and I'm not getting any younger. Every holiday, I don't dare go home for fear of being ridiculed by the villagers. Yi Si frowned. That wasn't your village destroyed in the war years ago? Who's there to laugh at you? General Liu, determined to find a wife, jumped up and clung to Yi Si's leg. This put Yi Si in a difficult position that I'm 200 years old, and I'm not worried. Why are you so anxious in your 30s? Well, you being 200 is your business. I want to get married and have children. Otherwise, people will laugh at me for not being able to find a wife. But who could the usually simple-minded General Liu possibly have his eye on? He spent all his time with the army, either fighting or in the barracks. He hardly ever saw any women. But don't forget, Since Yu arrived, Yi Si had hired two beautiful women to take care of her. So, General Liu, having seen no other women, fell in love at first sight with Wendong. Wendong was Yu's personal maid, responsible for her care. Such a serious matter should be discussed with me, Yu. If she marries you, who will take care of me? Yu refused to agree. Damn you, little General Yu. You ate my chicken leg, and you won't even admit it. Spit it out. General Hu Ji, emotionally devastated, inwardly raged as his merit points fluctuated. In the Beiyu Imperial City, the New Year's atmosphere was vibrant. Every household was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers to celebrate New Year's Eve. The festivities in the Imperial Palace were even grander. The emperor held a great banquet. He invited all the civil and military officials, as well as the imperial relatives and local officials. Slightly intoxicated, one official began chatting with those nearby that I heard Princess Yu Yang went to Lingzhou. She's probably stargazing with Yi Si right now. As his words fell, the entire hall went silent. The Beiyu Emperor, unsure how to react, smiled and raised his wine cup towards Dong Wu in the crowd. Imperial advisor, you see, that child Yu Yang insisted on going to Lingzhou to find Yong and Ho. The imperial advisor was Dong Wu, the head of the prestigious Dongwu family. Dong Wu spoke tactfully. Although Yi Si's cultivation is high, Yin Yuran is of royal blood. The two of them would be quite a match. The usually cunning Dong Wurong, however, said, if Yin Yuran were to marry Yi Si, it would be Yin Yuran marrying up. Because if Yi Si marries Yin Yuran, all our apprehensions would vanish. His Majesty would no longer have any worries about Yi Si, and the Dongwu family would also resolve its conflict with him. It's simply the perfect solution. Unfortunately, they forgot they had a foolish son. Even if Yin Yuran is only a second-rank official, with her yellow martial realm cultivation, how is it still marrying up? In this world, strength speaks. A yellow martial realm cultivator can only be a small squad leader in the army. If it weren't for her royal blood, Yin Yuran wouldn't even be a second-rank official. Besides, for a cultivator, a second-rank title is just a meaningless, empty honor. It's completely useless. But this foolish seventh prince, having always lived under the emperor's protection, hadn't experienced the harsh realities of the world and was completely unaware of its dangers. Dong Wurong really wanted to slap him. He had finally steered things in the right direction, and his son had ruined it all. The emperor also fell silent. He knew that only Yin Yuran marrying Yi Si would be the perfect solution. He had intended to discuss this with his ministers at the banquet. Suddenly, a eunuch approached from the back. He whispered a few words in the emperor's ear, and the emperor flew into a rage. This rage indicated that Yin Yuran had returned to the palace. She informed the eunuch that the 500 men she had taken with her had been killed by Yi Si. That's why General Yi Si had said he would return to the capital after the new year. He had likely planned to deal with this matter then. Now, things had unfolded even faster than Yi Si had anticipated. Meanwhile, Yu was once again complaining to Chu Xue and Wendong about how all men are pigs. They swear they'll only love you, then turn around and look for other women. Chu Xue and Wendong pointed their fingers at the two men. You scumbags, what do you have to say for yourselves? Suddenly, Zhou Hong jumped out from nowhere. You damn gossips. Damn it, Zhou Hong. Why do you never make a sound when you walk? It couldn't be helped. Zhou Hong was trained as an assassin. You see, I had once said, if Zhou Hong's breathing could synchronize with the surrounding air, he would be even more elusive. The imperial court was shocked to learn that Yi Si had killed all 500 men accompanying Yin Yuran. Killing 500 imperial guards in Lingzhou was a direct challenge to the emperor's authority. Yin Yuran was so frightened upon her return that she dared not leave the palace. Dong Wurong began to panic. His father, Dong Wu, had just been praising the suitability of Yi Si and Yin Yuran as a couple. Fortunately, his foolish son had disrupted that. Unexpectedly, his usually foolish son had done something good. He was glad he hadn't slapped him. Otherwise, he would have wrongly blamed him. Now, it was best to avoid any association with Yi Si. By the way, Yin Yuran is back. What about Yin Jilin? Did he return? Upon hearing from Princess Yin Yuran that Yin Jilin had been taken by Yi Si, Dong Wurong was troubled. He had instructed Yin Yuran to take in Jilin to see Yong and Ho precisely to find an opportunity to kill Yin Jilin. Now, Not only had Yin Jilin not been killed, but he was being protected by Yi. This way, he can solidify the accusation against Yates for attempting to usurp Moni's throne. He can now convict Yates on charges of kidnapping and unlawful detention. But Yates controls the military. If he wants to rebel, no one can stop him. Moreover, the iron cavalry he trained has the reputation of being unstoppable. It would be too easy for him to revolt. Meanwhile, at the military camp, Yi studied Meiyu's map deep in thought. Outside, 3 generals waited. You have no idea how adorable that little rascal Yu is. She ate the chicken leg I carefully prepared. It left me empty-handed when I went to ask for a favor. So embarrassing. This came from General Fu, sitting to the side. What roast chicken? Where did you get roast chicken? General Liu quickly added, you're overthinking it. I definitely didn't steal any roast chicken from your room. Well, even if General Fu had roast chicken, that doesn't prove Yu ate it. Yu was the one who bought the chicken. The Shabi duo chimed in, but the money was ours. That doesn't count. If Yu were here, she'd definitely say, what are you talking about? You lost it to Zhou Hong, remember? Last time, when Zhou Hong offered Yu a chicken leg, she said it was thanks to the Shabi duo. That Yu, such a clever little one. She knows what to say to whom. General Fu consoled the Shabi duo that don't be mad at Yu anymore. Things are peaceful. No wars to fight. We even have a few days off. Why don't we go to Yangon City for some fun? What kind of fun? It's a 3-day trip there and back. I'm not going. Me neither. Last time I was at the Marquis mansion, I heard they had a young lady from the capital. Her singing is mesmerizing. Are you sure you don't want to go? The two instantly changed their tune. All right. Let's go together. Just then, Yu arrived with Chu Shue and Wendong. Look, caught red-handed. That darn Yu. Stealing roast chicken is one thing, but now. General Fu rushed to comfort Wendong, but the evidence was clear. Anything he said was pointless. He tried the same tactic here, but it seemed to have the same effect. Zhou Hong is so stingy. Anyone else, upon hearing we're going to listen to that singing, the Shabi duo would be chasing them with apologies. But you're not budging. Apologize to me too. Wendong and Chu Shue won't forgive you. I'm different from them. Just apologize and I'll forgive you. But General Fu said, why should I apologize? I just want to go to Yangon City to listen to the singing. They won't let me go alone. Yu thought, oh, so difficult. The adult world is so complicated. But this is much better. Everyone is earning points. Although it's not as much as what Rouge 099 earned. I kind of miss Rouge 0. But Yinshi 0 said, please don't miss me. I can't handle your longing. Yi finished her work. None of you are going anywhere. Come to my meeting. This is adult business. Children don't need to be involved. Yi added, no, you have to be there. You caused this. How annoying. I have to be dragged into everything. After changing into the same bulletproof clothing as Yi, Yu's demeanor changed. Is it really bulletproof? I don't care. I want to try it now. Pinch me. Yi had to retrieve another outfit from the closet. This is the last one. Don't ruin it. But the outfit seemed a bit IG.YECI. How dare you? Are you trying to murder me? I almost met my maker just trying to get my head out. Yi hadn't realized the outfit was too big, but children grow fast. Yu is 4 years old now. Yi had made the outfit to fit Yin Jilin. Yin Jilin is at school now, under protection. She doesn't need to wear this darn thing. No wonder the outfit was so big. But this fabric feels and looks just like yours. Are you sure it's bulletproof? I'll rip a piece off and show you. Yi panicked. I know. If you rip it, I'll rip you. Just put the outfit on. Yu's eyes widened. Did you really make this for me? No wonder he kept locking himself in his room. He was making clothes for me. But it's funny to think of Yi's effeminate gestures. Who would have thought a 200-year-old man would be knitting sweaters by candlelight at night? But these are just Yu's fantasies. I tug at the clothes. Go away. Stop picking on my clothes. Now you have one just like mine. By the way, if you damage it, there's no replacement. Yu, always tough as nails, thought she didn't need this kind of thing. Suddenly, she lowered her head, her face darkening. Darn it, this darn kid never listens. But this time, Yu was much more obedient. She didn't rip it, she put it on. Dad, the clothes you made are too big. Anyone who doesn't know would think I'm a stage performer. But Yi said, do you want me to take it back? Hiv. No takebacks on gifts. The reason I gave this to you is because Butler Grandpa and I are leaving for a while. It could be a few days, it could be a few months. As soon as Yu heard that Butler Grandpa was leaving, she reacted as if someone had blown up her head. Why can't you just go? Why take Butler Grandpa? You see, I was about to explode with anger at Yu. Why can't I take Butler Grandpa? Well, if Butler Grandpa goes, no one will cook for me. If no one cooks for me, I won't grow tall. If you don't grow tall, you'll have to throw away these clothes. And besides, do you think you can protect Butler Grandpa? Are you questioning my strength? Your strength is okay, but your intelligence is questionable. You even got caught sneaking into the Imperial Palace. You see, I really wanted to tear Yu apart. What do you mean, okay? I'm the strongest in Bayou. Protecting Butler Grandpa is a piece of cake. Fine. Go ahead. I still have some food in my spatial ring to last a few days. Noon arrived. It was time to say goodbye to Butler Grandpa. Despite her preparations, tears still flowed uncontrollably. Little General, take care of yourself. I'll make you delicious food when I return. Seeing this scene, you see, I desperately wanted to interrupt and give Yu a couple of slaps. This little brat was too much. Unable to stand it any longer, Yi Si slapped the black horse. Yi Si usually rode the horse. Now, leaving Biengu with Yu meant Biengu could protect her. After all, this time, Yi Si's journey felt more ominous than auspicious. Watching them leave, Yu felt empty, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, General Fu galloped over. Little General, the new recruit's training assessment needs your supervision. Not again. Do I have to watch those fools again? Then Zhou Hong arrived. Urgent report from the capital. This also seemed important. But the new recruit assessment seemed important too. Wait, what's going on? What does this have to do with me? Yu didn't know that when Yi Si put the clothes on her, it meant she was now the commander of the Knightless Army. As the interim commander, Yu finally decided to act like a 21st century person. Now, immediately gather everyone, mobilize the troops, and take down that dog emperor of Bayou. Joking aside, they say a new broom sweeps clean. Having finally become commander, she had to earn some points. But from the start, Yu was stumped by General Fu and Zhou Hong's questions. Can you ask one at a time? Suddenly, the ground shook. The idiot duo charged in. Hearing about new recruits, they rushed to grab them. After all, having more soldiers made things easier. They even fought over the black horse. Yu had an idea, but was overwhelmed by the idiot duo's questions. These sudden events left Yu clueless about the underlying reasons, feeling lost. Suddenly, Zhou Hong stepped forward, shielding Yu. Deal with your matters later. The little general and the intelligence from the capital are more important. You need to go to the study immediately. General Yi just left for the capital. Yi Si and Butler Grandpa. Grandpa left before receiving any information. So this news is related to General Yi and their safety. But Yu grabbed Zhou Hong. Why do I suddenly have to deal with these military camp matters? Zhou Hong calmly replied, of course it's you who handles them. General Yi said before he left, in his absence, you are the commander of the Knightless Army. We all have to listen to you. Yu instantly bristled. I've been tricked by that guy again. I knew that Doggy C.I. was up to something, being so kind as to make clothes for me overnight. It turns out it was all a conspiracy. If this were the 21st century, he'd be a damn capitalist. Back in the room, the four lined up. All right, tell me, what's the urgent report from the capital? As everyone knows, the Northern Yu Emperor is very wary of Yi Si. He's been looking for a chance to take him down, but hasn't had the opportunity. Now, with Yi Si's slaughter of 500 men, it's clear he's not taking the Emperor seriously. Currently, Dong Guorong is accusing Yi Si of kidnapping Yan Jiling. The entire court is saying that Boss Yi is disregarding the Emperor, his merits overshadowing the ruler. After hearing all this, Yu dismissed it as if it were nothing. Small matter, small matter. You three, didn't your brains understand any of that? What are your thoughts? The three shook their heads in unison. All right, forget I asked. Then, little general, what do you think? Me? Let's just overthrow the Northern Yu Emperor. I've never met him, but I have a feeling he's pretty cruel. General Hu was stunned by Yu's sudden words. But General Yu is incredibly excited. Really? I'll gather the brothers right now. They can't wait. General Lee expressed that happiness came too quickly. He wasn't prepared at all and was dumbfounded. Zhou Hong immediately stepped forward. Hold on. Before Boss Yi left, he specifically instructed. He knew what kind of person Yu is and that she'd definitely talk about rebellion within a day. So, while he's away from the camp, he arranged for Zhou Peng to keep an eye on Yu Yu. But the silly Yu Yu, upon hearing she couldn't rebel, instantly lost her enthusiasm. And, oh, rebellion? That's no fun at all. Hee hee, but getting so many points from one sentence is pretty good. Meanwhile, General Yu, never one to miss out on excitement, thought this was a great opportunity. General Lee was exasperated that you're from the Defense Legion. Why are you always thinking about rebellion and fighting? This put Zhou Hong, as chief of staff, in a difficult position. Did Bossy really pick the right person? Is the little general reliable? Yu Yu slapped the table. All right, back to business. Suddenly, a member of the Dark Knight unit entered. Whenever someone from the Dark Knight unit came in, it was usually about frontline matters. Just like the last time Yu Yu went to Yonga Marquis' place, someone would report every hour. But after staring at Yu Yu for a long time without speaking, she said, "What are you looking at? Just tell me already. Why are you staring at me?" Zhou Hong stepped in to smooth things over. He's asking if he can report now. He's hesitant to speak freely because there are non-Dark Knight unit members present. This is a rule set by ECI. After all, this is classified frontline information. The other three, who had never heard of this before, were incredibly curious. They'd been in the camp for so long, but had never heard of this. All right, let's broaden your horizons. Go ahead and tell us what happened. When the Dark Knight's spy spoke, everyone around was stunned. Zhou Hong and General Fu were especially shocked. Should I gather the men now? Yu Yu complained internally. Not only was she unable to have fun, but now she was burdened with this. This unit belonged to Yi Si's spy network, known for their agility. Their intelligence was relayed through a specific chain of command. Now, the Hanliao forces, previously repelled, were attacking again. Yu Yu initially felt nervous and scared. She hadn't even gotten to enjoy her new position before being handed such a heavy responsibility. She remembered that the Hanliao forces had retreated before because she had disrupted their cavalry. At that time, the Hanliao forces hadn't suffered heavy casualties. Now that they were attacking again, they were likely well prepared. The two idiots immediately started cursing that they're so despicable, attacking us during our traditional festival. But even the army has its sentiments. Even Zhou Hong was getting anxious. After all, such a huge incident occurred right after Yi Si's departure. He simply couldn't bear such immense pressure. Now, the Manchu people have assembled a 50,000-strong army, dividing it into 3 forces for the attack. 2 forces are responsible for sneak attacks, targeting the Dumb and Dumber duo's defensive and spiritual energy troops. Dumb and Dumber never imagined that the situation, which had been fine, would develop so quickly. The 3rd force consists of 10,000 heavy cavalry, stationed just 20 kilometers from our camp. The mountainous terrain is complex. By the time we discovered them, it was already too late, and we suspect they never actually retreated in the first place. They've been hiding in the snowy mountains, waiting to strike. The general appears calm, but is actually panicking inside. Now, Dumb and Dumber have been joined by Yin Fu, becoming a trio, and as the saying goes, 3 people walking together, there must be a teacher among them. They're hopping around like grasshoppers, saying, "You're all generals. Look at how anxious you are." Through analysis, Zhou Hong concluded that this time, their primary target is these 3, launching a fierce attack. Just this morning, the 3 of them were planning to go to Yangon City. Just imagine, if they really went to Yangon City to enjoy the entertainment, the Dark Knight army would be left unguarded. An army without a commander is like an empty shell, easily broken. If the 3 of them had actually gone and Yu hadn't caught them, in the time it takes to go back and forth, the Dark Knight army could be reduced to ashes in 3 days. By the time ECI returns, he'd be a commander of nothing. The 3 of them started blaming each other, relieved they hadn't gone, otherwise they would have caused a huge disaster. After Yu finished speaking, she felt that all of this seemed somehow connected. First, General Yi Si's departure, then the girl from the capital. Both of these matters seem to be related to the capital. Zhou Hong, go and investigate that girl's background immediately. If anything seems amiss, bring her to me for questioning. After all, even in times of crisis, we still need to earn some points. If you can get a confession out of her, then just kill her. Yu looked at the 3 of them again. Under normal circumstances, who would have a higher chance of winning? The Dark Knight army or Long? In a normal confrontation, the Dark Knight army would definitely have the upper hand. But now, the Dark Knight army is without a commander. If they are ambushed, it's hard to say what will happen without proper leadership. So, you 3 go and hold the line. Didn't ECI tell you to listen to me when he left? Then from now on, you must obey me. In the eyes of these 3, and even the entire Dark Knight army, ECI is a godlike figure. They firmly believe that General Yi Si's arrangements are never wrong. Although Yu is only a little over 4 years old, after these past few months of interaction, they can sense that Yu is more than just mischievous. In dealing with the salted fish and burnt food scent from a capital, Yu has already demonstrated her abilities quite well. Now, the two sides have already engaged at the front lines. Without any prior warning, the Dark Knight army will undoubtedly suffer the heaviest losses. Yu's heart was in her throat. Yi Si's absence would definitely lead to many problems. Now, the Hanliao kingdom is coming on strong. It seems very difficult to annihilate them, unless we can make them fear us enough to retreat. But they have superior numbers, and dealing with us is child's play for them. They won't choose to retreat. After analyzing the situation with her 21st century mind and knowledge of television dramas, Yu concluded that it must be a conspiracy from a capital. There's no such thing as such perfect coincidences. Since they've made their calculations, I'll make mine. They think Yi Si isn't at the camp, right? Then I'll make them believe that Yi Si hasn't gone to the capital. Just like the empty city stratagem, deception is key. The most important thing now is to immediately confirm the information about the girl from the capital. If it really is a plot by the capital, then I can continue with my deductions. Yu stood on the steps where Yi Si usually sat. The brilliant Yi Si had already anticipated this sneak attack. He had already laid out the routes and plans. No wonder Yi Si is considered a godlike figure by the Dark Knight army. As expected, the wisdom of ancient people wasn't that advanced. But Yi Si could handle things flawlessly, just like Kong Ming of the Three Kingdoms. Suddenly, Yu discovered a meteor crater. This huge crater could definitely be used for something. Yu touched the clothes Yi Si had given her. It seemed the clothes weren't meant to protect her at all. This crater was where Yu and Yi Si first met. This so-called meteor crater was actually the crater Yu made when she fell from the sky. Remember the fire phoenix nearby? That's right. It's the fire phoenix Yu saw in the sky. The fire phoenix, combined with these fireproof and bulletproof clothes, could definitely catch them off guard. Big brother Bing Fu finally appeared, but Yu, full of schemes, asked him, "Can you fly?" "Dam brat, you came all this way just to ask that? How dare you? Look closely. I'm a horse of flesh and blood, not some flying creature." But Yu didn't care. She climbed up and sat on him. "Big brother Bing Fu, you have to believe in yourself. You can't even fly. So, can you, jump off a cliff or something?" Goodness, this kid's trying to get me killed while General Yi Si is away. But Yu ignored his protest that let's go to the west slope. If Yi Si's map is correct. Meanwhile, countless metaphorical alpacas were stampeding through Bing Fu's mind. But Yu said, "The enemy is at the gates. We have to take risks. Now that Yi Si is gone, I must lead by example. And you must follow my commands. If you don't, do you want General Yi Si to return and find ruins instead of Bio City?" All right. I'm a horse. I don't understand your grand speeches, but I'll go along with it. Do you want me to get a notebook and read it aloud to you like last time? Then let's hurry up and gallop over there. Yu arrived at the meteor crater where she had fallen before. She remembered the commotion it caused. She had used her cultivation to suppress the spreading flames. Now, a huge scar remained in the surrounding area. The center of the basin, surrounded by mountains, was where Yu had first landed. The surrounding fallen cedar trees were like life's markings, recording the starting point of Yu's arrival in this world. Yu looked around and finally found the mountain location marked on the map. Big brother Bing Fu, look at this mountain. It's got to be a 70-degree incline, if not 90. You want me to just climb that? Do you still want Big Brother Yi Si to come back and praise your brilliant horsemanship? Bing Fu's hooves moved like they were nailed to the cliff face, rapidly ascending. The towering and steep mountain wall was like flat ground beneath him. Yu, clinging on behind, nearly got flung off. Yu thought, "I was just saying that casually. I didn't think you'd actually do it." Newton would have to change his name to Ma Tun if he saw this. In no time, Bing Fu reached the top. "Well, praise me. You're such a super horse. Awesome. After you finish the next task, I'll reward you with half of my leftover chicken leg. How about that?" Bing Fu replied, "You'll lose me like this." "What do you mean leftover? That sounds awful. How dare you? As if I even care." Yu looked down at the meteor crater, just as I thought. Now let's see if I can find what I'm looking for. Bing Fu, fly down there. You really think I'm a Pegasus? I hate you. Bonus points. But you didn't care about bonus points. You better get down there now, or I'll give that half a chicken leg to Zhou Hong. Hurry up and jump, Bing Fu. I'm sure you won't die. Thus, the girl and the horse plummeted from the sky. during their rapid descent. Bing Fu screamed his lungs out, his heart filled with regret. I swear if I survive this, I'd rather go back and not eat her chicken leg than listen to her crazy ideas again. Bing Fu's bonus points soared. Plus 22, plus 88, plus 99. Yu Yu wasn't experiencing the sensation of flying for the first time. She quickly adapted. Then, she finally saw what she was looking for. That's right, I'm a child of the phoenix and the eagle. But why are they still fighting? They've been at it for almost a year, haven't they? The giant baby's wingspan is 20 meters. Each feather is like a sharp blade. His gaze is fierce. His body is covered in new and old wounds. Although the two of them aren't as strong as Bing Fu, they're still considered divine beasts. If they're here, the Nightless Army will be saved. But how do we get them down from the sky? Big brother Bing Fu. Did you remember their position in the sky just now? I did remember. What do you want to do? Yu Yu doesn't plan to do anything. Just wants you to fly one more time. I swear this is the last time. Every time you tell me to be prepared, Yu Yu, have some mercy. What's the big deal if I live a few more levels? It's fine. If you die, Yi Si will give your family a survivor's benefit. Bah, big brother Yi Si is my family. It'll all just end up back in Yi Si's pockets anyway. The old giant eagle was actually tamed successfully after Yu Yu's coaxing. Go up and grab that firebird. Originally, the giant eagle and the phoenix were fighting fiercely, but Yu Yu's appearance caught their attention. This gave the giant eagle an opening to attack the phoenix. But the phoenix wasn't going to back down. It prepared an aerial dive bomb attack. It spat a mouthful of old vinegar towards the giant eagle. With a sound, it ignited the giant eagle's wings. But the giant eagle's wings were like steel. The flames were quickly extinguished. At this moment, Yu Yu decided to take action. Hey, you two big brothers, can you do me a favor? If you help, I'll give you the chicken legs I was going to give Bing Fu. The two giant birds, who were still fighting, froze. How could there be a person and a horse in the sky? It's so strange. Then the two big brothers remembered. It was because of her appearance that they started fighting before. But how is she still alive? Such a tough little thing would be very nourishing to eat. The two big brothers looked at Yu Yu like they were looking at food, their eyes sparkling. Bing Fu was so scared he said, maybe we should forget it. Yu Yu said, forget it? How can we just forget it so easily? Yu Yu desperately plucked big brother Bing Fu's feathers. You know, lassoing was very popular in ancient times. And this time, Yu Yu planned an aerial chicken lasso. Ever since Yu Yu plucked his feathers last time, Bing Fu had been doing hair care treatments at home. But now he was completely bald. Yu Yu threw the lasso towards the giant baby's head while he wasn't paying attention. After all, Yu Yu was a lasso master in the 21st century. Dealing with the giant baby should be about the same. Fortunately, this is a comic. If it were the real world, lassoing in the air wouldn't hit the target in 100 or 2 tries. Yu Yu used her momentum to fly above the giant baby. 2 inconspicuous objects landed on the giant baby's back, making him very uncomfortable. But Yu Yu didn't care if he was comfortable or not. The giant baby tried to shake her off. The more he tried to shake her off, the tighter Yu Yu held on, causing her face to almost deform. The giant baby kept flapping his wings in the sky, trying to break free. After all that trouble to grab on, how could I let you escape so easily? Big brother Bing Fu, hurry up, hit his Bai Hui acupoint. Bing Fu was a divine beast. Although he hadn't fully evolved yet, he was more than enough to handle this. In his eyes, the giant eagle was just an ordinary monster. Bing Fu raised his front hoof and used his 7 billion horsepower kick on the giant eagle's ribs, shattering them instantly. The phoenix in the distance said, no way. Look how small they are. I've been fighting that guy for almost a year and haven't injured him. That horse just lightly stomped its hoof and the giant eagle is down. The giant eagle slowly fell under Bing Fu's attack. Suddenly, the giant eagle opened his eyes wide and thought, whoa, that guy just lightly stomped and my ribs are broken. How can I fight this? The system message appeared, and from the giant eagle's facial expression, it was clear he had been tamed. You didn't expect Bing Fu to be so useful. Of course, one move was all it took to subdue him. This horse is innocent. I only used 30% of my power. Last time, when fighting Yin Yin, I only used 10% so as not to hurt any innocents. Otherwise, I could have shocked all 500 of them to death without ECI needing to send a single thorn. At this moment, the phoenix started to get scared and wanted to escape. Hee, Yu said, since you're here, why not stay and visit the military camp? Why run away? Big brother Su-ing, catch her for me. I'll make you chicken leg soup. I've even tamed Su Ying's family's Mary. You still want to escape? Impossible. Come and be tamed with me. The phoenix realized it couldn't run and decided to fight to the death. Before even catching the phoenix, Yu already had the confidence of victory. Take the giant eagle and sweep the front lines to help him. I'll deal with this fire phoenix. She's our ultimate weapon for turning the tables. Yu, having experienced flying once before, wasn't afraid this time. With a light leap, she landed on the giant eagle's back. At this moment, the phoenix opened its beak, wanting to eat Yu. With Yu's strength and Bingfu's power, how could a little brat like you possibly eat us? Although Yu didn't have Bingfu to strengthen her fist, she was still quite the talker. Watch me punch a hole through your skull. At this moment, the battle at the front lines had already begun. But seeing Bingfu riding the giant eagle, everyone was stunned. After Yu subdued the fire phoenix, she realized something was wrong. Fly faster, or I'll pinch your neck. While subduing the fire phoenix, Yu discovered something strange about the giant eagle. It was a melee attacker, easy to hit, but the fire phoenix was a ranged attacker. At this moment, Yu was in the air without a foothold like a torch. If the fire phoenix used its ranged attack against the giant eagle now, Yu would definitely be hit. Suddenly, a blue skill attacked the phoenix's wing. The phoenix, which was charging up an attack, was interrupted. Who was that? So underhanded. At this moment, the phoenix forgot about the tiny Yu right in front of it. Yu pulled out the rope she had just used to subdue the giant eagle. The rope was made from Bingfu's hair. Just like the clothes Yu was currently wearing, it was impervious to fire and water. Plus, Yu, the master of lassoing, could catch anything. Not to mention a 300-pound baby. Even a 3,000-pound giant baby can be lassoed, let alone you. Yu pulled hard, almost ripping the phoenix's tongue out. The phoenix would become a laughingstock if it were turned into a pheasant. Yu used the momentum to jump onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix's feathers weren't as hard as the giant eagle's. Yu grabbed hold, but this time she was fighting alone. It wasn't just about plucking feathers. Yu focused her strength into her fingers and pinched the phoenix's flesh. Obey me, or I'll skin you alive. The cowardly phoenix immediately surrendered. It felt that the little one on its back would really skin it alive. It had been fighting the giant eagle for over a year and had never felt so scared. Just like that, the two birds were fighting each other parted ways. We were the first people you saw when you came to this world. Couldn't you be a little nicer? On another mountaintop, Yi was already waiting. Yi was a brilliant strategist. She had already anticipated this. This departure was bound to cause something to happen. Did you think the Emperor sent Yin Yuran to Yong'an Marquis just to play cards and chat? The Emperor knew Yi Si's bottom line. Everything was according to the Emperor's plan, and Yi had also anticipated the Emperor's moves. If Yi Si's departure led to the fall of the border, there would be 100 reasons to kill her. As the saying goes, even if the Emperor caught Yi with 100 minor offenses, they would be like mosquito bites, not painful or itchy. But if the border fell, he could settle old and new scores. The reason Yi followed the Emperor's wishes and took Butler Grandpa to see him was also to cultivate Yu's military abilities. If Yu succeeded this time, the command of the Nevernight Army could be handed over, and Yi would become the power behind the Nevernight Army. Having watched Yi grow up, Butler Grandpa also knew what she was thinking. Actually, Yi could have returned to the capital alone. The reason she also brought Butler Grandpa was due to his doting nature. She feared it would prevent Yu from having the opportunity to think independently. Initially, she thought bringing Butler Grandpa to look after Yu was a wrong decision. After this incident, thankfully, Butler Grandpa's presence didn't hinder Yu's progress. But a question arises. Yu is clearly only a 3-year-old child, yet she can discover my subordinate's clues so quickly. Sometimes I really want to open her head and see what's inside. Then Butler Grandpa spoke up. To be honest, Yu can be a bit mischievous, but she's definitely smarter than the average child. He hoped Yi would be more patient with her. This made Yi furious. It's as if Yu is really your granddaughter. Why are you so doting on her? But then again, Yu isn't as simple as you think. I once suspected she might be more than just a 3-year-old. While flying in midair, Yu suddenly received a notification. She received merit points from Yi and Butler Grandpa. Yu was a bit confused. Weren't they supposed to be in the capital? Right? I did seem to notice a blue light hitting the phoenix's wing just now, which stopped it from attacking me. Could it be they never left? Those sneaky people. They tricked me into cleaning up their mess again. Yu, without hesitation, struck a fatal blow, pinching the phoenix's flesh. The phoenix cried out in pain. Didn't we agree? I wouldn't pinch you if you behaved. Yu Yu quickly patted the phoenix. Oh, I'm so sorry. I was thinking about something else. Are you alright? Then Yu Yu realized something. She didn't receive any merit points when subduing the giant eagle. And now, after pinching the fire phoenix, there were still no merit points. But why does Bing Fu constantly generate merit points? Wait, Yi Ci said she's 200 years old, and that Bing Fu has been with her for a long time. Doesn't that mean Bing Fu is also very old? You little brat, you just don't know how to talk. What do you mean I'm old? If it weren't for you constantly plucking my feathers, making me bald, I'd still be a youthful and beautiful mama. After subduing the fire phoenix, Yu Yu met a descendant of Ho-I. His bow and arrow were the very ones left behind by the deified Ho-I. After Yu Yu subdued the giant eagle and the phoenix, she and Bing Fu parted ways. Bing Fu was responsible for supporting General Yu, while Yu Yu herself went to support General Li in the west. Although the mountain terrain here is steep, it's the shortest route from the military camp to the front lines. If this place falls, it will be very dangerous. The priority is to find General Li quickly. You know, the Iron Cavalry's black horses are heavy cavalry. Although they are tall and sturdy, they are slow runners. The phoenix glided directly above the opening in the mountain range. This was already the phoenix's limit, as its wingspan reaches several tens of meters. Then a rider appeared ahead. General Li also saw them. What? Another monstrous beast in the midst of battle. Normally, General Li would kill such a beast immediately. But now he didn't have the time. General Li first hid, because a confrontation with the phoenix would waste precious time. But Yu Yu, high above, thought differently. Hey, what are you hiding for? You can hide from the world, but can you hide from my eyes? Yu Yu once again pulled out some of Bing Fu's hair from her spatial bag. This length should be just enough. If it wasn't enough, she could always improvise and pluck a few feathers from the little fire chicken. Yu Yu swung the rope forcefully, stealthily lassoing General Li from behind. General Li was terrified. Could a fire phoenix even perform such a lassoing maneuver? After lassoing General Li, Yu Yu instructed the phoenix to fly higher. Just like that, General Li was forcibly pulled up by Yu Yu. I've seen kite flying and fishing, but this is the first time I've seen someone walking a person in the sky. You really don't treat me like a human, do you? Confused merit points +9. At this moment, Yu Yu popped her head out. Good evening, General Li. Why are you so slow? Don't move. I'll pull you up now. General Li was completely dumbfounded. How did she tame the monster? Well, obviously, she beat it into submission. If he doesn't obey, I'll pluck his feathers. That's why he's so obedient. Isn't that right, little fire phoenix? Right. You're absolutely right. I'm at your command. A little while later, General Li was given a seat. Those who fly in the sky are naturally faster than those who run on the ground. At this point, everyone was puzzled. Why didn't they, as lieutenants, also get a flying mount? Actually, Yu Yu herself is very strong. Just like the Bai Fong's feathers, not everyone can pluck them. And this is the ideal way to threaten a phoenix. A phoenix and a pheasant are worlds apart. If you pluck all of a phoenix's feathers, it won't be able to fly. What's the difference between a flightless phoenix and a pheasant? It would be laughed at by its own kind. And the giant eagle's feathers are as hard as steel. Although Yu Yu did pluck them, there's a fatal flaw. The giant eagle's feathers are incredibly hard and can easily cut her. That's why it's called the Bai Fong's treasured feathers. Yu Yu and the others quickly flew to the front lines. Both sides were on the verge of battle. The army on the left was arrayed in perfect formation, clearly under the command of a general. The right side belonged to the Knightless army. Because the Knightless army was defending the city and there was no general present, their formation was rather disorganized. General Li's arrival would solve this problem. This is the bow and arrow left in the mortal realm by Ho Yi's descendant when they ascended to the god realm. In other words, this bow and arrow was once used by Ho Yi himself. Because Ho Yi ascended to godhood, his bow and arrow were left behind in the mortal realm. This made Yu Yu, who hadn't seen much of the world, instantly drool. Imagine if General Li's bow and arrow were broken. Wouldn't she be furious? General Li raised the bow and arrow, drawing it back and channeling her power. The surrounding air transformed into spiritual energy, which then materialized into a visible sword. Fully drawn, the arrow was released towards the enemy. The power of the bow combined with General Li's cultivation made the arrow scatter like buckshot, spreading out in the sky. The soldiers of the Hanliao kingdom were completely disoriented. A second later, the soldiers flew back as if struck by lasers. Yu Yu watched from the side, completely stunned. She never imagined that the usually silly General Li could be so formidable when serious. A sniper in the air is the ultimate fighting force, especially a super sniper. Taking out a whole squad with a single shot is just too easy. Yu Yu looked at the bow, an arrow, practically drooling. Let me have a go. I promise I won't break it. Trust me. Absolutely not. This is a family heirloom, and we're in the middle of a battle. I'll let you play with it when we get back. At this moment, Yu Yu plucked another one of the little fire phoenix's feathers. The fire phoenix cried out in pain. Hey, we agreed. No feather plucking. Don't be so stingy, little fella. It's just one feather. I don't believe you. Everyone knows where you got that rope from. Generally, here you go. You can shoot this like an arrow. Is this really okay? Won't he be angry later? He won't be angry. The little fella is very kind and helpful. Even if you pluck all his feathers, he won't make a sound. Isn't that right? Finally, it was Yu Yu's turn to unleash her fury. Flying in the sky, she wielded a whip made from the Baifong's feathers, lashing out at the ground. See if you dare to sneak attack us again. General Li fired her third arrow, imbued with one of the little fire phoenix's feathers. General Li's arrows already possessed great penetrating power. Now, enhanced with the feather, everywhere it landed burst into flames. Li Xinyuan's appearance was like a stabilizing force, the morale of the Knightless army soared, while the enemy was thrown into chaos. The Hanliao kingdom soldiers couldn't understand. Weren't they supposed to be lured away from Mount Li? Were they tricked? As General Li rained down windblade arrows, Yu Yu watched with uncontainable glee. Gotta pluck a few more while they're free for the taking. It doesn't matter anyway. Only the poor little fire phoenix suffered in silence, too afraid to cry out. After giving the feather to General Li, Yu Yu placed Li Xinyuan on a pastry. Then, riding the little fire phoenix, she flew low to the ground. General Li, I'm counting on you. I'll go ahead. From a moment Li Xinyuan descended from the sky, they had already completely lost. Not to mention, she also brought a flying beast covered in flames. They were puzzled. When did the Knightless army acquire a flying monster? Their intel was wrong. Then, pulling out Bien Gu's tail feather from her spatial pouch, she whipped them left and right. Crack, crack, crack. A few lashes were all it took. She single-handedly stunned them into submission. Yu Yu, in the sky, beat those Hanliao soldiers into a pulp. Yu Yu knew her target very well. She specifically targeted ordinary soldiers without cultivation. Ordinary person against ordinary person, very fair. However, with Yu Yu's powerful physique, what she swung wasn't a whip, but a merciless harvesting machine. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't withstand it. Her so-called single lash caused blood to splatter everywhere. The key was that Yu Yu was hiding on the little fire phoenix's neck, small and hard to spot. Soon, a ghost story spread among the Hanliao soldiers. Run when you see that little fire phoenix. The person riding it is invisible. The Knightless army not only has flying monsters, but also invisible demons. Yu Yu, meanwhile, was having a blast up above. Yu didn't care about any of that. She only knew that the more she killed, the greater the psychological shadow on the Hanliao people, and the faster her system points would increase. Just then, Yu Yu heard Bien Gu's Jiu calls from afar. Bien Gu was standing on a small hillside, calling out to her. A long time had passed, and Bien Gu had also brought General Yu back from the front lines. Yu Yu patted the little fire phoenix's head. It immediately turned obediently, carrying Yu Yu to the hillside where Bien Gu was. Bien Gu was jumping and calling on the ground, his cries heart-wrenching, his fur slightly bristled. If Yu Yu didn't have the system's emotional feedback with his anxious appearance, anyone who didn't know better would think something had happened to her. But a glance at the system panel revealed the truth. Bien Gu is insanely jealous. Points +9. Biengu's frantic cries, points +9. This silly horse. She was just riding the little fire phoenix, and he could still get jealous. As soon as she jumped down from the little fire phoenix's neck, Biengu rushed to Yu Yu's side. That fawning expression was truly disgusting. Yu Yu then took her short little legs and sat on Biengu's back. Biengu chuckled contentedly. Let's go see how General Yu is doing. Yu Yu looked at the pitiful little fire phoenix in the distance, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, she couldn't keep plucking its feathers. Unlike my big brother Biengu, I'll pamper them next time I need them. The little fire phoenix, frightened by Yu Yu's feather plucking, trembled in fear. It was the first time in its life that it felt so humiliated. It never imagined that present-day human young could be so formidable. They weren't afraid of flames and could even injure it. Looking at the pitiful little fire phoenix, Yu Yu said, "Your task is complete. If you want to leave, you can go." After all, birds love to soar freely in the sky, not be confined. As soon as the little fire phoenix heard it was free to go, it took off immediately, overjoyed. Its previous suffering instantly vanished. With a whoosh, it spread its wings and flew away, so fast it looked like it was rushing to be reborn. Feathers scattered all over the ground. Biengu, standing to the side, laughed heartily. "Only I can endure my big sister, Yu Yu. You think everyone is like me?" Yes. Only my Biengu is the most obedient. Let's go find General Yu and the others." And so, Biengu followed the mountain slope towards General Yu's location. As long as General Li Xinyuan was still standing, the Nightless Army's mounted archers wouldn't lose. Yu Yu finally understood the meaning of a fierce general. Looking at General Li in the distance, he was truly handsome and fierce. No wonder everyone said the Nightless Army's 3 fierce generals were notorious. When she was at Army headquarters, she thought all 3 of them were rather silly. Ever since Biengu's body refinement, his speed had also dramatically increased. In a flash, he brought Yu Yu to General Yu on the east side. Before they even arrived, they could already smell the pungent scent of blood. Yu Yu, standing above, was stunned. Before she could even get close, she heard the earth-shattering war cries, resounding as if they were piercing the heavens. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Where do these guys look like a defense army? They're clearly warriors. Biengu hopped and skipped her way up to a high vantage point. Although it was far from the battlefield, she could see the whole scene. And that blade giant eagle was gone. He actually didn't understand that he could leave when I said he could. So disobedient. Next time I see him, I'll pluck his tail feathers. The giant eagle thought, whoever cooperates with her is asking for trouble. I'm never coming back next time. This made Yu Yu so angry her face puffed up. That guy was so inconsiderate. Yu Yu suddenly looked down at the ground. Several people were surrounding the Mangzi soldiers, trying to kill them. They started by encircling them, forming a large Balwei Chan. Then they gradually tightened the circle, and then dispersed to form several smaller encirclements. So, the number of defense army soldiers seemed to multiply. They utilized defense to the extreme. Those trapped inside had no way out. Those who could escape were already too late. The rest could only await death. As the encirclements closed in, their time was like a countdown. With the long spears thrusting, they were sure to die. There was no other way. And this was the magic of the entire formation. As long as they were surrounded and an encirclement was formed, no matter how many people were inside, they would all die. Just like that, one spear, one enemy down. Yu Yu was puzzled. This formation seemed familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Wait a minute, this seemed like Coming's small encirclement tactic. But how could the foolish General Yu know this? It must have been Yi Si who taught him. Yi Si must not be simple. His way of thinking didn't seem like someone from this era. It was like someone from the 21st century. At this moment, General Yu ran out. He wore armor and held the Bio Army flag. After a brief speech, the soldiers immediately understood and lined up. All those who were still scattered on the lines assembled. They formed the small encirclement tactic. While protecting their own soldiers, they could also kill the enemy. Yu Yu watched the whole process from above. So impressive. Before, she could only watch ancient battlefields on TV. Now, experiencing it firsthand was a completely different feeling. No wonder he was the first to jump out and support the rebellion. Turns out he really is strong. Fine, you're strong, whatever. You still have to be bullied by me. Now, both are done. Let's go see how General Fu is doing. Yu Yu climbed onto Biengu's back. Run faster. I'll give you chicken legs when we get back. Biengu's speed was already at an invisible pace. She looked like she was walking but her steps were actually very fast. In no time, they arrived at General Fu's location. Because General Fu was closest to the original location, he arrived quickly. But the enemy army here was larger, and the fighting was more difficult. Yu Yu smiled. This definitely meant something interesting was happening. Hi hey, there's more gossip to enjoy. She didn't expect that being the little general of the bio army would allow her to see other people's personal profiles. Your little secrets aren't safe. I'm going to spread them and let everyone know. Yu Yu originally wanted to go find General Fu and see if he needed help. But who would have thought General Fu had already killed all 10,000 Hanliao soldiers? General Fu's soldiers were heavy cavalry, known as the Northern Yu Black Iron Cavalry. They were said to leave no blade of grass standing wherever they went. Yu Yu hadn't even arrived when she heard the heavy sound of hooves. Could it be that General Fu's side hadn't held their ground and the Hanliao soldiers had broken through? At this moment, General Yin Fu, with a murderous look and powerful physique, rushed towards Yu Yu, holding Guan Yu's greatsword. General Fu's aura was such that it felt like he could cleave a person in two at any moment. Usually, the three of them seemed like a goofy trio, but now, facing the enemy, they were so formidable. Truly top-tier awesomeness. Hey, General Fu, why are you running back? Didn't I order you to face the enemy on the front lines? General Fu chuckled slightly. Humph, those 10,000 men weren't enough for my 5,000 iron cavalry. I wiped them out in no time. Yu Yu had originally wanted to go support General Fu, but it seemed she had worried for nothing. How could they all be so strong? She hadn't noticed it before. Biengu, what do you say we go to yours? Why are you asking me? I can't even speak. And General Fu, with 5,000 Black Iron Cavalry, killed 10,000 Hanliao soldiers without any casualties. This proves just how strong General Fu's Black Iron Cavalry is. Each Black Iron Cavalry soldier is practically a general-level warrior. It's like 5,000 generals fighting 10,000 shrimps. Way too easy. And this isn't solely General Fu's achievement. Building such a powerful force is inseparable from Yi Si's military training. Yi Si's training methods are like those of 21st century humans. Not only do they practice combat skills, but they also have their own fitness regimes. Suddenly, the sound of hooves came from behind. It was General Yu bringing his defense troops, a defense force that maxed out its defense stats. They arrived at the crossroads and stared blankly at each other. You guys aren't deserters, are you? What are you thinking? Of course, we finished them all off before coming here. We came to support you. Ah, don't joke. We, the defense troops, need your support? 10,000 of us against 20,000 is a piece of cake. Yu Yu, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. One group fought 20,000 with 10,000. The other fought 10,000 with 5,000. What were you thinking? Couldn't you have brought more soldiers? You don't understand. Sue once said, quality over quantity. This perfectly describes the bio army. No wonder ECI is called a god by them. The two idiots continued boasting, we're the best. We don't need support. Suddenly, General Lee arrived from the west. General Lee's archers are also special. They have their own close combat archery and fighting techniques. Regular troops, without weapons, might not even be able to beat General Lee's archers. Why are you two here too? What about the rest? Don't even think about taking the kills. I haven't had enough yet. You can have what's left. Who told you to be so slow? If you were faster, you could have joined in. Yu Yu, standing to the side, grew increasingly impatient. Kill my foot. Stop arguing. It'll be dark soon. Who told you to act on your own and come back? Now you've exposed yourselves. Quickly re-establish the three armies, change the camp locations, and surround the headquarters in the snowy mountains. You're good at fighting, but brains are important too. Too bad none of you have any. Yu Yu returned to her room alone. She opened the bamboo scroll on the table. Although they had all won, just as she predicted, something fell off. It was all too easy. Then, Yu Yu noticed the files on the three generals, which hadn't been there before. The files on the three bio generals are top secret, only available in Yi Si's study. Logically, since all three are close to Yi Si, this kind of information wouldn't be compiled. Unexpectedly, Yi Si is so meticulous, preparing everything in advance. There's Hu Jijia, the former gang leader. Since the war began, he's become a refugee, wandering from town to town. He's committed every crime imaginable: murder, arson, robbery, and even bullying other refugees. This is great stuff. If I ever reveal this, he'll be furious. I didn't want to bully you, but I can't help it. All your secrets are in my hands now. That crybaby was actually a bully? I never would have guessed. But why did Yi Si recruit him as a general? There must be a story there. Maybe I can dig up even more useful information. Digging into Jijia's file. Yu, with her backpack, ready to learn math and science, can travel anywhere without fear. To understand Yi Si, she's going all out. Yu stared blankly at General Yu's file. Yu Guji, this blockhead, was originally a body cultivation practitioner. Simply put, he has no elemental affinity. Besides being strong, he's nothing special. No wonder Yi Si placed him in the defense army. As a defense general, defense is key. But Yi Si gave him a formation with both defensive and offensive capabilities. The Reindeer Whirlwind Formation. Like a blender. But this lineup isn't invincible. If you break through from the outside, it's completely vulnerable. Back in the day, this bastard was a street thug. He'd assault, smash, and loot anyone he saw. Absolutely detestable. But who can argue with his strength? However, this kid will be under my command from now on. Then he's finished. Next up is Li Xinyuan. Why so fast? It feels like there's too little information. Is Yi Si always this stingy? Li Xinyuan was bullied by street thugs in his early years. Lu Ning was constantly hungry and cold. These two idiots are really quite similar. Matching those who bullied Li Xinyuan. Could be they have brittle bones? That would be hilarious. Now, they're colleagues and both generals. If they really fought, one a defender, the other an archer. But maybe I'm overthinking it. With Yi Si around, they have no chance to fight. Although they command the rank-and-file soldiers, they still follow Yi Si's lead. It's quite amusing to think about. But Li Xinyuan's talent is not as simple as General Yu's. He's a wind element cultivator, and that bow and arrow is actually his soul-bound weapon. No wonder his destructive power is so great. Yi Si probably valued this aspect of him and gave him the general position. After all, in this world, possessing an element isn't that special. But having your own soul-bound weapon is incredibly impressive. General Lu might not be as powerful as General Li in the future. After all, General Yu practices ordinary body cultivation, but he's still a strong presence. But compared to General Li, he's far behind. But next, I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Exceptional talent, extremely low comprehension. His soul-bound weapon hasn't improved at all. But thinking about it, it makes sense. General Li and General Yu entered the military camp together. Despite having such a good foundation, they haven't improved. Their cultivation is also just average, which explains a lot. Forget about them. Looking at them is boring. Now it's time for General Fu and Second Princess. Multiple identities, there's probably a lot to see. Maybe even some major drama. But opening it, I was shocked again. Damn you, Yi Si. I'll get you back sooner or later. You wanted to guess? I guess your big-headed freak originally possessed the lightning element. Now, he's skilled enough to control it. In his hands, something like that. Maybe that stinky Yi Si still wants me to go back. Just you wait. From now on, I won't tell you what I know. But General Fu is basically the same as what I originally knew. Just missing some juicy gossip about General Fu. So disappointing. Oh well, I'll go play with my buddy Biengu. Silly Ma, I'll tell you a secret. Let's go, we'll set off now. Let everyone know about this. To get revenge on that dog Yi Si, I've decided to do this. Since you're so reluctant to let me see, then I'll burn them all, one by one. You think you're cruel? As the saying goes, there's nothing to compare in life. If you have to compare, then it's only about being ruthless. And in the valley, a giant eagle was fleeing rapidly. Get away from this hellhole quickly. This place is too terrifying. A child not even 4 years old subdued me with a single rope. The most hateful thing is that horse. What is all this? Suddenly, a blue light shot towards the giant eagle. Just got caught by a rope, and now caught by some unknown spiritual power. I'm a protected species. Can you show a little respect? The giant eagle, originally flying in the sky, was suddenly yanked down. But the giant eagle had already experienced the feeling of being controlled. That feeling wasn't good at all. No way, not this time. But the giant eagle ultimately decided that compromise was best because it saw something truly terrifying threatening its life. This sudden mask is so terrifying. Mom was right. The Jianghu is truly evil. Bang! It was pulled right off. Come on. I already compromised. Can't you go easy on me? My ribs were still broken from being kicked by that horse the day before yesterday. They haven't healed yet, but Yi Si doesn't care. Seeing the mask heading south, the giant baby recoiled, dominated by Yi Si's fear. How could you possibly be controlled like that? The giant baby is like a chick in Yi Si's hands. It feels like it could be torn apart at any moment. But after thinking for a long time, Yi Si says something intriguing. This time, thank you for your help. At this moment, the teary-eyed giant baby, like a little chick, is actually thanking me. Then let me go, okay, dear masked handsome man. Yi Si casually tosses him aside. The giant baby thought he could leave. But who is Yi Si? Your best buddy in life. My brother, Yi Si says, lifting a hand slightly. You can't leave just yet. You need to stay and help me keep watch, because the Manchu people might attack again at any time. With the addition of 2 giant beasts, it can also lessen the burden on that little Yu. So you're not letting me go? We're not good brothers at all. I want to go home. I miss my mom. Just like that, Yi Si used a spell formation to trap the giant baby in the sky. And Zhou Hong finally returned from Yong'an. After gathering the intelligence, the first thing she did was to return and report to Yu. But before Zhou Hong even entered, she smelled something unusual. The moment Zhou Hong pushed open the door, she was stunned. It's burning. That damned Yi Si always speaks in half-truths. Burning it is a small punishment for him. This absolutely won't do. Zhou Hong immediately pulled the items from a fire. These are the intelligence reports that Brother Yi Si painstakingly collected. But Yu didn't care. Since half of it is already burned, it's useless to keep. Yi Si isn't as precious as you say he is. She picked it up from the ground again and threw it back into the fire. It's better to burn this stuff than to keep it. But Zhou Hong actually didn't know what was being burned. She hurriedly asked, but by this point, Zhou Hong was already freaking out. Yu said, don't worry. This stuff isn't as good as what you learned. It's better to burn it than keep it. Trust me. All right, I trust you. I got the news from Yong'an. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? If you keep stalling, I'll punish you with a thunderbolt. Short-legged Yu was planning something big. This instantly infuriated Zhou Hong. Are you sure you really want to do this? Zhou Hong couldn't stand Yu any longer, so she doused her with a basin of water. In their hearts, Yi Si was like a god. Yi Si's belongings were sacred and inviolable, and this little one dared to burn Yi Si's things. It was utterly detestable, but Yu thought Zhou Hong was the detestable one. That I finally got a fire going. Why did you put out? I don't care. You have to give me an explanation today. Zhou Hong snapped. This is Boss Ye's stuff. How could you do this? By now, Zhou Hong was furious, but Yu remained unconcerned. I burned it for Yi Si's own good. Do you want to know what was written inside? It was their embarrassing history. If it accidentally got out, where they put their faces, wouldn't their subordinates laugh them to death? Although Zhou Hong felt Yu had a point, she still shouldn't have burned Boss Ye's things. Are you sure you memorized everything inside? Haha, it's just a few short stories. What's so hard to remember? It's not like it's ancient poetry. Memorizing lyrics is super easy. Zhou Hong felt she had underestimated Yu's mind. After all, Yu was just a little kid, not even 4 years old. By the way, how was your investigation in Yong'an City? Why didn't you bring her to see me? Why? You think I can just arrest anyone I want? We need evidence. Besides, she's just a dancer. The new courtesan. Only 15 years old. But she did come from a capital, just as you predicted. Just as I suspected. But how did she pass this information to General Fu? It seems someone in the capital is helping the people of Han Liao. If I can find a spy behind this, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces. For you could investigate what he did before. From that, we can find out who sent him. I've also found out that he was previously a courtesan trained at the Libu Jiaofeng Temple. Before he even debuted, he was bought for a large sum of money by the owner of the Manhwa brothel in Yong'an City. He just arrived in our small town and became a courtesan. Libu Jiaofeng. That means he's from the imperial court. As expected, someone is definitely pulling the strings behind this. Then, which department does this Libu belong to? The Libu is the imperial family's training ground for courtesans, divided into 2 groups. One group is designated for large performances, appearing only when the emperor is present, like during plays, festivals, or meetings. Their rank is also relatively high. The second group is more complex. Some are daughters of convicted officials. Some are noble women who fled from neighboring countries. In any case, their backgrounds aren't clean. This type performs for high-ranking generals. I estimate that the one assigned to Yong'an Marquis likely belongs to the second group. Only this type wouldn't attract much attention. Thinking about it, the relationships involved are truly complex. No wonder Yi doesn't want to return to the capital at all. So that's the reason. If it were me, I wouldn't want to go to the capital either. By the way, is that Manhwa brothel any good? You guys are investigating too slowly. Let me handle it. Prepare for me this afternoon. I'm going to check it out. Zhou Hong, who frequently visits, wasn't happy. That won't do. That place is like a 21st century bar. It's not good for a child's development. But Zhou Hong didn't know how to explain all this to Yu. Since you don't know how to explain it, are you just going to keep it bottled up? I don't care. No matter what identity I have to use, I'm going to the brothel. At this point, Zhou Hong, standing behind her, looked like her face was drawn by crayon Shinchan. You might as well kill me. If you go there, Bossy will skin me alive when he returns. Zhou Hong was practically exploding with anger. I don't care if I get skinned. That's settled. Before my afternoon nap, I'm going. With the capabilities of your Dark Knight unit, handling this shouldn't be difficult. Zhou Hong was caught between Boss Yi and Yu. This double bind left her unsure what to do. But right now, Yu was in charge. Whatever she said goes. Hopefully, nothing will happen when Yi returns. I'll just blame everything on Yu. But Bossy also told me to keep an eye on her before leaving. Both of them are so difficult. This is terrible. For the sake of visiting the Manhwa brothel, a man's paradise, Yu decided to change into a more suitable outfit. But before even entering, someone complimented her on her adorable attire. Hey, I'm not just cute, I'm explosively cute. Originally, Yu was at the military camp, but to quickly get to Yong'an City and investigate the truth, she left early in the morning with Biengu. After drinking her daily emerald body fluid, she gave some to Biengu as well. Having consumed the emerald body fluid, Biengu was like a divine horse, running incredibly fast. What would normally take a day and a half to reach Yong'an Marquis, with Biengu's enhanced speed, only took half a day. The new year had just passed, and the streets were bustling with activity. All sorts of things were being sold. Biengu, looking at the snacks in the distance, couldn't help but drool. Hey, Biengu, I'll buy you some later after I'm done with my business. We have things to do. Just then, two figures in black jumped out from behind. They were from the Dark Knight unit stationed at Yong'an Marquis residence. That's right, these two were the same ones who applied the ointment to the second princess. Their main responsibility was to protect the people within the Yong'an Marquis residence. Suddenly, the two black figures appeared in front of Yu. One grabbed Yu's hand, and the other grabbed Biengu's reins. In a flash, they were brought into a room they had already heard from General Zhou Hong about. Yu's purpose for coming, to enter the Manhwa brothel. Generally, only two types of people went there. One type was the lecherous, and the second type was the literary scholar who enjoyed going there to compose and recite poetry. Yu, being so young, couldn't enter as a lecher, and even if she could, her gender wouldn't be right. So, after much deliberation, Zhou Hong decided to have Yu enter as a scholar. Since she was going as a scholar, she needed to dress the part. Ancient scholars' clothing was generally plain, and outside stood a young master dressed in fine, elegant clothes, waiting for Yu. At this moment, Yu also walked out. The little general was only 12 years old. Seeing Yu, immediately snapped to attention. After all, considering Yu's identity, in the entire Yong'an Marquis, everyone had to be respectful. Thought Yu was also a member of the Dark Knight unit. Had she joined the army so young? At this time, the person beside him reminded Yu, Xian Yuan is from a declining noble family. He's very famous at Yong'an Academy. He's currently cultivating both literary and martial arts, and is highly regarded by the teachers in the academy. With his abilities, his chances of rising high are great. Yu originally thought that the school Yi ran just provided free education, and that was it. Unexpectedly, all the students inside were so motivated. Then, arranging such excellent students from the academy to a place like Manhwa brothel, wouldn't that get you cursed at? Isn't it the little general who insists on going in? We can't show our faces in public, so we can only arrange for the young master to accompany you inside. My going there will immediately clarify the situation and avoid complications. As expected of Yi's subordinates, each one is more cunning than the last. Just like Zhou Hong, they're all so sly. Well then, young master Xian Yuan, shall we depart now? Xian Yuan still didn't know how terrifying Yu was. He immediately complimented Yu. You're so cute. You haven't seen what I look like when I'm explosively cute. Silly cute can also be explosive. This sentence instantly confused Xian Yuan. Yu's face suddenly contorted into an expression like she was about to poop. This really frightened Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan's fright points plus 22. Yu Yu's hair also started to make sizzling sounds. Lightning crackled around Yu Yu, making Xin Yuan burst into laughter. He didn't expect the little general to have such remarkable abilities. Okay, young Master Yen, let's go. Yu Yu's words startled Xin Yuan. How did she know his surname was Yen? At this moment, Yu Yu also sensed Xin Yuan's emotions. Points for causing panic, plus 99. Yu Yu realized she had misspoken. Xin Yuan hurriedly backed away. Little General, I'm not surnamed Yen. Then the sister from the Dark Knight unit came forward to explain, young Master Xin Yuan's surname cannot be mentioned. After all, it belongs to the previous dynasty. Speaking, it could lead to being purged or even beheaded. Yu Yu suddenly understood. She guessed this noble young master was likely a descendant of an exterminated clan. The former crown prince was like this too. Then I'll just use you to farm some points. Who would have thought that just saying a single sentence would result in a critical hit of plus 99 points? However, this is also for young Master Xin Yuan's safety. It's best to only say it where there are no people. This way, we can ensure young Master Xin Yuan's safety and farm points at the same time. Two birds with one stone. The man was the former crown prince of the country, incredibly wealthy. He could casually pull out a silver ingot as a tip. Just imagine going out with this guy. Both rich and, well, dark and handsome too. Having fun, they arrived at Manhwa brothel. It was divided into front, middle, back, and inner courtyards. Each courtyard had multiple rooms. Different areas had different girls. Those in the innermost courtyard were skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and were top-notch at serving people. Xin Yuan took Yu Yu directly to the innermost courtyard. At this moment, a young woman jumped out from the side. Whose young master is this? So handsome and elegant. I wonder if you prefer women or men. This left Yu Yu, standing to the side, utterly dumbfounded. What? Prefer men? There's such a thing. Yu Yu's surprised expression caught the woman's attention, and she noticed Yu Yu. Behind him, ditto, you've brought a little young master out to see the world? Yu Yu was stunned. Dressed like this, do I really look like a little young master? So those cross-dressing girls on TV weren't lying. People in ancient times really were blind. The Dark Knight unit immediately stepped forward to interrupt the woman from the brothel. Because before they came, Zhou Hong had specifically instructed them not to let anyone get close to the little general. Not because she was afraid others would hurt her, but because she was afraid she would hurt others. Her 100,000 volts were like Pikachu's. Ordinary people would be electrocuted to death. Therefore, the reason Zhou Hong had them accompany her inside was to protect the safety of others. To serve my young master, we require your top courtesan. No one else may approach. At this moment, the madam walked out, smoking a cigarette with a sharp, mean face. One could immediately sense her intimidating presence. Well, let's see who this is. Dressed all in black, going out with several bodyguards. Seems like you're from a wealthy family, someone I can't afford to offend. Two little young masters, please come with me to the back courtyard and have a seat. Just leave some silver on the table, and the girl you desire will naturally appear. Everyone here is rich, and everyone wants the top courtesan, no matter how radiant you are outside. It's all about money and power here. Even though Mommy arranged for Hey, Yu Yu, and Zwa to be in the VIP section, money still talks. Otherwise, we'd just be here to watch the show. Hey, Yu Yu, and Zwa looked around, taking it all in. This was certainly an eye-opening experience. It's just money after all. The money I brought with me is from that idiot duo. But 25 taels of silver should be enough, right? I'll flash some cash to let everyone know I'm loaded. Hith. But the people sitting behind us started laughing at Yu. Look at your outfit. You don't look like you're short on cash. Why are you being so stingy? 25 taels of silver isn't even enough for drinks and a hairdo here. Damn it, wait till I'm done investigating. I'll skin you alive. Suddenly, her demeanor changed, and she looked expectantly at Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan smiled. Previous life habits, you know? No problem. In ancient times, 1 silver tael could buy an acre of land. Poor people used copper coins, then tin, and finally silver and gold ingots. After paying, Xin Yuan could call over anyone he wanted. He could easily call over a few girls to feast his eyes on, and then move on to the courtesan. Bringing a big spender out clearly had its perks. The girls came over to attend to them, sitting nearby. Yu Yu, who hadn't spent a dime or lifted a finger, was thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. With these poses, she'd be a minor internet celebrity or even a star in modern times. This made the woman who was just nestled in a man's arms leave his embrace. Here, whoever has the most money calls the shots. There's no fixed loyalty. One girl was fanning them, and another was serving tea. To get this kind of treatment in modern times, you'd probably have to spend millions. This made Yu Yu, who was being ignored, feel quite uncomfortable. We're here to see the courtesan. Why don't we call her down now? Xian Yuan, acting rich and powerful, placed another silver ingot down. Call your courtesan down here. The woman, who had been putting on an act of being uninterested in money, immediately lost her composure. The madam finally realized he was truly wealthy. Since he had money, he deserved the appropriate service. The courtesan, Yuan Yin, walked out in a red dress. Her beauty was indeed fit for a royal palace. No wonder so many people wanted to see her. Hey finally saw her in person. Now, I just need to provoke her and get a reaction out of her, she thought. Then I can immediately find out who she is and why she's here. She finally understood why Zhou Hong had brought her and Xian Yuan out together. It was because Xian Yuan was such a powerful magnet for attention. How dare someone try to kill me, Yu Yu? The woman walked out with a stunning figure, instantly captivating Xian Yuan. The 16-year-old Xian Yuan had never seen such allure. Although he wasn't drooling, his teacup was constantly overflowing. This made Yu Yu, sitting beside him, laugh. She hadn't expected the top student from the academy to be so entranced by a beautiful woman. If it were that old geezer Yi Ci, he'd probably react the same way. But he always wore a mask, so no one could see what he looked like. Perhaps the older one gets, the more lecherous they become. The girl's name was Yuan Yin. If Yu Yu wasn't suspicious, she would have been captivated by her beauty. Calling her sister wouldn't be inappropriate, but Yu saw right through her. You're not human. Great heavenly dragon. However, Xian Yuan was smitten. He had initially only taken out 2 silver ingots, but the next second, he pulled out even more. He gave her so much, just asking for one dance. He really was a child. In our time, with that much money, she'd dance until she dropped. Yuan Yin nodded and instructed a servant to collect the silver. After the silver was collected, she walked onto the stage. The music started up with a flourish. Ancient dances emphasized grace and fluidity, unlike the energy of breakdancing. Ancient dance was all about twirling and flowing movements. Her body moved with her clothes, making her look like she was floating in a fairyland. It was a simple dance, but it had a mesmerizing visual effect on the audience. It left the simpletons downstairs completely spellbound. It's quite sad for them, really. They have to spend so much money just to watch someone dance. Luckily, in our time, we have phones. If they each had a phone, they wouldn't be reacting like this. They're acting like they've never seen a woman before. I'm a girl too, you know, even though I'm only 4 years old. But how is young Master Xian Yuan so rich? Even though he's a prince for the previous dynasty, it's still the previous dynasty. He should have spent most of his money by now, but he just spent 7 ingots of silver on a tip. Hey, Xian Yuan, let me tell you something. You're so young. Where did you get so much money? I'm broke. This is all New Year's money from General Yi Ci and some soldiers. Given to you. What? I can't believe you're this kind of person. So impressive, spending a kid's money. So you're a fake rich kid. Xian Yuan continued digging through his sleeves. Bossy said that Yu Yu's money is for personal use, not official business. So the money can't be considered official funds. Before we came, we already opened all the red envelopes people gave you. I knew it. I felt like something was off about this new year. Turns out, it's because I didn't get a red envelope. I thought they didn't have this custom here. You guys are unbelievable, spending a kid's money like this. It's infuriating. I want to unleash 100,000 volts and fry that dog. Yi Ci, encouraged by the money, Yuan Yin danced even more seductively. The onlookers also started pulling out their wallets. Money was thrown online, just like rewarding a live streamer. The more rewards, the harder Yuan Yin danced. I didn't realize rewarding performers was already popular in ancient times. It's just that now, with high technology, it's become a virtual gallery. And Xian Yuan was the top rewarder. Seeing Xian Yuan about to spend his own money, Yu Yu's face completely changed. You don't know the pain until it's your own money. Huh? Quickly stepping in. Seriously, how could you? Why are all the people around Yi Ci such swindlers of children? Yu Yu, already incredibly strong, accidentally cracked the table. Hearing the noise, the big spenders in the front all turn around. Yu had no choice but to rub her head and play dumb, pretending it was an accident. But the musicians, startled by Yu, all stopped playing. Yuan Yan's dance also slowly came to a halt. A murderous look flashed across Yuan Yan's face. Yes, she was about to make a move. From the moment she entered, she knew this little brat was General Yi Si's daughter. But Yu wasn't stupid. From afar, she sensed the killing intent emanating from Yuan Yan. Plus 50 points. This meant Yu's purpose in coming here was correct. It seemed all her deductions were right. Han Liao's sudden attack was connected to those people in the capital. If there's a connection, then this place should be shut down. And if it's shut down, can I get my silver tails back? You're dreaming. Reward money is non-refundable. Zhou Hong, where did you come from? This girl possesses the power to summon 9 heavens' divine thunder. Even the god of thunder would fear her. Super Saiyan mode, activate. Originally, Yu only broke the table while trying to protect her allowance, but she sensed Yuan Yin wanted to kill her. Plus, after all the trouble she went through to protect her silver, that ungrateful Xian Yuan pulled out 2 silver tails from his pocket. Here, don't stop. Keep playing the music. The 2 silver tails fell to the ground. The clang echoed like Yu's heartbreaking. Damn it, you don't know the pain until it's your own money. You've completely destroyed my building blocks. 9. A whole 9 big silver tails. My New Year's money. How could you do this to me? Boom. Dark clouds gathered above Manhwa brothel. 100,000 volts of lightning crashed down. When Yu relied solely on her own internal lightning, it wasn't this powerful. But now, with the added power of heavenly lightning, it's like unleashing a special attack in someone's bed. No one escapes. Every New Year, my parents would trick me out of my red envelope money. They'd say they were keeping it safe for me, but they never gave it back. I'm not the same person I used to be. My New Year's money is mine. Anyone who dares spend a single coin of Yu's will face my wrath. The once glamorous Wanhua brothel was now a pile of rubble. Flowers of fire bloomed everywhere. Anyone who comes near will die. Even Yuan Yin, who had intended to kill Yu, was caught in the chaos. Everyone inside contributed points. But Yu didn't care about points anymore. She just wanted her allowance back. Yu's actions only troubled the Dark Knight agents who came with her. Finally, I understand why General Zhou Hong had US protect everyone else instead of little General Yu. With her 100,000 volts, who would dare approach her? Probably no one except Big Brother Bayangu. At this point, Yu was already fuming over her allowance. The 2 girls from the Dark Knight squad said, if you don't leave Wanhua brothel, forget about your allowance. Even adding another 100 silver tails won't be enough to cover the damages. Why didn't you say so earlier? But now, Yu couldn't control her electrical power at all. Xing Yuan, standing behind her, was dumbfounded. Is this the future successor of the Knightless Army? She's an absolute powerhouse. Xing Yuan was utterly shocked. Points plus 22. Bayangu, who was originally outside Wanhua brothel eating chicken legs, minding his own business, was drawn in by the commotion. Why are you all running? Looking at the sky, he figured it must be Yu using her ultimate move again. Thank goodness Hey didn't come along, or she'd be in trouble. But after some coaxing from the Dark Knight squad, Yu came out. There was no other way if she unleashed her power inside. Even 100 silver tails wouldn't be enough to cover the damages. The moment Bayangu saw Yu, he was stunned. Why does little Yu have an electric ball above her head? Bayangu's curiosity was immediately piqued by Yu, and he even wanted to experience what it felt like to be electrocuted. But with that much electricity, I'd probably die if I got zapped. Forget it, I still want to live a little longer. After her walk, Yu felt much better. The lightning above her head seemed to have diminished a bit. Bayangu pleaded, I'm an idiot, don't bully me. I'm already so dumb I lick snow off the ground. Please leave me alone, okay? Yu quickly calculated her points. I've already earned 160,000 points. Soon it'll be 200,000. Although my allowance is gone, I've gained a lot of points. Bayangu looked up and saw the lightning above Yu's head. Ooh, the lightning's gotten smaller. Then I'm not afraid of you anymore. Bayangu wanted to go up and lick it, thinking that with such little lightning, it should be fine. But in the next second, Bayangu received a full-body electric shock massage. Bayangu instantly went rigid. He was already short, and now he looked like a toy brick. Yu wanted to call out to Bayangu, but now, with one hand and one foot, he had become a lightning conductor. With a crackle, he received another jolt of lightning and a perm. This time, he was probably done for. Baenga thought, it would have been better if I hadn't come out. Once I'm out, bad luck finds me no matter how I try to escape. Big brother Baengu, rest here for a bit. I'll go buy you some chicken legs to help you recover. You'll be fine soon. Stupid. Chicken legs? You can't appease me without a ginseng fruit tree this time. Damn it, they're still trying to swindle my money. No, I can't let them know I have a large spatial storage and lots of money. Little General Yu became famous overnight in Yangon City after the Heavenly Lightning incident. The owner of Manhwa brothel used Yu's name to create a tourist attraction. People outside called Yu the descended god of thunder. But after that night, innocent Yu only thought about her allowance. The street where Wanhua brothel was located was originally called Shircha Street. Because of Yu, it was renamed Thunder God Street. This was mainly due to Yu's actions, which everyone within 10 miles knew about. As the saying goes, in ancient times, with limited interstellar networks, news spread by word of mouth, and none of it was accurate. Some said heavenly lightning struck down a child. Others said a demonic dog from the Wangu cave was captured in Wanhua brothel and punished with heavenly lightning, beheaded. One said it was a person. Another said it was an evil creature. None of it was true. The story changed with each retelling, depending on who could tell the most impressive tale. In ancient times, people simply listened to stories. The rest was up to their own belief. If you wanted to, you could believe Wanhua brothel had a demon inside, causing trouble, which is why the lightning struck. Otherwise, why wouldn't it strike you, or me, but only Wanhua brothel? In that era without information, as long as you were gullible enough, you would definitely be fooled. If places like Wanhua brothel are so spooky, then I wouldn't dare go there again. Wanhua brothel is still fine to visit. After the lightning struck, it just followed the street outwards. So, they only saw the lightning ball above Yu's head, and didn't actually see Yu herself. Passerby A, who had been completely fooled, suddenly jumped up. That explains all the blood clots. So, our Yangon City has so many blood clots. The god of thunder has been protecting me all along. Well, of course, with one strike. The god of thunder instantly killed thousands of demons and monsters. The owner standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore. Hey you, enough. You're always talking about gods and ghosts in my inn. Weren't you farming outside the city at the time? The owner's wife is so mean, always exposing me. Lies are like spilled water. You can't take them back. If you don't believe me, go check out the street by Wanhua brothel tomorrow. It'll be completely black, with black footprints everywhere. The next day, the entrance to Wanhua brothel on T Street was pitch black, like coal dust. As usual, the madam had 2 of her staff sweeping the front, while she hawked her wares, blessed by the thunder god. Guaranteed protection, absolutely safe, completely secure. Leave it to a businesswoman to spin a disaster into a selling point, turning bad into good. The guys who were bragging last night came bright and early to Wanhua brothel for proof. Now do you believe me? Drinks around the house tonight, ladies. Yu was responsible for the outburst again yesterday. The girls from the Night Shadow unit kept scolding her for throwing water on the fire. Luckily, I managed to trick Yu into leaving. Otherwise, when lightning hits water, the water becomes a conductor, and everyone would have been fried. Meanwhile, Yu was dragging something down the street. Something black. Who would have thought just coming out to play for a bit would net me 180,000 points overnight? Haha, 200,000 points are just around the corner. According to my calculations, there's someone named Kuei Yuanyin who's still racking up points for me. I wonder who this Kuei Yuanyin is. When I meet him, I'll definitely have to mess with him some more. Wait, that courtesan, Zhou Hong, said his name was Yuanyin. Could it be him? I remember he wanted to kill me. Damn it, he wanted to kill me the moment we met. What kind of person is he? I'm so cute, and he still wanted to kill me. Big brother Baengu, did you hear that? Someone wants to kill me. Wake up. And Zheng Mao is probably done for. My silver tails are still in their hands. You two come down here quickly. What is it, little general? Yu held out her hand as soon as she saw them. Why allowance? The Night Shadow unit members immediately played dumb. What's silver? What are you talking about? Don't provoke me. I don't want to have to use force on you two. I'm reminding you, my silver tails, my New Year's money. They're definitely Zhou Hong's trainees, each one more cunning than the last. Little general, you mean those silver tails, right? We lost everything because of your lightning, and there might be more expenses later, things we might need to ask you to cover. So, how about we make it official? A signed agreement or something? What? You trying to cheat an honest person? Trying to swindle my money? No, I can't let them know about the money in my spatial pouch. I have to change the subject. Baiangu and Liang, go find an empty space and bury him. Or we could pawn him off to Manhwa brothel for a horse meat feast. Baiangu chimed in. I can still be saved. Don't abandon me. While I get back and recover, I'm going to skin Ro alive. That teacher tried to sell me for money. That damn brat. Yu was actually quite happy today. Of course, there would be those who weren't afraid to die and mess with her. When the cat's away, the mice will play. You think you can run wild on my turf? You must be tired of living. Do you want a taste of my Thunder God's wrath? News of Yu Yu's rampage at Wanhua brothel spread quickly. With Yi Si away and Yu Yu also gone, Zhou Hong of the Night Shadow Unit was naturally in charge of intelligence gathering. General Fu only heard that several groups from the Night Shadow Unit had been dispatched from the barracks. Turning to Wang, he said, Yong and Ho, I suspect it's the little general causing trouble again. The saying goes, 3 heads are better than 1, but none of these 3 had a lick of sense. Stop guessing, all of you. See for yourselves. Since it was about Ro, it wasn't considered a major secret. There was no harm in letting them see. They took the report. Wanhua brothel struck by divine lightning. Heavy losses. Expected to pay out significant compensation. Yu Yu originally wanted to investigate the courtesan, but he vanished after a bolt of lightning. The entire Shircha Street was blackened by the lightning. Even the signboards were split in 2. Now, the villagers are debating whether to rename it Thunder Street or the Thunder God Street. Truly worthy of the little general. She can't go anywhere without leaving her mark. Meanwhile, General Yu is in a completely different mood. I'm a general, and I haven't even awakened my soul. But the little general is only 4 years old, right? How did she awaken hers already? It's enough to make you sick with envy. General Fu is much more open-minded. I, Xuan Wu Jin, don't even have an awakened soul. I'm not worried. So why are you? General Liu is outright panicking. Your situation is different, okay? You jumped into the Xuan Wu Jin realm by eating something. Whereas I trained to get here, it's completely different. Zhou Hong watched the 3 of them bicker back and forth. None of them grasped the main point. I really shouldn't have shown you. I forgot your brains are made of tofu. Yu Yu, this time, the main objective is to investigate the Flower Queen incident. But now that the Flower Ghost has escaped, we can't investigate anything. But the stubborn generally said, it's not like I told her to run. Why are you yelling at me? Seriously? You guys are hopeless. These 3 are beyond saving. Big brother Yi Si, why did you choose to bring these 3 in? But then again, if they were even slightly smarter, their fighting power probably wouldn't be so strong. As the saying goes, the strong are strong because they're simple. The simpler they are, the stronger they fight. I'll wait until Big Brother Yi returns to discuss this matter. Just then, another member of the Night Shadow Unit rushed in. This startled Zhou Hong. The previous matter hasn't been resolved yet. Don't tell me there's another incident. That's right, it does involve little General Yu Yu. She's currently heading towards Yangon Academy. Won't those students be in danger? Suddenly, another one rushed in, one after another. Zhou Hong's legs went weak that it's bad. Big brother Baiangu, was electrocuted by little General Yu Yu's 100,000 volts. They're digging a grave for him outside right now. The pressure felt like a thunderbolt striking Zhou Hong. Seriously? Every time Yu goes out, she causes such a huge commotion. I finally understand what Big Brother Yi Si meant before he left. Zhou Hong, don't stress too much when I'm in the capital. Try to relax. Back then, I didn't take it seriously. What pressure could a young guy like me have? Even if there was pressure, it would be nothing to me. But at this rate, I'll probably have a heart attack. Meanwhile, in Yangon City, Yu Yu, in order to reclaim her allowance, ran to Yangon Academy. That Yin Xinyuan is studying here. I have to get that money back from him. Luckily, I secretly hid a piece. Otherwise, I'd have nothing left. Just then, she heard a very familiar sound coming from the Mengswegwin dormitory. This sounds like my point farming artifact. Haha, all of you, get down on the ground for this princess. Obey and you'll get whipped once. Disobey and you'll get whipped twice. Just watch. Crack. The sound was like whipping a pig's backside. The expression was just like Yin Chiliang's when Yu Yu bullied him. She wanted to repay the humiliation she suffered from Yu Yu. But this time, just as she was about to raise her hand for the second strike, time seemed to pause. Who's the blind one who didn't see? I was disciplining someone? I'm a princess. Hee hee, Yu. No way, no way. It's only been a few days, and your tone of voice has changed when speaking to this great Yu. Yin Chilling was terrified. Why are you here too? And why are you wearing Mengswagen clothes? Are you going to start studying here? Yu looked down at her own clothes. That's right. I plan to study here. I'm already wearing the Mengswagen uniform. You've been here for so many days. Why haven't you changed into the Mengswagen uniform yet? Slap. She slapped him across the face. Now immediately go change. I'll give you 1 minute. 1 second late, and I'll call down divine lightning. Yin Chilling, you're pretty impressive, huh? Daring to bully my people in Yangon City. I see you don't want to live anymore. At this moment, Yin Chilling wanted to die. When you bully others, you'll be bullied by Yu. They say what goes around comes around. I didn't expect it to come so fast. Yin Chilling's fear points plus 99. Was it this hand you used to hit someone? Let me show you how it's done. Yu pushed Yin Chilling down. Get down. Then she kicked Yin Chilling's backside, grinding his whole body into the ground. You used a whip to hit people, right? Who taught you this bad habit? Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, that Huang Jie of yours also likes to use a whip to hit people, right? Since you all like to use whips, I'll grant your wish. I'll make sure you remember this. I'll let you know whose territory this is and who's in charge. It doesn't matter if the emperor comes. Even if the emperor's mother comes, it won't work. Whack, crack. The flame-toothed spirit's back split open. Crack, crack, crack. Yu was getting more and more into it. Children must be taught a lesson from a young age. Otherwise, they'll grow up to be a tumor on society. This is for your own good. You'll thank me when you're older. This is Xin Yuan. He came to the Mengxue dormitory from Yangon Academy. Little General, take a break. I'll apply some medicine for him. We'll continue after. As they say, once the wound heals, the pain is forgotten. We must apply the right medicine at the right time. Yu, who was hitting with gusto, had to stop after Xinyuan spoke. But how did Xinyuan know I was at the Mengxue dormitory? Forget it. I'll spare you this time. But the next time I see you bullying anyone, don't blame this Yu's fist for not having eyes. Got it? Yu raised her foot then. Place the medicine she used on Yin Jiling last time in Xinyuan's hand. That's right. Yi Ci knew Yu would come to Yangon City to investigate the Flower Queen. Since she's come to Yangon City, she'll definitely come looking for Yin Jiling. So this was Yi Ci's preemptive measure. After all, this little brat Yu doesn't hold back. When she sees a bad person, regardless of age or gender, she beats them up. But if she sees a good person, like Butler Grandpa, she just acts cute and cuddly. Yin Jiling stood up shakily. Xin Yuan carefully applied the medicine to Yin Jiling. It hurt so much that Yin Jiling didn't dare make a sound. Yin Jiling had always been the one doing the hitting. No one had ever hit him before. This time, Yin Jiling finally understood the pain of being beaten. Yu watched Yin Jiling's pained expression and wanted to laugh. You look like you're about to poop. I'm dying of laughter. Yin Jiling completely lost his composure after Yu said that. The medicine already hurt, and now Yu was laughing at him. He, the dignified sixth princess, was being laughed at like this. His strong sense of pride snapped. He burst out, I want to go home. I want to see Mother. After dealing with Yin Jiling, it's time to get my money back. Hurry up and return my allowance. Xin Yuan felt wronged. After he brought Yu into Yangon Academy, everyone's expression upon seeing her was like they'd seen a ghost. Their faces instantly paled. They only came over to congratulate the little general on her arrival, but their faces revealed their reluctance. After speaking, they turned and quickly left. Yu could see they were afraid of her. Xin Yuan explained to Yu, most of the students here have joined the Night Shadow unit. So, everyone knows about what you did at the Wang Fan yesterday. They call you the modern law enforcer. I changed my disguise yesterday. They shouldn't recognize me. Aren't ancient people always blind? But Xin Yuan said, before you even arrived in Yangon City, General Zhou already reported your purpose and itinerary. And I'm your guide for this trip to the Wanwayan. This is tough, so tough. I wanted to keep a low profile, but I'm still so high profile. It can't be helped. I'm too famous. Xin Yuan then said, their fear of you isn't necessarily a bad thing. Think about it. General Yi Ci is like a god in the entire military camp. His 4 generals completely submit to him. Their fear might be a good thing. Suddenly, Yu stared blankly at Xin Yuan and said, Yin Jiling crying looks just like you. Xin Yuan was stunned. Did I ask how you compare people? I look like someone crying when I'm smiling. So, you're saying my smile looks like crying? Xin Yuan felt inner anxiety. Yu was really perceptive. Xin Yuan and Yin Zhiling actually were related. Yin Zhiling was Xin Yuan's cousin. Xin Yuan was the older cousin. This completely fried Yu's brain. That doesn't make sense. You're a prince of the previous dynasty, and Yin Zhiling is a princess of the current dynasty. How are you two related? This must be a long story. I'm ready. Please begin your performance. You really think I'm putting on a show? The girl, simply because someone said there were no worthy women in China, brought down thunder and punished the wicked. The nails on her back were meant to seal her powers, creating a unique beauty. Pulling out a single nail is like a thunderbolt, turning everything it touches into an accident. Now that her little brother was being bullied, she had to step in and help him share the burden. Xin Yuan, her little brother, thought, "You're so carefree. You still have time to chat at a time like this." But Yu said, "Life is but a few rounds. Worrying only creates a mental burden and doesn't solve anything. You still need more training, little brother." At this moment, Yu's system panel displayed. Xin Yuan speechless. "Say, why is Yin Zhiling your cousin? And who is your mother? Why have I never known about these things? We've only known each other for less than 2 days. You're getting ahead of yourself." Xin Yuan's mother is the former emperor's daughter. That is, the current emperor's sister. However, his mother and the emperor share the same father, but different mothers. That means Yin Xin Yuan's grandmother was the empress. But that's strange. Logically, after the former emperor died, the previous empress should have been honored as Empress Dowager. But it seems that's not the case. But Xin Yuan's next words shocked Yu, because the Yin family was exterminated. Oh my god. Originally, Yu just wanted to come find Xin Yuan to return the money. Unexpectedly, she discovered a shocking secret. At that time, the former empress decided to have Xin Yuan's mother marry into the empress's maternal family, the Yin clan. In other words, the empress married her own daughter to her own family. This way, the bloodline wouldn't be spread outside. In ancient times, there was a saying about keeping things within the family. Originally, the Yin family were already marquises, the same rank as Yi Ci. But 20 years ago, the former emperor passed away. The current emperor of Bei, Yu, ascended the throne. On the first day of his reign, he used various excuses, claiming the Yin family had intentions of usurping the throne. Overnight, he exterminated them. Even the former emperor's empress was stripped of her title. According to ancient customs, on the first day of their reign, emperors would typically honor their mothers as Empress Dowager. Yu finally understood the dangers of the palace. But 20 years ago, your Yin family was exterminated. How did you survive? At that time, the Yin family and the Dongwu family were of the same rank. Their connections were also very extensive. Before the current Beiyu emperor ascended the throne, he had already arranged for a woman to marry him. And that woman, upon learning that the Beiyu emperor was going to exterminate the Yin clan, tipped off Xin Yuan's mother in advance. That's how they survived. But the woman who married the Beiyu emperor didn't survive either. She is General Fu's mother. This explains what General Fu said earlier. In the end, it was the current empress who saved General Fu's life. Yu listened, grinding her teeth in anger. After Yi Ci dies, when I take over by June, the first thing I'll do is rebel. He's truly a dog emperor, she said, clinking glasses with Xin Yuan for a drink. Do you think this is wine? It's all milk. This time, Yu finally understood. Why did the Beiyu emperor want to eliminate Yi Ci's by June? He even protected General Fu and Yin Xin Yuan in the army. It seems the Beiyu emperor originally wanted to kill Yi Ci, but also wanted to control by June. Now that they know Yi Ci has an heir, they're even more eager to act. Xin Yuan also knew that Yu was just a 4-year-old child. The words she just spoke were out of sympathy. But in any case, he still thanked her. Thank you, little general. Although Xin Yuan told Yu about his relationship with General Fu, it absolutely couldn't be revealed, because if one side were to fall, the other would be implicated. He also knew that General Fu, since childhood, had been raised like an animal. He's simple-minded and acts rather straightforwardly. Let's not talk about him. Let's talk about you. Here, let me fill your glass. When the Yin family was executed, no one escaped. His father sacrificed himself to protect him, and he wandered around like an orphan. But then again, it's fortunate that General Yi found him 5 years ago. Otherwise, who knows what he'd be doing now? He might have died begging on the streets. 5 years ago. Yu heard 5 years ago again. Yi Ci entered the harem 5 years ago. General Fu improved his cultivation 5 years ago. Everything seems to be connected to 5 years ago. Damn it, why didn't I come here earlier? Then I would have been here 5 years ago too. Then I could also say I just fell down 5 years ago. Now, nothing from 5 years ago has anything to do with me. There's still one mystery, the empress that Yi Si went to see. That empress is definitely not simple. Actually, Xing Yuan only heard about it from others. The Beiyu emperor, lusting after beauty, snatched the woman who was originally meant for the crown prince and made her his own wife. That's quite absurd. In Yu Yu's mind, the Beiyu emperor was instantly labeled as an unforgivable villain. The empress probably isn't a good person either. She likely has a powerful background. But Xing Yuan said the empress is just an ordinary commoner with no powerful background at all. That's strange. After hearing your story, that doesn't seem like something the Beiyu emperor would do. Could it be that he and the current empress are truly in love? This completely fried Yu Yu's brain. You guessed right. The Beiyu emperor is someone who only seeks benefits. The reason he wants this empress is because she has no cultivation, yet she's immortal. In ancient times, there was calling a deer a horse. In modern times, there's calling a subordinate a duck. You can be the emperor of Beiyu in the future, but on the condition that you return the money for the 9 silver ingots. Xing Yuan, who always likes to play dumb, completely ignored Yu Yu's question. The current empress has neither influence nor background. But why did she become the crown princess? I also heard from adults that the current empress ate some unique thing brought from the south. Yu Yu became even more puzzled. No background, no influence, relying solely on beauty to capture the Beiyu emperor's heart is a bit too unbelievable. But Xing Yuan said that not only the crown prince, but even the other princes were vying for her. It's rumored the empress possesses eternal life. Perhaps the empress's beauty is being metaphorically referred to as eternal life. But the empress's eternal life is actual immortality. Because for some unknown reason, the empress, despite being 70 or 80 years old, still has skin like a baby's. After the Beiyu emperor ascended the throne, almost no one knew the real secret behind the empress. Because on the first day of his reign, the Beiyu emperor not only ordered the extermination of the Yin clan, but also beheaded everyone who knew about this secret. At this point, Yu Yu suddenly realized something. No wonder Niesi was so reluctant to tell me the Empress's secret. Are you sure you were begging? You were clearly demanding that I tell you. You damn dog. Niesi, just wait until I get back. I'll rip all your tiger skin off. This made Xing Yuan, who was listening, feel very confused. Aren't you afraid, General, you will spank you for talking about him like that? But Yu Yu didn't care. A dog of an emperor like the Beiyu emperor. If I don't rebel against him, someone else will eventually. But killing the Beiyu emperor isn't that simple. The highest cultivation level is Tianwujin. Even if General Yi is incredibly powerful, he's at most at the peak of Tianwujin. The Beiyu emperor is also at Tianwujin. But since ancient times, emperors have always had a super powerful old eunuch by their side. The Beiyu emperor is no exception. Yu Yu listened to Xing Yuan's words. She remembered Yi Si once saying that his cultivation wasn't just Tianwujin. Tianwujin only allows one to live to 150 years old. But Yi Si himself said he was already 200 years old. He also said there's a Wulu Ling above Tianwujin and even higher levels above that. Should I tell Xing Yuan? Forget it, better not. After all, Niesi didn't let me tell anyone. Maybe it's a secret between the two of us. Xing Yuan then started to worry about Beiyu. If General Yi Si is gone in the future, with no one to protect it, Beiyu will surely fall apart. Although the Beiyu Emperor has many children, each one is like a fool, like caged birds. If they ascend the throne, the people will undoubtedly suffer. Hey, isn't it simple? After they all kick the bucket, I can take over the Bai army. Then you can be the emperor, and I'll protect Beiyu. Oh my, you little brat, you really dare to say anything. Luckily, this is the Yongin Shui residence, General Ye's territory. Otherwise, you really wouldn't know how you died. Although Xing Yuan appeared scared on the surface, he was still a little excited inside. But we still have to face reality. After all, anyone can spout nonsense. Although Xing Yuan also wants revenge. Revenge isn't that easy. But Yu Yu said, with me, Yu, around, revenge is simple. As long as you return those 9 silver ingots. Forget revenge. You can even be the emperor. Wow. Kids these days are really good at making empty promises. So, little general, you sat here and chatted with me for so long, all for those 9 silver ingots. You really are a schemer. Yu had been watching the panel, capturing Xing Yuan's emotional fluctuations. You don't want to return the money, do you? Xing Yuan suddenly stood up and said, "Oh, that's right. I seem to recall that my mother's pig hasn't eaten yet. I have to go back. Little general, I'll take my leave now." See ya. My goodness. Are all of you in the Dark Knight unit this sneaky? You all want to bully me, a weak little girl. Gian guonu, walk up. Someone owes me money and won't pay. What should I do? What else? Take me there to bite his butt. How dare he owe my boss? You money. Use 100,000 volts. Yu's anger skyrocketed. I don't believe you can outrun me on New Year's Day or New Year's Day +3. The next time I see you, I'll definitely skin you alive. Xin Yuan, fleeing in the distance, was drenched in a cold sweat. No wonder General Yi said those words when he gave me this money. The more money you spend, the more dangerous your life becomes. I finally understand why Biangua is dead. This is going to be a disaster. Stupid horse, wake up. Time to get up and eat. Biangua suddenly jumped up on the spot, like a corpse revived. At the Imperial Palace, the Beiyu Emperor asked the scholar about the recent situation in the capital. The scholar had just received the news. Han Liao forces launched a surprise attack on New Year's Eve, assaulting 3 war zones. Judging by the Beiyu Emperor's expression, he likely wasn't behind all of this. Which makes sense. No matter how much he wanted to eliminate Yi Si's by army, he wouldn't help an outsider seize his own country's land. After the Great Bai battle, the 50,000 Han Liao troops were forced to retreat and were completely annihilated at the northern border. After hearing that the northern border was safe, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. So, the Bai army has made another great contribution. But the imperial advisor said that the credit for repelling the Han Liao army this time didn't belong to Yi Si, but to someone else. Rumor has it, it was a 4-year-old girl. She's quite capable. Not only can she control 2 giant flying beasts, but she can also devise battle strategies. Simply amazing. Hey, I'm not as strong as you say. I know how to be humble. A 4-year-old girl. Could it be the rumored daughter of Yi Si? Yes, the little girl is indeed Yi Si's daughter. This is common knowledge in the Bai army camps, and it seems she also possesses impenetrable skin and bones. The Beiyu Emperor became a bit anxious. No wonder Yi Si repeatedly refused my marriage proposals. It turns out he already has someone, a daughter who can command demonic beasts with impenetrable skin and bones, the future successor of the Bai army. Yi Si managed to produce a successor with just 1 child, while I have so many sons and none of them are intelligent. They're all like dumb pigs. At the Yong'an Marquis residence, Yu, still fuming about not getting her money back, slept angrily through the night. She was suddenly awakened by the noise outside. How annoying. Who's yelling for Bien Gua so early in the morning? It's just a horse. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Yu opened the door without even washing her face and walked out. The members of the Dark Knight unit were crying as if they had lost their own lives. These people usually stayed in Yong'an City and never returned to the military camp, so they rarely saw Biangua. 5 years ago, Biangua was short. Now, Biangua is still short. But in their hearts, Biangua's shortness had become endearing. We'll always remember you. Knowing you love chicken legs, we even bought a roasted chicken from Old Lee's Chicken Shop. You watch them, thinking you're all so noisy like children. Can't you learn from me? Don't panic when things happen. Yu calmly walked over. Look at all of you crying like that. What a sight. Yu poured all the body-refining liquid onto Biangua. Who knows how much he drank? But he drank as much as he could. Normally, this would be the last rite, like the final step of cremation. But Biangua suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. Whoa, is this a resurrection? It must be Biangua's 7th day spirit returning. Spooky. Biangua looked around in a daze. Where am I? Who am I? Stupid horse. Stop playing dumb. It's me, Yu. Go take a shower, or I'll shock you again, got it? The Beiyu Emperor wants to see me. Such a rare opportunity. How could I miss it? Stupid Biangua. Are you feeling better? You're so useless. It was just a little shock, and you slept for 7 days. Just a little shock? Do you know what it feels like to be zapped with 100,000 volts? You just keep talking. By the way, why did they run when they saw me? Am I that scary? Biangua quickly lifted his little hoof and looked down. In oh way, are these really my legs? They were as black as charcoal. Biangua yelped like a dog. Woof, woof, woof. He ran around Yu like crazy. What am I going to do? My beautiful white coat is gone. People used to dislike me, but I could always retort that I was handsome and white. But now, even my white fur is gone. What's the point of living? I might as well be melted down and reborn, then die again. I can't stand you. Don't panic. Can't you be calm like me? Wait. I still have a bottle of body refining liquid. This is the last bottle. Try drinking it. See if it can restore your white fur. Last time you drank it, didn't you become completely pure white? Maybe this time it'll have the same effect. Having said that, she pried open Biangua's mouth and poured it in. Let's see what happens after he drinks it. All right, done and dusted. Yep, all done. But Biengwa couldn't take it. He collapsed immediately. Maybe it was too much for him, but it doesn't matter. You can't die anyway. But the members of the Dark Knight squad in the back didn't think so. Whoa, little General Yu killed Lord Biengwa again. That's terrifying. Their points skyrocketed, but the actual increase was quite small, only 9 points. These guys are unbelievable. They went through all that trouble for just a few points. It's not even as much as one of Big Brother Biengwa's critical hits. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the doctor hadn't left yet. He was still reporting on the situation, specifically 2 pieces of intelligence regarding Yi Si's little general, Yu. Then, he pulled out something resembling a compass from his pocket. With a swipe, the Emperor's entire bedchamber was enveloped in a soundproof barrier. Those outside couldn't hear what was being said inside. Firstly, to prevent eavesdropping. Secondly, if anyone crossed the boundary, they could be immediately detected. Everyone calls that Luo Ying, also known as Yi Si's daughter, the Night King's little General Yu. I think this might be intentional on Yi Si's part. Her existence is just a smokescreen. In other words, his main purpose is to have a justifiable reason to refuse His Majesty's marriage proposal. The Emperor is right. Here comes the second key point. Luo Ying, also known as Yu, is arrogant and domineering. Not only did she make Princess Yuan cough up blood, but she also killed the nanny that Princess Shichi brought back. There are even rumors that she assaulted Princess Shichi. If Yi Si were present, he would definitely say, "Rumors? Where the hell did you hear those rumors? I killed all 200 of those people. Only Princess Yuyang and Princess Shichi are left. You're telling me rumors? At most, it was Princess Yuyang who went home and told you. You make it sound like you know everything. Emperor Bayudi Vasenstupit. The national teacher and imperial concubine Donghua are in cahoots. They love to put on a double act. The imperial concubine didn't inform me in a timely manner, but you, the national teacher, did. The national teacher uses the excuse of the imperial concubine managing the overall situation. He went from being the national teacher, second only to the emperor, to now having the imperial concubine, the mother of the harem, on his side. The Donghua family is truly formidable. The doctor's sole purpose is to control Princess Shichi. And this time, all this nonsense is just to get the emperor's permission to bring Princess Shichi back and continue to indoctrinate her with unhealthy ideas. Emperor Bayudi wasn't foolish. Did he really think others couldn't see through his little scheme? Since Yi Si sent her to the Mengshua Pass, he naturally had his reasons. Even if I issue an order, Yi Si might listen if he wants to give me face. If he doesn't, he can treat my words like hot air. Are you trying to make me directly confront Yi Si? Is that what makes you happy? However, I really want to meet that 4-year-old little girl. After all, as the future successor of the Night King, it wouldn't be too much to ask for an audience. Yi Si shouldn't be able to refuse. The Night King has entrusted the security of the entire Bayou border to Yi Si. Since his little girl is the heir, meeting her once isn't excessive. Yi Si shouldn't be able to refuse. The man, prone to violence, liked to hit women. He hit the esteemed woman simply for the thrill of it. 2 slaps, and then sudden silence. The woman possessed the divine power to revive trees, but she was imprisoned in the palace like a bird in a cage. And the one who imprisoned her was Emperor Bayudi. Ruo Mulan wasn't wearing much in the snowy weather. Bayudi was afraid she would catch a cold and wanted her to go inside and put on some clothes. But Ruo Mulan didn't want to respond to Bayudi. She knew that 100% of the time he came to her, it was for her divine power. The peach blossoms have already been frozen to death in this cold winter. I'll have someone replace them with new ones for you. But in the next second, Ruo Mulan used her divine power. The area around the peach blossoms emitted a faint glow. The next moment, not only did the peach blossoms come back to life, but they also sprouted flowers that only bloom in summer. Even the grass on the ground sprouted from the earth as if it were spring. The surrounding trees, under Ruo Mulan's power, returned to springtime. There's no need for your majesty to trouble himself. I'm still capable of reviving them. As long as someone is here, I can make them live. Bayudi watched the woman refuse the polite offer and opted for the hard way. Grabbing the Empress's hand, he said, "Empress, oh, Empress, do you know? Your daughter is nearly beaten to death in Lingzhou. Do you know? Now, I'm giving you a chance. If you want to save her, tell me the secret of your Ruan Mu clan. I'll immediately send someone to bring her back." The Empress, upon learning her daughter was in Lingzhou, was finally relieved, because she had always been afraid that if her daughter, Yin Jilin, stayed in the palace, she would be bullied. Lingzhou was Yi Si's territory. She believed Yi Si could take good care of Yin Jilin. The empress feigned anger and said, Yan Jingshua, oh Yan Jingshua, are you truly not afraid of depleting the nation's fortune and bringing down evil upon yourself? As this image appeared, Emperor Bei Yudi angrily glared at Ruan Milan, his eyes like two quail eggs. Although Ruan Milan possesses spiritual power, she has no cultivation. One slap is enough to knock her to the ground and make her contemplate life. If you refuse to reveal the secret of your Ruan Mu clan, then you will stay here forever and suffer. At this point, Ruan Mulan had no more worries. On the night she conceived Yin Jilin, Yin Jingshua had already taken everything from her. Those who understand, understand. Yin Jingshua had already reached the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, but he said he was waiting for a breakthrough to the 5th level. But what he didn't know that night was that Yi Si had also come to the harem. Everything was connected to what happened 5 years ago. Ruan Mulan smiled. Now, she had no more worries. She had been worried that if she were gone, Yin Jilin would have no one to care for her and would be bullied. Now, thankfully, Yin Jilin had Yi Si's protection. It was time for her to leave. As the peach blossoms scattered, she said, Yin Jingshu, you want the secret of our Ruan Mu clan? It's all here, right here. Emperor Bei Yudi couldn't understand why Ruan Mulan would suddenly choose to leave without a second thought. A second later, Empress Ruan Mulan's hair turned completely white and the room became completely dark. Wherever Emperor Bei Yudi went, evil energy clung to him. The spiritual essence was no longer on Ruan Mulan, meaning it was somewhere else. Without the spiritual essence's support, Bei Yudi's reign would soon decline. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared before Emperor Bei Yudi. Do you desire power, young man? Oh no, it seemed Emperor Bei Yudi wanted to harm him. With the loss of Ruan Mulan's spiritual power, a person in Beiyu, carrying a lantern alone, came to a pitch-black room. Inside, demons charged his body. Suddenly, the shadow opened its mouth, and the smell of pickled fish soup wafted out. Damn, how long has this guy not brushed his teeth? Go to hell, Bei Yudi. A green spiritual light emanated from within him, attacking the black energy. But the black energy wasn't afraid of Bei Yudi's attack. Instead, it recondensed into a mass of black gas in the distance. Bei Yudi told the black gas that Ruan Mulan didn't have the so-called spiritual essence. But the black gas absolutely didn't believe him, because the Ruan Mu clan had guarded it for generations. However, there was another possibility, that she had given up the spiritual essence, transferring it to someone else. Bei Yudi had reached the Tianwu realm in 50 years, which was enough to show that Ruan Mulan had helped him advance so quickly. But how could he have imagined that 5 years ago, Yi Si had entered the harem and taken Ruan Mulan's cultivation, reaching the 5th level, and now, from the black gas, he learned that Ruan Mulan was probably dying. Without the spiritual essence's support, she would die soon. Plus, she originally had no cultivation. If Bei Yudi didn't get the spiritual essence soon, by the time Ruan Mulan died, he truly wouldn't be able to find it. Without the spiritual essence, his Tianwu realm would become unstable. Because Bei Yudi's current peak in the Tianwu realm was largely due to Ruan Mulan's help. But the shadow told Bei Yudi to wait, that there was still a chance. But Bei Yudi, in his anxious heart, only knew how to worry, not how to think of a solution. That haven't you noticed? That 4-year-old child, Yi Si, is not simple. A 4-year-old child can communicate with spirits. Perhaps he is also from the Ruan Mu clan. Bei Yudi was now extremely anxious. He only wanted to quickly improve his cultivation. The reason I spread the word to meet with Yi Si's little general was to test whether he possesses the spiritual essence. Now, Yi Si was 200 years old and approaching his limit. Even if he was at the 5th level, so what? As long as he doesn't break through in his cultivation, he will surely die. Once Yi Si dies, the nation's fortune will flow to Bei Yudi. To the interior, by Shengwu entered the forest. The reason Bei Yudi was able to seize the position of crown prince and become the emperor of Beiyu was largely due to this Heiyin, who schemed behind the scenes for him. This time, not only is Yi Si coming to the palace, but even Yu Yu has been summoned. Things are getting worse and worse. Back at the military camp, as soon as Yu Yu returned, she ran into her room and started rummaging through everything, banging and clanging. Zhou Hong only dared to stay outside and didn't dare go in. At this time, the 2 idiots also arrived. Zhou Hong, what are you sneaking around for? What's so interesting in Yu Yu's room? So the 3 of them lined up to eavesdrop. Someone with an IQ above 130 would absolutely never do something like this. General Fu came over, looking at Zhou Hong and the others with a puzzled expression. "What are you three quail eggs doing?" Lu Jiang was Bu Fu Chi and wanted to shake off the title of idiot. Boss ECI said, "I'm a cultivation genius." Right. A cultivation genius who only knows brute force and doesn't listen to reason. If you're a genius, wouldn't those of us with fate souls be exceptionally gifted? At this, Zhou Hong jumped in point. One has low comprehension. The other has no fate soul. What do you two have to compare? You're both equally useless. General Fu said, "You three, stop talking. In terms of seniority, I'm better than all of you. I reached the Xuanwu realm overnight. Who among you can compare to me? Don't talk if you're cheating. Are you really planning to stay outside and not go in to see the little general? What are you going to do?" At this moment, Yu Yu was rummaging through her things, desperately searching for something. "Since I'm going to meet the Emperor, I must bring some real stuff. How can I go empty-handed? 200,000 points. Here I come." "No way. You're all bullying a child like this?" Yu Yu hadn't even started her rebellion before the palace guards held knives to her neck. "Do you know how much psychological damage these knives can cause to a 4-year-old child?" But Yu Yu wasn't a normal 4-year-old. "Your scrap metal isn't enough to intimidate me." Biengu bit their butts. Biengu used to be black, but after drinking the second cup of crispy body fluid, his body turned white. Yu Yu was originally in Jun Yuan and Yi Si's room, rummaging through the information. She took out everything related to Bei Yudi. This Bei Yudi is too damn arrogant. As soon as he ascended the throne, he killed everyone. Not a single one was left. I want to see if he's too arrogant or if there's another hidden reason. I can't just listen to Xing Yuan's side of the story. What he said might also be false. After all, I'm only a 4-year-old child. Yu Yu was also suspicious. How could someone as power-hungry as Bei Yudi be caught by beauty and fight over a woman with his brother? There must be something more to it. But after looking for a long time, it was all nonsense. There was nothing about Bei Yudi's history. Biengu was sleeping like a log beside her. Suddenly, she saw a stack of white paper with 2 envelopes tucked inside. Battle reports from the border with Jingqing. It should be okay to read this, right? It should be fine. Let's try. If I try, I won't be a child anymore. Yu Yu resolutely opened the envelope. Last June, the Han Liao Kingdom and the Bio Army fought on the border for more than half a year. The Manchu people of the Han Liao Kingdom are huge, with an average height of 2 meters. The average height of the Bio Army is generally 1.8 meters, but the Bio Army's Iron Cavalry still has an overwhelming advantage. ECI would send all battlefield information back to the capital by fast horse. Last year was also the year Yu Yu fell. Yu Yu clearly remembers that ECI and the others were retreating at the time. This completely contradicts what's written here. The scouts were clearly retreating, but it says here they had an overwhelming victory. This is also the retreat route in the second letter. According to Yu Yu's analysis, both retreat and support routes would be reported back to the capital. But why did the offensive turn into a retreat and then they were ambushed? Both retreat and offensive routes are top military secrets. It's impossible. Besides ECI, there are 2 other people who might know about this. That is the scholar from the Dongwu family and the current Bei Yudi. Good. You 2 dare to bully my dad, ECI. No, I have to join in. I know what I need to know and what I shouldn't know. There's nothing much to see. Anyway, ECI won't ask. Those 3 idiots, I might as well do it myself. Let's forget about what Zhou Hong said. He seems smart enough, but once you ask him to think about something, his head gets even bigger than Biengu's. Now, let's go to Yong'an City and ask in Xin Yuan again. See if we can find out anything else about Beiyu. Other things. Hey, Smelly Biengu, wake up. I just called you in to help me find something, and you're sleeping. I'm a horse, okay? How can I tidy up? And I have hooves. I can't find things. Fine, I'm magnanimous and won't hold it against you. I'll let you off this time. Let's go to Yong'an City to see little General Yu Yu. Please, for the love of all that is holy, act like a human. Are you sure you're coming to see me to play and not to hit me? Biengu knows what Yu Yu's like. As long as you're not bullying me, you can bully anyone you want. Haha, the 3 stooges, sneaking around and peeking at the door for ages. With a whoosh, Zhou Hong jumped to the bottom of the room. General Liu and General Li were playing cards. General Ho was whistling on the side. After 2 emerald body enhancements, Biengu's speed has increased quite a bit. His current speed is many times faster than before. High-speed rail travels at 350 kilometers per hour, Biengu at 460 kilometers per hour. Yu Yu sat on Biengu's back. It felt like several hair dryers were blowing. In no time, they arrived at the Yonga Marquis. Yu Yu felt like she was coming home. But this time, things were very different. With a flash, a long saber was held against Yu Yu's neck. You're Night Watchman Yi Si's little general, aren't you? With Imperial Guards. You have the right to remain silent, but you must come with us. This really frightened you. Oh my God, I wish I hadn't come. The Imperial Guard is what we commonly call the Embroidered Uniform Guard. Each one is a Xuanwu elite. Even if General Fu were here, he couldn't protect Yu Yu. But if you dare to arrest Yu Yu, then you few, just get ready to contribute your points to me. Once I pull out a nail, none of you will escape. If even one escapes, I lose. You'll all have to kneel before me in a line. Without a word, Yu Yu slapped the guard twice. What are you looking at? Never seen a kid hit an old man before? Chattering away, neither male nor female. You wouldn't happen to be an old eunuch, would you? As soon as Yu Yu entered her own home, the Imperial Guard held a saber over her head. At this moment, Biengu really wanted to charge forward and take them all out. Every time Biengu was about to exert his strength, the sound of his hooves would grow louder. He stepped very softly. With Biengu around, Yu Yu really didn't need to be afraid. After all, Biengu's abilities were no worse than the Xuanwu elites. If that scoundrel Bei Yudi knew how strong Biengu was, he might even try to take Biengu from me. Yu Yu immediately grabbed Biengu's tail to stop him from moving. But a horse's tail generally shouldn't be pulled. It can easily break. Don't let a horse's large size fool you. Its weakness is its tail. This is why, if you approach slowly from behind, it will kick you with its hind legs. Seeing his already injured tail being pulled again by Yu Yu, Biengu felt like crying. Since Yu Yu didn't want Biengu to intervene, she had to resort to her crazy act. Wow, what's this? It's shiny and sparkly. It's so pretty. Can I touch it? This left the guards speechless. It seemed true. The child before them was only 4 years old. Was it a bit much to hold a saber to her head? It was then that Chun Ku, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, wondered if they had gone too far. Yu Yu laughed as she played with the saber, rubbing it against its smooth surface. Yu Yu was fine when she wasn't singing, but once she started, the guard's points increased explosively. An old man wearing a tall hat walked out. Oh my, what are you all doing? Quickly put your sabers down. She is Night Watchman Yi Si's little general. How can you treat her like this? This person was Wang Pingde, also a master of the heavenly martial realm. In Beiyu, Yi Si is at the 5th level of the mausoleum realm, while Beiyudi is at the late stage of the heavenly martial realm. And this old eunuch, Wang Pingde, is also at the heavenly martial realm, but it's unknown what stage he's at. That smirking manner didn't make him seem like a good person. Wang Pingde sneered inwardly as his points increased. You really deserve to die. Seeing that this Yu Yu actually looked at him with disdain, he thought, you troublesome, old, undead dog. With a slap, he sent her flying. Is she dead now? Wang Pingde's rage points suddenly spiked to 99. Everyone else just kept drinking. That decrepit old fool, sneaking out of my house. What were you doing in there? Don't think I don't know. You're the one who had people block me. I didn't bother with them, not because I'm afraid of you. You only said a few words, but they were enough to awaken a murderous intent in the old man, Wang Pingde. I don't believe it. With Biengu here, you think you can still turn the tables on me? She continued her tirade. You dare look down on me? I'll show you what little General Yu Yu is capable of. You disgusting, androgynous, transgender freak. Yu Yu continued her relentless verbal assault on Wang Pingde, but he remained impassive, like a shield. In reality, Wang Pingde wasn't unmoved. He just hadn't reached his breaking point yet. Wang Pingde's rage points were at 99, increasing rapidly by 99 every second. They quickly reached several thousand. It looked like the old eunuch was about to explode, but should be fine. With Biengu here, we should be okay, right? Well, actually, maybe not. I can't say for sure I can handle him. We're doomed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wang Pingde channeled his fury into power and swung a palm strike at Yu Yu. Suddenly, Yi Si appeared, blocking the old eunuch's attack. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. You finally decided to show up. Yu flashed a middle finger. Screw you. You think you can catch me? Not a chance. Biengu, let's get out of here while we can. Just as the old eunuch unleashed his devastating palm strike, an Imperial Guard's blade intercepted it. Eunuch Wang, have you lost your mind? This is General Yi Si's territory, the Yeoman Marquis. If that blow landed, not only you, but all of us would face Yi Si's wrath. You want to die? Don't drag us down with you. The two argued fiercely. Oh, I'm just supposed to endure this little brat's insults. While the old eunuchs were arguing, Yu quickly hopped onto Biengu's back. Hurry, let's go. As they fled, Yu taunted the old eunuch. You're a real piece of work. Trying to hit me, little General Yu? You useless old geezer. You think I'm that easy to hit? Her words left the old eunuch fuming. That I'm so angry. General Chun, shouldn't you do something? I'm sorry. This isn't our jurisdiction. We were only responsible for escorting you to Lingzhou. Now that we've arrived, it's no longer our concern. This made the old eunuch explode. As a heavenly martial realm master, how could he endure such humiliation? If you won't chase her, I will. But Biengu possessed incredible speed. Not even Yi Si himself could catch us. The old eunuch was enraged, his rage increasing like a scion's power level. Hold it right there, you little brat. Hey, Biengu, see? Time to show off your speed. Biengu ran as fast as he could. Yu turned back to give the old eunuch the finger, along with a string of insults. Come and get me, you idiot. Wang Pingda's rage ignited. Damn you, you little brat. Such a foul mouth at such a young age. Just wait until you're older. Just then, members of the Dark Knight Squad, disguised as commoners, passed by. Being stationed in Lingzhou for so long, they had blended seamlessly into the city. They were not only Yi Si's Dark Knight Squad, but also citizens of Lingzhou that I'll buy your eggs. See that old man back there? Throw them at him. The Dark Knight members instantly understood. Hey everyone, an old man is bullying a child. You know what they say? You can't bully the elderly or children. Of course, that saying was meant for young people. Between an elder and a child, it was obviously the elder doing the bullying. Wang Pingda wanted to scream. He was the one being bullied. How had he become the victim? A butcher pulled out his cleaver. You damned old fool. How dare you bully a child in Lingzhou? We'll teach you a lesson. Yeah, get him. Fruits, vegetables, and eggs rained down on the hapless eunuch. As a heavenly martial realm master, Wang Pingda wasn't easily injured, but the humiliation was unbearable. If word of this got back to the capital, he'd be the laughingstock of the court. You have a protective shield, do you? Well, I have a flying pig. Let's see if you can survive this. The pig never imagined that. Even in life, it would. I never experienced the feeling of flying until now. I actually get to try it after death. I owe it all to you, Eunuch Wang. You really deserve to die. Even a 4-year-old child you try to scheme against. But at least I earned a full 190,000 points. But I was stopped at the city gate by Jingwei Jun. As soon as little General Yu left, the three stooges were left with nothing to do. It's either playing chess all day or playing chess all day. Suddenly, Zhou Hong came over with the letter sent to the Yeoman Marquis 3 days ago. This was sent by the Dark Knight Squad. The Imperial Guard from the capital has entered Lingzhou City. The three, who were bored just moments ago, were instantly alarmed. Little General, didn't you just go to Lingzhou? This is bad. Zhou Hong knows the Imperial Guard best. The Imperial Guard is Bei Yudi's private army. There must be something important behind this. What are we waiting for? I'll go to Yeoman City right now. Even Fu General's fastest horse takes 2 days to get there. By the time Fu General arrives, little General Yu will have already vanished from the Yeoman Marquis. Upon arriving at the gates of Yeoman City, he found the usually bustling gate deserted. But once inside, he noticed something was amiss. Why is there so much trash on the ground? Since when has Yeoman City sanitation been so poor? Why isn't all this garbage cleaned up? This trash everywhere is filthy and stinks. Walking through it gives me goosebumps. Fu General suddenly heard cursing in the distance. You old eunuch, come chase me. That's Yu and little General Yu, no doubt about it. Yu was sitting on Biengu's back, looking back and cursing at Biengu while happily running forward. The two cooperated seamlessly, their mouths spewing insults. To be clear, it's the dirty kind of dirty. Wait, who's that chasing after them? It looks like the old eunuch Wang Pingda. Yes, that's him. At this moment, he looked like a walking corpse being chased and beaten. The entire town felt this joyful for the first time. Yu Yu's points were also skyrocketing. Seeing that little General Yu Yu was safe, Fu General was relieved. As for the others, who cares, he thought. But the Grand Eunuch Wang Pingda being beaten like this, isn't that a bit much? Who cares? We still have Boss Yi. Boss Yi is our strong arm. As long as he's around, we'll be fine. Since little General Yu Yu was safe, Fu General decided to send a message by carrier pigeon to tell Zhou Hong and the others not to worry. Little General Yu Yu had led 100,000 trash-blooded soldiers to attack the Yong'an Marquis. Wang Pingda had been beaten by the trash-blooded soldiers for a day and a night. He finally couldn't run anymore. Exhausted, he chose to lie down in the garbage heap, unwilling to come out. He should have listened to the Imperial Guard and not arrested her. Now he was truly exhausted. Bien Gu, having run for most of the day, decided to leave the city and go home. After all, Yeoman City wasn't safe now. He needed to hurry back and ride a horse. It was safer with the Dark Knight squads, Iron Cavalry. After this day, his points had reached 190,000 plus. It was estimated that it would soon reach 200,000. He would be able to pull out the second Iron Nail soon. The thought was exciting. Suddenly, several people stood in front of Yu Yu. Whoa, aren't you guys supposed to be at the Yong'an Marquis? Why are you all blocking me outside the city? You all look so refined, but you're even more treacherous and cunning than me. Bien Gu had run for so long, he definitely couldn't fight now. He couldn't fight, and he probably couldn't run either. It's over, it's over. This is it. At this moment, Fu General walked out from behind. Well, if it isn't General Chun Ko. Seeing Fu General, Jing Wei Jun's expression changed drastically. It was clear from his expression that they knew each other. Could Fu General's appearance stop the Imperial Guard from arresting little General Yu Yu? After all, Bei Yudi had personally requested to see her. Yi Si watched all of this from afar. If Yu Yu were taken to the capital this time, then he and Old Master Zhang would also have to go to the capital. Yi Si hadn't anticipated that Bei Yudi would want to meet a little child. Could it be that he had discovered Yu Yu's secret about the iron nails? Come on, you still want to trick me? Don't think that just because I'm only 4 years old, I'm easy to bully. To avoid being captured, Yu Yu caused an uproar in the city. But in the end, she was still cornered at the city gate. Fortunately, Fu General arrived. Although the Imperial Guard must address Fu General as Second Princess, even though Fu General holds the title of Second Princess, it's clear she has no intention of launching a surprise attack. Currently, there's no Second Princess in Lingzhou, only Fu General, commander of the Dark Knight Cavalry. After saying this, Fu General glanced sideways at Yu Yu. Who would have thought little General Yu Yu's expression was unexpectedly peculiar? In crucial moments, it's still Fu General who's reliable. At this moment, Yu Yu's face was beaming, practically glowing. Everyone knew the Imperial Guard had come specifically to escort little General Yu Yu back to the palace. But everyone in the Dark Knight army knew that Emperor Bei Yu was a ruthless tyrant. There was no telling what might happen to Yu Yu once she was taken back. Yu Yu demanded to see the imperial decree, refusing to discuss anything further without it. Who knows if you're just here to kidnap children? The air suddenly became still. The decree was with Eunuch Wang. Yu Yu knew Eunuch Wang was currently buried under a mountain of garbage. If you're capable, go get it. If you don't get it now, I'll be back in the barracks soon. That's right, go dig through the trash. Go on. I won't tell anyone you were scavenging for food. Chun Ku's inner thoughts were like 1,000 wild horses galloping across the plains. This kid is clever. No wonder she had people throw garbage on Eunuch Wang. Yu Yu had assumed Chun Ku wouldn't actually dig Eunuch Wang out of the garbage heap. But unexpectedly, Chun Ku looked up. Seriously? Are you crazy? That's a stinking pile of garbage. Are you really going? As a member of the Imperial Guard, Chun Ku calmly retrieved Eunuch Wang from the garbage. This guy's composure is incredible. He went to the garbage heap like he was going home. Did he grow up near a landfill? Chun Ku calmly took the spatial pouch from Eunuch Wang's hand. From inside, he pulled out a gleaming imperial decree. In a way, the decree actually sparkles. It really has an indescribable air of authority. The moment Chun Ku produced the decree, Fu General prepared for battle. Don't say I didn't give you face. I've been very lenient. But Chun Ku seemed oblivious. Why EC's daughter going to the capital? Isn't that a normal procedure? What are you so nervous about? Everyone knew Fu General was the strong, silent type. Trash talking wasn't her forte. As the saying goes, when you're away from home, You can't let others push you around. Chomp, chomp, chomp half a watermelon. Eating watermelon in the summer is incredibly refreshing. Get out of here. Look where you are, and you dare act so presumptuously. Attacking Chun-Ku was out of the question. Eunuch Wang was Yu Yu's primary target. At this moment, Eunuch Wang wanted nothing more than to strangle Yu Yu. But utterly exhausted, he could only lie on the ground, contributing emotional points that you're an old eunuch. Why do you harbor such resentment? I really don't understand. Then, Chun-Ku, holding something resembling a solar-powered lamp, walked up to Yu Yu. The imperial decree is here, as if the emperor himself were present. Are you trying to interpret the decree? Do you know that will only worsen your crime? Is your emperor a solar-powered engine? A tattered decree made to look like a lamp. It's just accepting the decree. I'll accept it first, and then I'll hit you. That should be fine, right? Haha, you think you can get me? No way. I won't be bullied while I'm out here. They say you shouldn't bully the elderly or children, but they missed one point. What kind of discussion will bullying the elderly generate? Here, take it. It's just a stupid decree. You're acting like you're about to open your heavenly gate or something. So this is what an ancient imperial decree looks like. No wonder it sparkles. There's a hidden meaning inside. This gave Chun-Ku a headache. Hidden meaning? What hidden meaning? Fu General couldn't understand what Yu Yu was talking about. Seeing Yu Yu acting mysteriously, she figured Yu Yu wanted her to make a move. She instantly drew a 6-foot broadsword. With a single swing, Fu General, a powerful warrior, delivered a blow that must have been at least 80, if not 99, points of damage. Yu Yu, standing nearby, was stunned. Fu General is so fierce. This kind of no-nonsense, straight-to-the-chopping personality. I love it. The blow didn't harm Chun-Ku, but the poor fellows behind him. I don't care about your imperial decree or whatever. If you want to take little General Yu Yu from here, you'll have to ask my blade first. Now that General Yi is gone, the responsibility of protecting Yu Yu falls on us. Don't even mention your measly imperial decree. Even if Emperor Beiyu himself came to Lingzhou and met General Yi, he'd have to be respectful. You think you can just take little General Yu Yu away with that? You don't have the guts. This speech stunned Yu Yu, who was standing nearby. It turned out that Fu General wasn't silent, but was gathering her thoughts for a powerful retort. It can't be helped. Fu General is a bit of a slowpoke. She almost fried her brain trying to formulate that sentence. Haha. How was I just now? Was I cool? Fu General's happiness points increased by 9. Chun-Ku may be the Emperor's Imperial Guard, but even so, how could a pampered lapdog possibly defeat someone who regularly battles others out in the field? Warwolf Fu General, you clearly saw the Imperial Decree, yet why did you still attack? Do you intend to defy the decree? Hee. Let Yu Yu explain the situation. Fu General's attack, just now, was a personal grievance, without any other emotions involved. And as for your underlings, they can only blame their own lack of skill. Yu Yu also knows that the Imperial Decree itself is undeniable. To truly defy, it would be equivalent to defying Emperor Beiyu's law. Oh well, it's just a trip to see Beiyu. It's no big deal. After all, I'm famous, cute, and I can generate electricity. Maybe they're calling me over to power their generators. It's possible. Biengu, what do you say? Want to come with me to Beiyu City for a visit? Yu Yu walked over and deliberately patted the wound on Chun-Ku's shoulder. Let's go, what are you still standing around for? At this moment, Chun-Ku's wound felt worse than being sprinkled with salt. Fu General worriedly called out, Yu Yu, little general, but Yu Yu displayed an adult-like composure. Don't worry, I'll be fine. At least one of my nails will be removed. I can always run back. Oh, and please help clean up the garbage in Lingzhou City. It's too dirty. The next second, Fu General couldn't help but hug Yu Yu. After we part today, who knows when we'll meet again. Remember to call or send a flying pigeon transmission. Okay, got it. And when you go to the capital, don't be as mischievous as you are in the barracks. And don't flirt with anyone wearing flowers or gold in their hair. Most importantly, don't steal any food that looks delicious. You'll be beheaded for it, because that's for the Emperor. Do I look like a greedy kid? Not really, but you still need to be careful. Meanwhile, back in Lingzhou, the children may not have phones to play with, but they were certainly not short on news and gossip. Did you hear? There was a riot in Yong'an City. A crying child declared, "My dad was there. My little brother was almost thrown out with the trash." Wow, your dad's situation is terrible. But how did you know? Turns out 3 men can also gossip like it's a marketplace. I thought only girls could do that. Wei, I also heard that the main street in the capital was filled with Imperial guards, over 100 of them. Do you have any other reliable gossip? Yan Ling, who had promised not to listen to gossip, instantly perked up upon hearing about the Imperial guards. It must be my father sending people to take me home. Run, run. Let's get out of this awful place. If I can leave, I won't have to go to school and study anymore. Being with those bookworms all day is no fun. But upon going outside, what did she see? Were the Imperial Guards? It was just people from Lingzhou cleaning up. Hey, that person up ahead, the one my father sent. Where are you going? You little brat, you never learn. Do you know I'm your second Imperial sister? If you call me that again, I'll spank you. But Yin Ling, uneducated and unafraid, retorted, "You're a criminal's daughter. What are you so arrogant about? It's already good enough that father didn't kill you. You still want to be my second Imperial sister? What are you thinking? Tell me, where are the Imperial Guards?" Although Yin Ling's words were true, they were hurtful. That aren't you looking for the Imperial Guards? They left. They're not taking you. Serves you right. They came to pick up our Yu, not you, little brat. Upon hearing that they weren't there to take her home, Yin Ling's tears started to flow uncontrollably. Her cries sounded pitiful, but no one felt sorry for her. A child like that needed to be properly disciplined, or she would become a burden later. Yu was escorted out of Lingzhou City by Chun Ke's men. Beside Yu lay the seemingly ancient eunuch Wang. "Biengu, I'm so bored. How about we go play with that old eunuch?" Eunuch Wang looked up and saw Yu. Before anything could happen, he'd already awarded her emotional points. A direct critical hit plus 99. Dark little old man. Have you heard the story of the kitten scratching someone's butt? Plop, a sound of perverse satisfaction. At this moment, Wang Pingde almost peed himself. Just like that, Wang Pingde racked up more points. Hee, this old man is a real comedian. Li Yan eats dirt and still gets points. I really don't get it. Where does an old man get so much resentment? Yu wanted to go another round, but suddenly Biengu stopped. What happened? At this moment, General Fu's entire armor combined, like Pangu, separating heaven and earth. With a bang, the shield slammed shut. General Chen's horse was bewildered. In an instant, they were completely surrounded. Release our little general, and you will be spared. You want this great Yu to trade chicken legs with you? No way. As the #1 expert in playing deaf and dumb, how could I be so easily fooled by you? That's right, our little general is not just ordinarily clever. Chun Ke knew that every member of the Night Watch was highly skilled. Anyone of their heavy cavalry could go toe-to-toe with him, especially General Yu, known for her brute strength. But this time, we represent the Emperor of Beiyu's imperial decree. We are specifically here to invite the daughter of General Yi for an audience with His Majesty. Please do not obstruct us. Imperial decree? What's an imperial decree? I've only heard of General Ye's Lucky Charm order. Never heard of any imperial decree. Don't try to fool me with that nonsense. I'm not buying it. Chun Ke really wanted Yu to produce the imperial decree. But do you think it's that easy to get back something you've given to Yu? What imperial decree? What's an imperial decree? I don't know what you're talking about. At this, General Fu became even more anxious. You damned Chun Ke. How dare you teach our little general to lie? I see you haven't experienced a real beating. The Night Watch took up their formation. General Yu of the Night Watch commanded the defensive cavalry, but everyone has witnessed her defensive formation. Even the people from the Hanliao kingdom got their butts kicked, let alone you, a mere perennial hothouse flower. At this moment, seeing this imposing display, Chun Ke and his men were all terrified. The most exciting part is always at the end. Everyone knows generally his specialty is ranged attacks. A descendant of the swordsman Li Hui. Now you have two choices. First, release our little general and leave safely. Second, leave horizontally. The scene was on the verge of a brawl, but Yu remained relaxed, like she was watching a TV show. Chun definitely couldn't win in a fight, but he frequented the imperial court and had learned some formal language. Both of you are great generals of the Night Watch. Leaving the barracks so rashly just to intercept us, isn't that against the rules? General Li knew, with just an imperial decree today, you want to take our little general? Next time, will you take others for questioning? It's not that simple. That's right, that's right. Let that dog emperor know that the Night Watch's iron isn't for eating. Come on, let's fight and see whose head rolls next. Yu shook her head. General Liu, you're wrong. This is called sparring. Injuries during sparring are perfectly normal. Little General is right. We're just sparring. Come on, little chickens. Let's have a fight. Sparring in the ring? It's a matter of life and death. That's right. Large-scale sparring doesn't require signing any life or death waivers. If you die, you don't have to go back and report. Chun Ke thought, oh no, this is tricky. If I can't bring back General Ye's little general, I'm dead. If I stay here, I'm also dead. Yu said, don't look at me. I just said a few words. Don't try to extort me. I'm not sharing my chicken legs with you. Suddenly, Zhou Hong arrived. Although Zhou Hong didn't bring any troops, Zhou Hong was a spy and assassin. While they were fighting here, Zhou Hong's Night Shadow unit had already set a trap miles away. First, to prevent ambushes. Second, to prevent information leaks. As more and more people arrived, Chun Ku was terrified, but he was most afraid of Zhou Hong. In a way, Captain Chun Ku is injured. Yu said from behind, it's okay, that was me. I told someone to do it. He'll be fine soon. Right, here's the Imperial Decree. Take a look. This thing, I don't know why, keeps glowing and throbbing painfully. It's probably worth a lot. Let me know when you're done. When Zhou Hong opened the Imperial Decree and looked, she took a deep breath. Then, Zhou Hong raised her hand. This is a real Imperial Decree. Don't worry, Night Lord. Hey, this is real. Don't worry. Go ahead. There won't be any danger. Once you get to the Imperial Palace, do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. We, the Night Lord's people, are also in the Imperial Palace. We'll have your back. A man, just for saying the wrong thing, had his throat pierced. Remember, don't approach a heavenly martial realm expert in the capital city casually. After Yu learned that this trip was unavoidable, she felt an indescribable emotion. Although she had only been with the Night Lord for a year, after more than a year of Shangchu, Yu had come to regard them as family. Leaving so suddenly, she really felt a bit reluctant. But Yu was no longer a 3-year-old child. She had to have the responsibility and composure of an adult. Farewell, everyone. Little General, parting today, I don't know when we'll meet again. Take care. This made the two idiots unable to accept this reality for a while. Weren't they just shouting about starting a war? Why did they just let her go? General Li, General Liu, thank you for your hard work. You don't have to worry about me. It's just a trip to the capital. They can't cause any trouble. I also want to see how beautiful it really is. General Liu was angry. Not fun at all. Don't worry. If I had known this would happen, I should have just drawn my bow and shot Chun Ku's butt off. Chun Ku, seeing the Tang troops above retreat, finally felt relieved. That was close. My hand kept shaking. I wonder if anyone saw. By the way, thank you very much, sir. May I ask your name? Zhou Hong suddenly walked over with a playful smile. That you're welcome. But let me warn you, people like you, who stay indoors all year round like vases, should try to go outside less. Because you never know how insidious people outside can be, especially since I'm a heavenly martial realm minister. Swish! Chun Ku's neck was suddenly slashed. Audacious. How dare you try to assassinate Captain Chun Ku of the Imperial Guard? Actually, Chun Ku wasn't dead. Zhou Hong had controlled her strength, only making him bleed superficially. She didn't intend to take his life. Chun Ku knew this himself. The Night Lord had 4 heavenly martial realm experts in the capital. And this one, someone who could control their attack with such precision, could only be Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was an idol among the assassins, the #1 assassination expert who stayed by General Ye's side. Although she had no official title, her combat power and speed were astonishing. She was even ranked first in the heavenly martial realm. The #1 assassin who could use the Han Liao Emperor's beard as a gambling stake. Yes. Everything you said is right. The person standing before you is indeed. How come she looks like a fool? Didn't they say she was an expert? She doesn't give me that impression. Is there some mistake? It was time for Yu's grand entrance again, that I didn't expect the capital to be so fun. I should have known better than to make things so complicated. Biengu also agreed. That's right. It's a bit of a shame to think about it. Even Biengu's little hooves were wearing new shoes. Biengu, let's see what else we could buy. Yu was happy, but the brocade guard escort troops were not happy. Finally, we're here. My goodness, if we hadn't arrived soon, this old life of mine wouldn't have held up. All right, stop complaining. Look at that head eunuch. He's about to abandon me. If I had known General Ye's daughter was like this, I should have just left her and come back myself. This isn't a little general. This is a little demon. Along the way, as long as she saw a shop, she went in to buy. She exchanged silver ingots for gold bars and wore them on her hands. She even ate up all the food along the way. This journey from Lingzhou back to the capital took 30 days. In these 30 days, she spent 30 silver ingots. I've calculated it. We could have bought a 15 million yuan courtyard house here. The speaker grew more and more distressed, doing the most annoying job, suffering the most. You guys are still all right. The old man has it even worse. Along the way, Yu, in order to earn points, every day, the old man's, but gets a timed spanking. Now, after being toyed with by little General Yu, the old man is almost out of breath. On the other hand, within the Night Lord's troops, because of Yu Yu's influence, the four of them are becoming less and less insecure. I suddenly miss the days of little General Yu Yu's boisterous antics. Damn it, Zhou Hong, you have the nerve to drink water? Where did all your usual cleverness go? Letting someone snatch little General Yu Yu away right in front of you. You really deserve to die. Zhou Hong drinks a large bowl of water and says, "You think I didn't want to?" What he's holding is an imperial decree. The consequences of disobeying are unimaginable. General Yi just killed over 200 of his men. If we kill another 100 of his imperial guards now, how can General Yi bear the consequences? Consequences? What consequences do we need to bear? Just forget about it. Doesn't rebellion have a cost? And if we rebel like this, even if we succeed, the people of the Han Liao kingdom will take this opportunity to attack us. What then? We'll be annihilated. Isn't it simple? We'll attack the Han Liao kingdom first, then find the best candidate for emperor. We'll quickly finish the whole process in a month. Then, even if the Han Liao kingdom attacks, we won't be afraid. Exactly. If you really can't find anyone to be emperor, you can consider me. Forget it. Even Yu Yu would be a better emperor than you. Before anything has even begun, these two are already discussing strategies. When will they grow up? Now that General Yi and little General Yu Yu are gone, life in the barracks is getting more and more unbearable. General Fu coughs twice from the side. Doubt if you want to interrupt us, just say it. Don't pretend to cough, okay? What do you think of me? With some good training, I'm a potential asset. How dare you even say that? You a potential asset? Your intelligence is plummeting like an avalanche. It's as bad as it can get. But what do you plan to do? That second princess is rebelling against my damn father. I've always suspected he wasn't a good person. Zhou Hong shyly goes over and flexes his muscles. The saying brawn over brains is certainly true. But how do you keep your skin so good? Just remember this. You even bully a 4-year-old. Why get back and see Daddy Yi? I'll report your heroic deeds. At the foot of the bay, Yu Kingdom's imperial city, the inner city is very prosperous, unlike the border provinces. Only near the Alliance Academy do they have these kinds of stone roads. But as soon as Yu Yu arrives in Beiyu Kingdom, she starts yelling at the Nine Dragons Gate. Who's the owner of this place? Come out. I want to buy this restaurant. This leaves Chun Ku, who has been following her, utterly speechless. This little girl is such a troublemaker. Along the way, she has to curse at everyone she sees. Now, she's even yelling at the restaurant staff. I really can't stand this kid anymore. 7 points, casually delivers a critical hit plus 99. But you think Yu Yu is really that unreasonable? All of this is to set the stage. At this moment, a familiar face appears before everyone. That's right, it's the person from the Dark Knight squad who previously escorted that barbaric princess home. He's usually respectful to little General Yu Yu. But now he chooses to exchange insults with Yu Yu, whose brat dares to speak so boldly. I didn't think Zhou Hong would lie to me. Beiyu really does have her people here. But how dare you talk back to me? A candied hawthorn is thrown. Luckily, he dodges it. If it had hit him, he would have bled profusely. Hey, whose brat is this? Someone needs to control you. If you have the guts, come up and fight me. Who are you trying to scare? I'll come up there and break your legs. The two cooperate seamlessly. The Dark Knight squad members take out wine bottles and head downstairs. Let's settle old and new scores today. I threw that with a bit of a personal grudge, you know. It's not like I'm acting. Luckily, I'm young and nimble, or you would have hit me. The two start fighting. The people around them laugh heartily. Hey, little General Yu Yu, good morning. It's been a while, and you've grown taller. Of course. Look closely. Have I gotten prettier? You can't lie to me. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If I don't say Yu Yu is beautiful, this act will turn into a real fight. This restaurant is backed by the Donghua family. You can cause as much trouble as you want. It doesn't matter. He got it. Just mess with them. Yu Yu throws bowls and chopsticks one after another. The people eating inside can't escape. Don't even think about escaping. Come back here and stand facing the wall one by one. This isn't a restaurant. It's clearly a bandit's den. Forget it. I won't dare eat here again. That's exactly the effect I wanted. Yu Yu's having fun inside again. But Chun Ku is worried sick outside. Is this even child? What kind of creature have I brought to meet Beiyu? Oh heavens! Chun Ku is in utter despair. Emotional damage, critical hit plus 99. Why do I always end up with these costly and exhausting errands? It's definitely that darned old eunuch. Every time we go out, I have to make sure he's well fed. I really want to give her bottom a good spanking to let off some steam, but Yu is already having a blast inside. If someone doesn't go in and stop her, she'll start gnawing on the pillars. Hearing the commotion, someone from the Dongwa family rushed over. It was Dongwa Han, the third young master of the Dongwa family. Who dares to cause trouble on my family's territory? At this moment, Chun-Ku brought Yu out. That's right. You're seeing it correctly. It's me, Yu-sama, daughter of Yi Si. So what do you want? Or do you also want to have a go at me? Dongwa Han was furious. Where did this stinky beggar come from? How dare you cause trouble on my family's territory? Don't you know this is the Dongwa family's establishment? Beggar? You dare call me a beggar? Are you blind? Can't you see that I, Yu-sama, am now adorned with gold and silver? Calling me a beggar right off the bat? Do you have any manners? No, I can't be soft with these kinds of people. When we get to Beiyu, I need him to think I'm a pitiful little girl. I'll just cry and see what you can do to me. I don't believe you'd actually kill me. You're in big trouble now. You dared to make Yu upset. Just wait until we get back. You'll be dealt with. Learning that Yu was Yi Si's daughter, their eyes nearly popped out of their heads. This was serious. This wasn't some beggar. This was practically royalty. At this moment, Yu's face took on a look of utter dejection, as if she had been thoroughly bullied. Chun-Ka put Yu down, also pretending to be limping. They walked with exaggerated steps. Suddenly, Yu grabbed Chun-Ka's trousers, putting on her best act of cuteness and innocence that I didn't cause any trouble when I went in. I was the one who got hit. That person just came up and hit me with a bottle. It really hurt. But the people who had accompanied Yu all along knew exactly what kind of person she was. But to make the act convincing, Yu started crying loudly. Her wailing instantly reminded Chun-Ku of Yin Qilin. Dongwa Han of the Dongwa family wasn't about to let them off the hook just because she was a child. If this little beggar didn't trash the place, then who did? Everyone in the capital knows this restaurant is Dongwa family territory. Chun-Ka then quietly told Dongwa Han that there had been another young man, about 20 years old, present at the time, but he didn't know him. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave and return to the capital. But Dongwa Han couldn't just let them go. You are all witnesses, and you're part of the Jingwei army. I can't let any of you off so easily. Just then, the air grew still. A tall figure, about 1.83 meters, jumped out from the doorway. He tried to use a parasol to hide his face and his identity. He was the current 9th prince, Yin Haoshi. He had been trying to slip away unnoticed, but because he was being too cautious, he ended up doing a backflip and landing flat on his face. The 9th prince shakily got back on his feet, chanting to himself, "They can't see me, they can't see me." But with that one move, he had become the center of attention. This sensational incident was sure to become tomorrow's headline news. All eyes were on him. "We greet His Highness, the 9th Prince." Even Dongwa Han of the Dongwa family had to kneel and bow. The only exception was the fearless Yu. Dongwa Han first questioned the 9th Prince, asking why he was in such a place. Since this was Dongwa family territory, he was clearly there to gather intelligence. The 9th Prince, on the verge of being discovered, was sweating nervously. The 9th Prince had come to meet Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan had claimed to have a lot of dirt on the Dongwa family. But not only had he not met Xin Yuan, he had also caused this huge commotion, and the Dongwa family had shown up. The 9th Prince walked, stepping on trash and broken glass. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Yu immediately started crying. A child had to use a child's methods to solve problems. But Dongwa Han didn't care about any of this. Even if you cry, what can you do? This beggar has to stay here for me to deal with. If she really did it, she must be killed. At this moment, Chun-Ka couldn't sit still any longer. You can't kill her. She is the daughter of Marquis Yongin, Yi Si, the future commander of the Knightless Army. If you kill her, even your Dongwa family can't protect you. These words made the two originally silent men even more silent. Yi Si's daughter? The sealing of Beiyu Kingdom's combat power? No way. She's actually Yi Si's daughter. I'd be struck dead before I could even try anything. Rumor has it that wherever Yi Si's daughter goes, lightning and thunder follow. That's right. And she can also control demonic beasts. But seeing her today, she's not as formidable as the rumors say. The rumors are too exaggerated. This little crybaby is Yi Si's daughter. The purpose of our expedition here was to bring Yi Si's daughter back to the capital. After the two Beiyu men learned that she was Yi Si's daughter, they became excited. Since she's Yi Si's daughter, we must have a good talk with her. The reason they acted this way was partly out of respect for Yi Si and partly out of curiosity to see how the Nightless Lord would protect this little girl. And so, Chun Ku, along with Bai Hao and the Imperial Guards, returned to the palace. As soon as they stepped inside, the eunuch acted as if he had been liberated. Finally, I can complain about that little girl. Your Majesty, you must uphold justice for this old servant. However, this time, the emperor only summoned the Imperial Guards, Chun Ku, the Ninth Prince, and the accompanying Dong Wuhan. And our protagonist, little General Yu Yu, needed the emperor's permission to enter and meet him. It wasn't like now, where you could just open a door and meet someone. In ancient times, without someone to announce your arrival, you could kneel outside until you died and no one would know you were there. Yu Yu politely raised her leg high to step over the threshold. When the Beiyu Emperor saw Yi Si's daughter, his expression instantly turned serious. Yu Yu felt the same way as, oh, the dog emperor doesn't actually look like a dog. How strange. Does a dog emperor have to look like a dog? You're the strange one. This is crazy. My dad, Yi Si, isn't here, so you all think you can bully me, huh? Even if this is the Imperial Palace, I'll still turn it upside down. But all play aside, through Yu Yu's continuous efforts, her points finally reached 200,000. Black Soul Lock, Release 1. Did you really think your little General Yu Yu was a crybaby? Originally, I planned to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but all I got in return was alienation. Old fogies, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my true colors. Activating explosion mode. Yu Yu first targeted the Emperor. Your dragon aura is pretty good. Hurry up and come down and let me play with it. But honestly, cultivators are different. The Dog Emperor is clearly over 100 years old, but he looks like he's in his 30s. The surrounding ministers also cast their gazes over Oh, this is Yi Si's daughter? She seems like an ordinary 4-year-old. Why summon Yi Si's daughter? Is it just because she's the future commander of the Nightless Army? Dong Wuhan was the first to speak. Why Yi Si's daughter is too arrogant. She destroyed my newly opened restaurant, and she ruined my business's reputation. I just want justice. Justice my foot. I smashed your restaurant, so what? What justice is there? I'm a 4-year-old child. I have no money, and my life is only 4 years long. What do you want to do to me? The Ninth Prince, on the side, belonged to the Dongwu family, who were locked in a bitter rivalry with Yi Si. The two greatest powers in Beiyu Kingdom were the Dongwu family and Yi Si's Nightless Army. Only if they weakened each other could Beiyu Kingdom maintain stability. The other one is Yi Si's Nightless Army. Only when they both suffer can the Beiyu Kingdom last. The Beiyu Emperor, though unaware of the cause of the incident, still had to say something to appease the people. But before he could speak, Yu Yu plopped down on the ground and started crying. When my dad, Yi Si, gets here, I'm going to tell him on you. You're always trying to bully a 4-year-old. Yu Yu's crying and fussing in the palace embarrassed the Beiyu Emperor and his ministers. The Emperor inadvertently gave Yu Yu 5 points. No way, no way. I can get points from the Beiyu Emperor too. Though it's not much, it's still something. Now, I'm only 500 points away from 200,000. Gotta keep going. An old eunuch watched Yu Yu crying and throwing a tantrum in the palace. I wanted to wake Yu Yu up by talking to her. But who do you think you are? That eunuch Wang is nothing but a fart to me. You're at most 2 farts. I don't care. I'll throw a tantrum. I'll cry. I'm going to keep rolling around. I'm only 500 points away. There's so many ministers here. Hurry up and give me 500 points. The uninformed crowd was completely speechless. This damn Dong Wuhan. Is there something wrong with his brain? He's actually planning to sue a 4-year-old child. I suggest you go dig a hole in the toilet and look for gold. The odds are better than him winning. The points for this matter are increasing in retaliation. The Beiyu Emperor seemed somewhat annoyed. The daughter of the Marquis of Yangon dares to be so ill-mannered in the Imperial Palace. I'm deeply disappointed. As soon as the Beiyu Emperor said this, Dong Wuhan and the Ninth Prince became even more energized. That's right, this girl has no respect for anyone. She must be taught a lesson. The Beiyu Emperor only said that to give himself a way out. I didn't expect these two idiots to actually take my words and raise them to a higher level. You want me to punish Yi Si's daughter? What are you thinking? Are you two morons? If you want to fight, fight amongst yourselves. If ECI comes later and sees you hitting his daughter, forget about you. Even my position will be shaking. At this time, Chen Liangping also saw the Beiyu Emperor's predicament. Plus, he was also a university scholar who graduated from Lingzhou. Naturally, he was on Yi Si's side. Almost all the university scholars in the palace are on Yi Si's side. That's why the Beiyu Emperor is so afraid. It's because if ECI wanted to rebel, the people under him could immediately mobilize to maintain the original order. So, in some special circumstances, the Beiyu Emperor wouldn't deliberately exclude someone just because they graduated from Lingzhou, because he doesn't want to immediately provoke ECI. The Marquis of Ye's daughter is only 4 years old this year. It's perfectly normal for her to be a little mischievous. And the reason she's acting so spoiled is because of certain people's words enticing her to cry. To punish a 4-year-old child just because of this? It would be shameful if word got out. This punishment system is inhumane and ungenerous. Seeing a way out, the Beiyu Emperor immediately jumped down. The university scholar is right. A 4-year-old child being mischievous is a child's nature. To be ridiculed by the world just because a child is being mischievous and talking back. It's just a small matter. Let it go. Your Dongwu family is large and influential. Picking on a little kid? Forget about doing business. You'll get trash thrown at you just walking down the street. Dongwu Han had no choice but to accept it. However, Yu saw from Dongwu Han's emotional points that he had murderous intent toward her. That's so perverted. I'm just a 4-year-old child. He actually has murderous intent towards me. There's definitely something wrong. But whether there's a problem or not, we'll only know after trying. Your Majesty, can I see Princess Yuyang? That's right. That Princess Yuyang is Yin Yulan, the one Yu bullied to death last time. Yu only casually said this, and Dongwu Han's entire face looked like it had been bombed. Yu also saw from Dongwu Han's emotional points that he had hatred and murderous intent towards her. Just as expected, since you like Yin Yuran, I'll have to use Yin Yuran to abandon you. However, under Dongwu Han's barrage of attacks, the points reached 200,000. Finally, 200,000. Removing one seal means it's your turn to cry. You must have been very happy watching me cry just now, right? It's okay, it's okay. Later, you'll all be crying one by one. This Yu is very vengeful. 200,000 is only enough to pull out one. Yu originally thought that earning 200,000 points would be enough to see the light of day again. Do you want to remove the Dragon Sand seal? Isn't that stating the obvious? Of course, I want to remove the Dragon Sand seal. All my hard work for so long, who was it all for? The system is deducting 200,000 points to remove the Dragon Sand seal. Deduction successful. Preparing to execute. Yu's determined gaze seemed as if she was about to take off. After I pull out the nails, forget about a measly dog emperor. Even ECI will have to call me Big Sister Yu. But fantasies are always beautiful. Will you pull out a wind soul nail or a quake nail first? The wind soul nails are the nails on top of Yu's head. Although there are only 3 wind soul nails, they suppress Yu's cultivation. The quake nails are the 7 iron nails on Yu's back. These nails can be slowly pulled out through cultivation. But this broken system is screwing me over. I thought I could pull out everything with 200,000 points. Turns out it's only enough for one. Yu's mischievousness has made the system mischievous too. Hurry up and choose. Our system department still needs to go support other cultivation big shots. This is making my head explode. Such a crappy, broken system. If you mess this up, I'll definitely tear you apart. Let's remove the soul sealing nail first. After all, ECI already checked it for me before. The second nail has already started to loosen. I can't let these 200,000 points go to waste. But it never gives you what you want. The system just gave me an alert saying I don't meet the requirements. Seriously, what the hell? You're a system. What does it matter if I meet the requirements or not? I worked my butt off for these 200,000 points. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Fine, I made my choice, and now you're saying I don't qualify? Are you broken systems deliberately messing with me? Don't let me find out where your headquarters are, or I'll blow your top off. To appease Yu, the system decided to exchange the 200,000 points for something else, Soul Return, a skill that allows for astral projection into the bodies of lower-level animals. This will also be helpful for removing the wind soul nails on my head later. Soul Return just scammed me out of my 200,000 points. And to further screw with me, the system decided to forcibly activate autopilot mode. Supposedly, this will help improve my cultivation. You ungrateful piece of junk. Don't push your luck. You want to take over my body again. Last time on autopilot, you tied up all the horses nearby and Biangu went bald. This is the Imperial Palace. If autopilot does something else crazy, it's off with my head. But the system is the system. How could it possibly consider my feelings? Yu, sitting on the ground, started shaking her head. Whoosh, astral projection. Don't try this at home, folks. We can't learn this. The system started matching Yu with nearby low-level life forms. Low-level life forms, definitely not cockroaches or rats. It has to be something that interacts with people frequently. Suddenly, Consort Jun walked in, holding a kitten. She's the 9th prince's mother, his biological mother, to be precise. Every mother loves her son. When she learned her son was in the palace, she came right away. She was afraid her son was causing trouble again. They say there's always someone worse. Compared to Yu, his mischief is child's play. Consort Jun, don't worry this time. Haosher is being very well behaved today. See that little brat sitting on the floor over there? He's the king of mischief. By this point, Yu had already astrally projected. I guess you don't want your throne anymore. They say animals can see things we ordinary people can't. That's right, the kitten could see Yu, and Yu planned to possess it. You're it. Don't even think about running. Bam! Possession successful. Even the kitten's eyes look like Yu's now. These cat claws are pretty effective. It jumped right off Consort Jun. Soul return successful. Now it's time to initiate battle mode. And our opponent will be Donghua Han. Are you ready? Even if someone gets beheaded, it'll just be the kitten. Whatever happens to this Yu doesn't matter. A man was eaten alive by an animal just for cursing. The difference between a possessed animal and a human is that although it can't speak, if the animal has a certain level of spirituality, it becomes extremely dangerous. Beiyu's terrain is advantageous. Tian Wujin can't possibly lose. And this cat belongs to Consort Jun. It wouldn't attack her or the 9th prince. Although I'm a cat now, it doesn't affect my judgment or actions. So, there's only one target left, Donghua Han. Prepara 2D. Yu directly controlled Consort Jun's kitten, leaping into the air. However, Yu is still in autopilot mode. All operations are controlled by AI. Before confirming whether Yu wants to attack him, the system provides a friendly reminder. Panel, Yu, please confirm. Once confirmed, the kitten swiped with its claws. He'll lose an eye if he doesn't die. The sharpness of an animal's claws can tear open eyelids and damage the eyeball. No matter how much he pleads or activates his abilities now, it's directed at Consort Jun's kitten. Donghua Han's points are increasing out of spite. Consort Jun, his owner, never expected her kitten to suddenly act this way. Even Chun Liangping didn't expect this to happen. But the Beiyu Emperor didn't think much of it. He watched the whole thing unfold as if it were a play. Thanks to Yu's series of maneuvers, her points reached 1,000. Manipulating animals to create emotional reactions makes points accumulate quickly. Now that autopilot is off, her soul has returned to Yu's body. The kitten, unaware of what had transpired, immediately ran to Consort Jun after scratching Donghua Han. Donghua Han, being a member of the Donghua family, now bearing a scratch, could only await the Donghua family's retaliation. Humiliated and enraged by the scratch, Donghua Han threatened revenge against Consort Jun. Consort Jun couldn't understand why her usually well-behaved kitten was so aggressive today. Donghua Han's right, I was bleeding profusely. Being in the Imperial Palace, he couldn't do anything to Consort Jun. But this is the Beiyu Kingdom, not a place where the Donghua family can run wild. Could the Donghua family withstand the Beiyu Emperor's wrath? Donghua Han knew who Yu was talking to just now, judging by her tone. Although he is the third young master of the Donghua family, the Imperial Palace is a solemn place, not somewhere he can act recklessly. The Beiyu Emperor slowly descended from the throne, seemingly ready to abdicate in favor of Yu. Serve him right. The kitten's meaning was clear. The emperor didn't want to get involved in this childish squabble. Consort Jun, also understanding the situation, seeing the emperor's disinterest, decided to retreat while she could. After all, if even the emperor wouldn't intervene, no one else would dare. The 9th prince and Consort Jun quietly departed. Back in their quarters, they felt uneasy. They knew they had offended someone from the Donghua family. The emperor had always sided with the Donghua family. The only reason he let it go today was because of Donghua Han's careless words. He also didn't want to bother with such a trivial matter. They knew that in the current Beiyu Kingdom, no family could compare to the Donghua family. In terms of power, no one could match the Yeoman Marquis. It's best for us to stay out of it. As long as we're safe, that's all that matters. Just now, in the palace, the Dongwu family provoked little General Yu of the Bio clan. It was clearly intentional. But looking at that little one, she certainly has the young and Marquis's demeanor, unafraid in the face of trouble. This is infuriating. That was 200,000 points. It took me 100 levels to save up 200,000 points, and they're just gone. After 5 years as a Kai Shuquan superfan, my faith is shattered. It's time for your girl Yu to step up and save the world. But then again, the soul return skill I learned for 200,000 points can strengthen the soul-fixing effect on those 3 wind soul nails on my head, helping with cultivation. There's no other way. To survive, I have to rely on this broken system. Next time I pull out a nail, I have to learn Elven. I can't be tricked again. Yu sat on the ground, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, looking dejected. Chun Liangping, as a minister, could only leave after the emperor. There's protocol. Chun Liangping gently touched Yu's shoulder. Young lady of the Bio, this isn't a place for you. You should leave the palace quickly. As a minister, Chun Liangping was the one who stepped forward to speak to Yu. Someone who can reach such a high position must be highly skilled in both social and political circles, with excellent control over their facial expressions. This prevented the system from absorbing any emotional points from Chun Liangping. However, opening the panel still revealed Chun Liangping's emotional panel. This was the control panel from when Yu transformed into the kitten. Having absorbed an incredible amount from attacking Dongwu Han, Yu couldn't tell if this man was friend or foe. But based on what she'd seen on TV, people in high positions were never simple. It was best to ignore him, treat him as if he were invisible. I can leave by myself. You don't need to see me out. But Chun Liangping said, there should be someone outside who has prepared a carriage for you. So kind, even preparing a carriage. Do you really think I'm a 4-year-old? Trying to trick me? Not a chance. But to her surprise, there really was a carriage waiting outside. And they said they would escort Yu to the national border. Weren't they supposed to take her back to the Bio army? They must be child traffickers. No, I have to be careful. Thinking about that dog emperor's face, he's definitely up to no good. He wants to lock me up to threaten ECI? I'll kick the door down. At that moment, Biengu strode over with her 1.83-meter long legs. It's good that Biengu listened to me. I knew you wouldn't leave me behind. Biengu, let's go home. I'm never coming back to this awful place. It's not fun at all. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. You know the way home, right? They thought they could kidnap me and use me as a hostage to threaten ECI. Like I'd ever let them get away with that. Suddenly, the control panel displayed their emotions and points. These 2 names seem so familiar. Let me check if I've encountered them before. Yes, they must be from a Night Shadow unit. No wonder they call me a backstabber. But their disguise skills are incredible. I didn't even recognize them at first. Well, now's the perfect time to earn some points. I don't care if they're from the Night Shadow unit. Everyone gets treated the same. Even that old geezer, Bayudi, could rack up points. These guys are nothing. Yu's appearance has turned the entire capital upside down. The capital is so big, but everyone avoids Yu like the plague. What I don't understand is how I'm getting points from Chun Ku without even meeting him. This is ridiculous. I need to hurry and see what's going on. Yu ran ahead, unaware that the carriage following her could barely keep up with her pace. The person standing before the Grand Secretariat's residence is Chun Liangping, the one who just spoke up for Yu. He's also Captain Chun Ku's father, a scholarly father and a martial son, a perfect combination in the eyes of others. But Chun Ku immediately pulled down his collar to show Chun Liangping a neck wound. Dad, I don't deserve the perfect combination title. If your son wasn't so lucky, he'd be dead. This puzzled grand scholar, Chun Liangping, the little general's soul returned to her body as scheduled. Shouldn't everything have gone smoothly? But Chun Ku said with a pained expression, Dad, don't forget, we're close-range fighters. Even if 1 or 2 of us die, it's still considered a success. Otherwise, how can we maintain our authority? You have no idea what your son went through in Lingzhou. Have you heard Yi Jun's 4 Xuanwu realm experts? How many Xuanwu realm experts are there in all of Beiyu? Yi Jun has 4 of them. They could have snapped my neck with a flick of their fingers, especially that General Li Xinyuan. I'd only heard rumors that his sole weapon was a bow, an arrow passed down from Ho. But when I actually faced it, the pressure was almost unbearable. And that Yu Guji is a complete battle maniac. I've always heard he's naturally warlike. Every single one of his defensive soldiers is comparable to our Imperial Guards, not to mention their whirlwind formation. And Princess Hong is the most terrifying person in Beiyu. It was Beiyu's first lesson. Do you know what I was thinking at the time? And then there's Yi Jiang, who attacked 20,000 Han Liao soldiers with only 1,000 or 2,000 men. His blade is heavier than mine, but he can control it so precisely that it cuts my skin but not my bones. This astonished grand scholar, Chen Liangping, who had always lived in Beiyu, that's incredible. It's a good thing I didn't go. Otherwise, our whole family would be dead. Chen Liangping tried to comfort his son by patting his head. It's all over now. It's okay. I saw Yi Si's little general today. She's quite cute. I think Yi Jun is just barbaric. The little general isn't that bad. In the palace, that Dong Wuhan was bullying a 4-year-old. I followed the emperor's lead and helped the little general a bit. Chen Liangping spoke casually, but Chun Ku was terrified inside. Dad, please don't cause any trouble. Yi Si's little general isn't someone our ordinary family can handle. Beiyu's 2 major powers can fight all they want. We're better off staying out of it. But I'm the grand scholar. Yi Si's orders don't mean his child is also powerful. Chun Ku was exasperated by his foolish father. Dad, please trust me just this once. Don't get involved in the child's affairs. But his stubborn father refused to back down. It's fine, don't worry. I can handle it. Chun Ku retorted, no, you can't. I don't want to lose my father at such a young age. Meanwhile, Yin Yuanzi had been acting strangely ever since returning from Lingzhou, hiding all day, giggling secretly while calling Yi Si's name. Dong Wuhan, who likes her, can't get in. At this moment, he has a bandage over his right eye, just like Hai Zi. He watches his beloved woman thinking about another man all day. He instantly gets angry and decisively grabs Yin Yuan's shoulder. Stop being foolish. What's wrong with you? What happened after you went to Lingzhou? Yi Si is so ugly, and he even has a daughter, you know? But the foolish Yin Yuan, upon hearing someone insulting his Yi Si, instantly becomes enraged. You're the ugly one. You one-eyed monster, get lost. At this moment, Dong Wuhan is furious that I've sacrificed so much for you, and this is what it comes to. It's all Yi Si and that damn brat's fault. It's all because of you. If you hadn't appeared, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Dong Wuhan's rage makes his grip tighten unconsciously. But how could I possibly be afraid of you? You bunch of useless good-for-nothings. Come at me together. Stop with these sneak attacks, one by one. You think you could treat your great Yu-Sama like air? I'll have to teach you that a 4-year-old isn't so easy to bully. But even though Yu has arrived, there are always some talented individuals who aren't afraid to die and want to experience what it's like to be whipped. Well, then you'll just have to die. Yu passed by the university and received nearly 2,500 emotional points. It seems the people in the capital really have some mental issues. They keep hitting 99 critical hits. Yu is playing with her toys up ahead, and I'm just following along. The 2 disguised assassins from the Anya unit who are following Yu would rather go back to training than run around with her. Now that Yu has toured the entire capital, she hasn't found anything fun. I didn't expect the people here to turn Yi Si into a Tangren Lai. This capital city is really boring. Before Yu could finish celebrating, the Anya unit members came with an abacus to settle accounts. They finished calculating and held out their hand to Yu for money. But Yu is the type who plays dumb when it comes to money. Didn't you guys enjoy deducting from my New Year's money that one time? Well, deduct this from my New Year's money too. That's right, Yu is still thinking about her wine-making silver. Yuan Bao has no choice. This time, the Anya unit will have to take a loss. It's the first time they've had to do business at a loss. With Zhou Hong around before, they were always making money off others. Now, with Yu in charge, they've already lost money on quite a few deals. At this point, Yu jumps off her horse and quickly slips away. You want money from your great Yu-sama? Dream on. I haven't even settled the score with you from last time, and now you want more? Yu, after wandering from morning till late afternoon, finally arrives at the Gwudi, the department responsible for receiving distinguished guests. But the main gate is tightly shut, as if they're not welcoming her at all. How troublesome. In the middle of summer, not only do you not open the door for me to enjoy the air conditioning, but you also want to lock your great Lilio-sama outside, making me breathe hot air? Fine, if you won't open it. I have plenty of ways to open it myself. 4 years of effort plus a nail. Can you withstand it? Seems not very sturdy after all. If you want money later, I'll just refuse to pay. How could a 4-year-old like me cause such destruction? But what you didn't expect was that the whole family was inside, dumbfounded, watching her every move. The points are also rising rapidly, giving me points the moment we meet. I won't thank you for it. There's so many people here but you wouldn't open the door for your great Yu Sama. Trying to anger me, are you? Every single one of you. Don't think you'll get out of here safely today. The two people in charge of this place look completely different from the emotional points Yu is seeing. Finally, I see what hiding a knife behind a smile looks like. Forget it, I won't bother with them. After all, this is the capital. It's best to leave some leeway, so I can take care of them all later. But the servant here says, this room can't be crowded. It's Gwitty Darren's room. Hey, you're just a little servant girl. I'll live wherever I want. Are you planning to control me? So where do you intend for me to stay? Having been a servant for so many years, she knows how to read the room. She tactfully tells Yu that guests stay in the West Wing. Although Yu is a child, she has seen plenty of modern history books and historical dramas. I am the esteemed daughter of ECI. You have me staying in a commoner's room. Don't you think you're insulting the Marquis of Yongan? Or do you think I'm a child and you're simply trying to insult me? Everyone in this society is wicked. The more polite you are to them, the more they take advantage of you. Well, in that case, every single one of you, come at me. They feigned kindness, saying very tactfully that they didn't mean it that way. But they couldn't fool Yu's sharp eyes. Because of my emotions, the system has exposed the malice in their hearts. This Yu is very angry today. The consequences will be severe. You think you can treat your great Yu like a child? None of you will have peace until we get this straightened out. How dare you make me stay in a commoner's room? It clearly shows you look down on ECI. You treat ECI like a commoner and Yu like a peasant. If that's the case, ancient peasants without thought or culture might have been bullied by you. But this Yu is a well-spoken child of the 21st century. Seeing Yu's outburst, they knelt down and apologized. My points are also skyrocketing. Seeing the points surge, the anger in Yu's heart vanished instantly. I didn't expect to earn so many points just by getting angry. Hurry up, hurry up. Every single one of you. Line up and stick your butts out. You'll each get a whipping. Hee hee. Unexpectedly, after just one night, the great Yu's name has spread like wildfire throughout the Beiyu Kingdom. I need to quickly increase my points. But I wonder, are points more important, or is cultivation more important? Forget it. I'll drink a bottle of body tempering essence first. Bottoms up for deep feelings. After finishing one bottle, I'll need a refill later. In the streets and alleys, the little general is imagined as a man-eating fiend. The people of Liuzhou are so terrifying. No wonder only Yisi's Night Monarch dares to be stationed there long-term. Tell me about it. Otherwise, how could the princess and her 500 men just disappear? They must have been eaten alive by man-eating monsters. I guess the Dongwa family must have offended the little general somehow. Otherwise, why would she smash their place for no reason? There are so many restaurants in the capital. Why smash theirs specifically? A seemingly serious uncle smashing the Dongwa family's restaurant with a wine bottle is nothing. Yesterday, I passed by the Gwitty. There was a huge hole in the door. I guess that 4-year-old little general must be enormous. Otherwise, she wouldn't need such a big hole. I didn't dare go in and look. I'm a scaredy cat. I only dare to eavesdrop from outside. Hee hee. Do you know what I heard? The sound of whipping and the cries for help from palace maids and guards. It was all cries of murder. Murder. It sounded incredibly tragic. The story spread like wildfire. And in the blink of an eye, people were saying the little general eats people. That everyone who comes out of the Yongan Marquis eats people. That they live on human flesh. Suddenly, the food in front of them lost its appeal. They just felt nauseous. If the people at the Gwitty hadn't been too stubborn to open the door, this rumor wouldn't have started. Last night, I secretly went to peek at the Gwitty's entrance. I even saw the little general drinking human blood and eating human flesh. Ruru was sleeping at home, oblivious to everything. If Ruru knew what people were saying, she'd definitely say it takes two to tango. She'd have to deal with them with both hands and feet. Ruru opened her eyes. Another day to earn points and cultivate. Let's see how many points I earned yesterday. Not bad, not bad. I have 20,000 points now. Keep the music playing. Where's ECI? That old geezer has disappeared again. He's never home. My body tempering essence is about to expire. It tastes blander and blander now. The nails on my back are getting looser and looser. If I don't drink the essence soon, I might fall off. I need to tell him to get me a stronger body tempering essence. The system panel is prompting me. Yu needs to start soul restoration cultivation again. I have to revive a simple-minded being every day. This will help loosen the nails in my head faster. But simple-minded beings aren't easy to find. Isn't this making things difficult for a 4-year-old? I suddenly see a little bird outside the window. I wonder if it counts as a simple-minded being. Whatever, I say it counts. Every time Yu's soul leaves her her body becomes like a lifeless doll. That's why those lifeless people we see in real life might be like that, because they have no soul. After the soul restoration, the little bird's body glowed. Then, the bird's expression changed to look like Yu Yu. Let's see what the second lesson of soul restoration is: flight. Just perfect, I can try out what it feels like to fly. Flapping her wings with all her might, she unexpectedly took flight. Perhaps every little bird is born with the innate ability to fly. So, Tai and Yinbo approached her while she was gliding. Readjusting her position, she bumped him to Tai and Yinbo's location, forming a triangular shark. After transforming back into a bird, the first thing Yu Yu did was head to the Imperial Palace. This way, she could find out if anyone was secretly talking bad about her. Yu Yu's mischievousness was practically perverse. Transformed into a little bird, she dared to openly poop on Bei Yudi's territory. Could it be that the bird pooping on my head was also intentional? Bei Yudi cultivated his chi in the Imperial Palace, his posture resembling a Super Saiyan. At this moment, Unicorn came scurrying over, looking half dead. With a plop, he knelt down. "Your Majesty, this servant went on a trip," and Bei Yudi initially didn't think much of it. But the moment he turned his head, he was startled. "Unicorn, why is your hair turned so white after a trip to Lingzhou? It seems you were under a lot of stress." "More than just stress, Your Majesty. It was utter misery. That place, Lingzhou, is no place for a human being. Barren mountains and unruly rivers breed unruly people. That saying is absolutely true. You didn't see them throwing pigs at me." The emperor wanted him to stand up and speak. Eunuch 1, a Tianwu realm expert, was now weak in the limbs after being kissed by Yu Yu. Even simply supporting himself felt difficult. Eunuch 1 stood up and began to wail. "That daughter of Yi Si is truly a monster." The white horse she rode seemed to be Yi Si's horse. It was incredibly fast. I, a Tianwu realm expert, couldn't catch up to her at all. And the people of Lingzhou are truly vicious. They would rather do nothing than not throw garbage all over me. Most importantly, on the way back to the capital from Lingzhou, she deliberately slapped my wounds, making me faint from the pain. How can this be a 4-year-old child? She's a little demon. Bei Yudi had met Yu Yu before, that I don't think she's as mischievous as you say. When she was in the palace, besides crying, she didn't seem to talk back much. They say raising a child, you can see from a young age what they will be like when they grow up. But Bei Yudi was still undecided. So he asked Eunuch 1, "What is Yi Si's daughter like?" Eunuch 1, a master of flattery, knew exactly what Bei Yudi wanted to hear. This old servant believes that the little girl doesn't possess even a 10,000th of Yi Si's shrewdness. At only 4 years old, she's already so tyrannical and domineering, relying on Yi Si's status to be so unreasonable. In the future, with just a little coaxing, she could be controlled by Your Majesty. Then, controlling Yi Si and, by extension, the Night King, everything will belong to Your Majesty. Indeed, Bei Yudi enjoyed hearing such words. Flattery was clearly very effective. He immediately rewarded Eunuch 1 with a pile of silver. This spurred Eunuch 1 on, making him unstoppable on his path of flattery. But little bird, Yu Yu wouldn't allow things to go so smoothly. "Although I didn't hear you talking bad about me earlier, you're all bad people, so you must have been saying bad things. If your life lacks hardship, then let Yu Yu create some for you." Yu Yu circled in the sky and then landed on a branch. That old, undead eunuch was just asking for it. A magpie landing on a branch, transforming into a phoenix, is an auspicious sign. Magpies, in the eyes of the ancients, represent good news or an impending joyous occasion. Therefore, in ancient times, people wouldn't readily harm magpies. But this magpie was no ordinary magpie. Let me, the great Yu Yu, show you what a real magpie is like. Mei Yu Yu watched Yu Yu's expression, a disgusting smirk spreading across her face. Yu Yu tilted her head. "Want to know what good news I brought you? Then watch closely." By Yudi Laukit Hatali. In the next second, he would pay the price for that laughter. The little magpie flew down from the branch and lightly landed on Bei Yudi's head. If ordinary people saw this, they would indeed find it miraculous. Eunuch 1 immediately knelt down to offer his congratulations that a magpie landing on one's head. I finally understand the meaning of this phrase. But how could Yu Yu let him truly experience joy? Holding in for a while, she finally let out a dropping. Gotta run, gotta run. This stuff is hot when it comes out. Consider it a hot head treatment. No need to thank me. Luckily, she flew away quickly. Otherwise, her little life might not have been spared. At this moment, Yanjing Shuojia was dealt a critical hit, his fury soaring, adding 999 points. Hee, as expected of the Emperor. Even the points he gives are different. Dare to badmouth your Yu? Then prepare to die. After showing off her silly side, Yu flew back home. She heard the servants, whom she had just beaten yesterday, gossiping downstairs. The daughter Yi Si and Shu Ming produced. Giving her a room in Shu Ming's place is already generous enough. She still wants the presidential suite. Just wait until the Emperor arranges for Princess Yan Yuan to marry General Yi Si. I like to see how that kid lives then. In ancient times, status was everything. Whether you're the first wife or the second, it doesn't matter. Ancient times allowed polygamy. Because there were constant wars to defend the country in ancient times, there were more men than women. Capable men were allowed to marry 4 or 5 wives, or even more. But even so, how dare you badmouth Yu right in front of her? I just beat you 2 yesterday, and you're already whispering about me this morning. I'll teach you a lesson. People might think you're colorblind otherwise. The 2 servants, with their wounds still fresh, were asking for trouble. They simply enjoyed being abused. Now, in her bird form, her attacks were limited. She couldn't really fight as a human. Already annoyed, Yu spotted Bien Gu sleeping. Her anger flared. Others are gossiping about me, and you're just sleeping here. Yu chirped and chattered, no doubt cursing up a storm. Bien Gu was bewildered. I haven't offended you. Why are you making such a racket above me? Suddenly, Yu flew down and pecked furiously at Bien Gu. As a small bird, this was her only way to attack. After her little tantrum, Yu's anger finally subsided. Bien Gu was left speechless. Whose bird is this? As annoying as Yu. Her emotional points increased dramatically. Yu flew to a tree and chuckled. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses approached. The Imperial Guard. Yu turned her head. This wasn't good. She had just pooped on the Dog Emperor's head, and now the Imperial Guard was coming. She had to get out of the magpie's body quickly, or things would get messy. After Yu left, the magpie returned to its normal form. The Imperial Guard arrived at Yu's door. The Imperial Guard was so certain because Beiyudi had heard the national teachers say, "Little General, you can control demonic beasts." Inside, Yu panicked that I'm done for. This time I'm really done for. Opening the door, she received emotional points from the 2 idiots. Oh, how delightful. Are you here to arrest Yi Si's daughter? But the next second, the Imperial Guard bowed collectively. They were only there to catch the magpie. Hearing they were only there for the magpie, the 2 servants' expressions immediately showed their disappointment and displeasure, revealing their emotional turmoil. Disappointed? When has Yu ever disappointed you? You go in and catch it. I have some business to attend to. Beiyudi really is a dog emperor. Is it necessary to make such a fuss over a little poop on your head? I've had birds poop on my head plenty of times. What a petty tyrant. I'm not playing with him anymore. The emperor ordered his men to search the house one by one for the magpie. The magpie was quite foolish. Knowing they were after him, he still stayed put. In the 21st century, magpies are protected animals. Killing them is forbidden. But in ancient times, whatever the emperor decreed was done. The soldiers only followed orders. They had no right to object. With the bird caught, it was time to settle the score. Weren't you 2 quite arrogant just now? Come here, Yu will treat you to some red bean buns. The 2 servants knew their doom was imminent. Their legs trembled, unable to support them. Yu had said she wouldn't disappoint them. That old dog finally showed his face. But looking at you like this, you look better and more mysterious with the mask on. Without his mask, Yi Si didn't seem as stern. Is this my imagination? Thanks to the soul restoration skill these past 2 days, I can faintly feel the soul binding needles on my head loosening. Not to mention ones on my back. They feel like they could be pulled out at any moment. But my hands are too short to reach them. Since Yi Si isn't here, and I can't pull them out myself, I'll just have to wait for him to come back and do it. Suddenly, Yu sensed Zhang Qingshan's emotional fluctuation. He was probably on his way. Yu's heart pounded with excitement. She was practically jumping for joy. Flee, 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 hurry, hurry. They must all be waiting outside. I ran out to take a look, and sure enough, there was a carriage parked in front of the gate. At this moment, Steward Zhang also poked his head out. Little General, long time no see. Have you missed Grandpa Stewart? Seeing Grandpa Stewart again, Yu finally acted like a 4-year-old. Her eyes were as big as fried eggs from crying. Wah, hurry, hurry, pick me up. The 2 of them cried their eyes out. Anyone who didn't know the situation would really think she was his granddaughter. Every time a touching moment occurred, Yu could sense Yi Si's displeasure. Ugh, this Yi Si is such a dog. I've come out to greet you, and you're still hiding in the carriage, refusing to come out. Just you wait, I'll pull you out by your pigtails. After Grandpa's steward put Yu down, he remarked, "It's only been a few days, and the little general has grown taller. But those chubby little cheeks haven't changed a bit." Yu had been through a lot on her journey, and her heart was filled with stories. First, she defended against the Manchus of the Han and Liao kingdoms. Under Yu's whip, they were beaten back steadily. Then, she dealt with the spies disguised as courtesans in Lingzhou. And then there was the old eunuch who tried to bully her. Grandpa Steward and Yi Si had watched everything from afar. Grandpa Steward hurriedly wiped the tears from the corners of Yu's eyes. It's truly difficult for the little general. She's only 4 years old, yet she has to bear burdens beyond those of an adult. Yu thought, I've been putting on this act for a while now, but I still haven't seen Yi Si come out of the carriage. That guy is truly heartless. She could also sense Yi Si's impatience from the points she was receiving. Damn it, only 2 impatience points? You're really stingy. Earning points from you is harder than climbing to heaven. Yu finished crying, her tears dried up, but still no sign of that dog Isa. Forget it, he's not coming down. Just then, she heard the sound of Biengu running towards her, his bells jingling. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Grandpa Steward, have you forgotten me? I just can't talk, but don't forget me. This darn Yu knew Grandpa Steward was here, and she ran out first without even calling me. If it weren't for my keen nose, I'd still be asleep inside. Grandpa Steward also loved Biengu, but his love for Biengu was different from his love for Yu. At this moment, the carriage rumbled. Haha, let's ignore that dog ECI. If he won't come down, we'll go in first. He's always being all mysterious and messing with kids, and he loves to trick his teammates. Don't let me catch you betting again. I definitely won't let you off as easily as last time. Yu arrived at Bodhi's study. Someone was already there cleaning and tending to the plants. Daddy ECI, what's up? Tell me quickly so we can leave this place. This place isn't good at all. By the way, I think that Beiyudi really isn't a good person. He tricked me here with an imperial edict and then sent me away without a word. Are you even listening to me? Suddenly, Yi Si turned around. His handsome face was incredibly cool. Wait, didn't you say you're almost 200 years old? How do you look so young? What kind of face mask do you use? Maybe we should sell face masks to earn some pocket money. But Yi Si said he'd been naturally beautiful since he was young and hadn't done any special skincare. Summer vacation has just started, and I'm feeling refreshed. That dog Yi Si poked his head closer. Didn't you say you're 200 years old? Why do you look like an 18-year-old? I even asked you specifically if you were lying to me. But now that I look closely, I understand why that salted fish official is so obsessed with you. You're so handsome. Come to think of it, that salted fish official really isn't good enough for you. Dog ECI, just wait. I'm 4 years old now. In another 14 years, I'll be 18. I bet you'll still be this dashing in 14 years. By the way, you're a 200-year-old man. Why do you still have pimples? At this point, Yi Si really wanted to spank Yu's little bottom. What does a little kid know? I should have kept my mask on. As soon as I take it off, it's endless questions. It's annoying. Kids ask a lot of questions. It's normal. Just tell me, or I'll go outside and shout it through a megaphone. Yi Si pushed the annoying Yu away, but Yu noticed a dark wound. No way, no way. Aren't you supposed to be some big shot? Aren't you the best in all of Beiyu? Since someone was still able to injure Yi Si, Biengu took out some medicine bottles and dabbed at his wounds. These dark wounds looked like they were poisoned. Yu, increasingly curious, tiptoed closer to look, unconsciously applying force with her hand. Wei Wei Xiaobu, look all you want, but don't cause any trouble. I didn't do anything to you. I call you Brother Yi Si out of respect. Don't keep picking on me. My patience is limited. Can you show some respect for a 4-year-old? Yi Si retorted, I'm showing you respect. Can you show some respect for my clothes? How many is this now? Do you have any idea how strong you are? Well, if I hadn't looked, nothing bad would have happened. No wonder Daddy Yi Si is mad. It's my fault. Hee, Daddy Yi Si, I didn't mean to. Can you forgive me? I'm just a 4-year-old. Weren't you just being all arrogant, you little brat? There's going to be hell to pay if this happens again. If it weren't for Grandpa Steward wanting to see you, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Biengu, snapping out of his emotional outburst, wondered aloud, aren't your clothes supposed to be super strong? How did you still get poisoned? You have so many wounds now. It shouldn't be a big deal. Yi said after trying a pill that it's not a big deal. It's just that this stuff is ghost chi, not poison. Ghost chi acts similar to poison, but its side effects are different. Poison relies on gas to attack, but ghost chi is different. It attacks through physical contact combined with the ghost chi. Yu suddenly understood why ECI mentioned before that this continent has 5 major regions, and the one in the middle is Ghost Jade. You want a Ghost Jade without me. I'm much stronger now than before. I can control 100,000 volts at will, believe it or not. Yi-Si's wounds slowly healed as he finished applying the medicine. As the strongest being in Bayou of the Five Roads Ridge, Yi-Si had to protect this land. This time, he wanted Ghost Jade, because Ghost Jade's influence was growing. They were trying to encroach on the neighboring countries. Yi-Si's mission was to eliminate a few of their leaders. Going alone made it easier to assassinate and escape quickly. Though injured, it would bring a few years of peace to Bayou. These small injuries are nothing. Yi-Si's noble words and storytelling left Yu completely captivated. After speaking, Yi-Si put his mask back on, not wanting anyone to see his right cheek. But Yu insisted it was a pimple or a tumor or maybe a big freckle, something disfiguring anyway. With his mask back on, Yi-Si's demeanor instantly changed. You little brat, I should just smack you. His affection level dropped from 7 to 2. Yu, however, knew how to handle the situation. Don't hit me. I'm only 4 years old. It's normal to say the wrong thing sometimes. If you really hit me, I'll record it and post it online, saying you hit me. I'm the #1 in Bayou. Let's see who dares to report me. By the way, I was interested in that soul-shattering nail in your back last time. It's probably looser now. We should be able to pull out. Yes. Hurry up. I wanted to pull this thing out for ages. If my arms weren't so short, I would have done it myself. Annoyed, Yi-Si said, even if you could reach it, you couldn't pull it out. It's made from dragon scale, and it's meant to seal you. How could you possibly pull it out? Yu proactively turned her back. Yi-Si took a look. It was indeed looser, much looser than before. With a gentle tug and a bit of spiritual energy, Yi-Si pulled the nail out of Yu's back. Now that one nail is out, that brittle body fluid probably won't have much effect on you. I'll refine some more for you later with a better effect. Although you can pull out the soul-shattering nails with body refinement, the 3 soul-sealing nails on your head will be a bit more difficult. However, you could be like General Yu and use body refinement techniques to fight on the front lines. But what Yi-Si didn't expect was that Yu could use her soul restoration skill to get rid of the soul-sealing nails on her head. But it's still in the early stages. Wow, it really is looser. We'll talk about it later. There's no point talking about it now. Hey, go Yessie. Didn't you forget something? You pulled out my nail and tried to sneak off with it. Give it back. Here, take it. Who wants your stuff? I heard you unleashed lightning in Lingzhou last time. People are calling you the Lightning King. Was the lightning in the Lego Valley really you? Yu said it was her, but only when she's angry can she unleash its true power. Why don't you hit me now? Or steal my money? I wouldn't do something like that. Didn't I just pull out a soul-shattering nail for you? It should be even more powerful now. You should try out your lightning technique. That kind of magic is related to the soul-shattering nails. Even though the soul-sealing nails on my head do seem to be loosening, it's probably still useless. If I accidentally unleash 100,000 volts, I'll electrocute Yi-Si like a drum. Will Yi-Si be okay? She'll be shocked. Biengu only came close to me after my lightning subsided. As for Yessie, hasn't she always been saying she's the best in Bayou? Well, let her experience Yu's ultimate move. Bam. The lightning struck Yi-Si's mask directly. This is bad. Yi-Si is notoriously petty. I told her I couldn't control it, but she didn't believe me. Now that I've hit you, you're going to silence me? Wait, let me get my phone out first. If you assault me, I'll report you for domestic violence. Yu has been caught red-handed by Yi-Si this time. Where did this little rascal's soul go? She's so young, yet she already knows how to astral project. Today was supposed to be Yu's happiest day. Grandpa Stewart would make her anything she wanted for dinner. She was so happy. It almost feels like being back at the barracks. I wonder how the Shabi trio is doing. But those 4 are the main fighting force of the Nightless Army. They can't just leave the camp. Last time, to save Yu, the 4 of them privately led troops to intercept the Imperial Guard. They already violated military law. Forget it, time to sleep. But Bien-gu couldn't sleep. Is this little kid even human? Other kids listen to fairy tales or lullabies before bed. She prefers ghost stories. Now I'm too scared to sleep. Grandpa's steward saw Yu was asleep and quietly closed the door to leave. Outside, the moonlight bathed the earth. Yi Si stood in the courtyard. Several figures in black jumped down from the surrounding rooftops. That's right, they were the Nightless Army Shadow Squad. Yi Si came to Jixia, but she didn't want anyone to know. Haha, the little general just fell asleep. I guess today was her happiest day. Or maybe it's because Yu hasn't seen us for so long that her appetite has grown. Yu is 4 years old and growing. Let's finish our business quickly and take her back to the barracks. Really? She seems to prefer staying here. She just zapped me with her 100,000 volts. Oh, General Yi, don't be angry with our little general. She's a bit different from other children. Have you ever seen a 4-year-old who needs ghost stories to fall asleep? I haven't. This little brat is really brave. Bien-gu wanted to cover his ears, but she listened with relish. Yi Si originally wanted to train her courage, but it turns out she doesn't need it. That's good. When she grows up, I can entrust the entire Nightless Army to her without worry. Suddenly, Yi Si coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. She clutched the 1,000-year-old black blood in her hand. Grandpa's steward, seeing Yi Si like this, was incredibly worried. But Yi Si said, it's normal for young people to cough up a bit of blood. Grandpa Zhang was puzzled that I picked you up when you were 3. You've been talking about death since then. But look, I'm almost toothless, and you haven't died yet. All I know is that I have 1 foot in the grave. Yi Si chuckled. Death isn't the same for me as it is for you. For me, death is a kind of reincarnation. Hell may be terrifying, but I don't fear it. Heaven may be beautiful, but I don't yearn for its beauty. Human emotions may be bitter, but there is sweetness within the bitterness. We can't fight against life and death. We merely create limited value within a limited time. Death is the finish line for everyone. This is a fact we cannot change. Isn't there a saying? A person's death can be as weighty as Mount Tai, or as light as a feather. At this moment, Yu woke up from her sleep again. What are you all chattering about outside? Tell me what you're talking about. But there was no Yi Si outside. They only found a little calico cat. The kitten was so scared its fur stood on end. Don't be afraid, little black kitty. Soon, you won't even be able to feel fear. Soul Return activated. The system displayed Soul Return initiated. The kitten was suddenly possessed. The little calico, which originally didn't have a cowlick, now sported one. A little black cowlick. This feels it's more comfortable possessing a kitten. A cat's speed is hundreds of times that of a normal person. With a light leap, in no time at all, she jumped from the first floor to the roof. Everyone knows that cats like to walk by placing their hind paws in the prints of their front paws. Yu's walking style was just like a polar bear running, but she still wore a look of satisfaction. However, these actions were immediately discovered by Yi Si inside the house. This kitten's way of walking, it's a bit strange. I'd better go check if it's Yu. But the little brat is still sleeping. She looks so serious while sleeping. It's really a bit odd. Grandpa's steward said she was sleeping. How could she sleep and lose her soul? At this moment, Yi Si also noticed a few cat hairs outside. Could that kitten on the roof be Yu? At such a young age, she's already mastered the soul return skill. What kind of demon is she? If Yu were present, she would definitely say, "Go Yessie, how dare you talk about me? You old geezer, you're so old you're losing your teeth, yet you're acting like an 18-year-old pretty boy. Shame on you, if Wei Wei's head keeps getting dangled like this by you. Big sister, Yu will die from a brain hemorrhage. You're always bullying your big sister, Yu. Go Yessie, you really deserve to die. No way, someone actually wants to kill me? This big sister Yu is becoming more and more popular. I just wanted to possess the kitten and have some fun, but I didn't expect to overhear someone plotting to kill me. Eunuchs, they're truly ruthless. Yu, transformed into a kitten, hopped around the palace for a long time. She didn't know where that old eunuch lived. Suddenly, I really miss hitting him. I wonder if it's because he's a eunuch. From the beginning, he's had a particular dislike for Yu. Plus, being a eunuch for so many years, he must have a lot of pent-up frustration. Soudainement, Yu inadvertently sensed YCS émotionnelle fluctuation. Yi Si discovered Yu's soul had left her body. The first thing he did was give Yu a good beating. But Yu is brave and resourceful. Don't panic when things happen. We must face them calmly. Suddenly, she heard someone shout, "We must get rid of that little wild seed." That voice sounds so familiar. Hey, Eunuch one, please rest assured. This servant has already made arrangements. In a few days, that damned little brat will slowly die. No one will ever discover he was poisoned. This made Yu, perched above, stare wide-eyed, her fur bristling. So, just because I hit you, you old eunuch, you have to hold a grudge against a 4-year-old? But the impatient old eunuch felt it was too slow. Logically speaking, we should have already heard the news of his death by poisoning. The little eunuch said, Eunuch one, please rest assured. We not only poison his food, but we also poison his blanket. Even the air he breathes is poisoned. How can we let him leave this place alive after he dared to hit our eunuch one? Even if ECI discovers he's been poisoned, it will be too late. And besides, the maids in the Gwudi Palace didn't take a single coin from me. I guess they also hold a grudge against that little bastard. Just wait and see. If I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we'll receive news of that little brat's death. Listening from above, Yu really wanted to jump down and strike them with lightning. Strike these two bastards dead. Unfortunately, in the kitten's body, she couldn't release any lightning. Now, Yu anxiously stamped her paws. Luckily, I came out today to get some fresh air by the window instead of lying in bed. Otherwise, I really would be done for. System, are you there? Quickly check if my original body is in danger. Checking will cost 1,000 points. Because the leaves you're wearing give you light feather-like doubt. Your skin isn't touching the blanket, so there's no heaviness. You're lying by the window, breathing the fresh air outside. Internally, there's no heaviness either. But just now, you had already been sleeping in the room for a while, so there's still a slight heaviness. But it's not a big problem. You ghostly system, not a big problem. It's not you who's poisoned. You're just spouting nonsense. What about Biengu, who's practically joined at the hip with me? He seems to have been sleeping on the floor the whole time. I wonder if he's caught a cold. But the system says Biengu is immune to all poisons. Human poisons can't affect him at all. Wow, Biengu is that strong? What kind of creature is he? Could he be Tang, Sanzang's steed? Then where's the Monkey King? Originally, you wanted to check what kind of creature Biengu is, but the system said it would cost 500,000 points. You're really good at grabbing points. Pulling out a nail costs 200,000. I finally managed to save up 200,000 points, and you said it couldn't be pulled out. But checking on a horse costs 500,000 points. So if I were to check Yi Si's identity, wouldn't it cost 1 million points? The little calico cat stood up on its own and sniffed the air around her. Instantly, the kitten's eyes turned into little hearts. You couldn't control the kitten's body at all. This must be an instinctive reaction. If it were a dog, seeing someone pooping would be disastrous. The first time in my life eating poop, and it's actually voluntary. Just in case, I'd better change into something else. Otherwise, I'll really be done for. What kind of demon is this, using such strange and wicked methods? Yu, having just returned, found herself lying in bed and realized something was wrong. Shouldn't I be sleeping by the window? Originally, Yu couldn't control the kitten's body. The kitten running so far definitely wasn't because it was attracted by a cat toy. The little calico cat ran all the way to Consort Jin's palace. That's right, Consort Jin does indeed have a white cat. Yu has possessed it before. The little calico cat quickly stopped and stood there, her eyes filled with love. Who could refuse a white, plump cat as a wife? Compared to the large calico cat, Consort Jin's cat looks petite and cute. Consort Jin's cat immediately started cuddling. Wow, things are moving fast. Consort Jin's cat's libido is also particularly strong, going straight for a butt-to-butt connection. How could the little calico cat not be tempted? But Yu wasn't possessing the kitten's body at this moment. She didn't want to experience that. She had to hurry back and regain control. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as Yu possessed the kitten again, it instantly regained its senses. Gotta run, gotta run. This is not a good place to stay. If the little calico cat loses control again, there's no stopping her. Back at Bodhi's place, she finally managed to get the kitten back. The kitten cries incessantly at night. It's basically always Lucky causing trouble, so I have to find a way to get him neutered. After returning to her own body, Yu felt so tired, gasping for air. This must be because while she was gone, that dog, ECI, secretly did something to her. A 180-degree spin, a rush of blood to the head. The kitten was heartbroken over missing her sweetheart. They were just about to start a family. How did she end up here? Doesn't she know how to teleport? The kitten has the kitten's worries, and Yu has her own. ECI emerged from the shadows. It seems I really need to study you carefully. What do you mean, study me? What are you doing sneaking into my room in the middle of the night? Get out, get out. ECI stopped, his soul leaving his body. This is dark magic. Where did you learn it? Logically speaking, I've been monitoring this place. You guessed right. Could it be that while I was out slaying monsters, you learned some wicked, crooked technique? What do you know, go Yessie? This possession, I can only possess the bodies of small animals, low-level creatures. This not only allows me to cultivate, but also helps with the soul suppression nail on my head. Then why didn't you tell me when I was helping you pull out the soul suppression nail? You waited until I discovered it myself to say something. Hee. It wasn't loose yet. It would have been pointless to say anything. Biengu was woken by their bickering. She looked at the two of them, puzzled, wondering why they weren't sleeping in the middle of the night. Annoyed, Biengu once again checked her emotional points. Yu didn't want to explain and quickly pretended to be asleep. Yi had originally wanted to secretly learn her soul projection technique, but it seemed she wouldn't get the chance. This is killing me, Yu thought. Go Yessie should have gone back by now. She gently pushed open the bedroom door. The system said the blanket was poisoned, but nothing happened after what I just did. It must have been Yi who had someone from the Dark Knight squad switch it out for me. Just then, you noticed a nimble animal, as fast as Zayowamo. Wow, isn't that a weasel? Legend says they all know magic. Well, Zayowamo isn't around, and the side effects are significant. Her soul return mode activated. As Yu's soul departed, her body fell backward. Luckily, she was tough. If it were an ordinary person, they'd probably have cracked their skull and died. Weasels and cats are both skilled hunters, each with their own advantages. Weasels are carnivores, able to squeeze into rat holes and prefer to hunt at night, but they also steal cat food. Cats, on the other hand, have larger bodies and greater strength. Their speed and attack power are also strong, and they can be terrifying when angered. Therefore, based on size and fighting ability, cats are more powerful than weasels. But the side effects are a bit greater for cats. The first thing ECI did upon waking was rush to Yu's room. That little rascal is really fast. Does the soul return skill have no cooldown? Never mind. As long as her body is still here, she can't run far. With a slap, he threw her back onto the bed. She really doesn't give me a moment's peace. What if she catches a cold from the draft by the window? ECI also sent out some emotional points. If I remember correctly, Yu possessed Zayowamo last time, and she brought Zayowamo here. Little rascal, are you lost and can't find your body? But Zayowamo hissed at ECI. Those who understood, understood. But ECI pretended to be a child and not understand. Damn it, I saw that. ECI lowered his head shyly. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. That definitely wasn't my Yu. ECI had used his discerning eye to see the kitten's soul see. It wasn't Yu. Wait, I forgot to check the white cat's soul see. I don't know if Yu possessed Zayowamo or the little white cat. Forget it, I'll pretend I don't know. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had originally planned to make Yu his wife when she grew up. Now she's impure. Suddenly, ECI opened the door, and a pungent, foul smell wafted out. My hair is practically standing on end. Yu quickly jumped out. Didn't expect a weasel's fart to be so stinky. Let's see how you bully me now. His worry turned to furious rage. I know it was you. You have to come to me tomorrow morning, or you'll be sorry. But Yu wasn't scared. Who's afraid of you? Ridiculous. The Dark Knight squad was well informed. The news of ECI being sprayed by a weasel's fart was already spreading like wildfire, but no one dared to speak of it. As for the two servants who poisoned Yu's food, Yu hadn't done anything wrong. Although ECI knew it was Yu's doing, he had to pretend he didn't know. Stability was paramount. You two, hurry up and clean this up. Then call that damned Yu. That 4-year-old was truly infuriating. Luckily, he was wearing a mask. Otherwise, ECI would be mortified. Yu knew she was in trouble, so she acted meek and submissive when she arrived. Daddy ECI, I didn't do it on purpose. Can you forgive me? Remember, I'm only 4 years old. It's inevitable for children to make mistakes. But farting on ECI was, to be honest, a little bit of personal revenge. Suddenly, ECI flung a small knife at her. Seriously? I just farted and you're trying to kill me? How can you treat a 4-year-old like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? You stupid ECI. I even called you Daddy ECI, and you still want to kill me? You think bullying this great Yu is that easy? 100,000 volts, electrocute you. Since I was little, I've been stronger than everyone else. They call me the Berserk Loli. I can smash a big hole in the ground with my own strength. But ECI says a girl should be gentle and refined when she's out and about. Don't always resort to violence to solve problems. But Yu thinks only violence can solve everything. Everything is for carnage. But ECI demands that Yu not use her fists to fight anymore. Instead, use a blade. But Yu is only a 4-year-old child. How can I know how to use a knife? Can I use Biengu's hair as a weapon? Before, I used Biengu's hair to capture those 2 old giant eagles. Honestly speaking, I only caught the eagles because Biengu helped, and the foam. Huang was only captured because of Yi Si's long-range help. So, a whip might be enough for ordinary people, but against real cultivators, it's not so easy to deal with. Yi Si never imagined Yu had already plucked so much hair from Biengu. He immediately stood up, furious. I don't know what to say. Biengu's hair is harder than steel, and now you've ruined it like this. Forget it. You can keep Biengu's hair. But from now on, your weapon must be this small knife. Biengu's hair is an ancient treasure, extremely precious. But Yu's like, what did you say? I like to do the opposite. I won't follow the same path as you. I'm strong. I want to be like Li Kuei or Li Yuanba. One swing of my hammer has to kill 80. But ECI says, who are Li Kuei and Li Yuanba? It's clear he's not a time traveler from the future. I thought I could find a fellow countryman in the comment section, but it turns out you're a genuine local. Am I the only one who's transmigrated? This is terrible. ECI then tells Yu to take the small knife and follow him. That aren't you strong? You've already pulled out 2 iron nails. Now's the perfect time to test your strength. It all comes down to strength in the end. I didn't know this little knife you gave me was for colds. Something I could do with one punch, and you insist I learn to stab people with a knife, little by little. See? Never mind the ground. Even if you took one of my punches, you might not be able to withstand it. But ECI shakes his head, TSK, TSK, TSK. A 4-year-old child. I really shouldn't have expected too much from you. Yu is strong, but she doesn't know how to focus or control her strength. Almost half of her strength is wasted in the air. Let me show you how it's done. A leaf swoosh goes straight into a crack in the ground. You need to control not only your strength, but also the surrounding air. Focus your chi, and when you strike, release all of your chi at once. That's how an attack can cut through the air. When you swing your fist, even though it's powerful, your movements are too slow. You don't focus the surrounding air, so naturally, it becomes your biggest obstacle. You talk big. Let's see how many leaves you can stick in the ground with your doggy paddle digging method. If you can master this technique of combining chi and strength, it will be twice as effective in assassinations or sneak attacks. You'll be able to pierce a skull with ease. Wow, I've never seen ECI make a move before. He's so skilled. Can you teach me? Yu then holds out her hand. ECI picks up a stone from the ground. Little girl, you said you're strong, right? Use the knife in your hand to chop this stone. Use as much strength as you can. You black-hearted ECI, you better watch out for my little hands. This Yu's knife doesn't have eyes. But after Yu finishes her performance, the stone remains unchanged. I could smash a stone on the ground with one punch just now. Now, even with a knife, I can't even make a scratch. Useless. Give me the knife. Watch this. Using a knife is just like using a leaf. For example, when you swing your fist, you naturally clench it, right? When you punch, you instinctively put your strength in your arm and then into your fist. But the correct way is to concentrate all your strength in your palm. That way, whether you're attacking or defending, you can maximize its effect. And this time, having you attack with your forearm and hand is to train your control over your strength. When you swing your fist, your arm's power is divided into 3 parts. When you use a knife, it becomes 4 parts. The power is distributed like a pyramid. The more dispersed it is, the smaller the force and control become. Right now, the goal is to help you merge and control your internal chi and strength. This way, your power can be maximized. Now that you mention it, I understand. This is called pressure. My physics teacher talked about what pressure is. You don't need to worry about that. I understand the principles you're talking about, but I don't understand how to control and practice it. To cultivate chi, you must understand how to cultivate. Only through cultivation can you sense chi. However, the 3 soul sealing nails on your head seal your cultivation methods. Although your strength is great, cultivating is thousands of times harder for you than for ordinary people. Oh, is that so? Yu's entire demeanor deflated. Why didn't you say so earlier? You got my hopes up for nothing. But removing the soul sealing nails is just a matter of time. Why don't you teach me how to cultivate first? Where there's a will, there's a way. You're finally using that saying correctly. Then I'll start teaching you now. I'll come back in 3 days to see the results. Hee hee, 3 days should be enough. Just you wait and see. Brave Yu, today is the day. Yu, wearing her Neza Legend outfit, who wouldn't be mesmerized? It's just a broken rock. You think it can stop me? Big sister Yu isn't scared one bit, but the stone didn't budge. Yu only knew that the blow had jarred her hand pretty badly. If one slash won't do it, I'll just do it again. If I can't even split a small stone, how can I go to battle and kill enemies? Yu decided to jump and try. The louder she yelled, the more powerful she seemed to feel. But the stone wasn't going to crack just because Yu yelled loudly. In the end, it was Yu herself who ended up parched, tired, and sleepy. This thing is as black as coal and harder than a diamond. But giving up isn't in Yu's vocabulary. Winning is her motto. If one hand isn't enough, then use two. Slapping and chopping at the same time, the stone and knife clashed with a clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, with Yu's final blow, hard work paid off. She finally split it open. ECI said 3 days, and he was right. I even finished early. Yu's heart pounded with excitement as she danced and ran in place. Hey, not bad, not bad. You really did it in 3 days. Hee, of course. My strength isn't ordinary. Yisi's praise fluctuated along with her emotions. What Yu didn't expect was that being praised could also increase her points. During these 3 days, Yisi also prepared something good for Yu. Here, open it and see. This is Yisi's spatial belt. However, the level is slightly lower than the one around Yu's neck. This is a massaging dragon bone sword. The aura it radiates is its own inherent magic. It's more than sufficient for someone Yu's age. The sword is made according to the person's size. Yu is small, so her accessories won't be bigger than her. The black border around the sword is made from Yu's 2-town evil nails. It's a very strong sword for now. Now, combined with Yu's innate divine strength, with one strike, nothing short of a black tortoise formation could withstand this sword. Yu doesn't have any cultivation yet, so she can only train her physical skills. Only through physical training can she slowly unlock the town evil nails on her back. And as for the Lingzhou military camp, a child like Yu going there will inevitably lead to gossip. After all, it's a serious military camp. A little kid running around inside makes it seem less serious. Also, since it was the Northern Yu Emperor who called Yu here, firstly, he values the seriousness of the military camp. Secondly, he wants to use Yu to tie Yisi down. Today, Yisi also plans to return to Lingzhou. After all, the Nightless Lord needs him. But when Yu heard that Yisi was leaving, she instantly felt unhappy with the sword in her hand. Trying to trick me with a broken sword. Yisi looked at Yu, feeling reluctant. Who wouldn't want a mischievous child around? But Yisi couldn't help it. However, Yisi had already arranged for Grandpa Butler to stay behind and take care of Yu's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. When a child enters an unfamiliar environment, they'll naturally feel uncomfortable and homesick at first. It's human instinct. Sometimes, even adults feel the same. Everyone here is scheming and backstabbing, although Yu isn't afraid of them. Living with them is still less fun than going back and playing with the 3 idiots. Just like that, 2 months passed unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, summer arrived. Summer brings all kinds of fruits and vegetables. Watermelons are practically free, but there's no refrigerator here. I wonder how the emperors of ancient times got through the summer. Since being tricked by the system that time, Yu has earned 90,000 points. And these 90,000 points all came from squeezing the servants dry. Ever since Yu was enlarged that time, the servants have looked at her like she's a demon. Just then, she saw Xiaowamo in the distance chasing Consort Jun's white cat. In just 2 short months, Consort Jun's cat is already pregnant. Even pregnant, Xiaowamo won't leave her alone. No wonder so many cats only have 1 litter in their lives. So that's how it is. No. With Yu here today, there's no way I'll let that happen. With a sudden leap, she possessed Xiaowamo. Xiaowamo, you 2 lovebirds must be separated. You're destined to be star-crossed lovers. What's with this summer? It's so incredibly hot. Even the watermelon in her hand is scorching. For Xiaowamo's physical and mental well-being, Yu, possessing his body, went to eavesdrop on the ninth prince. She already knew he wasn't a good person, but she didn't expect him to be this bad. He's planning to exploit the grain reserves. The little cat listened clearly from nearby. Sure enough, living in the palace, whether princess or prince, none of them are good. And how could Minister Lin, who's in charge of the grain reserves, easily sell them off? If the emperor found out, it would be a crime punishable by death to 9 generations. Killing him would be a small matter. He doesn't want to implicate his relatives, neighbors, and friends in his village. But the ninth prince still wouldn't let it go. He gestured with his hand, writing 4 characters. This is probably 40 million taels of gold. Everyone knows from previous episodes that Yu controlled a bird to poop on Bei Ludi's head. That's why he ordered the soldiers to capture all the magpies. Magpies eat pests. It's not like now, where people are afraid to eat anything without pesticides. This has led to a plague of insects this summer, and the crops are all suffering. The harvest is ruined, and many people will probably starve to death again this year. The ninth prince just wants to lure out the grain reserves. As long as he offers enough money, it's not him the emperor will execute. When the money is confiscated, it will go back to the national treasury anyway. Lin is well aware of the danger and refuses to agree. Yixi has been back in Lingzhou for over 2 months now and is preparing for war with the people of the Han Liao kingdom. This batch of grain is meant for the front lines. But the ninth prince says the emperor has never liked Yixi, so he won't blame you. But everyone knows this is just an instigation, a mere excuse. If Lin doesn't safeguard the grain, Yixi will kill him on the spot, even without the Beiyu emperor having to lift a finger. But the ninth prince is relentless. The Dongwu family is powerful and wealthy. Knowing about the disaster, they've been hoarding goods. With the ninth prince's status, he can easily fabricate charges and have Lin killed. Under pressure, one has no choice but to yield. It's a choice between dying sooner or later. Those who profit from national disasters are truly unforgivable. You didn't expect that just pooping would lead to the slaughter of magpies. But there are many other birds that eat pests. It shouldn't be this bad just because of one bird. You didn't realize until now, after the system analyzed the past 3 months, that Beiyu has issued multiple orders. It's not just capture magpies, but all flying birds and beasts. I can't believe Beiyu is so petty. He wants to slaughter all flying animals. This is terrible. Yu can't stay in Jixia any longer. She has to go back immediately. The people of Beiyu are starving. How can they afford to send people to fight on the border? If Yixi and the others start fighting and find their food supply cut off, won't they be defeated? Yu has to go back and tell Yixi. The Dongwu family and that ninth prince are deliberately raising prices. They have to find a way to make them release the grain. Throughout history, there have been so many people who profit from national disasters. While some defend the borders, others try to profit from price gouging. It hasn't been any different in modern France. Just then, Xiao Wamo stopped abruptly. Isn't that scoundrel, Dong Wuhan? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Last time, it was Consortium's cat. Now it's Xiao Wamo, making your life full of cats. Dong Wuhan, oblivious to the impending danger, is still busy flirting with girls. That's right, Dong Wuhan is about to pay up. And here comes another swipe from a cat's paw. Gold coins are dropping everywhere like they're worthless. I can only carry 1 piece for now. I'll come back for the rest later. Gotta run. A gold coin is worth much more than a silver ingot. Then Yu stops, noticing something filthy. Oh my god, isn't that the top assassin of our Night Shadow squad? Qiu Rongshuan, I didn't expect you to be doing this in Jin City. I thought you were here to become an official. I never thought you'd be working as a prostitute. And at 4 years old, you could master 18 languages from different countries. But you struggled for ages to write a few characters with a brush. Although you haven't had much formal education, you've known how to write since you were little. Every worry enters Yu's right ear, and she shakes her head to shake them out. Now, the Dongwu family is taking advantage of the chaos, buying up grain in massive quantities while the commoners are unaware. The ninth prince is also eyeing the imperial grain reserves. Within half a month, Yixi, fighting at the front lines, will definitely run out of food and be defeated. But writing just this much only provides information. It doesn't solve anything. The Dongwu family is buying up grain in large quantities and raising prices. The common people are completely unaware of this situation. So Yu hurriedly writes more. Now, with all the chaos and turmoil, some are starving to death while others are stuffed. It's a good time for a rebellion. If you're not planning to rebel, then quickly send some money. I'm out of funds. Okay, finished. Someone get a steward to send my letter. Your beloved big sister, Yu has spoken. This is very important. Make sure it's sent back as quickly as possible. Yi Bujuan also needs to call back the brothers of the Night Shadow Squad, who are constantly stationed outside. Oh, and also that Xiao Rongshuan. Not long after, Xiao Rongshuan arrived. The little general is second in command of Yi Bujuan. Besides Yi Ci, she's the only other person who can give orders and dispatch others. You, didn't you say you were coming to Jixia to become an official? But, little Guan, gathering intelligence is still useful. Don't lie to me. Are you sure you're here to be an official? I saw you working as a prostitute in a brothel. Little general, you can't just say things like that. It's a job requirement, and that's not called a brothel. It's called Fongxi. It's part of the imperial system. You can't be prejudiced. So, you're saying you're an official there? Xiao Rongshuan confidently raised her head that I'm naturally beautiful. I've always been good looking. I have access to a lot of things. So, don't underestimate anyone. Seeing as you're so capable and confident, who have you been with? Have you heard any reliable information? Previously, Xiao Rongshuan was in the Donghua family's restaurant, waiting for the 7th prince. And the 7th prince, is that? I didn't expect a fool to have such hobbies. No wonder the more capable people are in this society, the more problematic their sexual orientation becomes. Bei Yudi's sons, it seems very few of them are normal. Well, if there's nothing else, go back to your 7th prince. Xiao Rongshuan was also very unhappy that aren't you interrupting my business? I can serve many customers in one night. A few days later, Yi Ci received Yu's letter. The lieutenant generals gathered together. They were surprised that Yu, with her limited education, could write. What kind of creature is this Yu child? General Liu, Yu's biggest rival, was reportedly overjoyed to hear from little General Yu. He was previously beaten half to death by Yu, but now he's eager to be Yu's little brother. Yi Ci finished reading and passed the letter to Zhou Hong. The letter said there was a nationwide grain shortage and they probably wouldn't receive imperial grain this year. General Hongfu's expression showed this wasn't the first time the emperor had pulled this stunt. Yi Ci's troops were stationed at the border, where they couldn't grow corn or wheat, only some filling red grains. Zhou Hong took the letter. Although Yu's letter was short, every word was clear and the content was crucial. But, General, you only focused on Yu's last sentence. Let's rebel. After reading the letter, Yi Ci thought, how can Yu, at such a young age, have such advanced thinking? Now is not the time for rebellion. The country's situation is still unstable. If we rashly rebel now, who will be the emperor? Who will guard the borders? You guys stop making a fuss. Rebellion is impossible. Don't listen to Yu's nonsense. I don't know what kind of ideas Yu has been filling your heads with while I was away, but right now, in this time of crisis, the most important thing is to quickly send Yu some money. Why send money to a child? A little kid can't spend that much, right? You're wrong about that. In the current situation, with prices rising and food shortages, money isn't really money anymore. The most important thing is to be able to exchange money for more food to fill your belly. What will you do first after getting the money? Definitely splurge. First, spend $299 to buy a bag of spicy strips. Then try on some gold and silver jewelry and buy Bat a new outfit. Then, after getting a double star, Lei Dudu, the kitten finally discovered the emperor's secret, calling the emperor a real dog just because a bird pooped on his head. He then ordered the extermination of all flying creatures. But do you really think he only exterminated all the birds because one pooped on his head? That was just an excuse he used to kill the common people. Wei Yudi arrived at a dark place. Inside, a swarm of pitch-black ants was bound with iron chains. Emperor Bei Yu's 3-month hunt for birds was all to improve his own cultivation. Birds of prey are the natural enemies of locusts. Locusts are pests that specifically eat crops. Now pests are rampant, and in ancient times, there weren't any pesticides. Now farmers have no harvest and are starving to death. Now, Yi Ci on the border wants to send troops to attack the Han Liao kingdom. Generally, a war lasts at least 6 months. Fighting a war definitely requires a supply of reserve food. Now the people are panicking, worried about their own lives. They don't care about Yi Ci in the border war zone. Emperor Bei Yu's purpose is very clear. He wants them to lose the war, suffer casualties, and the more deaths, the better. The dark shadow floating in the air laughed heartily. You're truly insidious and venomous. but I like this gift of yours." Then the dark shadow dispersed, revealing a treasure chest. Mountains of corpses are the dark shadow's favorite, and this will also earn the dark shadow's reward. Emperor Beiyu immediately asked for power, for half the power of the bloodline. Emperor Beiyu used the lives of millions of farmers across the country to exchange for the improvement of his own realm. What a truly despicable dog emperor. But this isn't the first time he's done this. 20 years ago, he did the same thing to improve his cultivation. The demon also asked him, since he was so cruel, why not join the bloodthirsty team? Emperor Beiyu's purpose was simple. You want the corpses of living people. But Emperor Beiyu only wants to break through his cultivation and reach level 560, becoming the eternal emperor. Joining the evil cult would only make him an eternal evil sorcerer, unable to see the light. But the evil sorcerer thought, this emperor, standing in the light, has a heart darker than my pitch-black self. Having obtained new power, Emperor Beiyu revealed a look of enjoyment. The two formed a stark contrast. Standing in the light doesn't necessarily mean being light, and hiding in the darkness doesn't necessarily mean being dark. And all of this was clearly seen by Yu outside. Yu, holding a kitten, thought, this damn dog emperor must have a problem. Go ahead and take my life, Yu, but don't even think about taking my cat's life. Although cats have 9 lives, that's only against demonic beasts. I'm just an ordinary feline. Then, Eunuch Wang arrived with a smirking face, carrying a black cloth. Emperor Beiyu lifted the black cloth. Inside the cage were 2 chirping magpies. These were probably the last 2 magpies in the entire Beiyu kingdom. Emperor Beiyu's grinning appearance made the little kitten watching from the side feel incredibly disgusted. He killed all the magpies in the country, and now he's keeping 2. Could he be planning to raise these 2, turn them into protected animals, and increase their value? But Yu was wrong again. This bastard Emperor Beiyu wouldn't be that simple. At this moment, Emperor Beiyu's peripheral vision also noticed the little kitten sitting to the side. That charming smile was truly disgusting. Then his smiling face turned serious, and he reached out and grabbed a magpie from the cage. Then, with a smirking expression, he looked at the kitten, enticing it to come closer. Yu was completely terrified by this action. Kittens love to eat birds. If Yu didn't eat it, but protected it instead, then the magpies wouldn't become extinct because of Emperor Beiyu's actions. Game over. That darn Yi, he really doesn't treat me, Yu, like a person. I actually thought he realized his mistake and sent money for me to spend. But it turns out he just wants me to hold on to it. Look but don't touch. Little Kitty was already pretty shaken up by Emperor Beiyu's actions. The chubby little thing jumped all the way to the roof. Luckily, it ran fast, otherwise it would have been in real trouble. I knew it. How could that dog emperor be so kind? That smirking expression of his is disgusting. If I try to catch him like Dong Wahan, I'd scare little Kitty again. After this incident, Yu realized that Emperor Beiyu is no good. I used to call him a dog, but now I think he's worse than a dog. He's a total scoundrel. Having escaped back, Yu felt like she'd just lost a battle. The moment little Kitty jumped off the beam, I ran out of its body. I finally made it back. I almost lost my life. Why is my body drooling all over the place? Just then, the Dark Knight squad rushed over. It must be a letter from that old fox ECI. Ha! Give me the letter quickly. I can't believe Daddy ECI actually replied. Maybe he really is sending money. Wait, why is it so light? There doesn't seem to be any banknotes inside. How annoying. A letter with weight, but no substance? This isn't worth reading. Wait, what's this? A gold bracelet? Real gold usually leaves a mark when you bite it. If this is gold, it's worth a few thousand. But the Dark Knight squad said it's not gold, just looks like it. Apparently, it's something like the ring you wear on your neck, but the space inside this bracelet is several times larger than a normal ring. And it's weightless too. Yu used her eyes to see what was inside. The inside of the bracelet emitted a dazzling green light. On the left, the red things are modified sweet potatoes. Behind them, the green things are modified sweet potato seedlings. It's not hard to understand. ECI is afraid Yu will go hungry over there, so he gave her so many sweet potatoes. But doesn't he know that eating too many sweet potatoes makes you fart? Could it be that ECI and his troops fight using farts as their weapon? Human farts stink, but that's actually a pretty good idea. The enemy would be stink-bombed to death before even reaching the battlefield. Now ECI has given me so many sweet potato seedlings and sweet potatoes. With the famine going on, one sweet potato can fill a person's belly. These aren't just sweet potatoes. They're as good as gold. Let's see what EC's letter says. Maybe he has some good plan. but all he said was wear your shoes properly. Wow, he actually guessed right. How'd he know I don't like wearing shoes? Could someone have snitched on me? Well, it's normal for a 4-year-old not to like wearing shoes. But Yu Yu has tough skin and isn't afraid. Little nails and things can pierce little feet. Just then, a servant jumped down from the roof. I almost died of fright. Do the Dark Knight Squad always move so silently? His name is Yin Long. He's one of the Dark Knight Squad members stationed here. I still think the National Iron Rice Bowl is pretty good. Not bad, not bad. Yu Yu opened it up and saw 5 days. 9 gold ingots. You have to understand the concept of gold ingots in ancient times. According to the Qing Dynasty exchange rate, that's equivalent to 1 to 1.5 million today. 1 gold ingot in ancient times probably weighed about 100 taels. Based on today's RMB, 1 tael of gold is about 3,100. So 100 taels of gold is 300,000. 9 gold ingots, that's 2.7 million. But if you collect them as antiques instead of exchanging them for gold, 1 gold ingot can sell for 1 to 1.5 million. But Yin Long said the little general is going out for training, and this money should be enough. What? I didn't miss here, did I? Training? ECI, you dog, you're setting me up. I knew you weren't that kind to just give me so much money at once. You want me to go out into the world for training? Well, fine. There's nothing fun to do here anyway. I already know that Emperor Bei Yu is no good. But if I go out for training, won't the whole world be in trouble? Let's see who will be the first unlucky one. No way, no way. Yu Yu is finally embarking on a new journey. Grandpa Steward is really quite reluctant to see her go, but there's no helping it. Yu Yu has to carry out Yi Si's arrangements. Yi Si also knows that Grandpa Steward has trouble with his legs and can't travel with Yu Yu. That's why he gave her so much gold. While Yu Yu is away, her strength will surely increase a lot. So, Grandpa Steward just needs to take care of his health. That's more important than anything. The country probably won't be safe now that Yu Yu's gone. I've arranged for Yin Long to grow you a new pearl. After I leave, go there to hide. That dog Emperor Bei, you will definitely be furious with Yu Yu's sudden departure. He'll certainly try every means to kill the attendants Yu Yu brought with her. However, Yu Yu didn't expect that this departure might be her last meeting with Grandpa Steward. She pulled a slip of paper from her spatial pouch. As we agreed, after a month, kill all the people on this list. After arranging everything, Yu Yu patted Biengu and left, heading out of the city. Biengu was overjoyed. He had been stuck in Jixia for 3 months, doing nothing but eating and sleeping, bored to death. After Yu Yu left, the Dark Knight spies opened her note. What was written on it shocked them. It was a list of corrupt officials Yu Yu had discovered over the past 3 months. And the Night Army had also secretly investigated these cases. It would take the entire Dark Knight force at least 3 months to gather this intelligence. But Yu Yu, single-handedly, was able to uncover their wrongdoings. She's a bit too strong. We were a little surprised when General Yi said he wanted to hand over the Night Army to Yu Yu after she grew up. Turns out we underestimated her. We always thought Yu Yu was just young. The little general is a battle maniac. We didn't expect her investigative skills to be this strong. Biengu was extremely fast. Within minutes, they reached the city gate. However, the guards up ahead weren't simple. It was young Chinku. That's right, the one from that time, who got beaten so badly he went back and wanted to disown his father. To say Chinku wasn't nervous would be a lie. Although Biengu is strong, if a fight really broke out, with one order from Chunku, hundreds of Imperial guards could surround Yu Yu in an instant. Yu Yu gripped her small knife, trembling slightly. Seeing that it was the little general of the Night Shrine, Chunku revealed a worried expression. He was also debating whether to take action. If he did intercept her, and later on, while working a case, he happened to run into Yi Si, those 4 lieutenants would definitely be beaten to a pulp. To draw the knife or not to draw, that is the question. Hello, General Chun. Shouldn't you be home, sleeping at this late hour? What are you doing blocking the city gate? Although Chinku is a Xuanwu mirror rank, his Xuanwu mirror is far from the same as the idiot trios. Theirs came from hard-fought battles. But Chinku is still a Xuanwu mirror. Can't clash head-on with him. Oh, right? I just got off work. It's time for someone else's shift. I was just bored and came out for a stroll. Suddenly, I'm so sleepy. I'll go back to bed. I don't know why, but my eyes have been blurry lately. I must be getting old. I can't see anything. Chunku's sudden blindness left Yu Yu speechless. Little Biengu, don't even think about it. General Chun is old. He can't beat us. Let's take this opportunity and slip away. With a whoosh, Biengu dashed past Chunku. Chun-Ku knew that with Yu Yu gone, it would surely incur the wrath of Emperor Beiyu. The reason Emperor Beiyu wanted to keep Yu Yu in Jixia was to control Yi Si. Now that Yu Yu's gone, it must be General Yi Si's arrangement. It's time for chaos to descend upon the world. A few days ago, Chun-Ku's father, Chun Liangping, the Grand Scholar, had privately told Chun-Ku that a famine was coming. A few months ago, when Chun-Ku was ordered by the emperor to capture magpies and other flying animals, Chun-Ku had a feeling. Although he knew that capturing birds would inevitably lead to famine, Chun-Ku had to do it. After all, his official position required him to do such things. Even if Chun-Ku didn't do it, someone else would. It was an unavoidable fact. Now, the entire world has no harvest. People are starving to death. But now, the Dongwu family and the Ninth Prince's people are still deliberately driving up prices. I really don't know what the use is of Grandpa Steward's loyalty and passion. Chun-Ku, as a Xuanwu rank, can't do anything about these things. What is wrong with this society? Ordinary people can't even survive anymore. And those so-called experts are still there trying to stir up trouble. After listening to Chun-Ku's rant, Chun Liangping seriously asked his son, "What do you think Yi Si will do in this current situation?" Emperor Beiyu's single decree about an empty court has made life unbearable for the people. What will Yi Si do? Emperor Beiyu is not unaware that the two countries are about to go to war. After this conversation between Chun-Ku and his father, Chun Liangping, it's no wonder he let Yu Yu go. He knows that Emperor Beiyu's time is almost over. Yu Yu created a myth of no major creations. Unexpectedly, just after leaving Beiyu, she witnessed a scene of child abduction. Yinxing is located at the southern end of Beiyu. It used to be a relatively prosperous area, but now, because of the famine, many people are starving and nearly beggars. This scene is even worse than imagined. A middle-aged man has set his sights on a child. In ancient times during famines, people would even eat tree bark and leaves, let alone resort to cannibalism. Cannibalism was considered quite normal. So, we should really be grateful to be living in this era. At the same time, we should also thank Grandpa Yuan Longping for his efforts, so that we no longer have to go hungry. Yu Yu calmly and unhurriedly took out a bag of sweet potatoes from her spatial pouch and tossed it over. The two people looked at it, confused at first. Points kept popping up, all with 99 critical hit increases. This bag is full of sweet potatoes. Ration them, and you should have no problem getting through this season. After all, this is the South. The warm weather allows for multiple harvests throughout the year. Seeing the food, the man's tears flowed uncontrollably. His breakdown clearly showed his immense gratitude beyond words. This is the southern region, so there shouldn't be a shortage of water, right? Yinzhou has year-round rain. It's a rainforest area. The advantage of this area is that as long as they can grow more food, the northern regions will have grain. Dare I ask, who is this female knight? The man asked. Yu thought for a moment. Could she really reveal her identity? She had just secretly escaped from Beiyu. Wouldn't she be captured and taken back? Just then, a member of the Dark Knight forces jumped out from behind her. She is a junior general of the Knightless Army, the daughter of Marquis Yongin. Everyone had known this all along. They all knew she commanded an Iron Cavalry Legion, the Knightless Army, at the border. They had always regarded the Knightless Army as divine. Hearing that she was the daughter of the Knightless Shrine further solidified their belief. In ancient times, faith was a powerful force. Their ability to persevere until now was half due to their faith. But Yu Yu, newly arrived, had no idea what was going on, leaving her completely bewildered and unsure what to do. Which idiot revealed my identity? Then, the idiot continued. Her name is Luo Yingyu. She's a junior general of the Knightless Shrine. Everyone knelt and bowed. Although they were starving and weak, they still forced themselves, and their cries of Luo Yingyu, "Long live the junior general! Long live Luo Yingyu!" could be clearly heard. This left Yu Yu speechless and embarrassed. She had originally wanted to do a good deed discreetly. Now this guy, she didn't know where he got the energy to shout everywhere that the junior general of the Knightless Army had come to save them. He must have eaten quite a few sweet potatoes to be able to flatter her so loudly. "Everyone come quickly. I told you to hold on. The Knightless General would definitely come to save us." Now he has sent the junior general, the daughter of the Knightless Shrine, to deliver us from this misery. Two others also cheered loudly beside him. They were likely also members of the Dark Knight forces. The biggest showman was the one in the middle. He shouted nonstop while running, even changing his slogan to Junior General Luo Yingyu. As they say, fame brings trouble. Being surrounded by flatterers will always attract more flatterers. Soon, Yu Yu's name would be known throughout the land. Yu Yu felt a sense of panic. Since she was already here and couldn't go back, she called out, "Everyone this way. Line up one by one. There's enough for everyone." Some of the villagers were starving and, upon seeing the food, lunged for it like ravenous dogs. But after some organization, they formed a line and waited patiently for their turn. They are able to receive grain from Yu Yu here, and they can also receive a certain amount of sweet potato seedlings. This is a special kind of sweet potato seedling made by YCI. It can flower and bear fruit in 5 days, producing new sweet potatoes. Yu Yu worked hard all day and finally finished. Now she's preparing to go to the next city. Yinqing doesn't look very big. The population is alright, but if she wants them to be self-sufficient, she still needs to think of something else. Zheng Wen, stationed in Yinqing, walked out. He is a recent university graduate. He was immediately assigned to Anya. Yici's troops are also considered an iron rice bowl, secure job. It's just not as secure as an iron rice bowl under the emperor. After all, YCI serves the country and its people. That bastard Emperor Beiyu, for his own cultivation, would rather let the common people die. And this is the difference between YCI and Emperor Beiyu. Damn it, he even dared to have designs on Yu Yu. It seems he really doesn't want to live. Where's Zheng Wen? Kill this shit-talking person for me. Zheng Wen is one of the Dark Knight secret agents responsible for gathering intelligence. It's estimated that in 2 days, there will be another 100 or 200 Dark Knight troops. They will come back, specifically to protect Yu Yu's safety. Now, almost every city has Dark Knight intelligence agents stationed there. Yu Yu didn't expect that while she was away, YCI would be so thoughtful, arranging so many people to protect her. Zheng Lung just said, according to the organization, it seems like little General Yu Yu requested it. But Yu Yu never said anything like that. 200 people for protection while traveling? Moreover, the Dark Knight secret agents are all very strong cultivators. These 200 people could attack a city. YCI must be up to something. Then Yu Yu couldn't quite understand. Since they're about to go to war, why not save resources instead of helping everyone like this? And these are all instructions arranged by General YCI. Yu Yu will take over the Nightless Army in the future, although Yu Yu is only 4 years old now. But this famine is no small matter. There are 2 main reasons for Yu Yu to come out and do good deeds this time. First, it can enhance Yu Yu's prestige among the people. Second, it can thwart the conspiracy of Donghua Shurjia and the Ninth Prince, preventing them from profiting from the national crisis. This is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But Yu Yu is only a 4-year-old child. She doesn't intend to think so much. After all, she secretly ran away from Jixia. But what Yu Yu didn't expect was that Zheng Lung was even more mischievous than her. Why bother with that Beiyu? As expected, this year's graduating university students are the most difficult to manage. This is the intelligence we've gathered these past few days. Generally, only 3 people can see this kind of intelligence. The first is YCI. The second is Zhou Hong, because Zhou Hong is the leader of the Dark Knight forces. The third is the future successor of the Nightless Army, Big Sister Yu Yu. Originally, they thought the situation inside Yinqing was already very serious. But unexpectedly, the areas outside Yinqing are even worse. Tens of thousands have already died. Generally, when there are deaths, there will be some strange diseases. And some of the living, because they have no food, lack energy in their bodies. Their resistance consequently decreases. In ancient times, during famines, 90% of people starved to death due to lack of food, and 10% died from plagues. And the governor in charge of the area, the local official Yang Gaohan, discovered this matter but didn't do anything about it. He just closed the city gates. This is the inaction of local officials. Yu Yu gripped the information tighter and tighter. The hunger can be addressed with sweet potatoes, but the plague is a different matter. Yu Yu doesn't understand these things. Once a plague breaks out, it's not as simple as just filling their stomachs. At this time, she noticed several strong men walking over. They wore long swords at their waists. Zheng Lung told her they were all the governor's men. They came with bad intentions. Yu Yu could also tell at a glance. They were not good people. The leaders started shouting, "You are Yi Si's daughter. Someone tie her up and send her to the governor's mansion to collect the reward. This kind of person who comes up and tries to kidnap without saying anything else is the same as a child trafficker. He clearly knows Yu Yu is Yi Si's daughter and still dares to say this. He's simply lawless. Zhenglong, where are you? Kill this person for me. Zhenglong is also new here. Yu Yu is also new here. Everyone is new here. A subordinate obeys their master's orders. It's only natural. Killing a thug is nothing. The blade rose and fell. The blade went in white and came out red. Blood gurgled from the thug's neck, staining the ground. As the old saying goes, making an example of someone is meant for those of the same rank. But making an example of this thug is meant for the likes of these lowlifes. Go tell that Yang Gaohan to come see me. Never mind killing a local official. Even if I killed his whole family, Yi Si and father would approve. Men in ancient times sure knew how to enjoy themselves. A mere local official with 3 wives and still so full of life. No wonder they say being an official is a good life. He's the governor of Yinqing. In our modern terms, he's like a provincial governor. The guards following behind him are attending to his concubine. In ancient times, it was perfectly normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. But now it's different. A man can only have 1 wife. There's a famine outside, and the common people are starving. His concubine, Gao Shi, entered carrying a bowl of soup. However, Yang Gaohan waved her away irritably, refusing to drink, revealing his inner turmoil. Gao Shi wasn't angry. Instead, she approached him and massaged his back, asking what was troubling him. The city gates are closed. The plague can't escape. There's no need to worry. Yang Gaohan complained that Luo Yingyu, the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an, had arrived in Yinzhou. Her arrival could cause a big stir, jeopardizing his position as governor. Gao Shi's eyes flickered. She asked if it was truly the Marquis's daughter. Yang Gaohan himself wasn't entirely sure. Gao Shi stated frankly that the Marquis's daughter was in the capital. Without the emperor's decree, she couldn't leave. Even if she died in Yinzhou, as long as the body was disposed of immediately, no one could prove she was Luo Yingyu. Hearing this, Yang Gaohan was stunned, then looked at Gao Shi excitedly, gratefully calling her his lucky star. From then on, the two resumed their shameless nightly activities. At that moment, on the roof outside, a black cat scurried past, quickly disappearing into the night. Having lost the ginger cat, Luo Yingyu had found a muscular black cat. Its jumping ability surpassed the ginger cat's. Yu had been staking out the governor's study for a long time. Finally, she overheard some useful information. Although Yang Gaohan had been appointed governor, he had proven incompetent in handling the famine and plague, throwing the entire prefecture into chaos. His first reaction was to seal the city, disregarding the lives of the countless people outside. Worse, he even intended to harm Yu Yu herself. Yu Yu decided to expose him through the newspapers. She subconsciously checked the system panel and was surprised to see the latest emotional feedback. Kuei Yuanyan's murderous intent, points plus 99. She chuckled to herself, points plus 99. Remember the courtesan from Lingzhou? Her name was Kuei Yuanyan. After Yu Yu summoned that lightning, Kuei Yuanyan disappeared. This matter was definitely not so simple. To confirm the truth, Yu Yu chose to go back and take a look. In no time, she was on the roof, lifting a tile. These two really know how to have fun. The old man's still so energetic at his age. Well, since I'm here, I might as well join in. Yu Yu picked up a small tile and flung it down, hitting the target. Thwack! Critical hit. Points. The black cat naturally meowed from above. Inside, the two were nearly driven mad. But the little black cat was just getting started. It frantically clawed and pulled at the tiles, raining them down on the adulterous couple. Crash! Bang! Wallop! The black cat playfully darted around, leaving the study roof riddled with holes. All done. Time to clock out. The points haul was even better than expected. By the time Yang Gaohan and Gao Shi chased out, the black cat had vanished. Yu Yu's eyes gleamed. Although she couldn't understand how the courtesan became Gao Shi, the system panel's emotional feedback couldn't be wrong. She was certain there was something seriously wrong with this Kuei Yuanyan. She had to investigate thoroughly. This could be a big catch. Carnage. Yu Yu was finally going on a rampage. Anyone who dared to provoke her would be shown no mercy. Originally, Yu Yu was still investigating all sorts of information. Why would these two people be the same person? Logically speaking, these two shouldn't be the same person. Even their appearances are different, not to mention other things. But the name displayed by the system is Ku Yuanyan. The system wouldn't make a mistake unless it's being deliberately difficult. After Yu Yu put down the book, there was only one truth. She would meet with Zhenglong. Yu had already arranged for Zheng Lung to investigate. Given the speed of the Dark Knight spies, he should be back with information soon. Meanwhile, Biengu was sleeping soundly beside her, acting as if nothing was happening. Wearing a thick cotton coat in the middle of summer, this guy definitely has some quirks. At this moment, Zheng Lung walked in. Gao Ling's identity has been confirmed. As expected, she was cultivated by Yi Si. The Dark Knight's efficiency is truly remarkable. Thank you for your hard work, Zheng Lung. Yu took the documents and opened them. According to the information, this woman has been Yang Gaohan's lover for 8 years and hasn't left his side during that time. But then who was the one in Lingzhou before? In this vast world, could there really be someone with the exact same name? Such a coincidence, and I just happened to run into it. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Zheng Wen, go select a few capable men to keep an eye on Yang Gaohan. They're definitely not as simple as we think. Ask the system. It should know who Ku Yuanyin is. Yu casually asked. The system immediately deducted 10,000 points from her. Are you kidding me? Are you a system or a profiteer? I just casually asked a question. All you had to do was tell me whether she's a criminal or not, and you just wanted to deduct my points. It seems you really have your eyes on my points. But the system had actually learned Yu's usual way of arguing with ECI, truly learning by example. This system does not provide free lunches. Any inquiry to this system requires the deduction of points in exchange for information. This is perfectly reasonable. You're infuriating. This sneaky system, so long-winded. It sees I have a lot of points and wants to steal them. And it's so damn wordy. Deducts 10,000 points. Kuei Yuanyin is from the outer region of the ghost domain. Within the ghost domain, there are 9 ghost sects. She currently belongs to the late Yellow Martial Advanced stage, which is roughly equivalent to Zheng Lung. However, Kuei Yuanyin possesses the Soul Restoration skill, unique to the ghost domain, and the Devouring skill, which allows her to consume the abilities of others. Just like the current Yang Gaohan, his body and mind are now controlled by Kuei Yuanyin. In our terms, he's a puppet. Yu hadn't expected the ghost domain to be involved. If the outer region is divided into 9 sects, there must be even more within the inner region. No wonder Yi Si was injured after her last visit there. No, I need to accelerate my training. The opponent is a Yellow Martial Advance. While it's not a big deal, she's also a wicked cultivator. A wicked cultivator at the Yellow Martial Advanced stage is definitely stronger than a human cultivator at the same level. So now, Yu knew that if she didn't quickly improve her cultivation, she wouldn't be able to protect herself. But everyone knows that besides being physically strong and able to take a beating, Yu doesn't seem to have her own attack methods. Although before Yi Si left, she did give Yu an iron sword forged from nails. Yu didn't know how to use it. Just then, Zheng Lung rushed back in. Young mistress, Yang Gaohan has sent troops. Yu hadn't expected him to act so quickly, just a day after threatening her. The 200 Dark Knight spies hadn't arrived yet. Right now, it was just Yu, Zheng Lung, and a few Dark Knight spies stationed in Yinqing. How many are there, and what are their cultivation levels? 2 are at the late Yellow Martial Advanced stage, leading the rest who are at the early stage, and some newly initiated cultivators. They'll be at the door shortly. Yu was internally panicking. So many at once. She couldn't possibly fight them all. Although Zheng Lung was also at the late Yellow Martial Advanced stage, there were 2 of them on the other side. A large group was already waiting outside, yelling, "You imposter pretending to be Yi Si. Listen up. I advise you to surrender obediently. Those who resist will be punished on the spot." As soon as the words were spoken, they charged in with their weapons. Yu held a knife in her left hand and Biengu's whip-like hair in her right. She really wanted to use the sword Yi Si had given her. But it wasn't a moment of true crisis yet, so there was no need to use it. Yu stood there alone. "I dare you to try and touch me." But Yang Gaohan had come to kill her. He wouldn't give Yi Si any face. Just as he was about to order his men to attack Yu, he changed his mind. The villagers Yu had saved all ran out, vowing to protect the little general. This left Yang Gaohan's leader speechless. He thought she was someone important, but it turned out she was just protected by a few peasant soldiers. Come to your senses. She's not a general. She's a fake, pretending to be Yi Si's daughter. Why would someone from the capital be here? Are you all starving and delirious? But the farmers knew clearly that when they were on the verge of starvation, Yu had unhesitatingly shared her sweet potatoes with them. And she even gave them sweet potato seedlings. Even if she isn't Yi Si's daughter, so what? We should protect someone who cares for the country and its people like this. You so-called experts only know how to cheat and harm us ordinary commoners. Your bellies are full, so you claim ours are too. Suddenly, swish, In a flash, he struck at the old man protecting Yu Yu. The first bird to sing gets shot, as they say. This struck a chord with the leader. Speak out of turn again, and you're dead. From the leader's attire, it was clear he was living the high life. No wonder. A real parasite. Yu Yu saw all of this clearly from afar. At this moment, the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Not only would no one stand up for them, but now they wanted to kill innocent commoners. Damn it, crack, you Japanese devils. I must kill you all today. This Yu Yu is going on a rampage. I'm about to unlock a new skill. Here are 3 compositions for you to choose from. The most popular one will be made into a finished product as a reward for everyone. Composition 1. Yi Si's face revealed. Yi Si is handsome. Yu Yu is cute. The second image, Yu Yu and Yi Si sleeping sideways on a bed. The third image, Yi Si holding Yu Yu while shopping. Please vote for your favorite in the comment section using 1, 2, or 3. Can you handle the super cuteness? And with the added power of the Iron Nail Dragon Sword, how will you respond? Yu Yu's eyes flashed a terrifying blood red for the first time. She looked more and more like Kakashi when he's thinking, but Yu Yu's eyes were both open. Speaking of Kakashi, who controls lightning, Yu Yu's lightning doesn't come from within. She draws it from nature. One lash of lightning, bam. Instant death. The whip, made from Biengu's hair, struck the leader on horseback. A whip like that hurts like hell. Coupled with Yu Yu's lightning-fast 5 consecutive lashes. It goes without saying, Yu Yu's rage stirred the surrounding lightning. If you have a problem, come at me. Don't take it out on innocent people. Originally, Yu Yu planned to just use the whip for long-range attacks. After all, she wasn't sure she could win in close combat. But in a one-on-one situation like this, they won't let you dictate the terms. You subway thug, you're not enough for me. Close range might be a better option, but long range, the whip is superior. Crack, he went down face first. Lightning crackled around Yu Yu. You could say it's a passive skill. Biengu's hair isn't like normal human hair. It's incredibly strong, as hard as steel. So, combined with the lightning, it's a guaranteed critical hit. But he was a yellow martial advanced stage cultivator. After all, with his cultivation, he still had some ability. I must kill this brat today. I was gonna let you die with a whole body, but now I think not. Chi radiated from the man. If you didn't know better, you'd think there was a gas leak. Damn Japanese. Try to attack me with a knife. Screw you. You really don't take me seriously. Clang. The whole area went silent. You think that rusty blade can match me? We're not on the same level. This sword was forged from 2 dragon teeth pulled by Yi Si. It's a dragon bone sword. The chi around the Japanese man was being absorbed by the dragon bone sword. Now's the time. You use a hoe like a lightning rod. Sticking up a lightning rod also has the effect of attracting lightning. So, children, avoid doing this on rainy days, because doing so will kill you. As I just said, doing this will kill you. So anyone who dares to approach Yu Yu is also courting death. Even a horse as strong as Biengu, after the lightning ball shrunk, just a light touch nearly sent him to the afterlife. Not to mention this person who's living the good life. At this moment, Yu Yu's eyes are incredibly fierce, just like a super scion. Yasuo, the unforgiven 4th skill, last breath. Didn't see that coming, did you? This guy never expected a 4-year-old child could unleash such a powerful skill. This Yu Yu, with lightning plus whirlwind slash. This isn't just hot air. This final blow, in Yu Yu's world, Jianghu, is all about fighting and killing, not some bullshit about relationships and social niceties. If I don't kill him today, he'll come back to kill me tomorrow. Kill him, job done. This dragon bone sword is important. If it weren't for Yu Yu's natural divine strength, I wouldn't necessarily be able to lift it. After this holy war, Yu Yu is so tired she's out of breath. Just now I was worried I couldn't beat Huang Wujin, but once I got angry, I actually killed him. Knowing his time is short, Yi Si has performed a divination for the Beiyu Kingdom, predicting the next 10 years. But as he was writing, he suddenly sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the table. Yi Si helplessly put away his brush and coughed softly a few times. Then he got up, put on his mask, and walked to the heavenly hall. It seems time is running out. Gundong and Shueishuwe are using special scissors and needles to cut and sew Qing and Xuani garments, from Yu Yu's 4.5 years old all the way to adulthood. A total of more than 10 outfits. Even with special tools, the Qing and Xuani fabric is so unique that Gundong and Shueishuwe's cutting and sewing is still very strenuous. It will probably take several months to finish them all. Yi Si just glanced at their progress and left, not wanting to disturb the two maidservants' busy work. The clothes are being prepared all the way up to her teenage years. I just don't know if that little rascal can live that long. After Yi Si is gone, I wonder who will remove the remaining dragon sandstones for her. Yichi frowned. No matter how he calculated it, there wasn't enough time. He could only hope that Ling Yun would mature safely and quickly cultivate the world tree. Meanwhile, inside the house, sir, don't worry. Two late-stage Huang Wujin cultivators. The yeoman marquis's daughter can't escape. She's definitely going to die today. Yang Gaohan, push him away. I'm not worried about whether we can kill that little general. I'm thinking about how to explain this to the emperor afterward. Gao Si smiled and explained, what are you worried about? The emperor would be thrilled if she died out here. Yang Gaohan immediately sat up straight. How do you know that? I've never heard of such a thing. Are you lying to me? Sir, have you forgotten that poem? The border doesn't know the Beiyu Emperor, only the never-sleeping Yeoman Marquis. The Bai army is growing stronger and stronger, and the Yeoman Marquis status is getting higher and higher. The Emperor would love for Yi Si's line to end. Yi Si deserves to die, and so does that Luo Yingyu. The Emperor will allow you to kill her. Not bad, not bad. You're right. Don't worry, sir. Can that little girl turn the world upside down? Once we get rid of her, we'll have peace. Suddenly, someone rushed in shouting, it's terrible. A riot, a riot. Upon hearing this, Yang Gaohan immediately stood up and pushed Gao Si. What riot? Are the people outside the city rioting? Why, yes, the citizens inside the city are rioting. That little general is leading them. They killed the 50 guards and the two late-stage Huang Wujin experts. What? Who killed who? Luo Yingyu killed the 50 men we sent. She killed them all. Those two late-stage Huang Wujin are dead too. At this moment, Yang Gaohan finally started to feel feared. It's over, it's over. How could this happen? Gao Si was also gnashing his teeth in anger. They actually failed to kill her. Meanwhile, at the Bai army camp, go General Li, we can't lose. A ranged attacker and a tank-like warrior. A truly murderous combination. As everyone knows, a completely black cat appearing at night means that something big is about to happen. But what he didn't expect was that this story was completely different from others. These individuals standing here were all members of the Dark Knight unit. Their orders were to protect Yu Yu, who had come from the capital. Whether they occupied the island or not didn't really matter, because the Dark Knight unit was very well informed. Before anyone could get close to Yu Yu, news of their approach had already reached her ears. Suddenly, Yu Yu heard another voice, idly boasting. Hey, aren't you the Junior General's guard? Anyone who can guard the Junior General must be incredibly skilled in martial arts. Zheng Lung, however, knew his own limitations. He was, at best, someone who fetched food and emptied chamber pots. Have you heard of the Knightless Guard? Everyone knows them. Their Lord Bei used most mysterious and powerful army. And I'm the only one in the village who's ever seen Yi Si. This left the other person already confused, even more bewildered, and oh, I haven't. Do you know how many divisions make up the Knightless Guard? Zheng Lung chuckled and held up his hand in the gesture of a 6, a slang term for a sneaky or underhanded person. 7. Do you know the famous assassin, Red? He continued. Who doesn't know Red? She's been my idol since I was a kid. It was fortunate Zhou Hong wasn't around to hear this. She would have been furious. Since I was a kid, she'd have said, oh, I look that old? Red's headshots are always on point. So what do you say? Want to join us and become a 6? Our 6 organization is incredibly powerful. Out there, when people hear we're a 6, they run for their lives. Yu finally understood why Zheng Lung wasn't getting anywhere and why the Dark Knight unit had so many members. This was how he recruited. Soon, 80% of Yinqing would be tricked into joining, except perhaps for the elderly with mobility issues and babies who hadn't been weaned. Yu leaped onto a roof. Black cats were associated with assassins of the night. They were considered bad luck at funerals, especially black cats. From Yang Gaohan's roof, Yu overheard him muttering below, I'm dead, I'm dead. I sent so many men, and not a single one returned. Huang Wujin is the most formidable fighter in Yinqing. That little girl must have a powerful protector. Otherwise, my men wouldn't have been completely wiped out. I shouldn't have listened to that wretched woman. I should have just apologized to him. If Yi Si finds out I sent people to kill his little girl, I'll be in serious trouble. Every time Yi Si returns to the capital, he's a force to be reckoned with. breath. Even the emperor on the dragon throne trembles before him. Yu Yu swiped her claw, tearing a hole in the roof. Yang Gaohan's fear was a little late. She dropped down, striking his head and leaving a gash. The stunned Yang Gaohan offered up 99 points. Seeing how easy it was to earn points, Yu Yu became even more enthusiastic. More! Tiles rained down like hail, following Yang Gaohan wherever he ran. He was starting to lose it, but the more distressed he became, the happier Yu Yu felt. Who's making all that noise up there? I can't see anything. He looked up at the bright moon, but saw no one. Suddenly, the mischievous Yu poked her head out, meowing tauntingly. Well, what do you have to say now? She relished his frustration. The portly Yang Gaohan nearly exploded with rage below, jumping and trying to swat at the little black cat. Yu Yu obliged and jumped down to play with him. But play was play, and fighting was fighting. The old saying, "I can hit you, but you can't hit me," needed an update. Yu Yu can scratch, but Yang Gaohan can't hit back. The plump Yang Gaohan couldn't fight back or even get up. He could only silently contribute his emotional points. Seeing how easy he was to bully, Yu Yu, the little black cat, decided to save him for later. After all, a crying ant was more fun to play with over time. But then Yu Yu noticed something new. Her points were increasing rapidly. Yang Gaohan was being beaten, yet her points were still increasing. That's not right. There's no one else here. She looked around, but still saw no one. Suddenly, she received another 99 points for malicious intent. No way, is this a ghost? Her fur stood on end. Holy crap, what's she doing here? The ghost woman, Kuei Yuanyin, newly arrived, was trying to forcefully possess Yu Yu's body. Taking advantage of Yu Yu's soul floating outside her sea of consciousness, Kuei Yuanyin tried to swallow her. Just then, the small bone Biengu beside Yu Yu stirred. The ghost instantly darted out. Yu Yu, now soulless, looked vacant, the very picture of a simpleton. After a while, Kuei Yuanyin's ghostly spirit emerged. ECI had mentioned before that they weren't the only ones living here. There were also the ghost domain people from the south. Gently lifting Yu Yu's face, Kuei Yuanyin thought, this adorable, vacant look is really quite something. If Kuei Yuanyin were to occupy this physical body, the Nightless Lord would never have a moment's peace. No wonder ECI said Yu Yu learned her devious tricks from somewhere. He was referring to Kuei Ibai. Kuei Yuanyin practically drooled with excitement. Her terrifying face looked as if she wanted to devour Yu Yu whole. Her thoughts were grand, but reality was harsh. Bang! Kuei Yuanyin hit something like tempered glass. Ow. My head is ringing. Why can't I possess her? If the system gives someone the ability to project their soul, it would certainly protect their body. Otherwise, spending 200,000 points on a skill that only lets you possess kittens without protecting your own body would be a total ripoff. This time, the system actually did something right. Kuei Yuanyin's points increased with a critical hit. The collision startled Biengu, but the little bone, who had been asleep for several episodes, seemed determined to stay that way. Ever since the incident at the Yu Yu Palace, Biengu had been different, either sleeping or on the way to sleep. Kuei Yuanyin was not about to give up. With a living, soulless body right there, how could she possibly let it go? She tried again, focusing her spirit into a single point for the attempt. She practically contorted herself, but the tempered glass wouldn't break. This thing made in China, or something? Kuei Yuanyin was repelled again, even worse than before. This was the first time being a ghost had been so frustrating. With each failed attempt, her ability to devour others grew, but so did the risk of being consumed by that power if she didn't find a host body soon. Kuei Yuanyin then sent out emotional points. I'm out of here. I can't possess her. I need to report this to my clan. Yi-Si's girlfriend has abilities that counter our ghost clan. Yu Yu, oblivious to everything, became the focus of the ghost domain clan's attention. Trouble really does come from nowhere. Kuei Yuanyin sent out points reflecting her fear of Yu Yu. After all the commotion, Biengu finally sat up like nothing had happened. I think I just dreamt that someone was trying to possess Yu Yu's body. Oh well, sleep is more important. Biengu lay back down and started snoring again. The oblivious little bone had no idea of the danger he had just escaped. Yu Yu returned, receiving points from Kuei Yuanyin the whole way. She kept getting points, but couldn't see anyone, so she hurried back. As soon as she returned, she smelled something like stale perfume. Oh, this perfume is poisonous. Yu Yu quickly jumped down to see where the smell was coming from. The stale perfume scent on the wall. was probably left by Kuei Yuan Yin when she bounced off. Animals pick up on these scents easily, which is why house cats are always sniffing around. Something bad has been here. The little black cat walked over to Biengu. All you do is sleep. I'm out there working, and you're here sneaking a nap. Yu swiped at Biengu with her paw. What kind of dream are you having? Sleeping all day and night. She then quickly returned to her own body. Biengu jumped up, startled. Someone just attacked me. I'm sure of it. Back in her own body, Yu nearly tore the bed apart. Biengu, you idiot! Did you see anything? Biengu, clueless, just stared back with a puzzled look, then jumped onto Yu's face and purred. A little cat came by. You're messing with me, you stupid Biengu. You pretend to sleep all the time, and now you're playing dumb. I can't understand your gibberish. Speak plainly. Biengu, exasperated, stood up and chattered even more. If he actually managed to speak human words, it wouldn't be Biengu who was shocked, but Yu. All right. I'll assume for now that you can't speak properly. Next time, just let me know beforehand if you can't speak, so I don't hit you again. Early in the morning, acting like nothing happened, she wrote to Yi, who's at the military camp, about her achievements here. The locals all adore her. Not a single word about beating up Biengu. Just then, Lao Lu rushed in. It's terrible. Yang Gaoan is causing trouble again. Yu immediately slammed her brush down. What's he done now? Yang Gaoan has closed all the city gates. He's ignoring the lives of the people outside. Those with the plague and those without are all being treated as if they have it. Damn that little brat. He's gone too far. Relay my orders. Assemble 200 men from the Dark Knight unit. Go and kill Yang Gaoan. Open the city gates and save the people. The Dark Knight unit immediately began preparing for the assassination. Yu hadn't even entered the gate when someone mocked her for having legs half the length of everyone else's. But she couldn't very well ask for help. Let them laugh. Just wait until I'm done with this. You'll get yours. Yu might be small, but when it comes to holding grudges, she can remember them for 800 lifetimes. Lao Lu was thrilled to hear about the impending battle. Are all of Yi's soldiers so brave and skilled? All right, you idiot, that's enough. Now's not the time for dancing and celebrating. Then Yu beckoned with her finger. Hey, idiot Lao Lu, come here. I need to tell you something. We definitely need to kill Yang Gaoan, but we need a plan. After all, he's a government official. We need a legitimate reason to kill him. We also need to do right by the people. That way, we'll have a good explanation for Bei Yudi. After all, Yi just sent me here. I don't want to be known as a little demon. You're absolutely right, little general. I'll make the arrangements. Let's go to the military governor's place and then decide what to do next. When Yang Gaoan learned that Yu was going to the military governor, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. That little brat. Instead of sleeping at home at night, she's running around. The military governor and the regional inspector may not have a higher rank than me, but they have the authority to supervise my administration and actions. If they think I'm doing a bad job, they can report directly to the court and have me punished. Summon the military governor and the regional inspector immediately. I can't let that little night-prowling general meet with them. But Yu had already beaten him to it. She had already spoken with the military governor and the regional inspector. Now, there was only one left, the Yin Prefecture Magistrate. This dilapidated shack is worse than my outhouse. Quan Chi was writing. Ancient people didn't have phones. When they couldn't sleep at night, they would either paint or write. It was the only way to stave off boredom and make time pass faster. But the appearance of Yu and Xiao Biengu completely broke this stalemate. No more boredom for you. Quan Chi was so startled, he dropped his brush. A ghost. Quan Chi's fright meter hit 99. Are all the people in Yinxing this easily frightened? The slightest thing makes you jump out of your skin. The city gates are closed, and you're still in the mood to paint and write? You've got nerves of steel. Quan Chi quickly covered up his work. You little brat. What are you doing in my house so late at night? Do you even know where this is? Yu ignored him and strode right in. Hello, my name is Luo Yingyu, daughter of Yi, future top general of the Nightless Army. For short, you can also call me Yu. Quan Chi was dumbfounded. It was the first time he'd met someone who introduced themselves like that, revealing all their cards. Although Quan Chi was shocked, he still wanted to laugh. Because this little kid, barely over a meter tall, was the legendary Yi's junior general. That doorstep must have been a real challenge for you, huh? This was Yu's first time out in the field, and the first time she'd received such an insult. But it's okay. I'm only a little over 4 years old. I'll grow taller soon. Right now, there's a locust plague outside Yinxing. And it's not just Yinxing. Farmers all over the country are starving. Now, the governor has closed the city gates. leaving the people outside to fend for themselves. How are they supposed to survive this famine-stricken autumn? Quan Chiji slammed his fist on the table in anger. Yang Gaoan is a corrupt official. He only cares about his own comfort and ignores the plight of the people. I noticed the decrease in birds a long time ago. It was bound to cause a famine. But he, as the governor, didn't care at all. Now, the people of Yinqing have to pay for his mistake. While others are starving, they feast on delicacies without a thought for the people. Now they've even closed the city gates. Doesn't he consider the consequences? I also know that the Emperor of Beiyu's order to capture the birds was a secret decree. Even the civil and military officials are unaware of it, let alone someone like Quan Chiji, who's just an observer. Yet, he clearly grasped the issue. It seems he's not so simple. Do you have any good strategies to change this situation? I do have some, but they won't have much effect on this famine. Still, it's better to have something than nothing. Little General, come with me. Quan Chiji led me to the backyard of his house. There was a cage covered with white cloth. In ancient times, the only way to eliminate locusts was with chickens and ducks. But in ancient times, many people wouldn't even think of that, because when they were hungry, the first thing they'd do was slaughter their own chickens or ducks to fill their bellies. Even if they didn't kill them themselves, others would steal their chickens and ducks. The reason Quan Chiji covered the cages with white cloth was that chickens won't lay eggs if they can't see the sun. This made Ruru, who's been eating sweet potatoes lately, drool. How about we kill one now? This is my 5th batch of chickens and ducks. I can't kill any more. If I do, there won't be any left. Have you released any before? Before, I would always inform the governor about my plans to release them. But strangely, every time I told him, the chickens and ducks would mysteriously die the next day. So I've been holding back, not knowing what to do. Punishment is his call. We can't do anything about it. I immediately became interested. This means Yang Gaohan knew about this. But this concerns the safety of the people. Why would he do such a thing? And that Kuei Yuanyan by his side is also a big problem. It seems that at the foot of the emperor, there are not only common people, but also demons and monsters. We must eliminate them completely. And that damn emperor is also a promoter of this kind of surveillance. They all have problems. She killed the governor just because of one sentence from him. She didn't even give the emperor any face. After talking with Quan Chiji, I found his plan quite good. Using chickens and ducks to eliminate locusts not only improves efficiency, but also feeds the chickens and ducks. As the saying goes, chickens produce eggs, and eggs produce chickens. Let's just eliminate the governor. It's time to replace an official who disregards the people. With a bang, the governor's mansion gates burst open. The servants all ran out. The governor is dead, but these servants are innocent. Let them live. There's probably a massacre going on inside. Zheng Lung jumped out. Yang Gaohan was stabbed, but it's hard to say if he's dead. And that Zhu Chao ran away, his fate unknown. I visited the regional inspector before. He has ulterior motives and has always held a grudge against Yang Gaohan. A few years ago, Yang Gaohan's sudden appointment as governor made him very unhappy. I just went to sow discord a few days ago. I didn't expect things to develop so quickly. I politely brought some pastries from the capital to greet the regional inspector. Now with the famine, the people of Yin Prefecture can't even afford a meal. How could I have a chance to eat these? But I said, just because you don't have food to eat doesn't mean the governor's mansion doesn't. Yang Gaohan's concubines often eat these as snacks. You've been the regional inspector for 20 or 30 years, haven't you? If it weren't for Yang Gaohan, the governor's position would be yours now. Upon hearing this, his anger soared, almost causing him to pass a kidney stone. I simply told him about the situation between Yang Gaohan and himself. People's true nature is revealed when they are hungry. What he does next is up to him. Although Yang Gaohan was stabbed, he's not completely dead yet. If he's not dead, then let's give him another stab. When killing someone, you must silence them. Don't give them any chance to breathe. He only dared to act after receiving Yu Yu's order. Otherwise, he couldn't bear the crime of killing a minister. Now that the governor and the regional inspector are dead, Yin Prefecture City will definitely be in chaos. However, this is also the best time to open the city gates. Biengu, let's go open the city gates now. You should know the way, right? Biengu's excitement points plus 99. Thinking about it, Biengu's happiness points also increased so much. We arrived at the top of Yin Prefecture City. Usually, this is how you climb up when attacking a city. Suddenly, a hand slap. His name is Song Fei Guang, a member of the Dark Knight Force. But what puzzled him was when did a little kid end up standing on the city wall? Song Feiguang was startled. Points +9. Your whole family are little kids. This Yu is the little general, the future commander of the Evernight Army. You idiot, why climb up here when the city gate is right there? Aren't you tired? After learning that it was the little general, Song Feiguang was first shocked. Hello, little general. I'm from the Dark Knight Force. Although you don't know me, we all know you. Judging by your accent, could you be a member of Lao Lu's unit? Didn't they say there were hundreds of Dark Knight Force members? Why is it just you? Hee them? They haven't climbed up yet. As expected, they wouldn't use the main gate, insisting on sneaking in. Are all assassins as stubborn as you guys? Haha, little general, our wall climbing skills are top-notch. Quickly praise me. Now that we're here, tell us who you want to eliminate. I heard General Zhou Hong say you really want to kill the Dog Emperor. Is that true? I didn't say that. I wouldn't dare decide something like that. Well then, how about we take this city? These brothers behind me are all top assassins of the Dark Knight Force. Taking a city is a piece of cake for us. I've already thought it through. As soon as we seize control of the city gate, our brothers from all directions will rush in, and we can wipe them out in an instant. But Yu said that she had already taken the city. I never expected this. Lord Yu is truly brilliant and heroic, awe-inspiring, and extraordinary. We climb for nothing. Just then, many hoofbeats sounded from the city gate below. Little General, we've come to help you with the disaster relief. It was Xian Yuan who still owed money, and everyone from Eternal Peace Academy. Now the author has drawn both the first and third pictures and is just waiting to color them. From this art style, we can see that Yu's hair is down and she won't be wearing a mask anymore. A 4-year-old girl dressed in battle armor, leading Lao Lu's troops to war. Even the future emperor came to celebrate her. The common people were heartbroken to learn of her departure. Yu, holding the deputy's seal, ordered the 4 city gates to be opened. In ancient times, city gates needed to be pushed open manually. There weren't any sophisticated mechanisms. As the city gates opened, Xian Yuan, leading the scholars of Lingzhou City, also entered. Although they didn't have much fighting power, they had their own methods for helping the common people with disaster relief. Ending the famine and eradicating the locusts were their main goals this time. The common people of Yin Prefecture City, upon hearing that they were from Lingzhou City, came out of their homes. Lingzhou City is governed by Marquis Eternal Peace. The culture, education, and administration, they're just like our modern times. Their arrival only brought good things, no bad things. Just like the People's Liberation Army in ancient times, wherever they went, the common people adored them. As the saying goes, Beiyu Kingdom looks up to Lingzhou, and scholars throughout the land look up to Lingzhou scholars. Standing above, Yu shed tears of emotion. It turns out I haven't been fighting alone all this time. I have you. This invigorated Yu even more. She first called down to Xian Yuan from the city wall, arranging for these scholars to investigate the households and assess their situations. They were to visit the families who had previously received sweet potatoes from Yu, as some had likely run out. All of this data needed to be collected. Unexpectedly, Yu's voice could be heard even in the summer heat. As expected, a child's voice is loud. Most importantly, it could be heard clearly even at the city gate. Beautiful flowers bloomed, and soon peach blossoms blossomed as well. The Easter Dark Knight Force also arrived in Yin Prefecture City in time. Along the way, they too had been distributing sweet potatoes for disaster relief. The situation in the east was now clear, and this simpleton came from the west. The Dark Knight Force along that route did the same, distributing sweet potatoes and sweet potato seedlings all the way. The Dark Knight Force are all assassin-type operatives. They love to show off their speed. Those sweet potatoes you have were all grown by us in the West, so the credit is ours, Lao Lu. Assassins generally don't care about reasoning, only speed. Our eastern region is the farthest, but we were the first to arrive. You guys must have slacked off on the way. So how did you manage it? Yin Prefecture City is the closest to the capital, almost in the center of the entire map. We set off 20 days ago. That is to say, Yi Si's letter wasn't just sent to Yu's colleagues, but also to colleagues in both the east and west. They all arrived practically on the same day. Something that would normally take several months was completed in 20 days. Now, so many people have suddenly arrived. Not only do we have to arrange them properly, but we also have to assign them work. This is so troublesome. ECI sending us here for training definitely isn't that simple. Now the Dark Knight Force has a total of over 200 people. The famine in Yin Prefecture City has basically stabilized. Yu has come from the north, so east, west, and north have all been covered. only the south remains. And because of the plague in the south, Yang Gaohan closed the city gates long ago. After considering everything, Yu Yu calmed the noisy environment with a single sentence. Our next step is to address the plague in the south. Leave half of the people you brought to help the farmers in Yin Prefecture City. The rest will come with me to save the villagers in the south. The south means we'll be dealing with the next city. We need the best of the best. The governor of Yin Prefecture City must have ignored the situation, causing this disaster. Should we get rid of the governor? Or make him scrub toilets or something? But Yu Yu said, rather embarrassed, the governor is already offed himself. I guess the toilet scrubbing job will have to wait for the next one. Yu Yu's words left everyone speechless. Their points quietly increased. All of you, stop standing around. Killing a governor is nothing. Our priority now is disaster relief. Zheng Lung, Song Fei Guang, Hong Shua, bring a few elite Dark Knight spies with me. If their governor doesn't cooperate, just take him down. After receiving the order, the several people nodded in agreement. Yu Yu was going to deal with the plague, and since plague is contagious, she had to change into plague-resistant clothing. Even if Biengu was immune to poison, Xi and Yuan, along with the Lingzhou scholars, escorted Yu Yu and her group out of the city. The common people cheered and saw Yu Yu off. This disaster relief effort had made Yu Yu quite famous. The surviving citizens of Yin Prefecture City all came out to cheer, hoping for Yu Yu's triumphant return. To her right were the members of Eternal Peace Academy. Closely following was Zheng Lung. There was no helping it. Zheng Lung was a master flatterer. A man held two ancient giant beasts captive. One was a giant infant capable of tearing apart anything. The other a Hua Ning capable of igniting anything. Ever since Yu Yu arranged for them, they had been confined by Yi Ci in a barrier. The space within the barrier was small, which was pure torture for creatures who loved to soar through the sky. Seeing the barrier open, they thought it had failed and wanted to rush out, but stopped short at, oh, it's that mask guy again. He's the one who trapped us here. No use running. There's no escape. I need you to do something for me. Which of you is willing to go out? In the next second, both giant eagles, who normally soared through the heavens, stood before Yi Ci like roosters. The main thing was being able to go outside as joyful as children eager to play. The giant eagles put on cute expressions. Pick me, pick me. Yi Ci had a phobia of cuteness. Little knife, you're too scary. Cuteness can't be fake. This time, we're going to deal with a plague. Let Xiaohua go. At least he looks like a phoenix. Xiaohua Ji was overjoyed at the chance to go out. The giant infant thought, I wish I hadn't come. Insulted and then rejected. Yi Ci waved his hand and a blue light flashed. The barrier opened, and Xiaohua Ji flew out with Yi Ci. Before, with two of them inside the barrier, at least they could talk. Now he was all alone, bored to death. Meanwhile, south of Yin Prefecture City, some farmers were so hungry they had even stripped the trees bare. Although the Dark Knight force had arrived, some farmers, even when they saw food, were too weak to reach for it. At Yu Yu's headquarters, two members of the Dark Knight force stood guard at the entrance. Zheng Ning held something back from Yu Yu. In ancient times, the best way to prevent epidemics, just like now, was with masks. But Yu Yu is immune to all poisons and mysteries. The plague virus can't enter her divine gate. Oh, little general, don't be silly. I'll bring it myself. Biengu, standing beside her, was unhappy. How can you be so inconsiderate? Can't you see I'm right here? Would it kill you to ask me first? Yu Yu punched Biengu on the head. You want everything you see. It's your nature as a horse. Be good, Biengu. You're naturally beautiful and immune to 100 poisons. You don't need to be immune to those things. Are you telling the truth? Don't lie to Biengu. At that moment, the door curtain was pulled open and two members of the Dark Knight force entered, escorting an unidentified bandit. This man is a hardened criminal. Even now, with the drought, this man is still robbing the farmers. If it weren't for them, so many farmers wouldn't have died. The plague wouldn't have happened. According to Zheng Nung, there are many like him in the south. They take advantage of the chaos to kill and rob. If the officials don't intervene, they'll band together and form gangs. And Yu Yu hates this kind of person the most. They don't deserve any sympathy. Killing him will solve everything. The bandit, upon learning he was sentenced to death, was filled with regret. There's no such thing as a regret pill. If you don't die, how can we face those diligent, hardworking farmers? How can we face them? If we don't kill you, wouldn't it send the wrong message? I order the Dark Knight Force to kill any bandits they see on sight, without consulting me. If we follow the map, we should be almost out of here. Along the way, we've seen so many starving farmers. The sweet potatoes have caused quite a stir. These bandits have probably been following me from the beginning, but they wouldn't understand how to grow them. This plague control requires us to educate them. We need to keep the plague within our understanding. The bodies must be burned. Most plagues are caused by rotting corpses. As a result of these past few days of repeatedly fighting the drought, extinguishing fires, and burning bodies, the plague has been greatly suppressed. We've saved many people from starvation. But most importantly, I didn't expect to gain so many points from this drought relief effort. We're about to break 200,000 points. If I had known we could get so many points, I wouldn't have listened to ECI and stayed in the capital. At this moment, the Dark Knight Force discovered something new. Evil spirits were at work. Upon hearing about the evil spirits, Yu Yu was initially confused. However, the plague was likely half caused by them. Yu Yu was one step closer to the truth. A 4-year-old girl found a 200-year-old boyfriend, and she even led a large army. The Dark Knight Force had just reported that evil spirits were at work nearby, but the specific type of evil spirit was unknown. They only knew that the evil spirits had already attacked a city. As the second in command of the Night Monarch, Little General Yu Yu's first thought was to eliminate the evil spirits, saving the people and reclaiming their homes. Little General Yu Yu never expected so much to happen as soon as she left the southern part of Yin Prefecture City. First, bandits seizing grain, then the plague, and now evil spirits attacking. Why did all these things happen while Yi Si and Han were at war with Liao? Although this was Yu Yu's first encounter with evil spirits, and she didn't know what kind of tricks they had, she grew increasingly worried. Hey, Zhenglong, as far as I know, the ghost domain should be quite far from here. Isn't it unusual for them to bypass the buffer zone and come here directly to cause trouble? Zhenglong had previously encountered Ghost Jade. Although they were called Ghost Jade, they were more like vampires. They like plagues and acupoints. Perhaps the strong scent of blood attracted them. Yu Yu knew that even the strongest scent of blood couldn't travel that far to the ghost domain. Not to mention, there's a river in between. It's most likely an inside job. Although our comrades on the front lines have discovered the ghost domain, we don't know how many there are. Usually, very few are attracted unless it's prearranged. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to be so worried. I remember the last evil spirit surge was the largest Zhenglong has ever encountered. It was like a battle between us. I didn't expect you to know about the ghost domain surge. Of course, 5 years ago, I single-handedly killed a dozen ghost domain soldiers. That's how I became a research team leader. According to reliable sources, the Nightless Army and many people in the capital are saying that the ghost domain surge was largely due to the Northern Yu Kingdom. Before he took the throne, the Northern Yu Kingdom was always peaceful and prosperous. But as soon as he ascended, all sorts of demons and monsters appeared. Yu Yu suddenly remembered Tina's mother's smiling face. Forget it. Let's rescue the villagers first. Follow me. Yu Yu spat forcefully. She seemed to have encountered the Sies Sui she'd been thinking about. Sweat poured down Yu Yu's forehead. Bien Gu also stopped. This naked, pantsless thing should be the Sies Sui, but it looks kind of like my turtle. Yu Yu was startled by the Sies Sui's hoarse snarls and its ugly, disgusting expression. Ground demons are the lowest level of ghosts. They have no minds, bite anyone they see, and their favorite food is human flesh. Without a word, it lunged at Yu Yu. But don't forget, just a few days ago, Yu Yu single-handedly defeated a late-stage Imperial Martial Grandmaster. Yu Yu quickly drew her sword and with one slash, split the ground demon in two. I haven't even finished introducing myself, and you want to come here and die? The ground demon seemed to say, you don't need to introduce yourself. There are plenty more where I came from. There's plenty of time for introductions. Each one looks like a bullfrog. Drawing her dagger, Yu Yu faced the first one that rushed towards her. Little General, don't be afraid. Oh, how annoying. That kid stole my battle cry. His good days are probably over. The ground demons were twice the number of Yu Yu's Dark Knight force. However, every member of the Dark Knight force was a first-class expert. Killing these creatures was like an adult fighting children. At this moment, a war demon jumped out from the crowd of ground demons. They are usually the leaders of the ground demons. They have a little bit of intelligence, but not much. Their favorite tactic is a sneak attack. But Yu Yu wasn't afraid that I can take on 10 of you. But Biengu, playing dirty, headbutt the war demon. Yu Yu immediately raised her Xianyuan sword. You scoundrel! You dare sneak attack me? You must want to die. The next second, Biengu jumped up and kicked 2 large holes in the war demon's chest. Compared to ground demons, war demons are slightly larger and slightly more intelligent. But they share one common trait. They don't like to wear pants. Zheng Wen, that old rascal, wants to shave heads. Now I finally understand why he said he killed a dozen in the Ghost Domain surge. He likes shaving heads. This one's definitely dead. Yu Yu silently added another achievement. Protected the little general, slaughtered ground demons, broke through the encirclement. After these CS Sui die, they slowly turn into black water. Then, with a bit of fire, it saves on labor costs. But now is not the time to rest. We need to check on the villagers. After the battle, he returned to camp and collapsed on the bed, too tired to get up. An entire village's worth of CSWay were finally cleared out. Soon, the newcomers and Marquis Yongin students will also arrive. Yu Yu yawned constantly from exhaustion. Children are different from adults. Normally, they need 9 hours of sleep. Time to activate sleep mode. Sleep, sleep. Whoever wakes me up, I'll kill them. Meanwhile, in the palace, Eunuch Wen hurried to report to the emperor after leaving the national treasury. That little brat Yu Yu isn't in the treasury. Emperor Baiyuo was so angry upon learning that little princess Yu Yu wasn't there that he almost threw something. I can't let Yu Yu ruin my plans. Call Chunko. Have him bring the imperial guards and capture that damned Yu Yu. After the eastern, western, and northern parts of Yenzhou City were secured, Xian Yuan rushed over as soon as he received Yu Yu's letter. He intended to apply the plan arranged for the north to the south. The northern plan was initially chosen because when Yu Yu arrived, we'd already sent them sweet potatoes beforehand to fill their bellies. But the situation in the south is they're so hungry they're eating bark, let alone chicken and duck. The moment we give them any, they'll definitely boil them into soup. Quan Chiji said it's fine. He'll go reason with them. Have them keep the chickens to lay eggs. But when people are starving, it's easiest to lose their sense of reason. They won't care about your reasoning. Xian Yuan thought Quan Chiji was an idiot, trying to reason with him like a normal person. But Xian Yuan still underestimated Quan Chiji. He's a complete idiot. You're the idiot. What does a little brat like you know? Don't argue with me. Ugh, don't compare my intelligence to your age. Meanwhile, at Yu Yu's camp, Zheng Neng was guarding the entrance to prevent anyone from disturbing her. A Dark Knight spy suddenly came to Yu Yu. Bandits are robbing villagers' food. Does that even need asking? Kill them. One spy just left and another came running. They're disaster victims causing trouble outside, having heard that officials from Yenzhou City have arrived. Causing trouble after we've come? What are they causing trouble about? Hearing about the trouble, Yu Yu hurried out. What are they doing? They say the sweet potatoes we gave them are too difficult to eat. They want corn, peanuts, and things like that. Yu Yu was so angry she wanted to pull out her 1.8-meter long machete and kill them, that I only get to eat sweet potatoes and they want corn and peanuts? Just kill these people. Zheng Long, standing beside her, was puzzled, but they're disaster victims. Are we really going to kill them? Normally, if they were real disaster victims, they'd have gnawed away even the bark on the trees, let alone complain about the quality of the food. All right, you handle the small matters. Call me for the big ones, okay? Don't worry, little General Yu Yu. Go inside and get some rest. Zheng Neng said. He knew that Yu Yu had been tirelessly killing Xie Sui day and night to provide a good living environment for the surrounding villagers. She had been continuously hunting high-level Xie Sui. Biengu and little General Yu Yu were the ones doing it. Even an iron body couldn't withstand such a high-pressure workload. But he was right about one thing. Yu Yu did have an iron body. She even had 3 iron rivets on her head. He was inadvertently worried about little General Yu Yu. Suddenly, another person ran over to report that we found a ground demon. Just kill it. CC already killed it. I just came to let you know. Damn it, I really want to slap you to death, you little punk. After a long time, Zheng was still guarding Yu Yu's door. His subordinates, one by one, were all so dim-witted. Then another one came running over. Zheng, big trouble. Please don't report about the Siesui that have already been killed, okay? No, it's the Imperial Guard. They brought people here. They're probably here to arrest Yu Yu. Emperor Baiyuo just doesn't want anyone to ruin his plans. This is bad. Yu Yu is going to be arrested again. Yu Yu was sound asleep in her room when she was suddenly awakened by a loud commotion outside, like a fight was about to break out. Without a word, Yu Yu jumped out of bed and hopped down, stepping on Bien Gu. She almost sent Bien Gu to the afterlife. Yu Yu ran over and gently pulled open the tent flap. Bien Gu also stood up and followed Yu Yu. Outside, a crowd had gathered. The Imperial Guard had come to arrest someone, but the villagers wouldn't let them take anyone. A large group of villagers, armed with hoes, blocked their way, preventing the Imperial Guard from entering. The little general came out to help the people, and the Emperor wants to arrest her. Isn't this bullying? A child was also crying desperately. Seeing his younger brother cry, he pulled his hair and cried along with him. Shunku also knew the Emperor's actions were wrong. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he wouldn't need to communicate with the villagers. He could just force his way in and take Yu Yu away. The Dark Knight force stood in front of the Imperial Guard, drawing their swords, ready to confront them. It should be noted that the strongest member of the Dark Knight force at this time was Zheng Long, at the late stage of Yellow Martial Realm. While they were no match for Chun Ku, who was at the Xian Martial Realm, their determination to protect little General Yu Yu was unwavering. At this moment, Quan Chiji walked out from the crowd. Everyone, calm down. All the farmers in Yenzhou City know that the vice minister is dedicated to serving the country and its people. His stepping forward in this situation was definitely a good thing. Quan Chiji had always had reservations about the handling of the plague. Now that the Imperial Guard had been sent to arrest Yu Yu, he finally found a target to vent his frustrations on. Shun Ke looked at the man's face. He looked like someone you didn't want to mess with. Quan Chiji pointed a finger at Shun Ke's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. The army deserves respect when it marches. You lot are nothing, arresting people without distinguishing right from wrong. Where were you during the plague, when the common people were suffering under the corrupt officials? Where were you then, when the evil cult infiltrated the city and harmed the people? Where were you? This barrage of accusations left Chun Ku speechless. Then Quan Chiji pulled out the Emperor's imperial edict from his pocket. You incompetent fools. You only care about these trivial matters. You haven't done a single thing to benefit the people. Quan Chiji raised the imperial edict forcefully. If this is how the Beiyu Emperor operates, I refuse to obey these corrupt officials he wants punished. He ripped the edict apart and threw it in Chun Ku's face. The little general has been working tirelessly for months for the sake of the common people. She hasn't even had a good night's sleep. Do you think she wants this? It's your incompetence that forced someone else to step up. Now that someone has, you want to drag her back down. To be just like you? Shin Ku was stunned by Quan Chiji's words. An official would actually give up everything for Yu? The little general is even willing to sacrifice her official position. That's not just proof of benefiting future generations. It's a symbol of her benevolence. Yu, watching the scene from inside, was almost moved to tears. But she also knew that Chun Ku, with his Xuanwu rank, could easily take her away without any discussion. But if he sided with the farmers, he would be executed upon his return. If he took her by force, he would be surrounded and possibly beaten to death by the million farmers Yinqing had cultivated. Since you're in such a predicament, let's do it Yu's way. Just in case, bring Bien Gu and Xiaobu along. Hello, brother Chun Ku. Since you're here, there's no rush to leave. See those tents in the distance? Those are where the farmers live. Take your men and reinforce them. Make sure they're rainproof. Upon hearing there was work to be done, Chun Ku immediately called his men and ran off. Taking Yu back now, or in a few months, made no difference. As long as Chun Ku brought her back, that was all that mattered. The whole issue was easily resolved without any fuss. This left Quan Chiji and the Dark Knight force utterly dumbfounded. To further embrace her sly fox persona, Yu decided to take everyone on a journey, exploring the area around Yinqing. The Dark Knight force members wondered what this sly fox spirit even was. Meanwhile, in the Beiyu Kingdom, The emperor walked alone with a lantern into a pitch-black room. Shuiyun, are you ready? The surrounding shadows coalesced. With just one move, that little girl saved nearly half the people. She even burned the bodies, leaving no death energy to collect. And now you come to me, demanding joy? If you want it, create more corpses. Judging by this ghostly face probably belongs to the leader of Ghost Prison or something. But we still don't know why he's locked up here. The Beiyu Emperor was sweating profusely. She's just a little over 4 years old. Her actions shouldn't be hindering you at all. The ghost became even angrier at these words that a 4-year-old child, indeed, shouldn't affect our operations. But our people have died. Her very being is naturally resistant to the abilities of our ghost clan. Even the ghosts of our Huangwu-ranked warriors struggle to possess her. The Beiyu Emperor finally understood. He never imagined that a little child could pose such a significant obstacle to his plans. Your Majesty, it seems you're truly unaware. You don't even care about this operation. How can I give you anything when you come here demanding it? The Beiyu Emperor tried to deflect the blame. That brat ran off on her own. If your Huangwu-ranked ghosts can't defeat her, why not deploy Xuanwu-ranked ones? I've already set things in motion, and you consider her an obstacle? Then kill her. But the Ghost Prison soul knew that this child wasn't so easy to deal with. He knew that this little girl was their natural counter. Any direct action would result in heavy losses. The Beiyu Emperor also said he couldn't intervene. After all, she is Yi Si's daughter. If he were to be accused of treason for leaving the city to rescue the common people, Yi Si would certainly question him immediately. Besides, Yi Si is truly... Old man Gue, you said that Yi Si kid a few months ago, Ren Yi, that old geezer, specifically went to our Gue territory and killed several of our elderly elders. However, precisely because of this, our people likely inflicted some serious injuries on him. But judging by his complexion, he seems perfectly fine. His cultivation must have improved again. Now everyone outside is saying that little girl has the ability to incinerate corpses and disperse blood energy. Our people are being slaughtered in Yinzhou City, forced into retreat. They simply can't defeat her. We no longer have the means to create a large number of corpse ghouls to launch another wave of evil like 5 years ago. It's simply impossible. The Beiyu Emperor sneered. Absorbing 1 million ordinary people is probably out of the question. But if we target Huang Wu realm or D realm cultivators, the effect should be much better. A cultivator's blood energy is inherently far superior to that of an ordinary person. That's right. It's just as he said before. If Chun Ku's troops fail to bring Yu Yu back in time, kill them all. The Imperial Guard's corpses can also be refined into corpse ghouls. Huang Wu realm corpse ghouls are far stronger than ordinary Huang Wu realm cultivators. Wei Yu laughed heartily. The more they kill, the more corpses there will be. The more corpses, the more corpse ghouls. It's a never-ending supply. As for that ECI, there's no need to worry. ECI is currently preparing for war and won't have time to pay attention to this side. Also, have the Donggong family secretly gather grain from everywhere. Once the two countries go to war, their grain supply will be cut off. They'll lose before the fighting even begins. You're truly despicable. After Chun Ku finished arranging these matters, he prepared to read the imperial edict to Yu Yu. The edict ordered Yu Yu to return immediately or face charges. Chun Ku knew that little General Yu Yu's actions were right, but he didn't understand why the emperor was doing this. At this moment, Chun Ku was conflicted. He was a nervous wreck. After receiving the imperial edict, Yu Yu quickly put it in her spatial pouch. This edict is made of gold, very valuable. I can take it back, refine it, and exchange it for money. Captain Chun Ku, since we have to go back, let's first go to the county city to check on the situation there. Since we're going back anyway, a detour is perfectly reasonable, she said. For example, even if we could get there in an hour by going straight, I insist on making a 360-degree turn. Go to Yinxing, then go check on things in the east, and then take the back roads back. Chun Ku knew this little rascal would never agree to his request so easily. However, the longer it took to return, the longer he could postpone his execution. While Chun Ku maintained a positive attitude, the pranksters of the Dark Knight Force were overjoyed. This roundabout journey nearly circled the entire globe. Little General Yu Yu, you're incredibly awesome. Stay low-key, stay low-key. I've always been very low-key. You don't need to come with me. They won't do anything to me. Zheng Ming, you're in charge of the disaster victims here. As for Song Feiguang and Jiang Hongshua, you two take your teams and follow me. On this trip, we must fully embody our prankster spirit and let everyone know we exist. Understood. Although the term prankster wasn't particularly elegant, it did sound fierce and domineering. From now on, we have a new name, the Dark Knight Pranksters. Brother, do you know what prankster means? It probably means 6th in combat ranking. Maybe there's a first place too. This way we have a ranking. You suddenly stop. That's right, following me means there will definitely be iron rice bowls. Everyone get some sleep tonight. We'll set off tomorrow morning to fully engage in disaster relief and treat the common people. Oh no, Yu's been captured. Bing Fu was also severely injured. Yu was originally hiding in her bed, not wanting to go out at all. But Biengu rushed in at this moment. Something terrible has happened. There's trouble outside. Seeing Yu ignoring him, he pulled Yu's blanket, dragging her out with it. Stinky Biengu, I was sleeping soundly. What are you doing? Yu angrily wanted to punch Biengu's head, but judging by Biengu's expression, it seemed something serious had indeed happened outside. Why is it so noisy outside? Yu became fully alert. There are a lot of Voldemort and battlefield monsters outside. This wave must have tens of thousands of small fry. Every member of the prankster force held a torch. These Voldemort cannons, no matter how much they fire, we can't win against such overwhelming numbers. The passengers hurriedly led their younger brothers towards Yu. We must protect the little general. But at this moment, her eyes were glowing crimson. Yu didn't need anyone's protection. You go protect the villagers. Biengu is still with me. This was the first time Chunku had seen the little general like this. He was quite frightened. But even as powerful as she is against so many demons and monsters, protecting the common people now, this act moved Chunku. Since the little general has spoken, we will protect the villagers of Yinqing. Yu's body radiated lightning. I'll wipe them all out. Voldemort gradually approached Biengu. Yu pulled the dragon sword from her spatial pouch. With a swing to the left, she killed a large swathe. Go to hell, you nosy pests. But for every swathe Yu cut down, another wave of Voldemorts surged forward to replace them, though we just killed so many the other day. Why are there so many more? Yu charged in and out of the Voldemorts with the Dark Knight Pranksters. The Voldemorts also charged towards Yu and her group. Just as the Dark Knight Pranksters were hunting down the Voldemorts, a dark shadow flew out from the sky behind them. At first, the shadow didn't attack anyone. It just slowly glided across the sky. Below, the pranksters and the Voldemorts were locked in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the dark shadow appeared behind Yu. Yu hadn't noticed anything behind her. The Dark Knight pranksters noticed it then. Chunku, who wanted to warn the little general, was arguably the strongest among them. He was a Xuanwu expert. After he spotted the dark shadow, his first instinct was to run and protect the little general. He sensed that this dark shadow was not ordinary. But the dark shadow smiled faintly at Chunku, as if victory was already assured. Suddenly, it struck Chunku with a single palm, sending him flying several meters away. Chunku's Xuanwu expertise couldn't even withstand a single blow from the dark shadow. This cultivation level is excessively strong. By then, Yu had also noticed the flying shadow. The dark shadow was now flying toward her. Although Yu had activated her blood wheel eye, she seemed unable to summon lightning anymore. The dark shadow slowly wrapped around Yu's body like a hand. With a whoosh, it snatched Yu from Biengu's back. Biengu hopped around anxiously below. He was incredibly worried. His points were also rapidly increasing. Suddenly, the dark shadow turned and released a cloud of mist. Biengu couldn't withstand it and was forced back a considerable distance. Biengu was truly panicked now. He cried and wailed desperately on the ground. But then, the pranksters rushed over from Lingzhou. ECI also arrived at the scene. A single slash from this man could cleave through thousands of troops. Yisi's appearance instantly changed the atmosphere. Watch closely, I'll only teach this once. The sword seemed to come alive in Yisi's hand. After Yu was taken away by the dark shadow, she had been asleep until now. Where is this? Looking at her surroundings, it didn't resemble Yinqing at all. Yu started to panic. Why did you bring me here? What do you want? At that moment, Yu received system notifications. Kuei Shun reevaluating. Points +9. Guisen crisis intensifying. Points +5. Gui Yuanians murderos intent on restrainet. Points +99. So it's Kuei Yuan Yin and you little brats from the ghostly clan. The people of the Nine Seals sect are so arrogant now, daring to bully me directly. Yu opened her control panel point 200,000 points for 1. If I pull out the third nail, maybe I won't need to be afraid of him. But should I pull the one on my head or the one on my back? If I pull the one on my head and it gives me some useless skills again, I'll really die here. But if I pull the one on my back, it will only enhance my physique. Having a strong physique probably won't be enough to defeat them. That old ghost shadow is too strong. He sent Shun Ku flying with a single palm. No, I can't pull the nail on my back. I have to pull the one on my head. Pulling the nail on your back to enhance your physique will only allow you to endure more beating. The old shadow spoke. Hello, brat. How did you know our name? Could it be that old geezer you see I told you? Yu wasn't stupid. She definitely couldn't reveal that she could see it. Since you asked, I'll have to answer. I just won't tell you. It'll drive you mad. This is old ghost shadow coming closer to sniff Yu. Smelling her scent. This little girl has a strong technological aura. No wonder our ghostly clan's possession skills can't affect you. Hee hee. But if possession doesn't work, draining you dry will do. You seem to have an endless supply of energy. After absorbing you, my power will definitely increase dramatically. Is this it for me? Am I done for today? Suddenly, a beam of light shot over. Is it Tiga? No, it seems to be ECI. You think you can touch our Yu? Even your clan elder wouldn't dare say a bad word about me. You little punk, daring to badmouth me behind my back. At this moment, the black mist was terrified. This voice, this attack method, it's definitely him. I originally planned to just watch the battle from afar, but I unexpectedly overheard someone talking smack about me. Since you're so eager to die early, I'll send you to hell today. Yu, it's Daddy ECI. He's here to save me. See, I told you. And he's putting on that whole, I'm not here to save you act. So manly, I love it. Love it. As soon as Yu saw ECI, she burst into tears. Handsome ECI, I was so scared. Aren't you guys in the middle of a battle? How do you have time to save me? These 3 ugly monsters behind me are so scary. They not only badmouthed you, but they also called you ugly. Kill them quickly. Hey, little ghost, I never said he was ugly. Don't try to frame me. You should talk less. ECI wouldn't even be here if it weren't for you. There's no need to argue. You dare to take my person in broad daylight. It's only natural that I come to get her back. These words completely captivated Yu. So cool. I love him. ECI suddenly extended his right hand. Yu, is he giving me his hand? He's going to protect me. This sense of security is too amazing. At this moment, Yi-Si's emotional budong distorted for a moment. Hey, Yu, what are you doing? Aren't you going to hold my hand? Hee, I'll hold your big head. I meant, give me your sword. Don't waste my feelings. You're so frustrating. After receiving the sword, Yi-Si said, Yu, watch closely. I'll teach you a move, flying dragon in the sky. I'll only teach this once. Learn well, okay? I'll step back a bit. Thank you, Mr. Amazing. With a swoosh, Yi-Si struck a perfect pose. Yi-Si channeled spiritual energy into his body, his eyes flashing brightly. In the next second, with lightning speed, he unleashed a sword soul in a high arc. Dragons and tigers in the sky began to faintly materialize, slowly advancing under Yi-Si's control. Yi-Si always gets carried away when he sees dragons in the sky. Just like the saying, dragon soars, tiger roars. Once at the peak, 10,000 arrows descend. This arrow carries 200 years of power. You 3, prepare yourselves. As everyone knows, once at the peak, 10,000 arrows descend. Yi-Si's dragon sword can cleave a god in 2. Dragon soars. Tiger roars can cut through all things in heaven and earth. Yi-Si's dominance and handsomeness completely captivated Yu. He's mine. I've got dibs. None of you can steal him. Like a Dharma god statue, Yi-Si twirled the sword in his hand, then suddenly gripped it tightly. With a single thrust, the black mist dispersed. The 3 combined little ghosts scattered and fled. Yu, standing in the distance, was puzzled. He didn't even get close to them. How did Yi-Si kill them? Was it the legendary Kamehameha? No, little kid. This is called Jian Dao, not some stupid Kamehameha. This Jian Dao takes 49 days to learn. What, 49 days? Isn't that like Sun Wukong training his fiery golden eyes in Taishang Laojuan's alchemy furnace? I was just saying that casually. Look, Yu's hair is standing on end. After rescuing Yu, Yi-Si called his little helper to go to the other side and rescue the Dark Knight Force, assisting them in clearing out the evil spirits. The battle below was a chaotic mess. Now I finally understand why Yi-Si called his little helper instead of little knife. Fire Phoenix arrived. The tide of the battle, which they were originally losing, instantly turned. Xinggu and Zheng Luan. also noticed the little fire turkey above them. The little fire turkey was in the sky. The Sway couldn't even touch him. He flew right into the middle and performed a dimensional reduction. Attacking the airborne fortress, the Sway couldn't withstand these waves of attacks from the little fire turkey. Because the Sway were afraid, Chingu, seeing the fire phoenix come to their aid, was overcome with emotion, kneeling down to kowtow and worship. The fire phoenix is truly an auspicious omen. Our research project is saved. After this wave of operations by the little fire turkey, the Sway below were left dead or wounded. A great fire covered the entire green belt. After the little fire turkey's fire attack cleared out a large swathe of Sway, the group sat down to rest. Then Chingu spoke. This phoenix certainly looks like a phoenix, but why does something feel off? It seems a bit bald. That goes without saying, someone replied. It's molted again. Because of the fighting with the Han Liao kingdom, countless feathers have been plucked from the little fire turkey. But the future emperor said, this phoenix isn't just bald, it's also ugly. I saved you, and this is how you talk about me? Chingu punched the future emperor on the head, giving him a huge lump. How dare you insult the great fire phoenix? It was then that Yi Lao Lu remembered that Yu Yu, the little general, had been captured. Zheng Lun also suggested they go rescue her immediately. That's right, we can't abandon the little general. We must rescue her. She was captured for us. We can't just leave her. If she dies in ghost prison, then we won't live either. All of us Yin Zhou worms were rescued by the little general. Even if it's ghost prison, I'll go and rescue her. Chingu was moved by this passionate outburst, but you must remain calm. Some of you are only at the 5th meridian, and the best among you are only at the yellow martial realm. You all just saw how Chun Ku, a yellow martial realm expert, was swatted away like a fly just now. He was sent flying with a single slap. At this moment, Chun Ku was trembling on the ground. I'm fine. I'll go rescue the little general right now. I'll go to ghost prison. Diangu valkid over torstai Kiskiviko. Stop busting. Kiskiviko. You probably can't even get up right now, can you? He sniffed as he walked. Slowly, he reached Chun Ku. The wounds on Chun Ku's upper body were from that ghost attack earlier. A scene that would have brought tears to one's eyes was extinguished by Biengu urinating on the wounds. Everyone's jaws dropped. Miraculously, the wounds began to heal. My goodness, Yi Si's precious horse urine has such miraculous properties. If you drink it, can you become immortal? Yi Si's secret was now out. I won't tell anyone that the Empire's #1 general, a 200-year-old monster, is a brat who likes to poke people's butts with his sword. Chun Ku, determined to save Yu Yu, planned to go alone. Guei Yu cursing Yuan advised, you better take Biengu with you. His nose is like a dog's. He can smell Yu Yu's scent and find her quickly. Biengu was unhappy that you're the one who's like a dog. Your whole family is like dogs. Chun Ku, his wounds already forgotten, declared, I will definitely rescue little General Yu Yu. After Chun Ku took Biengu's reins, Biengu's eyes lit up as if possessed by Ultraman. Although Xing Yuan had never been to Ghost Prison, he still cautioned Chun Ku, the realm of Ghost Prison is ever-changing. If you really can't do it, come back. Don't die in there. His words may be harsh, but you must heed them. What remained was for Yi Lao Lu and Chingu to immediately arrange for their men to evacuate Juncheng. These people were saved by the little general at the cost of her own life. We don't know if the Sway will return, but the best course of action is to retreat and avoid any further unnecessary trouble. Lao Lu's troops tearfully acknowledged the order. Immediately evacuate the citizens to Yinzhou City. Chingu and the others were responsible for the evacuation. While Yi Lao Lu continued, I will lead the Lingzhou scholars and join you at the next location. Other smaller tribes haven't yet escaped the famine, and the little fire turkey will continue to accompany them. With the little fire turkey's help, even if the Sway come, there's no need to fear, because the Sway are afraid of Chingu. Chingu thought to himself, thankfully, this young man is taking the lead and arranging these matters. Otherwise, who would take charge of the situation? Meanwhile, in Ghost Prison, Yu Yu was sleeping like a log. Suddenly, she woke up. Where am I? What am I doing? She had no idea how she got there. Yu Yu had panicked when she heard about being refined for 49 days. Yu Yu exploded upon hearing that. Although I exploded, my body seems to have gotten stronger. Is this an illusion? Wait, it doesn't seem to be an illusion. There's definitely one less nail in my back. That damn Yessie took a nail from me while I was sleeping. How despicable. This ghost Jade place is really filthy. Just sleeping on the ground got my clothes covered in dust. And Yi Si wasn't idle either. He was taking down those little guys one by one. Hey, this seems pretty fun. Keep poking like this, and the ghost girl will be crying for her mommy. Hee hee. So, big brother Yessie, you like playing this kind of game? You were caught while I was sleeping? Huh? Yessie quickly stood up and put on his mask. What did you just see? I don't like poking ghost girls, but with a knife. The ghost girl really wanted to speak up. He does like poking peoples, but with a knife. Having no other choice, Yessie called Yu over, preparing to brainwash her. Hey, you think you can brainwash me? I'm not falling for that. Always wearing a mask and acting like a grown-up. Always saying I'm mischievous and naughty. I think you're a little brat too. But since you like it, I'll play along. Yo, check it out. Old man Yi Si, I'm a little brat. What do you want to tell me? I absolutely will not grab a microphone and shout everywhere that you're a little brat, a problem child. I swear. But don't forget, I'm only 4 years old. Words I've spoken are like water spilled. I can forget them just like that. What the heck? That dog Yessie is actually taking Yu, the great Yu, to ghost prison play. But before going to ghost prison, you have to learn how to kill small monsters. Here, take the sword and try it out. What's going on? This sword is different from the previous one. It's so shiny and awesome. Oh right, maybe Yessie secretly pulled out the iron nail from his back and put it in here. If that's the case, this sword now has 3 iron nails. Its power should be much greater than before. Quickly try it out and see how it feels. That's right, stab it in that direction. The ghost girl is crying for her mommy on the ground in pain. Before Yu could have enough fun, the ghost girl exploded on the spot. Not fun at all. After the ghost girl exploded, she turned into a puddle of foam. Yu, why did you put the sword away? Not fun at all. I used so much strength, and I've already pulled out 3 nails. Why can't I summon a little dragon like you? With that one hit just now, if you could summon a little dragon, I'd eat my sword. I've been practicing for half a year, if not a full year. And you want to learn it in a day? It would take you hours just to eat your own. If it weren't for this dragon bone sword being so strong, you wouldn't have been able to kill that Siesue. I was originally planning to leave 2 for you to practice on, but I got carried away and killed 1 more just now. Now Yu is like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Didn't even get a taste. Hey, isn't this simple? We'll just go catch another one. What's there to worry about? Lai Si put his hands on his hips. You think catching one is that easy? And I just fought 3 of them. If we want to catch another one, we'll need Bien Gu's help. After all, you're at best a burden. And I thought you were so powerful. Always saying you're 200 years old. Always saying you stormed Ghost Jade and slaughtered them all. Now I ask you to catch 1 little ghost. And you're hemming and hawing like a girl. Yi Si explained, I'm maybe 200 years old, but my soul is different from an ancient spirit. My soul is 200 years old in current terms, but in ancient spirit terms, it's 15 years old. That's why I look so young. Understand, dummy. Understood. It's just like me, a transmigrator. But last time we talked, he couldn't fight at all. He definitely isn't from my world. Forget it. Whether you're from my world or not, I don't care. The point is, you're just not capable. By the way, old ECI, did you wipe out the Koei clan? I killed the young ones, but not the old ones. After all, the older ones are always harder to kill. Now, let me ask you, what is the Ghost 9 sects? Is this Ghost Jade place also divided into different classes? No. This Ghost Jade place is huge. The Ghost 9 sects is just one of the sects within it. Its composition is equivalent to 9 small gangs combined. The Koei clan you mentioned is just a small gang within the Ghost 9 sects. And this place we're standing in now belongs to the outer area of Ghost Jade. And you know about the outer area. It's like our border, always guarded. But this ghost prison isn't as dark as it seems. It's just darker on the outskirts. So there aren't really any ghosts guarding out here. But the further in you go, the more it changes. Handsome ECI, have you ever been inside? Why don't you take me in to have a look? I went in when I was little. Now, I'm too busy with work, so I haven't been there much. When you were little, like as little as I am now, about your age. But my father threw me in there to cultivate. I was probably even younger than you are now. So couldn't I go in and cultivate too? ECI shook his head. No, you're different from me. You have the quake-breaking nails suppressing your power. I wasn't suppressed at all back then. The inside is as beautiful as the starry sky. You became even more excited. If it's so beautiful inside, wouldn't there be lots of ghosts and things? She looked up at the sky. You can't call them ghosts. They're more like demons or something, because their bodies are made of energy. You could also call them specters. The ghosts in the outer area were actually banished from the inner area in ancient times. Things like evil thoughts, Over time, they gradually formed physical bodies, spawned more evil thoughts, and finally became ghouls and goblins. This profound explanation left Yu Yu bewildered. Forget it. I won't ask. I don't want to hear it. It's a bit too deep for me. I'll just kill them as I see them. ECI thought for a moment. You can go in and have a look around if you want. After we pull out another nail, you can go play. But you must take your essence tonic on time. Don't miss a dose, or it won't be effective. I'll make you a new batch when we get back. I'll probably need to increase the potency too. This is the 6-month supply I prepared for you before I came the other day. Give the expired stuff and the leftovers to Bien-gu. Last time you plucked his fur, it took him almost half a year to recover. Hey, Bien-gu is getting the expired stuff. Won't he think I'm stingy? No, he won't. Bien-gu has been eating my leftovers since he was little. He's used to it. Go on with you. If I could talk, I wouldn't want to eat expired stuff either. If things weren't so tough, even a dog wouldn't eat this. Just then, Yu Yu and the others emerged from the black mist. The air is so much better out here. It was smelly and dark inside and hard to breathe. Then they heard the sound of Bien-gu's horse hooves. Haha, I told you her Yu Yu is blessed and lucky. How could anything happen to her? She's an unkillable cockroach. Haha, it's Bien-gu. I thought you wouldn't come to get me. I didn't think your little short legs would actually carry you all the way here. Yu Yu and Bien-gu traded insults. Here, he. Little Bien-gu, this is a tonic. Every sip is precious. Definitely don't tell him it's expired. Otherwise, Bien-gu will be furious. Little Bien-gu had come looking for her because he was worried something had happened to Yu Yu, so he rushed over as fast as he could. But just as he was feeling relieved, Yu Yu ambushed him. Open wide. Bien-gu wanted to resist, but he couldn't, because you see, I used to bully him like this when they were little. He could only shed tears of playful torment. Little brother Bien-gu, when you're under someone's roof, you have to learn to be humble. Otherwise, I'll sell you to the butcher. After drinking the expired essence tonic, Bien-gu went limp and collapsed on the ground. Now the nail is pulled, the ghosts are slain, and we have 200,000 points. This calls for a celebration. A smelly, ragged figure approached. No way, that looks like a beggar. Wait, is that Chun-ku? Little brother, how did you get so old so fast? An 18-year-old young man now looks like a 38-year-old uncle. Chun-ku had run a long way and was relieved to see Yu Yu alive. But his hoarse voice suggested the journey had taken its toll. He collapsed on the ground after just a few words. Bien-gu collapsed because he drank too much. Chun-ku collapsed from exhaustion. Yu Yu quickly brought Chun-ku a bowl of water. After drinking it, Chun-ku coughed a couple of times. He seemed a little better. ECI also went over to him. Chun-ku's first words were of relief, saying Bien-gu had run fast and told him to bring Bien. But I didn't expect Bien-gu to refuse to let me ride him at all. If I'd known this, I would have brought my own horse. What a mess. I'm exhausted. After Chun-ku finished complaining, he saw ECI and immediately knelt on one knee. Deputy Commander, Chun-ku greets General Yi. Aren't you currently on the Northern Expedition? ECI pointed a finger correct. I am indeed on the Northern Expedition. However, you cannot tell a fourth person that you've seen me. Bien-gu interjected. I'm the fourth person. ECI retorted. You should say fifth. Go on with you. You're a horse. You forgot. Sorry, I almost forgot. You guys continue. I'm going to sleep for a bit. But then again, with just a point of his finger, Yi Si stunned Chun-ku. This oppressive aura must be at the Sky Martial Realm. A 16-year-old at the Sky Martial Realm is incredible. Chun-ku quickly backed away after his contemplation. Right. With the two countries at war, the general must be commanding the battle at the border. Excellent. Such brilliance. I heard you suffered some grievances in Lingzhou. It's my fault. I've been too lenient with my deputy commanders. If there's anything amiss, I'll apologize to you on their behalf. No, it's nothing. It was my fault. I shouldn't have set foot in Lingzhou without permission. Bien-gu, after drinking the expired essence tonic, pretended to faint. In reality, he was crying. Yu Yu, however, couldn't stand this. But Bien-gu wasn't actually faking it. Judging by the emotion points, he was probably genuinely hurt by Yu Yu. Yi Si patted Yu Yu's head. Don't tease Bien-gu too much. He's sensitive. Then, feeling the sensation, he mused. Hasn't this little Yu Yu grown taller? If she gets taller than me, in the future, I'll have to break her legs. After saying this, Yi Si told Chun-ku to take Yu Yu back. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. It had to be said, Yi Si always appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Yu Yu scoffed. Bien-gu, enough. Your daddy Yi Si is gone. Who are you crying for? Let me tell you, I have skin of bronze, bones of iron, and a heart of stone. I won't sympathize with you. But Biengu didn't care. He wanted to continue acting spoiled to gain sympathy. But Yu could see emotions that, if you keep this up, I'll throw you into the dung pit over there. Upon hearing dung pit, Biengu immediately perked up. Hee, I knew it. Our Biengu is a real man. He'd never be upset over drinking expired essence tonic. Biengu thought, I like to try being upset, but my strength won't allow it. After Yu mounted Biengu, she asked, Brother Chinku, are you planning to go back with us, or do you want to take a look inside the ghost domain? Chinku exclaimed, Go on with you. I just ran here from Yinzhou, only had a single sip of water here, and now you want me to run back with you? Can't you be a decent person? Yu, riding Biengu with her 1.5-meter short legs, wandered around. Upon returning to Research City, she discovered something new. The highly intelligent woman had gone mad, and quite seriously so. She even wanted to try carrying things like ants when she saw them moving. It was unclear whether she was hungry or if she had been possessed by CS Sui for too long and had gone silly. In the Hanliao Kingdom, a soldier rushed in. It's terrible. The granary is on fire. He reported to Kuei Yuani, the general guarding the Hanliao Kingdom's border. What are you doing? What are those people in the logistics unit doing? They're dazed and confused all day like pigs. That grain was all bought from the Beiyu Kingdom for my assault on the Nevernight army. Quickly get someone to put out the fire. But the soldier said the fire couldn't be extinguished, because they certainly didn't know what gasoline was. Not only was the grain recently purchased from the Beiyu Kingdom burned, but their own grain was also consumed by the flames. This made Kuei Yuani, the blockhead, jump up. Useless. Every single one of them is useless. All they know is how to eat. There must be spies from the Nevernight army within our Hanliao Kingdom. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. They must be severely punished. The Nevernight army not only burned their grain, but also took a large portion of it. The Dongwu family spared no expense to buy up the gold grain, sent it to the Hanliao Kingdom to attack us, and now it's become our full meal. This kid's time is probably up. Every single member of the Dongwu family must be killed. Yu and Chun Ku slowly returned from the ghost domain. Riding the 1.5-meter Biengu, she would never be stuck in traffic. Not only was he not a person, but now Yu was calling him a vehicle. How difficult. At this point, Chun Ku and his men were dumbfounded. What was a vehicle? Could a vehicle be faster than a horse? Once again questioning life, they emitted emotion points. How could I not be happy? ECI killed so many ghost girls along the way. We didn't encounter any on the way back, and I even pulled out a soul-stabilizing nail. I'm really happy. Fei, wait for me to pull out another one at Chun Ku's villa. Even if Chun Ku's dad shows up, he's no match for me. By the way, last time I told Lao Lu from the Nevernight army to kill the prefect and the inspector. We have to say they killed each other. We even have an eyewitness. It's that military governor. Also, I think that flag bearer Jiren is pretty good. Patriotic and serves the people. I'll recommend him for a promotion to the emperor when we get back. Yu mentioned it more than once along the way. Chun Ku practically wanted to kill himself on the spot, but Yu still wants to go back to Yinzhou City to take another look. There are still people she cares about at the prefect's mansion. Pats Biengu's belly onward. Passenger Lao Di, your horse is too slow. I'm going ahead. After Yu arrived at the prefect's mansion, it was already empty. There was nothing there. The ghosts and everything had run away. Most importantly, Gao Zhijing's wife is also silly. Even if she wasn't possessed by an evil spirit, she wasn't a good person. After all, she became someone's mistress. Seeing ants on the ground, she immediately started ranting. This shocked both Yu and Chinku, who were standing nearby. Chinku also realized that this Lady Gao started her affair with the prefect 6 years ago. 6 years ago was exactly when the CS Sui went rampant. That is to say, many people in our country now are CS Sui. Aren't they locals? If this continues, the number of our native people will decrease. This matter must be reported to the Beiyu Emperor. Yu laughed at D. Oh, you really think reporting it to the Beiyu Emperor will be useful? You should consider that perhaps the Beiyu Emperor isn't a good person either. This guy went straight to the point, hitting Yu where it hurts. What he said seemed to make sense. Storing memories. Yu recruited another follower. This time it was a little different from before. After being influenced by Yu Yu's righteousness, he understood what it meant to be grateful. After visiting the prefect's mansion, they now headed in the direction of Huiji. Chunka finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, there shouldn't be any other trouble, right? Just as they were about to enter the city, they saw a registration point ahead. Adults and children alike were lined up neatly. After registering, they could receive a bag of sweet potatoes and sweet potato slips. They were also taught how to plant them. This is Tuatu's business opportunity. So many people died in Research City. Now is the time to employ people. This can quickly restore the local economy within the GG framework. This person thinks long-term, even about the dead. He could be recruited. His name is Jian Tongxiu. His eyes lit up when he saw the little general coming. Jian Tongxiu pays respects to the little general. Thank you, little general, for saving my life. In Yinzhou City, there wasn't a single person who hadn't received Yu Yu's kindness. However, with so many people in Yinzhou City, he wasn't entirely sure. After all, it's hard to remember faces in a crowd. But she had indeed saved him. He had been so hungry that he was gnawing on tree bark. Sure, Yu passed through Yinzhou City, saw him, and saved his life. A bag of sweet potatoes might not seem like much, but during a famine, being willing to give them away is an act of great kindness. Yu could have directly sold them for profit, but she didn't. Inside the bag were not only sweet potatoes, but also some sweet potato slips. Don't eat the slips. Plant them, and you'll have sweet potatoes in 15 days. Jian Tongxiu was the first farmer Yu saved after leaving Gigi. If it weren't for Yu's appearance, he would have long since died from eating too much tree bark. Chun Ku, standing in the distance, also had a look of relief on his face. Yu might be unreasonable at times, but she was a good person. Almost everyone who saw Yu along the way knelt down to worship her. If the Beiyu Emperor hadn't made me hunt birds, the farmers wouldn't be starving. I really don't understand what he's thinking. After paying his respects, Jian Tongxiu suddenly jumped up. Little General, can I follow you? Yu was about to ask him if he was willing, but he beat her to it. Jian Tongxiu had been orphaned since childhood and had never had much hope for life. Ever since I met the little general, my life has had a purpose, and that is to follow the little general forever. Yu glanced back. The way things are now, you can't follow me at all. They are all the Beiyu Emperor's imperial guards. Jian Tongxiu's gaze was firm. It's okay. I'll find a way to poison them. This young man almost made Baiangu, who was standing nearby, laugh. The lowest among them is at the yellow marshal rank, and the highest, that Xuanwu rank, is immune to poison. They'd have noticed us before we even got close. Yu threw a punch. Baiangu whispered, be serious, don't talk, or they'll find you. Yu's gaze was firm. How about this? You're older than me now, but you can't protect me yet. If you really want to follow me, I'll arrange it. Consider yourself my attendant. Jian Tongxiu once again firmly stated, as long as I can follow the little general, I'm willing to go through fire and water. Good lad, I like your spirit. Bend your head down. You're too tall. My neck is getting tired. Jian Tongxiu awkwardly offered his emotional points. I'll give you a secret code. Only members of the elite Dark Knight squad know this code. Find someone named Zheng Wang. Tell him, Old Six. That's me. You're now a member of our Old Six squad. In Yinzhou City, live like an ordinary citizen. After finishing these arrangements, Chun Ku walked over. Little General, you've been chatting with them for a while now. What are you talking about? What we were talking about isn't something you can just casually mention. Our Old Six great undertaking is never disclosed to the public. Fine, don't tell me. Stingy. The girl is a descendant of Neza, but she is very different from Neza. She possesses Kakashi's Sharingan and lightning powers. Even in battle, the electricity and attributes she releases are one-hit kills. But in the eyes of others, she's just seen as a little kid. Her father is a great general guarding the border territories. He can slay demons with a single step and trade 1,000 soldiers for a dragon. The Beiyu Emperor originally wanted to kill them, so he tampered with their food supplies. If their food supply is cut off, no matter how powerful they are, they won't be able to hold the border. Yi, being a general, how could he be defeated by such a small matter? So he arranged for his men to seize the enemy's food supplies. Not only did they seize the food, but they also burned their storehouses. When this news reached the Beiyu Emperor, all the ministers praised Yi's brilliance. The Beiyu Emperor is a star beast. He is obsessed with increasing his own power. The more people die, the more his power increases. To put it bluntly, he prefers a suffering populace. The more the common people suffer, the stronger he becomes. Because of this, Yi has been secretly plotting to overthrow him. He had He Ying kill the farmers. This way, He Ying could increase his power and then transfer that power to him. But the bad news is his plan didn't work, because Neza's descendant, the little general who escaped from Yinzhou City, saved everyone in Yinzhou City. The fewer people who die, the less He Ying can absorb from the corpses. Most importantly, if the bodies are burned, He Ying can't absorb anything. When Unicorn learned that the little general had single-handedly disrupted all their plans, he was terrified. After all, he had wanted to attack the little general before. Now, he couldn't possibly accuse her in front of the emperor. The Beiyu emperor is obsessed with killing more villagers. When he heard Unicorn say that no one in Yinzhou City had died from the famine, he became anxious. Unicorn also knew that the Beiyu emperor had always used the dead to increase his own cultivation. Now, with no deaths, Unicorn himself was very afraid. He knew that without deaths, the ghostly tribe couldn't give him power. Without increased power, he couldn't defeat Yi Si. Yi Si was secondary. The main issue was that he would die of old age. Now that the ghostly tribe's operation had failed, it meant there wouldn't be another chance. Because Yi Si had already deduced that all of this was orchestrated by the Beiyu emperor. The ghost Jade Frenzy 6 years ago was also the Beiyu emperor's doing. The current famine is also the Beiyu emperor's doing. Now the Beiyu emperor is completely panicked. Only the eunuch and he himself know about his dirty deeds. The other ministers know nothing about it. He is the culprit behind this epidemic. At this time, the ministers all knelt down, because the little general Yu Yu brought the famine to an end. Yi Si is at the front lines. The little general Yu Yu is supporting from the rear. This is truly a blessing from heaven for Beiyu. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Beiyu's primary goal of increasing its power, things wouldn't be like this. Previously, the people of Beiyu only knew Yi Si. Now, the people of Beiyu not only know Yi Si, but also his daughter, the little general Yu Yu. He is General Chun Ku's father. This time, Chun Ku also helped a lot at the front lines. His father's status is very high. He is a grand scholar. Because the little general Yu Yu made a contribution by saving the common people, she should be given a title. The Beiyu emperor is about to explode with anger. How could he want to give her a title? But he can't show this. After all, his current position is emperor. He can't let the civil and military officials see that he is selfish, that he doesn't love the people and only loves himself. On the other side, at the little general Yu Yu's home, Unicorn came to Yu Yu again. This time, it's to bestow an award upon the little general Yu Yu. The title of Yongye will be given to her, because her father is called Yi Si. Yi Si was given the title of Marquis of Yangon at that time. At this moment, Unicorn was terrified, because once the little general Yu Yu has a title, she is no longer an ordinary person. She is practically equivalent to a member of the royal family. If Yu Yu wanted to, she could destroy him at any time. After all, Baingu is by her side now. She doesn't need to be afraid of anyone. Yu Yu was overjoyed after receiving the imperial edict. Now, she finally has her own room. Even if she makes a mess inside, no one will care, because that is the little general Yu Yu's own room. However, the thing that made Yu Yu most unhappy was that Eunuch took it upon himself to arrange servants for her. This way, she has no privacy at all. But it doesn't matter. She can just secretly kill those people later and replace them with her own. After all, she now has a group of very obedient old Six troops. After closing the door, she sent Eunuch away. Old Master Zhang finally got his wish, waiting anxiously for Yu Yu to return. He is Yu Yu's steward and the only person who truly loves her. Yu Yu also loves this grandpa very much. Although he is not her biological grandfather, he is closer to her than a real grandfather. Mainly because Yu Yu is a wild child who fell from the sky. She has been without parents and without love since she was young. The main reason is that Grandpa Steward's cooking is delicious. After Grandpa Steward picked up Yu Yu, she has indeed grown taller and more beautiful. Yu Yu is now titled Little Princess. In the palace, she must be addressed as Little Princess. However, Grandpa Steward is an exception. Grandpa Steward put Yu Yu down. Yu Yu hurriedly said, "I'm almost 5 years old. It's already autumn now, and many things have started to change." Hearing this, Grandpa Steward felt ashamed. Last New Year, Grandpa Steward and Yi Si were both absent, but there was nothing they could do. They had to go to the ghostly realm to deal with some matters. But this year for New Year's, they will probably celebrate here. He needs to prepare a big red envelope for Yu Yu. Yu Yu was overjoyed when she heard about the big red envelope. What child doesn't love receiving a big red envelope? Red envelopes are the happiest part of the new year for children. Although we gradually lose the festive atmosphere as we grow up, children are still very happy. Grandpa Stewart stroked Byangu. His hair has grown back. If Yu Yu hadn't force-fed him to the crispy body, Byangu wouldn't have grown any hair. Byangu asked, "Grandpa, are there any red envelopes for me? Or just Yu Yu?" Grandpa smiled and said, "Of course, there are red envelopes for everyone." Yu Yu said, "I'll keep Byangu's New Year's money for him. I'll help him spend it." Byangu went crazy. "You greedy little Yu Yu. I really want to bite your butt." The girl is a descendant of the gods. Even a human emperor has to kneel before her. But she doesn't want to follow the path of the celestial gods, because she has been sealed with 10 suppression nails. It costs 200,000 to remove a single nail, but the system's wasting her points. It matched her with the ability to control other people's dreams. This is how she found out Yi Si likes blacksmithing and dreams of being a blacksmith, and Byangu likes being a dog. Winter arrived, with heavy snow falling outside. Yu Yu is almost 5 years old. Yu Yu, dressed in new clothes, is saying goodnight to everyone. Although she's always been tough, she's still afraid of the cold. Yi Si is no longer wearing her mask, as there are no outsiders here, only Yu Yu and Byangu. Standing under the cherry blossom tree, Yi Si looks even more charming. But a few days ago, she left me in the ghost domain and walked back by herself. Today she's back again, always appearing and disappearing, so strange. Yi Si waved her hand. "Come here, I'll help you remove the 4th nail." Oh my, when did this Yi Si become so understanding? Hurry up and pull these nails out, they're so annoying. Yi Si waved her hand, and the nail instantly came off. This is good, though. No need to take off clothes in the dead of winter to remove them. I'm almost freezing to death. After the nail was removed, Yu Yu felt like she was ascending. If the nails come out quickly, one sword can do the work of 2. Originally, Yi Si wanted to forge a dragon iron sword for herself. But Yi Si is wondering, if the power of a 3-nail dragon iron sword can easily kill ghosts, what effect will 4 nails have? I'm really looking forward to it. As someone who has dreamed of being a blacksmith since childhood, Yi Si no longer needs a hammer to forge weapons. Yi Si said before that this dragon isn't simple. Even Samadhi, true fire, can't forge it. It's just a matter of continuously adding to it. The more you add, the greater the power, and the more renowned the dragon becomes. Yu Yu, after receiving the sword, was overjoyed. Byangu also came over to watch the fun, unaware that he was about to be in big trouble. Last time, Yi Si used that move, 18 steps of the heavenly dragon. Yi Si watched how capable Yu Yu was and smiled with relief, entrusting the future of Baijun to her. Perhaps it's a good choice, but the next second she'll definitely regret it. Yu Yu played with the sword and Byangu. Byangu, fearless, didn't notice the sword's power. Then Grandpa Stewart came out. "Stop playing, come and eat something to warm up." But Yu Yu, always the prankster, wouldn't let Byangu off so easily. "Come here, Byangu." Yu Yu first asked Grandpa Stewart, "If you knew he wasn't that cute little Jiang girl, what would you think? Isn't he just playing over there?" Yi Si smiled. "You have to know there's a lot in this world we don't know about. I said before, the ghost domain exists because someone ascended to immortality and left behind residual resentment and evil, which formed the ghosts. The reason they're so powerful is that they are immortals. It's not easy to expel them, but there are immortals and there are gods. Immortals and gods are different. Immortals ascend through cultivation, but gods are promoted from human officials. As everyone knows, even the last human emperor had to kneel before the gods. Grandpa Stewart almost lost his footing after hearing this. This means Yu Yu might be a descendant of the gods. She's just lost her memory. Finally, he understood why Byangu was so strong and willing to be bullied by her. Because Byangu's constitution is that of a warding off evil, auspicious deity. But although Yu Yu is of divine birth, her heart isn't just that of a god, but also a mischievous little rascal. With a light snap, a bolt of lightning struck down, punishing Byangu's newly grown fur. It was instantly scorched. This further confirmed that Yu Yu is likely a dragon. Only a dragon could summon lightning so easily. That night, Byangu sat on the balcony, secretly crying. Yu Yu hadn't expected things to turn out this way. way. I'll apologize, okay? Don't be mad at me. It was an accident. Byangu's intelligence is limited. Now she's turned Byangu into Yu, which she didn't want to do. I'm still new to this, not very skilled yet. Byangu was so heartbroken, her scalp felt like it was about to explode. If you don't make it up to me today, I'll keep crying. You didn't know how to handle this. Having no choice, she had to pull out her secret weapon. There, drink this. You'll be better tomorrow. This is my enhanced version, not the expired one. Byangu drank it and immediately became stiff. He's getting more and more dramatic these days. I never realized he liked this kind of thing before. I was just about to go back to sleep when the system popped up. Last time it screwed me over, and now it's doing it again. You really think I'm a pushover? Did the system detect that I have 200,000 points? Since it's just going to waste, it automatically upgraded my soul restoration skill to Empty Dream. Empty Dream is the second step of cultivation. It allows you to pull out the nails in your head more quickly. This is completely over. You damn old broken system. I was saving those 200,000 points for the new year. But, oh well, it's spent. I better hurry up and try out what this Empty Dream can actually do. But I've been trying so hard to sleep, and I just can't. Then the system popped up. Hey kid, what are you doing? Didn't it say you can control dreams? How can I control dreams if I don't go to sleep? Controlling dreams requires choosing a target, not controlling your own dreams. You really are a dummy. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Controlling other people's dreams. That's much more fun. To get more red envelopes for the new year, the girl went around begging like a pauper, pestering everyone she met for a red envelope. If they didn't give her one, her true nature would show. Go away. How can you be so stingy? Why should I give you one? I'm only 16 myself. You should be giving me one, not the other way around. It was different with Grandpa Stewart. A few days ago, he said he'd prepare a big red envelope for Yu. Now he's making good on his promise, hee. Little General, how old will you be after the new year? After the new year, I'll be 5 years old. Little Byangu was also chirping beside her. Grandpa Stewart took out a big red envelope. Byangu wasn't left out either. He got one too, but Yu thought for a moment. She fell from the sky. She seemed to recall Grandpa Stewart saying he also fell from the sky. Anyway, we're both children without parents. Hey girl, don't say I'm stingy and not giving you anything, huh? I'm a pretty generous person. Here's a coin for you to buy snacks. The shameless Byangu reached out for it and immediately popped it into his mouth. This stunned Yu. That was silver. I told you to buy snacks, not eat it like a snack. But Yi said, little kid, what do you know? You can't take it with you when you're born or when you die. If you want to take it with you, you have to eat it and refine it in your belly. Then it's truly yours. Just a little FYI, that thing is silver. It's best not to eat it. You'll get diarrhea. Yi actions left Yu dumbfounded. Just like that, it was gone. No, I have to hide my money. Otherwise, he'll eat it all when he gets hungry later. Forget it. I'm not playing with you today. It's New Year's Eve. I'm going to go play in the streets by myself. It's very lively here during the new year. They sell all sorts of things. Every family is putting up couplets. It's been a long time since I've experienced such a festive day. Yu and Byangu bought some snacks to celebrate the new year. Yi was on the side, lighting a fire to keep warm. Yi is really like a corpse. He's been lying there since just now. I'm starting to wonder if he's a time traveler. It's so fun outside during the New Year celebrations. Aren't you planning on going out? Byangu almost walked his legs off outside. As soon as he got back, he could see firecrackers going off outside. Another new year has arrived, and Yu is another year older. We invented gunpowder, but we never used it as bombs to destroy other countries. Instead, other countries have come to destroy us. Damn ECI, come out and take a look. They're setting off fireworks outside. Aren't you going to come out and see? ECI said, I'm a big kid now. I don't like these things. Then Grandpa Stewart also came back with some snacks. Come, you guys didn't go out? Well, we just got back too. Yu dragged ECI out with all her might. See? Although they're not as diverse as the fireworks of the 21st century, ancient fireworks are beautiful. ECI quietly watched the fireworks display, while Yu watched and oohed and awed the whole time. Look at her, like she's never seen anything like it before. It's getting late. Let's go back to sleep. After watching the fireworks, Yu was even happier to go to bed. By the way, I learned dream control last time. I wonder if I can control Yi's dreams. But the system said Yi is too much stronger than you, so you can't. Or maybe it's because the distance is too great. Damn it, I spent 200,000 points. What kind of garbage skill is this? It's either too far or they're too strong. Then can I control that horse like dog, Majin? I should be able to, right? Animals are okay. Confounded matching started, targeting Byangu, you old beast. Thankfully, Byangu is dreaming. Otherwise, I'd really want to jump up and kick your knee. Calling you a beast is exactly what you deserve. He lay down again and immediately fell asleep. Again and again. In an instant, he arrived at a place with drifting snowflakes. This place was like a fairyland. Byangu's dreamscape is so beautiful. But this is strange. Has he been to a place like this before? Suddenly, he seemed to hear another sound. Someone was talking. Could it be that other people live in Byangu's dreamscape? I have to go and see. The further inside I run, the more beautiful it becomes. There's a big box up ahead. It seems like the sound is coming from this direction. It must be around here somewhere. But where is the person? I'm really curious what Byangu is dreaming about. At this moment, I saw an animal that looked like a cicadere. I guess this is the four-not-alike creature that Jiang Taigong made. This guy must not have eaten enough. Even in his dreams, he's thinking about food. This is probably Byangu, without a doubt. This lazy glutton. Wait, Byangu seems to have seen something. Oh my, is that Yu? The apple in his mouth instantly turned into drool. Disinfectant. Oh my god, how could Yu be here? It suddenly scared the fart out of Byangu. Forced by Yu's presence, the dream began to dissipate. After Byangu woke up, he looked like he was dying. His body kept twitching. Anyone would think he just reached his peak. All right, that's enough cool dreams for today. I'm going to have a nice dream too. Just a little one. And then I dreamt of ECI, holding him in my arms and walking around. The four treasures were also there, collecting red envelopes. I want a red envelope. Since she was little, Yu has had the idea of riding a donkey while looking for a horse. If that doesn't work, then cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang myself. This is Yu's specialty. As for ECI, this was the first time he'd experienced this kind of thing. ECI never imagined that this little brat would be so daring. He was just watching the fireworks over the palace. He even dared to jump from such a high place. Danger warning. If this stunt fails, his butt will be smashed to pieces. But for the iron-skinned Yu, this was simply a golden opportunity. Miss this one, and there won't be a next time. Patting this little head, I guess it's just as empty as Byangu's. Everyone was stunned. Will ECI be angry? Unlike him, I'd only feel sorry for Yu. To say ECI wouldn't be angry would be a lie. ECI grabbed Yu, both of them doing a 180-degree faceplant. But Yu desperately clung to Yi-Si's hair, refusing to let go. Talk about awkward. If he forcefully pulled Yu off, he'd rip his hair out too. Then ECI would be bald. To avoid becoming bald, ECI only gave Yu 2 seconds. But this little brat, Yu, finally had a chance. How could she let go so easily? I've grown up without a father or mother. Other children have it. I want to be held high too, she cried, making Grandpa Steward's heart ache. But Byangu was different. Haha, cousin ECI, what do you think? Can I ride too? Go away. Be careful. I'll punch you and break your horse leg. One little brat is annoying enough. He wants another one. Just then, firecrackers went off. This was a distraction. Yu originally wanted to have a good sleep. She suddenly sat up and oh no, I finally learned the cool dream. Byangu must be thinking about something again. His dream isn't fun anymore. Let's see what Yi-Si's dream is like. At this hour, everyone must be asleep. The firecrackers have stopped too. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Since everyone's asleep, how can I waste this great opportunity? Dream control initiated. Please select your target. Can I control Yi-Si's dream from this distance? This distance is just enough. I'll go back and lie down now. Now, I'll start controlling Yi-Si's dream. Upon entering Yi-Si's dream, it was filled with mountains of gold and silver. From afar, they looked like piles of poop. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was constipated. ECI really does have OCD. Even his poop is so neatly arranged. Gems are everywhere like they're worthless. There are so many, but it's strange. This is his dream. Why is it all about money? He's a total hoarder. He's so rich, yet he's so stingy when it comes to giving me red envelopes. Finally, I see ECI. Not only is he surrounded by gold and silver treasures, but he's also decked out in them himself. And that small piece of silver I just gave him is in his dream too. I'm starting to wonder if this is his dream or his reality. It's probably more likely a dream. If it were reality, that would be pretty disgusting. But why is there a small iron box here? This box, could it be the most precious of his treasures? ECI then pulls out the silver piece from somewhere and puts it inside the box. After all, it's all gold or gems inside. So, he needs to differentiate. Don't just say women love money. Men love it just as much. They practically worship it. Oh shoot, I've been discovered. Who's there? Come out. Oh crap, no way. Didn't the system say ordinary people can't see me? I'm so busted. ECI found me. A girl gets spanked, senseless, just for sleeping in and daydreaming in the morning. Let me tell you what the Dragon King's fury is all about. Even when Grandpa's steward runs in to stop him, he can't. They say you have to discipline bad kids from a young age. Spare the rod, spoil the child. But what did you do wrong? Just peek to EC's privacy, that's all. As the saying goes, find the Dragon King, and you'll find his treasure. ECI originally wanted to keep this secret hidden, planning to pass it down through the generations. But unexpectedly, Yu, this little brat, discovered it. After being discovered, Yu acted like she'd done something wrong. Man, that glare from ECI just now almost scared me to death. I wonder if he noticed me. Meanwhile, Bayangu is sleeping like a log beside her, completely unaware that his little master is about to face a major crisis. Quick, lock the door. Even though it's a wooden door, it might not be much use. Gotta run. Gotta pretend I'm still asleep. Bayangu's head was just left there by Yu. You little brat, you're really something. You can't sleep, so you mess with me, you little rascal. I really can't stand you, little brat. There's no helping it. Even though I can't stand you, Bayangu can't beat Yu. Because I just did something wrong, I'll quickly tell Bayangu to speak up. If ECI comes over later, remember to protect me, okay? But ECI has always been stingy. He's always pretended to be poor to the outside world. Now that someone has discovered how rich he is, his anger has reached its peak. Always calling me dog ECI, dog ECI. You have no idea how adorable this little Yu is. Just watch, I'm going to spank that little cat's, but today. Judging by Yici's footsteps, he's getting closer and closer. This is completely over. I should have known. There's absolutely no hope now with Yici's stinginess. Bayangu immediately stands up when he sees Yici's coming. Oh, so it's Yici's coming to beat Yu. Hee, take your time. I can't stop him. Hey, dog Yici's, what are you doing? I've been sleeping this whole time. I didn't peek at you. Oh, I almost forgot. I'm tough as nails. I'm not afraid of getting hit. Go ahead, hit me. These tiny hands aren't enough to threaten me. Hit away, hit away. But this ECI guy never plays by the rules. I don't believe you're, but is also made of iron. Ovu, I'm dying. If you keep hitting me like this, but it's going to be ruined. Gore brothers, come help me. Grandpa's steward in the next room is the first to run over. He didn't even have time to put on his shoes. Leave that girl alone. Let me handle this. But Yici's, you cur are already here. This kind of dirty work shouldn't trouble you, old man. Step aside. When you need to discipline a child, you have to do it immediately. You can't wait until the next day. They won't understand what they did wrong. Ouch, my butt hurts. My butt hurts. Getting spanked on New Year's Day. This probably means I'm in for it all year. Everyone outside gathers around. That crying sounds like Little General is beating someone again. But the cries sound a bit different. They sound like a child's voice. Let's get out of here. Doesn't matter who's getting beaten. If Eunuch Wong wants us to deal with this brat, we're not even a match for one of his whips. This makes Dark Knight number 6, who is hiding above to protect them, poke his head out. Should we run too? This crying doesn't sound like Little General on a rampage. It sounds like Yici's. Not yet. Let's wait and see. Maybe our hiding spot is high enough that he won't find us. We got beaten up again. They said they'd only hit my head, but they hit my butt too. How can I but be made of iron? Bayangu also can't help it. If it were someone else hitting you, it would be fine. But it's Yici's, my old pal, who's hitting you, so I can't help. Shen is my boss, but Yici's is my super boss. I'm powerless. This feeling of but blossoming is really unpleasant. I should have known Yici's was so petty. I won't dare enter Yici's dreams anymore. Bayangu's dreams aren't good either. But this Yu is fearless. I don't believe it. Besides Yici's, who else in the world can find me in my dreams? Stupid system, come out here. I've been totally screwed by you. Last time, my out-of-body experience was discovered by Yici's, and this time, my dream visit was also discovered by Yici's. You crappy system, screwing over my dad and my mom. You've really ruined me. See that kitten over there? I'm going to possess it. Be quick, be cool, got it? But the system said the soul possession skill you learned for 200,000 has been overwritten by the dream visit skill. To regain soul possession, you'll need to spend 1,000. Spend. To spend it. System, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll get back everything you've taken from me. Dang, dang, dang. Little black kitty arriving. Ultimate form. Kabutak transforms into Doraemon. Now to go find Bayu Wong. He probably won't notice me. Such a cute little kitty. Who could bear to hit it? Little brat. Going to find that little brat Bayu. The girl never dreamed she'd get to be the Emperor's eunuch for a day. Feel the wrath of your dragon daddy. Originally, when Yu transformed into Kabutak Doraemon, her body felt a little uncomfortable. This chubby little head must be dizzy. She didn't even have the strength to walk. But this didn't affect her detective skills at all. Okay, this is probably Bayu, my little bro's back garden. Crappy system. Match me with little bro Bayu's dream. In a flash, Yu was in Bayu's dream. But during this period, he wasn't Beilu D yet. He was just a nobody prince. Or rather, someone else's little follower, a tag-along. Back then, although he was the third prince, it seemed no one wanted to play with him. He had no cultivation. His looks were, well, his looks. Anyway, he couldn't compare to his younger brother, the fourth prince, Yin Jingmiao. Not only did Yin Jingmiao's cultivation improve quickly, but he was also very well-rounded. In short, once you're famous, there are no bad people around you. Everyone's nice. In ancient times, seniority was highly valued. According to age, Yin Jingshua should have been in front. He, however, followed behind. It was this gesture that gave Yin Jingshua a bit of warmth, making him believe that true feelings still existed in the world. But the other princes didn't think so. From their eyes, you could see how much they ostracized him. Yin Jingshua also understood the principle of birds of a feather flock together. After all, those who don't fit and will be pushed out. This explains why he valued the ninth prince so much. They shared similar experiences. Neither had a strong backing nor powerful cultivation. Yin Jingshua was about to leave the stone tablet when a hand pulled him back. Third brother, no matter what, the order can't be wrong. As your fourth brother, shouldn't I be behind you? Yin Jingyao's humility gave Yin Jingshua a sense of warmth. It was this gesture that changed Yin Jingshua's view of Yin Jingyao. But since Yin Jingshua dreamt of this, something big must happen next, or he'll make a change. It definitely won't be that simple. The princes lined up one after another and came before the emperor. Sitting above was the former Bayudi. It said he was a good emperor. The emperor was very pleased to see this order. From the first prince onward, this proved the brotherly love between them. The emperor was happy, so how could his sons not be happy? It said that a father knows which son is truly filial. A discerning eye can tell at a glance, let alone the emperor who holds the power of the world. He knew at once that it was Yin Jingyao's idea. Yin Jingyao stepped forward as if he were being modest. This is the order it should be. Someone who isn't arrogant because of their cultivation should be entrusted with important tasks. I just discussed this with the ministers, and they all spoke highly of you. I was still considering it, but based on your performance, if you're capable, I'll give you a generalship or perhaps even the position of crown prince. Without a doubt, he was choosing Yin Jingyao as the next heir. Yin Jingyao was so shocked he immediately knelt down. His Majesty is just thinking about it. Saying it out loud will only invite opposition from others. His Majesty's sudden words are practically harmful. But precisely because Yin Jingyao knelt like that, His Majesty immediately thought this son understood humility. Giving him the throne in the future wouldn't lead to him killing his brothers. Yin Jingyao, I will officially designate you as Crown Prince today. Do not disappoint my expectations. Upon hearing he was to be named Crown Prince, Yin Jingyao hastily rose to accept the decree. Who wouldn't accept it? Being designated Crown Prince puts him ahead above the other princes. Before being appointed, he would definitely be ostracized. After being appointed, the group of people who originally flattered him will flatter him even more. It's said that the less capable a person is, the more scheming they become. The more unattainable something is, the more they want it. Yin Jingshua saw Yin Jingyao's earlier act of deference as deliberate. He was thinking, if Yin Jingyao hadn't stood in front of him like that, His Majesty wouldn't have named him Crown Prince so quickly. Then he might have had a chance to be chosen as Crown Prince. I can only say, you're overthinking it. When it comes to understanding human nature and social dynamics, Yin Jingshua is simply inferior in every way. If I were him, I would have definitely pushed my way forward or play dumb. That way, I wouldn't pose a threat to others and others wouldn't. They say people in ancient times were foolish. Turns out it's true. There's probably more to come. Otherwise, Yin Jingshua wouldn't be having this dream. This girl has been tough as nails since childhood. Her strength is astonishingly great. As long as she wants to, she can handle anyone, be it the emperor or the crown prince. Inwardly, she even fancies herself a dragon princess. Third and fourth, you two are both adults now. Today, besides appointing the crown prince, I have another important matter. That is to arrange your marriages. I've heard that the Yin family's near Yin Xianyuan is virtuous and kind, both beautiful and intelligent. I intend to betroth her to Jingyao. And for you, Jingshua, what do you think of the Dongwu family's gear? Others immediately became displeased. Betrothing Dongwu Rong to the crown prince is one thing, but father even wants to betroth the Yin family here to Yin Jingshua. That good for nothing. What right does Yin Jingshua have? Then Yu piped up again. The Donghua and Yin clans held comparable status back in the day. The late emperor betrothing the s of these two families to two princes clearly shows his intention to consolidate Bei Yu's most powerful forces. A shrewd move indeed. Old foxes are the wheeliest. I like it. Are you satisfied? Yin Jingshua immediately knelt. We are grateful for your majesty's grace. And what about you, Jingyao? Are you willing? Yin Jingyao is known for his integrity. Father, I have no prior connection with Dongwu Rong. Matters of the heart are difficult to predict. The emperor was furious. Are you deliberately trying to anger me? Father, I have something to say. Speak. Yin Jingyao leaned closer. Southward lies the Rumu, where subtle grace naturally forms. You overheard this. Southward lies the Ruomu, where subtle grace naturally forms. Could this be related to the current Empress Ruomu? As Yin Jingyao was leaving, Yin Jingshua stopped him. Fourth brother, what did you just say to father? He actually changed his mind about betrothing Dongwu Rong to you. Yin Jingyao hesitated, unsure whether to tell him. Seeing Yin Jingyao's hesitation, Yin Jingshua felt bad. It's all right. If it's difficult, you don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. After all, father is usually resolute. It's rare for him to change his mind. Yin Jingyao thought for a moment. He shook his head. There's no need for secrets between us brothers. Just don't tell anyone else. It's just something I heard. It's a legend passed down within the Beiyu royal family. The Ruomu clan has only one descendant per generation, always a daughter, never a son. Whoever obtains the Ruomu obtains eternal life in the world. Yin Jingshua was stunned. There really is such a legend? I had no idea. Isn't that what I'm trying to verify? Anyway, I don't like Dongwu Rong at all. Even if it's false, I can delay for 2 years before clarifying. I must find the woman I truly love and devote myself solely to her. Yu, watching from the side, thought, what a wonderful crown prince. If he were emperor, he would be 1,000, 10,000 times better than the current dog emperor. Yin Jingshua took those words to heart. Whoever obtains the Ruomu obtains eternal life in the world. This world will ultimately be mine. What's wrong with him? He seems a bit off. Huh? Why is he walking back? This guy definitely has something wrong with him. Thump, 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 how did I get back to the dragon throne? Where is everyone? Haha, I told you, this world will ultimately be mine. This darn feast. Even in his dreams, he's obsessed with sitting on the dragon throne. Does he think he can do whatever he wants? Did he even ask me? I won't let him get away with it. Take that, you clumsy oaf. Go eat dirt. Yin Jingshua said, in dreams, Yu's presence is invisible. He's completely puzzled by how this can go on. Trying to use the dragon throne to pull himself up? Nice try, Yu, but no. Another faceplant. Yu completely drops the act, grabs the dragon throne, and chases after me. Idiot. The next second, Yin Jingshua is jolted awake. Oh my god, my dragon throne is gone. Kabuta, the little cat hiding on top, also wakes up. Yin Jingshua's anger reaches its peak. 999 critical hit. Beiyu's emotions are so unstable. He's like a lunatic. Perfect for farming points. I'll do this again next time. This little girl needs a good spanking every 3 days or she'll tear the house down. He's not only covered in spikes, but also has skin like iron. Not only can he do Sun Wukong's astral projection, but he can also summon divine lightning. Legend says that humans are divided into yin and yang. People naturally possess yang energy. If yang energy is insufficient, it becomes yin. Even if yang energy is abundant, insufficient qi will still result in becoming yin. The little girl uses the system to enter a cat with strong yin energy. Cat urine is an yin substance. As the saying goes, yin and yang transform all things. Although not very aggressive, it's extremely insulting. Her primary mission today is to find the Black Shadow. Last time, she saw old Beiyu sneak in and secretly eat 3 pounds of something. The worst part is not only did he go in, but he also set up a shortcut outside. A layer of black shadow, like a protective film. This time it probably won't be like before, since there's not so much random junk inside. As the cat's paw stepped in, just as she suspected, it's very dark inside. No human presence. Eerie and terrifying. Kabuta the robot cat is so scared by the scene, she doesn't dare speak. Could this place be haunted? As a little cat walks, she sees a large pile of skulls ahead. Legend has it that these skulls were sealed internally, cut off quickly before the skull separates from the body. This way, the soul remains trapped inside and cannot be reincarnated. The little cat looks up. It's a throne made of skulls, as if deliberately arranged this way. A foul odor emanates from it, perhaps only detectable by felines. This is probably some kind of ritual. Perhaps it's a summoning, or perhaps it's gathering energy. For felines, there's nothing a little pea can't fix. If one doesn't work, then two will do. Cat urine has the same effect as a boy's urine. It's yin and yang. This makes it easy to distinguish. Cats are extremely yin animals, while a boy's urine is extremely yang. Although cat urine can't directly break the shell and damage the effect inside, the little black cat is at a loss. She's done something inhuman again today. She's always running away from home, and every time she returns, she gets spanked until her butt blossoms. As soon as she gets home, Papa Yi discovers she's been possessing things again. This time, she's really done for. Papa Yi is always so petty. Last time she astral projected and got caught, she was beaten like a dog. A few days ago, she snuck into his dream and got spanked until her butt blossomed. Caught red-handed today, she's probably doomed. Get back to your body. I can't understand your cat language. The little cat then astral projects back to her own body. Hey is completely unconscious. But I remember I wasn't in bed before. I wasn't even under the covers. I was standing on the balcony. Could it be that Papa Yi finally had a change of heart and apologized? Your benevolent Yu won't hold it against you. I forgive you. Now that I'm back, why are you still standing there? Don't tell me you're going to kowtow to me. Yu's thoughts are delightfully misguided. Little brat, I see a hint of jealousy in your eyes. No, big brother Yi, I was wrong. There's no way I'm forgiving you today. How dare you tell me to kowtow to you? Seems like you didn't get enough of a beating the other day. Seems like the lesson wasn't harsh enough. Seriously, I just went into a dream once. Do you have to hold a grudge like this? As if anyone cares about that gold in your belly. Just you wait. When you're old, I'm going to swing you around too. A man dressed in gold, holding a red robe, bound with a Huntian soul chain, dead inside the girl's body. This way, it not only strengthens the girl's resistance, but also allows her to rely on the oxygen soul threads to pull out the iron nails from her back. With her own abilities, the girl can remove the nails. He has a system for accumulating emotions, but this system is kind of useless. So many points, and they've never been used for anything proper. This time, Yi brought the girl here so she could enter his dream again, because only this way can we avoid the heavenly God's eyes and not cause such a big commotion. I'll sleep now, and you enter my dream. You're still bewildered. You were clearly enjoying hitting me just now, and now you want me to enter your dream. Men's words are truly deceitful. Yi's sleep quality is truly impressive. He falls asleep the moment he says he will, no hesitation. This damn Yi is really something. Usually, when he's not in bed, it takes at least half an hour to fall asleep. But you 1 second and you're out. Target locked. Yi's dream. May once again also ran in. Hada, hey, wait a minute. Let's steal some gold to take home. Don't even think about it. You can't touch anything in my dream. If you do, I'll go back and spank you. If you're not afraid of a spanking, then fine. Don't take it. What's the big deal? Yi brought Yu to the front of several swords. This is inside a dream. The outside world can't detect anything. Usually, the heavenly God observes me by opening his heavenly eye, but he can't detect changes in dreams. However, just in case, we can't stay here too long. Yi casually grabbed something resembling Neza's Huntian ling. Is he trying to make Yu the next Neza? Yu's little feet are also bare. Maybe she'll be even more powerful than Neza. After all, she can also summon lightning. Then Yi summoned an iron chain. Is he planning to beat me up? The Huntian ling is just it wasn't strong enough before. A piece that fell off when Neza fought the tenacious mother. Although it's also a Huntian ling, this one is at best a byproduct. Now, with the addition of an iron chain, it not only increases its hardness, but also its damage. Now, I'll drive it into your body. It can save your life when necessary. Yi's actions completely confused Yu. What are you doing? You're just messing around. I definitely didn't understand anything you just said. But why are you putting this hard thing into my body? At this point, Yi was exhausted. Fighting monsters wasn't this tiring. You can go back. Yu was bounced back out by Yi. Yu Yu rubbed her little head. I don't feel anything from the thing you just put in my body. Are you sure it's inside me now? You said it's inside me, but I can't even see a tail. Is in the back, or maybe under my butt. ECI was rendered speechless by this little rascal Yu Yu. If you weren't a child, I'd really want to give you a good thrashing. All right, stop playing dumb. Just go back. Don't breathe a word of this. This ECI is really secretive. He likes to keep things bottled up. He's going to give himself a heart attack. But ECI must be really exhausted after that. His face is completely pale. Go on, you just rest well. Yisi's back and waist ache. He couldn't sit or lie down comfortably. After all, ECI is already 200 years old. This dragon sandstone peak is too powerful. If it weren't in my dream, I wouldn't have been able to drive the Huntian Ling in. I thought I'd have to do it physically. It's fundamentally different from Yi Si's current power level. I didn't expect this little brat Yu Yu to be able to enter someone else's dream. That's amazing. From now on, it's up to Yu Yu herself. After all, this eel is too strong, too overbearing. It might even shatter her soul. Now that I've driven this in, it can protect her. Even if her soul shatters, it can be collected and restored. She can even be reincarnated. The woman is the most beautiful woman of the Hua Mu clan. Even the emperor has to personally come out to greet her when she appears. Look at the way they're holding hands. The little brat seems a bit jealous. OMG, my idol is going to be tricked by this bad older sister. But looking at them like this, they really are a perfect match. It's truly enviable. It's a shame that a dream is still just a dream. In reality, the beautiful older sister was still snatched away by her current husband, Beiyu. He has neither cultivation nor looks. I'm really curious how such a lousy guy got his hands on her. Now that old Bei is also awake, it's time for me to go home. I've been staring at him all day, dreaming. Thinking about Long Yifun every day is so annoying, but he really is quite crazy. Every time he wakes up, he makes a big fuss and gives 999 points. I really wonder how someone with his knowledge became emperor. Every time he wakes up, he's like a beggar. His face is especially awful. A few days ago, I don't know why, he kept dreaming about Long Yichang. The palace maids overheard this, but the maids couldn't interrupt. Interrupting would definitely mean execution for their entire families. To have a different dream about Old Bay today, I went to bed early. But can that little black cat let you be happy so easily? Wanting to daydream in broad daylight. Have you considered this Yu Yu's feelings? Target locked on Old Bay. His bloodlust is a bit different today. This is the outer courtyard of the Imperial Palace. Ouch, my head hurts. Old Bay fights dirty. I finally managed to play with him on the Dragon Throne, earning 30,000 points. I thought I could keep earning like that. Seems like I was wrong. The palace gates opened, and the old emperor walked out. He looks like he's ill. Yin Jingshuo rode his carriage, excitedly rushing towards the palace. Father, your son has returned. I've said before that I want to marry the girl I love, and she's a Mulan girl. Gain Mulan, gain the world. Then he opened the carriage curtain, and a very beautiful woman stepped out. Ruo Mulan is only 18 years old now. According to their customs, before marriage, a woman's face cannot be seen by others. Her beauty is beyond question. Their family has a secret recipe for immortality, so she will always remain 18 years old. Although Yu hasn't seen her face, she must know that the girl is very beautiful. This is also the day Yin Jingshuo welcomes Ruan Mulan to the capital. Everyone says they are a match made in heaven. It must be said, if Yin Jingshuo really brings this peerless woman home, only to have his brother steal her away. What a brother. If this weren't a dream, I'd really like to slap him. He's incompetent and loves to whine. Old Bay dreamt all day. He was either jealous or thinking about the Dragon Throne. Not a single day was normal. Now the information finally matches up. Later, Yan Jingshuo is said to have secretly colluded with the Dongwu family to seize the throne. But there are still a few questionable points. First, besides the Dongwu family, it seems Yin Jingshuo also had other forces supporting him, but they didn't appear in the dream. Second, Yin Jingshuo was originally mediocre, but his cultivation continued to break through after seizing the throne. Very suspicious. Third, Ruan Mulan was foreshadowed for so long, but her true appearance was never revealed in the dream. This is really bugging me. I'll go back and ask Yizi. He must know a lot about black cats. Old Bay left the house as soon as Yu Yu did. He always likes to go out at night with a lantern. He came to that dark room again. It's marked as forbidden grounds in the palace, but Yu Yu doesn't care about that. Old Bay came to the skull. Seeing the skull wasn't working, he became anxious. What's going on? He was originally quite calm. Is it because the distance is too far and he can't sense it? He wanted to take a look. Damn it, what the hell is this pile of cat pee on the floor? Damn it, whose cat is this? Order the palace guards to slaughter all the cats. This game is so cool. Grandma, this Yu Yu has discovered another big secret. Go Yi, wake up quickly. We have work to do. The sky will fall if I sleep any longer. Are you sure it's a big secret? If it's not a big secret, I'll hit you. Old Bay, is that a big secret to you? You set up a skull formation in there. Isn't that some kind of evil technique? Because Yu Yu peed there again. It caused it to fail. Now she's so mad she wants to hit someone. Yi Si sat up slightly. I finally got a rest for a bit, and now I have to get up and listen to your stories. It's true. My 7 points are rising crazily again this time. It just won't stop. Yu, little rascal, why are you suddenly silent again? Didn't you say you had a big secret? Cat got your tongue? Don't worry. Let this old monk think. Oh, right. I wonder how much you know about Old Bay's business. Let me ask you. But you see, I was thinking 100 times over, no way. Aren't you supposed to be telling me? How did it become my turn to tell you? And also, just talk. Stop pulling on my clothes. This is my new outfit for the new year. Now you've ruined it again. You got spanked when you were 3. Haven't you learned your lesson? Yi Si added some points again. Yi Si's stinginess definitely has something to do with him being a miser. She only gives this tiny amount of points each time. We're talking about a very serious issue here. Can we discuss Old Bay without talking about clothes? As for the spanking, we'll deal with that in a few days. Just talk. You always like to paw at things when you get excited. Good heavens, Yu, I'm asking you. How did that Old Bay become emperor? He has neither cultivation nor looks. With his qualifications, he shouldn't have been able to become emperor. But now he seems so powerful. That's simple. He must have used some secret method. Or maybe some shady trickery, right? Wrong. I suspect he did use some shady trickery. He used skulls or something, setting up a whole room full of magic circles. That stuff is seriously creepy. But I peed there when I came back. I wonder if it disrupted it. It definitely disrupted it. Otherwise, Old Bay wouldn't be so angry. They say even a dog will jump over a wall when cornered, let alone a person. I'm very suspicious of Old Bay. Unfortunately, I still don't know how he did it, because this body is only 16 years old. I hadn't joined Bayu then. The reason I usually wear a mask is to command respect. If I didn't wear a mask, they definitely wouldn't listen to me. Yi Jun, wouldn't be able to manage them, and I wouldn't be a marshal. But old Yi, shouldn't you have that shadow unit, the Night Shadow Squad? Intelligence, and such as child's play to them. They could get it easily. Why not let old 6 of the Night Shadow Squad investigate? Gathering intelligence is one thing. Intelligence is gathered through interpersonal relationships, connections, and such. But Bayu Emperor killed everyone who knew long ago. Then Yu remembered that dream again. Bien Jing brought back Royal Milan at that time. Old Bay was just a little kid back then. And now, the only person alive who knows is the current empress. Yu slapped her thigh excitedly. Your hand, really? I just moved it away and you're back at it. Don't you know how strong you are? You can punch a hole in the ground with one hit. Oh, master, you're so stingy. I just want to be closer to you. You make it seem like I'm taking advantage of you. Anyway, there are only 2 choices now. Either go to the Empress or go dismantle that pile of skulls. But I just came back from the skulls, and Old Bay is probably there. So why don't you take me to see the Empress? I hear she's a super beauty. I want to look like her when I grow up. Otherwise, what's the point of living? All right, since you want to go that badly, Yi Si, will take you to see the world. Oh, and don't talk during the teleportation. Oh, fine, I'll go. And you're still wearing that mask, as if anyone's dying to see your face. Yi Si picked up Yu and took off. Little kid, you don't understand. I'm a great general. How can I command respect without a mask? Legend says only dragons have the ability to travel through time and space. But Yu thought I've been in cars, planes, and high-speed trains without getting motion sickness. This is the first time I've time traveled, and it's a bit much. In no time, they arrived at the Empress's chambers. Because the Emperor rarely visited, it was quite desolate. Soon, Yi Si appeared holding Yu. Yu almost threw up her heart. Who could stand this? Do you know what kind of trauma this is for a 5-year-old? Master, is your time travel ability faulty? salty? Why am I dizzy and you're not? Duh. Have you ever seen a driver get carsick? But this place seems empty. Master, did you bring me to the wrong place? Didn't Grandpa's steward say you used to come here often? This place is emptier than your wallet. There's not a soul in sight. Wait, there seems to be one person. That one with the long white hair. Probably an old lady. Hey, you old hag, do you know where the Empress is? I'm here to see her. That brat over there says that's the Empress. Something's definitely wrong with your eyes. The woman slowly turned her head. It really was the Empress. But didn't they say she was immortal and ageless? How could she be so old now? My dad, that darn old Bay, has completely shattered my worldview. This has got to be old Bay's doing. How did this woman manage to transform from an old woman into a great beauty in 1 second? The moment ECI took off her mask, the whole atmosphere changed. When you learned that Ruan Mulan, the most beautiful woman in the land, had been tormented like this by that old Bay, it felt like the sky was falling that, oh my goodness, the Empress. I'm meeting her for the first time, and she's like this? I'm about to pee myself. Ruan Mulan slowly rose and walked over. Hey, Dad. Didn't they say she was the most beautiful woman in the world? How did she become like this? If you want to know, go ask her yourself. The Empress shakily reached out to remove Yi Si's mask. Yi Si simply took it off herself. It wasn't the first time Yi Si had revealed her true face like this. Ruan Mulan was delighted to see it was Yi Si. The two exchanged glances, standing there speechless, leaving Yu completely bewildered. Hey, say something. If you know each other, you know each other. Don't act like you haven't seen each other in centuries. Suddenly, Ruan Mulan knelt and bowed to Yi Si. This scene completely shocked Yu. No way. You're the Empress. Shouldn't we be bowing to you? But Yi Si simply said, rise. It was completely unbelievable and defied all logic. Dad, what did you do to the Empress? Why is she bowing to you? Ruan Mulan looked at Yu. Although she was confined to the palace, she knew Yi Si had adopted a child. Judging by the age, the child should be about 5 years old. This child before her must be the one. She also knelt and bowed to Yu. This left 5-year-old Yu at a loss. Dad, what is she doing? Should I lie down to show my respect? Definitely not. You should say rise just like I did. Yu said rise for the first time, her voice trembling slightly. After hearing Yu say rise, Ruan Mulan burst into tears. Although I don't know why. I think she's happy, or maybe it's a kind of release. Yi Si understood Ruan Mulan's current state. Her life force was probably exhausted. That if you want to go, you can go. We're still here. Even if I'm gone, she'll still be here. Yu was taken aback by Yi Si's words. That's right, there's still me, the muscle dragon girl. Ruan Mulan nodded. She knew that all of Yi Si's decisions were well-reasoned and carefully considered. Ruan Mulan's hair then returned to its former appearance. Her skin gradually improved as well. What a blessing it is for a woman to die beautifully when she knows death is imminent. After transforming back into her most beautiful form, Ruan Mulan looked up at the sky. Yu was stunned by Ruan Mulan's beauty that, oh my god, is this the Empress's true appearance? She's so beautiful. Ruan Mulan's body then floated into the sky, slowly disappearing from the bottom up. Yu watched, her heart aching. Dad, is she dead? Even though this was the first time I met her, I feel so sad. You should be happy for her. She's finally free from this mortal realm. Yi Si then picked up Yu and time traveled away once more. This imperial palace no longer has an empress. With Ruan Mulan gone, the environment returned to its previous state of ice and snow. At this moment, Old Bay walked in, cursing Ruan Mulan. Didn't you say you were immortal? Why are you dead? What about my magic circle now that you're dead? With you dead, my 20-year plan is ruined. Tomorrow, without Ruan Mulan's blessing, Bay, you will have to be replaced. No? Damn it. With Master Yu and Yi Si gone, I'm all alone again. That old Bay received secret reports from every county every day. Although he wasn't the emperor, he was practically equivalent to one. No wonder he said he didn't want to rebel. War only brings suffering to the people. But then again, even with such great power, it's no fun without someone to play with, and I can't earn any points. I witnessed the Empress's death a few days ago. It's winter, so it doesn't rain, only snows. Maybe I should go out and build a snowman or have a snowball fight. Wait, no. I'm a 5-year-old child now. I can't play such childish games. I'll go look at the secret reports sent from other regions. Ever since the Empress died, Yi Si has been going to the ghost tomb, saying he wants to slay monsters to vent his anger. He never takes me along for the fun, but someone still has to stay home and take care of things. All of Old Bay's Dark Knight intelligence, and such is now managed by Yu Yu alone. Because of the Empress's passing, Beiyu's fortune is rapidly declining. There are more and more beggars. Although Yi Si can help, how much can he really do? After all, he's only secretly acting as emperor. He doesn't have the final say in policy and such. If Old Bay doesn't start managing the people again, he'll end up a lone commander. But with the common people suffering like this in the extreme cold, Yu really can't bear it. I have to think of something. Let's look at another post. Holy crap, this one is even more explosive. 3 princes died on the same day. They all say they died from a plague. Are you kidding me? 3 princes infected at the same time? And there are even 3-year-old children within the palace walls. There's definitely something fishy going on here. Let's see what the next one says. Oh my god, that Yin Chiling, the one I always bully, has actually been summoned back to the capital by that Old Bay. And he's even given her rewards. This is probably because the Empress died, and he wants to use Yin Chiling as a replacement to boost Beiyu's fortune. Although that Yin Chiling is annoying, she is the Empress's daughter after all. Even though I really want to hit her, I promised the Empress I'd protect her. No. Protecting her is one thing, but I didn't specify how I'd protect her. This kind of kid needs to be disciplined from a young age. Reasoning with her definitely won't work. A beating spared is a beating wasted. I need to get ready. She'll definitely be insufferably smug when she gets back. Let's see if she's changed after staying in Lingzhou for 3 years. If she's still incorrigible, I'll have to beat her until she is. That little black cat I possessed last time just ran over here. Well. I was just looking for something, and isn't this convenient? You want to run? Let's see how far you can get. In no time, Yu possessed the little black cat. Oh no, I feel my body soul being filled. What a happy little kitty. I never liked sleeping anyway. Yu sang as she hopped around. Black cats are different. Light as a feather. Comparable to Marvel's Black Panther. It's pretty deserted around here. I haven't seen many cats these last few days. Then I heard Chun Ku's voice. I don't know what's gotten into Old Bay lately. First, he ordered us to catch birds. Then, during the plague. And now he's ordering us to catch dogs and cats. I really think he's got a problem. Son of a... I wouldn't have possessed a cat if I'd known he was catching them. That Old Bay is so petty. Is it really necessary to catch all the cats and dogs just because the little black cat peed somewhere? Wait, I see another little black cat. Probably the one I missed earlier. I'm doomed. I'm running on the ground, and you're chasing behind. If you want to catch me, you'll need 4 legs. I'll run to the garden. Let's see how you catch me there. Can't see me, you're blind. Can't see me, you're blind. It's a good thing I possessed a black cat. Otherwise, I'd be dead meat. I guess I can't stay in the palace. I'll go to that damned Yin Yuran's room and take a look. Maybe I can see how cunning she is in her dreams. Maybe I can even find a way to bring her down or something. If Yi Si's marriage partner is Yin Yuran, how would you feel? She's completely nuts. As the saying goes, once a night owl, always a night owl. This bitter old Yu is finally free. I shouldn't have gone into Yin Yuran's dream, fantasizing about being with Yi Si all day, wearing a wedding dress and wandering around. It must be Yin Yuran's puberty hitting. Otherwise, she wouldn't be fantasizing all the time. The most important thing is the environment keeps changing, but the dress doesn't. It's always the same one. This old woman, she must be crazy for my daddy Yi Si. I really want to mess with her. Forget it. Since it's a spring dream, I won't play any pranks. Young people inevitably have those kinds of thoughts. I understand. After Yu transformed into the little black cat, Chun Ku's troops were arranging for everyone to welcome Yin Chiling, now known as the Holy Mother. Old Bay had just given the order, and Chun Ku and his men set off to greet Yin Chiling. Now, Yin Chiling isn't just a princess. Now, she's not only a princess, but also a leftover woman. 2 statuses, second only to one person, yet above all others. As a fearless little black cat, I'm following closely behind. I'm not afraid of getting kicked. This intel comes from the front lines. Ever since the departure of the 4 wealthy generals, they've been looking for a chance to bring Yu back. This Phantom Feast is the perfect opportunity. Those little punks, seeing the 3 fierce generals of the Nightless Army, are completely panicked. Tens of thousands of Nightless Army troops are surrounding the entrance. Chunko also knows how formidable they are. After all, he's experienced being instantly defeated. He's as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. How'd they get here? Haha, what a coincidence. It seems they're rebelling to rescue us. Those 3 idiots are still good to me. They knew I was bored here alone and came to save me. Seeing the guests leave, he followed closely behind. When they saw the tank-like formation, they started to get scared. So many people, what are they going to do? Could they really be rebelling at this moment? Ha, that's right. Don't be cowards, just do it. I support you. Charge. General Fu stood at the front, holding a guandao. The others followed closely behind. Lao Hong was at the back, next to a palanquin. Chun could try to stay calm, but he really couldn't. He was extremely anxious deep down. Good morning, everyone. Have you all had breakfast? General Hu's weapon slammed onto the ground with a bang. Shinku, cut the crap. Retreat immediately. If you want to fight, take one more step forward. This aura of authority even made the horses back away, let alone Shinku. Wait. Let's talk things over. They know we can't beat them, yet they keep talking about fighting. Do they just love to fight? Lu Huji stepped forward, banging his weapon repeatedly. The surrounding horses began to retreat. The deafening sound echoed through the sky. We're not here to fight today. We're here to take the Holy Princess to the noble Jin army. Lao Hong at the back found it increasingly funny. Noble? Where did that come from? I wanted him to be sarcastic, not praise them and belittle us. The Holy Princess is probably inside the palanquin. A small hand gently pulled open the curtain. A little girl stepped out. This must be Yin Chiliang. When Yu Yu hit her, she was only 5. Now she's 7. She looks more and more like the Empress. She has Ruan Mulan's noble air. Another voice came from inside. Remember everything I told you. The person inside is probably Grandpa Steward or someone else. It definitely isn't Yi Ci, because he's currently slaying monsters. Chun Ku was about to greet Yin Chiliang, but General Fu blocked him with his guandao. If you want the Holy Princess, you'll have to trade her for our Yu Yu. Otherwise, don't even think about it. This moved Yu Yu, who was standing nearby. Finally going home. This place isn't good at all. Hey, what are you looking at? Never seen such a cute, chubby bird egg? I'm warning you. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a leftover woman now. If you annoy me, I'll still beat you to a pulp. With Huji as our tank-like heavy cavalry, banging his shield, if you want to take the leftover woman from us, you'll have to trade her for our Yu Yu. Otherwise, forget it. But you know Chun Ku can't make the decision. After all, he's just a small-time worker. Difficult? Then let me handle it, little buddy. A phoenix soars in the sky. He's not a phoenix, but his feathers and appearance resemble one. Yu Yu, the little black cat, paced back and forth on the ground. I didn't expect you to come and save me after I captured you. I swear I'll pluck fewer of your hairs in the future. The phoenix saved them before, during the famine. It was the phoenix who killed the scoundrels in time. The phoenix was given the title of Guardian Phoenix of the nation. This is also paving the way for the young lad, for his future. The lad being sent here also means Yi Ci will come. I guess Yi Ci planned all of this in advance. He figured that old Lao Bei would definitely lock me up in the prison. Then he also locked up Yin Chiliang in advance. This way, there's leverage for an exchange. Now, he's even sent so many elite troops. I can finally go home. Demetia, I want to go home and tidy up and tell Grandpa Butler that we can go home. But Lao Bei, sitting in the palace, is not happy. Damn it, when did this phoenix become the guardian divine beast? Even I didn't know about this. If only these things were mine, then the people would be on my side again. But if this fire phoenix belongs to Lao Bei, he would definitely send it to kill the peasants, not save them. Now everything belongs to Yi Ci. He's so angry his hands are itching. At this moment, the ministers all stood up, speaking up for Yi Ci one after another. The Holy Princess is more important to us. After all, with the Holy Princess, our countries, Qi Yun, will be more stable. Having Yi Ci stay in the palace doesn't seem to serve any significant purpose. But Lao Bei's worry is, what if, after returning Yu Yu to Yi Ci, she attacks? Then there's no backup plan. We'll be left at their mercy. But if we don't use Yu Yu for the exchange, the Holy Mother won't return. If we consider the importance of each, it seems the Holy Mother is more crucial. All right, let that Luo Yin go home. Things might go more smoothly if she returns. For some reason, ever since calling Ro over, it feels like 4 eyes are constantly staring at me. Ro says, "You're wrong, Lao Bei. I have 1 pair of eyes, not 4. I'm not a 4-eyed dog. I'm a 2-eyed cat." Hearing that Lao Bei is letting Yu Yu go home, she's so happy she practically takes off. Grandpa Butler can't even catch up. These two destined to be swindled friends meet. The cursed memories assault Yin Chiliang. At 5, beaten to a good little boy by Yu Yu. At 6, caught red-handed in school by Yu Yu, beaten into a good little boy again. Now he finally remembers. They meet once more. Yu Yu first stops, contemplating whether to give him a beating. But Yin Shiliang, before even being hit, has already turned pale. That noble, serious demeanor is completely gone. Don't come any closer. Terror grips his soul. Hey, Yin Shiliang, shut up, or I'm really going to hit you. Ow. Shut up and I won't hit you. Shut up and I won't hit you. Okay, I'll shut up. Right. Be careful of that dog emperor. He's not a good guy. Do you know how your mother died? How did my mom die? I'm this old, and I've barely seen her. Want to know? I'm not telling you. Not telling you. Knowing too much isn't good for you right now. We'll meet again if fate allows. Call me if anything happens, okay? As soon as Yu Yu, the little rascal, leaves, she leaves a deep hole for Yin Shiliang to dig himself out of. Rascal? Don't be a rascal. Slow down. Hi, you three idiots. Hello. I missed you so much. Haven't seen you in over a year. You all seem shorter. That's because you've gotten taller. Come on, little general. We've also been picked up to return to Lingzhou. Wait, not so fast. I haven't gotten in the carriage yet. I want to see who's inside. The commander definitely isn't Yi Ci. Which old dog is in there acting all high and mighty? Catch the little soldiers and break their bones. Haha, guess who I am? Hello there, old dog sir. So it's that deadbeat who owes me money. Seeing him reminds me of how he cheated me out of 9 gold ingots. Absolutely despicable. This girl has always been different. Go all the way or don't do it at all. When Yu Yu, the little general, got into the bridal sedan chair, she was a little disappointed to find it wasn't Yi Ci inside. I thought my lord would come to pick me up personally, but it's fine if he didn't come. Having you 3 idiots pick me up is enough. By the way, I heard you're quite famous now. You're known as the Guardian Scholar of Lingzhou. That's quite a title. Xing Yuan also knows all of this is thanks to Yi Ci. If it weren't for Yi Ci's arrangements, the Knightless troops wouldn't be spreading his fame everywhere. Xing Yuan isn't actually that great. Not bad, not bad. That Xing Yuan kid knows how to be humble, turning into a little kitten again. Think about it. You're still just a student. Once you have some fame, the position of Grand Scholar will undoubtedly be yours. It's settled then. I think you're a great candidate. Yu Yu boarded Biangu and set off for home. Everyone knows that although Biangu is small, his speed is incredibly fast. Even those black horses have to call Biangu Big Brother. Traveling with the troops from morning till night, they decided to rest here. After all, they had come a long way to pick up Yu Yu and were very tired. Then, they saw a familiar figure. It looked like General Yu. Those who didn't know might think he was dead. He's always been playing with them. I wonder what they all dream about. The system controlled General Yu's dream. As expected, men are all lecherous, especially a war general like General Yu. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. This place seems to be the flower house, the one Yu Yu blew up last time. I didn't expect General Yu to dream of this place. No wonder they love going to the flower house so much. But last time, that Kuei Yuan Yin got away. I wonder if that Kuei Yuan Yin is the same Kuei Yuan Yin. They have the same name, but they don't look alike. The most important thing is that she escaped before we could find out anything about her. I don't know if they were sent by the Donghua family or that dog emperor, Lao Bei. Neither of them can be ruled out. The Han Liao countries are at war, and he's dancing here, attracting the 3 deputy generals. Luckily, they didn't go, or things would have been disastrous. Losing the border is a capital offense. If it was the Donghua family, then they're colluding with the Han Liao kingdom. That's utterly unconscionable. The Donghua family must be investigated. All their actions are too deliberate. If it wasn't them, then it's that dog emperor Lao Bei. That formation of his and those policies are so out of touch with the people. Suddenly, General Yu's shouts interrupted Yu Yu's thoughts. Ladies, keep the music playing, keep dancing. If you dance well, I'll give you a reward. Black concubine giving rewards? Don't even think about it. With your Yu Yu here today, forget rewards. You'll be crawling out of here. General, you can't go to the flower house in the real world. So he goes in his dreams, only to be messed with by Yu Yu. You little rascal, you really deserve to die. After the girls finished dancing, they prepared to ask for their reward. Sir, the dance is over. Time for the reward. General Yu looked at the girls, practically drooling, just like those top donors online. But when he reached for his money pouch, he found it missing. Oh no, my money. Yu Yu just smiled silently behind him. Seeing General Yu had no money, the waiter grabbed a butcher knife and was about to chop off one of his hands. Although General Yu was a skilled fighter, it was his fault. As they say, might doesn't make right. Even if he shouted and screamed here, no one would agree with him. The waiter, in a fit of rage, threw the knife. General Yu is a high-ranking general. After all, if he couldn't even dodge a knife, he'd be a total joke. He dodged and jumped as he ran. That's just a missed reward. I'll come back and pay later. Why throw a butcher knife at me? Do I look like a bad guy? Yu thought, do you not look like a bad guy? You look so pathetic running away. It's hilarious. I've never seen anyone try to look cool while escaping. Seriously, General Yu is a soldier trained by ECI. He's quite reasonable and doesn't bully ordinary people. Suddenly, General Yu seemed to see someone and nearly jumped out of his skin. Oh my god, I need to hide. This person is not easy to deal with. What's going on? He's having a nightmare within a dream? The dignified Lord of the Night, one of the 3 Grand Commanders, is this scared? Something's not right. I didn't expect General Yu to dream about his nemesis. Finally, Yu has something on him. He's been fooling me for so long, and now it's payback time. To make sure General Yu has a terrible sleep, she hung a sheep's head sign while selling dog meat. General Yu fears nothing except his wife, Wendong, catching him red-handed. Every time he goes to listen to music, Wendong catches him. Now, he even has nightmares about it. He's always been a notorious troublemaker. Having finally caught this opportunity, how could she possibly let General Yu off the hook? What's he hiding from? At worst, he'll just get a spanking. Bam! Yu kicked the stool right out from under him. Hee. With the board gone, General Yu got even more scared. A big, burly general actually being afraid? What a rare sight. The commotion from the board immediately attracted Wendong's attention. So, you're not at home watching the kids, but you've specifically come here to have fun? And here I am, pregnant, selling vegetables. I knew it. Men are not to be trusted unless their legs are broken. But since he is a general, I'll let him keep his corpse intact. Just then, General Yu yelled, "Mommy, help." He suddenly screamed in reality. Yu hadn't yet retreated from the dream. She was jolted awake by General Yu's cry. Damn, what a scary dream. I'll never do that again. At this point, General Li and General Fu came over. Hey, crazy. What are you doing? I was in the middle of listening to a little tune, and you interrupted me. You have to compensate me. So, these 2 blockheads were also having dreams about the flower house. What's so good about the flower house that it attracts them so much? Is it really that necessary for them to go there? Then Lao Hong, the one who least liked going to the flower house out of the 4, walked over. You 3 love going to the flower house every day. I don't know what's so fun about that place. Unlike you, I just feel sorry for General Fu. Wow, Lao Hong actually has such a tender side. What a revelation. Anyway, I've earned my points for today. I should go back to the carriage and get some sleep. Early in the morning, after waking up, Yu was immediately awakened by the sound of their horses' hooves outside. She changed her clothes. Lao Hong, tell me, in the days I've been away, how many times have those 3 idiots gone to the flower house? Also, I think that last Kuei Yuan banquet was not simple. The fact that he could gather information about those 3 idiots' fondness for the flower house must have been intentional. Lao Hong was puzzled, but wasn't the Kuei Yuan banquet incident already resolved? Do we need to go over it again? Sai, this matter is not as simple as you think, because I also found someone named Kuei Yuan Yen in Yinzhou City. But he's not from Yinzhou City. He's from the ghostly tribe. Can you tell me more about his background and identity? You know, the Donghua family and the Nevernight Army have always been at odds. Kuei Yuan Yin is just a pawn of the Donghua family. His main purpose last time was probably to lure in General Yu and the other 2, and then let the Hanliao kingdom attack the Nevernight Army. There's also reliable information that the Donghua family not only sold the Nevernight Army's route maps to the Hanliao kingdom, but also sold them food supplies. If ECI hadn't known in advance and cut off their food supply, we would have suffered heavy losses. Yu also knows that the Donghua family is a poisonous tumor that must be removed. But what Yu fears most is that if the Donghua family isn't just selling out the country, but cooperating with the ghostly tribe, then we're in trouble. Lao Lu, did you find out anything about Kuei Yuanyan's changes after the flower house? As soon as the changes were mentioned, Lao Hong was like he'd been struck by lightning, suddenly becoming quiet. That flower queen is probably the ghost girl you're talking about, because when we bought her, she only knew how to speak the Chong language. She didn't know how to dance at all. But once she got to the flower house, Lao Bao said she not only knew how to play music, but her dancing was also top-notch. Coupled with her looks, she immediately became the flower queen. Now it all makes sense. Just like Yu before, possessing another kitten. Not only could others not detect it, but even the kitten's actions and mannerisms were exactly the same. No one could tell the difference. But aside from Yi Si, that sly fox, the others are fine. Lao Hong also heard from Lao Bao that the Flower Queen was fine when she first arrived. But just the next day, her personality changed completely. She became particularly cheerful. Yu Yu calculated, this all adds up. First, the Dongwu family arranged for someone to come. Then the ghostly tribe possessed her. Even if we're discovered, we can say the Dongwu family was dealing with the ghostly tribe. But something still feels off. No matter how you look at it, the Dongwu family barely has any strong individuals. As the biggest night market authority, they shouldn't be involved with the ghostly tribe. I can guarantee they're capable of treason. That's within their power. But dealing with the ghostly tribe? I doubt that's their doing. However, no matter what, they're all targeting the Nevernight Army. In this entire kingdom, there are two types of people who hate the Nevernight Army the most. The Dongwu family, afraid of competition, and that old dog Emperor Bei, afraid of being dethroned. How could I have missed it? I've always considered him an outsider. On the contrary, he's the guiltiest one of all. First, whether it's that strange plague or the famine he orchestrated. Although not directly targeting Yi Si, the Nevernight Army was about to go to war with the Hanliao Kingdom, and the famine happened right then. The Dongwu family just happened to sell grain to the people of Hanliao. Could that scheming bitch, Old Bei, really be unaware of this? It's possible he knew all along. He just turned a blind eye. Because their common target is Yi Si. The Dongwu family has always been Old Bei's tool. They're responsible for being the face of it all, making it seem like everything is the Dongwu family's doing. But the real mastermind is that old dog, Emperor Bei. I understand everything. That bastard was right. You really are a dog. Yu Yu has had a habit since childhood. When she's alone, she likes to imitate adults talking and thinking, because this way, she can not only lecture others, but also improve her own intelligence. She believes that even if she's not the smartest, in terms of IQ ranking, she's at least number one. Just by briefly mentioning the Dongwu family, she can already tell that while they appear to be controlling everything, they're actually just pawns. And the greatest evil force is that old dog, Emperor Bei. From his strange skull, it's not hard to see he's a reactionary. Yu Yu thought and thought, but a constipated expression appeared on her face. This worried Lao Hong, who was standing beside her. Investigating their relationship is simple. Just start with the Flower Queen. Work our way up from the small fry. I don't believe we won't find anything. Also, that Yi Si, has he said what he plans to do after the Nevernight Army grows stronger? Don't tell me it's just to attack other countries. That doesn't sound like Yi Si. Lao Hong wanted to speak, but Yi Si had told him not to tell anyone else about these matters. But Yu Yu is the future successor of the Nevernight Army. Should he tell her or not? That is the question. But how could Yu Yu, with her brilliant, almost bald little head, not know what they were thinking? Hesitant to speak, are you? Then let me say it. This army is meant to eradicate evil, isn't it? Dis Dun Lao Hong. How could this little kid be so perceptive? Although she was chosen as the successor because of her intelligence, this didn't seem like the IQ a 5-year-old should possess. Lao Hong said no, but his inner thoughts betrayed his true feelings: fear, disbelief, and bewilderment. Now that Yu Yu has exchanged places with Yuran, Yi Si must have already calculated this. Knowing Old Bei, he definitely won't let this go so easily. If it weren't for the pressure from the Nevernight Army, he wouldn't have released her so readily. We'll head to Lingzhou first, then decide what to do next. The land is covered in snow. Although the Nevernight Army's horses are used to fighting in such conditions, traveling through this snow will still be difficult. Not to mention Shun, Ku's horses. The three generals are clearing the path ahead. They're using their magic to gather the snow on the ground, making snowballs and throwing them at each other. How did these three become generals? They don't act like generals at all, but thanks to them, we've earned 500,000 points. We used to have to cause mischief to earn points. Now we just need to enter their dreams. Besides, as long as Yu Yu appears, they're guaranteed to have nightmares. I'll save these points for now. Once I pull out the iron nail from my head, forget everyone else. Even God himself won't be able to touch me. At this moment, General, who was leading the way while dozing off, drool almost dripping from his mouth. He was craving a bowl of wonton noodles. General Liu, always preferring stronger flavors, scoffed. Wonton noodles? What's so good about those? I prefer fish and meat. General Li chimed in. Who dares eat fish these days, especially fish from ghost fish territory? I heard ghost fish has been dumping toxic purification gases into the sea, causing the fish to mutate into Siesue. Super terrifying. That's scary? Then I'll stick with freshwater fish from home. Just then, the scout up ahead reported someone blocking the road. General Fu was furious. I, a deputy general of the Nevernight Army, am being blocked? The people of Dangzhou City must be tired of living. The Nevernight Army has several divisions and countless generals. A tiny county dares to block our path. They're forcing our hand. General Li, who always disliked fighting, said, hold on. Let me take a look. No wonder Dangzhou City's garrison dares to block us. They're from the Dongwu family. The Dark Knight unit already prepared a plan to overcome them before we arrived. Lao Hong stepped forward. They're blocking us because they're following that old dog, Lao Bei's, orders. If he wants to come, let him come. But the Nevernight Army isn't just anyone's playground. Let's see if he has the skills. I knew Lao Bei wouldn't let me go home so easily. Since he's here, I want to see what kind of riffraff he's sent. Despite the Shabi Trio's usual goofiness, they're not afraid of a fight. The Dongwu family is useless. If they come, they won't return. But Lao Hong said we can't kill them. Dangzhou City's general is the Dongwu family's second son. Killing him would be doing Lao Bei's dirty work for him. That guy wants to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. I knew Lao Bei wouldn't be so kind as to let us go. He was waiting for us here. ECI once said, Lao Hong shouldn't reveal himself easily. Midnight assassins usually stay hidden, only appearing when absolutely necessary. So, let Xing Yuan take a few hundred men. Shabi Trio, stay put. Just then, Grandpa Stewart popped his head out. I heard Dangzhou City has lots of good food. I'm starving. Let's go take a look. Hey, have a bun first. We might have to start killing soon. I don't care if it's Donghua or not. If they annoy me, I'll turn into a hound and devour them. Yu arrived in Dangzhou City in her carriage. But before she could even start, someone came looking for trouble. A princess acting so high and mighty. We're the Dangzhou City Guards. You made us wait here for over 2 hours. Yu's hair stood on END. Oh, you're looking to die, huh? And you're from the Dongwu family. I'll spare your life so you can see your parents. But you're so ungrateful. I am a princess, the future commander of the Nevernight Army. Making you wait 2 hours is nothing. I could make you kneel here for 2 hours, and you'd have to obey. Just so we're clear, I'm only hitting your backside, not your face. I'm even earning points for dead people. I'll summon lightning and strike anyone who gets in my way. Even dogs would tremble in fear. Yu initially wanted to meet the Dongwu family's second son as an ordinary person. But these guys were disrespectful, cursing her parents. How could you tolerate this? Come here if you dare. I'll show you what I'm made of. The Dongwu family's second son wasn't afraid of anyone. A little brat, without a single Xuanwu mirror expert by her side, acting so tough. He decided to see for himself what this yellow-clad girl was capable of. Although Xing Yuan was a scholar, he was also a trained fighter. I advise you not to come any closer. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The Dongwu family's second son sneered. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Isn't this Xing Yuan, the recently famous young master from Lingzhou Academy? Your cultivation is mediocre, yet you try to act tough. A mere yellow marshal. Couldn't even beat my little minions. What makes you think you can stop me? Such a cocky attitude. I really want to smack him upside the head. Xing Yuan stepped forward calmly, trying to remain composed. He knew he was no match for Yu. If a fight broke out, Xing Yuan would likely end up with broken bones. Since she's so eager to come over, let her. I like to see what she can do to me. Dongwu Lao Go watched Yu with an arrogant smirk. He hadn't brought a single expert with him, making him even more brazen. Grandpa Steward only knows how to cook and do laundry. What does he understand about this? He was incredibly nervous at this point. Princess, we apologize for the inconvenience, but we are carrying out our duties and must inspect the carriage. We need to conduct a routine check, including a body search. Everyone knew that Yu's body couldn't be touched by ordinary people. Even a brush against her bones could cause bleeding from her pores, let alone a full body search. A body search, huh? Fine, search away. That Xing Yuan sitting in the carriage is so wicked. When has Yu ever been so obedient? Even if we can't beat them, there's no need to let them search her. Not to mention her status as a princess. She's also the revered mother of Yi Ci. But Yu thought, oh, Xing Yuan, my dear friend, they're just doing their job. We have to pass through their town to get home, so we have to let them inspect us. Don't let my mischievous nature fool you. I'm actually very reasonable. Didn't you know? But the Dongwa family's second son knew this little girl was definitely not as simple as she appeared. After all, his younger brother had been bullied to tears by Yu Yu. He ripped open the carriage's curtain and rummaged through the inside like a dog chasing a cat. This young man had nimble hands, perfect for a thief. Although there was nothing of value inside the carriage, being tossed around like this was certainly annoying. Xing Yuan and Grandpa Steward were puzzled by Yu Yu's uncharacteristic compliance. It wasn't hard to see their confusion about Yu Yu's behavior. There's nothing inside, just a half-eaten candied haw and some breadcrumbs. Now it's time for the body search. Everyone knew that few people could handle her. This was clearly just an attempt to make things difficult. In the past, Yu Yu would have simply killed him. But Lao Hong said we can't kill members of the Dongwa family in public. So, you want to search me? Please, search me first. Dongwa Lao Go thought of his younger brother being bullied to tears and almost laughed. He wondered if his brother was just useless. She's just a little kid. How difficult could it be? His disdain was evident not only on his face, but also in his heart. Suddenly, Yu Yu's body crackled with electricity, emitting sizzling sparks. After all, Yu Yu was someone who could summon heavenly lightning. You think you can touch me? He was probably done for. Being struck by lightning like that would leave him darker than charcoal. Yu Yu's acting talent finally shone through. What's wrong with her? It's a good thing he didn't touch her. Otherwise, I would have been electrocuted too. Grandpa Steward and Xing Yuan had both seen Yu Yu's lightning form before. Grandpa Steward had even been knocked unconscious by her once. Although Xing Yuan hadn't experienced it directly, Yu Yu had displayed her lightning powers during the fight with Xie Sui. The soldiers began to panic. How can there be lightning on such a clear day? Could this be the legendary heavenly punishment? Is the Dongwa family about to fall? It must be the heavens expressing their displeasure with the Dongwa family's actions. As they say, heaven watches what people do. I hear that Ghostfish territory won't last much longer either. They keep dumping sewage and causing the ghosts to mutate. No wonder there are constant earthquakes and tsunamis there. It's all punishment. Hong Chiefin continued to run as his points rapidly increased. These soldiers are so weak-minded. The Nevernight army is much more composed. They don't give out so many points. My points have now broken through 600,000. Ha ha ha. It's time to pull out another nail from my head. Pulling one out will probably give those useless fools some skills. But the system hasn't been too bad lately. I need to hide my points from the system. I can't let it know too much, or it'll give me more garbage skills. Who would have thought such a tiny little girl, picked up like a sweet potato, would be so feisty? Tiger, I advise you to let me go. I now control the power of lightning and can strike with precision. Let go if you don't want to die. Hai, however, said, your lightning might work on ordinary mortals, but even my steed, Byangu, isn't afraid of it, let alone me. Byangu, however, interjected, hey, I didn't say that. Don't use me as a test subject. When Yu Yu brought down heavenly punishment on Dongwa Lao Go, the hundreds of knightless army soldiers inside all fled for their lives. This alarmed the three idiots outside. Something's wrong. I'm going in to rescue the young general. You take her inside first. Tank units follow up immediately. With a clang and a clatter, General Fu charged in with a large troop. But upon entering, they realized they seemed to have missed a good show that, if I'd known, I would have let Yu Yu go in alone. We didn't need to worry at all, but we can't just leave things half done. Let's ask the young general about the situation. What happened? Where are the soldiers? Yu Yu chuckled. Those soldiers, I don't know why, all ran away with their tails between their legs. While running, they were yelling about the Dongwa family's downfall or something. And Lao Hong, as the assassin, didn't show himself, but he'd been hiding in the shadows ever since Yu Yu entered through the main gate. He saw everything clearly from above. Our young general has grown up. We don't need to worry about her at all. Of course, these small fry are no match for me. I didn't even need to lift a finger against them, because there's a thunder god in the sky helping Yu Yu. She points, and it strikes, and it's a one-hit KO every time. Lao Hong looked at the charred remains of Dongwa's second son. Many people saw that he was struck by lightning. Should we kill them all? If word gets out that Yu Yu can control lightning, that old dog emperor will definitely lock her up even tighter. Don't worry about that. Even if that old codger Lao Bei comes personally, I can strike him down with lightning too. Looking at the still smoldering Donghua, struck dead by lightning. This is a first. Since Yu Yu isn't afraid, let's have Lao Lu's troops spread the word far and wide. The three idiots, though clueless, upon hearing it was a lightning strike, burst into laughter. Serves you right. You wanted to stop our knightless army? This is what you get. You had to be struck down? We couldn't let you live. Bwaha! The trio's laughter was so ridiculous that even the newcomers couldn't stand it. Finally, I understand why Yu Yu said the three deputy generals of the knightless army are all a bit daft. So that's how it is. Finally, as it was getting late, and the knightless army had traveled for miles, they let the soldiers settle down and rest. After all, the closer they got to the camp, the colder it became. However, the knightless army was already accustomed to this icy life. In her room, Yu Yu's heart pounded with excitement. Her hands trembled. She was finally going home. It had been a year. Although the knightless army territory was more rustic and not as exciting as Jixia, it was still more comfortable. Biangu, as always, had already made arrangements for an early bedtime. Yu Yu changed into new clothes. She wanted to show Biangu and get his opinion. But since he couldn't speak human language, she let it go that if I could speak human language, the first thing I do is curse you out. A familiar hand reached into the tent. I had just returned from Gyu and received Lao Hong's report. It said that Yu Yu could now precisely control lightning. This was a good opportunity for Yu Yu to cultivate. Seeing Hai, Yu Yu quickly sat up. Biangu, wake up. Take me away. Yu Yu, this little rascal, always bullies me. But Hai said, I was planning to take Yu Yu out for training. Since you also want to come, let's go together. Biangu felt like his head had been struck by lightning. He thought he could finally get rid of the little troublemaker, Yu Yu, but it turned out she would just be causing trouble elsewhere. Yu Yu suddenly grabbed Hai. Wait, I'll go with you. Stop grabbing me. You little brat. You keep sneaking into the dreams of the three deputy generals and causing mischief. Haven't you noticed their dark circles? Yu Yu, punch him lightly. What do you know? That's not mischief. That's shared dreaming. Put me down, or you'll regret it. Meanwhile, Xing Yuan was sleeping like a log, showing no signs of waking up. Who wants to get up? Getting up means facing that terrifying mask. If no one wants to get up and face him, just take Yu Yu away and don't wake me. I'm innocent. But this little rascal Yu Yu insisted on talking to me. Hello, General Hai. What's up? I just fell asleep. What can I do for you? It's not me looking for you. It's this little rascal. Well, let's talk then. I'll go out for a bit to drop off Yu Yu and then leave. Yu Yu was still dazed from Yi Si's actions just now and hadn't recovered yet. Yu Yu shook her head. Biangu also followed General Yi Si out. He knows that as the future successor of the Knightless Army, my burden is heavy. I'll be going out with General Yi Si in a moment. But before I go, I want to give you some advice. First, be careful of those guys from Lao Bei. Second, from now on, Lao Bei and the Donghua family will definitely cause us trouble. You must always be careful. Third, keep an eye out for Donghua family members who have infiltrated us. To let others know she's no longer a 3-year-old, sometimes she says, don't just pick me up without saying anything. I have my dignity. To ensure Xing Yuan doesn't follow the old ways, have him start as a scribe. He needs to be high profile in his work. Wherever he can show off, he must show off. Fully demonstrate your management skills and charisma. But Xing Yuan is thinking, why am I being assigned to be a scribe again? Being a scribe isn't fun. Is this a promotion? And do you remember that Yin Chi Lin we brought here together before? That guy needs a good beating every 3 days or he'll be raising hell. If he's not behaving, beat him. Don't hold back. Also, remember to teach him reading and writing regularly. The third thing is the most important. I'm putting the Knightless 6th unit under your command. Yi Si left the Knightless to me, and now I'm giving it to you. You can command them as you see fit. Zhou Hong can be your liaison. Yu Yu, now a hands-off manager, felt relieved. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. If something comes up, find me. If not, don't bother me. I might still be getting my bottom smacked by Yi Si. Yu Yu finished speaking, unsure if Xing Yuan understood. His eyes were wide like Ultraman's. After Yu Yu finished all this, she called for Yi Si. We can leave now. Yi Si was impatient. A little kid giving orders like she has so much to say. Yi Si wanted to pick you up again. But this time, Yu Yu resisted that if you have something to say, just hold my hand. Don't pick me up all the time. I'll get angry if you do that again. Well, since you chose to hold hands, then you have to bear the consequences. With a whoosh, Yu Yu took off. Yi Si's speed was incredibly fast, surpassing the speed of sound. Biangu followed closely behind. General Yi Si, wait for me. Don't leave your little brother behind. Damn, she's gotten bold. If I had known this would happen, I would have just carried her. Now, even if I die, I have to hold hands. I want to live with dignity. Things were different back at the scribe's office. Ever since Yu struck down Dongwa's second son with lightning, rumors spread like wildfire in the scribe's office. As the saying goes, rumors grow with the telling. They all believed it wasn't Yu who did it. They all thought it was Yi Si and exaggerated his abilities, saying he had mastered the laws of heaven and could control life and death. This worried the uninformed Lao Bei. Damn it, what's going on with Yi Si and that little general lately? What laws of heaven? What reincarnation? The national teacher is the head of the Dongwa family. Dongwa's second son was his son. Losing a son would definitely enrage him. This can't be left alone. It definitely wasn't the laws of heaven. It must be magic. Or else it was that Yi Si. This matter is definitely not that simple. I demand a thorough investigation. Then Gong Quan, the acting grand scholar, stepped forward. This is just a folktale. It can't be taken seriously. If your majesty insists on investigating, we can start with the lightning aspect. I remember a similar rumor in Lingzhou. A bolt of lightning shot straight into the sky and split a brothel in two. We can start our investigation there. This time I have a new student. One of them came from the Lingzhou Academy. We can have him investigate this matter. Lao Bei said sternly, if the Nightless Army really has such a divine individual with the ability to control lightning, this matter becomes even more troublesome. But Gong Quan didn't think so. He believed that both this lightning strike and the previous one were caused by that Xing Yuan, because Xing Yuan was present at both incidents. Moreover, after over a year of observation, that Yu, aside from being a bit spoiled and willful, doesn't seem to have any other abilities. She's either sleeping at home all day or sleeping at home. She's practically a shut-in, just like any typical noblewoman. This immediately sparked Lao Bei's interest. This means that Xing Yuan is very likely the source of the lightning, right? He also made significant contributions to disaster relief. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity to meet him? If he truly has this ability, recruiting him to my side, making him one of my inner court, that would be even better. With his help, Yi Si will also be wary of me. But this thought of his would soon be proven wrong, because Yu, not Xing Yuan, was the one who used the lightning. The Dongwa family scholar was anxious. He knew the emperor favored capable individuals. But should the unjust death of my family member be covered up like this? At this time, the national teacher pointed out a key fact. He, born a commoner, would have to pass an examination to enter the palace. He can't be ennobled just because he helped and saved the common people. Since Lao Bei learned of this person's potential, he's been very shrewd. This matter of Dongwa Lao heir's death is too suspicious. He first used the suspicion as a diversion, then handed the investigation over to his rival, the Sansi Hui, to decide. This way, he couldn't interfere too much. The most important thing now is to protect this talented individual. Then let him reap the rewards. Let him experience the feeling of being second only to the emperor. Then corrupt him from within. Everyone is the same. Money and beautiful women are temptations no man can resist. If they can, it just means your temptation isn't strong enough. I don't believe a boy from a humble background, when faced with money, power, and beautiful women, wouldn't bow down and submit. Although he initially interacted with Yi Si and learned Yi Si's ways, people always change. Just like those corrupt officials now. I remember that Xing Yuan is lecherous. Last time, to watch beautiful women dance, he ignored Yu's objections and donated all of Yu's money. Now, there's a good show to watch. Explosive news is finally coming out. Two giant beasts fought for 5 or 6 years, only to discover later they were male and female. Yu, feigning nonchalance, said it would be fine with a flick of her wrist. But Yi Si said, so you couldn't handle my speed? Why didn't you say so earlier? This is already my slowest. If you don't believe me, ask Byangu. Yi Si's fastest speed is tearing through space and traversing time. Yu thought, I'd better go find Byangu. At least I can handle his speed. I've finally figured out. Yi Si doesn't actually want to kill me. He wants to. Yi Si stamped his foot that we should be nearing the North Pole soon. Few people come here. At my speed, we could get there quickly. But you insist on riding a horse, so we'll just walk there step by step. Anyone who's undergone training knows that to improve their physique, they must go to the North Pole. Use the cold air to temper their body, thereby increasing endurance and resilience. That's why I brought Yu to the North Pole. There's a strange stone in the North Pole called North Stone. It's as hard as diamond. According to the locals, it's even harder than diamond. I don't believe there's anything I can't break with one punch. If not, I'll just punch it twice. Now, let's go find Phoenix and Ironbird. After the last disaster relief effort, Phoenix has become a messenger bird in people's eyes. Perhaps we can change his temperament from this. See that mountain? That's where you fell from. The surrounding area of the giant crater has piled up into a mountain. Phoenix and Ironbird are inside right now. I'll take you in to have a look. They're probably fighting in there. So, you want me to go in and break up the fight? No need. You just sit on Byangu and head in. Don't worry about anything else. This barrier doesn't restrict me or Byangu. For convenience, I've also specifically set up another restriction for Byangu. Anyone sitting on his back can freely travel through my domain. That's why others can't ride him. Hey, ECI, you said Phoenix and Ironbird were fighting. Why isn't there any noise? ECI also felt puzzled. This isn't right. Every time I come here, they're practically half dead from fighting. Something's off today. Maybe after Phoenix left, Shiowei powered up and killed Ironbird. Just then, they heard a cry up ahead. They're probably just up ahead. See, I told you they wouldn't die that easily. You also looked over. Isn't this amazing? They fought for so long. How did they suddenly become so friendly? I guess they're a male and female pair. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot live on the same mountain, unless they are a male and a female. Maybe they are. What kind of monster will the child of Phoenix and Ironbird be? And from this angle, can you tell which one is male and which is female? Never mind them. We know they're alive and not fighting, so that's good. Let's get out of here. We still have to train. This place should be on the border between Beiyu and the Han Liao Kingdom. Aren't we afraid of being discovered by the enemy by coming here? And what if we are? We can escape at any time. Besides, I don't have any animosity towards them. It's always the emperors of the two countries who want to fight. If they don't fight internally, why do they keep fighting each other? You know, two people fighting is called a fight, but this is tens of thousands of people. That's war. Easy knows this too. That's why he's always been avoiding war, trying to educate them with Confucianism. Logically speaking, our knightless army could be considered a bug on this continent, but we've never wanted to conquer Han Liao. With the current abilities of our knightless assassins, the deputy generals could launch a frontal assault, while the knightless assassins could attack from behind and assassinate the Han Liao emperor. It would be incredibly easy, so why not just get rid of them? Why listen to that Lao Bei fellow? You retreat when he tells you to retreat, and when he tells you to attack, you appear weak, even like you can't win. You know, I'm a 5-year-old now. You can't fool me. Tell me, are you secretly training troops, preparing to take over both Han Liao and Beiyu? To catch them by surprise? Then you could become the emperor, and I could become a real princess. Tell me your plan. As everyone knows, the heavenly demon is divided into two paths. The winner gets to rule the Lingxiao treasure hall and declare themselves a god. The loser is kicked down to the underworld and declared a demon. The ghosts and ghouls we know today are the losing side from back then. This continent is divided into 4 realms: humans, demons, gods, and ghosts. The highest limit for humans is the heavenly martial realm. To break through that, you need the help of the Ruomu clan. That's why the current Beiyu emperor is so determined to obtain the Ruomu clan's inheritance. The reason demons can never defeat gods is because of the energy of fortune. Victorious gods can enter the inner courtyard and absorb more fortune energy. But those who fall and become demons can only reflect it from the outer circle. We can only stay on the surface. The little kid then realized that everything ECI was doing was for the future. You've only seen half of it. As expected, the soldiers of the Knightless Army all possess exceptional skills, powerful enough to kill 10, even 20 people by themselves. In comparison, dividing our forces to conquer both Han Liao and Beiyu would be a piece of cake. But ECI hasn't done so. It said that both Beiyu and Han Liao are quite friendly towards the Knightless Army. Some have even joined the Knightless Army. You've always said you were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for a chance. Is this the opportunity you were talking about? Uniting the people's soldiers, merging the nations, combining their forces, and attacking the ghost realm to elevate the divine tribulation? Exactly. I didn't expect someone as young as you to be so brilliant. You're truly remarkable, Yu. Knowing that my deductions were correct makes me even more excited. Remember how Guiyu bullied us before? Finally being able to take revenge on Guiyu is the most satisfying thing. EZ was right to bring you back, Yu. Currently, you're the only one in Beiyu who truly understands me. Beiyu has always been just the tip of the iceberg in terms of power on this earth. To defeat Guiyu, we need more people's help. After all, Guiyu's cultivation involves ghost tribe members who have all broken through the 5-path Zero Realm. Although they fought the divine tribe for 30,000 years and suffered heavy losses, they are still stronger than us. To truly defeat them, we must reach 560, and then, relying on the Ruomu clan to enhance our various abilities and attributes, we can break through 560 and reach even higher realms to slay the ghosts. Relying solely on one person's strength is not enough. We humans must unite to overcome them. This is the real reason why you brought me to cultivate. Is that so? Xia is most dedicated to protecting the spirit realm. You know, although our human realm has abundant spiritual energy, the great gods' war back then took place here. Their 30,000-year war destroyed the spiritual techniques. The highest level in the human realm is currently Lao Bei's heavenly martial realm. So, he took Yanxi to the spirit realm to break through the heavenly martial realm and reach the 5-path Zero Realm. You've seen the Ruomu clan's abilities before. They can absorb the essence of heaven and earth to revive trees. That's what they can all do. Although Yu understood a little, she didn't fully grasp it. Let's go back and listen again. Currently, only Guiyu and the divine tribe possess spiritual energy. That's where the spiritual energy is. Beiyu has a natural way of protecting spiritual energy. That's why the ice attribute has become one of the 4 major skills. In other words, whether it's the human realm, the ghost realm, or the divine realm, they're all our people from the human realm. They simply won and entered another dimensional space. Unfortunately, contacting them in the divine and demonic world isn't that simple. The little girl became even more puzzled. I fell from the sky. Am I a demon, a god, or from Guiyu? You're currently sealed by dragon nails, so I can't see your true form. Indeed, to see it, all the nails would have to be removed. So if they were all removed, I would know if you're a god or a demon. Judging by my cute little face, I should probably be a god. After all, I'm so cute and pretty. Yi said that's not necessarily true. Anyway, both you and I fell from the sky. If you're a demon, I'll kill you immediately. Oh, you're so cruel. Do you really have the heart to hurt such a cute little kid? The little girl didn't expect to encounter such savagery on her first day of work. She actually slapped him as a lesson. You can scold others, but you can't scold me. You have to learn to control your chi before you can cultivate. Brute force alone is useless. In ancient times, the surface's spiritual energy was very abundant. They fought fiercely for territory. The winners were deified, the losers demonized and sealed in the heart of Guiyu. Some with too much killing intent and unwillingness remained outside. They became the evil spirits floating outside. The one we encountered together was an evil spirit. They're different from the demons inside. I can absorb spiritual energy normally, but Guiyu needs to absorb human essence and blood to improve. That's why society is now divided into 4 classes. Guiyu is the lowest class. Once Guiyu is completely eliminated, you will be able to contact your ancestors in the divine realm. This means that Guiyu's existence in this world is dispensable, right? Yes, their presence in this world is only harmful to Earth. Then what are we waiting for? Let's kill them all. I'm willing to take action. Not yet. There are 10 Lin trees in the world. Dongyu, Lanyu, and Shiyu each possess 3. Only we and Beiyu have 1, the Ruomu. But the Ruomu clan's abilities are vastly different from theirs. The Ruomu have frozen many ancient spirits, and their power continues to keep them frozen. This will also be our final defense in our attack on Guiyu. After Byango heard this, she couldn't believe it. The seemingly fragile Ruomu clan would actually be the main force in the future. As mentioned before, Beiyu's spiritual techniques were destroyed during the ancient war between the gods. Now, the Ruomu clan is using their magic to make the Empress the core of Beiyu's spiritual techniques. You know, you saw the Empress die with her own eyes. Now that the Empress is dead, doesn't that mean our attack on Guiyu is hopeless? Don't worry, don't worry. Didn't you meet someone from the Ruomu clan a few days ago? What? I have that kind of ability? When did I meet them? I don't remember. You're teasing me. That Yanxi Ling is from the Ruomu clan. He's the illegitimate son of the Empress and Lao Bei. Quick, quick, let's go back and save him. Yi Si said, I just said you were smart, and now you've become stupid again. Don't you know I went to Xin Yuan to teach him how to read and write, and to punish him if he doesn't listen? You're not telling me I went there just to order those things, are you? Well, yeah, what else can a kid like me order? But it's okay. I also had the Knightless troops protect him in advance. Xin Yuan should have shown restraint. After all, no matter what anyone says, she's still a little princess and a saintess. That's hard to say. Xin Yuan's head is like it's been kicked by a donkey. Who knows? She might actually follow Yu Yu's plan. Anyway, since you don't dare, I won't bother with him either. If I had known he was so important, I wouldn't have hit him before. Yi Si smiled slightly. If you had known his identity beforehand, he definitely would have looked down on us even more. Now that you've hit him, he's actually afraid of you. But you little rascal, you almost wiped out the future of Beiyu. There's nothing I can do. Yu Yu grew up without a father or mother, no one to teach her. She roars when she sees injustice. She strikes when she needs to. I was already being gentle. If I had really hit him, he would have been flattened like a pancake. Ugh, the more I look at you, the more I want to hit you, you little brat. I advise you to let go. Don't think that just because you eat with me, I won't dare to hit you. Luckily, back then, I gave Yinji Ling some protective gear. It blocked the force of your punches. But from that, I also know that you're really strong. Well, there's nothing I can do. I've been a badass since I was little. I'll be something else when I grow up. If you want to hit me, do it now. You won't be able to beat me when I'm older. This is the first time I've heard such a request. You little brat, do you really want me to give you a good beating? Let's focus on improving your cultivation for now. We'll deal with those things later. At your current growth rate, you'll be a young woman in a few years. That Lao Bei, although he's the biggest obstacle for the Ruomu clan, there's a mysterious power behind him that I haven't been able to figure out. Once I understand all of this, it will be his end. I'll fight him when I grow up. How long will that take? Men experience a heavenly tribulation at 18. That's why coming-of-age ceremonies were held in ancient times. It's a way of granting divine protection. But that man is an ancient dragon. To gain protection, he must shed his current mortal body and return to the divine realm. Anyone who's watched anime knows that to surpass oneself, one needs to undergo a tribulation. But tribulations aren't easy. Yu said, aren't you always saying you're so strong and amazing? Why are you so scared of a little heavenly thunder? By the way, if you're gone, who will deal with that Lao Bei? Me? Based on what I've found, he seems to be making secret deals with Xie Sui, and Yi Si knows all about this. But Beiyu, it's not that big, but it's not that small either. Beiyu has over 20 countries. It's normal for ghosts to deceive people's hearts. The emperors of those countries have dealings with Guiyu. So, any emperor influenced by Guiyu will be hostile towards Yi Si. On the day of my coming-of-age ceremony, my energy will be at its weakest. They will definitely gather all their power to attack me. OMG, so you're saying you're about to kick the bucket? I'm only 17. Calling me old, you really don't want to live, do you? Although Beiyu is our country, and that guy Lao Bei really isn't a good person, now's not the time to kill him. Do you know why? Because of the Ruomu clan. The Ruomu clan chose Beiyu out of over 20 countries in the Northern Alliance. This proves the bloodline of the Beiyu royal family. Out of those 20-plus countries, only Beiyu City is the only one that carries the ancient bloodline. We're home. You know, to awaken the Lin Jade and cultivate the living Jade technique, you need the help of the Beiyu royal family. The rumor has always been that whoever has the Ruomu will rule the world, right? Actually, that's wrong. But it's not entirely wrong. Whoever has the Bei Ruomu can indeed rule the world. But the Ruomu actually carries the nation's fortune and activates spiritual techniques. Without the help of the nation's fortune, the Ruomu clan can't revive the spiritual techniques. That's why I established the Knightless army in Beiyu. If Beiyu continues to prosper, the Ruomu clan can accelerate the propagation of the spiritual techniques. That's why I have Knightless assassins all over Beiyu. First, to gather intelligence. Second, to keep an eye on the well-being of the people. So now you understand everything. This means that no matter what happens between Lao Bei and that little Japan guy, we just need to make sure the people are well-fed, healthy, and happy, right? So when are you planning to die? I mean, hold your coming-of-age ceremony? You little brat, always wishing for my death, aren't you? I can't help it. You're not exactly young anymore. Besides, didn't you say you'd leave when you turn 18? Once you're gone, I'll be all alone again. Didn't you promise to train me? I can teach myself even if you're not here. By the way, when I die, there will be no one to remove the nails for you. You'll die. What the? Your death is your death. So, your death will also take me down with you? I don't want to die so young. Don't be so hasty, kid. I haven't finished. When I go to the divine realm, you can still contact me, but by then, you'll have to use the Ryuomu clan's spirit communication technique. But if you have an emergency, you can go to the surface well, or the remaining 2 Lin trees. One is in Zhaogu, and the other is on Dragon Island. Isn't that far? I'll have to travel abroad. But cultivation is the most important thing. When you're older, go out and see the world. Lao Hong is in charge of everything in Beiyu. I've drawn enough blood. Now I'll take you directly to our destination. By the way, once Yin Chi Ling grows up, she can activate the spiritual techniques. So, can we consider replacing that guy Lao Bei? Honestly, I don't really like him, but Yi Si said that he'll die by then. We don't need to do anything. Someone else will take care of it. So you're saying we don't have to worry about him? You won't do it, and I won't do it. Then who will kill him? My next birthday is coming up soon. I brought you here to cultivate diligently. Those evil spirits won't discover this place for a while, but you still need to be careful. You must increase your strength quickly. Once the Ryuoma tree is activated, a large number of evil spirits will frantically attack Beiyu. I won't be here then, so you have to shoulder this responsibility. The spiritual power released once the spiritual techniques are revived will be very tempting. All sorts of demons and ghosts will want to seize control of the spiritual techniques. Remember 5 years ago, when Yin Chi Ling was born, she possessed innate spiritual power. That's why the beast tide erupted back then. I happened to be at the palace. That's the real reason I decided to establish the Nightless Army in Beiyu. You can also think of it this way. We are all chess pieces. Our entire northern region must protect the heritage of the Ryuomu clan. If the Ryuomu clan's heritage is broken, we won't be able to contact the ancient divine clan anymore. That's incredible. It was because of Yi Si's presence that Yin Chi Ling's spiritual power was suppressed and sealed. Otherwise, those evil spirits wouldn't have stopped. That explains why the Empress bowed to Yi Si. But there's another important point. The Empress also seemed to bow to me, but I'm nothing. Wait, could it be that the Empress wants me to protect Yin Chi Ling? That girl has been a crybaby since she was little. Whenever something upsets her, she rolls around on the ground and cries. This really got on Yi Si's nerves. Crying here won't do you any good. You little brat, put me down, or you'll be sorry. I'll beat you to death with a stick, you bastard. But you said it's no use. Even if you stab me with a sword, it's no use. Weren't you pretty smug earlier? What's wrong? Now that I'm asking you to chop bricks, you can't do it. I went through this too when I was your age. When I was your age, I was already going to the center of the ghost prison to kill Guans. But look at you, still chopping stones here. After hearing this, Yu finally quieted down. It said that although Yi Si is usually unreasonable and domineering, his childhood was much more miserable than mine. You have to know, Yi Si is a descendant of dragons and the God Clan, and Yu is also a descendant of the God Clan. Logically speaking, she should also have retained memories, especially since when she fell. She already had the dragon sandstone peak with her, and the 10th seal showed signs of loosening. Her father and mother are very likely core deities from ancient times. You know, when Yi Si was 3 years old, he was abandoned by his family in the ghost prison to cultivate, because when Yi Si was born, he was the child with the most potential in the entire clan. It was precisely because of this that he was thrown into the human realm to train and cultivate on his own. This little brat Yu is probably the same. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been easily thrown into the mortal realm for training. But here's the problem. She has always said her parents are dead. Could it be that she hates her parents so much that she says this? Once Long Ding answers, her power will definitely be stronger than mine. Train hard now. In 10 days, there will definitely be great progress. Children, from a young age, should be instilled with correct thinking and guided with accurate values and outlook on life. Since Yu doesn't want to mention her parents, there must be a reason. After all, no one knows what happened to Yu in the heavens before she was 3 years old. But in reality, Yu genuinely doesn't remember. All of this is just Yi Si's conjecture. Hey, old dog, you've been dragging me around for half a day. When are we going to get there? Don't tell me you're trying to kidnap a child. Yi Si looked at Yu seriously. Just now you said you couldn't handle flying. Now you're complaining about walking. By the way, that Queen Ruomu is so beautiful. Did you feel even a little bit moved? No, I don't like that type. In my eyes, she doesn't even count as a person anymore. What do you mean she doesn't count as a person? She's clearly a living person right there. Are you blind? In my eyes, she's just a tree. Their Ruomu clan are spiritual practitioners, and I'm a deity. We are two different classes. Her status is at most that of a spirit who activates spiritual techniques. See these cliffs? This is the far north, what we call the North Pole. Your task is simple. Split all these stones in half, then stack them one by one. Oh my God, seriously? It's freezing here, and you want me to do manual labor? This is called cultivation. What do you know? We'll just use the local materials. Take this spicy strip. Use this spicy strip to break them. As the saying goes, like an egg striking a stone. If you can shatter something hard with something soft, then you've basically mastered your swordsmanship. Although the process is difficult, it doesn't matter. If you can't master it, you'll spend 30 years of your youth cultivating here. Aren't you setting a kid up? One is a stone, the other is a spicy strip. The density of the two things is completely different. What kind of comprehension is this? Seeing you like this, I think you've gone crazy. Can't the ancients believe in science a little more? Science is bullshit. Can science explain the iron nail in your back? Can science help you pull out the nail? You know your own strength. Letting you use a spicy strip to strike is already being nice to you. A mere broken stone is nothing to you. It's nothing. After you shatter the stones here further inside, there are all sorts of strange stones waiting for you to shatter. You grab a handful of spicy strips and started hitting and slapping the stones. Only the slap sound could be heard, but it was useless. ECI then brought over a smaller stone. Don't rush. Practice slowly. There are plenty more inside. When I'm gone, you'll carry and practice on your own. Yu was furious. Damn it, these spicy strips have no strength at all. They're about to fall apart before I even hit anything. No wonder it's called cold stone. It really is incredibly hard. Exhausted, Yu sat down directly on the ground, panting. ECI grabbed Yu. Little dummy, you can't rest. But Yu just wanted to rest, ignoring him. Baingo poked its head out. Hey, Yu is about to get another spanking. Hurry up, hit her. Don't give me any face. Yu saw all of this. Damn you, stinky horse. Get out of here. ECI bullies me, and I can't beat him, but I can beat you. Oh my God, I knew I shouldn't have come along. It's always me who gets beaten. The little brat has finally grown into a bigger brat, but her mischievous nature still hasn't changed. In just 2 short months, Yu has basically mastered the spicy strip slap attack. A spicy strip goes straight into Han Shi. As you can see, that's how domineering I am. Little Han Shi is nothing for your Yu. Oh, not bad. Our Yu has finally mastered it. However, I still have 99,999 stones waiting for you. Looks like going out to play is out of the question. You useless mutt, go yesy. Just wait until I'm stronger, I'll break your legs. 6 months later, Yu has grown taller. After all, she's in a growth spurt. It's normal to grow taller. This is tough. I've already mastered it to an incredible degree. Time to eat when I'm hungry. Here, Grandpa Butler doesn't have to make do anymore. We eat what we have. Byanga, you get one too. A horse can't eat too much. It'll be a waste. After eating my fill, let's see what kind of daydreams ECI is having. Every day I work, he sleeps. Whoosh. Straight into Yi Si's dream. Wow, so many beautiful crystals in here. Hey, little brat, be quiet. You're so loud. He directly injected the Huntian Ling into Yu. Now, pull it out and take a look. Whoa. Go Yesy, stop. What are you doing? What else can I be doing? You barged in here without warning. What are you doing? Yu got angry and released a lightning bolt. Zap! She shocked ECI bald. ECI woke up and Yu was also ejected. Little brat, didn't I tell you? You can't just enter my dreams without my permission. Damn you. It's just entering your dream to dig for gold. Was it necessary to be so rough? Forget pulling out nails. You're pulling out my cervical vertebrae. Anyway, you've almost shattered Han Shi. If you're really that bored, go kill some small fry in the ghost realm. In a few days, I'll become Neza the Third Prince. Sending me to fight sand monsters now? Isn't that a bit sudden? And what's with that black iron chain? I don't remember that. That's right. That's why I secretly injected into you before. Now I have the power of lightning and the power of the iron chain. Chain plus lightning. It's a living conductor. Seeing Yu spacing out, he decided to just drag her away. Now, I'll take you to the ghost realm to train against some small fry. The kid is finally going to show the results of her training. And so, the two of them arrived at the ghost realm. Luo Inu immediately knew it was ghost from the surrounding black mist. The instant she encountered it, an evil feeling that made every pore on her body stand up washed over her. Do you know why this is a no man's land? Because of the demons and ghouls. Yichi nodded. There used to be a blood tribe here, the birthplace of the ice tribe. But a long time ago, there was a demonic surge. Countless demons rushed out of the ghost prison and slaughtered the entire nation. So, the demons here are very strong. They're the ones who wiped out the ice tribe. Yi Si replied indifferently. Why don't you try and find out? With that, Yi Si grabbed the kid's hand and pulled her inside. As soon as Yu entered, she heard the ghostly howls close by. Oh my god, there's so many just on the outskirts of the ghost realm. The heartbroken human child entered, and the surrounding ghosts were all amused. They all stopped and observed this unknown creature. It took them a while to react. A human child. She looks delicious. Eat her. Luo Inu immediately drew her dragon bone sword. Don't underestimate me, just because I'm small. Then she slashed and hacked away. When the weapon in her hand was no longer just a blade, but a dragon bone sword imbued with 5 dragon nails, its destructive power increased severalfold. Luo Inu swung her sword, and the black mist in front of her vanished. Yalago just stood by and watched. The invisible slashes felt different against them than against flesh. The low-level heartbroken on the edge of the outer ghost realm were relatively weak. These little ghosts were perfect for her to practice on, and you seem to have found the trick. The key to killing ghosts wasn't strength, but explosive power. More demons continuously emerged from the deeper parts of the ghost realm. It seemed like they hadn't tasted fresh blood for so long that they ignored the deadly dragon bone sword. They frantically charged towards Luo Inu. Luo Inu gripped her sword with both hands, the sword light flashing before her. Kill them. At the same time, the dragon bone sword let out a loud, resonant hum, as if responding to its little master. Judgment Thunder. Let you taste my new move. Luo Inu fought with increasing ferocity, venturing deeper. She discovered her Thunder Spirit Soul was naturally effective against these ghosts and ghouls. Killing evil spirits wasn't so difficult after all. Today, Yu's gonna have a killing spree. Seeing this, Baenga chirped and tried to follow, also wanting to stylishly slay some evil. However, Yi Si grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Don't get involved. If you bounce any harder, you'll drag me in too. Both Luo Inu and Baengu had grown rapidly during this time. Even Baengu, who had tasted the essence liquid, hadn't escaped this growth spurt. Her fur flowed elegantly, her body shimmering like glass under sunlight, overflowing with radiance. The growth of both young companions was visibly dramatic, but only Yi Si was becoming increasingly thin and even coughed up blood from time to time. Baengu saw Yi Si cough up blood. She didn't dare bounce around anymore. But suddenly, from the darkness ahead, Luo Inu came running back, shouting, Yi Si, I've lured out a big one. Help! Baengu, hearing this, became even more agitated. Let me see just how big this evil spirit is. I don't believe I, who am naturally able to subdue evil, can't handle it. The once majestic commander of the Nightless Army was now so weak that speaking a single sentence caused him to cough up blood. Although she didn't say it aloud, Yu was incredibly worried. Finally, after 7 days of slaying evil spirits in the ghost realm, Yi Si felt she had trained enough. Alright, let's set off for the Lu Nan Kingdom. Yu, holding Yi Si's hand with concern, suddenly hugged his thigh. She used to be short and could only hug his calf, but now, having grown taller, she could reach his thigh. Yi Si, let me prepare a carriage for you. Stop walking, and stop using your powers. I'm really afraid you'll collapse. Yi Si didn't refuse, only hummed softly in response. The three quickly left the ghost realm. As soon as they were out the gate, Luo Inu immediately let go of Yi Si's hand. Yi Si, rest for a bit. I'll call you Old Dog Yi when the carriage is ready. They thought Luo Inu was just talking, but she really meant it. However, because there was nothing in the uninhabited area of Jibei, Luo Inu couldn't buy anything, even with money. So, she and Baengu had to build it themselves. I'm going to start building the carriage. Baengu, give me some lumber. Baengu chirped excitedly. Yu first drew a rough sketch. After all, building a carriage was a major undertaking. Then, pondering the construction method, she set to work while Old Dog Yi and Baengu sat beside her, chatting. After what felt like 6.18 seconds, Yu happily pulled Yi Si over to inspect the results. Baengu also chirped excitedly, as if displaying some rare treasure. Yu Yu had envisioned a four-wheeled carriage, spacious, comfortable, and stable for Yi Si to lie in. But in the end, she only managed to make 3 wheels and a wooden platform, resulting in a 3-wheeled cart, a very simple one without a roof. Luo Inu grandly declared to Yi Si, "I made you a convertible." Yi Si didn't mind. He sat in the 3-wheeled cart, bouncing along, occasionally coughing up what looked like tomato juice. Notably, he wore a white ribbon around his forehead, hiding the 2 bumps there. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the capital of the Han Liao kingdom. "Wait for me here. I'll go get a comfortable carriage." But just as he turned, he heard a woman's voice. "Oh my, whose young master is this? He's so handsome." As soon as the words were spoken, Yi Si coughed up another mouthful of tomato juice. The woman's interest intensified. "Coughing up blood? A sickly beauty. Someone, seize him and bring him back to the princess's mansion as my consort." The soldiers immediately swarmed, surrounding Yi Si and Baiangu. "Yes, third princess." Yi Si's voice, though soft, was firm that I already have a family. The woman was the 3rd princess of the Han Liao kingdom, whose favorite pastime was abducting handsome men. Seeing Yi Si's resistance, she resorted to force. "It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you. Where's your family? I'll kill them all, and then you'll have no one left." The soldiers, emboldened, moved to tie Yi Si up. But Luo Inu was fearless, stepping forward to shield him. "Just try to touch him." The 3rd princess raised an eyebrow, glaring at her. "Where did this little peasant come from? Get out of my way. I'll have you know, I am his family. If you dare kill me." The once majestic commander of the Knightless army was now so weak that speaking a single sentence caused him to cough up blood. Although she didn't say it aloud, Yu Yu was incredibly worried. Finally, after 7 days of slaying evil spirits in the ghost realm, Yi Si felt she had trained enough. "All right, let's set off for the Lu Nan kingdom." Yu Yu, holding Yi Si's hand with concern. Then with a plop, she hugged Yi Si's thigh. She used to be short and could only hug his calf, but now she's taller and can reach his thigh. Yi Si, how about I prepare a carriage for you? You shouldn't walk anymore. And also, don't use any more of your power. I'm really afraid you'll collapse. Yi Si didn't refuse, only asking softly, "Okay." Then the 3 of them quickly left the ghost realm. As soon as they were out of the ghost realm's gate, Luo Inu immediately let go of Yi Si's hand. "Why, Yi Si, you rest for a bit. I'll make you a carriage, you old dog." They thought Luo Inu was just talking, but the little girl was serious. However, since there was nothing in the uninhabited area of Jibei, Luo Inu couldn't buy anything even with money. Therefore, she had to build one herself with Baiangu and Yimawu. "This young lady is going to build a carriage. Baiangu, go get me some lumber." Baiangu's excitement points increased by 99. Luo Inu first drew a rough sketch. After all, building a carriage was a big project. Then she pondered the construction method. Baiangu and Yimawu sat beside her, chuckling. Just like that, after 6.18 seconds, Luo Inu happily pulled Yi Si over to inspect the results. Yimawu also chirped excitedly, as if showing off some rare treasure. Luo Inu originally envisioned a 4-wheeled carriage so that Yi Si could lie inside comfortably and steadily. But in the end, she only managed to make 3 wheels and a wooden board, resulting in a 3-wheeled cart. Moreover, it was a very simple, roofless cart. Luo Inu grandly declared, "Han Yi Si, I made you a convertible." Yi Si didn't mind, sitting in the 3-wheeled cart as it bumped along, occasionally coughing up a mouthful of blood. The key point was that he used a white silk ribbon to wrap around his forehead, covering the 2 protruding bumps. After traveling for a while, they arrived at the capital of the Han Liao kingdom. "Wait for me here. I'll go get a comfortable carriage." Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned around, he heard a woman's voice. "Ooh, whose young master is this? He's so handsome." As soon as the words fell, Yi Si coughed up another mouthful of blood. The woman's interest intensified. "Coughing up blood? He's a sickly beauty. Someone, seize him and bring him back to the princess's mansion as my consort." The soldiers immediately swarmed, surrounding Yi Si and Baiangu. "Yes, third princess." Yi Si's voice was soft but firm, "but I already have a family." It turned out this person was the 3rd princess of the Han Liao kingdom. Her favorite pastime was snatching handsome men. Seeing Yi Si's resistance, she resorted to force. "It's your good fortune that I've taken a liking to you today. Where's your family? I'll kill them all, and then you won't have one anymore." Seeing this, the soldiers became even more arrogant and were about to tie Yi Si up. But Luo Inu was not afraid at all. and stood directly in front of them. Just try and touch him. The third princess raised an eyebrow, angrily staring at Luo Inu. Where did this little brat come from? Get out of my way. I'll have you know, I am his family. If you dare, kill me. Angry, Luo Inu was truly furious this time. She unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse at the third princess of the enemy nation. I'm this handsome guy's family. So what? Are you going to kill me? The third princess stared intently at the young girl. This was the first time she had been so provoked, and the first time she had been so openly defied in public, disregarding the royal authority. They don't look alike at all. How could they be related? The princess's killing intent surged. Points plus 99. Seeing the system panel's feedback, Luo Inu felt a bit disdainful. Just this? And she's royalty? Bei Yudi could easily rack up plus 999. The Han Liao Kingdom's princess only gets 99. The princess sneered. After confirming that Luo Inu had no cultivation and posed no threat, she took out her fateful weapon, a large hammer. I'd like to see what kind of foreign brat dares to steal someone from this princess. The princess's disdain was evident. Points plus 99. The moment Luo Inu saw the weapon, she took 2 steps back. This woman's fateful weapon is a sledgehammer? Even General Fu isn't this fierce. The Han Liao Kingdom truly has a ferocious culture. The princess was very satisfied with Luo Inu's reaction. She slammed the hammer onto the ground, creating a large crater. I don't believe that with my mid-5th realm cultivation, I can't take down a little brat like you. You want to compete with me? Take a look at yourself first. Luo Inu didn't speak. Instead, she kissed Yi-Si's mask and coughed softly. Then, she pulled a bamboo stick from her waist. But when the bamboo stick was drawn, everyone around, whether ordinary citizens or the princess's soldiers, burst into laughter. Huh, a bamboo stick? Ha ha ha. Is this kid crazy? I've never seen someone so unafraid of death. Third princess, just cripple her. The princess was incredulous. Points plus 99. The princess's killing intent raged. Points plus 99. Luo Inu was self-aware. After all, I can't use the dragon bone sword against humans. That would be bullying, wouldn't it? Then her expression turned serious. Dealing with you? A single bamboo stick is enough. Yi-Si looked at Luo Inu with a smile. As long as there's a sword in your heart. What you hold in your hand isn't important. He then coughed up some blood. This battle is already decided. No need to watch any longer. The third princess has been driven mad. Your entire clan should die. I'll kill your whole family. The third princess raged, her anger points increasing by 99. Luo Inu used the bamboo stick to provoke her. See if I don't bash your head in. The third princess raised her large hammer high, and without hesitation, brought it down towards Luo Inu's head. Luo Inu still stood there, motionless, calmly watching the large hammer descend from the sky. She was finding the feeling. Yi-Si had told her ultimate power always erupts in an instant. At the moment of that eruption, the opponent will put all their weight onto their weapon. After more than half a year of training, Luo Inu had made great progress, but her movement technique still hadn't reached the threshold. Until now, Luo Inu seemed to have grasped the secrets of space and time. The arcane art Sina. The moment the hammer was just a few centimeters from her face. Yes, right now. Luo Inu sidestepped. The hammer grazed her ear, creating a gust of wind that brushed against her cheek. At the same time, she made her move. With a flick of her wrist, the bamboo stick seemed to come alive, bending and coiling, then straightening in the opposite direction, snapping against the large hammer. With a crack, these few movements were incredibly fast, completed in a mere millisecond. The third princess, having missed her blow, momentarily lost her balance. Then, with a thud, she fell to the ground, face first. Luo Inu, on the other hand, stood there as if she hadn't moved, still looking incredibly cool. The third princess was both shocked and furious. Damn it, how'd she dodge that? The onlookers were also stunned. What happened? That little girl should have been crushed with one blow. How did she end up falling? The next second, the third princess suddenly let out an enraged roar, her eyes bloodshot. The large hammer in her hand generated an incredibly strong wind that it's over. She's serious now. The outburst of a fifth-order midstage cultivator caused a gale to surge around them. At the center of the storm, Luo Inu remained motionless and silent, her calmness frightening. That wasn't my pure Han Shi training like this. I could even shatter Han Shi. I wonder if I can shatter this soul weapon. Let's try it out. Then, with a snap, the tip of the bamboo stick pierced the large hammer, causing it to crack and shatter. The third princess instantly coughed up blood and collapsed. After all, a soul weapon is a cultivator's most important possession, their lifeblood and second life. A shattered soul weapon means, even if the cultivator doesn't die, they're crippled. Can you believe a human child, with just a bamboo stick, could shatter a soul weapon, the Hao-Ian hammer? Watching the third princess cough up blood, the onlookers were dumbfounded. That little stick is amazing. It can even shatter a soul weapon. The surrounding soldiers were terrified and rushed to help the third princess up, vowing to kill Luo Yinyu. Luo Yinyu knew she was in trouble. She quickly threw away the bamboo stick and retrieved a dagger from her ring. She then tossed the dagger to Yimawu. Catching the dagger, Yimawu quickly cut the ropes binding the carriage behind him. Luo Yinyu was now surrounded by soldiers. Clearly, these fools were no match for her. She immediately used the shrink the earth to an inch technique that Yi Si had taught her. Although she wasn't very proficient with it, it was more than enough to deal with these fools. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yinyu jumped onto the third princess's carriage. Seeing this, the fools immediately gave chase. However, Luo Yinyu was already driving the carriage away. As she drove away, she shouted, "Yi Si, you white lotus, hurry up, catch up with me." Yi Si coughed up more blood as he got up. Watching the soldiers being led away by Luo Yinyu, he jumped and landed on one of the soldiers' heads. With another jump, he landed in front of Luo Yinyu's carriage. Without hesitation, he opened the curtain and entered. Yi Si, hold on tight. Now watch my performance. Byanga was about to be angered to death. Why doesn't anyone understand me? He could have caught up in one go, but he insisted on putting on a pitiful act. Finally, he heard his young master's voice from ahead. Byangu, stop dawdling. Catch up with us. Byanga's confusion points increased by 99. Byanga's shock and grievance points increased by 99. Reacting, Yimawu immediately chirped and followed. Luo Yinyu was overjoyed. She had a carriage, a luxurious royal one at that. She had bullied the princess and gained some points. This trip was a complete success. However, the fools behind them were still in hot pursuit. Catch them. Don't let them escape. Having instructed the resourceful and sturdy Yimawu to lead the way, Luo Yinyu swiftly leaped onto the roof of the carriage. Then, she pulled a crossbow from her ring. Clearly, the human cub was up to something again. This crossbow, borrowed from Li Xin Yuan, hadn't been used yet. Today seemed like a good day to try it out. Luo Yinyu, ever resourceful, was at it again. The repeating crossbow borrowed from Li Xin Yuan was finally going to see some action. It was a large, imposing repeating crossbow, its stark black exterior exuding a metallic aura. It had a range of 50 feet. The mere sight of the 50-foot repeating crossbow was enough to make half of the pursuing soldiers turn tail and run. After all, the massive, intimidating metallic appearance was instantly recognizable. Everyone knew it was a knightless army weapon. It was a knightless crossbow, a knightless repeating crossbow. Run for your lives. Luo Yinyu smirked. She didn't even need to aim carefully nor fire many shots. The sight of the monstrous weapon had scared off most of the pursuing soldiers, and the remaining few were so terrified they posed no threat. The carriage rattled away, and only after they were out of sight and Luo Yinyu was sure no one was following did she climb down from the roof. Lifting the curtain, she entered the carriage to find Yi Si staring at her. Luo Yinyu tilted her head. "What's up?" Yi Si looked away. Even a life-bound soul can be shattered. Luo Yinyu's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah. Aren't I amazing?" Luo Yinyu beamed, fishing for compliments. Yi Si simply uttered, "Very impressive." For a high-ranking individual's life-bound soul to be shattered by an ordinary person in direct combat, with a bamboo stick no less, was unheard of. This was completely different from the Han Shi incident, both in principle and significance. Even Yi Si was puzzled. Could this be a cross-boundary challenge? He quickly dismissed the thought. This was far beyond the scope of a cross-boundary challenge. No one could kill someone from 10 paces away and shatter their life-bound soul. Shattering someone's life-bound soul was far more devastating than simply killing them. It was akin to crippling them completely, often driving the victim to madness and a fate worse than death. He turned to Luo Yinyu. "What did you feel when you shattered the third princess's life-bound soul?" Luo Yinyu recalled the moment, but a slight tingle at the base of my neck. Yi Si pondered this for a moment, then fell silent. Luo Yinyu yawned. Exhausted from the day's events, and now that the danger had passed, she found a comfortable spot in the carriage and lay down to sleep. Watching her drift off, Yi Si gently patted her back. Luo Inu snuggled into his lap, sleeping even more soundly. At that moment, Yi Si reached down and gently tugged at something just below Luo Inu's neck. With a clatter, a long, thin black chain emerged from her back. Crackling with lightning and imbued with thunder, the chain made Yi Si's fingers tingle. This was the first time he had pulled this chain out in the waking world. It was far more distinct than in his dreams. The electrical charge significantly stronger. The red ribbon tied to it fluttered, intertwined with the lightning and fire. Yi Si softly inquired, "What are you?" What kind of divine wing possesses such a unique ability to shatter life-bound souls, to judge right and wrong? Luo Inu, seemingly dreaming of something delicious, mumbled in her sleep. Shaking his head, Yi Si released the chain. It vanished back into Luo Inu's neck with a whoosh, taking the crackling electricity with it. Yi Si flexed his still tingling fingers. Powerful indeed. Another moment of glory arrived for the human cub. Not only was she declared the sacred maiden of Nanal Kingdom, but the Emperor of Nanal also named her his imperial consort. After repelling the Han Liao soldiers with a knightless crossbow, Luo Inu soon arrived at the next stage of her journey, Nanal Kingdom. She arrived just in time for the autumn harvest, which, it must be said, was rather dismal. Despite this, the people of Nanal remained optimistic and cheerful, singing folk songs in their patched clothing. Unable to bear the sight, Luo Inu shared her improved sweet potatoes with them. Then came the troublesome part. The entire nation wanted to declare her a saint, nearly trapping her in their dilapidated palace. Yi Si watched the spectacle unfold, amused by Luo Inu's flustered attempts to navigate the enthusiastic Nanal citizens. That evening, the Emperor of Nanal hosted a grand sweet potato feast in Luo Inu's honor. She was given the most prestigious seat, second only to the royal family. Even Byangu was treated as an honored guest, not to mention the ethereal Yi Si. Fortunately, the sweet potatoes weren't the only food at the banquet. There was a special fine wine, unlike any found in Beiyu or Han Liao. Luo Inu was young and shouldn't have been drinking, but it was so sweet and fragrant that she couldn't resist and had several cups. Byangu, never one to refuse a drink, was toasted by everyone, even by a horse, for some inexplicable reason. He even pretended to get drunk. As for Yi Si, he remained slumped over the entire time, occasionally taking a few sips of blood, looking like he was on the verge of death. Finally, when the banquet ended and Luo Inu thought they could all go home, the drama began. The Nanal Emperor declared with a grand gesture, "The sacred maiden will be my most beloved Jin Wang princess. She is yet unmarried. Take her with you." He even wiped away tears as he spoke. Luo Inu was completely speechless. "Nanal Emperor, are you all right? Are you drunk? I'm a woman." Immediately, a young woman, about 12 years old and wearing a veil, stepped out from the crowd. "Father, I will miss you." Luo Inu quickly stepped forward to stop them. "Hold on, I haven't agreed." Her words instantly chilled the previously jovial atmosphere. The royal family stared at her in shock. The princess threatened to take her own life. "If the sacred maiden doesn't want me, then I don't want to live." The Nanal Emperor sat on the ground, wailing, "Sacred maiden, she's my most beloved daughter. I know Nanal is poor, but we have dignity and pride." Luo Inu took a deep breath. "Your Majesty, I think you need to calm down. Look at me. I'm a woman." The Nanal Emperor slammed the table. "Oh, what if you're a woman?" Luo Inu was stunned. She looked at Yi Si helplessly. He was stifling his laughter, his shoulders shaking. Byangu was still drunk and couldn't offer any help. So Luo Inu quickly made up an excuse that "I'm still young. We're not suitable." The Nanal Emperor was unconcerned. "It's all right. We'll wait until you're older." Luo Inu panicked and blurted out another lie. "I'm already betrothed. My partner wouldn't allow it." The Nanal Emperor finally calmed down. "Oh, I see." Luo Inu thought she had finally silenced him, but she was too naive. "Then, may I ask who the sacred maiden is betrothed to?" Luo Inu was about to lose her mind. She decided to run away that very night. Nanal was too terrifying. How could a dignified emperor offer his daughter to a woman? Utterly speechless, Luo Inu secretly fled with Yi Si in the middle of the night. They then set off for their next training destination. Yi Si continued educating Luo Inu. Further southwest is a strange zone bordering Nanal. Due to the climate, the ghosts in Nanal have a strong, viscous feel. They're commonly known as water ghosts. Luo Inu pondered, it's different from the feeling of me slaughtering everything in the Jibei region. Different feeling is a good description. It's more resistant. However, the description was too abstract. Luo Inu didn't truly understand until she entered the southwestern ghost realm and encountered these water ghosts herself. Indeed, the ghosts here were completely different from those in the Jibei region. The power of her flag was useless. The southwestern ghosts seemed to understand the principle of using softness to overcome hardness. Luo Inu charged in with her dragonbone sword, but couldn't kill a single one after 3 rounds. Swinging the dragonbone sword felt like hitting a lump of gel. The force would rebound. Even after 618 hours, Luo Inu still couldn't kill any of these ghosts. Finally, she lost her patience and started running around the ghost realm with crackling lightning. Believe it or not, I'll electrocute you all. Let's see who dares to mess with me. After all, the power of lightning countered all ghosts, regardless of their type. She'd electrocute them all. However, her arrogance didn't last long. Seeing her outburst, Yi Si pulled her back that you're here to train, not to take shortcuts. Luo Inu simply replied with a faint, "Oh," but the crackling lightning around her still showed her defiance. Inside the Beiyu Imperial City, Yan Xingyin, dressed in light training clothes, was engrossed in a book, but he wasn't able to read for long. An abrupt voice interrupted his thoughts. Not cultivating, but reading here? Do people from the backwoods have no discipline? Yan Xingyuan looked up and saw that it was the 13th prince. He rose and bowed. Bursts of laughter erupted around them, mocking him for using such precious morning hours for reading. After all, such valuable time should be spent cultivating. Yan Xingyuan didn't retort. She simply stood there quietly and let them laugh. Meanwhile, her mind rapidly analyzed everyone present, their identities, family backgrounds, cultivation levels, and intelligence. After a complete assessment, Yan Xingyuan shook her head inwardly. Her conclusion was that no one in the entire Jixia Academy was capable of governing the country. Nurturing these students was a waste of resources. They weren't even as good as the elementary students in Lingzhou's Mengxue Academy. Seeing that Yan Xingyuan didn't respond, like a bookworm, the 13th prince became even more arrogant. Useless thing. Coward. Yan Xingyuan looked at the prince and just smiled faintly. She spoke, 13th prince, you're truly the strongest in this academy. Even the dumbest person in the world could be your mentor and friend. Her speech was rapid. After speaking, she picked up her book again and continued reading. The group opposite her was stunned, trying to figure out what she had just said. Finally, after what felt like 6 minutes and 18 seconds, the group reacted. The 13th prince roared, "Stop her!" Yan Xingyuan was no frail scholar. Ordinary cultivators were no match for her. More than a year ago, she had already reached the Yellow Martial Realm, first stage. Now, she was even further along. She was only 1 step away from the 5th stage. At her age, possessing such cultivation was truly exceptional. As a result, the princes, unable to withstand even a single blow, fell to the ground. As she left, Yan Xingyin lightly said to the students lying on the ground, "It's getting cold. Remember to put on more dirt." This again prompted deep thought from the other students. What hidden meaning was she implying this time? Their words had finally grown taller, but Yi Si was unbelievably weak. Luo Inu had spent another 6 months in the southwestern ghost realm, learning every method of dealing with ghosts. She could even venture deeper into the realm and spar with the older ghosts. She had broken through to the 6th soul sealing nail. All 7 nails were imbued by Yi Si onto the dragonbone sword. The dragonbone sword had become so powerful that Earth-Rain ghosts would be annihilated upon contact. Luo Inu had become a qualified ghost slayer. Let's return to Lingzhou. Yi Si's voice suddenly came from inside the carriage. Luo Inu hurried over and immediately met Yi Si's eyes. His eyes were bright, not at all like someone who was ill, but his overall condition and complexion were extremely poor. Luo Inu pursed her lips, unable to speak. Yi Si smiled, "But let's go back for New Year's. Is my training finished? You calculated the time correctly, right? I have prepared many new clothes for you. They're with Wendong and Chuxiu." Luo Inu tilted her head. Speaking of new clothes, Why do you always wear white? And just this one, over and over again. Yi was unusually patient with her idle chatter. Then what color should I wear? Luo Yinyu thought of her dream and said, black with gold trim. Yi chuckled and waved his hand. All right, I understand. With that, he closed his eyes again, looking weak. The smile disappeared from Luo Yinyu's face. Feeling the increasingly faint aura behind her, her heart ached terribly. Luo Yinyu drove the carriage and, on New Year's Eve, arrived back at the Snowy Mountain military camp on the border of Lingzhou. Lingzhou was still the same icy wasteland as when they left. Yi returned to his study. It had been a long time since he'd been back. Everything in the study remained unchanged. The map, the brazier burning with a crackling sound, the blanket that aren't you going to see Butler Grandpa? Luo Yinyu shook her head. She did miss Butler Grandpa very much. But Shou Sui and Biangu were already going crazy with excitement, running around everywhere. Yi pointed outside. Zhou Hong and the others are busy. Go take a look. Luo Yinyu's expression was somewhat puzzled. Finally, she got up and walked out the door. The three fools were making quite a commotion in the martial training area. Tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered together, not preparing for the new year, busy with something unknown. Zhou Hong held a thick roster and read, Knightless Cavalry, Zhao Qian. Died in battle, September, Jin Shui year 26. Zhao Qian's family. Zhou Hong took out a pen and marked Zhao Qian's name on the roster. He continued, Knightless Cavalry, Zhu Kaijun. Died in battle, October, Jin Shui year 26. Zhu Saijun's family. Luo Yinyu hadn't understood at first, but hearing these words, she immediately realized what was happening. The Knightless army was removing names, and a large number of them. This commotion was significant. Clearly, no one had died, yet the roster listed over 50,000 casualties, all dated within this year's war between the two countries. It was strange. Why remove names after the war had ended? Luo Yinyu was witnessing a large-scale casualty event. These 50,000 troops, officially declared dead, must have some important purpose. Luo Yinyu suddenly remembered that Yi had told her to come and see this. Yi must have a complete record of the follow-up to this event. She decided to ask him. On the way back, she ran into Wendong and Chu Xue. The young female general, Chu Xue, practically flew towards her, holding a new set of clothes. Wendong was also happy. Shou Sui wore new clothes later. Luo Yinyu glanced again at the bright steady light in the distance. After a moment of thought, she nodded. During the years Luo Yinyu was away from Lingzhou, Wendong and Chu Xue hadn't been idle. They had been busy making clothes. The hard-entwined silk was incredibly difficult to cut and sew. It took them several years to make just these few garments. Luo Yinyu had grown a bit taller. After the new year, she would be 8 years old. The small, early version of the light feather profound robe no longer fit. Not only had she worn it to tatters, but it was also stained with the black filth from the ghost domain. Fortunately, Wendong and Chu Xue had her change into a new one, a green azure feather profound robe. After changing, Luo Yinyu put on a red scarf and hat. Bundled up, she looked like a red and green ball. She pushed open the door, and a wave of warm air rushed over her. Yiji, look, is my new outfit pretty? Wearing her green robe, she ran over and habitually leaned against Yi thigh. Usually, Yi would impatiently push her hand away and scold her a bit. But this time, Yi didn't react. He sat motionless on the soft couch beside the desk, eyes closed. The smile on Luo Yinyu's face froze, and her complexion turned pale. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers echoed from outside. Soldiers cheered, celebrating the Knightless Lord's victory. Zhou Hong was incredibly busy, running around nonstop. The future planning was exceedingly complex, and he also had to find a way to deliver the casualty list to the record keepers. Outside, everyone was bustling with activity. Biangu whinnied playfully. Only Luo Yinyu remained in the study, numbly holding Yi-Si's ice-cold fingers. He wasn't breathing. In a place filled with the songs of birds and fragrant flowers, amidst this prosperity stood a magnificent palace, resplendent and imposing. Suddenly, the palace trembled, and a powerful aura emanated from within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew towards the palace at astonishing speed. Within a second, hundreds had arrived. These figures, however, had strange appearances. Some had human bodies with fox faces, others snake bodies with human faces. Some were even more chimerical, yet they walked upright. They were all ancient great demons. Suddenly, the palace doors were pushed open from within, and a figure emerged. The great demons outside immediately erupted in excitement, falling to their knees. The voices of hundreds overlapped, like the roar of thousands of soldiers and horses, accompanied by the thunderous beating of war drums. Congratulations, young lord, on achieving the golden dragon body. The figure from within the palace stepped out into the sunlight. The dragon horns on his forehead emitted a faint golden glow. Yi Si looked at the kneeling great demons, a smile curving his lips. Finally, I've returned. Poor Inu, heartbroken by Yi Si's supposed death, wept inconsolably. But she had no idea that Yi Si was on Dragon Island, enjoying the obeisance of 3,000 great demons. He raised his hand, signaling for them to rise. The great demons rose in a flurry, jostling and roaring. Our Dragon Island young lord has achieved the golden dragon body. Ha ha ha. Let's see who out there dares to say Dragon Island has no successor. I'll crush them. The young lord has finally returned. While he's still in good spirits and full of vigor, let's get him settled. Yi Si, having just returned, was dumbfounded by this outburst, watching his elders go wild. All female demons on the island, assemble. Soon, tens of thousands of female demons gathered outside the palace, all in their true forms. Heavens, they even found a pig demon. A black figure descended rapidly from the sky. Transforming into a human with a snake tail, he was the most enthusiastic of the great demons, known as Zhu Jiuyin. He rushed to Yi Si, grabbed his hand, and exclaimed, "Young lord, let's begin the concubine selection." Yi Si forcefully pulled his hand back. "Young lord, choose quickly, or take them all." Yi Si repeatedly refused, "That I don't like them like this." Zhu Jiuyin was startled. He quickly turned and roared at the female demons. "The young lord doesn't like your demon forms. Transform. Those who can't transform leave." A large number of female demons immediately departed. The remaining ones struggled to assume human form. Many, however, were incomplete, with hands, feet, or way still in their demonic forms. A small number successfully transformed and excitedly pushed forward. Zhu Jiuyin pointed at those who had successfully transformed and eagerly recommended, "Young lord, these are beautiful. Take them." Yi Si took a deep breath and refused again. "I don't like demons. It's not about transformation. It's the wrong species." Zhu Jiuyin immediately shouted, Go and capture some humans. Beautiful ones." A large group of demons prepared to depart, rolling up their sleeves as if going to raid a village. Yi Si quickly interrupted, "I don't like humans either." Zhu Jiuyin was stunned. "Young lord," he asked, perplexed, "then what do you like?" "I don't like demons. Is that all right? You're all painting them with the same brush." Zhu Jiuyin, startled, retreated repeatedly. "Young lord, please understand," he pleaded. "Then I'll go dig a few coffins for you." Yi Si fell silent. "Let's put the concubine selection aside for now. I just returned and my mind isn't settled." Yi Si suddenly asked, "Where's my father?" "The Dragon Lord hasn't returned for many years. But whether he returns or not isn't important. Our Dragon Island now has more than just him as a true dragon. Young lord, just work hard and have a few more." Yi Si was truly exasperated. She hadn't expected to be urged to have children the moment she returned. Yi Si grabbed Zhu Jiuyin's long beard and dragged him away. "Zhu Jiuyin, come inside with me and talk." Young lord, don't pull. My beard is going to break. It's breaking." Zhu Jiuyin was feeling wronged. He didn't have much of a beard to begin with, and young lord had already pulled out 3 hairs on the way there. Yi Si looked at him and asked, "During the years I've been gone, have any major events occurred?" Zhu Jiuyin kept replying, "Dragon Island has added 3,000 demonic beasts, expanded territory by 0. Yi Si interrupted him, "Dragon Island is only this big. It can't expand anymore. Stop with the wishful thinking." Zhu Jiuyin was unconvinced. He retorted, "We can seize Zhaoga's territory." Yi Si shook her head speechlessly and changed the subject. "Besides me and my father, is there a third dragon in this world?" This time, Zhu Jiuyin shook his head definitively. No. After the primordial war, the human race rose up against Dragon Island. The dragon-slaying war lasted for 1,000 years. The dragon race already has a slow life cycle, and the heavenly Tao further restricts powerful beings. The birth of every true dragon is extremely difficult. That dragon-slaying war completely destroyed the foundation of Dragon Island. The Dragon Lord only survived because of the undying coffin, And you, young lord, the dragon lord nearly exhausted herself to give birth to you. You had it so rough, young lord. A half-dragon bloodline, having to cultivate a golden dragon true body and undergo tribulation at such a young age. All right. Yi Si quickly stopped him. She then asked, what major event have happened in Zhaoga? Zhu Jiuyin thought for a moment. In 20 years, the population has increased by 30 million. That's 10,000 times that of our Dragon Island. Yi Si raised her hand again. Okay, stop. I'm asking if there's been any activity from those divine healer families. Speaking of the divine healer families, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes immediately lit up. Excitedly, he said yes. The two great divine healer families, Yun and Luo, are about to fight. Yi Si caught the keyword, Luo family. What happened again? Did a divine healer lose their memory? Zhu Jiuyin explained, young lord, you were still young. Your childhood was spent in the heart of Ghost Prison. And as soon as you were a little older, you went to cultivate. You don't know the specifics of those divine healer families in Zhaoga. Of the 9 divine healer families, the Yun and Luo families intermarried. And then? Why are they about to fight? Zhu Jiuyin, animatedly gossiping, waved his hands about 10 years ago. When young lord was still cultivating, the Yun and Luo families took a liking to each other and decided to intermarry to solidify their bond. The ceremony that day was incredibly grand. Zhu Jiuyin's snake body wriggled excitedly on the ground. The birth of a divine healer bloodline is usually accompanied by unusual phenomena. Most of the time, it's auspicious clouds or something. The more powerful ones might have divine light descending from the heavens. But the little divine maiden was different. Zhu Jiuyin's eyebrows flew up in excitement. When that little thing was born, the entire sky above Zhaoga, for thousands of miles, was filled with lightning and thunder. It went on for 9 days and 9 nights. It even struck and killed an old eagle hiding in a cave. The angle of the strike was unbelievably precise. Later, they found out that the old eagle was a heinous criminal trying to escape from Zhaoga. Who would have thought he'd be struck dead on the spot by the phenomena accompanying the little divine maiden's birth? Yichi Li stand, but she also deduced something based on the timeline. 8 years ago, the Luo family's little divine maiden was born. Luo Yinyu is 8 years old this year. Yi Si didn't jump to conclusions, but instead urged him to continue. Zhu Jiuyin was still excited. Besides the 9 days and 9 nights of lightning and thunder, when the little divine maiden was born, a chain appeared in the sky. It was her natal divine artifact. The chain was completely black. It descended from the heavens and locked the soul of the eldest son of the Wan family, a divine healer family, crippling his cultivation. That was a divine healer bloodline. The eldest son, no less, crippled by the soul of a newborn child. Young lord, just imagine how terrifying that is. This little divine maiden is truly explosive. One death, one crippled right at birth. Yi Si's heart suddenly skipped a beat. That chain, which she couldn't identify, could actually lock and damage the soul of a divine healer bloodline. What kind of terrifying loophole was this? You have to understand, the reason the divine healer families are called divine healers is because they're descendants of ancient deities. They've thrived and multiplied in the holy capital of Zhaoga. Every divine healer family is incredibly powerful, especially the core bloodline members. Their souls are practically immortal and indestructible. It's very difficult to kill a divine healer. Even if their physical body is destroyed, their divine soul remains. That little brat Luo Yinyu really is from a divine healer family. What happened after? Didn't the Wan family cause trouble? Yi Si calmed herself and asked, how could they not? Zhu Jiuyin said with great relish. But young lord, guess what? The Yun and Luo families conducted a joint investigation and discovered that the eldest son of the Wan family had serious problems. He was a descendant of deities, but was engaging in demonic practices. He deserved to be executed, along with his entire clan. They even held a divine clan assembly and argued fiercely about the Luo family's little divine maiden soul. After much investigation, they even dug up records from 60,000 years ago and finally confirmed that the chain was the god-subduing chain, specifically designed to kill gods. And that lightning was the heavenly punishment power, with 9 levels of thunder arts, corresponding to the 9 divine healer families. Zhu Jiuyin was very excited. That's how the title Little Divine Maiden came about. Unbelievable. Her soul actually targets the life and death of divine healers. So amazing. Truly amazing. With a single raised eyebrow and a hint of amusement in her eyes, Yi guessed that the little brat had a powerful background, but she hadn't expected it to be this powerful. Zhu Juyin continued, taking several steps back. Luo Jia's little divine maiden, Luo Yinyu, experienced the time-space trial that every descendant of the gods must undergo. But in the third year, before the trial even ended, she disappeared. As for how she disappeared, Zhu Juyin sighed. We haven't been able to figure that out. It's incredibly strange. She vanished into thin air. Not only could we not find her body, but we couldn't even find her soul. Yi sneered, of course you couldn't. Zhu Juyin sighed again. It's quite obvious that the Wan family's patriarch had a hand in the little divine maiden's disappearance. But it's definitely not just the Wan family. It was a divine method. The threat was simply too great. At the Wine God Assembly, besides the Yun and Luo families, the other 7 families of the Divine 19 clans all had motive and reason to target her. Yi then asked, then why are the Yun and Luo families 2 of the Divine 19 clans, the ones fighting? Zhu Juyin became agitated again. That's because after the little divine maiden disappeared, the Luo family couldn't figure out why. The Yun family, in a fit of rage, went to confront them. The little divine maiden's mother, Yun Qian, in the heat of the argument, slapped her husband, Luo Tianzong, in public. Right then and there, she demanded a divorce. Luo Tianzong, unable to bear this humiliation, immediately issued a divorce decree. They made a 10-year pact. Within 10 years, each would use their own methods to find their daughter. If the mother found her, she would divorce him. If the father found her, he would divorce her. If, after 10 years, neither had found her, the Yun and Luo families would go to war. Yi stared, dumbfounded, as simple misunderstanding about a dowry, some convoluted logic, and boom, a blood feud is born. Yu's parents didn't abandon her. Instead, they're practically tearing each other apart for her. The 10-year pact between 2 great divine clans has a huge impact. The key question is how they'll fight and on what scale. If they mobilize their full forces, the result will obviously be mutually assured destruction. Even worse, it could plunge the entire holy capital of Zhaoga into chaos. The involvement of divine healers is already a huge deal, but the loss of the little divine maiden is incalculable. How could the 2 families, in their rage, care about any of that? Thinking of this, Yi asked, it's been 5 years now. Has the battlefield been decided? Zhu Juyin nodded. Yes, it's the ghost prison between Zhaodun and Dragon Island. Yi was speechless. There's a chance it could involve Dragon Island. What a mess. Should I hurry back north and bring that little brat here? Thinking of this, Yi asked, have you located Beiyu? Zhu Juyin was taken aback. It's submerged in the ghost prison. Why does the young lord ask about Beiyu? Yi replied, that's where I underwent my tribulation. And there's a Bai Zhe cub there. Zhu Juyin nearly shifted into her true form in excitement. A Bai Zhe. They've disappeared since the primordial God-Demon War. I can't believe one appeared in Beiyu. It's a pity Beiyu doesn't have a world tree. We can't go there. There's no way to bring it back. Yi said, before I left, I planted a Ruan Mu tree. It's already gestating. In a few years, Beiyu will have a world tree and return to the 5 Jade map. Zhu Juyin was overjoyed that that's wonderful. Once the Ruan Mu tree matures and Beiyu's barrier opens, we'll go bring the little Bai Zhe back to Dragon Island. Yi hesitated that I gave him away. Whether he comes to Dragon Island or not isn't up to me. Zhu Juyin was stunned. Young lord, have you lost your mind? You gave away a Bai Zhe. Yi quickly changed the subject. Tell me more about this little divine maiden. What does she look like? Yi asked casually, thinking that all 3-year-olds look the same. Speaking of the little divine maiden, Zhu Juin's enthusiasm returned. She's incredibly beautiful, truly stunning. I went to Zhaoga to see the commotion when she was born, and I visited every year after. She was beautiful from birth, and by the age of 3, she was breathtaking. Zhu Juin sighed again, that it's such a pity she disappeared. Otherwise, I was thinking of bringing her to Dragon Island to be your wife, young lord. Zhu Juin stroked her beard and advised, young lord, corpses aren't appealing. You should find a living wife. Yi took a deep breath. Wives are meant to be married, not kidnapped, do you understand? She didn't want to dwell dwell on this topic any longer and turned serious. Something happened during my trip to Bayou. I suspect that besides myself and my father, there are other dragons in this world, and they're being persecuted. Investigate this discreetly. Zhu Jiuyin, startled, quickly nodded. Yes, young lord. The dragon sand seal was obtained by slaying a dragon. There must be other dragons out there. As for her father, Yi didn't think he was in danger. Others went into seclusion and simply vanished, but her father emerged from seclusion with a dragon's body. He single-handedly ended the dragon-slaying war, stormed Jiaoga, and wreaked havoc, earning the title Dragon Lord. He established Dragon Island's absolute dominance. The Dragon Lord status is equivalent to the wine god. Who would dare to oppose an ancient dragon god? Yi spoke again. Another thing, I'll be in seclusion on Bai Island. Inform me when there's news about the Ruan Mu tree. Zhu Jiuyin nodded. Yes, young lord. But what about Bai Island? What if the Dragon Lord returns? Yi, irritated at the mention of her father, retorted, he hasn't returned in 200 years. Let him die out there. Zhu Jiuyin simply said, oh. North Yulingzhou, Snowy Mountain Military Camp, study. Luo Ying was so heartbroken that her chest ached. No matter how cold-blooded a person is, after so many years together, feelings develop. Luo Ying took a step forward, wanting one last look at Yi's face. Unexpectedly, Yi's system displayed incomprehensible points plus 99. Then, points plus 99. And again, astonished points plus 99. Several emotional points notifications flashed across the system panel in quick succession. Luo Ying was about to cry, but the tears were abruptly choked back. What is this? A human child? This time, she was truly frightened. She stared at Yi's cold corpse, dumbfounded, glancing repeatedly at the system notifications. Is Yi dead or not? Luo Ying was frantic. What was going on? She couldn't bear this torment any longer. She lunged forward and slapped Yi's cold face twice. Stop playing dead. Get up. But as the two welts from her slaps disappeared, she noticed with horror that Yi's fingers were also vanishing. Then his entire arm began to disappear, as if his body wasn't flesh and blood. The disappearing parts turned into fireflies, drifting in the air, flickering before finally turning to ash. Luo Ying panicked. Why, Yi, explain yourself to me. She started hammering on Yi's stomach. No reaction. She kept hammering. It was fortunate that Yi's body was incredibly durable. The commotion finally attracted attention from outside. Biengu burst through the study door. The joyous laughter abruptly ceased. The smiles on everyone's faces turned to horror. Fireflies filled the study, spreading from Yi's body and flying everywhere. Luo Ying watched helplessly as Yi's body slowly disappeared, turning into those fireflies. She didn't want to look at the fireflies. Her fists pounded on Yi's body again and again, but it was useless. Yi right before their eyes. His entire body gradually faded into nothingness. General Batong rushed forward and knelt on the ground, desperately trying to catch the fireflies. Zhang Qingshan nearly fainted from the shock. Zhou Hongze sat down heavily in a chair, his mind racing, his face pale. So that's it. That's why he relinquished his authority. That's why he insisted on those contracts. That's why he wanted to extinguish the fire. Putting all the pieces together, considering the timeline, Zhou Hong finally understood Yi's intentions. Yi had known he wouldn't live much longer. That's why he prepared everything in advance. Zhou Hong stared blankly at the fireflies. The reports he had been so eager to compile moments ago were now meaningless. Only endless sorrow remained. What was the point? All that meticulous preparation. What was the point? Yi, you're gone. Luo Ying was still clawing at the few remaining fireflies around Yi. Is he dead or not? Give me a straight answer. Batong rushed forward, sobbing, and pulled at Luo Ying. Little general, don't grab them anymore. The general is all ready. Let me go. He's not dead. Batong wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Little general, please be reasonable. The dead can't come back to life. Zhou Hong, having regained his composure, stepped forward to help pull Luo Ying away. Little general, you must be strong. He had made up his mind. With Yi gone, there was still the little general. He had to take care of her. He couldn't let down Yi's painstaking efforts. Luo Ying was completely dazed. Her thoughts were different from theirs, and she couldn't tell them what she could see. Her emotional feedback was about to explode. Y6 fil reluctance, point plus 99. Yi begins to worry Points plus 99. Luo Ying was going insane. That old dog was spamming her system again. Where are you hiding and spamming me? Back on Dragon Island, Yi Si hadn't immediately gone into seclusion. He was still adapting to his spiritual dragon body. Achieving a divine dragon body with half-dragon blood, bypassing the limitations of the heavenly Tao and breaking through conventional processes was a perilous and arduous journey. Trials and tribulations came one after another, requiring immense willpower and absolute confidence. The slightest misstep meant annihilation. A large demon teleported from the southern realm, appearing beneath the branches of the guiding mist tree. The demon had the face of a bird and the body of a human, followed by several smaller flying attendants. Seeing Yi Si, the demon immediately rushed over. "Young lord, you're back." The bird-faced demon screeched to a halt 3 meters away, excitedly flapping its enormous wings. "Young lord, have you reached adulthood? Let's find you a wife." You see, I took a deep breath. "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm about to go into seclusion." "I'm going into seclusion too." His elders were frantically trying to set him up with someone. But the only one on Yi Si's mind was the little brat who had given him New Year's money. So much so that when Yi Si returned to his dwelling, he closed all the doors and windows, feigning seclusion. In reality, he was so bored he was counting his scales. Who goes into seclusion right after a breakthrough? It was a miracle he wasn't picking a fight with someone. Yi Si propped his chin on one hand, the other toying with something between his fingers. Upon closer inspection, it was a tiny piece of silver, so small it wouldn't buy anything even in the human world. But Yi Si treasured it, constantly flipping it between his fingers. It was the first New Year's money he had ever received. A dragon's childhood was long. Perhaps, even now, Yi Si wasn't truly an adult. He also has many treasures. As the sole heir of Dragon Island, what couldn't he get? But the New Year's money was the first he'd received during the New Year period. It wasn't rightfully his, but a gift from someone else as a New Year's blessing. Under the Earth House tree, 3,000 great demons continuously rushed back from all directions, gathering on Dragon Island to prepare for the island's closure. Although they didn't know why the island was closing, they all came running as soon as they heard the news. It seemed like the young lord was going into seclusion. The young lord should hurry back and take a look. The branch pointing towards Zhao Ge moved slightly, and a golden leaf fell. Among the crowd of strange-looking great demons, several humans suddenly appeared. 5 men and 1 woman, dressed in red robes. The 5 men were clearly attendants, surrounding the woman standing in the center. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward and sized up the island. "What are the people from the Divine Healer family doing on Dragon Island?" The human woman smiled calmly and spoke without a trace of panic. "Divine Healer, Luo Jinja." It was a self-introduction, but its abruptness highlighted the arrogance of the Divine Healers. Zhu Jiuyin's whiskers twitched. Mimicking her tone, he also offered a single phrase, "Dragon Island Elder." Luo Jinja raised an eyebrow at him. "Zhu Jiuyin, I've long admired your name." Zhu Jiuyin couldn't keep up the pretense any longer. "Admire my foot? You clueless brat. Do you even know me? If not, go back and ask your elders. You're the first Divine Healer Junior I've met who hasn't shown me any respect." This sudden outburst clearly caught the 5 off guard, especially Luo Jinja, who was stunned for a long moment. Even the most powerful great demon can't avoid being as filthy and vulgar as an animal. She thought for a moment. Perhaps I wasn't clear. "I am Divine Healer Luo Jinja, Divine Maiden of the Luo Jia clan, equivalent to the young lord of Dragon Island. Can this elder understand?" Zhu Jiuyin rolled his eyes. "What's going on with you Divine Healer 9 clans? One minute, it's the 9 clans' little Divine Maiden. The next, it's the Luo Jia clan's Divine Maiden. Just how many Divine Maidens do you have? Furthermore," Zhu Jiuyin retorted Bachita, "the Divine Healer Luo Jinja's perfection can't be compared to our Dragon Island's young lord. The strongest of the younger generation of the Divine Healer 9 clans should be compared to Zhao Ge, the young lord of Dragon Island, revered by 3,000 great demons. The young lord of Dragon Island corresponds to the young god of the Divine Healer 9 clans, one of the 9 clans. And calling yourself a Divine Maiden? Give me a break, you're not qualified." Luo Jinja looked at Zhu Jiuyin that I came with sincerity. "Elder Zhu should at least hear me out." Zhu Jiuyin thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, speak." Luo Jinja took a deep breath. "I've come to propose a marriage alliance with Dragon Island." Zhu Jiuyin's eyes widened with interest. "You want to marry me?" Luo Jinja nearly lost her composure and swore, but she gritted her teeth and forced out, "I have long admired the Dragon Clan's young lord." "Oh," Zhu Juin said, suddenly understanding. Then he shook his head repeatedly. "That won't work. You two aren't suitable." Luo Jinja was dissatisfied. She frowned. "Why aren't we suitable? It's not up to you to decide. Your young lord hasn't even met me. How do you know we're not suitable?" She had absolute confidence in her appearance, and even more in her status, family background, and cultivation level. She'd heard that the Dragon Island young lord was underage, having just undergone his tribulation and achieved a true dragon golden body. She had also just returned from her tribulation at the half-step divine soul realm. They were a perfect match. Zhu Juin waved his sleeve. "You being alive isn't very suitable. Why don't you die first and see?" Luo Jinja was furious. "Zhu Juin, is it? Very well. Today I'll show you the power of a half-step divine soul." The human child's older sister wanted to marry her cheap father right off the bat. Zhu Juin said, "You being alive isn't very suitable. Why don't you die first?" Luo Jinja was so angry she was about to teach Zhu Juin a lesson on the spot. Zhu Juin looked at her as if she were a fool. "Little friend, you really don't recognize me, do you?" At the same time, under the earth house tree, the branch pointed toward Zhao Ge. An elder of the Luo family, Luo Hong, rushed over. He grabbed Luo Jinja and pulled her to his side. "Are you crazy? What are you doing here?" Luo Jinja was bewildered. "Third uncle, this earth house tree grows on Dragon Island. Can I come here?" Luo Hong cursed under his breath. "Dragon Island is about to close, and you've just finished your tribulation. Why aren't you stabilizing your realm instead of running around?" Luo Jinja retorted, "It's precisely because it's about to close that I came." Luo Hong didn't bother arguing with her. He flicked his sleeves and bowed deeply to Zhu Juin. "My family's junior is ignorant and has offended Elder Zhu." Zhu Juin nodded. "That it's fine. I'm not very sensible either. I scolded your junior." Luo Hong apologized profusely and quickly pulled Luo Jinja away. Luo Jinja was astonished. Her third uncle was actually so subservient in front of that Dragon Island elder. Why? Just who was Zhu Juin? In Imperial Concubine Donghua's chambers, the concubine and the national teacher met. "Father," Donghua Rong's eyes glittered with excitement. "With Yi Si dead, can we take Lingzhou?" Donghua Wu sneered. "Not yet. The emperor has sent the 9th prince there first. We'll wait and see." Donghua Rong said angrily, "Why should we care about the emperor? Even with Ruo Mulan dead, he still refuses to make me empress. Without the national decree to be empress, my cultivation hasn't progressed in 10 years. Patience, child. The opportunity is right in front of us. We must not act rashly." Donghua Rong sighed. Her 7th prince shouldn't be in Lingzhou at this time either. In stark contrast to the excitement in Imperial Concubine Donghua's palace, Consort Jin's quarters were in chaos. Upon learning that the 9th prince, Yin Haoshi, was to be dispatched to Lingzhou, Consort Jin fainted from shock, throwing the entire palace into disarray. The palace maids and eunuchs were puzzled. Wasn't this good news? It meant the emperor favored the 9th prince. Why had Consort Jin fainted instead? Tai Yi, the imperial physician, arrived as Consort Jin was regaining consciousness. She struggled to sit up. A palace maid addressed her. "Your Highness, His Highness the 9th Prince is busy preparing for his departure to Lingzhou. He sent someone to check on you. He couldn't come himself and asked you to rest well." Consort Jin strained to speak, urging them to stop him from going. The palace maid frowned. "But it's an imperial decree. Besides, Your Highness, the 9th Prince is ambitious, and this is a great opportunity. Why don't you want him to go?" A tear rolled down Consort Jin's cheek. She waved her hand, dismissing the palace maids to escort the imperial physician out. Everyone was ordered to leave. When everyone was gone, Consort Jin rose and looked at a pair of scissors on the table. She thought long and hard. The journey to Lingzhou was fraught with danger. Given Yin Haoshi's naivety and temperament, he would likely be assassinated before even reaching Lingzhou. The Marquis of Yong'an was dead, the knightless army severely weakened, and the Northern Yu royal family's prestige was in tatters. Now, not only was there internal chaos, but neighboring countries would seize this opportunity to attack. She couldn't let her son go. Consort Jin gripped the scissors. An imperial decree couldn't be defied. But if the emperor's consort passed away, death took precedence. Funeral rites will be necessary, and Yin Haoshi wouldn't have to go. With this thought, Consort Jun's gaze hardened. She quickly and forcefully plunged the scissors in her heart, even twisting the handle within her chest before pulling them out with a final, agonizing jerk. Blood flowed freely. Consort Jun collapsed, scissors clutched in her hand, body convulsing. Throughout the ordeal, she hadn't made a sound. She died silently, solely to save her only son. This is truly heartbreaking. Just as Consort Jun took her own life to protect her only son, Yin Haosher's procession was about to leave the city. At this moment, he was indeed in the limelight, as if he were the chosen heir apparent. But just as he set foot outside the city gates, news arrived from the palace. Consort Jun had committed suicide. Yin Haosher froze, shocked. Suicide? How is that possible? He had just received the imperial decree to go to Lingzhou, an opportunity the other princes envied. With such an important matter at hand, how could his mother commit suicide? Yin Haosher immediately suspected foul play. Imperial concubine Donghua was the most likely culprit. Someone asked if the ninth prince would still proceed. Yin Haosher raged. My mother must have been murdered. If I return to the palace now and abandon my journey to Lingzhou, wouldn't I be playing into their hands? He steeled his resolve and ordered the procession to continue to Lingzhou. Once he had control of the knightless army in Lingzhou, he would return to the capital to investigate his mother's death. He would let no one off the hook. The funeral for Yi Ci in Lingzhou concluded. The burial ceremony was grand and extravagant. Zhang Qingshan was finally satisfied. In the old man's traditional thinking, the bigger the funeral, the better. Otherwise, one would lose face in the afterlife. Luo Yingyu had nothing to say to this. She wouldn't argue with Grandpa Stewart. Late that night, Luo Yingyu was again pondering Yi Ci's story. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu entered with a report. The Umbu member quickly reported, a few of the Donghua family's dogs came. They've been dealt with. Young master, please don't go out these next few days. Yong'an City is in chaos. Luo Yingyu thought, they're quite fast. She certainly wouldn't go out. It wasn't just Yong'an City that was in chaos. The entire Northern Kingdom, including Yi Ci's Isi Temple, was in turmoil. Another urgent report arrived. The ninth prince, Yin Haosher, had entered Lingzhou. Zhou Hong frowned at the intelligence report. Why are there two route maps? The Umbu member replied, one is what we learned from informants. The other is the route the ninth prince changed to mid-journey. Luo Yingyu frowned and shook her head. Something's not right. Number 4 isn't that clever. Zhou Hong was startled. Could it be? Li Xinyuan clenched his fists that I'm not afraid. If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Luo Yingyu and Zhou Hong were both speechless and, generally. We're not talking about whether Yin Haosher will come or not. Sure enough, the next day, before Luo Yingyu had even woken up, a new urgent report arrived. The ninth prince, Yin Haosher, had been assassinated after entering Lingzhou. Zhou Hong looked at Luo Yingyu. Young master, who do you think did it? Luo Yingyu analyzed. The Donghua family is in Yong'an. Their movements are restricted in Chang'an. To act openly and legitimately, they need a reason. He even changed his route, and he was still assassinated. Not sooner, not later, but right after entering Lingzhou. Luo Yingyu's eyes flashed. I suspect the ninth prince was killed before he even reached Lingzhou. Zhou Hong said gravely, are you certain it was the Donghua family? Not yet, Luo Yingyu replied, but framing the knightless army is a certainty. Luo Yingyu said irritably, let's wait and see how the Northern Yu Emperor reacts. Another report came in. Our bait has worked. Martial artists from all directions are converging on Yong'an City. The reason is simple. The ninth prince's death. The people's anger. Luo Yingyu almost died laughing. Anger my ass. Find a believable reason, will you? The people of Yong'an City were completely bewildered. Some even went to the city gates to watch the so-called civil unrest. Inside the Yong'an Marquis's residence, Li Xinyuan said excitedly, young miss, should we open the city gates? We can't just ignore this mob. Zhou Hong looked at the documents and sneered, Donghua Lai, Donghua, how Donghua Chi, they're all Donghua family members. Zhou Hong nodded. This isn't some civilian army. It's the Donghua family's private army. Luo Yingyu then asked, is there any way to expose their identities? Zhuongfoned. Luo Yingyu waved her hand dismissively. Sometimes we don't need so many reasons. Their reason isn't even valid to begin with. The young officer asked, young miss, you mean? Li Xinyuan stepped forward. Lead the troops out of the city. Kill them all. Li Xinyuan ruara taksitavli. Zhou Hong said, young miss. Luo Yingyu interrupted, I'm with the young officer. Luo Yingyu suddenly smiled. After this battle, the knightless General Xiao who will be killed in action. Continue. Duong. Luo, and you shook her head slightly. I wondered why Yi Si kept that third of the Knightless army. So this was his plan. Outside the city, Dong Wulai, the leader of the Qiao Zhuang City private army, shouted, "Open the city gates. The Yongan Marquis is gone. You dare to kill even a prince?" Beside him, Dong Wuqi's voice was even louder. "Knightless army of Yongan City. Who's in charge now? Come out." Their plan was simple: create public pressure and spread the incident throughout northern Yu. But they didn't expect a sudden attack from the sky. A wind-type sword aura with absolute crushing power whistled down. The immense explosive force instantly obliterated Dong Wulai's head. Not only that, but the sword aura continued its deadly path, piercing through from the front ranks to the very last man, killing hundreds. Everyone was stunned. Li Xinyuan stood atop the city wall, drawing his great bow. He had fired that arrow. His voice, amplified by the power of the heavenly martial realm, roared loud enough for everyone inside and outside the city to hear clearly. The Knightless army attacks. Instantly, the city gates opened. The final third of the Knightless army charged out. They were elite warriors, possessing calm minds and honed combat skills. How could a mere private army resist? The battle began without warning. The citizens of Yongan City were dumbfounded, watching as the so-called chivalrous warriors were cut down in an instant. The Knightless army won the moment they charged out. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. It wasn't even a real battle. But just as the citizens thought it was over and the Knightless army was about to return to the city, thud, a soldier fell to the ground with an exaggerated cry. "Ag, I'm dying." Then, one after another, soldiers collapsed dead. The citizens were stunned, almost rushing out to help. But something felt wrong. They had seen with their own eyes at the city gate. Not a single Knightless army soldier had been injured. The battle had been a complete rout. Just then, Luo Ingyu appeared, riding by Angu. Her eyes were red, and she cried convincingly. The Dongwu family disguised themselves as chivalrous warriors and attacked our Knightless army. Our soldiers were already severely injured from the war between the two countries, more than half dead. And now, these remaining few, she sobbed, her nose running. Everyone saw it. The Knightless army was surrounded and attacked by the Dongwu family's private army. The acting of the young woman and her white horse was impeccable. The bewildered citizens murmured. The Dongwu family betrayed their country and attacked the Knightless army in the chaos. They deserved to die. The Yongan Marquis was just buried. How could they do this? Our Knightless army soldiers fought for their country and people, only to end up like this. Thankfully, General Li Xinyuan has reached the heavenly martial realm and killed those bastards. What? General Li is in the heavenly martial realm. Didn't you see that arrow? One arrow killed hundreds. The planted agitators expertly stirred up the crowd. The citizens began to wail. Whether they believed it or not, whether it was true or not, they had all seen it with their own eyes. The Knightless army soldiers had died defending the Yongan Marquis. Luo Ingyu covered her face and wept along with them. The plan was a success. After the crowd dispersed, figures emerged from the discarded Knightless army armor, tossing helmets and armor aside. "That I barely used this helmet." One complained, "These things are useless in the south. Might as well throw them away. We're not fighting Han Liao anymore. What's the point? That bunch of trash isn't fit to fight our Knightless army. Just thinking about killing ghosts is exciting." Luo Ingyu watched them depart from a distance. Li Xinyuan beside her, looking glummed. "I want to be killed in action too." "Absolutely not. You're in the heavenly martial realm. You're the pillar of Yongan City." The Knightless army's fake demise was complete, but the Ninth Prince's death still needed to be pinned on assassins. In distant Yongan City, the audacious Luo Ingyu manipulated her network of informants across the country, analyzing the Ninth Prince's travel route. Unsurprisingly, it seemed the Ninth Prince had been assassinated by the Dongwu family. She had a timeline in mind, but revealing it now would seem too far-fetched. Within the Religious Affairs Department's Pai Yuan, Qiu Rongshuan, clad in crimson robes, wore a murderous expression as he composed poetry with the Seventh Prince, Yin Wenbin. The two were once again engaged in friendly conversation. Qiu Rongshuan was quite skilled. A few pots of wine later, the Seventh Prince was thoroughly inebriated. Yi Si is dead, Qiu Rongshuan thought, his eyes flashing. His laughter echoed throughout the entire northern Yu kingdom. "I, of course, am aware of it," Yin Wenbin said foolishly. "With Yi Si's death, the Knightless army is leaderless. Didn't the Ninth Prince go there?" His entourage was quite grand. Even the imperial concubine's wedding couldn't stop him from leaving the city. "Ha ha ha! Yin Wenbin laughed loudly and took another gulp of wine. This has nothing to do with me. The ninth prince insisted on going himself, but I guarantee you he'll die on the road before reaching Lingzhou. Qiu Rongshuan smiled faintly as he poured him more wine. Seventh prince, what makes you say that? Yin Wenbin narrowed his eyes. It's the Dongwu family's plan. Otherwise, why do you think such a good opportunity would fall to him? Of all the royals, I am the most noble. Who else is qualified to take over the Knightless army? Qiu Rongshuan's fingers plucked the strings of his chin. Seventh prince, you are naturally the most noble prince in the entire Northern Yu royal family. Flattered, Yin Wenbin became even more brazen. Not only will he die, but Yong'an City will also fall into the hands of the Dongwu family sooner or later. Their private army has already assembled outside Yong'an City. As soon as news of the ninth prince's assassination breaks, they will take action. Qiu Rongshuan smiled. That I see. A string on his chin snapped, emitting a trembling sound. From the distant bamboo grove, a series of strange footsteps suddenly echoed. Yin Wenbin startled, rising to his feet and looking towards the sound. Feigning fear, Qiu Rongshuan exclaimed, Seventh Prince, our conversation has been overheard. Damn it, we must contain this. With that, he rushed out with a group of attendants to apprehend the eavesdropper. Qiu Rongshuan, however, remained calmly where he stood, unhurriedly taking out paper and brush to write his report. This is the genuine evidence, straight from your own mouth. That night, Luo Yingyo's informants mobilized. In tea houses, taverns, and brothels, wherever people gathered, a shocking piece of news spread like wildfire. The seventh prince had personally admitted that the Dongwu family had assassinated the ninth prince, framing the Knightless army, and were now marching on Yong'an City. The recent death of Marquis Yong'an, Yi Si, had already stirred public sentiment. He was the great general of the Northern Yu Kingdom, the Knightless god of war, and Yong'an City was a treasured land. Both the Knightless army and the scholars of Lingzhou were renowned for their excellence. How could they tolerate such slander and defamation by the Dongwu family? The enraged populace, fueled by outrage, no longer needed prompting from Luo Yingyo's informants. They spread the news themselves. The news spread rapidly, not only throughout the capital overnight, but also to the surrounding provinces the next day. It was only a matter of time before the entire nation knew. The emperor dispatched men to arrest Luo Yingyo. The emperor of Northern Yu received 3 intelligence reports simultaneously. The first stated that the seventh prince had eliminated the ninth prince. The second reported that the Knightless army and the Dongwu family's private army had clashed outside Yong'an City, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides, with the Knightless army completely annihilated. The Dongwu family's military strength, amassed over the years, had grown beyond his imagination. Such a powerful force as the Knightless army had been destroyed so quickly after Yi Si's death, leaving nothing behind. It seemed Lingzhou's days were numbered. The third report detailed Li Xinyuan's breakthrough to the heavenly martial realm. Dual cultivation of Yuan and martial with twin spirit souls. The emperor's fists clenched, consumed by rage and fury. He nearly lost control. He had assumed that with Yi Si's death, the Knightless army, and even Lingzhou, would be his. Instead, the Knightless army was annihilated, and Yong'an City now had a heavenly martial realm cultivator, Li Xinyuan. The emperor immediately issued 3 decrees. First, imperial concubine Dongwu Rong, for a failure to properly discipline her son, was stripped of her title and demoted to a common concubine. Seventh Prince Yin Wenbin, for his outrageous words, was placed under house arrest. Second, the scholar Xan Yuan of Lingzhou, for his erudition and governance, was granted the rank of first grade and appointed grand scholar at the capital university. Luo Yingyu read the intelligence reports sent by Chongji. Beside her, Xiao Hua and Xiao Dao, 2 enormous flying demonic beasts, were playfully nipping at each other's feathers. Perhaps their play became too rough, as Luo Yingyu glanced at them disapprovingly. Biangu immediately rushed forward, leaping high into the air and rapping each beast on the head. The scene was bizarre. Mountain-sized flying beasts cowed by the 5-foot-tall Biangu. He held them down, and they dared not move. One Dong and Chue Shui came to call Luo Yingyu for dinner, but the terrifying sight before them made them retreat in fear. How had such enormous demonic beasts gotten into the city? Zhang Qingshan, however, seemed unfazed, dragging 2 large basins of rice. He came to feed Xiao Hua and Xiao Dao. Luo Yingyu put down the reports and stared at the 2 basins of rice, momentarily stunned. Zhang Qingshan scooped up a handful and held it to Xiao Hua and Xiao Dao's beaks. "Eat, why aren't you eating?" "Butler Grandpa, they should be meat eaters," Zhang Qingshan argued. "How is that possible? Even the largest birds are still foul. Fowl eat either insects or—" Luo Yingyu immediately walked towards them. She reached out and pried open Xiao Hua's beak, that he has teeth. "Isn't it possible? Demonic beasts are different from ordinary fowl." Xiao Hua's eyes teared up from the pain, but he didn't dare resist. "That you're so small. How can you be so strong? Stop, you'll tear his beak." Zhang Qingshan, looking at Xiao Hua's row of pointed teeth, gave up and let Luo Yingyu feed him, that he really is a meat eater. In the distance, when Dong and Shui Shui screamed, fearing that Luo Yingyu would be swallowed whole by the large, fiery bird. "It's just so big, and you're playing with its mouth. So scary." Luo Yingyu released her grip and lightly patted Xiao Hua's beak, nearly knocking him unconscious. Xiao Dao, witnessing this terrifying scene, quietly backed away. Soon, a new imperial decree was issued from the capital. Led by Chun Ku, an army was dispatched to Yong'an City. Luo Yingyu, along with the human child under her care, was to travel again. The Northern Yu Emperor decreed that, considering the young age of Yongye, daughter of Marquis Yong'an and Princess of Yongye County, she should be brought back to the imperial capital to reside. Li Xingyan immediately grabbed his sword, wanting to slaughter the entire imperial guard and present them to the Northern Yu Emperor. "Let me see." Chen Ke nearly lost his mind. Fortunately, Luo Yingyu stopped the enraged Li Xingyuan in time. "What else did the Northern Yu Emperor say before you left?" Chun Ku, wiping away the cold sweat brought on by Li Xingyuan's outburst, replied, "He insisted that I bring you back to the capital. He's testing Li Xingyuan," Luo Yingyu stated. Chun Ku, utterly confused, asked, "How can you tell?" Luo Yingyu glanced at him. "The Northern Yu Kingdom has 3 heaven martial realm experts: Yin Jingshua, the national teacher, Dong Wuwu, the provincial governor, and Li Xingyuan. The Northern Yu Emperor doesn't know that Li Xingyuan is a heaven martial realm expert, yet he sent you to retrieve Yongye. He's testing Li Xingyuan's loyalty to the late Marquis." Chen Ke thought for a moment and then understood. "Oh, that's it. This emperor is paranoid. You can't take me away too easily, or you'll be tested and suspected." Chen Ke nodded. "What should we do?" Luo Yingyu blinked. "Did you bring money?" Luo Yingyu departed the Marquis Yong'an's residence with the imperial army. Li Xingyuan cried and wailed all the way, seeing them off. When they reached the Yong'an city gates, he clung desperately to Luo Yingyu's leg, refusing to let her go. Li Xingyuan cried, his face streaked with tears and snot. "Little princess, you can't leave me here alone. I'll be scared at night by myself." Luo Yingyu tried to comfort him. "Don't worry. Isn't Shui Shui here?" When Dong is the one who's alone. "Shui Shui is even more timid than I am." Luo Yingyu sighed. "Generally, you're a heaven martial realm expert. Please don't cry so easily." Chen Ke was dumbfounded. The imperial army was dumbfounded. Li Xingyuan cried even harder. "Little princess, I don't want to stay here. I want to be with you. Don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone. I am lonely. I'm so lonely." "Generally, would you like to visit the Wanghua brothel on Shicha Street?" Li Xinyan stopped crying instantly, his eyes gleaming with infatuation. Luo Yingyu was speechless. "Seriously? Have you forgotten that Shui Shui is standing right here?" The Northern Yu Emperor, learning of Luo Yingyu's swift arrival, grew suspicious. He stared at Chun Ku, who was kneeling below, and asked coldly, "You arrived so quickly? Did Li Xingyuan not try to stop you?" Chun Ku answered truthfully that he did, Your Majesty, and kowtowed, adding that Li Xingyuan is a heaven martial realm expert. I, a mere early-stage, profound martial realm cultivator, was no match for him. I nearly died at the governor's manor. The Northern Yu Emperor looked at him impassively. "I see no injuries on you." Chen Ke forced a smile. "Your Majesty doesn't know the whole story. That Li Xingyuan has the heart of a thief, but not the guts. He possesses the cultivation of a heaven martial realm expert, but he didn't dare to be too presumptuous towards the princess." The Northern Yu Emperor's interest was piqued. Let me explain. Chen Ke began, analyzing the situation point by point. After the death of Marquis Yongin, Li Xinyuan is now alone in his city, isolated and without support. Moreover, he has no command skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the remaining knightless army to be completely wiped out. His breakthrough to the Heaven Martial realm was pure luck. The Northern Yu Emperor nodded. That I've heard of this. Chen Ku quickly added, Li Xinyuan used to be the cavalry general of the knightless army, responsible for ranged attacks, and even then, only stationary targets. Without the support of the defensive troops, that cavalry unit would be completely useless. The Northern Yu Emperor's expression remained neutral, but his brow twitched slightly. Li Xinyuan is not a threat. Compared to the late Marquis Yongin, he is far inferior. The Northern Yu Emperor said coldly, You seem to admire Marquis Yongin quite a bit. Chen Ke didn't argue, but his voice grew louder. Your Majesty, Marquis Yongin defended our country and its people for many years, fighting on the border between our two nations. And now he has died on the battlefield. He kowtowed deeply. I implore your Majesty to posthumously confer upon Marquis Yongin the title of king. The Northern Yu Emperor's expression momentarily darkened, but he quickly regained his composure. Silence returned to the hall. Surely, the scheming Northern Yu Emperor was up to no good. Meanwhile, Chen Ke was requesting in the throne room the posthumous title of king for Marquis Yongin. The Northern Yu Emperor secretly went to the bandit camp. He truly is Chun Liangping's son, spouting such arrogant nonsense at every turn. Just as loathsome. If Chen Ke had followed his orders regarding Yongin Marquis, his disrespectful words and abnormal behavior would suggest he has something to hide. Regardless of the relationship between the Emperor and Yi Si, no matter how strained it was back then, all soldiers revere Yi Si. This also indirectly proves Chen Ke's innocence. The Northern Yu Emperor sighed and waved his sleeve, saying, I will consider the matter of Jue Feng. You may leave. Chen Ke didn't leave, but hesitated. He took something from his sleeve and presented it. Looking embarrassed, he lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, this is Princess Yongye's list of IOUs. Using her status as a princess, she has purchased quite a few things. The Northern Yu Emperor laughed. I thought it was something serious. It's just a bit of silver. But when he opened it, his smile froze. On the first day, she bought 20 restaurants, spending 100,000 taels. The second day, she took a fancy to a Chiyun stallion and spent 1,200,000 taels. The third day, she bought gold, silver, and jewels from the merchant guild. All along the way, she kept buying. The total expenditure was 300 million taels of silver. The Northern Yu Emperor slammed the IOU list on the table in a rage. Chen Ke knelt again, not daring to speak. The Northern Yu Emperor roared, Where is that Luo Yingyu now? On the 9th floor of the Donghua family's restaurant. Before leaving, she took a liking to the 9 dragons. Crash! The Northern Yu Emperor crushed his teacup, his face darkening with anger. Bring her to me. Have her apologize to the ancestors. Chen Ke hastily nodded. Your servant will immediately escort the princess back to the princess's residence. The Northern Yu Emperor suddenly stopped him and took a deep breath. Don't escort her. Invite the princess back to the princess's residence. Marquis Yongin just died in battle, and the Bai army suffered such heavy losses in Lingzhou. The Northern Yu Kingdom is currently in the midst of public opinion, and everyone is mourning, especially those storytellers who are exaggerating Yi Si's achievements. Marquis Yongin, the female god of war, has fallen. She has come to the capital to enjoy herself, not to suffer. If the common people see her being escorted, rumors will surely spread. Meanwhile, at the Donghua family restaurant, Luo Yingyu was holding a silver ingot and asking the waiter, What do you say to selling me your restaurant? Before Luo Yingyu could finish playing, Chen Ke arrived with his men. Little princess, we've come to escort you back. Seeing him, Luo Yingyu knew it was time. She couldn't be too reckless now. Luo Yingyu complained, General Chen, you're too quick. I haven't finished playing yet. In the end, Luo Yingyu didn't manage to buy the Donghua family's restaurant. Before she could cause any more trouble, she was taken away. It was a bit of a loss. Fortunately, the Northern Yu Emperor gave her another plus 999 points. News of Princess Yongye's arrival in the capital quickly spread. The entrance to the princess's residence was filled with flowers. Ever since Empress Ruomu's passing, the temperature in the capital had plummeted and remained chilly. Summer seemed to have been shortened. Flowers were a rare commodity. But to mourn Marquis Yongin and comfort Princess Yongye, the people had bought all the flowers in the city. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshan, the steward of the princess's residence, was moved to tears. Biengu, also a drama queen, chirped and cried along, her cries incredibly unpleasant. Luo Yingyu, however, started gathering the flowers, holding a large handful of petals in front of Zhang Qingshan. Steward Grandpa, flowers will wilt. Why not make them into flower cakes while they're fresh? Zhang Qingshan smiled kindly. Little princess only thinks about eating. Biengu chirped. Lord Biengu also wants to eat. Chirp, chirp. Steward Grandpa went into the kitchen to get busy. Biengu played in the dirt outside the door. Just then, an abrupt emotional feedback appeared on the system panel. YCI experiencing emotional fluctuation. 7 points. Good news. Luo Yingyu was speechless for a while. Dog YCI. Who knows where you are or what you've turned into in the blind box room, but your emotions sure are updating frequently. You could have at least left a clue before you left. You didn't leave anything, and your manner of death was so bizarre. I can't just search the entire 5 Jade capital after finishing this bucket, can I? What if you've turned into a frog? The little human grumbled, suspecting her cheapskate dad had become a frog. Luo Yingyu continued to complain. Dog YCI. Who knows where you're farming fans? You could have at least left a clue. If you were still a person, it would be fine. But what if you've turned into a frog? If I run to the riverbank and start frantically searching for frogs, everyone will think I'm crazy. Just as Luo Yingyu was lost in thought, a member of the Shadow Guard arrived. Little princess. Luo Yingyu looked up. Yen Long, dressed in night clothes, walked over and knelt on one knee. He was visibly excited. He hadn't seen Luo Yingyu since the disaster relief efforts years ago. This was an opportunity. Yen Long had assumed a new identity and returned to the capital. Luo Yingyu smiled. Yen Long, Qiu Longxian has become the top courtesan at Jiaofeng Sea. I wonder if he's lost his virginity yet. Yen Long's mental state exploded. Points plus 99. Luo Yingyu laughed. Haha, I'm just kidding. He sells his art, not his body. Yen Long took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. After this mission, I won't let him do it anymore. He's putting on quite a show, hanging around with those princes all day. Luo Yingyu stopped joking. How are things in the palace? Yen Long immediately became serious. The Northern Yu Emperor is suspicious, but he's hiding it well. He's arranged a series of distractions, but his ultimate goal is to test your cultivation aptitude, little princess. Luo Yingyu became interested. That could be tested? Yen Long explained. Years ago, the Donghua family modified the ghost concubine and created a compass to test cultivation aptitude. Jixia Academy and the Martial Academy use it to select students. Luo Yingyu forced a smile. Do you think I have any cultivation aptitude? Yen Long nodded firmly. Of course, young Mississippi. You are certainly endowed with astonishing natural talent. However, I fear that such exceptional talent might arouse the Northern Yu Emperor's suspicion and lead him to take action against you. Luo Yingyu reassured him calmly. Don't worry. My aptitude can't be measured. Yen Long was puzzled. But young miss, your physical training from years ago, which I witnessed firsthand, is already beyond the capabilities of ordinary yellow martial realm cultivators. Luo Yingyu didn't elaborate on this topic, but instead asked Yen Long, you just mentioned that the Northern Yu Emperor has arranged a series of deceptive measures. What are they? I learned this discreetly, Yen Long replied. The Northern Yu Emperor plans to arrange for you to enter the Jixia Academy for further studies. Every student entering Jixia Academy must undergo an aptitude test. Those who can cultivate are directly assigned to the Martial Academy, while those who cannot go to the Literary Academy. According to the records, the imprisoned 7th Prince, Yen Wenbin, Princess Yuyang, Yen Yuran, and most of the imperial relatives are students of the Jixia Academy's Martial Academy. Ironically, the highest-ranking Saint Princess, Yen Qi, attends the Literary Academy, a placement many ministers fought for. Initially, the Northern Yu Emperor didn't even intend to let her study. Luo Yingyu became curious. Does the little princess actually have any cultivation aptitude? She carries the lifeblood of the entire northern region within her, yet she doesn't even have the opportunity to cultivate. One of the reasons Luo Yingyu had unhesitatingly followed the army to Jixia was Yen Qi before leaving. YCI had repeatedly emphasized the importance of the Romu tree's growth. Luo Yingyu wanted to accelerate this process, suspecting that YCI wasn't dead but had gone to another realm. Only when the Ruomu tree matured would she have a chance to leave the northern region. The normal Jixia Academy enrollment process was complex, requiring various identity proofs and other documents. However, the Northern Yu Emperor was eager to determine if Luo Yingyu posed a threat, so these enrollment steps were waived. She was taken to Jixia Academy for the aptitude test that very day. This wasn't the regular enrollment period. Luo Yingyu's solo enrollment was unique. The academy's main hall was already filled with students who had come to witness the event, primarily from the Martial Academy. The Literary Academy held a lower status. The subject of this special enrollment was the daughter of Marquis Yongin, Princess Yongye, the center of the current public controversy. Everyone wanted to see what she looked like and what kind of talent she possessed. Points continuously flashed on the system panel. Luo Yingyu was amused. They were giving her points before she even started the test. She decided to create a little commotion to boost her score even higher. Gaining points was imperative, the more the better. So, Luo Yingyu composed herself and stepped forward. If a human flicked a globe, it would shatter. Seeing the crowded plaza, Luo Yingyu decided to go big. The testing compass was placed in the center of the hall. It was completely different from the Donghua Ghost concubine device Luo Yingyu had seen before. The difference was significant. It consisted of a large, round metal sphere surrounded by intersecting metal tracks with small metal balls on them. Luo Yingyu quickly surmised the principle. The aptitude test measured the vibration frequency of energy. Vibrating the balls indicated cultivation aptitude, and the stronger the vibration, the greater the talent. At this point, the system panel was overflowing with various emotions. Luo Yingyu herself wasn't nervous, but some people were anxious on her behalf. Yin Yuran's anger and mania added 99 points. Yin Gaojia's apprehension and nervousness added 99 points. Dong Bo Wenhao's disdain added 99 points. A bunch of Xing Yin and Xing Donghua supporters also popped up. An elderly man, Cheng Sheng, spoke. Princess Yongye, Luo Yingyu, stepped forward for the test. This was a master from the Martial Academy and the vice principal of Jixia Academy, named Cheng Yong. He was already over 80 years old and still teaching. Luo Yingyu walked forward steadily, her eyes fixed on the testing device. The surrounding students held their breath, and the points continued to surge. Cheng Yong instructed, Yingyu, place your hand on the surface of the sphere and take a deep breath. Luo Yingyu followed his instructions, feeling the cool metal beneath her palm. A slight smile played on her lips. Activating her pure power perception, she flicked the sphere with her pinky finger. Snap! A violent vibration emanated from the testing device, growing increasingly intense. Then a loud bang. Boom! The metal sphere exploded. Cheng Yong, who was closest, reacted quickly, pulling Luo Yingyu aside to protect her. The shattered testing device fragmented into pieces that flew across the hall. The fragments scattered across the floor. The scene was chaotic, filled with screams. The students were terrified, and the points continued to accumulate endlessly. Luo Yingyu hid in the old man's arms, stifling her laughter, her shoulders shaking. Cheng Yong, too preoccupied to look at her, stared intently at the scattered fragments, while subconsciously patting her back. Don't be afraid. It's all right now. The other teachers, after their initial shock, began restoring order. Some went forward to examine the testing device, trying to understand what had happened. In the distance, Yin Yuran stared at Luo Yingyu in disbelief, fear creeping into her eyes. It was highly likely that Luo Yingyu's aptitude was so powerful that it caused the testing device to explode. The teachers' expressions were grave as they discussed the incident. The last collective test went smoothly. How could it suddenly malfunction? Did someone tamper with the testing device? Check the records. They knew clearly that when Luo Yingyu placed her hand on the sphere, there were no cultivation fluctuations or any discernible energy output. The explosion was caused by external force. Clearly, someone tampered with the testing device. The clever ones have already started guessing. It's highly likely it was targeted at Luo Yingyu, intending to injure or even kill her during the test. Luo Yingyu, however, was oblivious to their thoughts. Otherwise, she would have patted these gentlemen on the shoulders and told them they were overthinking it. The real explosion was caused by her own doing. After years of consuming essence extract, coupled with intense training and the removal of 6 oppression nails, her physical strength was now immense. She could crush a flying beast's skull with a flick of her wrist, let alone a testing device made of ordinary metal. A little finger is enough to make an opening. Bring another testing device. Then pat Luo Yingyu on the back and let her try again. This time, Luo and you didn't play any tricks. Harvesting the points was enough. The important thing was to prove she was safe and harmless. She placed her palm on the testing device for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Nothing happened. Chung Yong and the others were somewhat disappointed. They exchanged glances and shook their heads helplessly. She had no cultivation talent. She was destined to be an ordinary person for life. In the distance, many members of the Yin and Dongwa families were overjoyed. Some even started mocking loudly before the test concluded. Chung Yong sighed and announced the result. Luo Inyu lacked the aptitude to enter the literary academy. Luo Inyu showed no emotion. Putting on an act was enough. As for the test failing to detect anything, did they think she kept the remaining suppression nails and left hundreds of thousands of points and used for nothing? The Dragon Suppression Seal. Even Yi Ci repeatedly emphasized it as the strongest seal in the world. It sealed her cultivation, bloodline talent, and even reincarnation, effectively sealing her entire destiny, leaving no possibility of recovery. How could a mere testing device detect anything? Having just met the human younglings, she was bullied on her first day of school. After the test, Luo Ingyu, deemed without aptitude, entered the literary academy. An academy messenger stepped forward and handed a small ring to Luo Ingyu. Princess, this contains the academy handbook and your allowance. Please keep it safe. However, before she could secure the ring, Yin Yuan walked over and snatched it away. He sneered, holding the ring high. A talentless waste like you deserves to be a princess? You even dream of inheriting the Marquis of Yong'an's title. Luo Ingyu blinked, but remained silent. Had Yin Yuan's 2 years of recuperation cured his madness? Or was Yi Ci's death too much of a shock, causing a negative-positive effect? Soon, Yin Gaojia, Dongwu Wenhao, and other aristocratic disciples surrounded her, blocking her path with malicious intent. Luo Ingyu counted their numbers and carefully assessed their physiques. Would killing a princess, a prince, and 5 aristocratic disciples in one night cause too much commotion? Suddenly, a voice from outside the hall interrupted their menacing glares. Princess Yongya. The headmaster's arrival deflated their aggressive posturing, much to their regret. Luo Ingyu seized this opportunity, leaping forward and snatching back the ring Yin Yuan had stolen. Before Yin Yuan could react, Luo Ingyu had already darted away. He was startled and spun around to chase her, but she was already outside, turning back to taunt him waste. Yin Yuan flew into a rage. Points plus 99. After her taunt, Luo Ingyu didn't linger, quickly following the messenger to the back of Jixia Academy. The headmaster was the former prime minister, Chun Liang. She remembered him well. He was the one who escorted her out of the palace during her first visit. Luo Ingyu stepped forward and greeted Headmaster. Chun Liang turned around with a gentle smile, studying her. It has been years. You've certainly changed. He gestured to the tea table before them. Sit. Unceremonious, Luo Ingyu bowed slightly and sat down. Chun Liang poured her a cup of tea. She didn't stand on ceremony, thanking him before drinking it all in one gulp. Chun Liang burst out laughing. Are you drinking tea or wine? Luo Ingyu's eyes sparkled like stars both. Chun Liang tapped his teacup and narrowed his eyes. You have a strong, killing intent. Luo Ingyu met his gaze without fear. Is it wrong to want to be a general? Chun Liang sighed. That I heard your test results. Nokal Tebastion Aptituth. You've entered the literary academy. Luo Ingyu nodded with a smile. I'll be classmates with the Saint Princess. Chun Liang's tone was calm. The world won't accept an ordinary person inheriting the Marquis of Yong'an's title. Princess Yongye will struggle to make a comeback. How will you become a general? Luo Ingyu didn't answer, instead abruptly changing the subject. Headmaster, trapped in this underground academy, yet you can still stir up trouble in the court. Chun Liang raised an eyebrow. And you presume I'm old and no longer involved in worldly affairs. Luo Ingyu smiled. I just know things. She paused. That I can be a commander even without cultivation. Luo Ingyu pointed at the teacup. Headmaster, another cup. Chun Liang was speechless. Points plus 10. He rolled his eyes that you've got guts, asking me for tea. Despite his words, he poured her another cup. Luo Ingyu opened her mouth. I ran all the way here. I'm thirsty. Chun Liang asked with a smile. Running from what? Is someone in this academy try to harm you? Not afraid of someone harming me. I'm afraid I'll accidentally kill someone. Chun Liang was shocked and surprised. Points plus 22. Luo Yingyu thought for a moment. Asking about the exploded testing device, she figured there was probably no way to find the truth. It could be discovered that Scholar Yu had a special soul and had worked at the Sancher headquarters, but retired from investigations due to old age and now teaches. Luo Yingyu twitched her lips. Headmaster, seeing as we're so familiar, could you ask that old gentleman to drop the investigation? Chun Liangping paused while pouring tea. First of all, we're not that familiar. Secondly, why shouldn't we investigate? Don't you want to know who tampered with the tester and tried to kill you? Luo Yingyu touched her nose in no need to investigate. I did it. What do you do when you're caught red-handed? In critical moments, it all depends on Yingyu. Luo Yingyu hadn't considered the soul investigation aspect. The unique nature of cultivators has already permeated the entire northern Yu Valley. No wonder, despite being ruled by the Empire, martial prowess is paramount. By the time the headmaster dragged her to the Sancher headquarters, she was completely resigned to her fate. It was a sealed, lightless room. Inside the pitch-black room sat a long table. On the table lay the shattered fragments of the testing device. An old man sat at the table, carefully reaching out and stroking the fragments. He muttered to himself, cryptic and mysterious. Luo Yingyu clearly sensed an energy fluctuation, condensing into threads, swirling around the fragments from the old man's fingertips and drifting towards her at the doorway. The old man suddenly looked up, staring at her. Luo Yingyu immediately turned to run. Busted. Time to make a quick escape. Chun Liangping grabbed her back. What followed was a 3-hour confession. Mostly, Luo Yingyu was agonizing over the consequences. Chun Liangping and the old man, however, were thinking about something else entirely. Especially the old man, named Yu Kaiho. He was already in his twilight years, 1 foot in the grave, enjoying the final tranquility of retirement. Yet, he was exceptionally interested in how Luo Yingyu, a mere mortal, could shatter the testing device. Luo Yingyu could clearly sense the old man's revitalization, like a stagnant pool suddenly churning with massive waves. Yu Kaiho said, I've solved so many bizarre cases, but this is the first time I've encountered something so incredible. He stared at Luo Yingyu and asked, are you truly an ordinary person? Chun Liangping nodded from the side. The test results are in. She's entered the literary academy. Yu Kaiho observed for a moment, then slowly said, I doubt it. That testing device can indeed determine if someone is suitable for cultivation, but it can't detect body cultivators. Chun Liangping raised an eyebrow. Cultivation, as we commonly refer to it, is divided into 2 types, Yuan cultivation and Wu cultivation. One is the element-based system focused on the ethereal soul. The other is the martial cultivation system focused on weapon souls. This includes those cultivators who haven't awakened their souls. They're also classified under Wu cultivation. But in ancient times, there was another type of cultivator who defied the heavens with powerful physiques, cultivating pure body cultivation. In fact, those who haven't awakened their souls but can still cultivate should belong to the body cultivation system. It's just that body cultivation is too difficult and too painful. But once body-soul power is achieved, one can confront gods and demons with their physical body. Pure strength could indeed shatter the testing device with an ordinary person's body. Yu Kaiho shook his head as he spoke. However, these are just legends, and even then, they're based on fragmented texts and fleeting glimpses. No one knows the true situation. He then looked at Luo Yingyu again, awaiting her explanation. Luo Yingyu tilted her head, bewildered that I'm just an ordinary person. Otherwise, how would I have no cultivation? Yu Kaiho was immediately speechless. Then he frowned in deep thought, trapped in a vicious cycle. That's right, whether it's Wu cultivation or body cultivation, there should at least be some cultivation. How could she do it without any cultivation? This isn't logical. Chun Liangping asked directly, how did you do it? Don't give me that nonsense. Luo Yingyu readily replied, have you heard of earthquakes? It's a similar principle. When vibration frequencies are highly consistent, forget a little finger, even a spoken word, and its resulting sound waves can cause an explosion. Chun Liangping frowned. What does that have to do with anything? Yu Kaiho, however, stood up excitedly. That makes sense. Indeed, I understand. He began pacing rapidly, as if a breakthrough had been achieved. His face flushed with excitement. Luo Yingyu stared, dumbfounded. dumbfounded, not understanding the old man's intense reaction. A 12-year-old unsolved case from the Jinshua era. I understand now. It's this principal. He bowed to Chun Liangping. Governor, please allow me to return to Sanshur and serve. Chun Liangping frowned. That's a bit difficult. The Sanshur governor isn't a minor position. It requires imperial appointment. I don't need to be governor. Just let me solve that case. Chun Liangping nodded. I'll arrange for my student, Xingyan, to assist you. Luo Yingyu propped her head up, watching their conversation with a numb and helpless expression. She had just made up an excuse, and now it was somehow connected to an unsolved case. It seemed this Yukaiho was a bit eccentric. However, the 12th year of the Jinshua era, why did that sound so familiar? Suddenly, Luo Yingyu's eyes widened, her heart racing. The 12th year of Jinshua, the year Yanxing Yuan lost both parents. Could it be related to this? This human cub had just started school and already managed to get the vice principal demoted. The excuse Luo Yingyu casually fabricated. This gave former Sanshur governor Yu Kaiho a sudden epiphany. He insisted on returning to investigate the unsolved case from years ago. Luo Yingyu was startled. She remembered that Yanxing Yuan lost both her parents that year. Could it be related to this matter? After Emperor Bei Yudi ascended the throne, he immediately purged a large number of royal family members. He publicly declared that they had all died from serious illnesses. Within a year, all the royal family members died from serious illnesses. Some people questioned it, but the final investigation results did indeed point to serious illnesses. However, Prince Yin and Princess Liuli escaped this calamity. They avoided the catastrophe of that year. But 12 years later, they were still found and killed. So, was the unsolved case Yu Kaiho mentioned related to Yin, Xingyuan's parents? Chun Liangping watched Yu Kaiho leave the academy and turned to see Luo Yingyu spacing out again. He said irritably, "All right, now that the vice principal has resigned, are you happy?" Luo Yingyu pouted, "I'll compensate you for the testing device. He's now in charge of the Umbu. He has plenty of money." Chun Liangping rolled his eyes. "Royal property doesn't need you to compensate. I'll write a report about it being worn out from age and ask the emperor for a new one." Luo Yingyu didn't have the nerve to say that the current royal family might not be able to afford a new testing device for the academy. The treasury was almost emptied by her along the way. At this time, Emperor Bei Yudi was in a state of utter frustration, his temples throbbing. Half of the memorials submitted from various places today were demands for payment. All the extravagant things Luo Yingyu had acquired along the way needed the emperor to foot the bill. Naturally, Bei Yudi immediately demanded that Luo Yingyu return them. Unexpectedly, she refused and even threw a tantrum in the princess's residence. If the commotion reached the common people, they would start gossiping again. Moreover, since the purchases were already made, Bei Yudi couldn't claim that the treasury was empty and he couldn't afford them. The Beiyu royal family, always known for its debt, couldn't produce the money? Wouldn't that be a slap in the royal family's face? So, Bei Yudi had a splitting headache and could only stall. Just then, Xingyuan, the new Deisho, arrived to report. Bei Yudi didn't particularly like this young Deisho. Although young, he was very experienced. This kid never cut corners in his work, unlike those self-righteous officials. Xingyuan bowed his head respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, there is a merchant guild willing to bear a portion of the princess's debt." Bei Yudi frowned. "That a merchant guild? The Lioha Merchant Guild?" Bei Yudi pondered for a moment. "That I've heard of them. This guild has expanded rapidly in recent years. It seems they're doing quite well in other countries as well. The Lioha Merchant Guild initially originated in Beiyu, but as your Majesty knows, merchants can only conduct ordinary business. After reaching saturation in Beiyu, they began expanding to neighboring countries. Their scale is even larger in other countries. Their influence in Beiyu isn't that significant," Xingyuan replied, "that they've already established a strong foothold in several mid-sized countries. It seems they're expanding eastward, aiming to extend their business to Tsuching and Guyi." Bei Yudi snorted coldly. "It seems they've made quite a profit. What are their intentions in approaching us now?" Xingyuan smiled. "Your Majesty, I have naturally considered these questions and conducted a discreet investigation. In reality, the Lioha Merchant Guild wanted to return a month ago, but they couldn't find the right opportunity. This incident with the princess's debt is merely a catalyst." The guild leader, Jian Songxiu, expressed his homesickness to Qinshu. After earning a fortune, he wishes to return to Beiyu. He feels that no matter how luxurious life is abroad, it can't compare to being home with family. Bei Yudi remained cautious. There's no such thing as an honest businessman. I don't believe this nonsense. What are their demands? Xiuqing and Guyi are rich in silk, while Beiyu is abundant in horses. The Lioha Merchant Guild intends to develop large-scale trade between these nations. Bei Yudi was angered. They have quite the appetite. Your Majesty's reputation precedes him. Jian Songxiu wishes to conduct business under your patronage. We can provide him with certain channels and collect fees in return. Bei Yudi was already persuaded, but still sternly questioned. Fees? He thinks highly of himself. Does he think the Beiyu imperial family would be interested in his paltry sums? He wants to profit from both sides, doesn't he? Xing Yuan added, of course. However, we could take a 50% cut of these fees. Bei Yudi exclaimed, preposterous. I initially proposed a 70-30 split in favor of the imperial family. He was reluctant, but eventually agreed to 50%. Bei Yudi's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Xing Yuan softened. But are you certain it's 50%? Xing Yuan nodded firmly. Absolutely certain. Bei Yudi burst into laughter. Excellent. Money is practically falling into our laps. Luo and you inwardly mocked her cheapskate father. That evening, she returned to the princess's residence. Zhang Qingshan was excited, taking out the items from the academy ring. These are your textbooks. This is the handbook. This insignia, I'll attach it to young Mrs. Robe. It will look beautiful worn over your Qingyu Xian tomorrow morning. He chattered on, fussing over her like a doting grandfather with his newly grown granddaughter. Luo and you lounged on the soft couch, snacking indifferently. Zhang Qingshan took away her snacks. Young miss, you must study hard and prove those gossip mongers wrong. I hear Jixia Academy is one of the top 3 academies in the world. Its graduates are all exceptionally talented. Luo Ingyu casually retrieved her snacks. Academies have rankings? Where does Yong'an Academy rank? Zhang Qingshan frowned and shook his head that Yong'an Academy isn't on the list. Luo Ingyu disagreed that Yong'an Academy is no worse than Jixia. Why isn't it ranked? Zhang Qingshan sighed that Yong'an Academy isn't state-run. It can't be on the list. What are the other top 3 academies then? Xujing's Kanyu Academy and Guyi's Yuedu Academy. Luo and you couldn't recall for a moment and asked where that was. Zhang Qingshan became anxious. Young miss, you're 8 years old. How can you not know about the states of the world? Beiyu and Hanliao are the 2 largest countries in the West. The largest in the East is Xujing Heguyi. Unlike Beiyu and Hanliao, who are at odds, Xujing Heguyi have been on friendly terms for generations. It's fortunate there are a dozen or so smaller countries in the central region. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed up long ago. Luo Inyu softly replied, oh. Then she added, I've studied geography, but I've focused on the distribution of martial regions, Halong Island, Chaogu, and the specific locations of the 10 sacred trees. As for the internal affairs of these countries within Beiyu, ECI was busy dying, so I haven't had a chance to learn about them yet. Zhang Qingshan reminisced. Back then, the young master rose to fame during several joint suppression and confiscation operations against the Shuigong organization. So many Shuigong members wanted to recruit him. Young miss, you will surely become famous throughout the land as well. Luo Ingyu waved her hand dismissively. Not necessarily. I'm entering the Literature Academy. No fighting and killing for me. Zhang Qingshan was instantly dumbfounded. His voice distorted with panic. The Literature Academy. Young miss, you're meant to be a general. How can you go to the Literature Academy? He yelled so loudly that even Biengu was startled, using his head to push the door open to see what was happening. Outside, Zhou Hong, who was about to deliver some documents, was taken aback, 1 foot inside the room, hesitant to bring in the other. Luo Ingyu got up and took the document from Zhou Hong's hands. What intelligence do you have? Zhou Hong grumbled, all is well. Luo Ingyu glanced at him. Then why are you acting like a wronged wife? Being by your side is too busy. No time to chase after a wife. Luo Ingyu's lips twitched. Later, you'll personally go to the south and check on the intelligence regarding Bio Jun's southward migration for me. Zhou Hong immediately perked up. His spirits revived. Yes. Luo Ingyu boarded the princess's carriage to head to Jixia Academy. Shuigong had a group of people waiting there for a long time. At the forefront was Dongguo Wenhao, the 5th son of the Dongguo family. They wanted to see how Luo Ingyu, with her supposed lack of cultivation talent, could still be so arrogant. They were determined to give her a harsh lesson. He suddenly kicked the wheel of the carriage, causing it to tilt sideways. The coachman jumped down in alarm, and the startled horses bolted in all directions. The crowd erupted in laughter, standing there shamelessly watching the commotion. But just as their laughter reached its peak, Luo Yingyu walked gracefully from a distance, a candied hawthorn in her hand. She ate it while laughing along with them. Luo Yingyu found this charade utterly boring. She had experienced it in her past life, and now it was happening again. Many of the royal and noble children frowned at her. She wasn't even in the carriage. Luo Yingyu, eating her candied hawthorn, extended a hand towards the crowd. 4 horses, 1 carriage, plus the contents inside, adds up to 300 liang. Whoever kicked it pays. Is she catching a traitor? Isn't this helping Bei Yudi? Seeing her demand 300 liang for the damaged carriage, those blocking the entrance were stunned. She didn't know how much the carriage cost, but her words stunned everyone. Then, even more unrestrained laughter erupted. She's asking us for money. Does she really think she's someone important? Fatherless, motherless. Oh right, and not even necessarily a legitimate Yong'an Ho's daughter. Does someone picked up? Does she think she's worthy of studying with us at the academy? Dongwo Wenhao stepped forward. Little beggar, who do you think you are, demanding money from me? The crowd jeered, completely disregarding Luo Yingyu's words. Yin Yuan, seeing how smoothly things were progressing, crossed her arms and watched the spectacle. She was already plotting to make Luo Yingyu's next few days a living hell. But in the next second, those mocking Luo Yingyu were all knocked to the ground. Dongwo Wenhao was especially badly beaten, his face a bloody mess. Yin Yuan looked over and was instantly shocked. That face, it was Gongzi Hong, the #1 assassin in the world. Zhou Hong, expressionless, tossed Dongwo Wenhao at Luo Yingyu's feet. The young man was already badly injured. He was just a student of the martial academy, having trained for years to barely reach the threshold of yellow martial rank. His attacker, however, was a renowned Xian martial rank expert. Luo Yingyu extended a hand towards Dongwo Wenhao. Pay up. Dongwo Wenhao's teeth were knocked out, his mouth a bloody mess. He tried to speak, but couldn't, his eyes filled with terror. Luo Yingyu tilted her chin at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong immediately stepped forward and snatched the ring from Dongwo Wenhao's finger. He handed the ring to Luo Yingyu. Luo Yingyu dumped the contents onto the ground. She pocketed the money. Amongst the remaining items, besides some miscellaneous objects, were several scrolls. She picked them up, reading as she went. Beiyu Fangxing Princess's daily routine at the Literature Academy. Observed individuals and recorded conversations as follows. A hush fell over the scene. Yin Yuan's eyes widened. How dare he? Dongwo Wenhao is my cousin. How dare he spy on a member of the royal family? Could this be grandfather's doing? Luo Yingyu, after finishing reading, glanced at Dongwo Wenhao and calmly picked up the second scroll. Chun Clan Disciple Enrollment. 5 admitted to Gongzhi Studies, 3 to Literature Studies. Dongwo Wenhao desperately tried to speak, but he could only sputter, unable to form words. Luo Yingyu looked around once more, reciting as she went. She recounted the details of nearly every noble family she'd memorized. Finally, she picked up an old scroll from the floor. A detailed record of grain shipments to the Han Yao kingdom, she read. Suddenly, she stopped. The surrounding crowd, however, erupted in a cacophony of shock. The previous scrolls had already been unsettling, detailing investigations into all the noble family disciples. But the contents of this scroll were even more shocking. Dongwo Wenhao is a spy planted in the Jixia Academy. Not only that, but he's committing treason, sending all of Northern Yu's grain to the Han Liao kingdom. Has the Dongwu family gone mad? Luo Yingyu dramatically exclaimed, "Oh dear, are these things not meant to be read aloud? Say something." Dongwo Wenhao sputtered, unable to speak. Luo Yingyu feigned alarm. Well, I'll burn them for you then. That way there'll be no evidence. With that, she produced a flame. The scroll began to burn, the fire quickly growing, instantly reducing the scrolls to ashes. Dongwo Wenhao watched the flames die down to embers. This little brat is quite clever, he thought. She took scrolls of beautiful women and somehow spun them into a tale of the Dongwu family's downfall. The surrounding students, enraged, surged forward and beat Dongwu Wenhao senseless. Afterward, Messages were sent, elders were summoned. Meanwhile, Luo Ingyu, having received her silver and burned the scrolls, left the crowd and headed towards the Literature Academy. Zhou Hong glanced at the commotion in the distance, a subtle expression on his face as he followed the young princess. He had been standing next to Luo Ingyu and had clearly seen the actual contents of the scrolls. They were nothing like what she had read aloud. They were simply pictures of beautiful women. But for Luo Ingyu, who controlled the entire Shadow Guard network, learning the family distribution within the Jishao Academy was a simple task. As for the incident a few years prior, where the Donghua family had sold grain to the Han Liao kingdom, due to lack of evidence and the Bio army's preoccupation with war and training, the matter hadn't escalated. But this time, Dongwo Wenhao had walked right into her trap. Luo Ingyu had seized the opportunity, meticulously orchestrating his downfall step by step. Luo Ingyu attended classes at the Literature Academy. The other students, however, were distracted and restless. Many of the more informed ones were more interested in the fight happening outside. Only Luo Ingyu remained in place, resting her chin in her hand, gazing out at the scenery. With a stroke of the pen, "I can pacify the world," she mused. A foxy smile played on her lips. "That Dongwu Wu is a sky martial mirror, though he's quite old. I wonder if he can still fight after all these years." Gathering her books, she made her way towards the exit. Halfway there, she encountered Saint Princess Yin Shi, who was also heading back. Luo Ingyu stopped in her tracks, staring at him. Yin Jilin almost cried out, instinctively ducking behind a rock garden. He'd been hiding for 2 days. Why was he still running into her? Luo Ingyu walked over and pulled him out. Yin Jilin felt his feet leave the ground in a daze, then land again. Wasn't Princess Yongye supposed to have no cultivation aptitude? Then why is she so strong? Yin Jilin, startled and afraid, plus 99 points. Yin Jilin, trembling in fear, plus 99 points. Luo Ingyu clapped her hands. "Why are you hiding? I'm afraid you'll hit me." Luo Ingyu rolled her eyes. "What have you been studying lately?" Yin Jilin stammered, The Jixiang and the female palace charts. Luo Ingyu frowned, a storm brewing within her. It wasn't that these subjects were bad, but at his prime age, they shouldn't be his main focus. Suppressing her anger, she held out her hand. "Let me see your textbooks." Yin Jilin didn't dare resist, obediently pulling his books from his satchel. Luo Ingyu flipped through them. The book titled Ambitions was filled with governance strategies for the various prefectures of Northern Yu. The Female Palace book detailed the various factions and influential figures within the court. The charts were even more surprising, containing hidden cultivation techniques. Returning the books to Yin Jilin, Luo Ingyu wanted to ask him about Ling Yun, but seeing his dazed expression, she held back. He clearly knew nothing about it. Just then, 2 chirps sounded. Biangu crashed headfirst into her. Luo Ingyu stood firm. "Catching him that you're here to pick me up?" Zhang Qingshan spoke nervously. "I heard the carriages were destroyed this morning. It's terrifying. Let's go home quickly." Luo Ingyu had thoroughly ruined the Donghua family this time. Zhou Hong reported the recent events to Yu Yu, the author. The Shi family's crusade against the Donghuos intensified, eventually leading to the implication of their entire clan. Under immense pressure, the Northern Yu Emperor issued a decree to apprehend all Donghua traders and ordered the Sanshi to investigate the grain-selling incident. If the accusations proved true, the entire clan would be executed. To further demonstrate his commitment to the people, the emperor personally stripped his concubine, Dong Wurong, of her cultivation and imprisoned her. Princess Yuyang, Yin Yuran, was also imprisoned. Numerous members of the Donghua clan were arrested and beaten, some even hunted down and killed by the Shi family. As for Dongwu Wu, the Sky Martial Mirror, after being besieged for days and nights, he escaped and fled to a remote region. His flight only served to confirm his guilt in the treasonous act. Luo Ingyu snacked contentedly. The Donghua family is dealt with. A runaway Dongwu Wu won't cause much trouble. Only Zhou Hong knew the true culprit behind the Donghua family's annihilation. The little girl eating pastries before him. That day, just as Luo Ingyu arrived at school, the dean called her in for a talk. Besides Chun Liangping, the new agreement with the dynasty's capital was also on the agenda. Luo Ingyu remained calm, sitting down and casually taking a sip of tea. Chun Liangping began, "The burned ghost summoning scroll. There are actually ways to restore its contents. You underestimate the 3 C's investigative abilities. There are plenty of people in this world driven by great love." Luo Ingyu casually casually picked up a pastry. Chun Liangping raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Aren't you afraid?" Luo Yingyu gestured to Yan Xingyuan beside her. "Your disciple is my subordinate. What do I have to fear?" Chun Liangping turned to glance at Yan Xingyuan, who touched his nose in tacit agreement. Chun Liangping adjusted his sleeve in exasperation, sighing, "Think thrice. The archives there have already been destroyed. I'd like to help you, but I'm a step too late." Luo Yingyu pointed to the wooded house behind her. "The #1 assassin in the world. This kind of small task is simple." Chun Liangping's expression turned serious. "It seems ECI left you quite a bit." Luo Yingyu nodded. "Dean Chun, do you still wish to return to the court? You're even trying to bribe me?" Luo Yingyu waved her hand. "Don't put it so bluntly. It's not bribery. It's called justice." Chun Liangping took a deep breath. He suddenly said, "Yu Kaiho investigated a cold case from many years ago. Do you have any guesses?" Luo Yingyu widened her eyes, feigning innocence. "I don't even know the details of the case. What guesses could I have?" Chun Liangping scoffed. "With your methods, let alone these trifling matters, I'm afraid there's nothing in the entire northern Yu kingdom you can't uncover." Yan Xingyuan added from the side, "Teacher, it's not just northern Yu. You can even find out about things in neighboring Han Liao." Chun Liangping was speechless. Luo Yingyu, however, seemed interested in the case, asking with a grin, "What did he find out?" Yu Zhongdu wouldn't dare speak, would he? Chun Liangping considered for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, the case cannot be overturned. It can only remain a cold case, gathering dust." Luo Yingyu poured herself some tea, saying, "The case of Prince Yin and the Princess Royal years ago. The records state the bridge collapsed, and there's plenty of testimony confirming there was no one else on the bridge at the time. However, when Vice Dean Yukayo heard me mention the word earthquake, he had a breakthrough. This indicates he'd long suspected the cause of the bridge collapse. One only needs to investigate the earthquake records for that year, along with the construction and repair details of the bridge, to deduce the truth. The bridge, it was man-made, wasn't it? The human child was being tricked by the system. What are you up to now?" Yan Xingyuan had long said his parents were assassinated, not victims of a bridge collapse. Therefore, Luo Yingyu continued. At the time, the entire Yin family was labeled as traitors for supporting Crown Prince Qian. Let's set that aside for now. But regarding the Princess Royal, a proper investigation would absolutely reveal the truth. Vice Dean Yukayo didn't dare speak because he uncovered something he couldn't reveal. Chun Liangping watched as she guessed correctly. Luo Yingyu looked at Yan Xingyuan. "Oh, you want to avenge your parents?" Yan Xingyuan gave a wry smile, but it's not time yet. Luo Yingyu turned to Chun Liangping. "Does anyone else know Vice Dean Yukaiho is investigating this case?" Chun Liangping frowned, a bad premonition rising within him. After a moment of thought, he said, "I'll handle it." Luo Yingyu stood up. "Then I'll go to class. I know very little about court matters. It's best to leave it to the professionals." That night, the entire princess's manor was silent. Biengu lay sprawled on the carpet, sleeping soundly on its back, belly exposed, and softly snoring. Luo Yingyu sat up in bed and opened the system interface. Her total points were 790,000. She had 3 soul suppression nails remaining. Aside from the unknown requirements for removing the 3rd nail, the conditions for the other 2 had already been met. System, remove the dragon sandstone nail. She eagerly awaited the moment her seals were completely lifted. After a second of silence, the system's synthesized voice responded, executing removal of the 7th soul suppression nail. 200,000 points will be deducted. Deduction successful. This was the first time Luo Yingyu relied on the system to remove a soul suppression nail. Previously, ECI had always handled it manually. Clink! A large black nail landed in front of her. It was a pity there was no one to plate it in gold. The system continued its process. Clink! Another large black nail landed on the bed. Luo Yingyu collected both nails, storing them in her ring. Then, sitting up straight, she eagerly awaited the complete removal of all her seals. Her points now stood at 390,000. But just then, the system issued a warning. Warning, advise host to retain the 3rd soul suppression nail. Luo Yingyu immediately erupted. "What are you up to now?" Biengu startled awake, lifting its head. "Go back to sleep." Biengu laid back down. The system was silent for a moment. It then gave a detailed explanation. 0.7 town crushing nails. Removing them will allow the host to cultivate normally. 2 soul sealing nails suppress the host's dual spirit affliction. Removing the 3rd soul sealing nail will unlock the host's bloodline. After that, your aura will be detectable by your enemies. The host has not yet begun cultivating and is not strong enough to confront powerful enemies. Luo Ingyu was stunned. Enemies? What enemies? She finally was going to have all the nails removed. She swore she would beat the person who put them there to a pulp. But the darn system threw a wrench in the works at the critical moment. 2 soul sealing nails suppress the host's dual spirit affliction. Removing the 3rd soul sealing nail will unlock the host's bloodline. After that, your aura will be detectable by your enemies. The host has not yet begun cultivating and is not strong enough to confront powerful enemies. Luo Ingyu froze, carefully considering the system's analysis. After all the soul-crushing peak seals were undone, her bloodline aura would be exposed. The person who attacked her back then would discover it and could come back to seal her again. It wasn't impossible. She could also deduce from this information that the person who sealed her at the age of 3 was incredibly powerful, so powerful that the system specifically warned her to avoid them. It was better to be safe than sorry. Besides, after all 9 nails were removed, she could use both her spirit souls and finally cultivate. The most important thing now was to start cultivating and increase her power. ECI would be shocked. Luo Ingyu calmed down and asked the system, "Who sealed me? Don't answer if it costs more than 50,000 points." The system, predictably, remained silent. Luo Ingyu grumbled, "I knew you were stingy, you stupid system." Then she started to examine her changes. First was the chain. Before, she could only sense the lightning and had no awareness of the chain's existence. But now, with a thought, the chain appeared in her hand. With another thought, the chain shrunk, wrapping around her fingertip. She swung the chain, sparks of lightning crackling and popping in the air. Biengu was terrified. Plus 99 points. Luo Ingyu was startled. She looked up to see Biengu cowering in the corner, looking at the chain with fear. Luo Ingyu rolled her eyes. "Why are you afraid of everything?" Next, she started choosing a cultivation technique. Cultivating this body was paramount. There were so many techniques in the world. Which one should she choose? Luo Ingyu dumped all the techniques from her storage ring onto the floor. There were so many they almost buried her bed. She started flipping through them one by one, skimming through each first. But after looking through them all, she didn't find any tri-elemental cultivation techniques. At most, they were dual elemental, and even those were wind-based, having nothing to do with her lightning. Not only that, but Luo Ingyu also discovered that lightning-based techniques were exceptionally rare. So rare that, even after collecting techniques from the entire northern region, she couldn't find a complete one. She only had a fragmented scroll. Resigned, Luo Ingyu asked the system, "How many points for a cultivation technique?" 200,000 points required. Deducting, Luo Ingyu almost exploded. Stop it." She breathed a sigh of relief when the process stopped. "Don't just hit me with that huge number. Give me some options." The system was silent for a second, resuming process. Searching for suitable cultivation techniques for the host. Technique 1. Celestial Spirit Surge. A top-tier lightning technique passed down in the holy capital of Zhaoga. Requires 200,000 points. Technique 2. Arcane Spirit Bolt. The strongest lightning technique from the Four Desires Palace. Requires 100,000 points. Technique 3. Restoration of the Fragmented Scroll in the host's possession. Top tier, unknown. Requires 300,000 points. Luo Ingyu was stunned. She quickly took out the fragmented scroll. This thing could actually be restored? And restoring it was more expensive than a top-tier lightning technique. 200,000 was already shocking, but 300,000 was highway robbery. But after all these years, Luo Ingyu had figured out the system's point deduction patterns. The system was sometimes unreasonable with exorbitant prices, but the more expensive something was, the more incredible the benefits it provided. Having thought it through, Luo Ingyu made up her mind. "I choose to restore the fragmented scroll." The system reacted immediately. The tattered, fragmented scroll floated up and spun in front of Luo Ingyu. Then, with a whoosh, it vanished into her forehead. In an instant, a flood of information poured into Luo Ingyu's mind. Ancient technique, divine decree, heavenly thunder scripture, destroyed during the God-Demon War 30,000 years ago, fragments scattered across the northern. Luo Ingyu pondered the text. growing excited. Just the name sounded more powerful than celestial spirit surge. What a bargain. Human children were always being tricked by the system. But this time, she'd finally won the bet. Seeing the words, ancient technique, she beamed. This name sounded way better than celestial spirit surge. She'd hit the jackpot. 300,000 points were totally worth it. Luo Yingyu calmed her excitement and assumed the posture described in the cultivation diagram. She began to cultivate. Most cultivators took a long time to enter a meditative state, but for Luo Yingyu, perhaps because of the foundation she had built over the past few years, as soon as she started circulating the divine decree, heavenly thunder scripture, every pore in her body opened, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Immense energy converged from all directions, forming a visible vortex above Luo Yingyu's head. Spiritual energy circulated through her meridians, crackling loudly with each pass. Luo Yingyu, immersed in cultivation, was oblivious to the commotion she was causing. Biengu, utterly terrified, ran outside, shrieking. The terrifying sight of his young mistress cultivating gave him the illusion she was about to devour him. Chirp, 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 chirp. Biengu desperately wanted to find someone to comfort him. People in the princess's manor began to awaken, frantically checking what had happened. The guards, after investigating, were dumbfounded. They had no idea what cultivation technique the young princess was practicing, but it seemed incredibly powerful. After her 12 principal meridians were opened and a great circulatory cycle completed, Luo Yingyu's cultivation stabilized. Her meridians, now thick and robust, allowed spiritual energy to flow unimpeded. Luo Yingyu finished her cultivation. She was startled to find her surroundings in disarray. Biengu, at the doorway, looked at her reproachfully, his fur ruffled as if caught in a hurricane. Luo Yingyu sniffed the air. She smelled the scent of fresh chicken legs on Biengu. She distinctly remembered forbidding Biengu from eating them last night. Closing her eyes, she focused her senses. She detected 12 breaths within the small courtyard. Besides Biengu and Zhang Qingshan, there were 6 overt guards standing before her, and 4 covert guards hidden throughout the area. Luo Yingyu was experiencing a new world she had never perceived before. So this was what it meant to be a cultivator. No wonder Emperor Baiyuo was so obsessed with it. Yin Long, observing the dramatically changed Luo Yingyu, stepped forward and asked, "Young mistress, have you entered the first stage of cultivation?" Luo Yingyu looked at him. Strangely, can't you tell my cultivation level? Yin Long was startled. "Young mistress, you only started cultivating last night, haven't you? It's been less than 2 hours, and you already have a cultivation base." A covert guard beside him shook his head. "Young mistress, we cannot tell." Luo Yingyu glanced down at the mask Z had left her. Wrapped in cloth, she wore it as a decoration on her waist. It must be the mask, she thought. It has a shielding function. As for her cultivation level, she was at the early stage of Yellow Martial Realm, first level. Zhang Qingshan approached, carrying a tray of small pastries. "Young mistress, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat to replenish your energy?" Butler Zhang, having never cultivated and being an ordinary person, had no understanding of the process. He assumed it was a strenuous activity. Luo Yingyu shook her head, "No, I need to go to class." Biengu volunteered to take Luo Yingyu to school. Donning a colorful coat that concealed his beautiful fur, he transformed into a motley pony. Riding Biengu, Luo Yingyu left the princess's manor. On the way, in the bustling marketplace, she saw several shops being renovated. The new signboards at the entrances displayed the 4 characters Lioha Chamber of Commerce, gilded in gold. Luo Yingyu's lips twitched. She entered the Chamber of Commerce. A guard inside the hall immediately approached. "Greetings, Princess Yongya. Given your esteemed status, please come to the inner hall." Luo Yingyu followed the guard inside. After the door closed, an old man rushed out. As he ran, he tore off his fake beard and wig. Once removed, a youthful face was revealed. It was Jian Songxiao. This guard was preparing to feign another death, but this time, it wasn't his own, but that of a covert guard. Upon seeing Luo Yingyu, Jian Songxiao lost his composure, ripping off his disguise and throwing it on the floor. "Boss, can I please not do this anymore?" Luo Yingyu looked at him exasperatedly. "That you're just throwing on the floor now, but you'll have to pick it up and put it back on later." "What's the point?" Jian Songxiao paced anxiously. "The point is I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so frustrated. I'm a young man in my early 20s, and I have to pretend to be an old man. I'm exhausted from faking coughs all day long. Luo Ingyu quickly interjected. The Shadow Guard organization was established recently, so there aren't many older members. The position of Chamber of Commerce President has high requirements, and your ability to handle it demonstrates your competence. Jian Songxiu continued to fret. But I don't want to be a businessman. I want to be an assassin, like Gongzi Hong, killing silently and unseen. Luo Ingyu glanced at him. You're at the Yellow Martial Realm, first level. Previously, she needed to see a burst of energy to judge someone's cultivation, but since she had begun cultivating, her heightened perception allowed her to discern Jian Songxiu's level instantly. Jiang Kongshu boasted, I am amazing. I reached the early stage of Yellow Martial Realm, first level in just a few years. I'm a genius. What a waste of my talent. I should be an assassin, eliminating enemies for young mistress. Luo Ingyu nodded impassively. Yes, I'll arrange for you to be an assassin after you die in battle. Jian Songxiu was taken aback. Die in battle? What do you mean? Luo Ingyu rolled her eyes. What else do you think I'm having you pretend to be an old man for? Old people die sooner. Jian Songxiu gaped, his mouth wide enough to swallow a goose egg. You can do that. How could Emperor Buyuo allow a private chamber of commerce to exist with such far-reaching influence? The so-called imperial merchants are just a trick to appease you and temporarily stabilize the Liuhe Chamber of Commerce. With the Liuhe Chamber of Commerce so wealthy, it's only natural he'd want to monopolize it, given his personality. After all of Buyuo's resources are currently being depleted. Luo Ingyu didn't bother arguing further. She whipped Biangu and headed towards the academy. Don't worry, I'll let you die in battle sooner or later. She noted the flamboyant attire of the students within the academy as she walked along the road. Just as Yin Jilin stepped into the academy gates, Luo Ingyu called out to him. Yin Jilin felt a chill down his spine. Points plus 99. Seeing Yin Jilin's reaction, Luo Ingyu burst out laughing. I didn't scare you, did I? I just saw you and wanted to say hello. Oh, your clothes look nice today. You're quite fashionable. Moving closer, Luo Ingyu noticed something was off. She touched the fabric and then sniffed it. Luo Ingyu frowned. Who washed these clothes for you? Yin Jilin stammered. No one. I'm wearing them for the first time. They haven't been washed. This is a gift from my father, the emperor. Is there something wrong with them? If you need clothes, I can send you a few. Luo Ingyu pulled out a poison testing kit from her ring bracelet while telling him to be quiet. A moment later, the tool in Luo Ingyu's hand changed color, turning grayish-green. Yin Jilin's face went deathly pale. Luo Ingyu looked at him. That is slow-acting poison. It won't kill you. Yin Jilin burst into tears on the spot. Luo Ingyu started lecturing him. I don't care. I'm always right. You're the one who's wrong, old man. Learning that his clothes were poisoned, Yin Jilin completely broke down. Tears streamed down his face. Plus 99 points kept flashing. He was terrified of his father's actions and felt deeply wronged by Luo Ingyu's words. Luo Ingyu's teeth ached from the sweetness. Just change your clothes. Why are you crying so much? Keep crying. Cry till my points go up. After that big 300,000 point expense last time, I've barely managed to save 120,000. So as Yin Jilin sobbed, Luo Ingyu reached out and pinched Yin Jilin's cheek. Yin Jilin's crying stopped abruptly. He stared at her in disbelief, stumbling back. I'm crying like this, and you're pinching my face? Do you have no heart? The plus 99 points started flashing again, rapidly increasing. Luo Ingyu grinned devilishly, reaching out with both hands to pinch and squeeze Yin Jilin's face until it was deformed. Not only did she pinch his face and smudge his makeup, but she also added insult to injury. You look like a beggar when you cry. Yin Jilin's composure shattered. Points plus 99. Yin Jilin wanted to die. Points plus 99. He burst into loud, wailing sobs. He had spent ages that morning picking out his outfit. Not only were his clothes poisoned, but his makeup was ruined from crying. Students passing by either quickly walked away or pointed and whispered. The Yongye princess is bullying the Saint Princess again. Why does the Yongye princess always pick on the Saint Princess? Better her than us. Yeah, let's go before she gets bored and starts picking on us. However, this good time came to an abrupt end during a geography lesson. Luo Ingyu, due to her abysmal geographical knowledge, had her guardian summoned. Butler Zhang Qingshan rushed over, his storage ring filled with gifts to appease the teacher and the headmaster. In the austere hall, Headmaster Chun Liangping sat in the main seat, his expression grim. Beside him sat the enraged teacher, Fang Yanwei, who had nearly fainted from anger. Several young students were attending to him. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Qingshan nearly fainted himself. He rushed forward, bowing and apologizing profusely, then presented the prepared gifts. Our princess is young and ignorant. Marquis Yeoman is gone. Our princess has suffered so much. He wiped away tears as he spoke. Please, Headmaster Chun, Master Fong, please forgive her. Chun Liangping looked around and addressed Fang Yanwei. Her family is here. Please calm down. Fang Yanwei, having calmed down somewhat, said, as long as the princess refrains from writing such bizarre things in the future. Her other coursework is excellent. She even engages in scholarly discussions beyond her years. Her intelligence is remarkable for her age. But in geography class, it's as if she's been poisoned. She's completely off track. Nothing she says is related to the subject. Luo Yingyu pouted, Bu Fu Qi Dao. I'm right. The world is divided by the 5 desires, the God tree, and the round tail. Fang Yanwei's suppressed anger flared up again. He slammed his hand on the table and roared, You're hopeless. Whoever wants a teacher can teach her, I won't. With that, he stormed out of the hall. He posted Luo Yingyu's work on the academy gates for all to see, so everyone could witness how bizarre the usually praised Yongye princess's mind truly was. Seeing Fang Yanwei's outburst, Zhang Qingshan panicked. He rushed to Luo Yingyu's side and pleaded, Young mistress, my dear young mistress, what have you done? Why argue with the teacher? Luo Yingyu, unconcerned, started eating snacks. Zhang Qingshan was at his wit's end. He was utterly defeated. Students from both the literary and martial academies gathered at the gate, gawking at Luo Yingyu's manuscript. What is this? She should be a storyteller. One imagination, 5 desires, God tree, round tail, As the crowd grew larger, my points are steadily increasing. Someone snacking and chuckling, saying not bad, not bad. The effect is not great. I need to have a Shadow 6 spread this around. Think of the points. Humanity has once again publicly exposed Yan Xinyuan's pathetic act. With me, you still pretend? Luo Yingyu was on her way back to the princess's manor when she encountered storytelling at a tea house. Intrigued, she lingered at the entrance. Unexpectedly, she heard someone mention the protector's manor and living worse than a dog. Luo Yingyu was taken aback. What was going on? So, that night, she stealthily made her way to Yan Xinyuan's residence. The normally sizable manor was now eerily quiet and cold. Walking inside, Luo Yingyu saw Yan Xinyuan reading under a dim oil lamp, miserly using only one. I thought my uncle was exaggerating, but it's true. He really is living worse than a dog. It turns out that after being removed from the Dongwu clan, with no need for balance, the Northern Yu Emperor stopped his pretense of supporting Yan Xinyuan. The matter of his official appointment wasn't even mentioned anymore. Even basic needs were neglected. The house hadn't received a charcoal delivery in ages. Luo Yingyu feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Oh, that's how it is. How awful for the Lord Protector. But, Lord Yin, this room full of wine jars. And the crumbs on your lips don't exactly scream, can't afford charcoal. Luo Yingyu rolled her eyes, still pretending with me? A core member of the Shadow Guard? The Lioha Chamber of Commerce is rolling in money. Yan Xinyuan froze, quickly wiping his mouth. He then made a dismissive gesture that I have to make it convincing. Otherwise, why would the princess approach me? Luo Yingyu scoffed, I am your dreams. But she, too, had to maintain her act. With a crash, she kicked over his table. Thanks to the Shadow Guard's deliberate maneuvering, news of Luo Yingyu's nighttime visit to the Protector's manor, Yan Xinyuan's residence, reached the Emperor's ears. The Northern Yu Emperor was immediately alarmed and demanded a detailed report. Luo Yingyu was from Lingzhou, and Yan Xinyuan was a scholar from Yong'an Academy. If these two were in contact, were they plotting rebellion? But the report revealed that the princess had gone to Yan Xinyuan's residence to mock him and had knocked over his only oil lamp. The Northern Yu Emperor was surprised. These two don't get along. The reporting official nodded. There's bad blood. It's said that back in Yong'an City, Princess Yongye stormed into the academy over a few taels of silver and beat up Yan Xinyuan, who was still a student at the time. The Northern Yu Emperor laughed. So now, the Yan Xinyuan has returned to the capital and entered the court. The little princess is displeased. The official nodded. The princess called him a traitor to Lingzhou and said he deserved it. The emperor laughed again. Just children squabbling. Princess Yongye is always doing something foolish, either fighting princesses or those noble sons. He waved his hand, dismissing the matter. What's the harm in her giving the young protector a beating? Let the world see his pathetic state. His face, that he resembles someone. I don't like it. The little human cub had grown into a miniature adult. 2 years had passed, and Luo Yingyu was now 10 years old. After her initial cultivation and reaching the first level of Yellow Martial Realm, her cultivation progress had been much slower than she anticipated. She absorbed spiritual energy faster than others, learned quickly, and had high comprehension. Logically, she should have broken through to the 5th level long ago. But after 2 years of cultivation, Luo Yingyu was only at the peak of the 1st level of Yellow Martial Realm. It was exhausting, making her question her existence. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Zhou Hong's voice was urgent. "Young princess, are you asleep?" Luo Yingyu was surprised. Zhou Hong coming to her at this hour meant it must be urgent. She slipped on her shoes and rushed out, not forgetting to pull along the sleeping Biengu. "What is it? Is there something happening at the Saint Princess's manor?" Luo Yingyu's pupils constricted. "I'll go ahead. Block the news." She vaulted onto Biengu's back and nudged the drowsy creature awake with her head. Tugging on its ear, she urged, "To the Saint Princess's manor." Yin Jilin sat on his bed, one hand hidden behind his back, the other covering his face as he sobbed. When Luo Yingyu burst through the door, he jumped in fright. "Why are you here? You scared me. Why wouldn't I be here? You specifically said no one was allowed near." Luo Yingyu and Biengu entered, immediately bolting the door. Biengu even stood guard at the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Luo Yingyu marched forward, staring at the hand Yin Jilin was hiding behind his back. "Where are you hiding?" Yin Jilin shrank back fearfully. "Don't come near me." Exasperated, Luo Yingyu yanked him from the bed and flipped him over, revealing the hidden hand. There, in Yin Jilin's palm, was a growing leaf. The startlingly green leaf was connected to a thin root, embedded deep in the center of his hand. He wailed. He had been terrified, thinking he was a monster. "Am I possessed by a tree spirit? Am I going to die?" Luo Yingyu looked at him. "What do you feel?" Yin Jilin cried and sniffled. "My hand hurts." Luo Yingyu rolled her eyes. "You cut your palm open. It's no wonder it's bleeding so much." Yin Jilin wailed loudly. "Wah, I'm going to die." Luo Yingyu scolded him, telling him to stop crying. Yin Jilin immediately quieted down, sniffling softly. He didn't dare defy Luo Yingyu for fear of being hit. Luo Yingyu then pulled Yin Jilin's hand closer. Curiously, she flicked the leaf on his hand. The leaf felt very springy and resilient, full of life. Yin Jilin broke down. "How can you still be in the mood to play?" Luo Yingyu stared at him and asked, "Do you know why your mother, the queen, died?" Yin Jilin froze, then lowered his eyes sadly. Brother Xuan said, "My mother might have been killed by my father." "What do you think?" Yin Jilin looked hesitant. "I don't know. I barely saw my mother's face. I don't even remember what she looked like." Luo Yingyu frowned. "You don't have any feelings for your mother? But you have a good relationship with your father? Do you know that your mother became critically ill and eventually died because she saved you?" Yin Jilin looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. "If Rual Mu dwells in the north, you're a member of the Northern Yu royal family. Have you ever heard this saying?" This human child was really driven mad by this idiot Yin. Looking at the whimpering Yin Jilin, Luo Yingyu couldn't help but ask, "You are a member of the Northern Yu royal family. Have you ever heard the saying, if there is a Rual Mu tree, it dwells in the north?" Yin Jilin shook his head. "No. But isn't Rual Mu my mother's surname?" Luo Yingyu became a little irritated. "How do you not know anything? And you're so young. How am I supposed to explain this to you?" Yin Jilin blinked. "You're 2 years younger than me." Luo Yingyu rolled her eyes and pointed at the leaf in his palm. "This is the fortune your mother left you. Protect this leaf. Don't let anyone know." Yin Jilin weakly said, "But you already know." Luo Yingyu promptly whacked him with a pen holder. "Then pretend I'm not a person." Yin Jilin started bawling again. "Why are you hitting me again?" Luo Yingyu ignored him and let him cry. She walked around the room. She didn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations. This meant the Rual Mu tree didn't need to absorb external spiritual energy. It grew purely through spiritual essence. At this time, Yin Jilin was the spiritual essence carrier needed for the Rual Mu tree's growth. She just didn't know what it would look like after it fully grew. Luo Yingyu looked back at the still crying Yin Jilin. "IT can't grow out his head, can it? Then the Saint Princess won't be human anymore." Half human, half tree doesn't seem reasonable either. Luo Yingyu shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. She would be a little sad if this little prince were gone. He had contributed at least a tenth of her several 100,000 points. Luo Yingyu then pulled Biangu and walked out. The dark guards immediately surrounded them. Zhou also arrived, extremely nervous. Upon seeing everyone, Luo Yingyu immediately gave the order. The Saint Princess has been poisoned with a slow-acting poison. From today onwards, he will no longer attend classes. Zhou blinked, seemingly understanding something. The next day, the news of the Saint Princess's poisoning spread throughout the city. The Northern Yu Emperor arranged for troops to surround the Saint Princess's manor in 3 layers. No one was allowed to approach. Thus, Saint Princess Yin Jilin was placed under house arrest in the 27th year of Jinsha. But human children can always create unexpected situations. Yun Shilish door was suddenly pushed open. Luo Yingyu and Biangu walked in. By this time, Yin Jilin was almost suffocating from boredom. Hearing the noise, he excitedly jumped off the bed. "Did you bring the sweet osmanthus cake I mentioned yesterday?" Luo Yingyu tossed him a roasted chicken. "Oh, you think I'm a delivery service?" Yin Jilin tore off a chicken leg, gnawing on it as he asked, "What's a delivery service?" Luo Yingyu had a sudden flash of inspiration. "I suddenly thought of another way to make money." Yin Jilin spoke with his mouth full. "You must bring me sweet osmanthus cake tomorrow." Luo Yingyu looked at his palm and frowned. "Where's your leaf?" Yin Jilin's palm was now empty, like a normal girl's hand. The leaf and stem had completely disappeared without a trace. Yin Jilin tilted his head up. "Beg me, and I'll tell you." Luo Yingyu rolled up her sleeves. "Are you getting bolder?" Yin Jilin started running around the room in fear. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Fearing he wouldn't be honest, Luo Yingyu first confiscated the roasted chicken and threatened, "You better tell the truth, or you won't get anything to eat." Biangu immediately drooled, waiting expectantly beside them. Yin Jilin stamped his foot impatiently. "You can't give it to this horse." Biangu bared his teeth at him menacingly. Luo Yingyu pulled Biangu back. "Explain it clearly in 10 words. Punctuation marks count as words." Luo Yingyu thought, "I've been tricked again. Damn, Yin Jilin. Just you wait." Luo Yingyu threatened him with the roasted chicken. "Explain in 10 words where the little leaf went, or else don't blame me for being rude." Yin Jilin thought hard for a moment, then furrowed his brow as he counted on his fingers. "That's my life soul. I absorbed it." Biangu immediately chirped beside him. "That's more than 10 words." Luo Yingyu frowned. "Life soul?" Yin Jilin nodded excitedly. "It's my life soul, see? Open your palm." Luo Yingyu said. In Yin Jilin's palm, a tree leaf slowly unfurled, vibrant green and full of life. Yin Jilin was clearly excited, becoming much more talkative. "This must be my wood element life soul. They tested my aptitude when I entered the academy, but nothing happened when I tried the basic cultivation techniques. I thought I couldn't cultivate." He chattered on, gesticulating wildly, immersed in the joy of his supposed life soul awakening. Luo Yingyu, however, was lost in thought. This wasn't a life soul, it was simply Ruan Mu. If Yin Jilin had truly awakened his life soul, even without cultivating, Luo Yingyu would have clearly sensed the spiritual energy change within him. But the current Yin Jilin was just an ordinary person, with no sign of cultivation at all. So, the Ruan Mu tree could be withdrawn into the spiritual carrier's body. Yin Jilin continued to chatter excitedly. "That I remember when they tested your aptitude. You had no cultivation physique. I didn't expect me to have a life soul, and you not. And I awakened my life soul at 12. I must be the first person in the Northern Yu Kingdom to do so, right?" Seeing him boasting, Biangu rolled her eyes. She then snatched up half a roasted chicken and began to eat. Yin Jilin's boisterous bragging came to an abrupt halt. His face crumpled. "My roasted chicken," he shrieked, trying to lunge forward and grab it back. But Luo Yingyu grabbed him and pulled him back. Ignoring his thoughts, Luo Yingyu said, "This isn't a life soul. It's something important your mother left you. It's a divine tree that could change the fate of the world. You absolutely cannot tell anyone about this, understand? Do you understand? Are you jealous that I have a life soul?" Yin Jilin retorted. Luo Yingyu, now rolling her eyes, simply lifted him up by the scruff of his neck, his feet dangling in the air. Yin Jilin shrieked, "I'll kill you. I could kill you with one hand. More than half of the princess's manor is mine. Do you understand now?" This idiot prince was impossible to reason with. Force was the only option. Yin Jilin finally started to whimper. All right, I understand. But will you bring me osmanthus cake tomorrow?" Luo Yingyu didn't answer, instead continuing her previous point. This Ruomu tree might bring a subsidiary life soul, or even a tomb. If you don't want to lose it, keep it hidden. Lifted high in the air, he was now at eye level with the top of Luo Yingyo's head. So, while pouting, Yin Jilin blinked at her repeatedly. At that moment, a single blade of grass sprouted from the top of Luo Yingyo's head. Green and upright, it swayed slightly left and right with her every word and expression. Biengu, struggling to suppress her laughter, said, "I understand. I won't tell anyone. I'll also cultivate and study hard." Yin Jilin cautiously backed away. "That I'm going to sleep now. Remember to bring me osmanthus cake tomorrow." Luo Yingyu waved her hand dismissively and left Biengu in tow. As soon as they stepped outside, members of the Shadow Guard surrounded them, bowing respectfully. But as they escorted her, they kept glancing at her with odd expressions. A blade of grass on her head? Was this some new hairstyle? No one dared to speak. No one dared to ask. Luo Yingyu, with a blade of grass still perched on her head, headed towards Jisha Academy with Biengu. Along the way, the academy students stared at her in disbelief. Some even ran off laughing. Luo Yingyu was completely baffled. What was going on? Just then, a new message appeared on her system panel, alongside the emotions of the passers-by. Yin Jilin at the princess's manor. Anticipation plus 99. Yin Jilin, bursting with laughter plus 99. Luo Yingyu was bewildered. What was wrong with the Saint Princess? Had he lost his mind? At that moment, an innocent young student came running up from behind, pointing at Luo Yingyu's back and laughing. "Look, that person is grass growing on their head." Luo Yingyu turned around to face him with an impassive expression. Upon seeing Luo Yingyu, the young student shrieked and ran away crying that it's Princess Yongya. Run! Luo Yingyu finally understood what was happening. She stormed off to a deserted corner and pulled out a small mirror from her ring bracelet. Well, this grass is really firmly rooted. Just you wait, Yin Jilin. Luo Yingyu never imagined that Yin Jilin's prank would lead to her inadvertently starting a new fashion trend. Feeling the mocking stares of passers-by, Luo Yingyu retreated to a corner and took out her mirror. That damned Yin Jilin playing these little tricks on me. She casually plucked the blade of grass from her head, but the moment she did, another one sprouted in its place. A new blade of grass, green and upright, swayed defiantly. Luo Yingyu put away her mirror and calmly called out, "Zhou Hong." This calm tone was terrifying. Those who knew her understood that the calmer her commands, the greater her fury. So, when Zhou Hong emerged from the shadows, she immediately dropped to one knee. "Your subordinate is here." Luo Yingyu gritted her teeth. "Tell Yin Jilin there will be no osmanthus cake." Zhou Hong was dumbfounded. That's it. Luo Yingyu couldn't help but marvel at the Ruomu tree. Without any detectable spiritual energy fluctuations, it could still control this blade of grass from such a distance. Then, Zhou Hong presented her with a letter. This intelligence report just arrived from the south. It bears 3 seals. It seems there's been significant activity from Guiyu. Luo Yingyu frowned slightly as she looked at the contents of the letter. It seemed the aura of the Ruomu tree had been detected by the ghosts. However, the ghost realm couldn't form a Siesui surge recently. But the areas where the northern realm bordered other ghost realms were a different story. She gave another order to strengthen defenses, then went to ask the headmaster for leave to focus on improving her cultivation. On the way to the workshop, Luo Yingyu was surprised to find that many students' headwear had changed. They no longer wore student caps, but instead had a blade of grass or a flower on their heads. The new fashion was sweeping through Jisha Academy. Luo Yingyu nearly choked. They're all following that trend? Are they crazy? She couldn't understand it, but she was definitely shocked. At the workshop, Dean Shin Liangping looked at the young woman before him and suddenly pulled a stack of letters from his ring. "The Saint Princess has been looking for you these past few days, but your people seemed unwilling to deliver these. So she sent them directly to me to give to you." Luo Yingyu stared at the thick stack of letters, too many for her 2 hands to hold. "Girl, go see Yin Jilin before you go into seclusion to break through. Otherwise, you'll be bothered to death." Chun Liangping then asked, "So you're taking a long leave to avoid the Saint Princess?" Luo Yingyu hadn't expected him to connect the two. Not only did Chun Liangping completely misunderstand, but he also nodded to himself, seemingly confirming his own assumptions. With your knowledge, you don't really need to read these books at this stage. If you want to hide for a while, go ahead, but don't cause any trouble. Luo Yingyu nodded. Understood. Thanking the dean, Chun Liangping handed her the letters with a cryptic expression. You should still read them. After all, it's a gesture of goodwill from the princess. Luo Yingyu was internally screaming, is this guy stupid? Dean, what's with that look? Are you misunderstanding something? In the end, Luo Yingyu carried the large stack of letters back, and that evening, headed to the St. Princess's manor with a bag of osmanthus cake. As soon as she opened the door, Yin Jilin rushed towards her, bawling loudly. Luo Yingyu pushed him away with one hand. She tossed him the osmanthus cake. Yin Jilin continued to cry, even as he started eating the cake. Luo Yingyu looked down at him. This is the last of the osmanthus cake. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Yin Jilin immediately roared back. You don't even cultivate. What seclusion? You still owe me 3 days' worth of osmanthus cake. Luo Yingyu was exasperated. She rolled up her sleeves. Has it been too long since I've hit you? Yin Jilin instantly became obedient, shrinking back and not daring to talk back. Yin Jilin wolfed down the osmanthus cake. He suddenly thought of something that, if you're busy, can your subordinates deliver snacks to me? Luo Yingyu looked at him and suddenly grinned. Of course. A delivery fee of 10 taels of silver per trip to buy you osmanthus cake. Larger items will cost extra. Biengu was dumbfounded. What then? Is that human being stripped again? The key is this damn convict can't even fight back. And he's actually connected to Yi Zi. Luo Yingyu spent a week trying to break through to the 5th realm. She tried many times, but each attempt felt like punching cotton, unable to grasp the threshold. She recalled that when Li Xinyuan broke through to the heavenly martial realm, it was due to a major shock. So, she should probably find something shocking too. Looking at the bright moon overhead, a sudden thought struck Luo Yingyu. Will there be a thunderstorm in the next few days? She herself had a lightning element life soul, so perhaps she should start from that aspect. Zhou Hong couldn't keep up with the young princess's train of thought, but she honestly replied, we'll have to ask the Sitian Observatory. But there might not be anyone there who understands. Luo Yingyu became curious. I haven't heard much about that department. Are they very low-key? Zhou Hong nodded. The Sitian Observatory is in charge of astronomy and is affiliated with the Ministry of War. Their influence has waned after the war, but cultivation is inherently going against the heavens. And now, with everyone cultivating, the Sitian Observatory has gradually declined. Luo Yingyu straightened up slightly. I'm going to the Sitian Observatory. Who should I ask about the weather first? Jian Zheng is currently in prison. Luo Yingyu was taken aback. What? He's in prison? Late at night, a flamboyantly dressed pony walked through the prison, occasionally stopping to scratch its hoof. Luo Yingyu, dressed in white, walked quietly beside Biengu. The place reeked, making Luo Yingyu, with her already keen sense of smell, feel nauseous. Biengu was even worse off. He was always delicate and had been vomiting since they entered. The path ahead was dark. A prison guard holding a torch bowed and scraped. Your Highness, perhaps you should stay here. Up ahead are the condemned criminals. Some have already died, and their rotting corpses are left here unattended. Luo Yingyu took the torch, glanced at Biengu, who was still vomiting, and sighed before walking forward alone. As she went deeper, Luo Yingyu heard many sounds, strange chewing noises and deranged laughter. The people in prison here were either dead or on the verge of madness. Finally reaching the deepest cell, she saw a death row inmate Pa Nji by the window, his eyes looking outwards. He wore what was once a white prison uniform, now blackened and greasy. Luo Yingyu hadn't expected this was the man who had observed the heavens for Baiyuo for 40 years. The year the Siesui surge erupted and Empress Ruo Mu transferred the spiritual veins, prisoners came and went. He had remained here. A normal person would have gone mad, unable to bear it. But not only had he stayed here for over a decade, he had also survived. Luo Yingyu softly called out from outside the cell, Master Jianzheng, can you hear me? Jianzheng's ears twitched. Waving goodbye without looking back, Luo Yingyu thought, Jianzheng is incredibly influential beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Glancing out his tiny window, she noted there are clouds. Qixinghua's anger flared, his points increasing by 99. He furiously turned and glared at Luo Yingyu, yelling, "You did that on purpose." He grabbed a dead rat from the floor and flung it at her. Luo Yingyu quickly dodged. A dead rat? Seriously, his mental state is completely shattered. Luo Yingyu suppressed the urge to vomit, deciding to reason with Jianzheng. Taking a deep breath, she tried again. "A large cloud is blocking my view. It's true that I couldn't observe. You can't blame me." Jianzheng, even angrier, started searching the floor for cockroaches and rats. Then, as the torchlight flickered, he froze, staring at Luo Yingyu's white robes. Overcome with suspicion, Jianzheng suddenly lunged forward, gripping the cell bars, trying to get closer. His fingernails were missing, and his hands were covered in sores. He even reached out and touched the hem of Luo Yingyu's pristine white robe. Luo Yingyu felt her own composure cracking. Just as she was about to give up and leave, Jianzheng asked, "What's your relationship with Yi Si?" Luo Yingyu stopped, turning back to face him. "You know Yi Si?" Luo Yingyu thought, "I've found another treasure trove." His ability to generate points rivals Bei Yudi's. Seeing Luo Yingyu's 7 mystery suspension, Jianzheng stammered, Is that his? I asked you, what's your relationship with ECI? How did you get his 7 mystery suspension?" Luo Yingyu considered this, then took the carefully wrapped mask from her waist. Putting on the mask, she declared, "I am the young Yi Si." Jianzheng stumbled back in astonishment. "That's impossible." Luo Yingyu removed the mask. "Did I trick you? He's my father." Jianzheng exploded. "Bullshit. How old is he?" "He's your father, my ass." He scrutinized Luo Yingyu. "Are you his disciple? What did he send you to ask me?" Luo Yingyu dropped her bombshell. "He's dead." Jianzheng's pupils contracted sharply, and he almost lost his footing. Qixinghua was utterly shocked, his points increasing by 999. Luo Yingyu was equally stunned. This old man had generated the same maximum points as Bei Yudi. Her perception of Jianzheng instantly changed. She looked at him like a wolf eyeing its prey. Delighted, even ravenous, he's even more promising than Yin Jilin. Overwhelmed by emotion, Jianzheng didn't notice Luo Yingyu's calculating gaze. He quickly looked up. "I don't believe you. You're lying." Luo Yingyu pointed at the tiny window, barely big enough for a fist. "Aren't you able to observe the heavens? Calculate whether he's dead or not." Jianzheng shook his head. "I can't calculate his fate." He narrowed his eyes, studying her. "Strange. Who are you? Why can't I calculate your fate either?" Now, it was Luo Yingyu's turn to be surprised. "You can tell fortunes?" Jianzheng scoffed. "I can even calculate the emperor's fate." "Then tell me, when will Bei Yudi die?" As soon as she spoke, points surged. Qixinghua was dumbfounded, his points increasing by 99. Huaqing was incredulous, points up by 99. Kong Xianxian descended into madness, points also up by 99. Besides Jianzheng, a wave of dead souls began generating points. Luo Yingyu turned, glancing into the dark, unseen depths of the other cells. They were all occupied by dead souls. Whether you die now or in a few days makes no difference. I trust you understand my meaning. Qixinghua reassessed the young woman before him, points increasing by 99. Huaqing held his breath, points up by 99. Kong Xianxian was terrified to the point of wanting to end it all, points up by 99. Another wave of points flooded in. Luo Yingyu looked back at Jianzheng. "I only came to ask you about the weather in the coming days. When will it rain?" Jianzheng stated his condition. "Take me to CECI, and I'll tell you." Luo Yingyu sighed. "He really is dead. I'm not lying." Jianzheng not only refused to believe her, but he also burst out laughing. "How could he be dead? I can't calculate his fate. Even the heavens can't control him. Someone with such immense merit and fortune can't die." Looking at the crazed old man, Luo Yingyu suddenly found Jianzheng rather intriguing. 10 minutes later, Luo Yingyu emerged from the dark prison, torch in hand, followed by 3 filthy, barely human prisoners: Jianzheng, Qixinghua, Zhuofaching, and Yu Wuxuangxian. She had brought out all 3 fortune tellers of the Sitian Observatory. The guards nearly lost their minds, frantically kowtowing. Princess, please have mercy. These 3 cannot be taken. If those above find out, none of us will survive. They're condemned prisoners." Luo Yingyu simply stated, "If they're condemned, then let them die." This young one was not ordinary. Holding the chains, Luo Yingyu had released the 3 members of the Sitian Observatory from prison. The guards knelt, blocking her path. "Princess, please have mercy. If these 3 are taken away, none of us will survive." Luo Yingyu had already thought of a solution that if they're condemned, then let them die. The Jade Silk guards were stunned. Luo Yingyu threw another piece of gold on the ground. The 4 members of the Sitian Sword sect died separately in January of last year, October of last year, and March of this year. The exact times are uncertain, as they've all become skeletons. The Jade Silk guards stared at the gold, unable to look away, but still shook their heads. Where did these skeletons come from? Luo Yingyu pointed again. "Walk 10 meters forward from the darkness behind you. There are 2 skeletons in the cell on the left. Walk another 5 meters forward, and there are 3 on the right. Go further in, and there are more." The Jade Silk guards were completely speechless. One of them stepped forward, picked up the gold, looked around, and committed the 3 deaths to memory. Then, they watched as Luo Yingyu swaggered out with the 3 men. Zhou Hong and Lao Lu from the Shadow Guard had been waiting at the entrance for a long time. Luo Yingyu pointed at the 3 men. "Quickly take them to wash up. I can't stand the smell." Zhou Hong couldn't stand the smell either and immediately wanted to take the 3 away to clean them up. A few hours later, dawn broke and the moon hadn't yet fully set. A clap of thunder suddenly struck from the sky. Luo Yingyu didn't even have time to greet butler Zhang Qingshan before leaping to the highest point of the roof. It wasn't high enough. She needed to go to the highest point in Jixia, the ruins of the Sitian Observatory. As a place of former glory, it was the perfect location. After the Beiyou First Bureau suppressed and imprisoned everyone, the ruins of the Sitian Observatory were almost demolished several times. But for various reasons, work never began. This time, Luo Yingyu seized the opportunity. Zhou Hong also vaguely guessed what the young princess was planning and quickly notified the Shadow Guard to make arrangements. Along the way, various stall owners, injured Bo, and Qing dynasty officials were mobilized, blocking off several streets along the Sitian Sword sect's route. The young princess was about to break through the Do Not Disturb barrier. With the speed of a heavenly martial realm expert, she burst forth, utilizing the movement technique ECI had taught her. Although this technique wasn't perfectly suited to her, it was more than enough for traveling at this moment. Lightning and thunder had already begun. Bolt after bolt flashed across the sky, manipulated by the Shadow Guard. Luo Yingyu sprinted alone, quickly reaching the ruins of the Sitian Observatory near the edge of the city. It was so high that it almost pierced the clouds, offering a panoramic view of the entire Jixiao Imperial City. Above her head, the sky was gray and overcast, occasionally punctuated by roaring lightning. The thunder and lightning were right next to her face and ears, so close she could feel the abundant lightning element around her. The spiritual energy within her body began to surge. Without her actively circulating her cultivation technique, it began to flow spontaneously throughout her meridians, faster and faster, almost sparking. Luo Yingyu suddenly thought of the name of her cultivation technique, Heavenly Universe Undefeated. The reason she had been unable to break through, could it really be because it needed thunder and lightning? At this time, every household in the Jixiao Imperial City began to gather their belongings, fearing that a lightning strike would burn down their houses. Zhang Qingshan, who had rushed over, quickly covered Biangu's eyes, afraid he would be terrified. Standing at the highest point of the Sitian Observatory, Luo Yingyu took out her dual soul spirits. The fused dual soul spirits were in the form of lightning chains. Thunderclap power filled the slender chains. Crackling, she took a deep breath, mobilized all her spiritual energy, and abruptly flung the chains upwards. With a boom, a terrifying bolt of lightning, 10 meters wide, struck down from the sky like a torrent of cascading electricity. She stood at the very center of the lightning's downpour, madly absorbing the power of the heavenly thunder. Soon, the first level of the ninefold thunder tribulation, Luo Yingyu finally waited for the heavenly thunder. Now, with the perfect timing, location, and people, a breakthrough seemed imminent. However, she was targeted by that old thief, Dong Wu. Due to the heavy rain, the city gates were crowded with people coming from the surrounding areas. Among them was Zheng Long, who had just arrived from Yinzhou. He carried large and small bags, his face beaming with excitement. He had finally finished his research and could come to Jixia. The headquarters of Lao Lu was here. Lao Sual of the 11 Hook Tower was pacing in the rain. He hurried forward, bumping into a mother and daughter. Zheng Long, who had been quite happy, suddenly felt his mood darken. How could such a thing happen in Jixia? The world was truly chaotic. He chased after the old man. Old man, stop. Lao Suo lowered his head and continued walking hurriedly. Anger surged within Zheng Long. I said, stop. With that, he lunged forward, intending to pull Lao Suo back. Unexpectedly, Lao Suo suddenly turned around and slashed out with a knife from his sleeve. Fortunately, Zheng Long was far enough away and reacted quickly, dodging to the side. Lao Suo pressed closer, threatening the young man. Mind your own business. The wind and rain lifted his bamboo hat, revealing his face for an instant. This was no ordinary old man. The sharpness in his eyes was intense, a look only a seasoned warrior could possess. Moreover, Zheng Long had seen this face on the widely circulated wanted posters. Dong Wu Wu. Zheng Long cursed internally. Even if he was at the early stage of the heavenly martial realm, killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. We need to find a way to get into the city quickly. Tell the organization that the old thief Dong Wu Wu is here. At this moment, the thunder subsided. He wanted the entire imperial city. Thick bolts of lightning, one after another, crashed down. The Sitian sword buildings were completely engulfed in thunder. Luo Yingyu had already entered the final stage. The torrent of lightning qualitatively enhanced her body, not to mention the massive amount of lightning element filling her meridians, swirling and surging madly. She was about to break through to the 5th stage. Just then, a shadowy figure approached from afar. As he neared the area of flashing lightning and booming thunder, Dong Wu Wu began to laugh maniacally. In his hand, he held a strange black sphere. People usually avoid the power of lightning, but Dong Wu Wu's family was ancient. They knew this was a gift from heaven. He was also old, stuck at the early stage of the heavenly martial realm for decades without progress. Now, with his family destroyed and their fortune seized, further advancement was incredibly difficult. He could only take this risk. Dong Wu Wu walked forward step by step, rotating the black sphere in his hand. The small bolts of lightning where he walked were absorbed by the black sphere. As Dong Wu Wu moved closer, continuously raising the black sphere to absorb and convert the energy, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Zhou Hong took a defensive stance, threatening death to anyone who approached. As soon as the lightning went berserk, Zhou Hong had come alone from the princess's mansion and stood guard outside the lightning hall. Her purpose was to prevent anyone with malicious intentions from approaching. Dong Wu Wu hadn't expected anyone else to be here. He was startled at first, but after seeing that the person before him was only at the great completion stage of the earthly martial realm, Dong Wu Wu threw off his bamboo hat. Who do we have here? There are only a few at the great completion stage of the earthly martial realm. Who are you? What is this old thing doing here? She was about to lose it. Everything bad was happening at once. The young princess was about to break through. Zhou Hong had to reassure the worried Zhang Qingshan, restrain the eager San Jian, comfort the terrified Biangu, and then rush here to guard the young princess. She hadn't stopped working this whole time, and now, Dong Wu Wu, this old thief, had shown up out of nowhere to cause trouble. Zhou Hong was exasperated, but no matter what, the young princess's breakthrough was paramount. Zhou Hong calmed down, staring intently at Dong Wu Wu. Dong Wu Wu was taken aback. You actually dare to fight me? In the next second, a flying knife was thrown from Zhou Hong's hand, aimed directly at Dong Wu Wu's eyes. Dong Wu Wu tilted his head and dodged. Looking for death, he said. He placed the black sphere to the side, letting it absorb the lightning on its own. Zhou Hong didn't bother with any posturing. Taking advantage of this opening, she threw out countless hidden weapons, aiming them at Dong Wu Wu's face. Dong Wu Wu twirled his broadsword, effortlessly deflecting the hidden weapons. At the same time, he advanced, his soul-reaping blade flashing. He wanted to quickly finish off this earthly martial realm cultivator. She hadn't even dreamed that Dong Wu Wu, this treacherous dog, would actually be so focused on her. Dong Wu Wu saw Zhou Hong dodge and slash down with his blade. Converting the lightning power was the most important thing to him. Zhou Hong was also a battle-hardened veteran. Although she didn't know why Dong Wu Wu was risking his life here, she could sense his urgency from their exchange. The more anxious he was, the more she needed to stall. Zhou Hong swiftly used her movement technique, retreating a great distance. Her movement technique was no ordinary thing. Dong Dongwo Wu couldn't catch her. Every time Zhou Hong dodged, she completely evaded Dongwo Wu's attacks. So Dongwo Wu grew increasingly anxious. Zhou Hong, on the other hand, became more and more relaxed. She even started to taunt him, occasionally throwing a hidden weapon, pushing Dongwo Wu to the brink of rage. Dongwo Wu suddenly stopped, gripping his blade with both hands. Immense energy surged within him, then channeled into the blade. Dongwo Wu roared, "Blade art, desolate void." The soul-reaping blade suddenly expanded to an enormous size. He slashed downwards with tremendous force. Zhou Hong felt a terrifying tearing sensation. Even before it got close, the searing impact had already burned her back to a bloody mess. No wonder they said the gap between realms was insurmountable. No matter how skilled someone at the great completion stage of the earthly martial realm was, they couldn't avoid the true power of the heavenly martial realm. Zhou Hong even considered giving up. Perhaps her lifelong efforts would end here. It was a pity. Last month, when she went south to check on the Knightless Army's progress, that silly girl hadn't realized her feelings yet. All she talked about were trivial matters, not thinking about her at all. Zhou Hong closed her eyes. The blade was at her back, about to pierce through. At this critical moment, a chain suddenly descended from the sky, hooking the soul-reaping blade and yanking it aside. The blade's trajectory shifted, and the immense force slammed into a nearby pillar. The massive pillar was cleaved in two. The tallest building of the Sitian Sword ruins began to crumble. Zhou Hong instantly turned around. Dongwo Wu also quickly shifted his gaze. They saw Yu Wuxian in white robes, lightning in her left hand and a chain in her right, her face hidden behind a hideous mask. Dongwo Wu felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his composure shaken, his worldview half shattered. He coughed up blood on the spot. He couldn't believe Yeci, you're not dead. Luo Yingyu paused, the corners of her mouth curving upwards beneath the ugly mask. He mistook her for Yeci. Luo Yingyu didn't say a word, simply lifting her foot and walking towards Dongwo Wu. Dongwo Wu's mental breakdown points plus 999. Dongwo Wu's desperate escape points plus 999. Dongwo Wu's existential crisis points plus 999. This guy just landed 3 critical hits. Even better than Bei Yudi. Luo Yingyu was so stunned by the rapid accumulation of points that she almost hesitated to attack. Zhou Hong stood to the side, injured from their previous exchange. He had experienced Tian Wu Jing's overwhelming power and invincibility firsthand. Now, Dongwo Wu was confused, mistaking the young girl for Yeci. If she ran now, she still had a chance. But just as escape filled his mind, it was Dongwo Wu who bolted first. Overcome with terror, he abandoned even his transformation artifact, sheathing his soul-reaping blade and activating his Tian Wu mirror to flee at top speed. He was so fast, he looked like a giant rat with wings. Luo Yingyu had no intention of letting him go. Her white robes flashed as she pursued Dongwo Wu. Zhou Hong's smile froze on his face, and he nearly went mad. "Young lady, come back. You just broke through to the 5th mirror, and you're chasing a Tianwu mirror?" Zhou Hong tried to chase after Luo Yingyu, but found it difficult to even stand. He further aggravated his back injury, causing blood to gush out. Panicked and desperate, Dongwo Wu blindly stumbled into the nearby ruins of the Sitian Sword sect. Luo Yingyu followed close behind. The sounds of fierce fighting soon erupted from within. Standing on the roof, she extended her hand, channeling the 9-fold thunder punishment. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning converged, striking down with a deafening boom. The human child's pet was enraged, unleashing a point-blank attack on the Tian Wu Mirror Elder. Luo Yingyu stood on the rooftop, charging her ultimate attack. Lightning crackled in the air, gathering in her palm as the chains in her hand buzzed. By now, Dongwo Wu had realized something was amiss. Before the fight, he couldn't discern the masked figure's cultivation level. But once the battle began, the faint 5th mirror initial stage aura she emanated seemed as weak as an ant. He roared in fury. "How dare you impersonate Yeci? Who are you? Where did you get that lightning power?" Luo Yingyu suddenly flung the chain upwards, one end in her hand, the other reaching towards the sky, finally breaking her silence. She cried out in a distinctly feminine voice, "Ninefold thunder punishment." With a sharp crack of the chain, she unleashed the massive bolt of lightning she had gathered, sending it hurtling towards Dongwu Wu. The lightning bolt descended from the dark clouds, engulfing Dongwu Wu. Simultaneously, Luo Yingyu harnessed the thunder's power to accelerate, propelling herself forward another 100 meters. The thunder punishment's power was immense, charring Dongwu Wu black, but not quite killing him. Luo Yingyu guessed it was because her own cultivation was too weak to fully unleash the technique's potential. She had sensed it while casting. It looked impressive and intimidating, but the conversion rate was low. Ultimately, she couldn't fully control this heavenly power. Dongwu Wu lay paralyzed, his mind reeling from the shock. He could only think, "Who are you? You're not Yi Si, yet you have the power of the fifth mirror and can force a kill against the Tianwu mirror. So young, yet so terrifying, even able to control heavenly thunder. When did Beiyu produce such a person?" Luo Yingyu casually lifted her mask. "Qixing, look who I am." Dongwu Wu's eyes bulged, his body trembling uncontrollably as he tried to speak. He was like a fish on a chopping block, utterly helpless. Meanwhile, several plus 999 notifications floated across the system panel. In that instant, it was as if Dongwu Wu's mind cleared and memories flashed through his mind like a final resurgence. 7 years ago, Princess Yuyang was imprisoned by the daughter of Marquis Yangon. 5 years ago, the daughter of Marquis Yangon gained fame for suppressing a disaster. 2 years ago, young Master Dongwu Wu kicked the daughter of Marquis Yongon's carriage. It all made sense now. It had all started long ago, but no one had noticed, no one had suspected a little girl could reach such heights. A 1,000-year-old Tian Wu mirror family brought down by a child. He died with his eyes wide open, his gaze fixed in disbelief. The thunder punishment had crippled him, but not killed him. In the end, it was Luo Yingyu's revelation that finished him off. Luo Yingyu collapsed, gasping for breath. Good heavens, a fifth mirror killing a Tian Wu mirror with a thunder punishment was truly a desperate gamble. It looked powerful, but she was completely drained, her spiritual energy reserves empty. She couldn't even lift a finger. Outside, Zhou Hong, on the verge of unconsciousness, was jolted awake by the thunder. He wanted to check on the situation inside, to call out to the young lady, but he was too weak to do anything but pray for the shadow guard's swift arrival. Then, through the pouring rain, a small white horse galloped towards them. Zhou Hong closed his eyes, his strength gone. He hadn't expected the first to arrive would be the usually mischievous Lord Baiangu. Baiangu nearly buckled at the sight of the charred scene, but he scooped up Luo Yingyu in his mouth, placed her on his back. Then he rushed to the mainland and lay down on the already dead Dongwu Wu. After stomping on his body a couple of times, Baiangu ran off to call for help. But after only a few steps, a black ball rolled out from Dongwu Wu's hand. Sensing the pure energy within, Baiangu, without a second thought, snatched it up in his mouth. Chirp, 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 chirp. Once again, he was completely defeated by the dog system, even miserably trying to appease it. The explosion at the Sitian sword sect ruins attracted the attention of the entire city. Although they were far away and had no idea what had happened, the thunder pillar, clear crown, and echoing thunder were certainly impressive. Yin Jilin was initially too scared to come out, but perhaps influenced by the meatwood tree, many of his habits began to shift towards wood element tendencies. Naturally fearing lightning and red light, he didn't emerge from under the covers until the thunder had ceased and the flashing light source disappeared. Astonished by what had just occurred, he quickly called out, 66. Go find out what happened. But there was no response. At the former site of the Sitian sword sect, the Shadow Guard were busy cleaning up the battlefield and erasing any traces. They had to eliminate any sign of Luo Yingyu's presence before others arrived. Completely. Princess Yongye had never left the princess's manor. Baiangu stood by, his face full of worry and anxiety, fearing his little master wouldn't wake up. Zheng Ming, having lived in Yinzhou for many years, was a bit out of touch. Seeing a familiar Shadow Guard member walk by, he quickly grabbed the person and anxiously inquired. That old thief Dongwu Wu snuck into the city. The Shadow Guard told him not to worry. Dongwo Wu had been struck into charcoal. Zheng Ming was still confused. The old man was struck dead? Then what about the young general? The shadow guard replied. After handling the research, I rushed over to report. The young general is currently in breakthrough cultivation. We don't know when she will wake up. Zheng Ming stammered. Wait a minute. Wasn't the young master tested to have no cultivation aptitude? Why do you all say she's in breakthrough? Song Feiguang put on a knowing air. Princess Yongye has no cultivation aptitude. But the young general, Luo Yingyu, slept for 2 days and 2 nights after the battle. Although she was excited and a little proud, she didn't immediately run out to brag about killing a Tian Wu mirror cultivator. Instead, she quietly replayed the events in her mind while lying in bed. Firstly, the heavenly thunder assisted her breakthrough. This added a lot of difficulty to her future breakthroughs. Would she need to tie someone from the Scythian sword sect to herself every time she reached a major breakthrough and deduce the weather patterns? Secondly, the changes after breaking through to the 5th mirror were significant. Besides expanding her meridians by who knows how many times, the biggest change was her soul skill. Generally, cultivation is divided into cultivation methods, 5G techniques, movement techniques, and so on. Luo Yingyu originally planned to buy a powerful 5G technique from the system once she had enough points. Who knew that this time? The heavenly thunder seemed to have broken some kind of shackle within her, unlocking the 9-fold thunder punishment. It was unbelievable. Even Dongwo Wu, a Tian Wu mirror cultivator, couldn't withstand the first layer of her 9-fold thunder punishment. This indicated that this soul skill was her greatest killing move, and a unique one at that. It was an absolute life-saving measure, but it was also easily recognizable. So she had to keep it hidden and not use it unless absolutely necessary. Thinking of this, she glanced at the system panel. The incident had attracted the attention of the entire city, a shocking scene never before witnessed in the history of the Northern Yu Kingdom. Another gain from the battle was the surge in points. She now had a total of 500,000 points. Luo Yingyu was overjoyed and decided to immediately use these points to buy 5G techniques and movement techniques. She had been given a sword, and after crossing the Dragon Trench, Feng's nail became the Dragon Bone sword. Therefore, she needed a complete sword manual. System, 500,000 points to buy 2 secret manuals. 1 5G sword technique and 1 speed-based movement technique, both god level. The same level as my Heavenly Thunder God technique. Back then, the Heavenly Thunder God technique cost 300,000. Now I want to buy 2 things of the same level, so that's 600,000. Unexpectedly, the system immediately declared insufficient points. God-level techniques and miracles start at 1 million points. Luo Yingyu was dumbfounded. The system even emphasized, please remember, that's just the starting price. Luo Yingyu exploded. That wasn't the Heavenly Thunder God technique bought for 300,000? Why the sudden price hike? You profiteer. 1 god-level technique is worth 2 by Angus. You're robbing me. Please mind your language, host. It's restoration, not full entry. Luo Yingyu's mentality crumbled. What the hell is restoration? It was so cheap then. The full version cost this much. Your system's pricing is unreasonable. The system, as expected, launched into a lengthy rebuttal, incidentally educating Luo Yingyu on the detailed classification of techniques. Luo Yingyu didn't want to hear its nonsense that, and no matter how you put it, it's you ripping me off. How about this? For 500,000 points, I'll buy 3 Heavenly Spirit level techniques, 2 sword techniques, and 1 movement technique. Deal. The system chose silence. Luo Yingyu continued to shamelessly haggle. This way, I'm taking a loss. 550,000 for 3. This time, the system directly rejected her. Luo Yingyu was getting numb. Finally, desperate for a 5G technique and a god-level technique, she compromised. Find me a Heavenly Spirit level sword technique that I can afford and that's compatible with my cultivation method. How about that? As for the movement technique, she decided to hold off for now. Without a word, the system swiftly listed a sword technique. Sword technique. Bewitching Heavenly Spirit 5G technique. Value, 300,000 points. Luo Yingyu stared, dumbfounded that I asked you to choose one I could afford, and you actually give me one this expensive? God-level techniques start at 200,000. I just wanted to buy a compatible technique, but the system quoted an exorbitant price, consuming 300,000 of Luo Yingyu's points. This left her speechless, figuring the system had skimmed at least 200,000. The system immediately responded, naming it the Heavenly Spirit Collection, the most compatible technique for a host with a lightning element soul in the 5th rank. Luo Yingyu was about to lose it. Then tell me, what's so special about this sword technique? Why does every other heavenly spirit weapon cost 200,000 points, but this one costs 300,000? Explanation. The sword Zenith is inherited from the ancient Nigu style, passed down for tens of thousands of years. Meaning, although it seems simple, it has withstood the test of time, passed down through generations as the finest example. Luo Yingyu, with her good memory, immediately grasped the key term, Nigu, the land where the ancient Nigu divine tree grows. Luo Yingyu immediately understood. Nanyu has 4 world trees. The world tree is the most prosperous place in the 4 prisons. Regardless of location, places with convenient transportation are always the most developed, because what they bring is not only trade, but also exchange and progress. A power built around the world tree, even having a sect named Niga sect, was clearly a prosperous sect beyond Luo Yingyu's imagination. And for this technique, originating from the Niga sect, to make the system expend so much effort explaining its value, it must be exceptional. Thinking of this, Luo Yingyu immediately accepted the system's judgment, painfully spending 300,000 points to acquire the renowned sword Zenith. Luo Yingyu suddenly had a whimsical thought and asked, seeing as I just spent 300,000 points in one go, and I'm short on points, tell me, can I beat Beiyuti now? I'm at the early stage of the 5th rank, killing a Tianwu early stage. What about a Tianwu peak 5th rank? The system's answer was precise. The probability of victory is 0. Alright, no more wishful thinking. Luo Yingyu quickly brushed aside this brief disappointment and began to cultivate. After breaking through to the 5th rank, her cultivation speed had increased dramatically. Even at the early stage of the 5th rank, it was much faster than the peak of the Huangwu rank. Luo Yingyu cultivated for a few short cycles, restoring her basic spiritual energy before stopping. Opening her eyes, she wanted to find something to eat, but noticed Baiangu rolling around on the bedside table, gnawing on something. She thought Baiangu was stealing food again and kicked the thing away. But what she kicked wasn't food or a bone, but a round black sphere. Baiangu stood up angrily, yelling, "Gio, Gio, Gio. Gio, your head." She bent down and picked up the sphere. Palm-sized, it contained incredibly pure energy, and it was the extremely rare attributeless kind. Luo Yingyu was surprised. What is this? Baiangu jumped up and tried to snatch it back. Gio, Gio. Luo Yingyu waved her hand dismissively. Who's tried to steal it from you? She opened the door. Butler Zhang was pacing anxiously outside. Seeing her emerge, Zhang Qingshan hurried over, fussing and checking her for injuries. Luo Yingyu shook her head and smiled that I'm fine. Zhang Qingshan stamped his foot anxiously. Why did you run off? Zhou Hong is bedridden, and they carried back someone else, charred black from being struck by lightning. Luo Yingyu quickly asked, who was it? Zhang Qingshan pointed toward the small house in the back courtyard, preparing to cremate him. At this moment, Yin Long stepped forward and presented a ring. Young mistress, the old thief's belongings. Luo Yingyu's eyes lit up. Taking the ring, she scanned it, surprised by the unexpected gains. Inside were countless gold, silver, and jewels, numerous cultivation techniques, and several magical artifacts. Luo Yingyu handed the ring back to Yin Long. Divide it amongst yourselves. Luo Yingyu thought for a moment, then asked, what's happening with Beiyuti? Yin Long immediately reported, the Imperial Army has surrounded the Sitian Sword sect and is conducting a thorough investigation. But they haven't found anything. Our people are also investigating, but so far, nothing. Luo Yingyu nodded. After all, the Shadow Guard is fast. They cleaned up the battlefield immediately. Young mistress, should we reveal Dongwu Wu's death? Luo Yingyu shook her head. Keep it hidden for now. If people find out Dongwu Wu is dead, the balance will be broken. Besides Beiyuti, Beiyu Kingdom only has Li Xinyuan, a Tianwu early stage cultivator. Beiyuti will definitely make a big move. Just then, a person completely wrapped from head to toe rushed in. Yu's in danger again. A person covered in rock suddenly charged towards Luo Yingyu. Yin Long was startled. He casually threw a flying knife, which was instantly deflected by the newcomer and embedded in the door. The newcomer pulled off their mask. What are you doing? It was Yin Fudong. Yin Long quickly bowed his head. Greetings, General Fudong. Yin Fudong waved her hand dismissively and ordered everyone to leave. Luo Yingyu had already recognized her. After all, in the entire Beiyu kingdom, few women were as tall and broad as Yin Fudong. She raised an eyebrow. Why did you come personally? Worried about Zhou Hong. Yin Fudong's face was filled with anxiety. She slammed her hands on the table. The Saint Princess wants me to go to Nanzhong. Luo Yingyu was taken aback. What's wrong? Yin Fudong paced anxiously. The number of ghosts south of Yinzhou isn't high, but in Nanzhong, outside Beiyu Kingdom's borders, several small countries are overrun. I have to go. Yin Fudong's face was filled with anxiety. She slammed her hands on the table. The Saint Princess is sending me to Nanzhong. Luo Yingyu was taken aback. What's wrong? Yin Fudong paced anxiously. The number of ghosts south of Yinzhou isn't high, but in Nanzhong, outside the borders of Beiyu Kingdom, several small nations are overrun. I have to go. His expression was odd, but Luo Yingyu instantly understood. The Ruomu tree was growing, its spiritual aura radiating across the entire Dabing region. In the Ghost Jade territory bordering Beiyu, those ghost girls had already begun to move. Luo Yingyu immediately decided to lead the cavalry there. Something urged her to continue sailing south. The rock boat couldn't be abandoned. Bat, having received his orders, left at once, showing no intention of visiting Zhou Hong. Luo Yingyu then immediately grabbed paper and pen to write a letter to Dean Chun Liangting. She wanted to personally go to the border to kill ghosts, so she needed to request a longer leave of absence for an indefinite period. She needed the dean's approval. Hearing that Yin Fudong had arrived, Zhou Hong, dragging his aching body, crawled up and leaned against the doorway, gazing into the distance. He waited a long time, but saw no one. Then, members of the Shadow Guard came to tell him that Yin Fudong had left. Zhou Hong was furious. That heartless woman. Luo Yingyu planned to depart as quickly as possible. But of all Jixia, she was most worried about Yin Jilin. That child wasn't very bright, so she summoned Yin Long and had him send a message to the Shadow Guard. He was to transfer the two flying demonic beasts, Xiaohua and Xiaodao, to the Jixia Imperial City. They were to come immediately and stay put. If anything happened, these two demonic beasts, with their strong combat abilities, could hold the line for a while. Immediately after, Luo Yingyu arranged for Zhou Hong, after recovering, to protect Yin Jilin. Zhou Hong refused, ignoring his injuries, wanting to follow Luo Yingyu. Luo Yingyu spent a long time persuading him, explaining Yin Jilin's importance. Although Zhou Hong didn't fully understand, he was eventually convinced and agreed to stay in Jixia to protect Yin Jilin. After all these arrangements, half of the Shadow Guard's fighting force was now dedicated to the Saint Princess. Having settled everything, Luo Yingyu looked at Zhang Qingshan, who was tidying his clothes. Grandpa Butler, you don't need to go. Zhang Qingshan excitedly retorted, I must go. If I'm not there, young master, what will you eat? What will you drink? What will you do if you're cold or hot? Luo Yingyu finally managed to persuade Zhang Qingshan to stay. But just before leaving, Baiangu faltered, lying motionless on his blanket. Luo Yingyu walked over and kicked Baiang twice. Get up, wake up. But Baiangu didn't move. Luo Yingyu bent down and touched him, shocked that a horse can get a fever. Looking again at the black sphere on the ground, the golden pure energy inside had vanished. It was empty. Luo Yingyu looked at Baiangu in surprise that he swallowed the energy inside this thing. So what's going on with Baiangu now? Is he unable to digest it? My flamboyant white horse brother. After swallowing the iron bead, Baiangu collapsed. Luo Yingyu was shocked that a horse can get a fever. Since Baiangu couldn't travel with her, Luo Yingyu had to find another horse, a Qianliju. But at the gate of the manor, she ran into Jianzheng Qixing of the Sitian Observatory. Luo Yingyu felt a little guilty. During her breakthrough to the 5th level, she'd fought to the death with Dongwu Wu, turning the Sitian sword sect ruins into rubble. But Qixing waved his hand, dismissing it. It has nothing to do with that. He stared into Luo Yingyu's eyes, his own eyes bright. I asked the princess going to Nanzhong. How did you know? Qixing pointed to the sky, that I can see trouble brewing within trouble. Unable to discern Luo Yingyu's fate, Qixing already had a suspicion. This girl was like ECI. He looked at Luo Yingyu, asking mysteriously, Princess, General Yi isn't dead, is he? Luo Yingyu took a deep breath, unable to help but scrutinize the old man. Though eccentric, he seemed to know something. Luo Yingyu thought for a moment, then leaned closer and whispered, Why do you say that? Qixing became even more mysterious, pointing at the sky. Although I can't see your fate or General Yez, I can deduce the nation's fortune. According to several major trends, the first great influencer of Beiyu is still alive. He then pointed at Luo Yingyu. You are the second great influencer. Both of you are shielded. I can't see your destinies. But the stars tell me that there are two paths for those who change the world. Luo Yingyu was skeptical. Then tell me, what will I encounter on this trip to Nanzhong? Qixing hesitated for a second. I can't see your destiny, so I can't say what you'll encounter. But I know that a brand new hero, known throughout the world, will emerge from the Nanzhong journey. I suspect this person is you. With that, he suddenly stepped back and knelt deeply before Luo Yingyu on behalf of everyone. I thank the hero for saving the world. Luo Yingyu was stunned. Siyu's heavy presence settled on her shoulder. Can you help me protect Grandpa Butler? Qixing calculated with his fingers that there's a great tribulation, but this tribulation is also his turning point, his great fortune. Luo Yingyu frowned. This is complicated. Qixing waved his hand. Don't worry, go. It'll be fine. Luo Yingyu gave Jianzheng a deep look and left. Without Baiangu, her speed would be much slower. Luo Yingyu set off as quickly as possible. Reaching the city gate, she encountered Chen Ku, the deputy general of the army. She recalled the last time she'd snuck out of the city. It was on this very road. Only then, they'd passed each other unknowingly. This time, Chen Ku rode up beside her. Princess, is it the Nanzhou matter? Luo Yingyu glanced at him, not slowing down. The IS General Chen also going? Chen Ku pulled hard on the reins, bringing his horse to a sudden stop. May the princess return victorious. Luo Yingyu grinned at him. Sooner or later, she'd have to go find him with that victory. Chen Ku didn't dare take another step forward. After opening the city gates for her, he immediately backed away. He wasn't against going to Nanzhong officially, but he was against going with Luo Yingyu. Nothing good ever came from associating with her. He absolutely couldn't let the emperor know that the princess had run off again. Luo Yingyu arrived at another post station. She needed to change her horse here. After a short rest, she would continue her journey. Luo Yingyu wasn't wearing her easily recognizable Jixia Academy uniform. Instead, she wore a white robe made from Qingyuxian cloth. In this relatively remote place, no one knew who she was. At this moment, a waiter from a nearby shop brought over a pot of water and glanced at her a few times. Miss, I see you have extraordinary bone structure and an otherworldly air. You must be someone important. Luo Yingyu's mind was filled with question marks. The waiter spoke again. Miss, to be honest, I see you're remarkable. You're particularly suited for a certain profession. Luo Yingyu took a deep breath. What profession? The waiter leaned in mysteriously. Miss, do you know about number 6? Luo Yingyu suddenly felt a pang of annoyance. She never expected the waiter to be a number 6, and he was inviting her to join right in front of the leader of the number 6s. It was like a spy trying to recruit another spy, a truly absurd situation. As the two were talking, a commotion arose from the entrance of the post station. Make way, make way. Dongming Academy is here. Everyone make way. Several large carriages stopped on the road, surrounded by dozens of horses. They were a group traveling with the boldness of those who ride in carriages, all wearing matching uniforms. They were all young people. Luo Yingyu glanced outside and immediately recognized the Qingjin they wore. They were students. However, she hadn't seen this particular style before and didn't know which academy or school they belonged to. After the group parked their carriages and horses, a tall, imposing man walked to the front. He swept his gaze across the area with a fierce expression and a rough voice, as if disaster was about to strike. Unrelated personnel, get out. We, Dongming Academy, have booked this entire station. Luo Yingyu blinked. From the dusty corners of her geographical knowledge, she recalled that Dongming Academy was the prestigious academy of the Hanliao Kingdom, consistently ranked 4th on the continent. The rough man's threats were working. Most of the guests in the post station fled in panic, not daring to argue with the academy students. Only Luo Yingyu remained seated. The waiter looked around nervously, racking his brains for a way to recruit this young woman who seemed so perfectly suited to be a number 6. Just then, another group arrived at the post station. These people weren't in carriages. They all rode Qianlija horses. Their student uniforms. Qingjin, Luo Yingyu recognized them instantly. They were students from Lingzhou Yong'an Academy. Luo Yingyu abruptly stood up, intending to greet them. They were the students from her fief, her students. At the entrance of the post station, the Dongming Academy students had already dismounted, looking at the new arrivals with obvious displeasure. Inside the post station, the rough man also walked out. Tall and imposing, he stood at the forefront of the Dongming Academy students. The Lingzhou students were peaceful. There weren't many of them, only 20. After arriving, they first settled their horses and then gathered together. The Dongming Academy students, in their uniform Qingjin robes, swayed slightly. Yeoman Academy of Lingzhou, Liang Zhengqi greets the Dongming seniors. By this time, Luo Yingyu had also come out, standing among the crowd at the entrance of the post station to watch the unfolding scene. She remembered Liang Zhengqi. He had studied with Yin Jilin in the Mengshu Pass and had been bullied quite a bit by the then unruly little princess. Suddenly, a disdainful female voice came from a large, luxurious six-wheeled carriage belonging to Dongming Academy. The Yeoman Academy? What backwater place is that? The surrounding Dongming Academy students burst into derisive laughter, making no attempt to hide their disdain. The Lingzhou students showed no signs of discomfort or anger. The 20 of them stood there calmly and quietly. Liang Zhengqi stepped forward to the Yeoman Academy of Yong'an City, Lingzhou, under the tutelage of General Yi Si, currently Princess Yongye. These words caused a strange silence to fall over the Dongming Academy students. The mention of Yi Si reminded them of the former Princess Bai. Whispers erupted among the onlookers. Princess Bai's Academy. Yeoman Academy. Haven't you heard? They made great contributions to the founding of the Northern Yu Kingdom and the suppression of the disaster. Luo Yingyu listened to these words, her gaze drifting towards the Dongming Academy carriage. If she wasn't mistaken, a member of the Hanliao royal family was inside. Sure enough, after hearing Liang Zhengqi's introduction, someone in the carriage couldn't sit still any longer. The curtain of one carriage was pulled back, and a young woman with a haughty expression stepped out. Luo Yingyu stared at her face, stunned. A younger version of Suo Shengqing. They looked so much alike. The Hanliao Emperor's genes were truly powerful. As she emerged, the surrounding Dongming Academy students bowed their heads respectfully and addressed her as Seventh Princess. Surrounded by their deference, Hanliao's seventh princess, Suo Via, walked forward and stood before Liang Zhengqi. She abruptly drew a whip and lashed it heavily against the ground. Dust and grit flew up, coating the Yong'an students' Qingjin robes. Liang Zhengqi glanced at the dirt now clinging to his robe, the smile vanishing from his face. Does the Hanliao princess intend to fight? Human children, students, were about to fight each other. The Hanliao princess didn't look like a good person. She started by cracking her whip. Liang Zhengqi was taken aback. Does the princess wish to spar? Behind him, the Yong'an students immediately brought forth their various fate soul weapons. This scene surprised many onlookers. The Yeoman Academy students appeared refined and scholarly. How could they resort to fighting so readily? Only Luo Yingyu, amidst the crowd, raised an eyebrow. You all think the students from Lingzhou, deeply influenced by Princess Yongye and her knightless army, are easy to bully? Seventh Princess Sohuya's eyes sharpened. Who do we have here? It's Princess Yongye's defeated subordinates. Mere students from the knightless army's fiefdom. Never heard of them. Luo Yingyu looked up to the heavens, exasperated. The Hanliao royal family and army know best who was defeated in the knightless army's war. Did you actually kill a single knightless army soldier? Don't you know the truth in your hearts? Princess Yongye arranged for many soldiers to feign death, allowing the Hanliao emperor to claim a false victory against the knightless army. And this princess actually believes it. Liang Zhengqi, aware of the inside story, twitched his lips. He unsheathed his long sword. So, princess, do you want a one-on-one duel or a group fight? Infuriated by his defiance, Suya cracked her whip. Everyone attack. With this command, about 50 Dongming Academy students swarmed forward, their soul weapons filling the air. The 20 yeoman students didn't hesitate, meeting the onslaught and engaging in a 2 versus 5 brawl. Chaos erupted. Luo Yingyu watched from the crowd, observing her students' combat prowess. Just then, the inn's waiter tugged at her sleeve. "Miss, want to join number 6? Our number 6 is very powerful. We can even control the outcome of this fight." Luo and you gave him a deadpan look. "Even now, you're still trying to recruit? And you're using this tactic on Princess Yongye's people? I need to have a chat with your superiors." She observed the fight. The Yongin students, though outnumbered and outmatched in realm, are experienced fighters. They're skilled in both individual combat and coordinated teamwork. A whip lashed out from the side, finding an opening in Liang Zhengqi's defense and striking his arm, drawing blood. The Hanliao princess's mocking laughter rang out. "I thought he was someone impressive. Just a measly yellow martial intermediate." Luo Yingyo's eyes narrowed, her hand tightening on her sword hilt. This princess was going too far. Just as she was about to intervene, a portly, middle-aged man rushed out of the inn. "Hey, stop fighting. You're all here to deal with the evil scourge in Nanzhou. Humans shouldn't fight humans." Both sides paused to glance at him, then immediately resumed their fierce battle. The waiter next to Luo Yingyu exclaimed, "Our innkeeper's here. The fight's over." Luo Yingyu relaxed her grip on her sword, deciding not to intervene. She hadn't expected this small inn to harbor a fifth realm expert. The innkeeper, seeing his words ignored, roared and charged into the fray, grabbing a Dongming Academy student and landing 2 powerful punches. "I said stop. Are you deaf?" Luo Yingyu, having been invited to join number 6 3 times, found the waiter incredibly persistent. The innkeeper, throwing punches left and right, knocked down several Dongming students. Targeting the larger group, he pummeled a dozen yellow martial intermediate students from Dongming Academy. Finally, Princess lashed her whip at the innkeeper. His eyes flashed, and he caught the whip barehanded, yanking hard enough to nearly send Surya tumbling. Still holding the whip, he forcefully separated the 2 groups. Surya, furious, resorted to intimidation. "Who do you think you are? How dare you touch my things?" The already enraged innkeeper cracked the whip near her feet, sending dust and dirt flying into her face. Surya was stunned. The innkeeper, grinning, addressed the Dongming students. "I don't care which country you're from or who your princess is. In my inn, you follow my rules. Pay your deposit, no fighting, or I'll roast you alive." He tossed the whip at Suoya's feet and stormed back into the inn. Glaring at the inn, Suoya turned to her group. "This inn is full. We'll wait elsewhere." Watching the princess depart, Luo Yingyu chuckled. The Hanliao princess had definitely met her match. Entering the inn, Luo Yingyu approached Liang Zhengqi's table. The other Yongin students, startled, stood and blocked her path. Luo Yingyu tilted her head, looking at Liang Zhengqi. He blinked, staring at her face, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, but unable to place her. Luo Yingyu glanced at his arm. While the other's wounds needed treatment, Liang Zhengqi's was healing rapidly. Liang Zhengqi still didn't recognize Luo Yingyu. Subconsciously shielding his injury, he apologized. Yongin students are not receiving visitors at the moment. Luo Yingyu didn't reveal her identity. She nodded at them and left. After she was gone, the students all breathed a sigh of relief. One student said, "She didn't seem like she was looking for trouble. I noticed her in the crowd earlier. Wu Xiaowei, but to be wandering around here alone. Could she be some noble lady?" Liang Zhengqi shook his head. "The IT doesn't matter. Getting back on track is what we need to do. I was impulsive this time. If we encounter people from other academies in the future, let's try to avoid conflict." After turning around, Luo Yingyu walked straight towards the entrance. The waiter, who had chased after her, tried to pull her back in. Luo Yingyu casually tossed him a large silver ingot. The waiter stared at it in disbelief, his body frozen. Luo Yingyu wasn't about to waste any time. Mounting her Qinli Ju, she galloped away, leaving the waiter standing there, staring at the large silver ingot in his hand, questioning his reality. After who knows how long, the waiter suddenly gasped in delight, clutching the silver and dashed back inside the inn. The innkeeper was counting money in the back room. Seeing the large silver ingot in the waiter's hand, he chuckled. The waiter, practically dancing with excitement, could barely speak that I saw. "Our young master." The innkeeper abruptly stood up and started to rush out. "Wait, what does the young master look like? I haven't met him yet." Everyone else runs away when they see the Xie Chui. Luo Yingyu, however, was playing whack-a-mole with the Fushi. She urged her Qinli on, having already released several of the swift horses along the way. She finally reached a place where ghostly wails filled the air. She couldn't ride any further. While the Qinli were bred for speed over generations, they had no combat ability. Luo Yingyu released her Qinli. The horse turned and ran back without hesitation. Luo Yingyu continued forward on foot. Occasionally, Fushi would emerge from the ground, launching themselves at her. They were all low-level Fushi, mindless and driven only by hunger. Luo Yingyu didn't even need her sword to deal with them. She simply stomped on them, crushing them one by one. She felt like she was playing whack-a-mole, stomping on Fushi as she walked. A little further on, higher-level Fushi began to appear. Luo Yingyu drew her sword, but she didn't need any special techniques. A couple of casual swings were enough to kill them. The fifth realm was indeed different. She was well aware of how quickly she was growing stronger and where her combat strength stood. Luo Yingyu continued for 2 more days. A different scene appeared before her, a city. There were signs of human life and quite a few at that. Luo Yingyu felt a surge of excitement. Her journey had been filled with desolate landscapes and Fushi. While she had passed towns, they had been overrun. Now, finding other people, she excitedly quickened her pace and rushed towards the city. 2 soldiers in armor stopped her at the city gate. Luo Yingyu sensed something strange. She hadn't encountered the Siechui surge yet, but to have city guards in southern Zhongzhou was unusual. The 2 soldiers questioned her. Discovering she didn't have an entry permit, they didn't refuse her entry. Instead, they directed her gruffly, "No entry permit? Go to the left." Luo Yingyu raised an eyebrow. Following one of the soldiers, she was led down a path to the left. The moment her feet crossed the city gate, she noticed the smell of blood was even stronger here than outside. Ghostly qi was everywhere. She glanced back at the gate guards. They were ordinary humans, but she had a very strange feeling. After leading her into the city, the soldier ignored her. She tried to question him, but he acted as if he couldn't hear her, remaining silent, like he was mechanically carrying out some order. This was even stranger. Luo Yingyu continued walking, observing the city functioning normally. Inns, taverns, and shops were bustling with activity. Suddenly, she saw a woman covered in bells walking towards her. The woman brushed past her. She was wearing the light robes of some academy, a crescent moon embroidered on her sleeve. She seemed normal enough. On a whim, Luo Yingyu turned and followed her. The woman walked to a shop and stopped, tilting her head as if asking a question. Then another woman opened the door from inside, wearing the robes of a different academy, a character embroidered on the corner. The moon woman greeted the Tsang woman with a sweet smile and called her husband. Luo Yingyu froze in shock. They were both female students. What in the world? Our young protagonist had stumbled upon a hidden secret. The city appeared prosperous, but everyone within seemed to be living mechanically. Women calling women husband wasn't even the strangest thing. She even saw a familiar face from the past. Luo Yingyu was familiar with the quiet and gentle princess Zhao Jingwan of Nanal. She had a very strong impression of this princess and the entire Nanal royal family behind her. So much so that the moment she saw Zhao Jingwan, her first instinct was to run. But just as she lifted one foot, she saw the Nanal princess holding a dog's paw. Not on a leash, but Zhao Jingwan's hand was holding one of the dog's front paws, and the dog was walking on its 2 hind legs like a human. How to describe this scene? Bizarre yet comical. This piqued Luo Yingyu's intense curiosity, so she stayed put and watched for a while. As Zhao Jingwan and the dog approached hand in paw, she heard Zhao Jingwan say, "Darling, shall we have a big bone tonight?" The dog barked. Luo Yingyu was dumbfounded. This dog. She thought all dogs said woof. Luo Yingyu suddenly felt like it wasn't that strange. She knew the Nanal royal family was a bit eccentric, but she didn't expect them to be this eccentric. Luo Yingyu caught up and tapped Zhao Jingwan on the shoulder. Zhao Jingwan and the dog both turned to look at her, making Luo Yingyu's heart skip a beat. Immediately after, Luo Yingyu saw Zhao Jingwan pull the dog behind her. The dog even hid by Zhao Jingwan's feet. Luo Yingyu's gaze involuntarily fell on the dog. Zhao Jingwan glared. "What are you looking at? You pervert? Stop staring at my darling." Shameless. Luo Yingyu was bewildered. "I'm not trying to steal your dog." Even after Zhao Jingwan left, cursing and muttering with her dog, Luo Yingyu stood there, unable to calm down. Crazy. They're truly crazy. Just then, a man holding a piece of wood looked up at the sky and shouted, "Wife! Wife! Kissy kissy!" There was also a young man calling an old Laksan. Then there were the Dongming Academy students, barely teenagers, who refer to themselves as old man and claim to have lived there for 60 years. Everyone around them called them grandpa. Such instances were numerous, occurring almost every few steps, leaving Luo Yingyu bewildered. This is hopeless. This city is doomed. She walked a bit further. Night was approaching. She saw a signboard that read in and went inside. She took out some silver and placed it on the counter, got a room. The innkeeper looked at her as if she'd frightened him, staring like a startled rabbit. Then, this large, burly, 200-pound male innkeeper suddenly grabbed a broom and started hitting her. Where did this hooligan come from, harassing people? The hefty innkeeper dragged Luo Yingyu out. Even at the door, his face was flushed. He put one hand on his hip and waved the broom in front of him with the other, trying to drive Luo Yingyu into the middle of the road. His strength was considerable, the wind whistling from the broom, revealing his mid-stage, yellow martial realm cultivation. He then threw the broom to the ground, lifted his skirt with a delicate hand, and cried, "Someone, this pervert is harassing me. I was running my jewelry shop, and this person came in and said they wanted to sleep with me." The surrounding crowd grew larger, pointing and whispering their disapproval. Even Princess Zhao Jingwan of Nan'l, having heard the commotion, ran out and pointed at Luo Yingyu. "That it's her. She tried to steal my darling earlier today." The crowd murmured, "A repeat offender." Immediately, people grabbed various weapons and chased after her. Luo Yingyu greased her heels and used her movement technique to escape. There was no way to explain this. Besides, how could she explain? Before fleeing, she looked back at the shop sign in disbelief. Fisherman's Song Inn. It clearly said in Luo Yingyu had truly seen it all. The people in this city were completely insane. Did entering this body not only make me forget my origins, but also mess with the shops? Luo Yingyu ran wildly, using the movement technique she hadn't fully mastered to its fullest extent. It was less like running and more like fleeing for her life. Fortunately, she was much faster after breaking through to the 5th realm. Otherwise, with her previous yellow martial realm speed, she might not have been able to escape. After sprinting several blocks and making sure she'd shaken off her pursuers, Luo Yingyu finally breathed a sigh of relief and ducked into a nearby alley. The alley was deserted. Sleeping on the ground should be fine, right? Just as she leaned against the wall to catch her breath, a furious shout came from beside her. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on my property?" Luo Yingyu turned her head, stunned, and stared at the incredibly familiar face. "Qiu Rongshuan, you got to be kidding me." Ever since Qiu Rongshuan faked his death and left his position as the top courtesan at Jia Fangxi, he had returned to his original profession, working as an assassin most of the time, occasionally busy fostering relationships with his informants. Seeing Qiu Rongshuan righteously claiming a small alley as his mansion and about to fight her, Luo Yingyu felt it was both reasonable and absurd. Reasonable because Qiu Rongshuan did have plans to go Nanzhong, so his presence here wasn't surprising. Absurd because he was a mature, late-stage, 5th realm assassin with years of undercover experience. Yet he had fallen victim to this city's strange affliction. Luo Yingyu really wanted to smack him upside the head to wake him up. No, just smash it entirely. Qiu Rongshuan roared, "Take my invincible general fist." Luo Yingyu casually extended a finger to Qiu Rongshuan's forehead. "Go to hell." A small bolt of lightning struck him, making him instantly numb all over. He collapsed and fainted. Even though she controlled her strength and didn't use a killing blow, the tiny current wasn't fatal to a late-stage 5th mirror cultivator, but it would definitely keep him down for a while. Luo Yingyu looked at Qiu Rongshuan on the ground with another speechless glance. "A fist-fighting general, my ass. You, Qiu Rongshuan, are an assassin who uses daggers." Luo Yingyu felt a throbbing pain in her temples. A headache wasn't enough to describe it. She propped Qiu Rongshuan up against the wall and walked out of the alley. Looking up at the gray sky, she noted the black fog hanging over the city was even thicker than outside the city walls. Luo Yingyu, unsure where to begin her investigation, wandered aimlessly through the streets. It was almost nightfall, but the streets were still bustling with activity and noise. The people here seemed tireless, with no distinction between day and night. Luo Yingyu considered why she hadn't been affected by the city's strange influence. Either the source wasn't powerful enough, or her own level was sufficiently high. She'd gained a general understanding of the city's layout, the types of shops and the areas with the most chaos. She also found a potential in a pigsty. Luo Yingyu watched with her own eyes as several people entered the pigsty, each embracing a pig and settling down to sleep. She looked away, abandoning the inn she'd finally found. She'd been busy observing and analyzing for the past 2 days and hadn't slept at all. She needed sleep, but she really didn't want to sleep with pigs. So, after wandering around, Luo Yingyu returned to the alley Qiu Rongshuan had claimed. Qiu Rongshuan had woken up from his electric shock. Luo Yingyu, with a slight sense of anticipation, walked into the alley. Perhaps another jolt could break the mind control. The result? Qiu Rongshuan, overflowing with domineering aura, furiously yelled at Luo Yingyu to get out of his territory. He'd even switched identities, now claiming to be the sixth prince, reduced to sleeping on the streets. Even more infuriating, the sly Qiu Rongshuan was playing copycat. He was on all fours in the alley, meowing like a cat. This time, he became a cat. The electric shock couldn't clear the mind control, only reset him. Luo Yingyu was truly fed up. After another 3 days, she'd explored the left half of the city thoroughly, without finding any trace of the evil influence. Her patience was wearing thin. If she didn't find any clues soon, she'd leave. Having finished with the left side of the city, she decided to search the right half. The entire city was divided in half by a continuous wall. The wall appeared tall and smooth, its construction impressively crafted, but it was also strangely unlike anything built with bricks or stone. It looked more like a single, massive structure that had grown from the ground. Luo Yingyu followed the wall all the way to the city gate, where she overheard voices. Outrageous. This princess requires no entry permit to enter the city. It was Suaruya's voice. Luo Yingyu listened to the commotion for a bit before returning her attention to the strange wall. She reached out and touched its smooth surface, suddenly sensing a pulse of energy. At the same moment, the shouting at the city gate abruptly stopped. Soon after, several city guards brought the group from Dongming Academy inside. The students who had been so boisterous just moments before were now each acting out different, highly illogical roles. Suoya was on all fours, running and barking happily at a guard's feet. Woof, woof, woof. Luo Yingyu watched in disbelief as the arrogant Suoya transformed into a dog, drooling at the feet of a guard in this small, insignificant city. The scene was quite impactful. They passed by Luo Yingyu, engrossed in their respective roles. Luo Yingyu's hand was still on the wall. No one noticed anything unusual about her. No person did, but a ghost might have. The moment she removed her hand, the wall pulsed with energy again. Then, Luo Yingyu saw a paper ball appear at her feet. She bent down and picked it up. The weighty paper ball contained a gold ingot. Offering a gold ingot up front showed a certain desperation. Luo Yingyu unhesitatingly put the gold into her ring. The next second, a line of text appeared on the blank paper. By your lifespan. Luo Yingyu paused, feeling as if she were bound by some invisible, irreversible rule. After a moment of thought, she took a pen from her ring and wrote 2 words on the paper. Not selling. She put the pen away and casually tossed the paper ball to the ground. The rule that had bound her suddenly vanished, easily broken. Order cancellation successful. Coal points plus 99. Luo Yingyu smiled sweetly. This wasn't the first time she'd encountered the surname Hui. She'd almost angered the evil entity to death again. Looking at the pulsating wall, she wondered if the right half of the city, beyond the wall, held the key to solving this mystery. If she hadn't reacted quickly and written, not selling, she might have actually found it. Ghosts were truly fascinating creatures. As Luo Yingyu marveled at this, the smooth surface of the wall began to ripple like water. Yu strategically retreated again. Immediately afterward, a pile of paper balls flew out, accompanied by cries of shame. Shame! Shame! They then landed steadily in Yu's hand. The paper balls contained firm resolutions. Some even held jade and other treasures. They were all sorts of good things, making them hard to resist. Luo Yingyu accepted them all, grabbing the items with one hand while writing a series of counterattacks on the paper balls with the other. Lend me 20 years of your life. If you can't, give me your life. If you don't, become my ugly puppet. At first, Luo Yingyu simply refused. Later, she started attacking personally. Repeatedly frustrated, Kuwait Dan, his chi pathways sealed, suddenly had countless plus 99s added to his score. Luo Yingyu was having a blast. Each paper ball represented 99 points. She wished there were hundreds or thousands more. Ultimately, it was Kuwait Dan who was defeated. He decided to run. The energy within the wall pulsed. How could Luo Yingyu let him escape? She struck with a bolt of lightning. Controlling her strength, she didn't use her ultimate thunder migration, but it was enough to hinder Kuwait Dan's movements and shock him into cursing internally. The points counter instantly maxed out. Luo Yingyu continuously touched the wall, sensing the energy fluctuations. Simultaneously, she used lightning to mark out a large area, encircling it completely, like the final showdown in Snake. Luo Yingyu even added some flair, using lightning to form words on the wall, each phrase more insulting than the last, flashing with electric light. Stupid ghost. Ugly ghost. Foolish Kuwei Dan. A series of plus 99 points overloaded the system panel. At this time, at the city gate, the later arriving Yongin students were preparing to enter the city. The city guards were routinely questioning, registering, and directing the 20 of them to enter the left side of the city. Liang Zhengqi presented a document proving they had entry permits. However, the city guard seemed to not see the permit, mechanically stating, "No entry permit, please leave." Liang Zhengqi and the others on the left exchanged glances, suspicion evident on their faces. Something was wrong with this city. Just then, a roar erupted from within the city. "I'll kill you." The tone suggested genuine fury, because Luo Yingyu not only insulted him, but also kept shrinking the lightning circle, making it as small as a dog hole. Kuwei Dan, trapped inside, felt utterly humiliated. His composure shattered. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he charged towards the outside of the lightning circle. Kuwei Dan cried out in pain, his body momentarily paralyzed by the electric shock as he burst out. And because Kuwei Dan focused all his energy and attention on breaking through the lightning, the confusing effect on the left half of the city gradually faded, finally disappearing completely. The bustling streets suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked around in confusion at the strangers or even non-human beings beside them. Suaruya, who had been barking happily at the large bone in her dog bowl, suddenly snapped back to reality, freezing in place. The Dongming Academy students who hadn't yet dispersed also regained their clarity. Before they could process what had happened, they saw their esteemed 7th princess lying on the ground with a bone in her mouth. The students were horrified. Suorya stood up, her face dark with anger. Her whip cracked sharply, striking the hand of the person in front of her. At the same time, Luo Yingyu had forced Kuwei Dan out of the wall. He looked different from other Kuwei ghosts, his entire body ashen gray, even his skin like a ghost. Lightning crackled around him. He even boasted, "Little girl, just wait until I get out. You'll see what I'll do to you." This amused Yu. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? Luo Yingyu continued to taunt Kuwei Dan. Run. Why aren't you running? As Kuwei Dan mobilized more and more energy, the wall, weakened by its creator's deteriorating state, began to collapse. Behind them, the people on the street had come to their senses. They screamed and ran. With the wall's complete collapse, the scene of the right half of the city was revealed. It was deserted, filled only with bloodstains that spread across the entire half. Streams of blood flowed and converged with the wall, ultimately gathering around Kuwei Dan. He had killed half the city's population to fuel his blood-killing chi. This was how he maintained the illusion over half the city for so long. Luo Yingyu clearly perceived the blood mist gradually condensing. A blood orb formed at the center of the gathering mist. The collapse of the wall revealed this scene to everyone. The people were terrified. The cultivators, upon regaining their senses, immediately headed towards the source of the energy eruption. The Yongin students quickly realized the abnormality within the city. Some kind of overarching rule was disappearing. Liang Zhengqi, after a moment of thought, immediately ordered Huang Wu and those at the initial stage, "Go find the Bai army. Those at the mid-stage and above, come with me." The 20 Yongin students were immediately divided into 2 groups. The 10 students who rushed into the city moved swiftly, summoning their fate weapons. Liang Zhengqi, unaware of what they were about to face, spoke cautiously as they charged. "This is clearly the work of some evil force. Everyone, protect yourselves." 10 Yongin students rushed into the city. Seeing the starkly different scenes on either side of the city, they were taken aback. The left side was a beautiful, peaceful sight, while the right was a river of blood, a gruesome and desolate wasteland. Just as they were reeling in shock, Xiao Rongshuan came sprinting from the distance, stopping in front of them. "Go!" Xiao Rongshuan's voice brooked no argument. Only he could truly grasp the terrifying nature of this ghostly phenomenon. Half the city, the sheer scale of the carnage was staggering. Arriving hot on Qiu Rongshuan's heels were two more groups of students. Seeing so many students gathered, Qiu Rongshuan blocked their path. Go back. This isn't a place for you. Even with his late fifth mirror cultivation, he hadn't been immune to the illusion, let alone these teenagers. Qiu Rongshuan stared at the sinister scene before him, a serious expression on his face. He placed his hand on the hilt at his waist, his voice low and powerful. I am the Night King. Retreat. Leave the city. The students were stunned, their eyes shining as they watched his back. The Night King? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Before they could figure out, Qiu Rongshuan had already rushed into the heart of the bloodbath at incredible speed. The bursts of energy were emanating from there. They could hear the sounds of ongoing combat, though they couldn't tell who was fighting. But before Qiu Rongshuan could fully enter, and before the students' awe and excitement could fully bloom, a sword hilt suddenly appeared and smacked him back. A figure stood at the edge of the bloodbath, clad in white, masked, and wielding a long sword. The figure barked, "What are you doing here? Get out!" With that, the white-clad figure zipped back into the carnage. Now, not only was Qiu Rongshuan shocked, but the students also erupted in gasps of astonishment. Who was that? Those clothes, that mask. Yiqi, General Yi? Wasn't she dead? If the Night King could reappear, why couldn't ECI return from the dead? Liang Jingqi was also momentarily stunned, but his attention quickly shifted. Wait, that voice doesn't sound right. Calm down, everyone. That's clearly a woman, a young woman at that. And why does that voice sound so familiar? Luo Yingyu was single-handedly thrashing Kuei Dan. It was a complete beatdown. After discovering that her lightning had a devastating effect on the ghostly being, she grew bolder. Not only was she constantly using small bolts of lightning to block his path, but she was also using Kuei Dan to hone her swordsmanship. True understanding and mastery required ample Shran. This was a perfect opportunity. Kuei Dan was only at the early stage of Xuanwu realm. A bolt of lightning struck at his feet. The tiny currents that spread out instantly surged into his body, momentarily paralyzing him. Don't underestimate that brief moment. In battle, any instant can be fatal. Luo Yingyu closed the distance in a flash. Her sword sliced across Kuei Dan's chest in an instant, opening a wound that oozed ghostly blood. Luo Yingyu flicked her wrist, scattering the blood from her blade. She asked coldly, "What is your purpose?" Kuei Dan's spirit was broken. He was being toyed with. He no longer wanted to fight, only to escape. Luo Yingyu's eyes flashed, and another bolt of lightning struck. Another followed, hitting Kuei Dan's back. Before Kuei Dan could even register the pain from the front and back, the terrifying dragon bone sword was pressed against his throat. Luo Yingyu paused again, then repeated, "What is your purpose?" Kuei Dan couldn't take it anymore. He closed his eyes, resigned to his fate, and began to circulate his ghostly energy in a desperate attempt to heal. Luo Yingyu glanced at the blood orb at the center of the carnage. "It's this thing, isn't it?" Kuei Dan nodded miserably. The ghostly race was restricted by the laws of heaven. Relying solely on slaughter and blood energy to cultivate would result in backlash. With this explanation, Luo Yingyu understood. The blood orb contained incredibly pure energy, similar to the sphere she had found in the Four Heaven Sword Tomb. As Luo Yingyu pondered, Kuei Dan suddenly lunged towards the blood orb at the heart of the blood mist. Luo Yingyu's eyes narrowed. She casually shot a bolt of lightning at him, making him cry out in pain and leaving him stiff. Then, with a forceful strike of her sword hilt, she sent the blood orb flying into the sky. Not a chance. With his plan completely exposed, Kuei Dan was utterly despairing. Luo Yingyu's gaze turned icy as she pointed her sword at his forehead. "You've already slaughtered the right half of the city. What were you planning to do with the left half?" Kuei Dan, being a ghost, had many tricks up his sleeve. Coupled with the fact that there were no other Xuanwu realm cultivators in this city, given enough time, he could have painted the entire city with his blood domain. But he hadn't, either because he feared the heavenly backlash or because he was waiting for someone. As Luo Yingyu's deductions deepened, her gaze grew colder. "Don't force me. You don't understand the extent of our ghostly race's methods. You humans all deserve to die." With that, he violently broke free from the restraining lightning, roaring as his body exploded. A terrifying energy surged within him. The residual blood energy from the right half of the city city rapidly converged towards him. The blood on the ground, which had almost dried up, seemed to come alive, swirling in the air and gathering onto his body. Kuei Dan was going all out. Even if it meant facing the heavenly backlash, he would kill Luo Yingyu. Luo Yingyu watched as Kuei Dan's power surged, his body swelling and becoming monstrous, no longer human in form. She held her dragon bone sword horizontally in front of her, a bright light emanating from blade. First form. In an instant, countless sword shadows flew out, hanging in midair. Each sword pointed at Kuei Dan. The radiant, mystical sword lights looked like stars hanging high in the sky. Gao Dan's ferocious posture faltered. He looked at the dense array of swords before him with considerable fear. What swordsmanship is this? Liu couldn't possibly have such swordsmanship. Then his pupils dilated, and his voice trembled with terror. Heavenly spirit dance technique. You're not from this world. Yu is absolutely amazing. She not only killed the evil Kuei Dan and saved a group of people, but also took care of that arrogant and haughty Han Liao princess. Yu's reputation will surely spread throughout the world. The overwhelming sword shadows, like starlight descending from the sky, stunned even the widely experienced Kuei Dan. What swordsmanship is this? I've never seen it in Meiyu. Then, as if he'd realized something, large beads of sweat appeared on his face. Heavenly. Level 5 Qi. How could you possibly have level 5 Qi? You're not from this world. Who are you? Gao Dan was terrified. Knowing he was no match, he frantically tried to escape. At the same time, the dense, star-like sword shadows flew towards him. Kuei Dan's enlarged body was shredded like paper, turning into a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. This was the heavenly spirit dance technique's renowned first form, thousand feather piercing the void. Luo Yingyu didn't even need to use her soul mark to kill a Xuanwu realm cultivator. The observing students and city residents were utterly shocked. The evil apparition that had slaughtered half the city was killed instantly by a single sword strike that so strong. She's incredibly strong. Everyone stared blankly, wanting to see who this person was. As the mist dispersed, everyone clearly saw a figure in green robes and a hideous mask. ECI? No, she's not ECI. Who is she? The students began to speculate about Yu's identity. Elsewhere, the spoiled Han Liao princess, Suoya, was whipping the person who had offered her bones, repeatedly shouting, "How dare you give this princess bones fit for dogs? You have some nerve." Liang Zhengqi stepped forward to intervene and help the person. The Han Liao princess is truly something. Nowhere to be seen when fighting the evil apparition, but so eager to oppress the common people. Suoya, enraged by the rebuke, lashed out with her whip. "What right do you have to lecture this princess?" Just as Liang Zhengqi was struck and bleeding, an arrow flew in, slicing the whip in two. Luo Yingyu, clad in green, flew down at in my presence. Who gave you permission to speak? With that, her sword flashed, sweeping across Surya's neck. The arrogant and haughty Han Liao princess collapsed, dead. At the same time, a large army arrived outside the city. After receiving news of the evil apparition, they immediately rushed towards the city. Yin Fudong led the charge, constantly urging, "Hurry up, everyone. That's a whole city of people. If they're all possessed by the evil apparition, the carnage would be unimaginable." Just then, a red orb streaked across the sky, landing right in Yin Fudong's mouth. Before she could react, she swallowed it. Yin Fudong gasped, nearly choking. But in the next second, a surge of pure energy erupted within her. She felt her cultivation rapidly increasing, on the verge of a breakthrough. She quickly reined in her horse and gave an order. This left the Night King behind her confused that weren't we supposed to hurry and kill the evil apparition in the city? What's with this sudden breakthrough? That lucky fool Fudong. On the way to eradicate the evil apparition, a red orb suddenly flew into her mouth. The bewildered Yin Fudong is about to break through. Meanwhile, Luo Yingyu had killed the Han Liao's 7th princess with a single strike. No one present reacted in time. No one expected Yu to actually do it. After a long pause, the Dongming Academy students finally recovered. They surrounded Luo Yingyu. "You killed our princess. You must pay the price." Yu ignored them, turning to look at the yeoman students. Liang Zhengqi and the others exchanged glances. What does this mean? Does she want us to help her? But even with us, there are only a dozen or so people. We probably can't win. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed through the city. The heavy thud of cavalry approached rapidly. With the Night Army's characteristic speed and precision, they charged into the city without a word, quickly forming ranks and coordinating. But they soon realized something was wrong. Where was the evil apparition? There wasn't a trace of its aura. The Night King wasn't the only one dumbfounded. The Yongin students, staring at the familiar armor, were also stunned. That wasn't the Night King killed? Who are these people? The Night Army soldiers advanced a few steps and collectively froze. Luo Yingyo's mask was abruptly revealed before their eyes. Every member of the Night Army recognized that mask. All the Night Army soldiers dismounted in perfect unison. Kneeling on one knee, they formed a formation that sounded like an earthquake. The general's voice boomed, echoing through the vast city. They were calling out to their general. Regardless of who was behind the mask, as long as they wore it, they were the commander of the Night Army. Because Yi Si wouldn't entrust the mask to just anyone. Luo Yingyu, seeing the Night Army again after so long, felt a surge of emotion. She slightly raised her arm. "Attend me." As soon as the words left her mouth, the 20,000 Night Army soldiers rose to their feet. Their response echoed for miles around. Luo Yingyu walked up to several deputy generals. "You know who I am, right?" All the Night Army soldiers rose and shouted, "General, little general, little general. We've been calling you that for so many years." Who else could it be but Luo Yingyu? Luo Yingyu nodded. "Good." Then her expression turned serious. "I declare the Night Army reactivated. Exterminate the evil spirits." The 20,000 cavalry troops slammed their weapons against the ground, responding to her command. Witnessing this awe-inspiring scene, the students of Yongin Academy realized who was behind the mask. It was the little general who had inherited General Yi Si's Night Army. Rumor had it she had been expanding her forces, resolving famines, and benefiting the people. They hadn't expected that the person before them was responsible for all of this. Luo Yingyu walked up to a deputy general. "Where's the vice general?" The deputy general looked a little helpless. Vice General Fu is currently in seclusion, attempting a breakthrough. He then explained what had happened. Luo Yingyu was speechless. "If I'm not mistaken, that blood orb is the blood essence. The thing that old scoundrel Tung Dan worked so hard to create has benefited that sly fox Yen Fudo. To earn points, Yu started causing trouble again. After dealing with Kuei Dan, peace returned to the city. However, Yu felt that something bigger was going on. The entire right half of the city had been slaughtered, while the left half remained untouched. She didn't believe Kuei Dan had suddenly developed a conscience and spared these people. So, it was highly likely they were waiting for the arrival of some important figure. As soon as Luo Yingyu stepped into the inn, everyone inside abruptly stood up, nervously unsure of what to do. Fortunately, a student from the participating academy bravely stepped forward. "General, please have a seat." Luo Yingyu chuckled softly behind her mask. "What's your name?" Tong Dayo snapped to attention. Reporting, "General, my name is Tong Dayo. The Southern Wu Kingdom is our neighbor. Helping them deal with the evil spirits is our duty as participating academy students. I am willing to follow the general into battle and slay the ghosts." Yu nodded. "Well spoken. Just don't act like a damsel in distress anymore." Tong Dayo blushed crimson. Luo Yingyu then turned her gaze towards the Yongin Academy students. Liang Jingqi happened to be looking at her as well. He probably didn't know they had already met at the post station. "I wonder if I can earn some points by letting him see my face." With this thought in mind, Luo Yingyu walked towards Liang Jingqi. As she passed by him, she swiftly removed her mask. Liang Jingqi was utterly shocked. This is the girl from the post station. She's the commander of the Night Army? Wow, I think I just stopped her from entering the inn. Thinking of this, Liang Jingqi was at a loss. Points plus 99. Several more plus 99 points appeared in quick succession. Luo Yingyu smiled secretly behind her mask. "Not bad, Xiaoyang." Adding the points earned from the city's residents and the Night Army, she had reached 600,000. Just as Yu was thinking about how to spend the points, a figure appeared before her. "Oh, you're the commander of the Night Army." Yu looked up from behind her mask. She almost triggered her own emotional alarm. It was Princess Zhao Jingwan of Nanil. Years had passed, and she had grown from a girl into a true woman. But at this moment, Luo Yingyu didn't dare to look directly at her. Zhao Jingwan had already channeled her spiritual energy, maximizing her speed. She arrived in front of Luo Yingyu in a flash, and even grabbed Yu's hand. Luo Yingyu was stunned. Zhao Jingwan said, "Don't panic. I have a dual spirit soul. Besides my elemental sealing spirit soul, I also have a tracking weapon spirit soul that can locate living beings. So, I can follow you wherever you go. Luo, and you couldn't help but ask, what kind of cheat code is this? How is this even possible? This cheat is even more powerful than Yin Fudong's. Zhao Jingwan realized she had come on too strong, so she took a step back. I don't mean anything by it. I just want you to take me with you when you slay ghosts. Luo Yingyu immediately turned and R-A-N'd in a way. Before leaving the inn, she added, have you forgotten about that precious dog? Zhao Jingwan froze on the spot. Oh no, I almost got killed by that sly Fox Yin Fudong again. After teasing Zhao Jingwan, Yu took off running, afraid of getting entangled with this troublesome princess. Zhao Jingwan was left speechless. The onlookers then realized that this woman was the one who had been calling a dog husband. By the time Zhao Jingwan chased after her, Luo Yingyu had already vanished. Yu ran for a long time. Just as she caught her breath, she heard a rumbling sound approaching. Yin Fudong arrived in a hurry, leading the night army. Seeing Luo Yingyu, she quickly dismounted and excitedly shouted, I finally caught up. Luo Yingyu was shocked to see the energy flowing from Yin Fudong's every movement. Yin Fudong, with her tall and robust figure, suddenly rushed over. Young general, I've broken through to the heavenly martial realm. Now I can crush Zhou Hong with one arm. Luo Yingyu added, he'd be so happy to know that. Then she muttered softly, Old Zhou, I wonder how you feel knowing Vice General Fu remembers you this way. Just then, Yin Fudong's large hand suddenly appeared behind Luo Yingyu. With one pull, she lifted Luo Yingyu up. Young general, what's the situation? Where did Xie Sui run off to? I'll go slay him. Luo Yingyu felt her breath catch and her brain becoming oxygen deprived. She quickly said, Xie Sui is already dead. Could you put me down first? Yin Fudong, with a serious expression, held Luo Yingyu even tighter. How can we be careless, young general? I must protect you for Boss ECI. Luo Yingyu was exasperated by this goofball. Thank you, but you're about to crush me to death. Yin Fudong finally realized how strong her grip was. She quickly released Luo Yingyu. Young general, are you all right? This shout nearly ruptured Luo Yingyu's eardrums. Luo Yingyu was truly at her wit's end with this simpleton. Rubbing her buzzing ears, she said, lower your voice. Get used to your strength first. At this rate, Xie Sui won't hurt us, but we'll all be crushed by you. Yin Fudong obediently prepared to stretch her limbs. Luo Yingyu turned and instructed, the night army is in your hands. I must continue south. Yin Fudong blurted out, no, I must follow and protect the young general. Luo Yingyu interrupted her. You are now a heavenly martial expert, a major force against Xie Sui and our strongest safeguard. Now listen to me. Continue leading the army south. With the south fallen, the night army must sweep from north to south and eliminate a large number of evil spirits to completely resolve this. Luo Yingyu clearly couldn't afford to be this slow. She decided to go alone. Firstly, she had entered the outer regions of the ghost domain with Yi Si years ago and had some understanding of the ghosts. Secondly, she needed to fight to improve herself. After the battle with Kuei Dan, she realized that fighting was the fastest way to grow, much faster than slow, deliberate cultivation. She had a feeling she was about to break through. Poor Luo Yingyu was spending New Year's Eve alone. Without Biengu or butler grandpa, Luo Yingyu felt very lonely. After resolving the matters in the city, she continued south. Luo Yingyu spent another 300,000 to buy a movement technique from the system called Living Ghost Dance. The system recommended it, saying it suited her. Along the way, she killed many low-level ghosts. She rescued a considerable number of people and pointed them towards an escape route. Head north, the night army is there. They will lead you away from the southern region. The people's eyes lit up at the mention of the night army. Continuing south, Luo Yingyu killed countless ghosts. Luo Yingyu found a relatively clean open space and sat down, starting a fire. She put on a red coat and a fluffy hat, then took out various foods and started roasting them over the fire. Today was New Year's Eve. Without Biengu or butler grandpa, she was spending alone. Of all the loneliness in the world, none felt as strong as today's. She didn't know what this town used to be like, only that she was the only one here now. Muttering New Year's greetings, she watched the wood crackle and pop in the bonfire. A duck roasting over the fire was getting burnt. Luo Yingyu blinked, and in the next blink, smelled something something burning. She quickly flipped the duck and continued roasting it, while she sat by the fire hugging her knees, her eyes unfocused. Suddenly, Yisi's emotional fluctuation points +1. The sudden emotional feedback startled Luo Ingyu. She jumped up, nearly knocking over the rack above the fire. She quickly caught the scorching hot duck, thankfully saving it. Luo Ingyu cursed under her breath. Damn it, Yi, what are you doing scaring me like that on New Year's Eve? At that moment, a light slowly lit up in the enormous palace at the very center of Dragon Island. Many great demons on the island opened their eyes and looked towards the palace. How did the young master wake up? He's only been in seclusion for a few years. But the light quickly went out, and the vast palace returned to silence. The restless demons retreated, each staying in their own territory, no longer moving. The palace was now pitch black. Yi sat upright, his figure so faint in the darkness that it was almost invisible. Only his eyes were bright, like golden stars. Today seems to be the human's New Year's Eve. I wonder how that child is doing. In the open space, Luo Ingyu carved the roast duck, staring at the system panel for a long time. Apart from that fleeting +1, Yi hadn't contributed any further emotional feedback. She couldn't understand why, but she could be sure that Yi was still alive. There had been no reaction at all for the past few years, making Luo Ingyu secretly worry that he might actually be dead. Thankfully, he had finally reappeared. She laughed happily. Hee, I'll come find you. Eating roast duck and singing, she spent New Year's Eve alone. The Siesue arrived just then, as if to join the festivities. A large number of black figures darted out from the ghost prison, flying towards Luo Ingyu at incredible speed. Unhurried, she extinguished the flames, drew her dragonbone sword, and smiled sweetly, a single tiger tooth showing so they'd come to celebrate the new year with me, she mused. A flood of points scrolled across her vision. Annoyed by the interruption, Luo Ingyu dashed out of the small town. Pushing her movement technique, the Buddha's return to its limits. Each step was incredibly fast, leaving a trail of afterimages. Within the surging movement, both Buddha and ghost images flickered, like the collision of two extremes, trailing an eerie aura. The first day of Luo Ingyu's 11th year arrived in the early hours of New Year's Eve. Alone with her sword outside the town, she faced the massive swarm of ghosts. Her sword gleamed brilliantly in the moonlight. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the renowned first move of her sword technique, Shadow Sign-In. Mysterious energy surged upwards, tearing through the black, ghostly aura. Simultaneously, she channeled lightning, drawing a blinding, deafening surge of heavenly energy that converged with the shadow, sign-in, and slashed downwards. The combination of shadow, sign-in, and soul mark killed countless ghosts instantly. Each sword's shadow crackled with lightning, doubling its power to suppress and destroy the spectral beings. Are you afraid now? She challenged silently. By the third day of the third lunar month, the weather had warmed and the temperature in the southern region had soared. The heat forced Luo Ingyu to shed her outer robe, leaving her in only a thin, light feathered garment. For the past 3 months, she had been stationed in this area. She had lost count of how many Siesue she had killed, only knowing that the ground was littered with their corrupted corpses, polluting the land and leaving it barren. She wondered how Biengu was doing. Lost in thought, Luo Ingyu was startled by a demonic beast's cry from the sky. Looking up, she saw Little Knife, the blade-winged giant eagle. Larger than a few years ago, its sharp feathers, each like a razor blade, glinted as its vast wings, spanning like a small mountain, descended from the sky. Little Knife flew swiftly, diving down and landing gracefully beside Luo Ingyu. She patted its large head. From between the blade-like feathers at the back of its neck, she retrieved 2 letters. One was from the Beefing clan's headquarters, containing updates on the Lingzhou region, the Holy Princess Yin Chiliang, and court affairs. Luo Ingyu read it through. Nothing seemed amiss, except for the Beiyu Emperor's reaction, which was too quiet. The other letter was from Butler Grandpa. He expressed his deep worry and longing for her, along with news about Biengu. Apparently, Biengu had been restless lately, always wanting to run away from home. Luo Ingyu knew, without a doubt, that Biengu wanted to come find her. Luo Ingyu tried to tell Little Knife to tell Biengu not to come. Little Knife nodded obediently, but then both girl and Eagle froze. There was no way to convey the message. Little Knife couldn't talk. Would Biengu understand? So, Luo Yingyu took out some paper and ink, writing a reply to Butler Grandpa and another letter to Biengu. She scribbled 10 words for Biengu. Whatever, she thought, tucking both letters back between the feathers on Little Knife's neck. Just then, another wave of CS Sway emerged from the ghost prison. Little Knife glared at them fiercely and let out a shrill cry, then launched its attack. Blade-like feathers shot towards the CS Sway, but their effect was minimal. Some even passed straight through the ghost bodies. The attack did nothing to stop their advance, and Little Knife became anxious. Don't bother. Luo Yingyu called out that you're not Little Mo. While Little Mo's flames were ordinary fire, they had a natural suppressive effect on the CS Sway. Hearing this, Little Knife flew away dejected. Was it destined to be just a messenger? Luo Yingyu, alone once more, prepared to face the CS Sway. After Little Knife's departure, Luo Yingyu drew her dragonbone sword and charged towards the ghosts, unleashing the 1,000-feather sundering strike. She didn't know how many waves this was today. She just knew to kill any CS Sway she saw. The Night Army arrived at the edge of the ghost prison. Yin Fudong, her eyes wide with amazement, drew the broadsword from her back and joined the fight. With a single swing of her blade, she unleashed a powerful attack, instantly slaying a CS Wei that had reached the great completion stage of the heavenly martial realm. Her style, a focused, small-range attack, was completely different from Luo Yingyu's wide-ranging, ethereal approach. As long as they were fast enough, the CS Wei could easily avoid Yin Fudong's attacks and minimize casualties. Meanwhile, Luo Yingyu continued to slay ghosts by the thousands. Yin Fudong, itching to learn, dispatched the ghost in front of her and rushed over to Luo Yingyu. "Young general," she asked, "what sword technique is that? Can you teach me?" She longed for a group attack skill. Luo Yingyu glanced at the massive broadsword in Yin Fudong's hand, then at her own slender dragonbone sword. "The weapons are too different," she replied. "I can't teach you." Meanwhile, in the Jixia Imperial Palace, another banquet was underway. The Beiyu Emperor continued to revel every night, indifferent to the plight of the southern region. Some ministers tried to raise the issue, but were dismissed by others. "It's not Beiyou's problem," they scoffed. "Why should we care?" And so it was. Aside from the Yong'an scholars traveling to the southern Zhong region, the most talked about topic throughout the northern Yu kingdom was the reappearance of the Nightless Army. Many speculated about the northern Yu court's reaction. They declared the Nightless Army completely wiped out, yet here they were in the southern Zhong region, a full 20,000 strong heavy cavalry. Not only had they clashed repeatedly with the CS Wei and the Mad Tide, but they had also escorted millions of southern Zhong civilians to safety. This news was widespread. However, the Beiyu Emperor was holding his 5th banquet this month. Seated at the head of the table in the palace hall, his true emotions were unreadable. He smiled, watching the court officials sing and dance. Later in the evening, the Beiyu Emperor selected a consort and left. The old eunuch, followed by a throng of palace maids, trailed behind the emperor, hoping to gain favor by diligently attending to him that night. The old eunuch stood guard at the door, but no sounds emerged from the bedchamber. The silence was unnerving. A young eunuch tried to speak, but the old eunuch silenced him with a look. After a short while, the inner door of the bedchamber opened. The Beiyu Emperor, clad in his yellow robe, emerged carrying a bright lantern. The old eunuch, startled, moved to follow. The Beiyu Emperor stopped him with a gesture. "Insolence. I have decreed her death." The old eunuch trembled, not daring to look up. Watching the emperor's retreating figure, he felt a chill run down his spine. He and the young eunuch hurried into the bedchamber and were horrified to find blood everywhere. The consort lay in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open in a terrifying stare. The old eunuch immediately ordered the scene cleaned. A young eunuch nervously asked, "What about the medicine, Your Majesty?" The old eunuch kicked him to the ground. "The emperor is a martial god, a great city. What need has he for female roots?" The blood-stained Beiyu Emperor walked from the bedchamber to the forbidden depths of the palace. His face was contorted with rage. "Kuei Shun," he roared, "the Nightless Army has revealed themselves again. The Beiyu Emperor is furious again. What are we going to do?" The Beiyu Emperor, his body still stained with blood, arrived at a secluded side hall. "Kuei Shun, get out here." A skull-shaped throne appeared in the hall. A dark figure, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, scrutinized the emperor. The Beiyu emperor approached. "That I told you not to sit on that throne in my presence." The dark figure revealed its form. How did it feel? Consuming human blood for the first time? Was it delicious? The Beiyu emperor exploded in rage. "Ever since the righteous path was broken, I have to offer blood every time I summon you." Kuei Shun seemed to ignore his outburst, its upper body leaning closer to the emperor. The Beiyu emperor, instantly wary, stumbled back. The lantern in his hand flickered, casting a bright beam of light. "Stay away from me, fiend." Kuei Shin settled back onto the skull throne, yawning languidly. "Emperor, it's not that I don't want to give you blood fortune. The intelligence you gave me was faulty. Now, forget blood fortune. The two armies of our 9 ghost sects are trapped at the edge of the ghost realm and can't get out." The Beiyu emperor took several deep breaths, suppressing his anger and anxiety. The Nightless Army's feigned demise had fooled him for years. If he hadn't resorted to forbidden techniques to summon Kuei Shun, he might still be unaware of their activities in the southern part of Beiyu. Kuei Shun observed the emperor's expression and let out a cold laugh. "Your daughter smells delicious." A flicker of something unreadable crossed the Beiyu emperor's face. He stared at the ancient ghost. "Tell me the complete method for obtaining Ling Yun." Years ago, he had tried with Ruan Milan and failed. This time, with Yin Ji Ling, he would have Ling Yun. With martial prowess and Ling Yun, he would become the strongest under heaven. Kuei Shun glared at him. "I told you, our arrangement is a transaction. You haven't eliminated the Nightless Army, nor have you dealt with ECI. Yet you still want to extract the method for obtaining Ling Yun from me." The Beiyu emperor frowned slightly. The Nightless Army was an unforeseen circumstance, but ECI is dead. Kuei Shun abruptly stood, radiating fury. "Then who is that masked individual in the southern Zhong region?" The Beiyu emperor's pupils contracted. "I will investigate." Kuei Shun suddenly transformed into a plume of black smoke, swirling around the emperor. By the time you finish investigating, my Kuei clan will be completely annihilated. You are a useless, utterly foolish emperor. The Beiyu emperor roared. "What are you saying?" Kuei Shun gave a sinister smile. "The transaction has failed. You were the one who resorted to forbidden techniques first." The next moment, a violent wind erupted, sending objects flying around the hall. The Beiyu emperor, terrified, spun around to flee, but the wind dragged him back. The grand hall fell silent. The wind died down, and the dark figure vanished. The Beiyu emperor, still in his dragon robe, sat upon the throne. He slowly opened his eyes, a chilling, inhuman laughter escaping his lips. "Human younglings are truly delightful. I must thank the system. It finally proved useful." In a mere 3 months, the southern Zhong region had been swept clean by the Nightless Army. Like a tidal wave, they crushed the Xie Sui and the Mad Tide, pushing all the way to the edge of the Ghost Realm, effectively sealing the breach. But as time went on, the Nightless Army faced increasing difficulties. Fortunately, reinforcements soon arrived. 2 groups of 60,000 troops from the east. The first to arrive were students from the Guyi and Cixi nations. With their addition, the regular operations on the southern Zhong border finally gained momentum. No longer. Just then, a fierce gale suddenly arose. A massive dark cloud drifted across the sky. Ghostly faces spilled out from the darkness, spreading downwards. The Ghost Jade was unleashing its ultimate attack. Previously, the Ghost Maidens had rushed out from torn openings, but now tens of thousands of them directly extended from the Ghost Jade, forming a vast expanse of ghostly shadows. One ghostly face after another fell from the sky, forming black mists that ravaged the land, charging directly towards the students. Even the ghosts seemed to know that the blood of these students was more desirable. Just as the overwhelming darkness was about to engulf them, a flash of light streaked from afar. A long sword, held in a relatively small hand, sliced through the air. It was a figure clad in white. Before the soldiers could see who it was, 1,000 sword cries rang out. The black, ghostly aura in the sky was suddenly torn apart. 1,000 feathered spectral sword shadows hung in midair, surging forward like a tidal wave. Facing thousands with 1,000, Luo Yingyu remained unhurried, not even using her thunder power. She withdrew her dragon-bone sword, deftly twirling it around her wrist. An immensely powerful sword chi emanated from the blade. Then, everyone saw that the 1,000 sword shadows, after tearing through the ghostly aura, did not dissipate. Instead, they spun and launched another fierce attack. The Zhuoming sword art was a group attack technique. The first stance was just the beginning. The second stance amplified the damage based on the 1,000 sword shadows from the first. Luo Yingyu silently recited the sword art, her wrist twisting. Countless sword shadows were flung out erratically in midair, their speed creating afterimages. Then, a series of shattering sounds erupted as the sword shadows exploded in the air. Whether ghost faces or ghostly winds, all were shattered. Yin Fudong, as a heavenly martial expert, was the nominal leader of this army, but even she was stunned. Luo Yingyu had slain half of the Xieswei with just 2 moves. The young general was simply too powerful. Luo Yingyu paid no attention to their reactions, her gaze fixed on the dark sky above. It wasn't over yet. The first wave of Xieswei, despite their large numbers, were all Earth-rank ghost creatures. Some couldn't even fully materialize. She knew that her easy victory wasn't the main event. Sure enough, before Luo Yingyu could rest, a massive, menacing face appeared in the black curtain of the sky. Luo Yingyu instructed Vice General Fu, "You lead the troops to resist the newly arriving Xieswei. I'll deal with this giant ghost face." Luo Yingyu immediately used her movement technique, boosting her speed to the extreme and rushing towards a more remote area. As expected, the giant face changed direction and chased after her. Luo Yingyu ran faster and faster, feeling as if something was empowering her from behind. A shadowy figure now trailed behind Luo Yingyu. It was a gigantic, towering Buddha statue holding a large saber, its eyes wide open as if it were about to come alive. Liang Zhengqi and the 100 other students stared in astonishment. Luo Yingyu was unaware of the Buddha statue's apparition behind her, but the others saw it clearly. What the hell is that? A golden Buddha statue, 100 meters tall, was running right behind her. Luo Yingyu ran at breakneck speed, not stopping until she reached a deserted area. As she stopped, the Buddha statue behind her also came to an abrupt halt. The gigantic statue emitted a resounding, soul-stirring Buddhist chant. Everything around seemed to freeze for a moment. The giant ghost face, which had been pursuing her, shrank by half upon hearing the chant. Luo Yingyu felt invincible at that moment. She couldn't explain this state, as if she had received a powerful buff. She arrogantly raised her dragon bone, sword towards the sky. "Old ghost, come down and die." The ghost face roared furiously, emitting a harsh screech. System notification. Reputation increased by 99 points for provoking the enemy. It was a heavenly martial realm, early stage, based on Luo Yingyu's estimation. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely lose against a heavenly martial realm opponent. An early stage heavenly martial ghost could easily kill her 800 times over. But under the current Buddha's light, Luo Yingyu somehow felt confident that she could win. She sheathed her dragonbone sword. With a clatter, the slender black tree god chain appeared in Luo Yingyu's hand, one end dragging on the ground. Lightning crackled and sparkled along the chain. The heavenly martial ghost was already charging down. With a sharp whistling sound, countless ghostly shadows appeared out of thin air, swirling around Luo Yingyu, emitting a piercing shriek that threatened to split her head open. Luo Yingyu felt her mind go blank for an instant, but she quickly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the tree god chain in her hand was raised. Simultaneously, the giant Buddha statue behind her grew even more imposing. The Buddha statue, holding its saber, mirrored her movements. Luo Yingyu abruptly lashed out with the chain like a whip. At the same moment, the Buddha statue behind her raised its saber, slashing at the noisy ghost shadows. Slaying the Xieswei in the void, the girl and the Buddha, one in front and one behind. Countless ghost faces coalesced into a swirling black mist, frantically trying to engulf them. The giant ghost angrily spread its arms, transforming into a pitch-black, sky-covering demon king that Mundug pressed down. Luo Yingyu felt everything her eyes touched turn black, except for the tree god chain in her hand, which flickered with thunderous light. Boom! Another resounding cry echoed. An ancient Sanskrit chant rang out from above, descending around Luo Yingyu. tearing through the ghostly black fog. Luo Yingyu looked up and saw the Black King above her being forcibly ripped apart. A bronze, blue sky and white clouds formed the backdrop for a golden Buddha bathed in light. The golden Buddha closed its eyes, its illusory figure raising one hand and extending the other in a single palm. Simultaneously, the Buddha's mouth moved, silently uttering 4 large characters. Amitabha Buddha. The Siesui, along with countless other ghosts, felt a splitting headache, as if their heads were about to explode. Luo Yingyu finally understood why the Buddha ghost didn't even have an introduction before acting so powerfully. Movement techniques are about speed and footwork, but this thing on top of those basics also has status enhancements. Have you ever seen a movement technique that summons a giant Buddha to fight alongside you? At this moment, Luo Yingyu not only didn't feel like she'd wasted 300,000 points, but felt like she'd hit the jackpot. The system still loved her. The Buddha, though just an image, was incredibly effective against the ghosts. Coupled with the tree god chain in Luo Yingyu's hand, she suddenly flung one end of the chain skyward, aiming for a gap in the giant net. A massive thunderbolt instantly crashed down from the tear, a surge of thunderous, destructive power. As Luo Yingyu swung the tree god chain, thunderous power gathered upon it. Thick bolts of lightning came alive in her hand. The giant ghost, already forced back by the Buddha, now saw the sudden downpour of rolling thunder. The Ghost Master immediately turned to flee. What was there left to fight for? They had been tricked. They were promised ordinary legions and low-ranking students. But this girl could even summon heavenly thunder, a natural counter to ghosts. And what was with that giant Buddha? He had apparently slept for 3 months. Just waking up, he was completely bewildered. Who was he? Where was he? What was he doing? When the giant ghost saw the crackling chain in Luo Yingyu's hand, fear welled up in its heart. The Siesui were truly wicked, abandoning even their own. Without a second thought, they turned and ran. But how could Luo Yingyu, now increasingly skilled at controlling the thunder, let them escape? With a flick of the tree god chain, the surging thunder instantly changed direction, chasing after the fleeing ghost. The speed of lightning is far beyond that of any living being, human or ghost. The heavenly thunder slammed into the giant ghost. Upon impact, countless sparks of lightning erupted. The giant ghost roared in pain. It was truly terrified and felt intensely threatened. The 5th mirror almost killed it. Luo Yingyu didn't even need to use a movement technique. She simply swung the chain. With a whoosh, it instantly wrapped around the giant ghost's neck. Then she pulled. She had intended to pull it closer to kill it, but the tree god chain was far more powerful than she'd imagined. A strange cracking sound echoed as the giant ghost was ripped apart by the chain. A thick fog surged from the wound, then, like the black shadows before, dissipated into the air at a visible rate. The ghost's body rapidly withered, becoming like a human-shaped, dried-out branch. Luo Yingyu gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. She felt utterly exhausted, her limbs weak to the point of dizziness. That awe-inspiring state wasn't without cost. It demanded a heavy toll. That was Luo Yingyu's last thought before she tilted her head and fainted. Students in the distance rushed over, shouting as they searched. Liang Zhengqi was the first to find Yu. He was instantly panicked and quickly checked Luo Yingyu's pulse. Fortunately, she was all right. Yin Fudong and the others arrived soon after. But Yin Fudong was confused. After such a fierce battle, had the Siesui escaped? Then Liang Zhengqi pointed to the ground beside him. Are you talking about this? Yin Fudong looked at the withered remains of the giant ghost. What a terrible death. Luo Yingyu opened her eyes again, some unknown time later. She sat up. She was in a silk-draped bed in a wooden room. Her mask lay on the bedside table, along with a neatly folded pile of clothes. She rubbed her head, feeling a sense of disorientation, like she'd time-traveled. Who was she? Where was she? What was she supposed to be doing? She remembered. She had killed a Tianwu mirror old ghost. Pretty impressive. Then she realized her cultivation had soared, leaping from the middle stage of the 5th mirror to the greater mastery stage. She instinctively checked her system panel and nearly jumped out of bed. 800,000 points. How did she suddenly have 800,000 points? Luo Yingyu quickly put on her mask and got out of bed. The familiar corridor gave Luo Yingyu pause. This place looked very familiar. Rows of rooms lined both sides. Wasn't this the fisherman's song inn? How had she returned here? Just as Luo Yingyu was starting to doubt her sanity, several students in the distance came running and shouting, "General Luo, you're awake." It was Tong Dayo, accompanied by several other students. Looking at the familiar faces of the students, Luo Yingyu breathed a sigh of relief. How long have I been unconscious? 3 months. Luo Yingyu's mind raced. She had just killed a Heaven Martial Realm Elder Ghost, and overcome with exhaustion, she had closed her eyes. How could 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye? At this moment, Tong Dayo pushed a female student forward. "General Luo, it was Vice General Yin Fudong who brought you here. This junior sister has been helping you wash and change your clothes all this time." Luo Yingyu nodded. "Young lady, I believe you. Get out." Tong Dayo was about to explode. Was this issue never going to die? After asking around, Luo Yingyu understood the current situation. Because she had been unconscious for so long, and due to the students' role on the front lines, they had brought her to this relatively safe city with her 800,000 points. The fact that she had killed a Heaven Martial Realm Elder Ghost was known throughout the entire army. Luo Yingyu was somewhat worried about the situation at Jixia. She had been out of contact for 3 months. How was the Ruoma tree's growth progressing? That evening, the people from Eternal Peace Academy entered the city. Liang Zhengqi rushed straight towards Luo Yingyu. "Young General." Luo Yingyu glanced behind him. The students from Eternal Peace Academy all had improved their cultivation. Not only had they grown individually, but their youthful arrogance had also been tempered by the war. Luo Yingyu then asked, "Has there been any news from the Shadow Guard? Or have any flying demonic beasts arrived?" Liang Zhengqi shook his head. "Oh, flying demonic beasts. But members of the Shadow Guard have been sent to meet with Vice General Fu." Luo Yingyu frowned. Strange. The news of Bat-Head's survival should have reached Northern Yu long ago. Why hasn't the Emperor reacted at all? And I haven't been to Jixia for classes for so long. The Northern Yu Emperor should have recalled me by now. Luo Yingyu then asked, "What about Lingzhou?" Liang Zhengqi became excited. "The Hanliao Kingdom has sent troops." Luo Yingyu didn't react for a moment. The Hanliao Kingdom sent troops to Southern Zheng? Really? No, they sent troops to attack Lingzhou. Luo Yingyu scoffed, "Just as I thought, taking advantage of a crisis." She was somewhat worried. After all, the Knightless army was divided into 2 forces. One branch, led by Wu Ji, was stationed south of the Northern Yu Kingdom, suppressing the Xiesui for many years. The other, the 20,000 cavalry led by Yin Fudong, had been fighting in Southern Zheng. Lingzhou was currently empty, with only Li Xinmin there. Liang Zhengqi was somewhat excited. General Li Xinmin was furious. He single-handedly charged into the enemy camp and took the enemy leader's head with a single cloud-piercing arrow. Luo Yingyu didn't even have to guess. This was something Li Xinmin would do. With no one guarding Dingzhou, Li Xinmin had written to her more than once, expressing his desire to join the Knightless army or follow her, but Luo Yingyu had ruthlessly rejected him every time. So his anger was completely understandable. He was too lonely and cooped up. Liang Zhengqi continued, "Their Hanliao Kingdom's general is dead, and the remaining troops retreated." Luo Yingyu's mouth twitched. Just like that, Liang Zhengqi nodded, mainly because the Knightless army put too much pressure on them back then, and now the news that the Knightless army hasn't been defeated is spreading everywhere. Luo Yingyu nodded, feeling that Liang Zhengqi's analysis was very thorough. Then Liang Zhengqi added, "After the Hanliao Kingdom retreated, Li Xinmin pursued them alone, chasing them into Hanliao territory and scattering their tens of thousands of troops like rats. He charged all the way to the Hanliao Kingdom's imperial city and almost broke into the palace." Luo Yingyu was dumbfounded. Him single-handedly slaying tens of thousands of Xiesui was already terrifying enough, but Li Xinmin chasing an entire army by himself? Luo Yingyu blinked. It wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Li Xinmin was alone in Lingzhou, with no one to advise or restrain him. He could do whatever he wanted. The enraged General Li wanted to kill the Hanliao Emperor. What happened in the end? Liang Zhengqi said somewhat regretfully. The Hanliao Kingdom also has Heaven Martial Realm experts. General Li Xinmin failed to break into the palace. However, he became a legend in a single battle. The entire continent knows of his heroic deeds. He's incredibly powerful. Luo Yingyu thought to herself, maybe I should give this system to Li Xinmin. At the same time, Luo Yingyu was more curious about another matter. Yin Jilin was still a personal residence. Could it be that the little princess lost her self-awareness after becoming the Ruoma tree? If that were the outcome, Luo Yingyu would be heartbroken. One of the Dansha tribe's bone eaters, upon seeing the young general, tearfully threw himself at Yu Yu's feet. Young general, you've been bullied. Having dealt with the heaven martial realm, Xie Sui, Luo Yingyu set off again. This time, she traveled directly to the Nightless Army's main encampment in southern Zhang. With Yin Futong, a heaven martial realm expert, stationed there, the situation was stable. It was time to see Wu Ji. Wu Ji practically charged out of the army headquarters, sprinting all the way to Luo Yingyu. Then, with a wail, he dropped to his knees and burst into tears. Luo Yingyu was somewhat taken aback by this display. She wanted to go to the barracks to check on the Nightless Army. Guji clung to her leg, howling the whole way. She wanted to go to the border to see if any ghosts had emerged. Huzi also started wailing. Luo Yingyu couldn't stand it anymore. She stopped and asked General Lu what's wrong. Guji cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. I can't break through. Luo Yingyu comforted him. You're the smartest of the three fools. The one with the best comprehension. Don't give up on yourself. Huzi was Bu Fu Chi. They both advanced to Heaven Martial Realm. Luo Yingyu immediately brought up Zhou Hong. Look at Zhou Hong, the smartest one. Isn't he only at the great completion of the Xuanwu realm? This comparison made Huzi feel much better. He mumbled, yes. Doesn't that mean the smarter someone is, the harder it is to advance? Zhou Hong and I are both stuck at the great completion of Xuanwu realm. So that means I'm as smart as Zhou Hong. And Yin Fudong and Li Xin Yuan are idiots, right? Luo Yingyu nodded without hesitation. Huzi's mood stabilized. Luo Yingyu pressed her advantage. Now let go of me. Huzi obediently let go. Luo Yingyu took off running, even using her movement skill. With a flash of brilliant starlight and Buddhist light, she instantly appeared 100 meters away. Huzi didn't notice anything unusual at first. He only reacted when he saw Luo Yingyu had vanished. The station army camp was heavily guarded at the rear, preventing any evil spirits from getting close to the Yinzhou subway. However, in recent months, the Nightless Army's casualties had begun to increase. Huzi was worried about this. Xuanwu realm ghosts frequently appeared and were difficult to deal with. Luo Yingyu asked, have you encountered any Heaven Martial Realm ghosts? Huzi shook his head. Not yet. Luo Yingyu caught the key word, yet. Huzi analyzed, in the past 2 years, let alone Xuanwu realm, even Diwu realm ghosts were rare. We brothers were more than enough to crush them. But starting this year, there have been more and more 5th season evil spirits. One night, they even came out of the ghost prison in droves. Luo Yingyu's heart grew heavy. Make sure the families are taken care of. Huzi nodded that I know. I suspect there's something bigger behind this, but it hasn't appeared yet. And my premonition is very strong. It'll be soon. Luo Yingyu touched the mask on her face. That's why I'm here. A simultaneous outbreak of evil spirits certainly wouldn't be limited to Nangzhou. South of Yinzhou is closer to the Jixia Imperial City, and this is the ghosts and ghouls' old stomping ground. Luo Yingyu suspected they were planning a major attack. A crazy thought suddenly popped into her head. That night, after checking on a Nightless Army, she told Huzi, didn't you come here to help me? Where are you going now? Luo Yingyu looked at the dark expanse of the ghost domain in the distance. Guji's jaw almost dropped. He immediately pounced and hugged Luo Yingyu's legs. No, I don't agree. Are you joking? Going to the ghost domain is suicide. This time, Luo Yingyu didn't reason with Guji. Her voice was calm and firm. Guji, I'm not asking for your opinion. This young general is brave enough to charge into the ghost domain. As the smartest of the 3 fools, Huzi absolutely refused to agree. Luo Yingyu said seriously, General Lu, I'm not asking for your opinion. Huzi was stunned. He looked up at her. The white robe and mask suited her perfectly. The long sword in her hand was full of sharpness. Huzi was in a trance. Since when did the mischievous young general from back in the camp become so aloof? Luo Ingyu calmly addressed Huzi. I'm telling you this because you're the commander of the defense army, the bulwark of the Nightless Army. If I can't suppress those powerful evil spirits, you must be prepared to defend this border. Luo Ingyu pushed him aside with a slight exertion of force. Seeing Huzi's shocked expression, she smiled that I'm stronger than you think. I'm no weaker than you see I was back then. Huzi was stunned. That force had easily pushed him, a great completion Xuanwu realm cultivator, away. Luo Ingyu asked with her back to him, do you still remember the oath you took when you joined the army? Huzi roared with all his might. Only Huzi will defend this land. Fight to the death, never retreat. Luo Ingyu glanced back at him. Then remember your words. Then she plunged into the ghost domain. It wasn't Luo Ingyu's first time in the ghost domain, but it was her first time entering alone. Previously, with ECI and Biengu accompanying her, she always had a sense of security, a feeling that she didn't need to fear anything. But now alone, she still chose to face it. She remembered many years ago, when ECI was explaining the distribution of the continent's martial domains. He had talked about the formation and special nature of the ghost domain. The ghost domain wasn't a flat plane. At the time, Luo Ingyu felt like it sounded like the universe. After walking for a while and finding herself completely lost, Luo Ingyu started spending points to ask the system. 800,000 points gone, but it was a real ripoff. Spending 50,000 points only got her a general direction. Following the direction given by the system, Ingyu continued forward. She would eventually find the main base of the ghosts. Luo Ingyu gripped her dragon bone sword tightly. After confirming the direction, she increased her speed and charged straight ahead. Finish the job quickly and get it over with. Finally, after traveling some distance, Ingyu stopped. A strange light appeared ahead. The ghost domain was pitch black, an absolutely dark place filled with ghostly chi. But now Luo Ingyu saw light. Perhaps because she hadn't seen light for so long, she squinted, her eyes unaccustomed. Those twinkling lights looked like light bulbs. No, not light bulbs. Luo Ingyu stared in shock at what lay before her. They were planets. She sped up, running frantically forward. The closer she got, the more shocked Luo Ingyu became. She even wondered if she was hallucinating. For a moment, Luo Ingyu began to question her reality. She stopped, trying to figure out what this haunted house actually was. Luo Ingyu's composure completely crumbled. Just as Luo Ingyu was reeling, her long-held beliefs beginning to shatter, a murderous aura came from behind. Luo Ingyu instantly reacted, turning to block the attack. It was a somewhat familiar ghost. She had seen the ghost clan before. The ghost, Gaisai, grinned. Old-timer, we meet again. Gaisai, what are you doing here? What are you, a human, doing in the ghost domain? Are you crazy? Are you as insane as the ECI? Luo Ingyu didn't bother with pleasantries. She lunged forward with her sword .1000 feather soul shattering strike. The 1,000-year-old Kuei Si, made a fool of by a teenager. Kuei Si was a veteran heavenly martial realm mid-stage cultivator. He was also the strongest enemy Luo Ingyu had encountered so far. So, from the beginning, she held nothing back. 1,000 feather soul shattering strikes wind howled. Double shadow, microcosm slammed directly into him. The wide area sword technique unleashed, its vibrating energy causing the surrounding black ghost chi to boil. Kuei Si staggered back in shock. At the same time, with a wave of his black robe, he scattered the sword chi. He looked at Luo Ingyu cautiously. You do have some skill. This sword technique is very powerful. Powerful enough to fight across realms. It's definitely not something from Northern Yu. Luo Ingyu knew she had to end this quickly. She was deep in enemy territory, and delaying would only bring more danger. Suddenly, the tree god, Vine, appeared in her hand, wrapping around her dragon bone sword. This time, she planned to combine the Zhuoming and thunder trappings. Again, she used 1,000 feather soul shattering strike, but she didn't follow up with a second sword technique. Instead, at the moment of impact, she compressed the 1,000 sword shadows, firing them simultaneously within a very small area. Like a long dragon formed from sword shadows, it shot out at extreme speed. Luo Ingyu raised her dragon bone sword, entwined with the tree god Vine, towards the eerie sky she couldn't see. With a roar, the spiritual energy within the Thunder 1,000 feather was instantly drained, violently ripped away like bloodletting. The lightning didn't strike from above, but erupted from within Luo Ingyu, gathering on the tree god Vine. Luo Ingyu swung the tree god Vine and dragon bone sword with all her might. The moment the 1,000 sword shadows surged forward, the Thunder 1,000 feather followed from behind. Choosing to fight beneath the northern four great formations, she knew from the start that this girl was not to be trifled with. An ordinary girl wouldn't be taken under the wing of a pervert like Yi Si, taught combat hand in hand. Yi Si gave off a strange feeling. He didn't seem human, yet human blood flowed within him. This Luo Yingyu before him was equally strange. The Ghost Clan had discussed her, unable to determine whether she was human or not. She was clearly human, so why couldn't they see her bloodline? Now, he just wanted to escape. Luo Yingyu watched his faltering attempt to flee. With a glint in her eyes, she stomped her foot, activating the Buddhic ghost dance. A huge golden light shone behind her. The giant figure of a spirit Buddha wielding a large saber materialized, accompanied by ancient Sanskrit chants. For a moment, Kuei-si felt like his feet were encased in lead. It was only a short distance, but he couldn't move. The golden Buddha light instantly enveloped the dark ghost domain, causing the ghostly chi to dissipate as if fleeing for its life. In the next second, the Thunder Thousand Feather arrived with 1,000 sword shadows howling. Countless sword lights soared, piercing Kuei-si from back to chest, eventually spreading throughout his entire body. Gaisai's body disintegrated, becoming another part of the countless ghost chi in the ghost domain. Even his last breath was extinguished on the spot. Luo Yingyu, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. It was good she didn't faint, otherwise it would be too dangerous in this perilous ghost domain. But that didn't stop her from grinning the moment the battle ended. Old bastard couldn't even beat an 12-year-old girl. She took a few steps forward. A giant planet drifted past. Luo Yingyu curiously reached out and touched it. The heat nearly made her cry out, stopping her in her tracks. Luo Yingyu once again began to question her reality. The planets weren't illusions. They were real. It was just that some appeared large and close, but were actually very far away. This was due to the folding of space-time. She truly didn't take the ghost domain seriously, starting her breakthrough right in front of Xie Sui. This completely baffled Xie Sui. In the ghost domain, both time and space were chaotic. Luo Yingyu couldn't understand it, nor could she comprehend it. She only knew that any planet she saw could pose a threat. Whether it was a galaxy or a planet, they flashed by like fleeting fragments, like space-time jumps. Every minute brought a different scene. Luo Yingyu closed her eyes, no longer allowing herself to be affected by these things. After confirming the Kuei tribe's grand rhythm's direction once more, Luo Yingyu continued forward. The spiritual energy within her was gradually recovering. The energy surge after each battle was almost unbelievably fast. At the same time, she felt some anxiety. She felt herself getting closer and closer to a breakthrough. But there was no lightning in the ghost domain, so she couldn't undergo a lightning tribulation. For a moment, Luo Yingyu was in a dilemma. Just as she hesitated, a faint, almost imperceptible wind chime sound rang out in the distance. Ding ding dong dong. It grew closer and closer. Luo Yingyu tried her best to remain still, frowning as she listened to the irregular, arrhythmic wind chimes. They sounded like ghostly music. Then, a light appeared in the darkness. It was a white lantern floating towards her from afar. It drifted right in front of her and paused. She clearly saw a green candle flickering inside the white lantern. Luo Yingyu's heart tightened. In the instant her apprehension peaked, the space suddenly brightened. Countless white lanterns floated around her, some high, some low, some stationary, some swaying. Each lantern contained a green candle flame, gently flickering along with the approaching wind chimes. The scene was eerily unsettling. Luo Yingyu quickly retreated, but the lanterns seemed to be centered around her, moving with her. No matter where she went, the lanterns always floated around her, above, below, left, and right. Suddenly, a sigh followed by laughter came from somewhere within her line of sight. It was a woman's voice. Luo Yingyu gripped the hilt of her sword. She knew she had wandered into the territory of some powerful ghost. This battle was unavoidable. Finally, amidst the swirling wind generated by the thousands of white lanterns, a figure in black slowly approached. Unlike any ghost Luo Yingyu had encountered before, this one had skin the color of a human's and a beautiful face. She also sensed a vast energy emanating from the figure, a pressure so immense it felt like it could crush her into the ground. This wasn't heavenly martial realm. Luo Yingyu immediately understood. This ghost was likely at the legendary earthly immortal realm. The enormous difference in their realms made it difficult for Luo Yingyu to judge. But while this ghost was undeniably powerful and beautiful, she had no feet. She was floating. The ghost floated around Luo Yingyu, as if appraising a trapped prey. How fragrant, such pure essence. Luo Yingyu stared at her empty lower half and slowly said, "Did someone break your legs?" The female ghost's laughter abruptly stopped. The thousands of swaying lanterns surrounding them also froze in place. Mingyue's rage points increased by 99. This was the first time Luo Yingyu had encountered that surname, the third gender in the ghost world. But she had enraged a powerful ghost to the point of apoplexy, which was even more impressive. Mingyue quickly floated over, her ethereal body expanding like a giant black ox. Her small head sat atop the massive black form, and she blew a gust of air at Luo Yingyu. With her furious roar, the white lanterns began to spin rapidly, flinging out green flames that rose and then converged, closing in on Luo Yingyu. Luo Yingyu stared at the lanterns, feeling momentarily dizzy. From a moment she saw the first white lantern, she suspected some sort of hypnotic technique. Mingyue watched Luo Yingyu standing motionless. "That I won't let you die so easily." Luo Yingyu went pale and sat down cross-legged. "It's not me. I'm about to break through." Mingyue was clearly stunned. Breaking through in the face of a super powerful evil being? This infuriated Mingyue. But Luo Yingyu's expression was serious. "That I said, I'm about to break through. Aren't you leaving?" The next second, a gigantic planet flew in from the distance, its trajectory spiraling. It was an ancient planet, existing since who knows when, and completely covered in dazzling lightning. Stimulated by Mingyue's lantern attack, Luo Yingyu's internal lightning soul activated an ancient call. And from a great distance, this lightning planet came rushing in. In any case, the ghost domain had lightning now. The enormous lightning planet stopped in the sky above, like Jupiter about to crash into Earth. So much lightning arced from its surface that it crackled and rained down on Mingyue's white lanterns. In a single collision, most of the lanterns were destroyed. The few that remained were flickering precariously, barely holding on. Luo Yingyu remained calm, even taking the opportunity to provoke Mingyue. The team must have taken a lot of effort to make those thousands of lanterns. How many are left? Mingyue's rage points increased by 99. Then Luo Yingyu spoke again. "Excuse me, but my breakthrough is starting." The next second, rumbling began. Mingyue's figure instantly retreated into the distance, so fast that she abandoned her remaining lanterns. She wanted to escape. How could a heavenly lightning physique exist in the ghost domain? This was utterly terrifying for a ghost. Seeing Mingyue vanish in a flash, Luo Yingyu, on the verge of her breakthrough, couldn't do anything. She couldn't exactly chase someone while dragging a lightning planet behind her. Who knew what Mingyue's cultivation level was? Besides, she couldn't move it anyway. The giant lightning planet began to erupt with thunder, thick bolts of lightning crashing down, so dense it was like a thunderstorm. Feeling extinguished from the inside out, from bone to flesh, Luo Yingyu didn't know how much time had passed before the flashing lightning gradually disappeared. The lightning-filled planet, at some unknown point, had moved to a location beyond the horizon. Luo Yingyu sat upright again, sensing the changes in her body. Entering the early stage of the Xuanwu realm at 12 years old seemed to make her the first in the northern region. Even Yin Fudong's breakthrough to Xuanwu realm had happened at 15. Luo Yingyu wondered how Yi Si had managed it, then dismissed the thought. That old dog Yi Si never walked a normal path. Besides her realm advancement, the greatest gain was the improvement of her soul mark. The ninefold thunderclap had been unlocked after her first experience with heavenly lightning. The first level, Thunder Guidance, had been widely used by Luo Yingyu to kill those in the heavenly martial realm. Now, the second level, Myriad Forms, had been unlocked. Honestly, when she first saw the name, Luo Yingyu was disappointed. But as she delved deeper, her eyes suddenly lit up. Myriad forms didn't mean myriad thunder shadows. It meant the forms of all things in the world. Luo Inyu extended a finger and cast a spell. A bolt of lightning shot out from her body. The flashing lightning began to take shape. It wasn't the square or circle she used to draw, but a concrete, three-dimensional image. It was a deer condensed from lightning. Luo Inyu had clearly been thinking of a Byangu. So why did it transform into a deer? And this deer looked rather unattractive. What use was it if it dispersed so quickly? Luo Inyu grew increasingly frustrated. Annoyed, she cast another spell. This time, she thought of a lion. A majestic thunder lion instantly materialized, much larger than the previous deer and as lifelike as the real thing. The thunder lion, tall and ferocious, roared towards the empty space ahead, causing the surrounding space to tremble and lightning to flash. Luo Inyu was shocked by its power. Why was the lion so strong, while the Byangu was so weak? The logical conclusion was that the lion was stronger than the Byangu, and the Byangu was useless. She thought about the system's appraisal of the Byangu, which was priced at 500,000 points. Perhaps the problem wasn't with the lion or the deer, but with what exactly a Byangu was. Luo Inyu became increasingly curious about the Byangu. But 500,000 points? That was more expensive than her famous Buddha ghost martial art. How could a Byangu be so valuable? With the human child gone, the imperial city was in ruins. The Northern Yu Emperor hadn't held court for 3 months, not even a small council meeting. He seemed to have vanished, leaving the officials worried. Terrifying screams echoed from the palace day and night. Every morning, dead palace maids were carried out. Yan Xingyuan stared at an oil lamp, expressionlessly turning the page of the book in his hand. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the direction of the palace. Yan Xingyuan abruptly stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. Inside the palace, the Northern Yu Emperor's bedchamber was covered in blood. Whether palace maids, eunuchs, or even guards, none had escaped the carnage. Everyone was dead, filling the air with the stench of blood. The Northern Yu Emperor roared, unleashing a furious wave of killing intent, and frantically smashed the furniture. "Who exterminated my Kuei clan?" he bellowed, his face alternating between human and a terrifying blackness. After a long while, his voice returned to that of the Northern Yu Emperor, no longer the grating, ghostly sound. "Why did you kill them all? The Emperor needs servants." Soon, the grinding sound of teeth against bone emanated from his mouth. "Go kill them. Kill them all. Quickly break into the 5 Elements mausoleum and seize the spiritual fortune." The Northern Yu Emperor grinned, stood up, and left the hall. That night, he stormed the Saint Princess's residence. "Sherlin, father is here to see you." Old Six, the dark guard responsible for protecting Yin Jilin, had already received news from the palace. The Emperor had gone mad. Now, their only option was to protect the Saint Princess until the young general returned. But the Imperial Martial Realm guards were no match for the Emperor. They died instantly upon confrontation. Zhou Hong's hidden weapons were launched, only to be deflected back by the Northern Yu Emperor. Zhou Hong was instantly grievously injured, blood pooling on the ground. Soft sobs came from behind the door. Through a crack, Yin Jilin witnessed the scene outside and the corpses strewn across the ground. All 6 guards were dead, and Zhou Hong was gravely wounded. Yin Jilin didn't understand why this was happening, why her father had suddenly gone mad and was trying to eat her. Zhou Hong, lying in a pool of blood, used his last strength to turn towards the crack in the door and silently mouth a single word: "Run." The yellow-robed Northern Yu Emperor walked step by step, sometimes calling out Jilin, sometimes emitting a chilling laugh. He drew closer and closer. His foot raised a step on the incapacitated Zhou Hong. One last obstacle. Kill him. Yin Jilin burst into tears. Suddenly, she stood up and threw open the door. "That I won't let you kill my 6-6. The clear voice of the young girl rang out, a bright streak of green fluorescence cutting through the blood-red scene. She spread her arms, blocking the Northern Yu Emperor's path. The Northern Yu Emperor stopped, his black-fogged eyes looking past Yin Jilin. He wasn't looking at her, but the vibrant green fluorescence emanating from behind her, filling the courtyard with a vigorous life force that extended outwards. The Northern Yu Emperor glared at her, quickening his pace as he rushed forward. "Jilin, I'm your father. Give it to me. Give Ling Yun to me." By the end, he was half man, half ghost, screaming like a madman. Yin Jilin recoiled in fear. Luo Yingyu leveled up again, continuing her aimless wandering through the ghost domain. Several days had passed, and she hadn't encountered a single evil sprout. Could it be that Lei Fa was so powerful that he'd wiped them all out? Just as Luo Yingyu was about to leave the ghost domain, a beam of light descended from the sky, washing over her. Luo Yingyu felt her cultivation surge from early-stage Xuanwu to mid-stage Xuanwu. She was stunned. Hadn't she just broken through? How could her cultivation grow so much immediately after? What was that beam of light? Luo Yingyu quickly realized it was merit, a vast amount of merit, pouring into her in an overwhelming torrent due to the karmic repercussions of the slaughter. Meanwhile, the Northern Yu Emperor lunged at Yin Jilin like a madman. Suddenly, a green light transformed into a branch, lashing out and striking the Northern Yu Emperor across the face. The blow, like a whip, sent him sprawling across the ground, rolling a considerable distance. Emerald green branches bound him to the ground, preventing him from struggling. At the same time, the filtering net accelerated its closure. Behind Yin Jilin, the net transformed into a tree trunk. One end lifted the injured Zhou Hong, rising into the air, while the other end plunged into the earth, extending countless roots deep into the ground. The tree trunk solidified at a visible pace. Although it lacked branches and leaves, it had undeniably taken root as a tree of life. In that instant, Yin Jilin seemed to have an epiphany. Tears still streamed down her face as she walked towards the great tree, a forest from a single tree, weak with supporting all life. She reached out and touched the tree. Roots extended from the tree, enveloping her. The Awakening Wood Divine Tree, a deep forest. The winter courtyard suddenly burst with life. Vast, boundless energy surged from the trunk, spreading outwards in waves with incredible speed. The Northern Yu Emperor ground his teeth, a guttural growl escaping his lips. It's taken root. It's too late. Eat it, eat it. He glared at the tree. What is this? He roared, Ghost God, you're hiding something from me. The ghost god, consumed by madness, shrieked, Gather the blood fortune. Gather the blood fortune. The world tree has removed the Northern shackles. You are free to break into the forest. Kill, kill. Yin Jilin, now one with the forest, stood within the tree trunk, watching him. A sigh, ancient and divine, escaped her lips. Yin Jilin closed her eyes, no longer concerned with the mortal struggles of the royal family. Yi finally emerged from seclusion. As the Awakening Wood Tree took root, a massive golden beam of light descended from the heavens, thick and radiant, a baptism of merit. The 3,000 great demons of Dragon Island, long slumbering, opened their eyes, sensing the momentous shift in the world. Excited, they emerged from their lairs, celebrating. The young lord has received immense merit. What's happening? It's already a blessing for us great demons to not lose our virtue, but to be showered with merit? Unbelievable. The rise of Dragon Island. The young lord is invincible. Yi strode forward, appearing beneath the Awakening Wood Tree in the blink of an eye. He frowned at the swaying world tree. Strange. Where's the branch that represents the Awakening Wood Tree? Zhu Jiuyin stood behind him, yawning sleepily that it just took root, hasn't grown out yet. But young lord, why are you so sensitive? Yi frowned deeper. The Northern Yu barrier has opened, but there's no direction. If it's taken root, even if the location isn't apparent, it should be possible to find the Northern Yu kingdom through the center of the ghost domain. I recall the other 3 domains have direct paths to the ghost domain center. Zhu Jiuyin paused. Theoretically, yes, but it's incredibly difficult. Space and time are chaotic within and around the ghost domain, with frequent folds and spatial distortions. Forcing your way through could lead to being swept away by a temporal storm, lost for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yi replied, Coincidentally, I've been comprehending the Tao of space and time during my seclusion these past few years. Zhu Jiuyin was startled, quickly stepping in front of him. Young lord, what are you doing? Yi intended to try and find the Northern Yu kingdom. After all, there was still someone important there. Zhu Jiuyin was anxious, grabbing his arm. Young lord, you mustn't. Yi reassured him, Don't worry, I won't get lost. If there's danger, I can return. I've been to the center of the ghost domain before. Zhu Jiuyin refused to let him go alone. Least let's gather a group to go together. That's much safer than you wandering around alone. Yi Si, consider this. You gather the great demons. I'll go to Zhaogu. Zhu Jiuyin was confused. Why are you going to Zhaogu again? Meanwhile, in the imperial city of Jixia, blood flowed through the streets. As far as the eye could see, countless bodies lay in pools of blood. Many didn't even know what had happened before they died. The Northern Yu Emperor, clad in his imperial robes, trod upon the corpses of his subjects, advancing step by step. The grinding of his teeth echoed. Not enough, still not enough. Don't you have forbidden troops? Go, kill the forbidden troops. Condense the blood fortune of cultivators. In the next instant, the Northern Yu Emperor's figure flickered, appearing at the city gates. He thrust his hands forward. Instantly, countless plumes of black smoke erupted from his sleeves, like thin ropes, coiling around and ensnaring the feet of the crowd. The fleeing citizens immediately felt a powerful resistance, making them unable to move their legs. The city gate was right in front of them, yet they couldn't cross the threshold. Chen Ku, a Jinjun guard, turned around in shock, drew the soul-summoning blade from his waist, and slashed forward, severing the countless black lines. He urged the citizens to run. The Northern Yu Emperor glared furiously at Chen Ku. Just you scum, think you can stop me? Chen Ku shook his head sorrowfully. The 1,000-year Northern Yu Empire is ruined in your hands. You are unworthy of the title of emperor. These words undoubtedly infuriated the Northern Yu Emperor the most. He had usurped the throne. It was never rightfully his. 30 years ago, he had mastered forbidden techniques, summoning demonic spirits to possess him, and slaughtered the entire previous imperial family. He even publicly executed the former crown prince. He had fought so hard for this position, yet today, he was being scorned by a mere Jinjun guard. Fueled by the tragic death of Steward Zhang at the hands of the tyrannical emperor, Chen Ku, with the resolve to die, charged forward, blade in hand, directly attacking the Northern Yu Emperor. Zhang Qingshan's heart pounded in his chest. Looking back, he saw the Northern Yu Emperor casually flick his sleeve. Chen Ku was sent flying back, crashing into the city wall. A formidable warrior at the early stage of Xuanwu Jin, in this moment, he was as weak and fragile as a moth, utterly defenseless. His back was shattered. He slid slowly down the wall, leaving a trail of blood several meters long. Zhang Qingshan instinctively stopped, staring fixedly at the scene. That was the Jinjun guard whom Chen Ku, when the young lord was still around, would always tease. Qingshan clearly remembered one winter day, when Chen Ku's squad passed by the manor gates. Luo Yingyu, on a whim, had rushed out, nearly tripping the guard's mount. Chen Ku, his hands trembling, could do nothing about it. Luo Yingyu and Biangu just stood there giggling, unconcerned. In the end, it was Zhang Qingshan who stepped forward, offering Chen Ku a bowl of soup in the winter chill. And that Jinjun guard, young but high-ranking, unexpectedly dismounted and apologized to him, a lowly steward, and even finished the soup. Zhang Qingshan remembered that scene. He didn't know, however, that Luo Yingyu had actually run out to pester Chen Ku. As for Biangu, he was just there for the fun of it. The vivid memory flashed in Zhang Qingshan's mind. He suddenly released Biangu's reins, placed 2 rings on a cord around Biangu's neck, and then slapped Biangu's horse hard on the rump. Go. Biangu yelped in pain. Just as he was about to get angry, he saw Steward Zhang running back. Biangu quickly turned around, calling out. Zhang Qingshan returned to the wall beside Chen Ku. Trembling, he took out a bottle of medicine. He frantically said, "Apply this quickly." His hands shaking, he poured a large amount of the medicinal powder onto Chen Ku's wounds. This is what Yi Si left behind. It can even stop severe bleeding. He didn't know how badly Chen Ku was injured, but he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Chen Ku opened his eyes in a daze. His pupils contracted. He squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Go. Footsteps approached from behind, heavy and ominous. From the angle of the sunlight, the shadow of the yellow-robed figure was already visible. Zhang Qingshan hastened to apply the medicine, not looking back, and said with a sense of resignation, "I'm an old man. I don't have many years left anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly pierced through Zhang Qingshan's back, emerging from his chest at the heart. It was a gaping hole right through his heart. Gushing blood sprayed onto Chen Ku's clothes and face, blurring his vision. Chen Ku screamed in fury, You cur! You cur!" The Northern Yu Emperor smiled coldly as he withdrew his blood-soaked hand, flicking off the blood. "I love seeing the impotent rage of you ants." Raising his hand again, The Northern Yu Emperor intended to silence Chen Ku, but suddenly he whirled around. He had been focused on the slaughter ahead, but his rear had been attacked. The condensation of blood fortune had been disrupted. The Northern Yu Emperor instantly forgot about Chen Ku and turned frantically towards the city. His expression shifted erratically. The black mist intermittently tried to seize control of his body, its swirling form momentarily taking the shape of a demonic face in the Northern Yu Emperor's visage. Didn't you say they were all killed? Who else remains of the Northern Yu royal line? That's royal blood. The Northern Yu Emperor instinctively spoke. Yin Fuchuang. The demonic spirit angrily interrupted him. Yin Fuchuang is Lin Yun. She has become one with the forest, long since escaping the fate of the human royal family. You didn't kill them all. There are still royal bloodlines alive in the imperial city. The Northern Yu Emperor shook his head. Impossible. Not Yin Fuchuang. He had long wanted to eliminate Yin Fuchuang, but the Night Monarch's actions had always been a step ahead. Not only had he falsely reported the deaths of a large number of soldiers in his early years, but he had also pulled the rug out from under him, relocating Yin Fuchuang and a large number of unemployed soldiers to the border. After the outbreak of the Siesui Rebellion, Yin Fuchuang had fled even further, all the way to Nanjing. It's not Yin Jilin, and it's not Yin Fuchuang. Who is it? Lei Yu swiftly abandoned Chen Ku and quickly arrived at the Blood Fortune River. The blood mist was gone, and the blood moon at the center hadn't even formed shadow. The Northern Yu Emperor looked around. The black robe in her sleeve moved as she prepared another step. But the moment she started, a power diametrically opposed to her own emerged within the imperial city. A large group of ministers were waiting in the distance. They had run all the way from the palace, witnessing the imperial city transform into a scene of carnage. Your Majesty, what are you doing? You're slaughtering your own people. Are you insane? Led by Chen Liangping, a group of civil officials ran and shouted, their voices echoing, Tyrant, violent monarch. As the blood mist dispersed further, another truth was revealed. For figures stood at the four corners of a formation, blood still on their hands. These individuals were 7 Starfire of the 4 heavenly swords, Hua Cheng, Zi Xianxian, and the now-grown Yin Xingyin, also known as Dai Hu. The Northern Yu Emperor's gaze swept across the 3 elders of the 4 heavenly swords, killing intent evident in her eyes. 7 Starfire and the others showed no fear, even meeting her gaze directly. The Northern Yu Emperor turned to Yin Xingyin, her eyes narrowing sharply. She roared, how can you possess the purest bloodline of the Northern Yu imperial family? The Northern Yu Emperor's gaze flicked over the scroll and landed directly on the jade pendant. And why parents didn't leave me anything. But do you recognize this jade pendant of the Northern Yu imperial princess? The Northern Yu Emperor's mind went blank. Overwhelmed by shock, her features contorted. The watching ministers were also stunned, staring at Yin Xingyuan. Chen Liangping closed his eyes. He had thought this secret would remain buried forever, never imagining it would be revealed in such a setting. Yin Xingyuan glanced at Chen Liangping in the crowd. This humble one is the son of the late crown prince of Liuli. My surname is Yin, my given name Xingyuan. My father was Prince Yin Jun, and my mother was the eldest princess. The crowd erupted. Officials were shocked. Heavens, our Northern Yu still has a pure royal bloodline. I thought they were all gone. I never expected Yin Xingyuan to still be alive. The Northern Yu Emperor was enraged to the point of madness, the demonic mask on her face becoming even more sinister. Her body began to shrink and wither, her skin turning pale and flaky. It was you. Yin Xingyuan met her gaze without fear. It was me. In fact, strictly speaking, my bloodline is the purest of the Northern Yu imperial family, directly descended from the first emperor. 7 Starfire suddenly spoke up arrogantly. Dog Emperor, let me tell you something else. This formation of yours, it's not entirely incomplete. This formation requires someone with pure royal blood to activate it. Meaning, within this entire imperial city, you can no longer draw upon blood fortune. Ha ha ha. Hua Qing also chimed in. Dog Emperor, I've read the heavens. Today is your death date. The Northern Yu Emperor roared, the black mist around her surging even more violently. These 2 old men had been predicting her death for years. You are the ones who should die. She flung her arms wide, black smoke swirling around her. All of you die. The situation had truly become dire. Steward, Grandpa's blood has drained from his wound. Biengu finally broke through the crowd and ran to Zhang Qingshan's side. The medicine on Chun's wound took effect, and she slowly sat up. Biengu nudged Zhang Qingshan with his head, but he wouldn't wake. Chunke looked at the small horse, fighting back tears. She helped place Zhang Qingshan's body on his back. Tie him securely and go find your master. Tell him not to come back. Biengu stamped his hooves, ripples vibrating from his feet. He bolted off with a burst of speed. As Biengu ran, 2 small bumps grew on his head. His body became slightly translucent, and his speed increased exponentially, eventually reaching thousands of meters with each stride. As the Awakening Wood tree took root and a forest began to grow, the blackness of the ghost domain began to recede like a retreating tide, revealing strangely colored, barren land. This exposed land was originally part of Northern Yu, but over 30,000 years, it had been gradually consumed by the ghost domain. Luo Yingyu watched this scene in awe, countless thoughts swirling in her mind. Having absorbed merit from the Awakening Wood tree, she was preparing to continue her journey alone. She had to reach the Imperial City quickly. Logically, with the Awakening Wood tree rooted and the ghost domain receding, everything was improving. Yet, Luo Yingyu's heart pounded with a strong sense of unease. Suddenly, the air in front of her rippled, spatial waves expanding outward, creating the kind of spatial compression and folding only seen in the ghost domain. In the next moment, a white creature burst from the spatial passage and stood before Luo Yingyu. It was tall, with a form somewhat resembling a deer, but not quite. A familiar feeling surfaced. Luo Yingyu immediately thought of Biengu's dream. This creature looked remarkably similar to the Biengu in that dream. Biengu's scream began, "Help! Help! Help!" Luo Yingyu snapped back to reality, recognizing Biengu. She rushed forward to check on him. "Are you hurt?" But instead of Biengu's injuries, she saw the steward, drenched in blood, strapped to Biengu's back, lifeless and cold, having bled out. Luo Yingyu's mind went blank for a moment. She clutched her chest, collapsing to the ground, her face pale. A sharp pain pierced her heart, threatening to tear her apart. "Steward, how? What happened? Why is it the steward?" Rage surged through her, electricity crackling across her back as the tree god Order emerged, spinning rapidly above her. Grief and fury consumed her. Oblivious to her own soul, she didn't notice a flash of red on the tree god Order. Just then, the cry of a flying beast echoed from above. Xiaohua swooped down, screeching to a halt beside Luo Yingyu. But a single look from Luo Yingyu sent him retreating. "Put away your fire." Terrified, Xiaohua hovered in the distance, too afraid to descend. He didn't dare make a sound. Luo Yingyu's glare could have torn him to shreds. Forget arguing. Xiaohua wanted to disappear. Biengu, however, trotted towards Xiaohua with Zhang Qingshan on his back, persistently trying to snatch Xiaohua's flame-tipped feathers and toss them onto Zhang Qingshan. Luo Yingyu couldn't bear to watch, closing her eyes. Even Biengu understood that the dead couldn't be revived. Memories of her time with the steward flooded her mind. The emperor will finally be brought to justice. Looking at the steward's body, she was on the verge of losing control. She looked sharply towards the still open spatial passage, sensing a ghostly aura on the steward. Rage surged within her. Biengu chirped incessantly. "What's happening? I finally found him, and now he's gone." Meanwhile, in the northern Yu territory, bloody rain continued to condense. The 4 figures blocking it lay on the ground, vomiting blood, barely alive. In the distance, ministers stumbled away, supporting each other as they fled. At the center, the northern Yu emperor laughed maniacally. "Just a few of you think you can stop me?" Suddenly, the space behind him rippled. The emperor's laughter abruptly ceased. His pale eyes turned, and a grin revealed a set of inhuman teeth. Luo Yingyu, still masked and clad in white, stood there. Yan Jingshua's mental state was overloaded. Plus 999 points for mental fortitude. Cuishen's mentality exploded. Plus 999 points for mental fortitude. Both simultaneously displayed emotional feedback. Even the point values were identical. Suddenly, Luo Yingyu understood. The Northern Yu Emperor had summoned a ghost through other means, sacrificing himself in exchange for breaking through the 5 paths, driven mad by the pursuit of immortality. The Emperor let out a series of strange laughs. "Oh, it's you. You're quite the spectacle." The tree god order shot out, wrapping around the emperor's neck, the other end held firmly in Luo Ingyo's hand. With a sharp yank, a plume of black smoke was dragged out. The emperor screamed in agony, alternating between human cries and ghostly wails. Luo Ingyu was using the tree god order to pull the possessing ghost, Kuei Shun, from the emperor's body. Lightning crackled around Kuei Shun, bound by the tree god order. With another pull and a toss, Luo Ingyu flung the bound Kuei Shun aside. Her voice remained calm. When did I say you could speak? The dragon bone sword hummed, its tip pointed directly at the emperor's forehead. Luo Ingyu smiled, a fierce, menacing smile. Yan Jingshua spoke. You murdered your children, your family, using the royal bloodline to summon demons. The court officials were stunned, their faces pale. What did this mean? Had the emperor been orchestrating deaths since the first royal family member fell ill? He hadn't fallen today. He'd been on this demonic path for years. A Buddha statue appeared behind Luo Ingyu. Unlike the previous golden, wide-eyed Buddha, this one was black, its eyes closed, like a sinister ancient monarch surveying its corrupted subjects. Its oppressive presence forced Kuei Shun to his knees. The Northern Yu Emperor felt a chill of fear, a desire to retreat. Luo Ingyu stood between the emperor and Kuei Shun, the black Buddha looming over Kuei Shun. The dragon bone sword pointed at the emperor. She stroked the sword's hilt, her voice soft yet clear to all. One last question. Who killed my steward? Another strike ended the dog emperor's life. Watching the flurry of sword strikes, the Northern Yu Emperor couldn't comprehend. Luo Ingyu wasn't supposed to have any cultivation aptitude. How could she cultivate now, and so conveniently? He must be insanely jealous of me. I knew it. I knew you had other ways to cultivate. Why didn't you tell me? Why? I am the emperor, you should have. Luo Ingyo's eyes suddenly hardened. It was you who killed him. Thousands of sword shadows erupted, fiercely lunging towards the Northern Yu Emperor's chest. The emperor mobilized his heavenly martial grand completion level aura, attempting to block these sword energies. But Luo Ingyo's outburst was too ferocious. This thousand-feather, sundering yang technique was unleashed with her full strength. Swish, swish, swish. The thousand sword shadows, carrying the momentum to pierce even the Northern Yu Emperor's soul, passed through his chest one after another, piercing his heart and lungs. After this strike, Luo Ingyu immediately followed up with a second technique, Wind Frost Shadow Dust. Sword energies scattered and exploded within the Northern Yu Emperor's body. His body was riddled with holes, dripping with blood. But even so, he still wasn't dead. The physique of a heavenly martial grand completion cultivator was evident. His wounds were even rapidly healing. He was infinitely close to breaking through to the desolate tomb realm, having glimpsed a trace of its Tao. Luo Ingyu suddenly spoke. So you don't even have a life soul. This statement was like dancing on the Northern Yu Emperor's head, trampling on his dignity. The officials, along with the four heavenly swords, immediately began to jeer, attempting to assist with their verbal barbs. Oh, he has the worst kind of talent. Does he even know how he reached heavenly martial grand completion? The human monarch made a deal with ghosts. His cultivation realm is fake. Their merciless taunts cut at the Northern Yu Emperor's dignity like knives. The emperor roared in fury. Trash. You can't kill me with just these two swords. He erupted with the speed of a heavenly martial grand completion cultivator, intending to charge forward and engage Luo Ingyu in hand-to-hand combat. Fortunately, Luo Ingyu also possessed speed. With a spin of her foot, the shadow of a black Buddha flashed behind her. As the black shadow shimmered, each step she took bloomed a black lotus. Her speed was even faster. She instantly dodged the Northern Yu Emperor's explosive attack, but she didn't retreat. Instead, she turned and appeared behind the Emperor, raising her dragonbone sword. This sword strike seemed to tear a rift in space itself, leaving visible gashes in the air it passed through. The dragonbone sword emitted a resonant clang. Blood sprayed into the torn air. The head rolled 3 times after landing. With a single, swift stroke, Luo Ingyu had beheaded the Northern Yu Emperor. Everything around them froze, the silence broken only by the sound of everyone's heartbeats. Everyone looked at her with complex emotions, respect, admiration, and fear. Chung Yu, the martial arts instructor from the Jixia Academy, immediately questioned the testing device. That device had tested Luo Yingyu twice, and both times confirmed she had absolutely no cultivation talent. But now, she had killed the Northern Yu Emperor, a heavenly martial grand completion cultivator. This was the unequaled commander that Yi Si had chosen. Truly monstrous. Before their excitement could fully bloom, the tree god chain behind them was shattered by Kuei Shun. A terrifying aura immediately spread. Kuei Shun laughed maniacally. "You're all going to die." Kuei Shun's surging energy exploded outwards. He looked at the citizens of the city, making a grinding sound with his teeth. "Today, I will turn Jixia into a field of corpses." Luo Yingyu instantly turned and faced Kuei Shun, sword raised. The evil spirits, freed from Yu Yu's restraints, began to frantically claim the lives of the living. Yu Yu cursed under her breath. "Damn it. The Ruo tree's roots have been unsealed by the Jade Prohibition. All living beings, including evil spirits, can now break through the 5 paths and enter the desolate tomb realm." She hadn't expected this old ghost to break through the restriction at such a crucial moment. Kuei Shun's surging energy exploded. The sheer force of the impact sent the civil and military officials sprawling. He looked at the citizens, a grinding sound emanating from his teeth. "Running is useless. Today, I will turn Jixia into a field of corpses. If you want to blame someone, blame your emperor. 30 years ago, he summoned me. The people of the Northern Yu royal family, and all under heaven, will become my meal." His voice carried a strange energy. The sound waves, amplified by his ghostly power, disrupted people's minds. Many ordinary citizens couldn't withstand the assault, collapsing to the ground with blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Luo Yingyu instantly turned and charged towards Kuei Shun, sword raised. This wasn't her first encounter with a desolate tomb realm ghost. The last one, Manhwa, was so powerful that she escaped even under the heavenly punishment. It was clear that a vast chasm existed between heavenly martial grand completion and the desolate tomb realm. Kuei Shun laughed wildly at the approaching Luo Yingyu. After breaking through to the desolate tomb realm, he no longer held even a Xuanwu guard like Luo Yingyu in any regard. He exhaled a cloud of black gas, instantly enveloping Luo Yingyu within it. Luo Yingyu felt like she had plunged into a rolling, greenish-black abyss. There was nothing. The absolute blackness was filled with Kuei Shun's aura. His terrifying laughter echoed around her like a demonic chant. "I heard you can summon heavenly lightning. I've used a ghost artifact to isolate you from heaven and earth. Let's see how you summon lightning now." Luo Yingyu quickly pulled on the tree god chain, wrapping it around her dragonbone sword. Crackling lightning flashed in her palm. Thunder punissement, myriad manifestation. Thunder violently erupted from Luo Yingyu's body, emitting a blinding flash and transforming into a gigantic thunder beast. Facing a desolate tomb realm expert, Luo Yingyu didn't dare hold back, immediately unleashing her strongest life-bound technique. The thunder beast roared at Kuei Shun and charged forward, its body radiating countless lightning bolts. Meanwhile, Luo Yingyu also raised her dragonbone sword, entwined with the tree god's love. A Buddhist statue appeared beside her and charged towards Kuei Shun without hesitation. Kuei Shun, jolted by the thunder punishment, exclaimed, "You can actually condense thunder yourself. Just how concentrated and abundant is your spiritual power to achieve this?" Kuei Shun's killing intent towards Luo Yingyu intensified. "This girl cannot be left alive." With a roar, his body swelled, and he opened his massive mouth, revealing a black ghost pearl within, spinning and growing larger. Facing this ghost pearl, Luo Yingyu instinctively sensed danger and quickly dodged to the side. Focusing her mind, with a thought, she separated the thunder punishment into 2, flanking her left and right, and sent them hurtling towards Kuei Shun. She realized Kuei Shun was trying to prevent her from ascending. Black lotuses bloomed beneath Luo Yingyu's feet, one after another. As she sprinted, they formed a trail of interconnected blossoms. The black-faced Buddhist statue followed close behind, one hand upright, the other hanging down. Kuei Shun condensed another ghost pearl in the air, larger and more menacing than before. But at this moment, the closed eyes of the black-faced Buddhist statue suddenly snapped open, revealing eyes as bright as the golden crow, seemingly radiating light. Kuei Shun, caught in the statue's gaze, froze as if immobilized. The spinning ghost pearl in his mouth gradually slowed and stopped. It quickly dissipated into nothingness. Luo Ingyu, accompanied by the Thunder Punishment, charged forward. She raised her Dragonbone sword. The Thunder Punishment, formed from lightning, moved even faster. With a swift upward surge, it slammed a claw onto Kuei Shun's forehead. The electric current and the force of the blow caved in half of Kuei Shun's head. His body, racked by the lightning, erupted with countless wisps of ghostly energy. Luo Ingyu's tree, God's love, followed close behind, entwining itself around Kuei Shun's body amidst the flashing lightning. Luo Ingyu pulled hard, and a spray of black blood splattered across the ground. She had judged correctly. Kuei Shun feared ascension attacks. "Today is your death date," she declared. The ghost, who had broken through to the martial forest realm, was utterly destroyed by Luo Ingyu. As the black, ghostly energy dissipated, everyone finally regained their senses. Kuei Shun was dead, no longer existing. The headless body of the Northern Yu Emperor still knelt there. A vast emptiness remained. The ground was covered in blood. The court officials stared in shock at Luo Ingyu, unable to comprehend what they had witnessed. She had killed a martial forest realm expert. How could Luo Ingyu's battle prowess be so terrifying? The aura she had just displayed was that of a Xuanwu guard. A Xuanwu guard had killed a martial forest realm expert. "Heaven blesses our Northern Yu kingdom," they exclaimed in awe and adoration. Luo Ingyu looked up at the sky, depleted of spiritual energy. "Grandpa Zhang, I've avenged you. Rest in peace." Meanwhile, with Baiangu, ever since Luo Ingyu disappeared into the spatial passage, Xiaohua had been terrified, running for his life. Baiangu chased after him relentlessly. "Damn it, what are you doing, Baiangu?" Xiaohua cursed. The terrifying human girl clearly didn't want his fire to touch this stubborn old man who had force-fed him corn. "You useless, good-for-nothing chimera. Stop acting like an idiot." Xiaohua was bewildered. "Are you crazy?" Baiangu was exasperated. He couldn't explain the significance of cremation to Xiaohua. Suddenly, he stopped. Xiaohua also stopped, watching him warily. Baiangu took a deep breath, mentally rehearsing the pronunciation countless times, then bellowed, "Jiu!" Xiaohua's mind filled with curses. "Go to hell. He still can't talk. This is infuriating." Baiangu, refusing to give up, chirped again. The sound was still just "Jiu-jiu." Xiaohua looked at Baiangu in bewilderment. Although he couldn't understand the words, he could sense Baiangu's urgency. A raging fire consumed Zhang Qingshan's body, engulfing him completely. Baiangu, overjoyed, circled Zhang Qingshan excitedly. A red silk ribbon flew out from the flames, hovering above Zhang Qingshan's head, slowly rotating. The fire burned for an unknown time, leaving only ashes on the ground. The red ribbon remained untouched by the flames. Baiangu hopped over, picked up the soul-nourishing ribbon, and pondered where to put it. With a flick of his head, the vibrant ribbon wrapped itself around his neck, tying itself into a bow on his chest. Baiangu looked down at the bow. "Ju, so pretty." Xiaohua stared at him as if he were an idiot. "Baiangu, you're finished. Just wait." Since the Ruo tree's awakening, Yin Chiliang had disappeared. After Luo Ingyu defeated the possessed emperor, she felt a sense of release. She looked around, taking in the various scenes of life unfolding along the street. Everyone had their own lives, but Luo Ingyu felt alone. She didn't know how to face her own life from now on. As she walked, a towering tree appeared before her, its massive trunk dozens of meters thick, reaching towards the sky, its roots deeply embedded in the earth. The holy princess's mansion was deserted. A battle had taken place here. Death was his. Walking. All the Shadow Guard members stationed here had perished. Luo Ingyu pushed open the mansion's gate and slowly walked towards the tree. It had no branches, no leaves. A bare trunk rooted there, yet brimming with life. Luo Ingyu could sense an ancient, extraordinarily vigorous life force. Was this the Ruoma tree? She slowly sat down, leaning against the Ruoma tree. With everything over, grief welled up endlessly. Grandpa Butler's soft gasp broke the silence. Suppressed sobs escaped his lips. Luo Ingyu wept softly, releasing her emotions in this desolate place. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder. Luo Ingyu spun around with lightning lightning speed, instantly grabbing the hand and yanking hard, throwing the person to the ground. She snapped, "Who?" But to her surprise, Yin Chiling scrambled up, grumbling and crying while brushing off his dirty clothes. "Wah, you hit me again. Why do you always like hitting people?" Luo Yingyu stared at him blankly, tilting her head in bewilderment. Yin Chiling was surprisingly resilient. Before, such a throw would have injured him, but now he was completely fine. He dusted himself off and walked over, muttering petulantly, "I'm a tree spirit now. How can you still attack me? A normal person, even one who's broken through to the zero realm, couldn't even touch me. No, it's Luo Yingyu who's abnormal." Luo Yingyu deactivated her attack stance and wiped her tears, leaning back against the tree trunk without speaking. Yin Chiling clearly wanted to talk to her and sat down beside her. Luo Yingyu glanced at him. "Don't you find it strange, leaning against your own branch?" Yin Chiling cleared his throat. "I saved one of your 66. He said this while lifting his chin high, like he did as a child, his expression full of prideful expectation of praise. Luo Yingyu finally reacted. Someone from the shadow guard she'd stationed here was still alive. This was incredibly good news. The next moment, a large root emerged from the ground, rising upwards and eventually pulling someone up with it. It was Zhouhua. Yin Chiling explained that Zhouhua was still recovering. Luo Yingyu suddenly thought of something, her eyes shining with anticipation as she looked at him. Yin Chiling shook his head and waved his hands. "I don't have that kind of power. I can't save anyone else. I certainly can't resurrect the dead. Besides, I'm bound by the heavenly Tao. As a tree spirit, I can't interfere too much in human affairs." Luo Yingyu's hope faded, and she frowned. "Then how about Zhouhua?" Yin Chiling explained. "When I awakened, it was because he was in danger. All I could think about was saving him. The center of the Ruomu tree's roots is directly beneath him. The earth, with him at its core, has formed an absolute life cycle." Luo Yingyu settled back down. "It's good that he's alive. Saving one is better than none." She offered a sincere thank you. Yin Chiling hopped with excitement like a little rabbit, practically wagging his tail. "So, can you still bring me all sorts of pastries in the future?" Luo Yingyu was speechless. "How can you only think about food?" Yi appeared. The sapling's parents also appeared. However, the first thing they did upon meeting was to start fighting. Since the Ruomu sapling has taken root and the Northern Jade is fully activated, let's first explain the current global distribution. The world is divided into East, South, West, and North, each with a jade. Besides these 4 jades, there's also Zhaoga and Dragon Island, independent of the 4. Zhaoga is known as the holy capital where the divine doctor resides. It's also a sacred place that countless talented experts desperately want to enter. Their geniuses are commonplace, and expert are a dime a dozen. Zhaoga also possesses a world tree. Dragon Island, which counterbalances Zhaoga, is overflowing with demonic energy. It's also the dream destination of countless demon races. Dragon Island also has a world tree. This, combined with the knowledge of the world structure that ECI previously shared with the sapling, makes sense. The Eastern Jade has the world tree Fusang. The Southern Jade has the world tree Undying. The Western Jade has the world tree Sugarcane. The Northern Jade has the world tree Ruomu. 8 world trees in the East, South, West, and North, plus the 2 on Dragon Island and Zhaoga, make a total of 10 world trees. Alright, let's get to the main point. After Luo Yingyu defeated Xie Sui and the Ruomu, sapling took root. The divine artifact above Zhaoga suddenly rang. This startled everyone. Heavens! No one knows when the divine bell last rang. If I remember correctly, it was 30 years ago. So, something major must have happened. Meanwhile, within the bell and drum tower, the closest place to the divine bell, it was unusually quiet. 10 chairs were occupied by the 10 divine seats. There were no friendly greetings, no polite exchanges. The 10 divine seats immediately got down to business. The Food God Conference officially began. Divine Seat 3 spoke first. Now that the aura of the Ruomu tree shines upon the land, it means the shackles of the northern lands are gone. Divine Seat 4 added, the northern lands were previously concealed. This definitely wasn't the work of any outside interference. Thus, a person of great destiny must have emerged within the northern lands and broken the prohibition from within. Divine Seat 2 chimed in, exactly. So a new genius must have been born. The other divine seats echoed in agreement. The one who cultivates the Ruomu tree must possess great merit. Therefore, this genius should appear in Zhaoga soon. However, while the 9 divine seats were holding their serious meeting, Divine Seat 10, the Dragon Clan Venerable, was dozing off. Seeing this, Divine Seat 1, Feng Changyuan, was displeased. Dragon Clan Venerable, shouldn't you be more serious? Only the sound of snoring grew louder. Divine Seat 1 grew impatient and raised his voice. Finally, the Dragon Clan Venerable reacted. Hey, who's yelling at this Venerable? Dragon Clan Venerable, we're discussing a matter that affects the fate of the world. Please be serious. I know. So, fill this Venerable in on what you've discussed so far. Divine Seat 1 was completely exasperated. He slammed the table and stood up. Dragon Clan Venerable. Hey, who's barking now? This Venerable said, I'm listening. In an instant, the two began to fight. The other divine seats simply watched the commotion. Some even left the meeting room without a word. Well, let's go too. This meeting isn't going anywhere. Divine Seat 4 suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, it's been 9 years since the 10-year agreement, hasn't it? 1 year left. Divine Seat 5 agreed. So, after the war between the two clans, I wonder if the ranks of Divine Seats 2 and 3 will be lowered. After all, the Divine Seats aren't permanent. Divine Seat 7 added, compared to that, I'm more interested in who's stronger, Divine Seat 1 or Divine Seat 10. After all, Divine Seat 10 didn't participate in the last ranking battle. Meanwhile, under a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree in Zhaoga, Yi Si sat leisurely drinking tea in a pavilion. He had waited a long time. The two divine physicians finally arrived. The newcomers were Yun Qianyi and Luo Tianzong. With Yi Si's status as the young master of Dragon Island, it was understandable that he wouldn't be defeated. But Yi Si still respectfully bowed. Luo Tianzong didn't speak. Yun Qianyi spoke first. Young master of Dragon Island, what brings you to Zhaoga? Yi Si had anticipated the consequences of revealing this matter. So he took a wooden box from his sleeve and placed it in front of the two. When the wooden box was opened, a silver nail lay inside, perfectly intact. It initially seemed like an ordinary silver nail. But in the next second, Yun Qianyi stood up in agitation. Luo Tianzong, who had just been indifferent, suddenly became tense. Clearly, both of them simultaneously revealed a murderous aura. Before Yi Si could react, Luo Tianzong's sword was already pointed at him. This aura, have you seen her? Luo Yingyo's parents had finally appeared. However, their arrival almost cost Yi Si his life. At this moment, Luo Tianzong's sword was pointed at Yi Si's throat. Yun Qianyi's crackling lightning was also ready to strike. Facing the intense killing intent of his future parents-in-law, Yi Si wasn't afraid. Instead, he calmly pondered. Legend has it that the two strongest of the previous generation of the Divine Physician family were at the Divine Soul Realm. This information has persisted until now. Everyone believes it. But judging by the aura of these two, they're at least at the demigod realm. Yi Si was astonished. It seems the Divine Physician family has been hiding their strength all these years. Luo Yingyo's mother used the power of lightning, and her father used the sword. I must say, that brat really inherited your strengths perfectly. After saying that, Yi Si glanced at the place where the food gods had just So, the top 10 divine seats at the peak of cultivation must have changed long ago, haven't they? Luo Yingyo's mother was already impatient. Clearly, she was a fiery woman. I'll give you 3 seconds. Tell me why that silver nail has her aura on it. Tell me, have you seen her? Luo Yingyo's father also instantly brandished his sword. Young man, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm warning you. Whether your dragon clan has any future descendants depends on how fast my sword is today. Facing the domain suppression of 2 demigod realm experts, Yi Si wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he was unusually happy to in that case. It seems the brat's parents still care very much about their daughter. If they were like Bei Yudi's parents, it would be a waste. Please calm down. Sit down and have some tea. Then we can talk slowly. Hearing this, the 2 demigod realm experts suppressed their urge to eat dragon meat. With a whoosh, they sat down and stared intently at Yi Si. Then, Yi Si began a long, rambling explanation that lasted 618 hours. Let's start from how I met the little brat, and then how mischievous and naughty she was. The key is she was both smart and mischievous. Then, how exceptional her cultivation talent was, and how the little brat became No, will become Yi Jun's next successor. During this time, Luo Dad and Luo Mom were truly moved to tears one moment and roaring with laughter the next. Luo Mom was the first to speak. This child takes after me. Luo Dad immediately retorted, takes after me. Guess who figured out how to act cute and get her way the first time she saw it? That's definitely inheriting my perfect talent for playing cute. Shameless, the both of you. Yi Si laughed. Hee. Don't forget Yu also has the surname Luo. Just a moment ago, these two were at daggers drawn. Now their combined IQ was less than that of a 6-year-old. Perhaps even old dog Yi himself hadn't expected that these two, who usually couldn't exchange more than 3 sentences without arguing, would be so eloquent when talking about the little brat. Seeing the two divine physicians bickering like an old married couple, Yi Si quickly brought the topic back to the main point. Yang Wei, Xian, let me finish. Although the Ruoma tree has taken root, it hasn't grown any leaves yet, so we still can't directly travel to the north through the space-time tunnel. Therefore, the most important thing right now is the dragon sand seal on the little brat. This news must be kept secret. Hearing this, Luo Dad immediately gritted his teeth. Let me find out who did this. I'll wipe out their entire family. Luo Mom suddenly reminded him, oh please, you should start investigating your own family first. Finally, Luo Mom calmed down a bit. Fortunately, my Yu was thrown into Beiyu and then met you when you were undergoing the true dragon tribulation. Otherwise, we really don't know when we would have seen Yu. Luo Dad also voiced his doubts. S.O. Who was it who used such a vicious seal on my daughter and threw her into Beiyu, a place that's impossible to reach? That damn place. To be honest, Yi Si had thought about this question no less than 3,000 times that I was in Beiyu for my tribulation purely by chance. But to use 10 dragon nails to seal the little brat, besides the divine physician ancestor, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing this, Luo Dad's killing intent surged. That good-for-nothing ancestor. Just let me find out which one it was. Luo Mom was incredibly worried 0.6 nails have already been removed, corresponding to 18 years of her life. So she should be 12 years old now. That means she only has 6 years left. We must hurry to Beiyu and bring Yu back. Hearing Beiyu mentioned 3 times, Yi Si had even more to say that you'll definitely find her in Beiyu. Knowing that little rascal, she's definitely made a name for herself by now. Also, you two needn't worry too much. Before I left, I placed a young soul thread within her. Judging by the current situation, she shouldn't be in any serious danger. Hearing this, the two parents were overwhelmed with gratitude. But in the next second, Yi Si suddenly felt something was terribly wrong. The red thread connected to his nerves seemed to have broken. Luo Mom panicked. What happened? Not good. I just sensed the Yang soul thread break. Luo Dad exclaimed. The two demigods were instantly stunned. That it's over, it's over. We just heard the good news about finding our daughter and haven't even seen her yet, and she's already. Biengu's secret identity was finally revealed. Not only was she by Zeyuzi, she was also the ancient divine beast that disappeared during the God-Demon War, an extremely rare one at that. Luo Dad and Luo Mom were restless ever since they learned that Yu's Yang soul thread had broken. Fortunately, Old Doggy offered some comfort. Don't worry, you two. The divine physician family is inherently immortal. Even if the Yang soul thread is broken, a sliver of her soul will definitely remain. So reviving Yu is only a matter of time. Despite these words, the two parents were still incredibly worried. Luo Dad was worried sick. The problem is my precious little brat has the dragon sand seal on her. Luo Mom was equally anxious. Although several nails have been removed, it's still the strongest seal forged from slaying a true dragon. There are still 4 left, and it's a seal on her soul. If anything goes wrong, we as parents simply can't bear it. Seeing their worry, Yi Si hurriedly explained the key point. That brat has a Bai Zai cub with her. He's very fond of Yu. They're extremely close friends. So close that they eat, sleep, and even use the toilet together. Hearing that it was an ancient divine beast, Bai Zai Luo Mom immediately calmed down a lot. Luo Dad also regained his composure. It seems that since the Beiyu barrier was lifted, many things left over from the ancient God-Demon War. Everything is gradually returning to its original place. So, the little Bai Zay cub, along with the Yang Soul thread, is a double guarantee. My precious baby girl should be alright, right? Luo mom was reluctant as she watched Yi Si withdraw the silver nail. But as a fellow man, Luo dad's intuition told him that the little dragon opposite him had an unusual relationship with his daughter. Little dragon, I don't know why you helped my precious girl, but I hope it's not what I'm thinking. But in any case, thank you. Luo, Mei Run has a straightforward personality. She bears grudges and takes revenge. It seems there are smart ones in Dragon Island. After all, when Yu Yu was born, she carried the tree, God Love, which all divine physicians fear. Therefore, the 9 divine physician clans all wanted to eliminate her in the cradle. But Dragon Island was different. So, we will remember this kindness. Furthermore, we, the Yun and Luo families, guarantee that the Dragon Island Young Master will have a place among the future divine seats. Yichipaozid, the adult world is indeed complicated. It seems both parents think I came here to claim credit. I didn't help the little one for any personal gain. I wanted to help her, mainly because during my larval stage, I met her when she was also a child, and we spent a wonderful time together. Yi Si's lips curled upwards as he spoke for the second time. No one knew how happy he was with the little one. Luo Dad had already made the following arrangements. All right, little dragon, we understand the situation. Leave the rest to me. And with only a sliver of your soul remaining, don't even think about traveling through time and space to save Yu Yu. Yes, I suggest you stay here and continue investigating the matter of the third dragon. As Yu Yu's parents, we should do something for her. Luo Dad suddenly added, besides, you're the Dragon Island Young Master. If anything happens to you, her mother, and I wouldn't be able to bear your father's wrath. Although Qian, Yi, and I have already achieved half-divine bodies, powerful enough to defy the food god, that old dragon has a fiery temper. He's lived for tens of thousands of years. We'd probably be nothing more than snacks to him. Yi Si bowed respectfully that I understand. With my current strength, entering a space-time rift would be suicide, and the Dragon Sandstone Peak material is indeed something he's been concerned about for many years. Thinking back to when Father used all his strength to protect the last of the dragon's bloodline. So, in places unknown to me, there are other dragons who were skinned and boned to death. This matter must be investigated. Thinking of this, Yi Si suddenly thought of something else. If he could think of these things, couldn't his father? That old geezer. He's probably forgotten he even has a handsome son. Or could it be that even Father can investigate this? Suddenly, Yi Si stopped. Both parents looked at him as if something major had happened. What is it, little dragon? Yi Si quickly gestured with his hand that, oh right, she's about this tall. He indicated about 1 meter high, and she has an afro. Very mischievous. Luo Dad and Luo Mom were speechless. You silly boy, you're a dragon. Your childhood lasts a long time. Our precious girl is human. Humans grow up fast, especially after 10 years old. She might already be a graceful young lady. You see, I didn't say anything more, just looked back at the 2 parents. Then he walked to the exit of the space and jumped through. The man who once single-handedly stormed the Chaogu was now picking his nose in a corner. Yi Si was disgusted. He couldn't bear to see the father he had searched for hundreds of years in such a sorry state. Yi Si, without a word, pulled his father up. Before he could speak, the other man exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this my darling dragon? Dragon baby, Daddy missed you so much. Give Daddy a kiss." Yi Si was utterly disgusted. "Get your filthy hands off me. You're disgusting. Take me home now." And with a whoosh, the 2 transformed into 2 streaks of green light and left. Watching them leave, Luo Dad and Luo Mom were speechless. Oh my god. Was that the legendary dragon Venerable? The hot-tempered dragon Venerable? He's so unkempt. Meanwhile, at the Holy Princess's mansion, the dinosaur girl was still chattering nonstop that, oh my god, while you were gone, Ji Xia has really changed. A new snail noodle shop opened in the east of the city, a Mishue ice cream in the west, a Huangmin Ji in the north, and a breakfast chung fun place in the south. You have no idea. They're all so delicious. It's a pity I can't be too far from the Roma tree. Otherwise, I'd go eat there every day. The dinosaur girl chattered on and on. It's clear that after all these years, the little girl is lonely inside. No one to talk to. Meanwhile, Yu, beside her, not only remained silent, but also seemed to be letting everything go in one ear and out the other. She stared blankly at the system panel in front of her. It displayed a total score of 1.1 million. Although her score started to climb rapidly after she became famous in one fell swoop, for some reason, she wasn't happy at all. Suddenly, 4 emotion prompts appeared on the system panel. The first and last belonged to Yi. Yu was puzzled. Why didn't the 2 prompts in the middle have names? Logically, these 2 emotion prompts should have appeared alongside Yi's, but for some reason, they weren't recorded. So whose were the 2 missing emotion prompts? And who was Yi talking about her with? The more Yu thought about it, the more something felt wrong. Could it be that this system only collects scores from places I've been, things I've touched, and people who share the same space as me? If that's the case, where are you now, DNCI? Looking at the distracted Luo Yingyu below, the dinosaur girl was truly angry. Did you hear anything I said? What's wrong with you? Why are you so down? Just shut up. You talk too much. In an instant, smoke puffed from One Yan's head as her score increased by 999. Yu is even more confused. Aren't you a tree now? Why do you still have your original name? Shouldn't you be called Shulin? The dinosaur girl, fuming, continued to mutter to Luo Yingyu. It was clear that although she was usually boisterous, she truly considered Yu a close friend. Seeing Yu abruptly get up and leave, she panicked. Hey, when are you coming back to talk to me? What am I going to do without Yi and Z? Yu didn't respond. Ever since Butler Grandpa passed away, she had been in this numb state. Looking at the revitalized Jixia, everyone had moved on to a new life, but it felt like she was the only one still stuck in the past. Yu walked as if she had lost her soul, arriving at the former princess's mansion. Looking at the familiar furnishings, everyone who lived here should be gone now. She hadn't been back in years, and now only she remained. She didn't want to reminisce, but she truly couldn't forget those memories. Touching the empty stone bench in the courtyard, she remembered spending time with Butler Grandpa. She remembered celebrating New Year's with Yi and shelling roasted sunflower seeds together. It felt like it had just happened yesterday. But now, Butler Grandpa was gone, and that guy Yi, who knew where he was enjoying life. What would he think if he knew Butler Grandpa had passed away? Ever since Butler Grandpa passed away, Yu has been so depressed. Even the narrator can't bear to continue. After losing Butler Grandpa, she truly lost all motivation to move forward. In her current state, the Ruomu tree had just taken root and hadn't sprouted any leaves yet. Who knew how long it would take before she could leave Beilu? Yu sighed. She really didn't want to know. But just then, ripples suddenly appeared in the space in front of her. In the next second, a 1.5-meter tall creature with a large bow rushed out. Clearly, the narrator's skeleton was even more beautiful now. The appearance of the divine beast by Zay made Yu realize that Butler Grandpa wasn't dead after all. This was incredibly good news. Yu finally perked up. She was going to revive Butler Grandpa. Just now, the 1.5-meter tall creature, who had ripped through space-time, came down to find Yu. Seeing the big red bow on the creature's neck, Yu immediately gave it a big smack. The narrator's skeleton looked like a fool. Are you rushing off to a wedding? Saying this gave the narrator's skeleton 88 points, plus 99. The narrator's skeleton was wronged. It wanted to explain itself, but it could only make chirping sounds. When would it finally be able to speak? Suddenly, within the bow, Yu sensed a familiar aura. It was Butler Grandpa's aura. Inside the bow, Butler Grandpa's soul was preserved. In an instant, all of Yu's sadness from the past few days disappeared. She happily ran towards the 1.5-meter tall creature. But that's great. I knew it. Grandpa Zhang, you couldn't bear to leave me. Saying this, she gave the narrator's skeleton a kiss. Good job. The narrator's skeleton was dumbfounded. A slap just now and now this? What was going on? Yu grew more and more excited. Now that she had Butler Grandpa Zhang's soul, all she needed was to find him a physical body. Then, wouldn't Butler Grandpa be able to return her side? Suddenly, Yu hugged the 1.5-meter tall creature tightly again. I must find a 1,000-year-old body for Butler Grandpa, one that's immortal and indestructible. I must make sure he can stay with me forever. System, how can I rebuild a physical body? Immediately, the system presented 3 options. Yu carefully examined the 3 options. The first offered a lifespan of 100 years, the second, 500 years, and the third, 1,000 years with the potential for continued cultivation. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu's eyes gleaming with determination, she chose the third option. Immediately after 1 million points were deducted, Yu was dumbfounded that, oh my, what are these materials? I've never heard of any of them. Fortunately, the system provided guidance. The first material, by Zay fetal hair. Yu was surprised. Why was the arrow pointing to her bracelet? Could there be by Zay fetal hair inside the bracelet? At this moment, perhaps even Luo Yingyu didn't know that the 1.5-meter tall creature she bullied daily was actually the legendary divine beast, by Zay. The next second, following the system's prompt, Yu retrieved the small braid of fetal hair she had plucked out earlier from the bracelet. No way. This is by Zay fetal hair? I can't believe it. A divine beast has been by my side all along. In an instant, the 1.5-meter tall creature felt a golden light protecting its body, sparkling brilliantly. Bai Zay felt proud, and its points increased by 99. Yu was overjoyed. It was fortunate that Yi Si had asked her to subdue the little guy back then. And because of her mischievous nature, she had made Bai Zay's fetal hair into a whip, which she had kept until now. Come to think of it, Yi Si had warned her back then, saying that Bai Zay's fetal hair wouldn't grow back, and that the fetal hair was very precious. So, Yi Si should have known long ago that Bai Zay was the ancient divine beast. No wonder it cost 500,000 points to check its identity information. You little guy, you have such a powerful identity. Legend has it that Bai Zay is an auspicious omen, capable of bringing good luck to the people of the world. And it knows all about astronomy and geography, and can offer guidance. Moreover, after reaching adulthood, it can speak. And there's only one in each era, completely unique. So, this little guy is truly a treasure among treasures. Next, the system pointed to the location of the second material. Yu was instantly filled with energy. If the direction wasn't wrong, it should be the northern region. Luo Yingyu immediately packed her bags. There were over 100 materials. She didn't know how long it would take to collect them all. So, she needed to say goodbye to Yin Xingyuan and the Three Stooges. After making all the arrangements, Yu excitedly hugged the 1.5-meter tall creature. You stinky Bai Zay, you're truly my lucky star. Xingyuan has become emperor. The Three Stooges have also risen to power. And the first thing Xingyuan did after becoming emperor was to thank Luo Yingyu. Ever since Yu's successful military trial, the northern Yu kingdom quickly ushered in a new spring. The new emperor was naturally Yin Xingyuan. On the day of his coronation, Yin Xingyuan was filled with emotion. He never thought that the little one who promised to help him avenge his family and ascend the throne would actually keep her word. He thought it was just a joke back then, but now she had truly become the great hero who saved the entire world. As Yin Xingyuan walked into the Jinluan Hall, he reminisced about the times he had spent with Luo Yingyu. She really does resemble that person more and more, but I'm still very grateful to you for saving everyone, for saving the northern Yu kingdom. The Jinluan Hall was soon filled with civil and military officials. Everyone was thrilled about the new emperor's ascension. Some wept tears of joy, others were filled with confidence. They discussed the past and future of the northern Yu kingdom. Suddenly, Chun Liangping spoke, "Long live the emperor. May the northern Yu kingdom rise." Immediately, all the civil and military officials knelt down. At this moment, Yin Xingyuan no longer had the childishness of the past. His face was filled with imperial majesty. "Rise," he said, looking at the ministers before him with a mix of emotions. The journey had been arduous. Suddenly, Yin Xingyuan spoke that I hereby bestow upon Yin Fudong the title of Princess Royal of the Northern Yu Kingdom, with the rank of Grand General exceeding first rank. This was something Yin Xingyuan had always wanted to do. After all, Yin Fudong, one of the Three Stooges, was his cousin by blood and a great hero who had defended their homeland. These were honors she rightfully deserved. Zhang Lisin was far away, serving as the Grand General, exceeding first rank and protector of the state. Zhang Youhu was the Grand General of Triumphant Return, also exceeding first rank. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Ge was still hurrying along on horseback. Ever since dealing with the Han and Liao kingdoms, Li Ge hadn't rested for a moment. On his way to the capital, he'd worn out no less than 618 pairs of shoes. Oh my god, I've finally reached the Jixia Imperial City. Let me rest for 2 minutes. Then I'll immediately go and kill that damned emperor. Suddenly, smoke and fire erupted all around Li Ge. What the heck is going on? It feels like a large army is approaching from all directions. Could the damned emperor have already noticed? As the approaching figures drew closer, they turned out to be Yin, Shaniyu, and Daihu. Li Ge was instantly dumbfounded. How did these two end up together? After several years, the three stooges had finally reunited. One was guarding the Nevernight Army headquarters, the other was in Yenzhou. The other was slaying evil spirits in Nanzhong. Yet, upon their reunion, the three shared a single goal: to kill the damned emperor. Yansheni was thrilled. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's see who gets to the damned emperor first. Quickly, the three spurred their horses towards the Jixia imperial city. The guards at the gate, seeing the Nevernight Army, were overjoyed. They immediately knelt down in unison, shouting, "Welcome, Grand General of triumphant return. Welcome, Grand General, protector of the state. Welcome, ever-victorious princess." Their voices were loud and clear, echoing through the sky. Even Yansheniu was stunned. No way. I just went and killed some evil spirits, and now I'm a princess. Daihu got straight to the point. Cut the crap. I just want to know where the damned emperor's head is. The damned emperor's head is currently hanging on the city wall for public display. Generals, don't be anxious. Please follow me into the city. The emperor and his ministers are waiting for you to attend a meeting. Yansheniu, true to her nature, was still bewildered. I just arrived, and I'm a princess. And the damned emperor was inexplicably defeated. What's going on? Hearing this, the soldiers didn't hide anything. They spoke frankly. Princess, the new emperor of Beiyu is your cousin. He's a descendant of a Yan clan. So, you are now the emperor's only living relative. The new emperor is the child of Prince Yanjun and Lioli. You should know this, princess. Yansheni was completely dumbfounded. The new emperor is our Yan Xingyuan from the Shadow Guard. He was once a sacred tree, bringing blessings to the land, but now, captivated by the delicious food of the mortal world, he cannot return. Since Xingyuan ascended the throne, he has specifically followed Luo Yingyo's instructions to build a magnificent residence for the Ruomu sapling. The key is that every day, different kinds of pastries and snacks are offered. Why haven't you come to play with me lately? I've been so bored. Every time they met, the dinosaur girl could chatter for 618 minutes. Hey, do you have something to celebrate today? You seem really happy. Luo and you didn't answer, just teased. While you're still small, eat as much as you can. Once you grow leaves, there will be so many people coming and go to see you, you probably won't have many chances to sneak food. The snacking sapling was unconcerned that that's easy. I'll just hide and eat. Suddenly, the dinosaur girl seemed to sense something. She threw down the pastry in her hand. Then in a flash, she vanished into the tree. Luo Yingyo's jaw dropped at so strange. Why did she suddenly run off? The next second, a large group of guards requested an audience with General Luo. The three great generals of the Nevernight Army have returned. They are currently awaiting you in the Jinluan Palace for a meeting. The sapling was overjoyed. I didn't expect the three stooges to arrive so quickly. I can finally see them. Before leaving, the sapling looked back at the dinosaur girl that I didn't realize her senses were so sharp. Could her roots spread throughout the entire Beiyu? As expected of an ancient sacred tree, Luo Yingyu quickly arrived at the Jinluan Palace. Upon arrival, he saw the three stooges handing over their various weapons. Luo Yingyu hurried forward. Since everyone is here, we can take care of everything at once. Seeing their leader arrive, the three stooges greeted him in unison. Boss, let me tell you, just put everything in your storage ring. It'll be easier to get them back later. Li Ge was ecstatic. Boss, I've missed you so much. Daihu hurriedly boasted. Boss, I've improved my martial arts. However, the sapling ignored them, pretending not to see them as he walked towards the Jinluan Palace. The three stooges were instantly dumbfounded. Daihu was the first to speak. That aren't we supposed to hand over our weapons? Why does the boss get special treatment? Li Ge was also Bu Fuqi. You have no idea how many hidden weapons he has. We probably couldn't even count them all. Yansheni was even more outraged. They just said I was the esteemed princess. So why do I have to hand over my weapons in my own home? Inside the Jinluan Palace, Luo Yingyu, with the dragonbone sword on her back, swaggered in. Looking at the ministers before her, Luo Yingyu felt a surge of emotion. After all, she was the one who had conquered this land and saved the countless citizens of Northern Yu. She hadn't even put down her luggage yet. The emperor, Yanxing, spoke. General Luo, you are excused from the kneeling ritual. Luo Yingyu smiled faintly and then bowed respectfully. Within a main hall, all the civil and military officials were astonished, each contributing 99 39 points of shock. After that, Luo and you walked towards the row of officials. At that moment, a civil official suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the kneeling ritual cannot be waived. Have you forgotten the incident at the Eastern Palace? Back then, she was spoiled and arrogant, committing many wrongdoings. Before Yin Xingyuan could speak, Yin Fudong, who had just entered, interjected, "I'd like to see who says it's not allowed. You should be glad my weapons were confiscated. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the right to stand here and speak." Dai Hu chimed in, "Saving the world. Those who save the world should be excused from formalities before the emperor." Li Gu also echoed, "Saving the world means no formalities." Then, the three stooges bowed together to the emperor. Looking at Yin Fudong, Yin Xingyan descended from his throne and helped his cousin to her feet. All three generals are excused from formalities. From now on, the princess is also exempt from kneeling. Yin Fudong looked up and met the emperor's gaze, suddenly filled with emotion. "So, this is my younger brother. No wonder I felt a strange sense of familiarity when we first met." Yin Xingyuan was also deeply moved. "So, this is my long-lost relative. Oh dear, I'll have to retire to the countryside again because of Luo Yingyo's meritorious service in saving Northern Yu." Yin Xingyuan wanted to give her the highest reward. "General, how about I bestow upon you the title of king, equal to a prince?" It must be said, the title of king, equal to a prince, held the highest authority besides the emperor. Just as Luo Yingyu was about to decline, the civil officials in the hall became agitated. Some knelt down, others voiced their concerns. "Your Majesty, absolutely not. Indeed, Your Majesty, our Northern Yu doesn't even have a proper prince yet. How can we have a king first? Not to mention, this is practically dividing the power of the court." Seeing this, the three stooges were furious. How dare they speak of their leader this way? Yin Fudong immediately retorted, "What's wrong with being a king? Why not?" Dai Hu also chimed in, "Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. All you do is blabber." Li Gu added, "Just you weak scholars. I could take on 1,000 of you." Seeing the civil officials trembling, Luo Yingyu almost laughed. These officials were truly amusing. They were the ones who opposed her promotion, and they were also the ones who cried heresy when she executed Yin Jing. However, their concerns were understandable. After all, great power brings great responsibility, and great wealth brings great trouble. Luo Yingyu pondered, looking at Yin Xingyuan on the throne. She suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. If only she had some sunflower seeds right now, she could just sit here and listen to them argue until the end of time. Suddenly, Luo Yingyu coughed, and the noisy hall fell silent. Luo Yingyu didn't speak. She simply walked to Yin Fudong and took out the mask she had been wearing. "General Yin, this mask is yours now. Keep it safe." These words shocked not only the civil and military officials, but even Yin Xingyuan. Everyone knew what the mask represented: command of the Knightless Army. Even if the leader of the Knightless Army were a bad person, they would still obey the mask. Chun Liangping, as if anticipating something, was the first to speak. "General Luo, you mustn't." Luo Yingyu smiled faintly. "Thank you for your care these past 2 years, General." Seeing this, Chun Liangping sighed. Knowing Luo Yingyu as he did, he knew she was determined. Then, the civil officials who had just feared Luo Yingyu gaining too much power in Northern Yu became anxious. "General Luo, please don't act rashly. Northern Yu can lose anyone, but not you. General Luo, please reconsider." Luo Yingyu ignored them, seriously addressing Yin Fudong. "The Knightless Army is yours now. I entrust them to you." Yin Fudong panicked. Although she had often joked about leading the Knightless Army, when she was truly given this responsibility, she felt overwhelmed. Despite her young age, Luo Yingyu understood everything. In times of peace, civil officials governed the nation. In times of war, military officials protected it. Therefore, the officials' earlier reactions were normal. Then, Luo Yingyu announced the next matter. "The emperor's later plans for the ministry will be transferred to you from Jian Songxiu." Yin Xingyuan stood up in surprise. He was just about to refuse, when Luo Yingyu interrupted him, "And no need to say too much. I understand. You know Jian Songxiu isn't good at managing finances, and besides, his heart isn't in it. Moreover, with the new emperor ascending the throne, Northern Yu is in ruins and needs a lot of financial support. Clearly, you need this money." Yin Xingyuan wanted to argue, but couldn't find reason. Also, The Shadow Guard assassins will be transferred to the royal family. There will be no more Shadow Department. They will become your left and right hands. With Gongzi Hong's protection, you don't need to worry about your safety. Luo Yingyu finished speaking and turned around with a flourish, leaving the stunned officials in the hall. Having arranged everything, she was exceptionally happy. There's no feast that doesn't end. Now that everything is settled, I can retire to the countryside. Luo Yingyu didn't turn back. She suddenly felt a pang of sadness at the parting. But now that Northern Yu was stable, her inner mission told her she still had many unfinished things to do. She had to save Butler Grandpa. She hadn't seen Yi Zi yet. She hadn't seen her parents. She still didn't know her own background. Watching Luo Yingyu's departing figure, Yin Xingyuan finally broke down. Luo Yingyu, you're even giving up your shadow guard. Where are you going? He lay in the court like a living mummy. However, the officials weren't afraid. Instead, they laughed at him. After arranging everything, Luo Yingyu felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Stretching lazily, she remembered ECI entrusting the Nightless Army to her when he left. Now, she had entrusted the Shadow Department and the Nightless Army to his former subordinates. It was like returning something to its rightful owner. Luo Yingyu looked seriously into the distance. She always felt that Northern Yu wasn't where she was meant to stay. She had a more important mission. Suddenly, footsteps caught Luo Yingyu's attention. Turning, she saw it was Gongzi Hong. Goodness, this guy is still coming to court on a stretcher. He's too dedicated. But Luo Yingyu quickly realized that although Gongzi Hong was covered in bandages, her sharp perception told her he had almost recovered. It seemed the medicine Yi Si left was very effective. She wanted to see what he was up to. Finally, Gongzi Hong was placed in the hall. Your Majesty, I wish to retire to my hometown. Hearing this, the officials showed no reaction. Gongzi Hong was surprised at what's going on. They're too calm. Suddenly, Luo Yingyu popped up. I just used that trick, so they won't fall for it again. And where are you retiring to? Your hometown is right here in Jixia. Are you going to retire to your backyard? Chun Ke was instantly furious. As always, only Luo Yingyu could handle Gongzi Hong. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the dad is still in the hall. Just wait to get beaten. As soon as she finished speaking, Chun Liangping rolled up his sleeves and smacked his son. You stinky brat. Retiring, are you? Quickly, the bandages on Gongzi Hong's arm were unwrapped, revealing healthy, tan skin. Chun Liangping became even angrier. You stinky brat, trying to trick your old man? Trying to gain power by retreating? If you want to be the Imperial Guard commander, just say it. The officials were unfazed. After Luo Yingyu's series of farewell pronouncements, their composure was already shattered, so Gongzi Hong's antics were nothing new. Chun Liangping chased him all the way out of the hall. Gongzi Hong felt wronged that I've served in the Imperial Guard for 18 years. Can't I be the commander? After watching the show, Luo Yingyu remembered one last thing. It might be the last time she saw her. Seeing Luo Yingyu, Kong Long Mei was delighted. Oh, you came to see me again. Luo Yingyu pointed to Zhou Fu on the branch. Has Zhou Hong recovered yet? Oh, he woke up once. He's currently breaking through his previous cultivation level. With the spiritual energy from the Romu tree, he's about to reach the 5th level. Luo Yingyu was surprised. Wow, another one with a cheat code. If the Three Stooges find out Zhou Hong jumped from Xuanwu to the 5th level, they'll lose it. Immediately after, Luo Yingyu took a box of snacks from a ring. Here's your favorite sweet osmanthus cake. I'll be leaving soon. Even though Luo Yingyu didn't say it out loud, Kong Long Mei could already guess. After all, as a tree spirit, he could sense all sorts of changes in the world. Not to mention, he could sense Luo Yingyu's inner thoughts. But he still wanted to hear her confirm, in a way, you're leaving? Where are you going? Luo Yingyu acted nonchalant. The world is so big, I want to see it. Then will you come back to see me? When you grow 9 branches, I'll come back to see you. Bianji Lin released Luo Yingyu's arm, suddenly looking dejected. That will probably take a long time. Luo Yingyu patted his shoulder, as if comforting him. That's why you have to work hard. Grow up quickly. We'll meet at the peak. How about that? Kong Long Mei watched Luo Yingyu's departing figure. He knew this separation might be 5 years, 10 years, or even 50 years. He hurriedly shouted at her. You said it yourself. You'll come back to see me. You have to keep your word. Suddenly, Yin Xingyuan felt a little puzzled. Wait a minute, how did he know about growing 9 branches? Back at the princess's mansion, Yimawu had already packed her luggage and was waiting for Luo Yingyu. Luo and you looked at Biengu with disgust. Stinky Biengu, do you think we're going on a relaxing vacation? Why didn't you just empty the entire kitchen? Snail noodles, fried chicken, roast jamo, hot dry noodles. You're such a glutton. After saying this, Luo Ingyu gave Yimawu a hard flick on the forehead. Biengu felt wronged. Luo Ing. Without any further delay, Luo Ingyu mounted Yimawu. Yimawu, let's go to Ghost Prison together. Let's go save Butler Grandpa. Biengu was love-struck and couldn't stop giggling. He hadn't expected that Biengu's girlfriend would be as sick a deer. Ever since Biengu awakened the ability to open a portal, his speed was incredibly fast, but Luo Ingyu suffered. She hadn't expected that even though she couldn't handle teleporting as a child with EZ, she still couldn't handle it now that she was grown up. Luo Ingyu sighed. This is the 68th time today. This is just too torturous. Looking at Yimawu, Luo Ingyu suddenly thought, how long has it been since those two little nubs on her head have grown even a bit? The teleporting is so unstable. It must be Yimawu's poor technique. Even from afar, Biengu sensed the questioning gaze. He wanted to defend himself, but after struggling for a while, he could only make chirping sounds. Biengu was furious. But quickly, the Biengu who had just been bickering with Luo Ingyu suddenly became love-struck. Biengu wanted to fall in love. Points plus 99. Luo Ingyu was curious and followed Biengu's gaze. She was shocked by what she saw. It was a sick deer. But Luo Ingyu quickly realized something was amiss. This wasn't an ordinary deer. She could clearly sense the spiritual energy emanating from it. As expected, since the northern U barrier was lifted, many animals have awakened their intelligence. While Luo Ingyu was still pondering, Yimawu had already eagerly chased after the deer. The deer, seeing a large white horse approaching, was startled and ran away. However, Yimawu was still captivated by the deer's beauty, and so began the chase. She ran, he pursued. Meanwhile, Luo Ingyu felt another wave of morning sickness and had to hug a tree to vomit. When she recovered, Luo Ingyu realized Yimawu had disappeared. Luo Ingyu was exasperated that it seems I'll have to have a chat with Yimawu about interspecies relationships. This kind of love is a bit unreasonable, and Biengu isn't even a deer. He abandons his owner at the sight of a cute doe. Finally, after 618 hours, Yimawu returned, dejected. Luo Ingyu couldn't resist teasing. What happened? Lost your sweetheart. Biengu was furious. Points plus 99. Luo Ingyu quickly got up to comfort him. Oh, don't be angry. We should get going. We've rested long enough. The next second, Yimawu bit Luo Ingyu's sleeve. Luo Ingyu was speechless. You couldn't win over the little deer, so you take it out on me? But she quickly realized something. Knowing Yimawu, she shouldn't be this angry. Could it be she got rejected? Biengu almost burst into tears. He nearly clung to Luo Ingyu, sobbing again. Luo Ingyu helplessly comforted him. There. But, don't cry. Our Biengu is a handsome, brave man. You'll find a wife someday. Having said that, Luo Ingyu looked up in the direction indicated by the system prompt. It was just a short distance ahead of her. Immediately, she and Yimawu set off. After who knows how long, the two finally arrived at the edge of the ghost domain. Clearly, everything here had changed. After the northern domain's restrictions were lifted, even the ghost domain was vastly different from before. Luo Ingyu perked up and roused Biengu. Let's go save Butler Grandpa together. Oh no. Yimawu almost fainted again. To rebuild Butler Grandpa's physical body, the two companions swaggered right into the ghost domain. But what Luo Ingyu didn't expect was that they immediately encountered a space-time storm upon entering. The intense storm nearly shredded the two companions to pieces. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Luo Ingyu summoned the brilliant Golden Buddha. Although the brilliant Golden Buddha could hold off the storm for a while, it couldn't withstand the powerful surrounding storm. Biengu was terrified. Luckily, Luo Ingyu had a strong physique, and Yimawu was an ancient divine beast. The two companions struggled to survive amidst the danger. The timid Yimawu was frightened to tears, clinging to Luo Ingyu and whimpering, "Oh no, little master, am I going to die? You have to protect me." Biengu was about to faint again. Luo Ingyu comforted Yimawu while consulting the system. System, is there a route to avoid the space-time storm? It had to be said, the system was quite reliable in critical moments, just a bit expensive. After spending 200,000 points, the system immediately pointed Luo Ingyu in a direction. Luo Ingyu immediately took Yimawu and headed in the direction indicated by the system. But after walking for who knows how long, there was still nothing around them. In this endless darkness and desolation, Luo Ingyu wondered, why does it feel like this will never end? Well, Biengu, let's sing together. I'll sing a line, and you sing the next. How about that? Hearing about singing, Yimawu immediately chirped happily. But the next second, he stopped chirping. Yimawu is a big dummy. Biengu immediately flew into a rage. Stinky little master, you're always bullying me. Just wait until I can talk. I'll give you a piece of my mind. Meanwhile, at the center of the ghost domain, a large group of evil spirits were holding some sort of ritual. Their leader began to speak. Before Ghost 9 could finish speaking, he was interrupted by another evil spirit. Boss, you're Ghost 8 now. The Huishin sect has been annihilated. I heard he was beaten badly. Ghost 8, furious, replied, yes. Now, there are only 8 of us sects left. With the Ruan Mu tree taking root and the Jade Purity formation activated, we have nowhere left to live. We've been forced into this central area of the ghost domain. Boss, do you think the Kuei clan was hiding something from us? We've already retreated to this central area, yet we've still suffered such a heavy blow. The boss sighed, don't mention it. Just thinking about it makes me angry. But now the Kuei clan has been destroyed. We can only condense a more powerful bloodline to become stronger. Encouraged by these words, the underlings' morale was boosted as, oh, what if the Ruan Mu tree takes root? I heard that this Ruan Mu tree is a glutton. That little brat doesn't know how to cultivate. So by the time that brat grows leaves, it'll probably be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. We just need to take advantage of this great opportunity and go straight to the southern Zhong region. I heard the defenses there are weak, and it's the easiest to break through. Then we can have another bloodline feast. After this discussion, the evil spirits suddenly felt their future was bright. But the next second, they heard an ominous and familiar sound. Riding my beloved Yimawu, I'll never be stuck in traffic. Oh no, that ancestor is here. Upon seeing Luo Ingyu, other evil spirits would run away. However, this girl acted as if she had seen good friends. Not only did she sing and dance in the evil spirits' headquarters, she also scared them half to death. Luo Ingyu, who had been stuck in the ghost domain for 512 days, was utterly bored. But at least she could bully Biengu to pass the time. Suddenly, Yima was stopped. Luo Ingyu also sensed something was wrong. There was firelight up ahead. Finally, signs of life. About time. Upon closer inspection, the two companions became even more excited. Gathered around the fire were evil spirits. Hurry, Yimawu. Let's go meet those evil spirits. The distant evil spirits were stunned. Isn't she a fragrant human? And there's that thing with her. Looks like a horse, but not a horse. Like a deer, but not a deer. A Qilin. Shouldn't they be scared of us? Why is this human so excited? So abnormal. Zhu Suoxin felt a deep sense of unease, earning 1 integration point. Zhu Yun was completely baffled, also earning 1 integration point. Soon, Luo Ingyu excitedly rushed into the ghost domain's main camp. Luo Ingyu didn't pay any attention to these evil spirits. Upon arrival, she ran straight towards the fireball at the center of the group and started playing with it. She could sense that this wasn't an ordinary flame. Finally, after 618 minutes, Luo Ingyu stopped. Were you playing? Can we play with you? Yimawu, standing beside her, chirped excitedly. Hearing this, the evil spirits immediately retreated 618 reputation points. Suddenly, one evil spirit spoke up. Oh my god, I remember. This human girl is the one who answered the Kuei Shin's question. And before that, she answered a famous question too. Not only that, but many of our brothers and sisters were beaten by her. The evil spirit leader quickly formulated a battle plan. Listen up, everyone. I'll go first. The rest of you cover my retreat, understand? However, Luo Ingyu ignored them. Finally encountering living beings to alleviate her boredom, she didn't want to send them to the afterlife so quickly. Biengu, let's kick this fireball. Take this. Take this. Yimawu was having a blast. He effortlessly caught Luo Ingyu's attack with his behind. The two played with great enthusiasm, seemingly extinguishing the fireball in their game. Seeing this, the evil spirit leader and his underlings were devastated. This was the flame of hope they worshipped daily. With the flame of hope extinguished, what hope remained? Human child, you've gone too far. Luo Ingyu retorted sharply, you're not human. It should be ghost gone too far, shouldn't it? The robust, evil spirit leader was so angry that small wings sprouted from his back. Human child, you're unreasonable. That wasn't an ordinary fire you extinguished, but the sacred flame in our hearts. Let's fight to the death. The other evil spirits swarmed, surrounding the two. Luo and you remain calm. Biengu, go easy on them when we fight. If you defeat them all, we'll have no one to play with. Yimawu responded excitedly. Leave it to me, master. You won't even need to lift a finger. Just as the evil spirit leader was about to fly towards them, Yimawu stomped the ground, sending out ripples that flung the evil spirit leader 618 reputation points away. Not only that, but the leader also coughed up tomato juice. It seems this girl is not only powerful, but her Qilin mount is also hiding its strength. This Qilin possesses a natural suppressing power against us evil spirits. In an instant, the evil spirit leader realized the danger. Everyone retreat. Run. She's going berserk. Yima was going berserk. He single-handedly challenged thousands of evil spirits. Luo Ingyu didn't need to intervene. Upon learning that Luo Ingyu was their sworn enemy, the evil spirits launched a full-scale attack. Luo Ingyu treated it as a game. First move, Celestial Feather breaks the sheep. Kill. The evil spirits in front of her instantly vanished. It's been a while since I've encountered evil spirits. It feels good to stretch my muscles. Seeing the red and blue brothers pounce towards her, Luo Ingyu unleashed a sweeping strike. Yimawu, watching Luo Ingyu enjoy herself, chirped his desire to join in. All right, Biengu, let me see what you've got. Biengu, at the center of the evil spirits, stomped heavily, sending out waves of energy. The evil spirits were instantly sent flying for 7 days. He could kill thousands of evil spirits with a single stomp. Luo Ingyu intervened. Otherwise, Biengu would have wiped them all out. With Luo Ingyu's help, they captured a small, evil spirit. At this moment, the tree god's love crackled on the captured spirit. I'm telling you, you can torture me all you want, but I won't betray my brothers. The two girls sang in unison. We won't kill you. We're just bored and looking for someone to play with. Right, Biengu? Biengu quickly chirped in agreement. First question, where are the 9 ghost sects? I didn't plan to speak at the beginning of the dinner, but I suddenly felt my life force dissipating under the binding of the tree god's love. Then the brat pulled hard again and said to me, if I talk, will you let me go? Luo Ing got angry again and tightened the binding god's wrath. Where do you get the courage to negotiate with me? Just tell me the truth, little brother, and save yourself some pain. I might as well tell you, there are no longer 9 ghost sects. After the Kuei sect was destroyed by you, there are only 8 left. Perhaps after today, there will only be 7. The brat suddenly understood. Don't tell me. That wave of Beta's evil spirits just now. Were your last clansmen? Jusin didn't speak. He must have been heartbroken. Second question. Do you know Manhwa? The Manhwa who uses the Thousand Lantern Shadow. The moment the words left her mouth, Ju San suddenly began to tremble. Then his speech became slurred. Luo Ing found this strange. What's wrong with this guy? Manhwa is from the Zhong San clan's ghost fish of the 9 ghost sects. The 9 ghost sects are divided into upper, middle, and lower clans. The Kuei clan, which has been exterminated, the Ju clan, which is about to be exterminated, and the Wan clan all belong to the lower 3 clans. For some reason, as Ju San spoke, his body seemed to be slowly dissipating, his ghostly aura fading. Luo Ing was puzzled. What are you doing? Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, Ju San started shouting. Since you won't kill me, I'll find a way to kill myself. Also, the middle 3 clans are the Tsang clan, the Min clan, and the Yu clan. The upper 3 clans. Before he could finish, Ju San dissipated right in front of Luo Ing. All that remained was a wisp of black smoke. Luo Ing was stunned. Did he just commit suicide? For evil spirits, privately discussing the upper and middle 3 clans was taboo. Revealing their secrets meant instant obliteration. Thinking of this, Luo Ing withdrew the tree god's love. She had always thought the ghost domain only consisted of those few clans. After hearing what Ju San said, it seemed the ghost domain was far more complex. The lower 3 clans were probably just insignificant factions. The truly powerful ones were likely in the upper and middle 3 clans. It seemed this trip to the ghost domain wouldn't be simple. Luo Ying tugged on Yimawu's mane. Regardless, we've learned some useful information. Let's go Yimawu onward. Amazing. Yimawu can not only fly now, but the hooves on his head are growing bigger too. Luo Ying was curious and squeezed the tiny hooves. I wonder how long it will take for these to fully grow. Luo Ying didn't know how long she had been here. A year? 2 years? Or just a couple of months? She had killed countless evil spirits. This wretched place had no spiritual energy, preventing her from advancing her cultivation. Suddenly, the system gave her a notification. Hard work pays off. It seems we found the first material. Yimawu was also overjoyed. Let's go, Yimawu, hurry. The further in they went, the stranger Luo Ying felt. I have to say, these surroundings feel so familiar. She watched Yimawu excitedly galloping like a horse. Luo Ying suddenly remembered. This is Biangu's dream. I remember visiting his dream when I was little. But how did his dream appear in the ghost domain? So such a beautiful place really exists. Suddenly, the system arrow pointed again. Over there, Yimawu, the place where Yimawu urinated, turned out to be 1,000-year frost. Stinky, get away from there. All this hard work has finally paid off. We found the second material. Luo Ying was full of energy. With these, I can help Butler Grandpa rebuild his physical body. This is great, but I don't know how much we need. So, Luo Ying collected a whopping 618 kilograms. The system then gave the next instruction. Luo Ying looked at the beautiful trees around her. Even though I don't know what they're for, I'll take some with me. Ever since arriving here, Yimawu had been as excited as if he had returned to his hometown. It said the ancient divine beast, Bai Zhe, was a spirit born from heaven and earth. In ancient times, they seem to have lived in the ghost domain. So, could Biangu's hometown really be here? If what ECI said was true, then this should be the inner region of the ghost domain. ECI said it was beautiful, just as I thought. Before Luo Ying could continue pondering, Yimawu ran several meters away. Guided by the system, after 618 days of travel, Luo Ying finally arrived at her second destination. Before her was a multicolored, transparent waterfall. Above their heads was a small boat floating in the air. Yimawu, without a second thought, rushed in to frolic. Oh my god, this is the third material, Starlight Force. It's so beautiful. Luo Ying quickly filled a sack. She didn't know how much she needed, so she figured she'd just fill 618 sacks. Following the system's prompts, the next material should be in the miniature boat above the waterfall. The two companions were full of energy. After his bath, Yimawu looked even more handsome. Luo Ying mounted him again. Pointing to the boat ahead, she said, Yimawu, let's go there. Biangu, without a word, leaped with his hind legs. Oh my god, no way. Biangu can fly now. You're evolving too fast. Biangu could speak, but the bad news was he could only say one word. Zai. Luo Ying was stunned. Oh my god, Stinky Bird has evolved again. After discovering the small boat was the next material collection point, the two companions flew up without hesitation. The boat, which looked so miniature from afar, was surprisingly large up close. Luo Ying dismounted and curiously examined the boat's material. Wow, the whole boat is made of high-quality jade. That's amazing. Then the system arrow gave another prompt. Luo Ying was puzzled. We're already on the boat. Why is the arrow still pointing forward? It seems this isn't the final destination. Suddenly, the boat shook, and with a whooshing sound, it started moving. In an instant, they were miles away from the multicolored waterfall. Luo Ying glanced at Yimawu with exasperation. Look at him. He's perfectly stable during teleportation. Then look at you. You make me nauseous every time. Biangu felt wronged. He really wanted to say, I'm a boat, you're just a horse, and I'm still a baby. Through Biangu's persistent efforts, he finally managed to utter Zai. Luo Ying was surprised. Oh my god, you can talk now. But alas, after all that effort, Biangu could still only say Zai. This frustrated him so much he nearly exploded. Luo Ying felt a bit relieved. Luckily, you can't speak properly yet, or we'd be arguing nonstop. Then Luo Ying realized Biangu was probably like a human baby, learning to pronounce sounds. It seemed he was about to evolve further. After some time, the jade boat stopped in midair. Both companions excitedly looked down. Biangu, the good stuff should be down there. Let's go see. Below them lay a variety of plants. Luo Yingyu was instantly captivated, but Yimawu started eating the mushrooms at his feet. The next moment, Luo Yingyu discovered fantastic news that, oh my god, all 70-plus materials needed to revive Butler Grandpa are here. She was overjoyed, instantly forgetting her previous fatigue. This meant more than half the task was complete. After 618 days of collecting and packing, Luo Yingyu could finally rest. Stinky Biengu, wake up, we're leaving for the next destination. By now, Biengu's belly was round and full. Luo Yingyu crouched down to check and found that the horn on Yimawu's forehead had grown quite a bit, and it felt springy to the touch. Not bad, Stinky Bird. I haven't paid attention to you for a few days. Have you grown taller again? In response, Biengu simply let out an "Aya." Luo Yingyu responded with a playful shove. All you ever say is "Aya." Biengu felt wronged and let out a series of 618 eyes at the sky. He really missed his previous small master. She was not only cute, but he could also carry her around easily. It was so much fun. Suddenly, Luo Yingyu noticed something unusual. She immediately stopped the ranting Biengu. Yimawu, there's someone here. Luo Yingyu felt an unprecedented sense of panic. She hadn't sensed this person's presence at all, which meant they were clearly someone she couldn't defeat. But she still shielded Biengu. Who are you? This person looked like a vagrant, but a vagrant couldn't possibly have such a high cultivation level. And strangely, he had dragon horns similar to Yi Zi's. Who was he? Before Luo Yingyu could figure out, Yimawu rushed towards a stranger. Upon meeting his future daughter-in-law for the first time, the father-in-law wanted to become sworn brothers. Luo Yingyu was utterly speechless. Is this guy crazy? The tedious and lengthy journey to find materials continued. He finally appeared. The oppressive aura of this powerful third person made Luo Yingyu incredibly nervous. But the reckless Biengu charged straight at him and headbutted his arm. Unexpectedly, the man was unharmed, while the 1.5-meter Biengu chipped a front tooth. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yingyu was stunned. Good heavens, just how strong is this person? Biengu is an ancient divine beast, after all. So, given the current situation, it's best to lay low and see what happens. If it gets angry, both Biengu and I are done for. Thinking this, Luo Yingyu immediately called out to the troublemaking Biengu, Biengu, stop messing around. Come back. But little Biengu, a creature of vengeance, prepared to retaliate with another bite. The next second, he was suspended mid-air, held by the man's single finger. Struggling proved futile. This baize is yours. The man knew Biengu's true identity. Luo Yingyu hurriedly nodded, replying yes. Only then did the man release his finger. Biengu landed on the ground with a thud and returned to Luo Yingyu's side, looking aggrieved. Since the baize is yours, I won't interfere with your master. Luo Yingyu was surprised, her panicked heart slightly calmed. She hadn't expected such a powerful figure to be reasonable. It was truly rare. The man then sat cross-legged on the ground. He patted the empty space beside him and said to Luo Yingyu, Come, sit next to me. Luo Yingyu obediently complied. Tell me, what's your name? Luo Yingyu replied calmly. My name is Luo Yingyu. The man's expression soured. Your surname is Luo. I don't usually get along with those of the Luo clan. Luo Yingyu became worried. Oh dear, I should have made up a surname. However, the man continued, but you don't seem like the other Luos I've met. I'm Zhao Tzu. Let's be friends. Luo Yingyu was even more shocked. This vagrant's temperament was truly unpredictable. Seeing her silence, Zhao Tzu spoke again. If you don't want to be friends, let's become sworn brothers, with heaven and earth as our witness. Luo Yingyu was even more astonished. Since you don't want to be friends or sworn brothers, could it be you despise me, dislike me? Luo Yingyu remained silent, her thoughts racing. This guy's train of thought was even more erratic than Biengu's. How was she supposed to respond? But even if you don't like me, it doesn't matter. As long as you can beat me, you can make me likable. Luo Yingyu was speechless, deciding to consult the system for information on this person. But terrifyingly, the system panel showed no feedback on him. Even more terrifying, Zhao Tzu poked her system panel. Oh, so you're looking for materials to reshape a physical body. Luo Yingyu jumped up in fright, immediately asking, how can you see my system panel? I can see whatever I want. A mere system is nothing. Zhao Tzu replied, while twisting the arrows on the system panel. Luo Yingyu's worldview shattered. Since arriving in the ghost domain, her greatest reliance had been the system. Now, if someone could manipulate it at will, it meant she could die at any moment. Zhao Tzu released the now-twisted system arrows. because I'm incredibly powerful. I could see anything I want. If I wanted to, I could instantly transcend the void and ascend to the heavenly Tao. Zhao Zu gestured as he spoke, then added, but I forgot, you're only at the Xuanwu realm. So, to me, you're like a little bug I can easily crush. Luo Yingyu paled. If he wanted to kill her, a single glance would probably suffice. But he hadn't attacked yet. Perhaps he had no such intention. Oh no, the last two materials to revive Butler Grandpa are a Bai horn and Phoenix essence blood. Luo Yingyu was heartbroken. Biangu was still young. It would take ages before she could see Butler Grandpa again. Ever since Zhao Zu could see her system, he'd been tormenting it. Luo Yingyu couldn't stand watching him play with it. Just how bored was this person? As he grew more enthusiastic, Luo Yingyu became worried and slapped Zhao Zu's hand away. Hey, can you stop messing around? This is really important to me. Zhao Zu immediately pointed at 1.5 and the big red bow on his neck. You want to rebuild a physical body for the soul inside this, right? The kid knew nothing could escape this old fellow's eyes. So he got straight to the point. You guessed it. So, do you have a faster, better way? Zhao Zu nodded. Away. Well, it's not like there isn't one. But resurrecting a loved one is all about sincerity. In other words, it depends on your own sincerity. Then Zhao Zu pointed to the sky above. See? Heaven is watching. Luo Yingyu suddenly leaned closer. Since you're so powerful, can you tell me about the world outside the northern region? I've been there for over 10 years and have never seen the outside. I want to go out and see it. Zhao Zu gave Luo Yingyu one of the mushrooms he had just picked. Oh, you've asked the right person. My divine vision is fully activated. You must be someone of great virtue. From the moment I saw you, I sensed the heavenly blessing upon you. A blessing? I destroyed the Kuei and Ju sects of the 9 ghost sects. Can I get a reward for that? Zhao Zu suddenly shook his head. But don't get your hopes up, unless you wipe out all of the 9 ghost sects. Luo Yingyu, after hearing this, didn't back down but became excited. Are you serious? As long as all 9 ghost sects are destroyed, I can get a heavenly reward. Yes, it just depends on whether you can do it. Luo Yingyu's eyes instantly lit up with determination. All right, then that's my second goal. After I resurrect Butler Grandpa, I'll go and destroy the 9 ghost sects one by one. Zhao Zu suddenly shook his head, but it's not that simple. It's quite complicated. Look at the remaining materials on your system panel. They're no longer in the ghost domain. These materials should be in the secret realm. So, by the time you gather all the materials, who knows how long it will take? And haven't you noticed? Some materials haven't even been shown yet. Luo Yingyu hurriedly asked, why aren't they shown? Does that mean they don't exist? Zhao Zu answered while pointing at 1.5 across from them. That it's simple. Because he's not an adult yet. The two kids immediately widened their eyes. What do you mean? Because one of the materials is the horn of an adult Bai Zai. Biangu immediately looked aggrieved. Hey, why am I getting dragged into this? And another is Phoenix Essence Blood. The reason the system hasn't shown it is probably because with your current strength, obtaining it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Luo Yingyu and Biangu exchange confused looks. Are there really phoenixes in this world? Yes, but the Phoenix clan keeps to themselves. They don't interact with other great demons. They're a bunch of old stick-in-the-muds. How boring. After hearing all this, Luo Yingyu suddenly became dejected. So basically, collecting the materials won't be quick, and I can't ask for help. I need to be sincere, right? I need to get the Phoenix Essence Blood through my own efforts. Is it because Phoenix Essence Blood symbolizes rebirth through nirvana? Zhao Zu's eyes widened. That I have to say, you're quite sharp. If others help you, the rarity of the reconstructed body will be different. For example, if you collect all the materials yourself, but the Phoenix Essence Blood and Bai Zai Horn are given to you, they'll carry their blessings. So, maybe the reconstructed body will have a specific bloodline. Just like you possess the heavenly thunder physique. Luo Yingyu's eyes widened. This wasn't the first time she'd heard those words. The first thing I'll do when I meet my daughter-in-law is help her remove the dragon sand seal. You pointed at the waterfall ahead with disgust. Go and wash up. After you're clean, then help me. Zhao Zu started to cry in frustration. My son hates me, and you dislike me here. I don't want to live anymore. After learning about her heavenly thunder physique bloodline, Luo Yingyu felt like a new world had opened up, asking questions non-stopped. Is heavenly thunder physique a type of spirit body? Is it a very powerful one? Will I become like a final boss with this bloodline? No, heavenly thunder physique is a divine bloodline, and a very rare one at that. It's far more noble than ordinary bloodlines. Luo Yingyu was surprised. So, I really am special. That's why I was sealed in this godforsaken place. Zhao Zu added, because within the God clan, the heavenly thunder physique can slay gods. So everyone is probably quite wary of your power. But this bloodline is very rare in the God clan, appearing only once in millennia. Bloodlines are ranked from highest to lowest: divine, law, physical. Then there's divine body, spiritual body, and bodiless. This is just a general classification. Each type of bloodline can be further subdivided into different kinds. However, in your current situation, although you possess the incredibly awesome heavenly thunder physique, it's been sealed this whole time. Clearly, it's been completely useless. It's probably even hindering your cultivation, making it harder for you to progress than ordinary people. Luo Ingyo's happy expression instantly darkened. As expected, the protagonist always has to endure more difficult trials. Zhao Zu pointed at the system panel above Luo Ingyo's head. That I almost forgot you have this system cheat. You can totally rely on the system to unlock the dragon, Sandstone Peak. Luo Ingyo replied flatly. If it were that simple, I would have asked the system to remove it long ago. It's just that I have too many enemies. Once the seal is released, they'll probably come knocking right away. Zhao Zu immediately rubbed his hands together excitedly. Oh, that's easy. You're worried about that? I have a solution. Zhao Zu was about to do something for Luo Ingyu, but she immediately refused. Oh, I'm so hurt. My Ge Gai Long at home shan cheat me, and you dislike me here too. Everyone dislikes me. Luo Ingyu pointed towards the colorful waterfall ahead. Go wash up. You'll be clean after a wash. Hey, we're sworn brothers, and you still dislike me. Luo Ingyu was speechless. Nobody wants to play with a dirty person. Even Biangu knows to wash up. Biangu, after hearing this, became quite smug. He. As expected, Master still loves me more. Seeing this, Zhao Zu quickly followed suit, lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum that I don't want to wash. I hate water. Let me tell you a secret. If you clean up, maybe your son won't dislike you. This statement seemed to hit a nerve. Zhao Zu immediately jumped up. Scrub-a-dub-dub with Biangu. Scrub-a-dub-dub. And so, 618 minutes passed. Goodness, are your clothes impossible to clean? Luo Ingyu asked. Zhao Zu waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. These are the marks of time. They can't be washed away. Don't you think they're charming? Well, you should at least wash your hands. Luo Ingyu said, somewhat annoyed that I already washed them. See how clean they are. Luo Ingyu stared helplessly at his dirty hands. You old man, you're really something. All right, is this finally okay? Come on, we have important things to do. Let's pull out your nails. I have a better way to seal your bloodline aura. Luo Ingyu was worried. But the moment they're pulled out, many of my enemies will come looking for me. I'm worried I won't be able to beat them. I see. There's no need to worry about that here. Don't you realize where we are? This is the ghost domain, not to mention its powerful shielding abilities. Even I, someone about to ascend to the heavenly Tao, can't sense what's happening here. So your little enemies definitely won't be able to find you. You wouldn't believe it, but a year ago, 2 demigod-level experts insisted on coming to the ghost domain for a tour. I even helped them travel through time and space and guided them. Luo Ingyu was delighted. Wow, you have such divine abilities. So that means you know the map of the ghost domain. Zhao Zu waved his hand again. Maps are a hassle to draw, but there's no place I don't know. So the priority is to pull out those nails. Luo Ingyo's understanding of the man before her was once again refreshed. The Dragon Sandstone Peak was finally completely unsealed. Luo Ingyu instantly became the #1 beauty of the Marshall Jade dynasty. Even Zhao Zu's jaw dropped. My parents really want to take her home as their daughter-in-law. She's a perfect match for my Guai Guai Long. Knowing the vast divine abilities of the old man before her, Luo Ingyu felt even more incredulous. How do you know the inner and outer regions of the ghost domain so well? Live a long time, wander around a bit, and learn it all. Wow, what kind of terrifyingly powerful person have I encountered? So, wherever you want to go, I can draw you a map. An even faster way is that I can directly open a space-time channel for you and teleport you there precisely. Guaranteed to be stable. Zhao Zu became more and more boastful as he spoke. Tell you the truth. My wife taught me the ultimate principles of time and space. I'm a quick learner, so I mastered them completely. Luo Yingyu didn't hesitate. Then I want to go and destroy the 9 ghost sects lair. Forget about that. The 9 ghost sects have already been destroyed. I discovered it when I arrived. Forgot to tell you. Luo Yingyu felt a surge of irritation. Who's so unscrupulous as to steal my merit? Aren't humans supposed to get lost in the ghost domain? I can only navigate it because of the system. How are they moving around so freely and even wiping out the Wan clan? Those who destroyed them are from the Western Buddhist sect, the Vajra sect. They have tens of thousands of years of history and profound knowledge. They cultivate the Great Perfection Dharma, a secret method that allows them to enter the ghost domain easily. They won't get lost, but they can't traverse it completely. Luo Yingyu finally understood that besides our backwater northern region, the eastern, southern, and western regions are all quite powerful. I guess there are many large sects like the Vajra sect. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, there's been a ghost extermination trend going around these past few years. I figured you might have started it. Luo Yingyu didn't ask any more questions, but sat down on the ground. All right, let's begin. Curse Ancestor is acting all high and mighty. With only the last nail left, this should be a piece of cake. She then began casting a spell on Luo Yingyu. After 618 minutes, so is it out yet? The Curse Ancestor made a strained noise. Not yet. Don't rush. Don't rush. Good things take time. Be patient. Luo Yingyu was speechless. Weren't you just bragging about how easy it would be? Talk about eating your words. Finally, with a bang, accompanied by the release of Luo Yingyu's decade-long dragon, Sandtime Wind, the last nail was completely pulled out. In the blink of an eye, Luo Yingyu's appearance transformed dramatically. She could clearly sense the subtle changes in the air. She could hear the grass sprouting, the cicadas singing, and the sounds of all things around her. When she opened her eyes again, Luo Yingyu had lost her former wildness and playfulness. In their place were elegance, nobility, mystery, and power. A blue mark appeared on her forehead. She radiated an aura of pure, maidenly charm. Even the Curse Ancestor, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, was stunned. Oh my God, you be the #1 beauty in Wuyu Zhaoga if you went out like this. And your bloodline, just how powerful is it? That last nail really took it out of me. Luo Yingyu didn't speak, but smiled elegantly. From now on, please call me Princess Luo Yingyu. Thank you. In an instant, Luo Yingyu felt her spiritual power increase 1,000-fold. More importantly, she felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. That damned seal. It's like I've regained my youth. If it weren't for that, I don't know what realm I would have reached by now. The Curse Ancestor also noticed the massive surge of spiritual energy that it seems the princess is about to break through. What materials do you need? I'll go get them for you. Without hesitation, Luo Yingyu said 3 words, Thunder Element Planet. Without a second thought, the Curse Ancestor reached into a nearby space-time tunnel and pulled out a large, crackling Thunder Element Planet. How's this? Enough for your breakthrough, but I'll have to compress it with space-time magic. Otherwise, the ghost domain might be obliterated the moment I put it down. Luo Yingyu's eyes widened. Seriously? This guy's all action. Truly impressive. The Curse Ancestor placed the planet above Luo Yingyu's head. Tell me, is this one enough for your breakthrough? If not, I can grab a few more. Luo Yingyu finally broke through to the heavenly martial realm. Her explosive power left the Curse Ancestor in awe. This girl is definitely extraordinary. It seems Wuyu Zhaoga is in for some big changes. With the Dragon Sandstone Peak completely removed, not only had Luo Yingyu's appearance changed, but her cultivation was also skyrocketing. The Curse Ancestor was still worried that 1 Thunder Sphere might not be enough and was about to ask if she needed more. But Luo Yingyu had already begun her breakthrough. Seeing this, the Curse Ancestor decided not to disturb her and, with a clap of his hands, sealed off a 618-meter radius around her. The thunderous energy was compressed, forming an absolute space. Little girl, I'll help you this far. How far you can break through depends on your own destiny. The 1.5-meter-tall creature, who had been playing nearby, was drawn to the commotion and came toddling over. The Curse Ancestor stared intently at the young woman. The thunderous energy was constantly being absorbed. Even he couldn't believe that such a small human girl could be so powerful. The surrounding area was filled with an undeniable divine artifact aura. It seems Zhaoga is truly going to change. Looking at the crackling Luo Yingyu, 1.5 meter, suddenly remembered something from their childhood. The first time was when, out of curiosity, they wanted to see if lightning could electrocute a horse. Then I was electrocuted to a crisp, almost went to meet the crown princess. The second time was because I saw Master acting foolishly. It looked cool, so I joined in. I was already being very careful, but I still got hit. So this time, I absolutely can't make the same mistake. Thinking of this, I ran away as fast as I could, as far as I could. While running, I kept chirping. The curse ancestor was speechless. You little brat, why are you even more timid than when you were little? Luo Yingyu absorbed a significant amount of lightning power. Finally, after 618 hours, the surroundings gradually quieted down. She opened her eyes, feeling the changes in her body after the breakthrough. Seeing this, the curse ancestor hurriedly retrieved the planet and stuffed it into a space-time rift. It seemed to be over. Luo Yingyu remained silent, watching the thunder rhinoceros planet disappear without a trace. Amazing. I wonder when I'll reach your level. The curse ancestor hurriedly asked the question in his mind. I heard that you divine doctors all have your own soul skills. Do you? Luo Yingyu didn't lie. She directly condensed a ball of lightning with her bare hands. The curse ancestor was stunned. This is your soul skill? What's it called? I feel like this ball also contains the law of Tao. This is the third level of thunder punishment called breaking 3 talents. Is that the 3 from Tao generates 1, 1 generates 2, 2 generates 3, 3 generates all things? Luo Yingyu nodded. Yes. The first level of my soul skill is thunder guidance. The second is rapid myriad echoes, and the third is breaking 3 talents. Currently, I only know this much. I don't know what the 4th level is. The curse ancestor was dumbfounded. He had never seen a soul skill like thunder punishment that could combine with the Tao e-rules.so. Your soul skill has a total of 4 levels. No, there are 9 levels in total. The curse ancestor was stunned again. That why heavens. The first 3 levels already encompass so much. How powerful must the later soul skills be? Could it be world-destroying? Luo Yingyu shrugged. You ask me, who do I ask? Who knows what the later ones are like? Seeing this, the curse ancestor hurriedly speculated. You are now at the heavenly martial realm, corresponding to the 3rd level of soul skill, breaking 3 talents. Then the yellow spirit realm should be the 4th level. By analogy, your soul skill improves with the increase of your cultivation level. So, when you reach demigod, will you directly unleash some 9 returns to 1 great law? Luo Yingyu looked at the lightning ball in her hand and replied indifferently, I don't know about these things either. It depends on how my future cultivation goes. Then try using your breaking 3 talents. Let me see what it looks like. Luo Yingyu, hearing this, gathered all her lightning power at her fingertips. Then, with a whoosh, she launched it towards the surroundings. In an instant, a lightning sphere formed within a 100-mile radius, enveloping the 3 of them. The lightning power crackled inside. Although there wasn't any substantial damage, Yumi 5 was still scared witless. The curse ancestor understood immediately. This is an absolute thunder domain. He was astonished by Luo Yingyu once again. How old are you? What realm are you in? And you already have an absolute thunder domain. On the surface, the dragon clan appeared slovenly, but secretly, they carried an irreconcilable vendetta for their clan's extermination. But after hearing Luo Yingyu's willingness to help him avenge his clan, the curse ancestor was instantly overjoyed. All right, if you can help me avenge my clan, I'll introduce my son to you as a husband. After watching Luo Yingyu demonstrate breaking 3 talents, both the old and the young were stunned. Good heavens. How old are you? What cultivation level are you at? And you can already create an absolute domain. Luo Yingyu's large eyes were full of confusion. What? Is it strange? It's not strange, it's amazing. You're even more amazing than my wife. Hearing this, Luo Yingyu immediately beamed. Then how do I compare to the other geniuses outside of AU? It's no exaggeration to say that you have the best comprehension and talent I've ever seen. You are undoubtedly the #1 genius of the human clan. In the future, the entire Zhaoge will be at your feet. Luo Yingyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. I haven't seen the outside world, so I don't know how strong the experts out there are. So don't lie to me. Oh girl, why would I lie to you? I have no reason to. However, I advise you to be more careful in your actions in the future. Don't easily reveal your absolute strength. Others won't allow such a heaven-defying genius to exist, especially within your human clan, with all its scheming and infighting. They will definitely nip you in the bud. Even the Divine Doctor families, if they knew about your growth rate, would probably secretly get rid of you. Luo, and you started thinking, he's right. Otherwise, how could I have been sealed by the Dragon Fork Wind seal? Also, I just saw you demonstrate your absolute thunder domain, but I noticed a weakness. Your domain deploys too slowly. I'm guessing it's because it's newly awakened, so you still need to practice more. After all, in a real fight, no one will give you that much time to prepare. Looking at the excitedly chattering curse ancestor across from her, Luo, and you felt a little exasperated. Why are you so worked up? I'm not even this excited. Of course I'm excited. Girl, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The curse ancestor suddenly became serious. He then pointed towards the sky. Although becoming a god is already quite powerful, there's something even more powerful in this world. It's the heavenly Tao. Do you know why I haven't ascended to the heavenly Tao? Luo, and you shook her head. Why? Because the heavenly Tao is the law of order, the restriction of rules. To enter there, the primary condition is diligent cultivation, surpassing oneself, surpassing all opponents. You must cultivate not only your techniques, but also your spiritual realm. But the crucial point is, to become part of the heavenly Tao, you have to abandon all human emotions. Only justice and compassion, fairness and judgment remain. So that's why you haven't ascended to the heavenly Tao? The curse ancestor grew more agitated as he spoke. Yes, I can't let go of my past. My wife died, my clan was annihilated, and my subordinates are all as dumb as pigs. I only have one smart and resourceful son, but he's still young. He's only 200 years old. In our clan, 200 years old is about the same as you, not even an adult yet. So, do you think I can let it go? I have to avenge my clan. Luo, and you finally understood that that's simple. Just take your revenge, and then ascend to the heavenly Tao. The curse ancestor paused that I wish it were that easy. But the place where my enemy resides is under the restriction of the heavenly Tao and the power of the ancient Divine Doctor's laws. I can't enter. Luo, and you understood a bit more. So, you mean I can go in? Of course you can go in. You are a descendant of the Divine Doctor and possess the strongest thunder soul in the world. Thunder power restrains everything and is what the Divine Doctor fears most. Moreover, you are the inheritor of the heavenly thunder law. So, you're a natural judge. After all that, Luo, and you finally understood completely. All right, I think you're a decent person. Let's become sworn siblings, and then I'll help you get your revenge. The curse ancestor's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, girl, I didn't expect you to have such a heart, but there's no rush. Cultivate slowly. I can wait. I've already waited for tens of thousands of years. Luo, and you was speechless. I can't believe I just said that casually. Now, there's no room for refusal. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the outer domain battlefield, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Isn't it time for the 10-year agreement between the Yun and Luo families? Hurry up and fight, preferably to the death. The Yun family head, Yun Jizing, took the stage first. The time has come. Where's that brat Luo Tianzong? Following him, the Luo family head, Luo Ongran, also stepped forward. Talking about Tianzong, where's your Yun Qianni? Haven't seen him either. Instantly, the crowd below erupted in discussion that on such a special day, the key figures from both families aren't here. Are they not going to fight? Yeah. It would be so embarrassing if they didn't fight. The handsome Ez is here again. Aside from growing dragon scales, he's just gotten more and more handsome. However, the first thing the handsome dragon did upon appearing was to settle the 10-year agreement between the Yun and Luo families. At this moment, the 9 Divine Doctor families were all waiting to see a good show. They clearly agreed to fight 10 years ago. How come the main characters aren't present when the time has come? Are the Yun and Luo families all talk? It's the last day, and they still haven't fought. Do the Divine Doctor families' words mean nothing? This is hilarious. Suddenly, someone from the Divine Doctor Feng family spoke up. Everyone, hold your comments. Fighting now is just as bad as not fighting. In that case, why don't we invite the Divine Creators to say a few fair words? Gradually, 7 divine creators, led by the Feng family, arrived. Only the second and third divine creators were missing. Clearly, Luo Tianzong of the Luo family and Yun Qinyi of the Yun family were the missing two. The crowd instantly went wild. Oh my god, those two are already demigods. It's said that only demigods and above can participate in the sequence contention. I can't believe those two are so powerful. They hit it so well. Finally, the number 1 divine creator spoke that we are aware of everyone's concerns. Divine doctors have always valued integrity. Since a 10-year agreement was made, it will be honored. There's absolutely no question of breaking the agreement. The number 4 divine creator chimed in, well, why don't we change the 10-year agreement to the sequence contention? Those two don't seem to be coming anyway. Everyone wants to see a fight, and the sequence contention is the same thing. Anyway, everyone from our Ming family is here. Yun Zhijing, the head of the Yun family, was incredibly annoyed. Yun Qinyi had run off without a word, leaving him to clean up the mess. Meanwhile, Luo Ongran, the head of the Luo family, wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was happily humming and spinning around like he was performing Love's Magic Spin. The next second, the main attraction appeared. He had only gotten more handsome. Faint dragon scales were visible at his temples, complementing the 2 glittering golden dragon horns on his forehead. He was definitely the dream of countless young girls. If that little brat were here, she'd probably be yelling again, wanting to feed her brother and make him crash into a wall. Everyone was confused. Seriously? What was someone for Dragon Island doing at the 10-year agreement? Were they trying to get a piece of the action? The number 1 divine creator was instantly furious. What are you doing here? The 10-year agreement has nothing to do with Dragon Island. Lai Si's expression was serious, his tone neutral. That weren't you just talking about reshuffling the divine creator seats? Why isn't Dragon Island worthy of competing in the sequence war? The several great divine creators were speechless. The onlookers, however, were thrilled. Why not? Fight! Whoever wins is the number 1 divine clan and the number 1 divine creator. Seeing this, the number 7 divine creator suddenly spoke, Little Dragon, let me ask you, is the number 10 divine creator participating this time? Lai Si smiled faintly and uttered 2 words, still traveling. I've hinted enough. They shouldn't dare to make a fuss now. That old geezer's strength is undeniable. If he comes, wouldn't you all be beaten senseless? As Yi Lao Go expected, the number 7 divine creator immediately took his leave. Our Wan family will take our leave first. We'll discuss the sequence war later. The number 5 divine creator of the Ming family also cupped his hands in farewell. Brother, one has good foresight. The sequence war is indeed important, but the 10-year agreement has nothing to do with our Ming family. So we'll just head home for some tea. Yi Si smiled as he watched the divine creators depart. As expected, bringing up that old geezer to scare them works quite well. Take care, everyone. Remember to visit Dragon Island for tea sometime. Feng Changyuan, the number 1 divine creator, was even more furious. Little Dragon, don't forget your mother's surname. You see, I didn't give him a pleasant look. Whether I forget or not is none of your business. You should worry about your own territory. Seeing this, Feng Changyuan flung his sleeve and stormed off. After finishing his business, Lai Si was about to leave when the Luo family head called out to him. Young master of Dragon Island, please wait. Thank you for Dragon Island's assistance. Otherwise, they would have taken advantage of the situation again. No need to thank me, family head Luo. This was also divine creator Luo's intention. Hearing this, family head Luo immediately recalled Luo Tianzong's parting words. The 9 divine families want to use this 10-year agreement to stir up trouble and redefine the divine creator sequence. At the time, he had proposed countermeasures, but Luo Tianzong had rejected them all, telling him not to worry too much. He had said that a benefactor would come to their aid, but he hadn't expected that benefactor to be the young master of Dragon Island. This is truly wonderful. Divine creator Luo is indeed resourceful, even establishing a connection with Dragon Island. It seems our Luo family is blessed. Suddenly, the Yin family head spoke, young master of Dragon Island. May I ask where the Dragon Lord ancestor is now? He wasn't the only one. The others also found it hard to believe that the elusive Dragon Lord would be here. Lai Si's tone was indifferent, his cold eyes carrying a hint of pressure. I heard you wanted to know my father's whereabouts. The Yin family head immediately apologized. I wouldn't dare. Yi Si turned his back in exasperation. Did the Yin family get kicked in the head by a donkey? Tried to inquire about the old geezer's whereabouts? No wonder I heard Yin Qinny hasn't returned to the Yun family these past few years. They're all clueless. Even I, his own son, don't know where the old geezer is. How could you possibly know? Yun Zhizheng was fuming that if you can't speak, then shut up. Just because the young master is young, you think you can trick him into revealing information? Do you think he's naive just because he spent his time with great demons? You're an idiot. You've lived 1,000 years for nothing. Look at the Luo family head over there, that smug grin. Yun Zhizheng was seething with jealousy. Now the Luo family had a connection to Dragon Island, and divine creator Yun has run off somewhere to enjoy herself. That brat is completely unruly. The man plucked a scale from his body. Then, he squeezed a drop of blood onto it. The scale immediately burrowed into the girl's body. In an instant, the girl's aura and bloodline changed. Lian Wu was utterly shocked. Who are you? Where's my young mistress? 2 years had passed. Luo and you had been diligently cultivating in the ghost domain for 2 years, her progress astonishing. Not only was the absolute thunder domain she created twice as large as before, but her swordsmanship had also become incredibly refined. Although there was no spiritual energy in the ghost domain to allow Luo and you to break through, her foundation had become exceptionally solid. The most crucial thing is this top-tier cheat beside you. With the Dragon Lord present, there shouldn't be any problems. All right, girl, there's no more room for you to improve here. Your next opportunity lies in the outer regions of the ghost domain. The curse ancestor stared intently at Luo Ingyu, as if looking at a doll he had crafted himself. After you leave, you should immediately reach the late stage of the heavenly martial realm, or perhaps even its peak. Reaching the martial forest will be a blink of an eye. Luo Ingyu blurted out without a second thought. What about my bloodline? If I go out like this, I'll probably be killed by my enemies within 3 minutes. The curse ancestor patted his forehead. Oh dear, I actually forgot such an important matter. Wait a moment, let me think. Luo Ingyu was dumbfounded that what's this old geezer doing? Scratching himself. The next second, a shimmering scale, a crystal chip, was scratched off. Both Luo Ingyu and Lian Wu's eyes widened. Why, dear old friend, what are you doing now? The curse ancestor didn't speak. He produced a drop of something like tomato juice from his fingertip, dripped it onto the scale, and then flicked it towards the center of Luo Inyo's forehead. You wouldn't know this. Ancestral dragon golden blood combined with an ancestral dragon scale creates the world's best concealment method. Luo Ingyu remained silent, feeling the scale merge into her forehead. It spread throughout her entire body. Although a seal had been placed on her, she still felt incredibly light. Clearly, this seal wasn't like the dragon's sandstone peaks. It only sealed her aura and bloodline. Even Lian Wu noticed the change and quickly ran to Luo Ingyo's feet, sniffing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Where did that strange aura go? Is this still the same little master? Luo Ingyu then voiced her question. So you're a dragon? Why didn't you say so earlier? Well, you didn't ask. The curse ancestor, accustomed to Luo Ingyo's scolding, boasted with a grin. Now, not only have I hidden your bloodline and aura, but I've also added a Dragon Clan protective charm. Anyone who dares to hit, you'll have to ask me first. Pretty awesome, right? After 2 years together, Luo Ingyu had lost her initial politeness. Show off much? Fine, it's awesome. I'll surpass you one day. Enough talk. Hurry up and open the space-time passage. I need to go to the next stop to gather materials. The action-oriented curse ancestor got right to it, tearing open a space-time rift with his bare hands. Hold on, don't rush. I'll clear all the evil miasma and storm barriers along your path first. Then I'll choose the closest and easiest route for you. Luo Ingyu was stunned again. Heavens, just how powerful is this old geezer? When will I be as strong as him? After finishing, the curse ancestor clapped his hands. All right, girl, our time together has come to an end, but I predict we'll meet again soon. So, before you go, is there anything else you want to ask? Hurry up, I'm your encyclopedia. Luo Ingyu quickly pointed to Lian Wu. Will Bai Zhe grow fastest in the heart of the ghost prison? This is his home, right? Yes. So leaving him here is the best option. Of course, you can take him with you. It's entirely your decision. Luo Ingyu hesitated. Then do you know how long it will take him to reach adulthood? The curse ancestor sighed. You ask me, Who do I ask? Who knows when this silly creature will grow up? It could be 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years. I reckon even he doesn't know when he'll mature. Lien Wu looked longingly at Luo Yingyu. I want to go out and explore with little master. Stroking Lien Wu, Luo Yingyu said, to revive Butler Grandpa, I need to obtain an adult by Zay's horn and receive an adult by Zay's blessing, right? The curse ancestor didn't speak, only nodded. At this moment, Lien Wu knew it was time for him to make a decision. He stared at the red bow tie around his neck. Recalling the past, although they were of different races, Butler Grandpa was no different from family. With him around, there were endless good things and fun. Growing up meant he couldn't be as carefree as before. Even Lien Wu knew he should shoulder his responsibilities. Now it was Butler Grandpa. In the future, it might be all living beings. Thinking of this, Lien Wu howled towards the sky, making up his mind to stay. Points plus 99. Luo Yingyu hugged Lien Wu. Thank you. Wait for me, Lien Wu. Be good. I'll come back for you soon. At this moment, Luo Yingyu understood more clearly that perhaps every individual has their own mission. The curse ancestor looked at the two youngsters, smiling. Having Bai Zay's blessing is even better than Butler Grandpa's good fortune. Suddenly, Luo Yingyu remembered something. Oh right, do all of you Dragon Clan members have the surname curse? The curse ancestor shook his head. We're not like humans. We don't inherit surnames. Those born during the day are surnamed Zhou. Those at night are surnamed Yi. Those born in the mountains are surnamed Shan. Those in the sea are surnamed Hai. We're just that free-spirited. Luo Yingyu seemed to understand something. Here we go. This clever girl finally figured out that the old geezer is Yi Lao's dad. Just before entering the space-time passage, Luo Yingyu asked one last question. Do all of you Dragon Clan members have a surname curse? The curse ancestor rolled his eyes. Of course not. We're not as complicated as you humans. Great demons born during the day are surnamed Zhou. Those at night are surnamed Yi. Those born in the sky are surnamed Tian. Those in the forest are surnamed Senior. Luo Yingyu seemed to understand everything. All right, girl, you've asked all your questions. Time to go. Be careful in that secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, my dear dragon seems to be going to some secret realm for treasure hunting too. Luo Yingyu nodded, full of gratitude towards the old geezer. Oh right, one last question. Did you leave your dear dragon somewhere else? Long-distance relationship? And for 200 years? The curse ancestor was dumbfounded. That shouldn't be possible. How did you know? Luo Yingyu smiled sweetly. I guessed. The curse ancestor wanted to ask further, but all that remained was Luo Yingyu's departing figure. Girl, explain yourself before you leave. Yima then bit onto the curse ancestor's clothes, babbling while biting. Suddenly, Yima said, stupid dragon. Bleg. The curse ancestor was furious. The first thing you learn is to insult people. I mean dragons. Just you wait. In the northern region's southern central area, Daihu was still guarding the region. It had been 3 years since Luo Yingyu left. Daihu missed Xiao Jiang very much, but he was more worried about his cultivation. After all, the other 3 had already broken through to the 5th level. He was the only one who hadn't. Yi Lao had said he was the most talented, so why was his cultivation the slowest? And he didn't even have a life soul. But Yi Lao had also said he just needed an opportunity. So where was this opportunity? Just then, a man suddenly appeared. Seeing the man emerge from the ghost domain, Daihu immediately held his shield in front of him, ready for battle. Who goes there? State your name. Before Daihu could react, the man rushed to him and drew a circle on his forehead. Daihu was instantly terrified that, oh my god, I'm done for. Guess I'm going to see great-grandma. My only regret is never breaking through to the 5th level. Luo Tianzong initially wanted to leave and search for his daughter, but sensing something special about Daihu, he paused. This guy has a pristine jade body and karmic merit. I might as well enlighten him. The moment Luo Tianzong's finger touched Daihu's forehead, Daihu was sent flying. The 2 large shields on his chest shattered. With a boom, he crashed in a mountain behind him, his whole body in excruciating pain, as if he were about to shatter. The man calmly said, "We are fated. Endure it." In the next second, a miraculous cultivation technique appeared in Daihu's mind. A continuous stream of power seemed to wash over his entire body, cleansing his impurities. Daihu instantly understood that this was a spiritual cleansing. The immense pain made him numb, and oh no, I must endure this. When a biological father saw his daughter's friend for the first time, he was shocked speechless. You're talking about General Luo? He's a legend in the northern region's southern central area. Everyone knows him. Since arriving in the northern region's southern central area, Luo Ba had been searching for news of his daughter. Strangely, for a moment, he seemed to have a bloodline connection. That what's going on? Did the dragon, sand time, wind disappear? Luo Ba was about to celebrate with a dance, but the bloodline connection was quickly masked by something else, and he could no longer sense it. Frustrated, Luo Ba could only resort to more conventional search methods. Meanwhile, Daihu's cultivation soared after being enlightened. He felt a surge of spiritual power within him, and his hearing, vision, and senses were significantly enhanced. Daihu was overjoyed that, oh my god, a 10,000-year Xuanwu mirror, have finally broken through to the 5th level. Recalling his earlier terror, was it that expert who helped me? So this is the opportunity Yi Lao mentioned. But where did that master go? I can't find him. Meanwhile, Luo Ba eventually arrived at the Southern Central Fishing Song Inn. Gotta say, this is Luo Luosha's old stomping grounds. The moment we walked in, the waiter started to spiel, "Welcome, honored guests. Are you stopping for a bite or staying the night?" Luo Bawinian immediately placed a red crystal stone on the table that we're here to ask about something. The waiter pressed, "Honored guest, we only accept silver here. Perhaps you could exchange some currency at the bank next door?" Lubawinian quickly caught on and pulled out a large gold nugget, placing it on the table. "Boss, do you accept this? You see, whatever you want to know, I'll tell you everything. We're looking for someone named Luo Ingyu." Upon hearing the name of the national hero, Luo Ingyu, everyone in the inn simultaneously turned to Luo Ba. Luo Ba felt a sudden pang of nervousness. A million possibilities raced through his mind. Was this name a taboo in Beiyu? Did Luo have a bad reputation? Or had she caused too much mischief? But that didn't make sense. Neither he nor his wife were like that. But Luo had been left in this desolate place since she was little, with only Xiao Beis by her side. Could she have made too many enemies? He also recalled what the little dragon had said about the soul-nourishing thread being broken. Could his daughter have been defeated? The thought filled Luo Ba with anger. Suddenly, a chubby man nearby interrupted his thoughts. "Oh, you're talking about General Luo Ba. She's a prominent figure not just in southern central, but throughout the entire northern region. A true savior of Beiyu." Luo Bawinian and Luo Ba's worries instantly vanished. Then another voice chimed in from behind. Yes. General Luo is a great benefactor to the people of Beiyu. She's been known for her compassion since childhood. I've seen her since she was little. So adorable." Luo Tianzong, brimming with excitement, could no longer contain himself. "Since you all know her, tell me everything about her. Every single detail. You wouldn't believe it. My relatives told me they saw General Luo single-handedly fight off thousands of evil spirits. Then, with one slash, she cut down the Dog Emperor's dog. You should have seen it. The whole city went wild. We thought we were doomed, but she single-handedly turned the tide. You're right, I've seen General Luo with my own eyes. She carries a large sword on her back. She looked so magnificent fighting those evil spirits. She saved all of Southern Central. Yes. What kind of parents could raise such an extraordinary child? She's truly amazing." The crowd chattered excitedly about Luo Ba for a good 10 minutes. Luo Ba listened, his joy growing with each word. "Today's tea is on me," he declared. It seemed that the little dragon's return to Dragon Island hadn't affected Luo's growth. On the contrary, she had led the Nightless Army and Shadow Guard to save the entire northern region, becoming a renowned hero. Magnificent, truly worthy of being my Luo Tianzong's precious daughter. Even in dire straits, she achieved great things. I'm so proud. But I heard that during the battle in Jixia, her beloved butler grandpa was injured by the Dog Emperor. So, the one in the soul-nourishing temple must not be my precious daughter. This is fantastic news. Since Luo spends most of her time in Jixia, I'll go there now. Luo Ba arrived, and Luo Ma arrived too. The first thing they did was to interrogate the dinosaur girl. "Tell us, do you know Luo Ingyu?" Ever since Dai, who received guidance from a certain expert, he had been thinking about him. He wondered where that mysterious person had gone. Not only had he imparted powerful skills, but he had also helped him absorb and cultivate his fire element. That expert must have come from beyond the heavens. A thought struck Daihu. Could it be that the little brat, Ruomu, has grown up? But that doesn't make sense. If he had, the expert could have just teleported here directly. There would be no need to traverse the ghost domain. Lost in thought, Daihu suddenly heard a faint sound. Then, a massive bolt of lightning struck down. He was struck. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a mysterious woman. Lightning crackled around her entire body. The more he looked, the more beautiful she appeared. Suddenly, it dawned on Daihu. Holy crap, isn't this a grown-up version of Xiao Jiang? But she emerged from lightning. She must be another expert. Daihu danced with excitement. Oh, great expert. Do you know the previous expert? How come you arrived right after he left? Something earth-shattering must be about to happen in Beiyu. Why else would two experts appear one after the other? Luo Ma had intended to leave, but she was suddenly drawn to a familiar scent on Daihu. Why does this person smell like Luo Tianzong, that stinky man? Could he have already arrived here? That damn dragon lord probably deliberately gave me a longer route. Forget it. I can't lose to Luo Tianzong. Luo Ma casually pointed, and Daihu was immediately zapped into the air. In an instant, he felt a massive surge of spiritual energy pouring into his body, a continuous, unending flow. Having just broken through to the heavenly martial realm, and now having his body's limits forcibly opened, Daihu felt like he was going crazy to why lady, what good things could that stinking man possibly give you? Brainwashing and bone-breaking? Here with me, that's nothing. Today I'll show you what true power is. This spiritual spring is 100 times better than his. In a flash, Daihu, who had just finished closed-door cultivation, felt like he needed to enter seclusion again. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged within him. Heavens, what amazing thing did this lady give me? Just a single drop from the spiritual spring elevated Daihu's already impressive, indestructible body to a whole new level. He felt the changes in all things between heaven and earth, since the very breath of every plant and tree. He simply lay down to absorb the overflowing spiritual energy. Oh, I don't want to break through again. But who can resist such good fortune? Luo Ma ignored him and left at lightning speed. It's not your good fortune. It's just that I refuse to lose to that stinking man. She left Daihu utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Luo Ba had arrived at his precious daughter's residence. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the enshrined world tree. My Luo must be connected to this world tree. I should ask Hua Luo. The man entered the world tree. Then, as if by telepathy, Luo Ma also arrived in the same area. There, she sensed Luo Tianzong's aura again. Following the scent, Luo Ma headed towards the world tree. Maybe there's a clue to my precious daughter there. Thus, almost simultaneously, both Luo Ba and Luo Ma arrived at Roma's house. The dinosaur girl was petrified. She dropped her osmanthus cake, tears welling up. Who are you? She tried to scramble into the tree hollow, but Luo Ma caught her. The dinosaur girl was even more terrified. Oh my god, I'm a tree spirit. How could she catch me? Before she could speak, Luo Ba and Luo Ma asked in unison, Do you know Luo Yingyu? When Zhou first met the Dragon Island's young madam. Are you the one who's supposed to take you back to CECI? Come with me quickly. Our young master is waiting for you. Luo was speechless. Who are you? And who is your young master? After seeing the dinosaur girl, Luo Ba and Luo Ma came clean. Little tree spirit, I am Luo Tianzong of the Luo family. And I am Yun Xini of the Yun family. Luo Yingyu is our daughter. We heard you know her. Can you give us some clues? The dinosaur girl was stunned. Oh my god. Luo's mother is so beautiful. She's the spitting image of Yu. And Luo's father is handsome too. So I was right. UCI isn't Luo's father. They don't look alike at all. The couple beamed at S.O. You really know our precious daughter? Of course. We grew up together. How could I not know her? We're very close. The dinosaur girl sat down as she spoke, but you're late. Luo has already left. The couple was disappointed. Oh, you know where she went. I don't know where she went. I only know she's searching for ingredients to resurrect her butler grandpa. She didn't tell me where she was going before she left. Luo Ma looked puzzled. Who is butler grandpa? The dinosaur girl smiled faintly. Oh, that's a long story. And so, the dinosaur girl chattered for what felt like 6 hours and 18 minutes, finally recounting the story of her and Luo to Luo Ba and Luo Ma. One more thing. Luo said that as soon as I grow up, she'll come see me. So why don't you two stay here? Maybe you'll see Yu someday. Luo Tianzong grasped the key point. She'll come back when you grow up? That's easy. He immediately tapped the dinosaur girl's forehead. Instantly, just like Daihu earlier, the dinosaur girl felt a surge of spiritual energy throughout her body. Then, she writhed on the ground in pain. What are you doing? Am I going to die? If I die, you won't see your precious daughter. Don't worry, this is called soul cleansing and bone refinement. Waiting for you to grow up naturally is too slow. We need to add some fuel to the fire. The dinosaur girl was in agony. Don't you know this is called Yamao Jujam? And so, from that day forward, Luo Ba and Luo Ma began teaching the dinosaur girl various cultivation secrets. Luo Ba supervised her training on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Luo Ma on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, and then both of them together on Sundays. Come on, Xiaoshu Lin, you have to keep going. Cultivation has just begun, and you're already giving up? Like father, like daughter, indeed. Ruan, your dad is just as mischievous as you know? Meanwhile, Yu, who was cultivating in the southern domain, suddenly received an emotional prompt from Yenji Lin. Inner dinosaur meltdown. Plus 99 points. Kiddo blinked. What's going on? Does Dragon Girl miss me? Gotta say, ever since arriving in the Southern Jade, I've been feeling signs of a breakthrough. He felt the irrepressible lightning power surging through him. As expected, the Southern Jade's spiritual energy index is far superior to the Northern Jade Wall. Just a few days of cultivation here, and I'm almost at 560. Not bad. Next step, straight to the secret realm then. With a whoosh, the kid disappeared. The next second, he arrived at the entrance of the Chishui Ridge secret realm. Upon arrival, he saw the entrance packed with the elites of various major sections. Good heavens, wasn't it said that only 1,000 people would be coming to the secret realm this time? It feels like there are more than 5,000. Yeah. I heard that the 10 great medical families of Zhaoga have also sent people. The Feng family, the Luo family, the Yun family, the Ming family, and so on are all here. Looks like things are going to get lively this time. Luo Yingyu, standing behind him, was puzzled. How come Luo Jia and I have the same last name? Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Yu's shoulder. Yu was startled. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. Seems like another powerhouse. Hey, who are you? The newcomer was Ao Baleo. It was Shi Jiuing, who immediately started showing off to Yu. That's right, it's you, no mistake. Before Yu could react, she grabbed his arm. Little girl, come with me. Our young master is waiting for you. Hey, who are you? And who's your young master? I'll report you for kidnapping. Little brat finally met the person she'd been longing for. However, the first thing she did, Luo clung to Lai Ci, refusing to let go. Not only that, but Luo climbed right on top of him. Riding my beloved little dragon. He'll never get stuck in traffic. After Shi Jiuing found Yu, she immediately took him away. Meanwhile, Lai Ci had been waiting for a long time. Young master, I brought the person you asked for. Take a look, who is this? Yu looked at the familiar back without speaking. Is it him? No way. I'm supposed to be bravely venturing through the eastern and southern encounters. How did the plot jump ahead like this? Then, a familiar emotional prompt interrupted his thoughts. Emotional fluctuation detected. Plus 100 points. Little brat. Long time no see. Yu never expected that Lai Laogo would actually wear black clothes with gold trim, just because she had casually mentioned it once. Without hesitation, Yu rushed into Lai Ci's arms like lightning, just like when she was little. Liechi, where have you been? I finally found you. I knew you wouldn't be gone so easily. I missed you so much. For all these years. And so, Luo chattered on for 618 minutes, pouring out her years of longing. After a long while, she noticed the glittering horns on Lai Ci's head. Full of curiosity, Yu exclaimed, "Oh my, your horns have grown? Let me feel them." Looking at their texture, so sparkly and beautiful, Lai Ci was speechless. He, the dignified young master of Dragon Island, who besides Luo, Yingyu would dare to ride on his head. So just like when they were little, Luo Yingyu get down from there. The onlookers were all amused. Oh ho ho, I knew it. The little divine maiden of Zhaoga is indeed the young master's special case. I've lived for 3,000 years, and this is the first time I've seen the young master so tolerant. Is this something I can watch for free? Lai Ci's voice was full of indulgence. get down. Hearing this, Luo clung even tighter. No, I won't. If you don't get down, I'm going to hit you. Finally, Luo released her death grip on Lai Lao Go. Hey, why so angry? You couldn't even grow a 1.5-meter horn. I've been waiting so anxiously. Your horns are so pretty. What's wrong with showing them off a bit? Lai I couldn't bring himself to scold her that you're comparing me to a 1.5-meter what? Why don't you ride me like a horse? Well, that gave our little troublemaker an idea. In a flash, she was back on Lai Lao Go's head, riding my beloved little dragon. He'll never get stuck in traffic. Suddenly, Lai seemed to smell something. Wait, stop riding. Say, why do you smell like old dragon? Have you seen my dad? After finally having enough fun, Luo reluctantly came down. Yeah, I've been with your dad for 2 or 3 years now. During our time in the ghost prison, your dad was the one who helped me improve my cultivation and answered all my questions. He said Yimawu's old home is in the center of the North Prison, so I left Yimawu there. That way, he can grow up faster. Speaking of this, Luo suddenly became sad. Grandpa Steward was hurt by that treacherous Emperor Go. One of the 100 ingredients I need is aged Baize wine. So, I left Yimawu behind, hoping he can grow up quickly. I've already gathered 98 ingredients. There are only 2 left, Ice Crystal Royal Stamen and Tranquil Leaf. Yi stroked Luo's head and comforted her. You came to the reverse world. Yeah. I don't know if I can find these ingredients here. It's a coincidence. I know where those 2 things are. They're the Luo family's heirloom and the Yun family's heirloom, respectively. Luo's eyes lit up. You know where the Yun and Luo families are? And will they be willing to give me their heirlooms? Yi didn't speak, just smiled slightly and extended his hand. Another coincidence. The heads of the Yun and Luo families are also looking for you. As he spoke, a time-space tunnel opened behind Yi. How about this? I'll take you to Yimawu first. I have a way to accelerate his growth. After that, we'll go find the people you're looking for and the remaining 2 ingredients. Luo, of course, trusted Yi completely. In a blink of an eye, the 2 arrived at the cursed land where Yimawu was. As soon as they arrived, Baiangu started gulping down liquid. In the blink of an eye, an entire river of cultivating essence liquid was gone. Afterward, Yimawu collapsed on the ground. Luo was a little worried. Heavens, what did you give Yimawu? He's not going to die from this, is he? Yi went forward and touched the fallen Yimawu. This is enhanced crispy Baiangu. You don't need to worry at all. He survived all the things you put him through when he was little. This is definitely a piece of cake. When he opens his eyes again, he'll be the handsome adult Baizi Hua. They got married. The childhood sweethearts finally got married. Grandpa Steward was finally revived. Luo finally met her birth parents. So if Bonyo guessed correctly, the mischievous little Lolita might be coming to an end. Oh, so Luo Yingyu is your daughter. Let me tell you, Yu has been my idol since I was little. At 3 years old, she led the Dark Division's 6 gates north to quell the disaster. At 5, she was named the little princess who saved the Northern Yu Kingdom. Not only is she skilled in both literary and martial arts, but she also cares deeply for the world. She not only defeated the old thief Wuna of the Eastern Kingdom, surpassing her level, but she also single-handedly reformed that useless Emperor Go and revived the Northern Yu royal family. You have no idea how impressive Luo is. Don't let her carefree demeanor fool you. When she sets her mind to something, she's incredibly serious. She never gives up and never admits defeat. Even after General Yu left the Northern Yu, Luo continued to shoulder the responsibility, rebuilding the Nevernight army, slaying evil spirits throughout the Ghost Domain, and protecting the people of Northern Yu. She ultimately became a legend, and it's thanks to Luo that I was able to successfully take root. Although your daughter sometimes teases me, I know that Luo is always kind and brave. Luo Ba and Luo Ma were moved to tears that I knew our daughter was the best. So I've grown up now. I've grown 9 branches. So why hasn't Luo come back yet? A familiar voice rang out. Dinosaur girl, I'm back. Did you miss me? I didn't expect you to be so ambitious and grow up so fast. Luo Ba and Luo Ma had countless things they wanted to say, but for a moment, they didn't know how to begin. You are. Yi Si hurriedly stepped forward to explain. They are your birth parents. They are the Yun and Luo family members who have been searching for you. Luo was overwhelmed with emotion. She had always thought of herself as an unwanted orphan, a wild child without parents. She never imagined that one day she would actually meet them. Luo Ma, without a word, hugged Luo tightly. My precious daughter, we've finally found you. Luo sobbed, her face buried in her mother's embrace, tears streaming down her face. Memories flooded her mind, from falling from the sky at 3 years old, to the burning of the small wooden cabin, to being forced into becoming a talented individual by Go Yesi, to being designated as the next commander of the Night Shrine, to being forced by Yesi to cultivate using the concentrated night essence, to traveling north to quell the disaster, to the Eternal Bed's strange reputation, to being rescued by Yesi, to gradually uncovering the Emperor's blood ritual conspiracy, to spending the third New Year's Eve with Yi Si, to Yi Si guiding her training and imparting his wisdom, to Yi Si completing his training and reaching great accomplishments in this life, to her entering the academy, to continuous cultivation, finally becoming a responsible and dependable person step by step. Even without Yi Si's company, she did it and did it well. Yet everything was for this day, to find her lost parents, to save Grandpa Stewart, for the unwavering faith in her heart, and for that irreplaceable person in her life. Darling, these are the last 2 ingredients for reviving Grandpa Stewart. Take them quickly. Yu is overjoyed and at a loss for words. Thank you, Mom and Dad. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Eve again. The County Princess's mansion was bustling with activity, everyone joyfully celebrating the new year. Little Red Riding Hood was still helping Grandpa Stewart in the kitchen. Grandpa Stewart, wow. I didn't expect your cooking skills to improve even further. Grandpa Stewart beamed out, of course. This is all thanks to our little goddess. Now, not only am I reborn, but I've also unlocked even more amazing culinary skills. The key is that I can be with you all forever, Grandpa Stewart said as he handed steaming hot dumplings to Jian. What a perfect pair. To everyone who has been following the story of the mischievous little Lolita, and to everyone who has supported Bonnie, or the dumplings, Happy New Year 2024, everyone. Luo wishes you all a Happy New Year. May all your wishes come true. May everyone love you. May flowers bloom wherever you go. May you have a great appetite. May you be healthy and excel in your studies. May your work be enjoyable. May everything go smoothly, and may you live happily. And if you can find that most important person in your life, like I did, that would be even better. Yilauda, are you two done with your lovey-dovey stuff? We're about to set off fireworks. The devoted Zhou Huli continued to drop hints. Silly girl, this is for you. And 75? Well, Happy New Year anyway. The silly girl remained oblivious. You gave this to me? What? As the fireworks burst forth, the warmest wishes are sent to every one of you watching. Perhaps the mischievous little Lolita has to say goodbye to everyone here. According to the original update schedule, there's still about half of the story left untold. We don't know why it just stopped. Luo and Yi Murin's future encounters are gone. The Dragon Soul contract is gone too. The comic skipped Siyu Lilian, cousin recognizing Lao Long and Ahan's tragic story, as well as the relationship between Yu and Yi Si. The young man didn't get his Nirvana plate. The secret realm wasn't obtained. Yu and Si Lilian's good friends, Shuang Chiopian and Wu Legu, are gone. And we don't know where our cousin went either. And the baby dragon, the child of Yi Si and Yu's gentlemanly secret. So much is gone. So for those who truly love this story, please go read the original novel.